It remains uncertain when it first appeared. Perhaps it has existed since ancient times, or it might have manifested just yesterday. Isadora black archway, seemingly composed of steel. Yet, upon examination by those of a more advanced era, utilizing cutting-edge analytical devices, it was discovered that the elements constituting this steel-like material do not exist in our world. Moreover, its molecular arrangement embodies an entirely novel structure, signifying that it does not belong to this realm. The first to encounter it was Croft, a merchant from the Western lands. When Croft and his caravan were compelled to take a perilous new route for reasons unknown, they stumbled upon this portal amid their journey. It stood out starkly, shrouded in mystery. Towering at 56 meters and spanning 18 meters in width, the doors were firmly shut, adorned with intricate symbols and patterns of significant meaning. Ignoring the protests of his companions, Croft pushed open the seemingly heavy, yet astonishingly light door. Little did he know, he was unveiling the gateway to a new epoch. Upon opening, a dim world revealed itself, with the indistinct silhouettes of majestic mountains barely discernible. Croft made an audacious decision to explore the realm beyond the door choice that would etch his name into history as one of the greatest figures of this new era. Despite facing opposition, he quelled the dissent and, under the lure of a substantial bounty, assembled a temporary expedition team. Led by Croft, this group of guards and laborers ventured through the portal. 3 days later, they returned. Initially comprising 11 members, only 2 emerged: Croft and a guard, both appearing dazed and disheveled. Their condition spoke volumes of the extraordinary experiences they had encountered beyond the door. When questioned about the world behind it, Croft remained silent, merely requesting the door be shut once more. For an extended period, he refrained from mentioning his journey within, until 2 years later, when he finally inscribed the following words. "It is a world that defies reason, where hope and despair coexist, and light and darkness harmonize. There lies unimaginable wealth, guarded by demons. Those denizens of darkness, those who profane the divine, are cunning and treacherous, do not harbor illusions of conquest over them. For how can a single drop of seawater submerge the entire ocean?" Despite the widespread dissemination of these cautionary words, many continued to venture through the portal, drawn by the treasures. Croft had returned with objects lighter than gold, yet more resplendent, dubbed the treasures of demons, fetching prices that ignited envy. Thus, the portal named after Croft gained notoriety, with legends of the reverse realm, the dark denizens, and the demon treasures proliferating. Eventually, 37 years later, a second Croft door was discovered, leading to an entirely new reverse realm. Consequently, the reverse realms were assigned numerical designations. A millennium later, a total of 127 Croft doors had been discovered. In the dim light, dust motes danced in the pervasive haze, resembling solitary dancers. The black mist, an exclusive product of the reverse realm, is the harbinger of its gloomy environment. It absorbs copious amounts of light and heat, rendering the world behind the Croft door perpetually dark and eerie. Beside a rusted filing cabinet cluttered with boxes and documents, a man clad in a red protective suit and wearing a helmet sifted through the items atop the cabinet. These artifacts, ancient and brittle, crumbled to dust at the slightest touch. This 127th reverse realm truly disgusts me. Look at how closely its former civilization resembles ours. Even if I were to encounter another version of myself here, I would not be surprised. Turning around, his tone grew impatient. "What's the status, Tian Yang? Are we still unable to contact the team?" The protective suit emitted a faint glow from the shoulder-mounted spotlight. The light's range was already limited, further diminished by the mist absorption. With the meager illumination, it became apparent that this space resembled an archive room. Scattered papers littered the ground, marked with chaotic footprints. One individual knelt amidst a thick stack of documents, fiddling with a standard communication device. This apparatus, resembling a radio, was designed for communication within the reverse realm, capable of sending and receiving data. Its built-in security features prevented unauthorized eavesdropping, comprising a receiving antenna, a frequency modulation module, a reinforcement module, and a backup circuit matrix. Now, the individual addressed as Tian Yang was installing components onto the communicator to enhance signal transmission. Nevertheless, the electronic static emanating from the device foretold the team's grim prospects. "This is Collection Team 4. I am Tian Yang. Soldier code 1507. Respond if you receive this message." After several fruitless attempts, Tian Yang lifted his head, revealing a youthful face still bearing traces of innocence. "We can't establish contact, Captain. We may have ventured too deep beyond the terminal's effective transmission range. Nearby, someone kicked a rack forcefully, pointing at the captain in the red suit. This is your fault, Qinwu. If not for your reckless enthusiasm, we wouldn't have been cut off by those damned wanderers. Captain Qinwu gestured toward the fourth team member stationed at the door. Can you truly blame me? If it weren't for Donjian's insistence on detecting signals from the Star Pillar, I wouldn't have rushed to bring you all here. The team member at the door defended. My numerical model is accurate based on recent wanderer activity data. The Star Pillar must be nearby. Qinwu rushed forward, grabbing his protective suit. Then tell me, where's the Star Pillar now? Silence. Tian Yang raised his hand in a fist, signaling for caution. All members of the collection team, including the captain, tensed as they peered toward the door. Outside the corridor, the walls were stained and covered in mold. Strange sounds echoed from a nearby corner, like the labored breaths of a dying patient or the low growls of a wounded beast. Tian Yang retrieved a glow stick from his tool pouch. Qinwu, now anxious, asked, "What are you doing?" "We need illumination." "Don't worry, Captain Wanderers are unresponsive to light sources." Tian Yang bent the glow stick and threw it into the corner of the corridor, where the chemicals began to react, emitting a cold, blue-gray light. In the chilling glow, the group could see distorted shadows on the corner wall. The figures swayed and lurched, wandering in the adjacent hallway. Suddenly, a hand grasped the wall's edgy, a hand with decayed skin, oozing a dark green pus that dripped onto the floor, sizzling like water on hot rocks. The collection team's hearts raced, but fortunately, the hand quickly retreated. "It's a wanderer, it's them," Dongyan exclaimed as he stumbled backward. "Captain, let's leave. I don't want to be caught by those things." "But how do we escape?" Another team member cried. "Even if we sprint through this corridor, there are more wanderers below. They are everywhere, in the streets, in every building." "Everyone, be quiet." Qinwu tightened his grip on the assailant's rifle, his eyes flickering with determination. "It seems this is the only way." He turned and extended his hand towards Tian Yang. "New recruit, hand me your weapon." Inside the helmet, hesitation was clearly etched on Tian Yang's face. Instinctively, he clutched the rifle tighter. The assailant's rifle was standard issue for the collection team, although its solid projectiles lacked immense power and the weapon itself was cumbersome. It could still shatter the will of the wanderers if used from the right distance. This was the sole means to halt these denizens of darkness. Thus, relinquishing the rifle felt akin to surrendering one's life. At that moment, the glow of the fluorescent stick began to fade. As the light dimmed, a foot stepped forward, extinguishing the cold glow at the corner entirely. Twisted silhouettes began to approach, and within the murky corridor, the pale light emanating from the wanderers' prison danced like ghostly flames above a graveyard. "Hurry, they'll hold them off. You all leave first," Qinwu urged. "I need sufficient firepower." "Damn it, do you think I would harm you?" Tian Yang bit his lip. "All right." The boy surrendered his rifle along with a magazine. Qinwu took it and waved them off. "You all exit through the window, climb up, and find another escape route. Tian Yang, you go first." Tian Yang nodded and turned to sprint towards the window. But as he took his first step, bang, the youth felt it join the realm of the reverse world. It is essential to carry liquid sustenance. During nourishment, an extractor is employed to replenish food under sealed conditions. Consuming a portion of liquid nourishment, Tian Yang finally felt a semblance of warmth, his hands and feet no longer icy. He moved his body and then took the remaining hemostatic tape, applying it to the breach in his protective suit, layering it several times. Tian Yang harbored hope that this would seal the gap in his protective gear, preventing further leakage of pheromones. However, whether it would prove effective was left to the whims of fate. Fortunately, it appeared that fate had not abandoned him. After a moment, the sounds of pounding from outside gradually ceased. Yet the peril was far from over. Their small team found themselves ensnared here due to their captain's reckless ambition, leading them too deep, severing the route back to their own unit, now besieged by numerous prowlers. Unless an alternative path was discovered, once their supplies dwindled, Tian Yang would be left to await his demise. The youth clenched his fists, resolute that he would not succumb here. Upon joining the collection team, he had vowed to ensure that his mother, who had toiled for much of her life, would live a better existence. Furthermore, he owed a debt to Qinwu for his favor, though he remained uncertain how to bridge the vast chasm of class disparity to avenge the scoundrel who had treated him as bait. A distant, muffled gunshot echoed from outside, the sound of the attackers' rifles roaring. Tian Yang propped himself up and approached the window. Through the thin mist, he discerned a light flickering at the base of a building to the southeast, followed by a vehicle bursting forth from a dim alleyway. It was the standard transport of the collection team, a Coyote lightweight off-road vehicle. With a high chassis and universal wheels, it could adjust its direction with ease. Equipped with a rapid-fire cannon and a front-mounted light machine gun, it provided a measure of firepower. Evidently, Qin Wu and his companions had successfully vacated the building, but whether they could return to their unit remained a matter of chance. Tian Yang gazed at the sky. It was not entirely shrouded in darkness. While the light was dim, it was not utterly devoid of visibility. The twilight resembled that of a summer storm brewing, with heavy clouds obscuring the sunlight. In this oppressive light, the dilapidated structures across the street, reduced to mere frames, could be seen. Together with the outlines of more distant buildings, they formed the semblance of a city. Qin Wu was correct. This reverse world, designated as 127, bore a striking resemblance to the world in which Tian Yang had lived. However, he fervently wished that the world which had nurtured him under the sun and rain would not become the grotesque sight before him. Perhaps, long ago, this world basked in sunlight and was filled with the songs of birds. But now, it resembled a terminally ill patient, barely clinging to life on the brink of death. A hollow, eerie wail emerged from the street below, and Tian Yang observed several prowlers meandering near the building. Their twisted forms, reminiscent of lepers, seemed akin to the grotesque remnants of humanity that plagued this world. They were omnipresent, wandering and leaving a trail of filth in their wake. These loathsome creatures occupied the lowest tier of the biological pyramid in the reverse world. Though sluggish and devoid of senses, once they amassed in sufficient numbers, they would overwhelm everything in their path. On his journey, Tian Yang had witnessed throngs of prowlers congregating, pushing against one another, resembling a writhing mass of serpents. Entangled and surging, the hideous entities spread along the streets like an infectious disease, then dispersed, tainting the entire world. Currently, the prowlers below were few in number, but Tian Yang knew it would not be long before malevolence would invade this place. He had to leave, but where to? As he pondered this question, Tian Yang noticed the prowlers had moved to the intersection ahead. For some inexplicable reason, they suddenly halted, turned in unison, and retraced their steps. While prowlers often exhibited a tendency to aimlessly wander in certain areas, their recent behavior defied logic, as if they had encountered something they feared and were retreating from. What lay at that intersection? Tian Yang resolved to investigate. He slid down a pipe on the exterior of the wall, moving stealthily alongside it. When a prowler passed by him, he held his breath. Fortunately, the grotesque being, oozing with pus, was entirely oblivious to his presence as it staggered away. Tian Yang exhaled, gripped his dagger tightly, and reached the intersection. It was a shaped junction, eerily vacant, devoid of prowlers. The street was littered with overturned vehicles, if one could even call these pitiful contraptions with flimsy armor and four feeble wheels vehicles at all. In any case, these metal shells were mere remnants, akin to lifeless steel corpses, helpless against the encroachment of grotesque, bloated, white fungi. Through the dim light emitted from his suit's shoulder, Tian Yang noticed the ground was cloaked with patches of fungi, making each step feel as though he were treading through muck. The sensation of decay and rot was utterly nauseating. He carefully chose a path clear of fungal growth and rounded a corner when a sudden flash of light caught his eye. He halted and turned back to see a passage leading underground not far from the corner. A conspicuous sign hung at the entrance of the tunnel, adorned with images and some unfamiliar symbols. Though Tian Yang could not decipher the text of the reverse world, the imagery was clear. It depicted a train traversing a tunnel. Evidently, the beings that once inhabited this reverse world had an affinity for digging tunnels beneath their city. What a peculiar inclination. At the mouth of the underground tunnel, an extraordinary plant grew. It resembled the moonlight grass Tian Yang was familiar with. Yet this luminescent organism was actually a crystalline entity. This crystalline plant, known as star crystal grass. In an instant, Tian Yang's heart ignited with fervor. The glow emitted by the star crystal grass was something deeply detested by the denizens of darkness. Even the prowlers, who were indifferent to light sources, would instinctively steer clear of the vicinity of the star crystal grass. More importantly, the star crystal grass only flourished near the pillar of star marrow. In other words, there might be a pillar of star marrow within that underground tunnel. This exclusive product of the reverse world was a crucial medium for ordinary individuals to ascend to a higher state, as well as the energy source required for the operation of every fortress. Merely discovering the pillar of star marrow would warrant a substantial contribution point. This was also why Qin Wu was willing to risk venturing deeper. It turned out that the numerical model of the eastern extension was correct. There indeed existed a pillar of star marrow here. Had they explored further at that time, the tale might have unfolded differently now. Tian Yang inhaled deeply within his helmet and ventured into the passage. The deeper he descended, the brighter the glow became, and when he set foot on solid ground, he was left awestruck by the sight before him. A towering tree emerged within the tunnel. It stood majestically, its trunk straight and its canopy lush. From its roots to its leaves, it radiated a silvery luminescence. That light was so pure that it dispelled the darkness, akin to a brilliant beacon on a stormy night, illuminating the despairing soul and rekindling the flame of hope. This light represented his aspiration for strength. Tian Yang extended his hand, his lips quivering, his heart racing with excitement as he approached it. Creak, creak, creak. A strange noise echoed from above the passage, a somewhat sharp sound, jarring Tian Yang's nerves and snapping him back to reality. He swiftly turned, raising his dagger, his knees slightly bent, adopting a combat stance. Something was approaching. Chapter 003, Master of the Star River. The pillar of star marrow, resembling a tree, emanated a silvery radiance that was despised by the denizens of darkness. Logically, one would expect that no residents from the reverse realm would venture close to this place. Yet the reverse realm itself was a world rife with uncertainties. What is deemed common knowledge is merely a theoretical framework established by scholars in the fortress after decades of exploration. However, the history of the reverse realm spans far beyond these mere decades. Therefore, deviations and even errors in common knowledge should not be a cause for alarm. Tian Yang faced the passage but retreated towards the star marrow pillar, the sacred silver glow bestowing upon the youth the courage to resist the darkness. At last, she appeared. Her long black hair floated like seaweed adrift in water, supported by an unknown force, radiating an intangible malice. Beneath that hair was the visage of a youthful and beautiful woman, with delicate, fair skin and features as graceful as flowing water. Her neck was long and straight, yet the area below her collar was concealed within a deep gray cloak enveloping her entire form. Her fingers, painted a pitch-black hue, gently scraped against the walls of the passage, producing the sound that Tian Yang had just heard. It was so close, just a fraction of a moment, and Tian Yang nearly believed he had collided with a human being. Yet, as she emerged beneath the silvery glow of the star pillar, a sudden puff of smoke rose from the beautiful, smooth face of the woman. A small strip of skin detached and fell to the ground, writhing incessantly, resembling a white maggot. Tian Yang was suddenly overcome with nausea. If that woman was composed of similar entities, then when her form disintegrated, the scene would likely transcend mere disgust. The creature, resembling a woman, cautiously retreated, revealing a face marred by burns. A milky white liquid flowed from the wound, quickly filling it, and the woman soon restored her appearance. She knew it. It gazed at the star marrow pillar with eyes filled with hatred, then extended a hand from the cloak, an exceptionally slender and exquisite hand. Yet, in the next moment, that hand transformed into something grotesque. The arm swelled first, then the muscles beneath the skin writhed, the complexion shifting from white to red. Ultimately, the skin ruptured, and the hand blossomed like an enraged flower. Yet, instead of delicate petals, it revealed tendrils of flesh entwined with blood. They pierced into the wall, tearing away the wall's covering, ripping down a concrete slab measuring about a meter in length and width. It crashed towards the star pillar. The stone flew like a cannonball, and Tian Yang instinctively dropped to the ground, hearing the muffled thud of the impact and the subsequent sound of debris scattering across the floor. The boy hurriedly glanced back at the star pillar, which had lost a small patch of bark, seeing that the damage to the pillar was trivial. The woman let out a maddening shriek, filled with venomous hatred, as though she and the star pillar were sworn enemies. Suddenly, she flung aside her cloak. Yet the body beneath was in stark contrast to her beautiful face. It was a horrific entity that existed only in nightmares. Terms like ugly or grotesque seemed utterly inadequate when faced with it. Tian Yang quickly diverted his gaze, unable to bear even a moment more of the sight. Fear coiled around his heart like a cold serpent. Even as he desperately tried to recall the details, he could only manage to remember that the body beneath the cloak bore hundreds of orifices. In his peripheral vision, he vaguely discerned wisps of mist, resembling venomous snakes, spewing forth from those orifices. The black mist contended with the silver glow of the star pillar for dominance over the passage. When the two forces clashed, the silver light danced within the black fog, akin to flashes of lightning within summer storm clouds. Then the black mist dissipated, and the silver light retreated, each force momentarily at a standstill. Gasping within his helmet, Tian Yang realized what he had encountered, the hundred-mouthed woman, alternatively known as the Harbinger of Black Mist. The Reverse Realm Safety Manual had mentioned this dark denizen, regarded as a moving plague, a human nightmare, an enemy of light. The Harbinger spread highly concentrated black mist, being one of the few dark creatures unafraid of the Star Pillar's radiance. Moreover, upon discovering the Star Marrow Pillar, they would act as foes, seeking every possible means to destroy it. Its danger level was rated as 3, and the assessment standards were based on the rank of sublimators. In other words, only sublimators of rank 3 and above could contend with the Harbinger. As for ordinary individuals, the manual's advice was to flee, if they could. Thus, regaining his senses, the boy turned and ran, but the nightmare refused to release him. Before he could navigate around the Star Pillar, Tian Yang felt a sudden force yank him down. He turned to look. The Harbinger extended a cluster of tendrils from the cloak, which were entwined with nerves and blood vessels, tightening around his left foot. No. Tian Yang sat up, attempting to slice through them with his dagger, but alas, the alloy knife, corroded by the Harbinger's fluids, had lost its sharpness. Moreover, the tendrils appeared soft yet were deceptively hard to the touch. The blade scraped against them, producing a sound that sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, the tendrils constricted, dragging Tian Yang forward, the loathsome body expanding in his vision. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not prevent himself from being drawn into the nightmare. Tian Yang found himself suspended in the air, his gaze level with the Harbinger's exquisite face. The woman parted her delicate lips, but instead of a tempting red tongue, she revealed a grotesquely enlarged mosquito proboscis. The black, syringe-like appendage lightly tapped against the visor of Tian Yang's helmet. The strong polyamide material, capable of withstanding immense pressure, bore a small fissure resembling ice cracks. Tian Yang's pupils dilated in fear, and with a faint sound, the deadly syringe pierced through the visor. There was no longer any barrier between him and the Harbinger. Instantly, his left eye was engulfed in darkness. With a sharp pain, the cold, slimy syringe penetrated his soft eyeball. The boy let out a heart-wrenching scream. And amidst the excruciating pain, rage replaced the fear in his remaining eye. Tian Yang gripped the dagger tightly and thrust it into one of the Harbinger's eyes. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Surprisingly, the Harbinger's eye was equally soft, and the blade sank in deeply. The woman's proboscis recoiled sharply, allowing Tian Yang to see that black mist was escaping from the syringe's tip, dissipating into the air. The boy's heart sank. What had the Harbinger injected into him when the syringe entered his eye? Before he could derive an answer, his body was flung into the air as the Harbinger, in pain, swung her tendrils, casting Tian Yang violently aside. He crashed against the Star Pillar, rolling down to the base of the great tree, collapsing onto the writhing, gnarled roots. Pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as though molten lava was injected into his skull, coursing between the grooves and lobes of his brain, incinerating everything in its path. The face within the helmet rapidly flushed crimson, and the eye punctured by the Harbinger bled a black, viscous fluid. Desperate, Tian Yang tore off his helmet, exposing himself to the air of the reverse realm. He clutched his temples, curling on the ground, emitting a cry of anguish. Dark veins gradually emerged on his face, spreading like some sinister pattern, exuding an aura of malevolence. The edge of his remaining eye socket slowly became tainted with black, enveloping his vision in an impenetrable darkness. Tian Yang felt himself sinking. The brief 17 years of his life replayed in a fleeting montage across the vast expanse of his consciousness. As consciousness teetered on the brink of darkness, the sorrowful gaze of his mother and the sinister grin of Qin Wu flickered incessantly in Tian Yang's mind. On one side lay the unbreakable bond of familial love, and on the other, a seething hatred that pierced to the core. These two emotions intertwined, heavy and burdensome, ultimately tugging at Tian Yang's nerves for one final time. Then, a thought emerged from the depths of his heart. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to perish. I refuse to succumb. I shall seek vengeance. A second thought surged forth, immeasurably potent, effortlessly overshadowing the previous one. This fervent obsession cleaved through the darkness like a razor, illuminating the path before the youth. A silver, sacred light, brimming with hope. He reached out, grasping it with all his might. As the Harbinger withdrew the dagger from his own eye with a tendril, blood cascading from the hollow socket, it turned its remaining eye towards the Star Pillar. The onslaught continued. It would not relent until this crystalline tree was utterly destroyed. Unbeknownst to it, beneath the Star Pillar, the young boy clutched the tree root tightly. Within the silvery glow emanating from that root, a faint luminescence seeped through the protective gloves, settling upon Tian Yang's fingers. Then, it was absorbed within. The youth's fingers began to glow gradually, as if the very essence of the cosmos resided within his flesh. Chapter 004. Mere Insects. How dare they be arrogant? Tian Yang beheld the light. Initially silver, it then transformed into orange, followed by red, and subsequently blue, black, and violet. A myriad of colors, bewildering and vivid, reminiscent of the masterpieces of Impressionist masters. Before long, all the colors merged into a radiant glow tinged with a hint of crimson, akin to the hues of twilight. Within that dusky luminescence, a magnificent river of stars emerged, a celestial stream composed of countless stars spanning the horizon. Tian Yang strained his eyes, yet the origin and conclusion of this starry river remained elusive. Behind this river, concealed within the diaphanous glow of dusk, lay a profound shadow. Its outline was indistinct, yet it was unmistakably humanoid in form. But if it were indeed a person, it was unfathomably colossal. The stars before it appeared as mere grains of sand. Whether it was an illusion or not, Tian Yang felt as though the shadow stirred, raising its arm. Soon, he realized this was no mere figment. The shadow's arm traversed the starry river, causing countless stars to vanish into its depths. The once resplendent river of stars now bore an inexplicable void. That hand extended towards Tian Yang, its approach simultaneously slow and swift. The distance between them stretching across billions of star paths, yet rendered infinitesimally short beneath that hand's influence. As it neared, a single finger emerged, eclipsing Tian Yang's entire field of vision. No longer could he see the river of stars or the twilight glow. All that remained was an overwhelming darkness. Strangely, Tian Yang felt no fear, but rather an anticipation to make contact. As that finger, immense enough to overshadow even planets, drew closer, he discerned that within the shadow, more stars flickered. This shadow appeared to be a universe unto itself, a universe rushing forth. Then, gently, it encountered the boy. In that moment of collision, Tian Yang felt his mind expand, an inundation of information flooding in like a torrential river, nearly overwhelming him. Ethereal whispers filled his ears, as if voices from another universe echoed within. He could not comprehend their meaning, yet merely listening to these sounds delivered an incomprehensible impact upon his senses. At that moment, within the tunnel, the entity assaulting the star essence pillar abruptly ceased its attack. This grotesque creature recoiled as if startled, the violent air currents it generated producing sharp howls within the tunnel. Just moments before, it had sensed a colossal presence of will descending upon it. The weight of this will was so immense that even a mere brush from its periphery incited the creature with an urge for self-dissolution. In human terms, self-dissolution equates to suicide. The entity preferred annihilation to confronting this will, fortunate that the focus of that will was not upon it, but rather on the young human boy. As the entity realized this, it noticed Tian Yang grasping one of the roots of the star essence pillar. At this instant, the silver glow transmitted by the pillar coursed through Tian Yang's veins, nerves, and every cell within him. It soon encountered the black mist injected into his body by the entity, a substance capable of corrupting living beings and transforming them into horrific new life forms ensnared by darkness. Yet now, as the silver glow clashed with the black mist, the two opposing forces clashed violently upon the battleground of the boy's body, each collision wreaking havoc on his fragile form. The delicate human body could scarcely withstand the tumult of these two forces. The silver glow, initially guided by instinct, would recklessly obliterate the opposing black army, indifferent to Tian Yang's survival. However, the consciousness that observed Tian Yang subtly detached a nearly imperceptible signal, merging it with the silver glow enveloping the boy's body. Like a masterful commander maintaining pressure against the black mist, it allocated part of the silver glow to mend the damaged cells, tissues, organs, and bones. The silvery luminescence silently liquefied, enveloping the injured parts like a layer of mercury, forming a biological matrix to repair and fortify. Tian Yang's black hair began to transform, starting from the roots, gradually shifting to a silvery hue. In the blink of an eye, the boy's hair had turned entirely silver, each strand emanating a faint, misty glow. Within that internal battlefield, the black mist gradually succumbed, the silver glow advancing relentlessly, scattering, cleaving, and devouring it. Consequently, the dark veins upon the boy's face began to subside, and even his skin appeared smoother and more refined than before. Just when victory seemed imminent for the silver glow, the last and most concentrated, deeply hued dark mist, no larger than a fingernail, was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the silvery army. Suddenly, it condensed to a nanoscale, forming an emblem resembling a black goat skull. It flickered and then vanished. This symbol was far too minuscule, and the will had only detached a fragmentary signal into Tian Yang's body, thus it went unnoticed. As the silver glow fully enveloped Tian Yang, a series of data coursed through his mind, signals indecipherable to humanity. If one were to describe them in human language, they would convey the following messages. Will data download complete. Beginning integration with the host's deeper consciousness. Comprehensive assessment complete. Host damage at 57. Repair initiated. Progress at 46. Threat signal detected. Threat level 3. Recommended elimination. Given the host's temporary loss of functionality, puppet system activated. Mental integration commencing. 10, 20, 30. 100. Tian Yang suddenly lifted his head, the last remaining eye of the boy abruptly opening, revealing flecks of starlight within the originally deep brown irises. He gradually propped himself up, akin to a newborn infant, unsteady and wavering. Yet, the entity continued to retreat, sensing a threat. Although Tian Yang still appeared human, instinctively, the entity was wildly reminded that beneath that human facade lay something entirely different, mysterious, enigmatic, and formidable. The entity emitted a piercing scream, its tentacles launching forth with the kinetic energy akin to that of heavy artillery shells. Mere insects, how dare they be arrogant? Tian Yang murmured, swaying his body, raising his hand as silvery radiance surged forth from his protective attire. The energy surging within him ignited his right eye, illuminating it with dazzling starlight. He swept his hand sideways. In an instant, a barrier as thin as parchment materialized between Tian Yang and the entity. This expansive screen partitioned the tunnel, adorned with a lattice of rhombuses. The entity's tentacles crashed violently against the barrier. Those capable of piercing armor were repelled, bursting apart in a cascade of energy sparks. For the first time, this dark creature experienced a sense of helplessness and impotence. Chapter 005, Awakening. The Avenger. With a failed strike, the tendrils of the Harbinger were retracted. Tian Yang arched his body, lowering his center of gravity, adopting a running stance. As he leaned forward, the world around him blurred into a vibrant tapestry of colors, tunnels, walls, star pillars, all transformed in the eyes of the young man. When he came to a halt, he found himself facing the back of the Harbinger. The expression on the dark denizen's female visage was vacant. Just moments ago, the boy across had vanished. Just as she intended to search for Tian Yang's form, her entire being jolted. A jet of blood erupted from beneath her cloak, coalescing into a blade-like shape, seemingly governed by some arcane force. After a brief pause, the binding power over the blood dissipated, allowing the viscous, oil-like crimson to cascade onto the ground. A hand, shaped like a knife, burst forth from the Harbinger's chest. It was Tian Yang's hand. The boy appeared behind the dark denizen, and with one strike, he pierced through the Harbinger's form. However, this grievous injury inflicted upon the human body was inconsequential to the Harbinger. It extended its tendrils, embedding them into the tunnel walls. With a sudden jerk, it pulled itself free from Tian Yang's grasp. The tendrils, elastic as rubber, stretched infinitely, propelling the Harbinger to the apex of the tunnel. The enigmatic creature then contracted sharply, its flesh and tissues folding incessantly, increasing in density. In the blink of an eye, the Harbinger reformed into a perfect sphere. The cloak slipped away, and with the tendrils acting as supports, it launched itself like a projectile. The sphere expelled a dense black mist, enveloping its surface like flames. The dark fireball descended at high speed, yet Tian Yang had already evaded with a sudden shift, allowing the infernal sphere to crash into the ground. The tunnel shook violently as if struck by a cannon, the ground fracturing in pieces, with sand and stones erupting like a geyser, transformed into obsidian shards by a wave of black energy. The boy appeared beside the star marrow pillar, and as Tian Yang placed his hand upon the trunk, his fingers easily pressed into the solid crystal. When he lifted his hand again, he drew forth a substantial piece of star marrow crystal. Under some guiding influence, these crystals rapidly fused together, forming a crystalline longsword that connected seamlessly with Tian Yang's palm. With a gentle press of his hand, he swept across the sword. Within the crystal, fine strands of light began to illuminate. As the dark fireball extended its tendrils once more, rising upward, the crystalline longsword, now radiating brilliantly, was ready. From a distance, the boy appeared as if he commanded the galaxy. The dark flames roared, gathering strength, launching forth with great velocity. Tian Yang slightly raised his head, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, chillingly serene. The boy lifted his sword, and the galaxy swept across the tunnel, igniting a silver beam of light. This beam cleaved the tunnel in twain, slicing through the dark mist sphere with precision down to the millimeter. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The black mist enveloping the sphere parted at the touch of the silver light, revealing the core encased within. The silver line glided over the sphere, penetrating into the wall of the tunnel beyond. The sphere, with a surface tougher than any alloy and a heart resembling that of a human, silently split apart as if severed by iron wires. Instantly, a surge of blood erupted from the surface of the sphere. The organ at its center, which had emitted an orange glow, began to flicker like a candle in a tempest, rapidly extinguishing. This organ was the Harbinger's will prison. With the shattering of this prison, the life of the dark denizen was definitively concluded. The fragmented sphere rolled to the ground, sliding several meters, leaving behind a trail of dark blood that resembled thick ink. Meanwhile, the area where the silver line had penetrated the wall still reverberated with a deep, rumbling sound. Peering through the cracks in the wall revealed that the silver light, like a tide, continued to push forward into the darkness. After traveling an indeterminate distance, the energy of the silver light ultimately dissipated. In the future, if anyone were to excavate the city's foundation, they would discover a fault line stretching for miles near the tunnel. The flesh and blood of the Harbinger began to rot and decompose. Within mere seconds, only a pool of black, mold-like substance remained on the ground. With a crackling sound, fragments of crystal fell away, crumbling into dust. In Tian Yang's eyes, the stars dimmed. The energy coursing through him, as tumultuous as a river, began to recede. Along with it, the foreign signal that had invaded his being lightly brushed against his nerves before retreating back to its source, transmitting a message: ascend, evolve, grow. My apostle. As the final syllable escaped his lips, the boy collapsed to the ground, akin to a marionette after its performance. Time passed, though how long was uncertain, before Tian Yang groaned softly, awakening slowly. He sat up, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Scanning his surroundings, he noted the remnants of destruction scattered about. The youth was astonished, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. Yet, amidst the chaos, he felt a sense of relief at the absence of the Harbinger. Surviving an encounter with a level 3 danger, such a stroke of luck was indeed fortuitous. Wait. Suddenly, Tian Yang recalled that before his consciousness faded, it felt as though the Harbinger had injected something into him. Hastily, he removed his protective gear for a thorough examination, only to find no anomalies, except for a new pattern on the back of his right hand. It depicted a vague hand formed from black mist, grasping a crescent-shaped scythe. At the blade's edge was a symbol, I. What could this mean? As this thought surfaced in his mind, a cold, emotionless voice echoed in his ear. This is the emblem of the Avengers class. Startled, Tian Yang looked around. Who is it? Who speaks? No one replied. Avenger? Class? As he pondered these two keywords, fragments of information surfaced in his consciousness. Avenger class level 1. Assassin ability. Weakness sensation. Instant kill ascension progress. 14 next class. Eradicator. Silence enveloped the tunnel. Tian Yang stood motionless beside the star pillar, as if a statue. Waves of shock surged within him. Have I become an ascendant? Avenger class? This type does not seem to exist within the current classes published by the Fortress. Could it be a new class? Ascendant. Ascendant. Haha. The youth could not contain a burst of laughter, quickly stifling it, for he did not wish to attract any more mysterious beings with his mirth. Yet, he could not help but revel in his elation. After all, the identity of Ascendant signified boundless possibilities. Among these possibilities, it would afford Tian Yang a completely new life, a better life for his mother, and the chance to seek justice from Qin Wu, who held a status of nobility. The challenges that had once plagued him now appeared trivial in the light of the title Ascendant. Chapter 006. I have returned Beacon Outpost. This is one of the few outposts within the 127th Reverse Realm, constructed for the exploration of 3 cities and numerous towns within a 500-kilometer radius. The purpose of the outpost is to facilitate personnel rest, medical treatment, and resource replenishment. Strategically built beneath a dam, the outpost is elevated by 50 meters, housing a large-scale water purification system that supplies daily water needs. Additionally, in the event of a large-scale attack, the dam's floodgates can be detonated to create an artificial deluge. Fortunately, in the decades since the establishment of the Beacon Outpost, this drastic defensive measure has yet to be employed. Within the heavy blast doors of the outpost's entrance, 2 defensive towers flanked the sides, each equipped with high-powered searchlights that tirelessly scan the trenches ahead. With the aid of an intelligent electronic system, each tower requires only 1 soldier to man it. At this moment, in the left tower, a soldier clad in dark full-body armor stifled a yawn, thanks to the filtration and purification systems within the tower. Designed to prevent the infiltration of black mist, the soldier was unencumbered by a helmet. This was one of the few perks of working in the tower. The communicator embedded in his armor flickered, signaling a message on the private channel. "How's it going, Weibo? You haven't dozed off, have you?" The soldier, named Weibo, chuckled in response. "Just 10 minutes ago, I took a quick nap. Goodness, the monotony of tower duty is driving me to despair. I should have applied to join the Night Stalker Exploration Corps. Spare me, you're a civilian. Your father wouldn't want you to take such risks. Who in their right mind would voluntarily join the Night Stalkers, except for the outcasts and madmen?" Just as Weibo was about to retort, an alert flashed on the computer screen, indicating a warning signal, the presence of dark denizens approaching the base. Damn it! Weibo sprang to his feet, fingers dancing rapidly across the virtual keyboard, and a holographic window opened before him. The window displayed the open area in front of the outpost's entrance, revealing several staggering figures. Although the insufficient light obscured their exact features, the distorted limbs and the grayish-white flames flickering from their chests made it evident they were mere wanderers. The soldier sighed in relief. A few wanderers posed no real threat. Since the outpost's inception, the area was rarely visited by dark denizens, but occasionally, a few oblivious creatures would wander in. However, Weibo's relief was short-lived as he noticed, trailing behind the wanderers, a vehicle. Its flimsy exterior bore no weapons. Just 4 tires, which appeared to be deflating. This was unmistakably a vehicle commonly seen in the Reverse Realm cities. Rumor had it that the design inspiration for the first wheeled vehicles came from the scrap metal found in those cities. Weibo rubbed his eyes, questioning his vision. After all, such vehicles should lack sufficient power to move. He soon discovered the reason. It was the Wanderers. Someone had chained these grotesque beings with iron chains the size of a man's arm. The other end of the chain was fastened to the vehicle's bumper, compelling the Wanderers to act as laborers, pulling the car along. As the Wanderers were not livestock, they could not be driven with whips. Instead, lanterns were suspended on either side of the vehicle, each containing a star crystal grass. The radiant glow of the star crystal grass instinctively repelled the Wanderers, resulting in the peculiar scene displayed in the holographic window. Weibo couldn't help but express his admiration for this ingenious concept. Just then, the defensive tower received a communication. "Tower, do you read me? This is Tian Yang from Collection Team 4, Soldier Code 1507, requesting entry into the base. Oh, and please inform the experimental department. I have several live Wanderer specimens for them to collect." Leaning out of the car window, Tian Yang repeated his message with a standard communicator. The communicator crackled to life, delivering a somewhat frantic response. "Tower acknowledges. Commencing identity verification. Please hold." Moments later, the outpost's blast doors swung open, and several base vehicles approached, including 2 specimen transport vehicles from the experimental department. The Wanderers were received, and Tian Yang handed over the star crystal grass he had collected. As for the star pillar from the tunnel, he could not bring it back himself, but had marked its location on the map. Submitting this map would also be a significant contribution. Wanderers, star crystal grass, star pillar map. These 3 items would earn Tian Yang a commendable 4,000 contribution points. In the fortress, 1,000 contribution points could sustain a family of 3 comfortably for an entire year. Therefore, after registering Tian Yang's contributions, the recording officer regarded the youth with a hint of envy. "Your left eye appears injured. I suggest you visit the medical center. Moreover, since you've just returned, you must undergo a full-body examination. It would also be prudent to report to a superior officer afterward." After uploading Tian Yang's information to the base system, the officer responsible for base defenses offered this advice. Tian Yang then voiced his request. "Sir, I wish to meet with the Night Stalker commander." The base officer paused. "I'm afraid the commander won't make a special trip for a mere collection team member, even if you've brought back a substantial haul." Tian Yang pointed to his own nose. "Perhaps you noticed I am not wearing a helmet. Yes, I am now an ascender. Furthermore, my awakened class has not been disclosed in the fortress's information. Perhaps the commander might find this intriguing." "You mean a brand new class? Goodness. Apologies." The officer finally relented. "Very well. I will arrange for a soldier to take you to the hospital. As for your request, I will report it to Night Stalker headquarters. Whether the commander will meet you is beyond my purview." "That will suffice, thank you." A base vehicle escorted Tian Yang through the blast doors. Peering out the window, the youth observed supply transport vehicles heading toward the storage facilities. 2 Falcon Rapid Assault vehicles passed nearby, preparing to depart the base. Such vehicles were standard for the Night Stalkers, and he wondered which team was embarking on a new exploration mission. In the distance, on the base's training grounds, several humanoid weapons were engaged in combat training, developed to compensate for the numerical disadvantage of the Ascenders. The outpost remained as vibrant as ever, its personnel resembling a diligent ant colony, tirelessly and efficiently exploring this world. Retracting his gaze, Tian Yang murmured softly, "I have returned." Chapter 007. Prelude to Revenge. At the Outpost Base's Diagnostic Center, Tian Yang lay upon an automated examination bed, enveloped by a pristine white medical diagnostic apparatus. Under the meticulous control of mechanical arms, a comprehensive examination of the youth was conducted, lasting 15 minutes. Upon conclusion, the diagnostic device retracted into the ceiling, transferring the gathered data onto the personal control panel of the attending physician. The panel, resembling a sheet of silver foil, displayed Tian Yang's bodily information. After a thorough review, the physician folded the panel into a card-sized form and casually stowed it away in their pocket. A gentle smile graced the face of the female doctor, her silky black hair framing her features. "Your indicators are all normal, with no signs of contamination from the black mist. However, your left eye's vitreous has been completely damaged, and I will need to perform an extraction surgery shortly." Tian Yang covered his left cheek. "Is there no way to repair it?" The physician replied apologetically. "The damage exceeds 70%, and numerous nerves are affected. This injury is irreversible. Of course, you could utilize a medical 3D printer to obtain a brand new eyeball, but that would need to be done at the Fortress's medical center and comes at a steep cost. Alternatively, you might apply for work-related injury recognition from your department, which could provide some compensation. At the very least, an electronic prosthetic eye should be feasible." An electronic eye? Tian Yang pondered, considering that once his contribution points were allocated, acquiring a fully functional tactical electronic eye should not pose an issue. With a soft whoosh, the automated door of the diagnostic center opened, and an individual entered. His flaxen, tousled hair shimmered with a chestnut hue under the light, framing a youthful yet ruggedly handsome face marked by a subtle weariness. A pair of simple, clear glasses perched upon his straight nose, behind which gleamed a sharp and piercing gaze. Clad in a dark officer's uniform adorned with a silver insignia depicting a crescent moon and a traveler, the emblem of the Night Wanderer Exploration Corps. "Ah, General Ling. What brings you here?" The female doctor's face radiated surprise, her eyes betraying unmasked admiration. The young man inclined his head slightly. "Apologies, doctor. Might I have a moment alone with him?" The doctor, reluctant yet understanding, cast a lingering glance before exiting the diagnostic center. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ling Feng, Chief of Staff of the Night Wanderers." Tian Yang hastily leaped from the bed, fist clenched to his chest. "I am Tian Yang, a soldier of the collection team. Honored to meet you, sir." Ling Feng's gaze fell upon the insignia on the back of the boy's hand, and he spoke with a calm demeanor. "The commander is not at the Lighthouse Base, so I am here to meet you. You mentioned you have awakened a new profession?" "Indeed, sir. The profession I have awakened is called Avenger," Tian Yang proclaimed loudly. Ling Feng raised a hand, adjusting his glasses. "Avenger? I have not heard of such a title. Can it harness the star essence?" "Star essence is a vital energy within enhancers, essential for utilizing their abilities. I'm still not very adept. It may take some time," the boy replied, somewhat shyly. Ling Feng stepped back 2 paces. "Show me." Tian Yang nodded, closing his eyes as he concentrated on the power within him. Moments later, a glimmer of light escaped from his hair, resembling stardust. The insignia on the back of his hand, depicting a dark flame-wielding scythe, began to radiate a palpable aura, akin to a living entity. A unique energy surrounded the boy, one that Ling Feng had not encountered in other enhancers before. Moreover, the insignia was unprecedented. Its activation by star essence indicated authenticity. The chief of staff spoke softly. "That will suffice. I now believe you have awakened a brand new profession. Now tell me, what is your purpose in wanting to meet the commander?" Tian Yang opened his eyes, his expression earnest. "I wish to join the Night Wanderers." Ling Feng replied succinctly, "No problem. The Night Wanderers welcome every enhancer. I will have my aide arrange your onboarding paperwork. You will receive your notification within 48 hours. "No, sir. I hope to become a member of the Night Wanderers immediately and obtain all rights of an enhancer, such as citizen status." Ling Feng's expression hardened. "I can fulfill your requests, but the processing will take time." Tian Yang stood his ground. Perhaps this new profession, Avenger, can expedite the process. If the Night Wanderers cannot accommodate this, the Storm Legion, Iron Wall Guard, or the Church of War may be able to assist. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint reflecting in them. "Soldier, are you threatening me?" Tian Yang clenched his teeth, bracing against the palpable aura of menace emanating from the young man before him. "I am merely stating a fact, sir. A new profession, complete with its classification information and ability diagram. With these, the Night Wanderers could certainly apply for more financial support. Compared to that, my modest request is trivial." Ling Feng remained silent. Tian Yang stood resolutely. The atmosphere in the diagnostic center grew tense. After several breaths, Ling Feng finally spoke. Why the urgency to obtain all this?" Tian Yang clenched his fists, a flicker of resentment gleaming in his eyes. I have my reasons, sir. This is a prelude to revenge, and such matters need not be reported. The fewer who know, the better. Ling Feng did not oppose him. All right. You are now a member of the Night Wanderers, with citizen status and all associated rights. I am the guarantee of this. Tian Yang saluted. Thank you, sir. Ling Feng nodded. I will provide you with specific arrangements shortly. For now, rest. And about your new profession, refrain from discussing it with others. It would be best to conceal that insignia. As he exited the diagnostic center, Ling Feng glanced back at the youth within. The emergence of a new profession could send shockwaves throughout the Golden Council and the four great churches. You underestimate your own value. You could have made more demands. Since the first enhancer emerged, a millennium has passed. In that time, 9 professions have come into existence. Countless battles throughout history have demonstrated the existence of counterbalancing relationships between professions. Each fortress city, due to resource constraints, has focused on nurturing different professions. Consequently, the diplomatic focus and strategic layout of a fortress are often adjusted according to the enhancer professions at their disposal. The emergence of a new profession signifies a potential upheaval in the established order. Historically, there have been instances where the introduction of a new profession reshuffled the global dynamics. Now, the 10th profession has appeared. Through research and observation, understanding its classification and ability diagram would reveal which professions it counters. If utilized wisely, an enhancer who awakens this new profession could become a formidable deterrent. It would serve as a significant bargaining chip in the fortress's diplomatic dealings. However, as Tian Yang has only recently awakened, this fledgling must be protected and nurtured to grow into a towering figure. Upon returning to his office, Ling Feng dispatched an encrypted message to his superior. He then convened with those who had interacted with Tian Yang, issuing a gag order. The fewer who are privy to the new profession, the better, especially the Church of War. Ling Feng wished to keep the boy distanced from the church, which harbored a deep interest in enhancers and the various mysteries of the reverse realm. Chapter 008. Infinite Possibilities. The Black Bullet Bar served as one of the few entertainment venues within the outpost, albeit exclusively for officers, specifically those of upper-class status. Thus, when Tian Yang approached the entrance, he was unsurprisingly halted. The bar's location within the living quarters of the base meant that protective gear was unnecessary. After departing from the diagnostic center, the young man had changed into civilian attire, and the attending physician had thoughtfully provided him with a black eye mask. Tian Yang had also donned a pair of fingerless gloves to conceal his rank insignia. Upon being stopped, he produced a silver card engraved with the Nightwalker emblem and a character representing Ling. This card symbolized Ling Feng's authority and had been delivered to him by Ling Feng's aide following his ocular surgery. With this card in hand, the young man was assured of his rights. He utilized it to acquire the information he sought. Upon seeing the card, the bartender, who worked part-time at the bar, quickly saluted Tian Yang and led him inside. The bar was bustling, filled with upper-class officers mingling in small groups, their laughter echoing throughout the space. Given its nature as a military establishment, music and dancers were conspicuously absent. When the bartender inquired about Tian Yang's drink preference, he declined, stating he was not there to drink, but rather to seek someone out. As he entered the bar, he quickly spotted his target, Qingwu. That unscrupulous captain was seated at the bar with 2 companions, boasting loudly. The situation was dire at that moment, with about 20 or 30 wanderers approaching from the corridor. I had no choice but to stay back and cover, allowing my subordinates to escape. Unfortunately, we lost one in the end. Qingwu lamented, a rookie, just 17, such a pity. Despite his words of regret, a smirk graced his face as he lifted his mug and took a hearty swig of ale. Is that truly the case? I've heard it said that Captain Qingwu intentionally shot the rookie in the leg to draw the wanderer's attention, allowing him to escape. A voice interjected unexpectedly. Qingwu, already somewhat inebriated, glared furiously. Who the hell is spouting nonsense here? His gaze then fell upon the seated Tian Yang. Qingwu paused, astonished. It's you? You're alive. Tian Yang smiled. Thanks to the captain, I have returned. The 2 officers beside Qingwu exchanged glances and discreetly stepped aside, removing any barriers between the young man and the captain. With an ominous expression, Qingwu admonished, how did you manage to get in here? Since you're back, you should rest for a couple of days and refrain from wandering about. Especially, keep your mouth shut. Tian Yang reached into his pocket, retrieving a small chip and placing it on the bar. The captain should be aware that our helmets are equipped with recording devices. How fortunate that it captured your actions. If I were to submit it to the base committee, I wonder if I might procure some justice for myself. Qingwu's expression darkened as he lunged for the chip, crushing it in his hand. Now get out, he spat, pointing toward the exit. Tian Yang remained steadfast, even requesting a glass of water, which the bartender hesitated to provide. It was clear to all that the young man was deliberately provoking the upper-class officer. "Are you refusing my hospitality and seeking punishment instead?" Qingwu gestured. And soon the bar's doors and windows were sealed. Outside, no one would know what transpired within. Qingwu sneered, "Kid, don't play games with me. You have two choices. Leave quietly and pretend nothing happened, and I'll act as if this never occurred. Alternatively, I can leave you with a lasting reminder, a stay in the hospital for several months. Then I'll toss you into prison. Don't doubt my capabilities. Oh, and your mother. She visited when you enlisted. She's still young and quite lovely. Perhaps she'd be willing to make some deals to help her pitiful son." At this, Qingwu chuckled, sharing a knowing glance with his companions. Anger flickered in Tian Yang's eyes as he retorted, "Qingwu, you violated battlefield ethics by shooting your own team members, leaving me to die. Yet, you refuse to take responsibility and instead threaten me. Do you not hold the fortress laws in any regard?" Qingwu gazed at him mockingly. "It seems you misunderstand. The fortress laws are designed to protect those of our class. You, living in the lower city, are akin to a rat in a gutter, a cockroach in a trash bin. When have you ever heard of laws protecting rats and cockroaches? You, the lowly, do not even have the right to a surname, yet you dare speak of laws? It's laughable. Let me tell you, your toil and struggles throughout your life merely serve to enhance our existence. Your contributions and value ultimately become the foundation for our elevation. Feel free to be angry, to vent your frustrations, but regretfully, nothing you do will change this. Your fate was sealed the moment you were born. So, do you still wish to discuss laws with me?" The bar fell silent. Some officers wore expressions of discontent, evidently disagreeing with Qingwu's elitist rhetoric. Yet, no one would step forward for a lower-class soldier. That was simply the way of the world. Tian Yang regarded Qingwu's smug visage and suddenly found even the wanderers more endearing than him. He leapt from the tall stool, hands in his pockets. "I initially believed that if you could acknowledge your faults and accept the consequences of the law, it would benefit us both. It appears I was naive. Indeed, the weak are not entitled to voice their opinions. Thank you for enlightening me. I shall not make the same mistake again." As Tian Yang strode toward the exit, he cast a glance at a recording device in the corner of the bar. "Stop." As expected, Qingwu's voice boomed from behind him. Drawing a loaded pistol, Qingwu advanced. Turning Tian Yang to face him, gun aimed at his forehead. "Did I say you could leave? Oh, am I not permitted to leave?" The young man displayed no fear, which unsettled Qingwu. "How dare this lowly being challenge me? If you wish to depart, then kneel and lick my shoes clean, and I may consider letting you go." A slight smile crept across Tian Yang's lips. "You are insulting my dignity." Qingwu laughed heartily. "If I so desired, I could toss you into a dark cell where the perverts will show you what true hell is." Tian Yang nodded. "I'm pleased to hear you say that." "What?" Qingwu hesitated slightly. A glint of light emanated from Tian Yang's silver hair. "Have you heard of the 3 fundamental laws of the fortress? They supersede the fortress laws, one of which states, transcenders are inviolable. Regardless of individual or group status, no one may attack a transcender in any form, including provocation, harm, or words. Moreover, when their life is threatened, transcenders possess the right to retaliate without restraint." As Tian Yang's words echoed, a cold flash sliced across Qingwu's wrist. The latter's pupils dilated in disbelief as he looked at his gun-wielding hand, now severed from his body. In Tian Yang's grasp gleamed a dagger. Only then did Qingwu notice the faint glow surrounding the young man, a manifestation of the stellar essence within him. The dagger swung once more. Qingwu felt a chill at his neck, reached out to touch it, and opened his palm to reveal a crimson stain. He staggered backward, his throat producing a guttural sound. Yet he could not utter a single word. Ultimately, he collapsed in despair, his eyes wide open in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend that Tian Yang had dared to take his life. It was then that the young man spoke. "Allow me to clarify. Life is replete with boundless possibilities. No one's fate is predetermined." This time, Qingwu found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Just as he turned to leave, a stirring sensation coursed through Tian Yang's mind. Suddenly, he received a piece of data regarding the hierarchy, revealing a subtle shift. Chapter 009. The Game of Capital Outpost of the Nightwalkers, Command Center. As the automatic door slid open, Ling Feng, engrossed in a report, lifted his gaze to see his aide, Lin Yang, a middle-aged man in his 40s, entering with a wry smile. Ling Feng adjusted his glasses slightly. "Let me guess. That young man has caused some trouble?" Lin Yang couldn't help but admire his superior's insight. "Not exactly trouble, just rather astonishing." Oh, Ling Feng's interest piqued. "It must be something remarkable if it has surprised you." "He hasn't confronted his former captain, has he? To be precise, He has killed his former captain. Lin Yang activated an interface on the wall, transforming it into a projection screen. The scene displayed was that of a bar, revealing two pivotal figures, Tian Yang and Qin Wu. After watching the entire ordeal, a rare smile graced Ling Feng's lips. Though not flawless, it is sufficiently meticulous. It appears he sought the identities of the Nightwalkers and the upper class as a pretext for revenge. Lin Yang ruffled his hair, pondering. His thoughts are quite intricate, yet his ambitions are limited. He has ascended to a higher realm. Why quibble with a mere squad leader? If he wished for vengeance, why not follow the proper channels? Ling Feng clasped his hands beneath his chin, contemplating. I beg to differ. It is precisely because he has ascended that he should act in this manner. Lin Yang, taken aback, inquired, why is that, chiefling? An ascendant must not err. Ling Feng's gaze turned icy, embodying the ironclad rules of the fortress. If that young man were merely an ordinary individual, the disparity in their identities and status would render his fixation on revenge foolish, even if he succeeded. For soon, he would face an even greater and more ferocious storm. Yet now, as an ascendant, and having been schemed against by Qin Wu, if he were to adhere to conventional procedures, how would others perceive him? If he were to be manipulated, it could jeopardize the position of ascendants within the fortress. Over the years, numerous voices have questioned whether such extensive resources should continue to be allocated to ascendants. Lin Yang scoffed. Those fools who merely sit in their offices cannot comprehend that only ascendants can suppress high-level dark denizens. Ling Feng's attention returned to the screen, focusing on the young man who had executed a swift throat-cutting. For this reason, the dignity of ascendants must be upheld. Today's incident serves as a warning to certain individuals. No matter your status, if you are not an ascendant, you shall not be trifled with. A chill ran down Lin Yang's spine as he surmised that this young chief of staff intended to leverage this incident to his advantage. That young man likely did not anticipate that his actions would become capital in the upper echelons of the game. Tian Yang was indeed oblivious. He merely knew that after exiting the bar, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite his previously calm demeanor while casually discussing murder, he was, in truth, extremely anxious. The stratified society of the fortress had long instilled in him one undeniable truth. The status of the upper class is unassailable. At least, that was the case for those like him, the lower class. Yet just moments ago, he had slain a member of the upper class. The scenario unfolded precisely as he had envisioned, and now, Tian Yang felt an exhilarating sense of breaking the rules and constraints. Simultaneously, he acutely sensed the superiority of ascendants. In the bar, many upper-class officers had not dared to challenge him, a notion that would have been inconceivable previously. Those haughty individuals of the upper class, when he cast his gaze upon them, lowered their heads in deference. This bestowed upon the young man a peculiar sensation of having the world beneath his feet. His nerves buzzed with a cocktail of tension and exhilaration, rendering him oblivious to how he had returned to the accommodations of the gathering team. After sitting on his single bed for 5 minutes, he finally calmed down, recalling that prior to leaving the bar, his rank information seemed to have changed. As this thought surfaced, a series of details crystallized in his mind. Avenger rank I, assassin ability, weakness perception, instantaneous kill ascension progress, 25 next rank, eradicator. Tian Yang immediately grasped the significance. His ascension progress had surged by an astonishing 11%. What could account for this? To his knowledge, ascendants must enhance the concentration of star essence to advance. Now that he had become an ascendant, Tian Yang understood this more intricately. The concentration of star essence directly correlates to the progress of ascension. To elevate this concentration, the conventional method is through combat. During battles, star essence is mobilized and consumed, subsequently replenished through cellular regeneration, allowing the concentration to gradually rise. Alternatively, one could absorb the energy of the star essence pillar, but the pillar itself is a vital resource. Even though ascendants are irreplaceable for every fortress city, the supply of star pillars is not something to be squandered. From the information gleaned, it was evident that the concentration of star essence should increase gradually, rather than experiencing a sudden spike of 11% as Tian Yang had. This was indeed outrageous. Tian Yang narrowed his eyes. Could it be related to his quest for vengeance? This was the only plausible explanation. Coupling this with his rank, the likelihood increased. If this were indeed the case, then each rank must possess its specific methods for significantly enhancing star essence concentration. Ascendants hold numerous secrets. Even in this age of super-information, some secrets remain undisclosed. At the very least, the Tian Yang of yesterday, as a member of the lower class, lacked the privilege to be privy to such knowledge. Bang! The dormitory door was abruptly swung open, and the pungent odor of alcohol rushed in, invading Tian Yang's nostrils. The overwhelming stench of cheap liquor. The young man wrinkled his nose. He detested such a scent, especially when mingled with the stench of sweat. The two aromas clashed unpleasantly. You didn't die? The voice of Dong Yen, a team member, broke through, accompanied by another colleague, each holding a bottle of liquor. It appeared they had just returned from the holiday time bar, which was exclusively for soldiers. Tian Yang shrugged. So surprised? The two soldiers exchanged glances. Dong Yen kicked the door shut. Does the captain know you're back? Another soldier asked, his face tense. Tian Yang replied nonchalantly. You can ask him yourself. The soldier was met with a face full of dust, his expression flickering with displeasure. Dong Yen forced a smile. Tian Yang, we're all glad you're back. Leaving you behind was not our choice. You want to report us, will you? Tian Yang smiled in return. What do you think? Dong Yen's smile vanished instantly. Tian Yang, one must know their place. Since you're alive, let us just forget this matter. Alive, so it can be overlooked? Tian Yang shook his head. If I were to beat you to the brink of death, would you likewise overlook it? So you will definitely report us, right? Dong Yen's tone turned menacing. Tian Yang corrected him. To be precise, this matter is likely already known to the higher-ups. The incident of me eliminating Qin Wu in the bar has probably spread, and the upper echelons have no reason to remain ignorant. However, the Nightwalkers will surely address this issue, which is why I sought to join them upon my return. I need a safeguard. Dong Yen and his companion's expressions shifted dramatically. Although Qin Wu was the mastermind, they had failed to intervene, and according to the fortress's laws, they were complicit. They could potentially face expulsion from the military or even imprisonment, which would spell the end of their lives. The thought of this ignited a fierce light in their eyes. They exchanged a knowing glance, then approached the young man sitting by the bed in unison. New recruits, this predicament is of your own making. Dong Yen's expression was ferocious. Regardless, I care not for imprisonment. An additional charge upon my shoulders makes little difference. Another individual concurred. Tian Yang was acutely aware of their intentions. I advise you to retreat while there is still time. Trust me, this is for your own good. Oh, is that so? Regrettably, they paid no heed to Tian Yang's warning. Just as a violent altercation seemed imminent, the dormitory door was abruptly thrust open, and a gasp resounded from outside. What do you intend to do? Chapter 010. Sky Fortress. Outside the gates stood two individuals. One of them was familiar to Dong Yen. He was the deputy commander of their collection team, Officer Luo Hao. This man, whose thinning hair had become progressively sparse over the years, was known for his amiable disposition. With just 7 or 8 years until retirement, Luo Hao often exuded a genial charm. Yet now, his face was contorted with shock and fury. Struggling to fit his portly form through the narrow dormitory door, he lunged forward with an agility that belied his size. He forcefully shoved Dong Yen and his companion aside, delivering a sharp slap to each of them. What do you think you are doing? How dare you treat Mr. Tian Yang in such a manner? Apologize at once. His roar echoed through the empty dormitory. Dong Yen and his companion were taken aback. Mr. Tian Yang? Apologize? They could scarcely believe their ears. Tian Yang, in turn, glanced at the other figure standing outside the door, a middle-aged man with a resolute face, his temples dusted with gray. He was Ling Feng's aide. Having introduced himself during a previous delivery, Tian Yang recalled his name was Lin Yang. The deputy commander's demeanor now seemed contingent upon Lin Yang's presence, and indeed, it was as if Luo Hao's ire was sparked by Lin Yang's arrival. Otherwise, he would not have been so incensed. Both Ascenders and Nightwalkers were adversaries far beyond the reach of the collection team. Luo Hao breathed a sigh of relief for arriving early. Had Dong Yen and his companion acted first, who could have predicted the Nightwalker's retaliation against the collection team? Witnessing the two soldiers still rooted in place, Luo Hao's frustration swelled. Do not make me repeat myself. Apologize. Sorry, Mr. Tian Yang, they stammered. Speak louder. Sorry. After several repetitions, Luo Hao finally forced a smile. Mr. Tian Yang, would this suffice? Understanding that Lin Yang had matters of importance to discuss, Tian Yang refrained from prolonging the confrontation with Dong Yen and his companion, nodding in acquiescence. Luo Hao promptly summoned several soldiers to detain Dong Yen and his companion. Clearly, the relevant authorities were already addressing the situation involving Tian Yang's manipulation. Once the collection team departed, Lin Yang entered and handed Tian Yang a box. Inside is your new identity card. The application for your apartment in the upper district has been submitted. Arrangements should be made within a week or two. Additionally, General Ling has scheduled your ocular implant surgery at the Fortress Medical Center. If you desire a more advanced option, you will have to cover the cost yourself. A high-speed train is set to return to the fortress shortly, and I have reserved a seat for you. Pack your belongings and head to the station. Rest at the fortress for a few days, and I will notify you should any new tasks arise. Tian Yang saluted. Understood, Commander. Lin Yang nodded and exited the dormitory. Once he left, Tian Yang could not contain his excitement and quickly packed his belongings before making his way to the base station. Upon arriving at the rear base near Craftsman via the high-speed train, Tian Yang utilized the Ascender's exclusive passage. After a brief inspection, he reached the vicinity of Craftsman. The imposing black steel archway stood open, with vehicles and pedestrians traversing between the reverse realm and the fortress. The light beyond the gate was bright, starkly contrasting the dimness of the reverse realm. Taking a deep breath, Tian Yang approached the gate, quickening his pace until he finally stepped into the brilliance. Crossing into two worlds often evokes a peculiar sensation, akin to emerging from a waterfall. After adjusting to the light outside, Tian Yang beheld the transfer platform of the fortress. This expansive platform had once been mere mountainous terrain before the construction of the fortress commenced. One day, craftsman number 127 appeared quietly, and upon its discovery, the construction of a fortress city began. In truth, the majority of fortress cities formed in this manner. Tian Yang's birthplace, Sky Fortress, was relatively young compared to other cities, boasting just over a century of history. Thus, it was evident that the buildings and facilities within Sky Fortress retained a vibrant, polished appearance. Tian Yang navigated carefully through the bustling vehicles, especially avoiding the heavy transport trucks laden with construction materials. Resembling colossal steel beasts delivering vast resources to the reverse realm to support the establishment of the third forward base. He also steered clear of individuals clad in eccentric attire. Lacking any uniformity, their gear a hodgepodge of styles. Unquestionably, they emanated an aura of danger. They were prospectors. Each reverse realm was vast, far too expansive for any fortress city to explore in its entirety. Thus, the profession of prospector emerged. These intrepid souls banded together, risking their lives in search of treasures that may not even exist. The fortress relied on their efforts to enhance the cartographic information of the reverse realm. Furthermore, any profits garnered from the reverse realm were subject to a 20 tithe to the fortress. Despite this, prospectors continued to pour in, with some fortunate individuals igniting the interest of many others in this perilous vocation. Tian Yang's home was situated in the lower district, so after departing the transfer platform, he boarded the city loop train. This essential mode of transportation connected various districts, as not everyone could afford a personal vehicle, nor could just anyone drive freely within the fortress. The loop train, operating every 15 minutes, thus became the preferred choice for city residents. Naturally, it could not reach every corner of the city. In the lower district, for instance, it only had 3 stops. After alighting, one had to rely on their own legs to traverse the expanse of the district. As the train passed over the outer ring track of the upper district, the window revealed an almost boundless sea. Sky Fortress was constructed near a bay, situated in a region of frequent rainfall. Sunny days were a rarity. Tian Yang gazed out at the sunlit sea, its surface shimmering like a blanket of gold, resembling a treasure trove of jewels. This was his favorite sight. Each time he beheld the ocean under a clear sky, it felt as though all his worries simply dissipated. Suddenly, the light outside dimmed. Tian Yang realized the train had entered the fortress's apex corridor. Due to the rainy climate, massive circular domes loomed over the upper district of Sky Fortress. On clear days, these domes would retract their covers, allowing sunlight to pour into the district. During torrential downpours, the streamlined design of the domes facilitated rainwater drainage and mitigated wind load, protecting the structures within the district from the wrath of storms. Countless rainwater collection pipes adorned the domes, channeling the harvested rainwater to the desalination plant's reservoirs, where it underwent distillation and purification before being distributed to various districts for residents' use. As the train exited the apex corridor, a blinding beam of light nearly rendered Tian Yang unable to open his eyes. This luminescence emanated from the reflective windows of the observation towers atop the domes. Beneath the observation posts, rows of turreted artillery, symbolizing military might, stood vigil. The multifunctional tracks at their bases ensured they could pivot in any direction within the fortress. As the observation posts and artillery formations receded into the distance, the train entered a tunnel, signaling that the upper district had faded away, and the train now advanced toward the mid-lower levels of the fortress. Chapter 011. She said to let go in the lower district, at the Shadow Street station. A gentle announcement echoed through the carriage, inviting passengers to disembark in an orderly fashion once the doors opened. Tian Yang stood poised at the yellow line before the door, and as it slid open, he stepped out onto the platform. A brisk wind greeted him, evoking the sensation of being deep within a cavern. An aluminum can tumbled across the ground, finally coming to rest beside an overturned trash bin. Scattered around were a few homeless men, wrapped in tattered blankets, rummaging through the bin for non-existent food. Tian Yang walked briskly from the station into a broad, yet chaotic street, Shadow Street. The journey home on foot would take 40 minutes. It was said that the central and upper districts had public trams for transportation, but alas, the lower district did not. Located at the city's lowest point. Even on sunny days, the streets remained shrouded in dim light, giving Tian Yang an unsettling sense of returning to the abyss. The lower district was synonymous with chaos and filth, as various factories were crammed into the area. Factories, machine rooms, unprotected units, and a plethora of transmission pipelines stood in stark contrast to the makeshift metal shanties and shelters erected by the downtrodden populace. The people living here resembled parasites of the city, humble and helpless. The streets bustled with hurried passers-by, most of whom were laborers employed in the factories. They toiled tirelessly, earning just enough contribution points for a day or two of sustenance. Their eyes lacked any glimmer, driven only by instinct, mechanically repeating the drudgery of their monotonous daily tasks. As Tian Yang passed a narrow alley, he observed it teeming with homeless individuals, some lying down, others sitting, pleading for opportunities to work as people walked by. More often than not, these pleas fell on deaf ears. Occasionally, children would dart past, likely the most vibrant souls in the lower district, yet one had to be cautious, for they might pilfer wallets or food. Outside the bars, one could find a few scantily clad women, unable to engage in strenuous labor and lacking education. They saw no hope of ever securing even the most mundane clerical positions. Thus, for survival, they resorted to selling their bodies, catering only to those gold miners who could afford such indulgences. The Volcano Bar, renowned for its potent spirit, named Volcano. Tian Yang did not come here to drink, but rather to see his mother, Nanfei, who worked as a cleaner. It was one of the few respectable jobs available to women in the lower district, and she cherished it deeply. Tian Yang was aware that her employment there was due to the affection the bar's owner, Kaidi, held for her. This burly man, with a thick mane of chest hair, had once been part of a collection team, but after losing a leg in the abyss, he retired and opened this bar with his pension. Though business was hardly booming, it was certainly better than the plight of many others. To Tian Yang's surprise, despite Kaidi's fondness for his mother, he had never openly expressed it. However, whenever Nanfei found herself in trouble, he was always willing to lend a helping hand. It was also Kaidi who had facilitated Tian Yang's entry into the collection team, which earned him a certain fondness for the rough man. As Tian Yang pushed open the bar's door, he found the afternoon patrons sparse, scattered in the dim corners. The air was thick with the stench of cheap alcohol. Scanning the room, he did not see his mother but spotted Kaidi, who was polishing a glass behind the bar while puffing on a pipe. "Kaidi, where's my mom?" Tian Yang inquired directly at the bar. Kaidi's thick eyebrows furrowed slightly. "You little rascal, I've told you 100 times to call me Uncle Kaidi. Watch it, or your mom will give you a good thrashing. Hey, why is your hair white? What's with the eye patch? Don't tell me you lost an eye in the abyss." Tian Yang shrugged off the concern. "It's nothing. I've got a cybernetic eye surgery scheduled soon, and in a few days, I won't need the eye patch anymore." Kaidi sighed. "That is what you say? But seeing you like this has left Nanfei gloomy for days." Tian Yang chuckled. "She won TB. I've prepared a surprise for her this time. She'll be happy. Let us hope so." Kaidi glanced toward the kitchen just as the door swung open, revealing Nanfei. She had her hair tied back and a sheen of perspiration on her delicate face, dressed simply and carrying a garbage bag, evidently having just finished cleaning the kitchen. Tian Yang was about to approach her when suddenly, a hand covered in coarse black hair reached out and seized Nanfei. A muscular man, clad only in a tactical vest, grinned lewdly. "Miss, how about a drink together?" Nanfei's expression shifted, and she retorted coldly, "Please show some respect. I do not entertain customers. Let go of me." The brute chuckled. "How about a little companionship then?" Before his laughter could fade, a glint of silver flashed at the corner of his eye, followed by a knife plunging into the hand he had placed on the table, pinning it down with brutal force. A faint light shimmered through Tian Yang's silver hair, radiating a glow that pierced the dimness of the bar. Fury erupted within Tian Yang's singular eye, his voice icy and resolute. "She said to let go." Behind the bar, a glass shattered on the floor, splintering into countless shards. The incident transpired with such swiftness that Kaidi could scarcely comprehend how the youth had moved. After all, the distance between the bar and the table was at least 10 meters, yet Kaidi had not witnessed how Tian Yang had traversed that space. "Damn it, my hand." The man howled, releasing Nanfei as he reached for the holstered gun at his side. "Stop, Taizhan." A slender man rose cautiously, eyeing Tian Yang with utmost respect. "Honorable Ascender, please forgive my companion's rudeness." I am willing to apologize for his recklessness and offer compensation to this lady. Taizhan, now aware of the faint light emanating from Tian Yang's form, trembled in fear. An ascender, even the weakest among them, was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary man like him, especially without heavy weaponry at hand. Had it not been for his companion's intervention, the dagger might have already found its way to his heart. Tian Yang scoffed, withdrawing the knife and pointing toward the exit. No need for apologies or compensation. Just get out. You are no longer welcome here. Being Kaidi's bar, Tian Yang wished to avoid escalating the situation, not wanting to jeopardize the man's business. The slender man nodded repeatedly, helping his companion as they departed, looking utterly defeated. Tian Yang, you've become an ascender? Wait, why is your hair white? And what else with the eye patch? Nanfei exclaimed, echoing Kaidi's earlier questions. However, for reasons unknown, Tian Yang now felt a twinge of guilt as he gazed at his anxious mother. Mom, let me explain, he stammered. At the bar, Kaidi chuckled dryly. Even as an ascender, you still fear your mother. You little rascal. Chapter 012. Mother and son on this fateful day. The lifeless body of Qin Wu was returned to his home in the upper city. Upon receiving the news, Qin Jie, the head of the 3rd security office in the upper city, abandoned his duties and hurried home with utmost urgency. He had hoped fervently that he had misheard the news. But upon opening the door, the sound of weeping emanating from the hall plunged his heart into despair. With heavy steps, he entered the hall, where a refrigerated mortuary chamber stood prominently in the center. Beside it, his wife, an elegantly dressed woman, was weeping inconsolably, supported by 2 servants who feared she might collapse to the floor. On the other side, Qin Jie noticed several officials from the collection team and a stern-looking stranger. He rushed toward one of the officials, grasping his collar and demanding loudly, "What is the meaning of this? Why is my son dead?" The official, sweating profusely, attempted to calm him. "Mr. Qin, please, remain composed and listen to me." "I will not listen," Qin Jie shouted. "I only wish to know how my son met his end." "Your son confronted a transcendent being and issued a personal threat, resulting in his justified demise." The steadfast man standing nearby interjected. Qin Jie glared at him, his eyes bloodshot. "Who are you?" The official quickly introduced. "This is Commander Lin Yang, the assistant to the chief strategist of the Nightwalkers." After a brief glance at Lin Yang, who nodded slightly, he continued. "The individual your son confronted was a member of the Nightwalkers. Commander Lin has come to offer condolences to the family." "Bah!" Qin Jie roared. "Even if my son confronted a transcendent being, does that warrant his death? This matter shall not be overlooked. I will file a complaint to the City Lord's office, even against your Nightwalkers." Lin Yang replied coolly, "Mr. Qin, as I mentioned earlier, your son did not merely confront someone. He pointed a gun at their head. According to the fortress's laws, the transcendent being is entitled to retaliate without limit in such situations. Furthermore, prior to this incident, your son had committed serious offenses during a collection mission, including abandoning his team, injuring a teammate with his weapon, and exploiting the chaos to escape. To put it bluntly, your son had a notorious record, and his death is of little consequence. However, out of respect for the deceased, the fortress military will not pursue his past transgressions. If you have grievances, you may file a complaint with the Fortress Military Justice Department." Having said this, Lin Yang bowed slightly, expressing his condolences before taking his leave. As he reached the door, he paused and added, "Oh, Mr. Qin, in addition to representing the Nightwalkers and offering condolences, I would advise you to let bygones be bygones." With that, he departed, followed by the other officials. Once they all left, Qin Jie let out a furious roar, smashing the furniture and decorations in the hall. After venting his anger, he gasped for breath. "Let bygones be bygones? Is this a warning against seeking vengeance? The Nightwalkers, how imposing they are." His wife looked up at him. "Qin Jie, he was our only son. If you do not seek revenge for him, you are unworthy of being called a man." Qin Jie remained silent, his face ashen. In the lower city, at the shanty located at 1837, Yushui Road, Tian Yang looked at his mother with a sense of unease. Nanfei stood with her back to him, gazing out at the quietly flowing canal. After a moment, she spoke. "So, not only did you become a transcendent being, but you also joined the Nightwalkers?" The young man nodded eagerly. Yes, Mom. The Nightwalkers are already applying for an apartment for me. Once the approval comes through, we will move. I've even thought about renting a place nearby for you so I can visit when I'm off. Moreover, I'll see if I can help Katie open a bar in the upper city. By then, I would be a shareholder, and if you have nowhere to go, you can work at the bar to pass the time." Nanfei replied with a soft "oh," acknowledging his plans. Tian Yang, scratching his head, asked, "So, what do you think? You don't oppose it, do you?" "I do oppose it." Nanfei's voice was calm as she turned to face him. "Tian Yang, I hope you will withdraw from the Nightwalkers. Tian Yang was taken aback. Why? Nan Fei bit her lip gently. In any case, you must listen to me. I do not wish to move. This place is fine. I only hope for your safety. Tian Yang forced a smile. Mom, I am already a transcendent being. I can provide a better life for our family. Besides, the Nightwalkers, Storm, and Iron Wall, among the three major military factions, the Nightwalkers offer the best treatment. Nan Fei suddenly erupted. I said withdraw from it. If you must serve, then join the Iron Wall. But not the Nightwalkers or Storm. I will not permit it. She rarely exhibited such fury, and Tian Yang had seldom seen her like this. He attempted to soothe her. Mom, please listen to me. No, you listen to me. Nan Fei grasped her son's shoulders, her eyes reddened and trembling with emotion. If you still recognize me as your mother, then go and withdraw from the Nightwalkers this instant. Finally unable to contain himself, Tian Yang shrugged off her hands, exclaiming, Why should I? Mom, I am no longer a child. Why do you always doubt me? When I wanted to join the collection team, you were the same way. I truly do not understand what is wrong with wanting our family to have a better life. Is that a crime? He stepped back, shouting, And every time I ask you who my father is, you always say I'm too young, that it's not the right time. ISNT at you who is too authoritarian? Nothing is allowed, and that is why my father left. Slap. Nan Fei struck her son across the face, her eyes brimming with tears, her body trembling. How could you say such a thing? Tian Yang held his face, snorting in defiance, and stormed into his room. Bang. The door slammed shut. Nan Fei considered following, but hesitated, ultimately sighing as she stepped outside the shanty and crouched at the door, lighting a cigarette. Tian Yang's bedroom was small, containing a bed and a neatly stacked pile of books at the foot. Titles such as A Brief Overview of Fortress Laws, Overview of the 9 Major Ranks, Survival Rules in the Reverse Realm, and Analysis of Classic Battles in the Transcendence War adorned the covers, all of which were worn and yellowed with age, companions from his childhood. Since he could remember, these books had been present, but whenever he inquired about their origin, his mother would remain silent. Tian Yang privately speculated that they must have belonged to his father, given the annotations inside, which were clearly in a man's handwriting. Gazing at them, he sighed, regretting his earlier impulsiveness. Raising a child in the lower city was no easy task, and he knew how much his mother had endured over the years. Although he still found it somewhat unreasonable for Nan Fei to demand he withdraw from the Nightwalkers, he regretted speaking so harshly to her. Tomorrow, he would apologize. Lying in bed, he thought to himself, P.S. I have seen the comments in the supplementary thread and will arrange them shortly. Chapter 013. The Rights of the Upper Citizens. The following day, Tian Yang emerged from his bedroom, intent on offering an apology. To his surprise, his mother had already left, and on the table lay a modest breakfast. Nutritious oatmeal contained within a thermos and a single fresh egg. Although there were poultry farms within the fortress, eggs remained a luxury in the lower districts. The egg before him likely represented a day's wage for his mother. Gazing at it, Tian Yang felt increasingly remorseful for his earlier behavior. After consuming the oatmeal, he couldn't bring himself to eat the egg. Instead, he gently cracked the egg open, separating the yolk from the white, intending to steam it slightly for his mother's return. Having consumed the egg white in a few bites, Tian Yang glanced around the room, noting the dust accumulating on the floor. It seemed his mother had been too busy to clean lately, so he fetched a broom and began tidying the house. Upon entering his mother's room, he found it remarkably neat. A small potted plant adorned the windowsill, and a photo frame perched on a shelf beside the bed displayed a picture of his mother and him. In the photograph, he was merely an infant cradled in Nan Fei's arms. It was evident that the image had been cropped, as it appeared someone else had been present beside Nan Fei. Was it his father? Why had he been removed from the picture? Tian Yang held the photo frame, lost in thought, when a knock at the door jolted him back to reality. Assuming it was his mother returning, he hastily placed the frame back, only to accidentally let it slip from his grasp, shattering upon impact. Is Mr. Tian Yang residing here? A voice with a peculiar pitch called from outside. Tian Yang quickly glanced at the broken frame, relieved it wasn't his mother at the door, and hurriedly exited the bedroom. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a tall, slender man with slightly graying hair, neatly combed. His ill-fitting uniform gave him an air of awkwardness, despite his attempts at a serious demeanor. Who are you? Tian Yang asked, utterly unfamiliar with the man. With a smile, the man replied, I am from the Upper District's Household Registration Office. Congratulations, Mr. Tian Yang. Your registration in the Upper District has been successfully processed. According to the fortress's regulations, you may add 2 more names to your household, limited to direct blood relatives. Thus, the office has sent me to assist you with the registration. Furthermore, as per protocol, I will recite the rights and obligations of the upper citizens, although you may already be aware of them. Reluctantly, Tian Yang invited him inside. After surveying the surroundings, the man cleared his throat and began his recitation. According to the laws of the fortress, upper citizens, particularly those who have attained the status of ascenders, possess the following rights. Firstly, the right to reside in the upper district, where you will enjoy all the amenities provided by the fortress. Next, the right to choose a spouse. It is crucial to distinguish this from the universal right to marriage. The right to choose a spouse is exclusive to ascenders, granting you the ability to select any woman for marriage, with her having no right to refuse, unless she chooses to leave the Qingtian fortress. Even households of upper citizens cannot refuse. However, I doubt anyone would decline such an opportunity. Of course, you may select only one spouse, as the fortress's marriage laws stipulate that each man may have only one wife. Tian Yang chuckled awkwardly. I have no immediate plans for marriage. Additionally, every ascender holds the right to have partners, without limitation on the number. Even if one is already married, this right remains intact, a consideration for genetic optimization. As you know, the offspring of ascenders are likely to become ascenders themselves, should your contributions to the fortress exceed 100,000 points. You will also be granted the right to establish a clan, allowing you to choose a surname to be passed down through your descendants. The first 3 generations of this family may unconditionally inherit your surname, along with the rights, properties, and status of upper citizens. The man continued his extensive recitation for nearly 10 minutes, nearly lulling Tian Yang to sleep. Just as he contemplated dismissing the man, he finally concluded. He placed an electronic key on the table. What is this? Tian Yang inquired, gazing at the key. This is a transportation device provided by the fortress, an electromagnetic unicycle. It is parked outside and has been granted access to most areas within the fortress. I hope you will find it enjoyable. Once the bureaucrat departed, Tian Yang stepped outside to find the unicycle waiting for him, involuntarily letting out a soft cheer. This unicycle, powered by an electromagnetic engine, could recharge at the electromagnetic charging stations scattered throughout the city. With a gyroscopic balance system, even novices could navigate it with ease. Although its maximum speed reached only 60 kilometers per hour, it sufficed within the fortress. After completing the biological module registration, Tian Yang's information was entered in the vehicle ownership records. While he yearned to take the unicycle for a spin, he returned to Nanfei's bedroom instead. The shattered photo frame still needed attention. His mother cherished it, and discovering it broken would undoubtedly incite a storm. Tian Yang gathered the pieces, intending to find some glue to repair the frame. Suddenly, he noticed a slip of paper tucked behind the photograph. Had the frame not broken, he might never have discovered it. Unfolding the document, he realized it was a receipt from the Qingtian Fortress storage facility in the upper district. The receipt indicated that an anonymous individual had stored an item there for 50 years, with the fees already paid in advance. To his astonishment, the receipt was dated 17 years ago. 17 years, which coincided with his birth. Who had placed something in storage? Could it have been his mother? What could it be? And why had it remained unclaimed for so long? As these thoughts raced through his mind, an audacious idea took root. Could the item stored be related to his father? Once this notion emerged, it refused to leave his mind. In haste, Tian Yang quickly repaired the frame, returning it to its original position before seizing the receipt and heading out. The unicycle system featured a built-in navigation device, and despite Tian Yang's unfamiliarity with the upper district, he successfully arrived at the storage facility just before noon. Upon entering, he was greeted by a professionally dressed woman, her smile meticulously crafted. She regarded Tian Yang with a mixture of surprise and disdain, astonished by his appearance, which was more befitting a lower citizen than a resident of the upper district. The notion that a lower citizen could venture here was indeed astonishing. Her disdain stemmed from the belief that lower citizens, often struggling for basic sustenance, could hardly afford storage fees. Though she was merely a commoner herself, she felt superior to those of lower status. Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you? Despite her air of superiority, the woman remained composed, unwilling to dismiss Tian Yang outright. Tian Yang presented the receipt. I am here to retrieve an item. The woman took the receipt, scanning it with a leisurely demeanor. Could you please provide your personal identity card? Nodding, Tian Yang produced the new identity card given to him by Lin Yang. The woman accepted it, placing it on an electronic scanner on her wrist. As the chip on the identity card revealed his status as an ascender on the screen, the woman nearly dropped the card in shock. Ascenders, to ordinary citizens, were figures of immense significance, almost mythical. Not even upper citizens, let alone lower citizens, would dare approach them without reverence. The woman couldn't fathom why such an important individual would come personally to retrieve an item when he could easily send someone else. Moreover, this esteemed sublimator appears rather youthful and is attired in a rather, well, overly simple manner. Fortunately, I refrained from speaking out of turn earlier, otherwise, I would have been in dire straits. The woman's demeanor underwent a complete transformation as she enthusiastically linked her arm with the young man's. Mr. Tian Yang, if you would be so kind to follow me, the item you wish to retrieve will require some time for verification and inspection. Please, allow me to escort you to the lounge where you may wait. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. The mature woman's fullness pressed against his arm, leaving Tian Yang with an indescribable discomfort. He was not accustomed to such proximity with the opposite sex and quickly withdrew his hand, breathing a sigh of relief. 15 minutes later, a locked briefcase was placed before him. Upon opening it, he discovered but a single item within, a diary. Chapter 014. Su Lai. This is a delicate, stitched notebook bound in deep brown leather, adorned with silver embossed wings. The corners are fitted with vintage bronze book corners, intricately etched with flowing patterns. Tian Yang gently opens the cover, revealing the left bottom corner of the title page where the name Su Lai is inscribed. It is evident that this belongs to the diary's owner. Although the urge to delve into its contents is strong, Tian Yang decides to stow it away in the tote bag provided by the storage company. After he departs, a man resembling a manager, sporting a handlebar mustache, briskly returns to his office. From his drawer, he retrieves a slender communication board. The manager types a message. Dear sir, just now, the item you were interested in has been retrieved by someone named Tian Yang, an ascender. I regret to inform you that I am not authorized to disclose any further information. He completes the message and sends it. Upon leaving the storage company, Tian Yang does not head straight back to the lower district. Instead, he seeks out a nearby park, a luxury absent in the lower district. Under the shade of a tree, he settles into an outdoor chair and begins to peruse the notebook. Through the gaps in the dense canopy above, sunlight cascades onto the elegant yet powerful script of the diary, and Tian Yang reads each word with care. October 7th. This marks the 100th day since I met Nanfei. O Lord of War, though I am not your follower, I must express my gratitude. You brought me to this girl within your congregation. I feel it necessary to document these beautiful days so that when we grow old, we may revisit them and savor the memories. Perhaps by then, Nanfei will laugh at me, for I hardly seem the type to keep a diary. Well, let her be. Haha. Having read the first entry, Tian Yang realizes his hands are trembling slightly. This Su Lai is acquainted with his mother, Nanfei, and it appears they are romantically involved. Could it be that Su Lai is? The boy eagerly continues to read. October 23rd, just returned from a mission, utterly exhausted. If it weren't for the need to uphold the clan's dignity, I would never have ventured into the reverse realm. It is always shrouded in darkness, filled with grotesque creatures. Nothing compares to the sunlit bastion, and most importantly, it is where my beloved girl resides. Nanfei, I am back. October 24th. Just had a heated argument with the old man. I cannot recall the last time we clashed like this. He is so obstinate, insisting I court a young lady from the Rin family. What a joke. A girl who only knows how to adorn herself, lacking substance. And yet her looks are merely average. I cannot fathom what the old man sees in her. Oh, I understand now. It must be the promise of a yearly grant of 10,000 contribution points from the Rin family. November 7th. Poor Nanfei fell ill today. Yet, there is a certain charm about her when she is unwell. I must not let her know, or she will think I am a lecher. Am I? Certainly not. Essentially, these diary entries chronicle the trivialities of Su Lai's relationship with his mother, including his father's opposition, the arranged marriage, and Su Lai's eventual decision to leave home, leading to his father's reluctant concession. From the diary's contents, it is clear that Su Lai is a prominent member of the Bastion, and as a distinguished contributor, he is not allowed to bear a surname. Unfortunately, the familial details disclosed by Su Lai are scant, leaving Tian Yang unaware of his father's exact role within the Bastion. However, the frequent mentions of missions suggest that Su Lai likely serves in one of the following units: the Nightwalkers, the Storm Brigade, or the Gathering Team. As he reads on, he discovers that in mid-May of the following year, Su Lai's father passed away. By early August, his mother was already pregnant, and Su Lai expressed great excitement and happiness in the diary, secretly planning to marry her. August 27th, I have another mission today. This one appears to require a considerable amount of time. What a pity. I had hoped to hold my wedding with Nanfei at the beginning of next month. Alas, I must ask Jingnan to prepare everything secretly, so that when I return from this mission, I can marry Nanfei. She will surely be overjoyed. August 28th. It is decided. The child in Nanfei's womb shall be named Tian Yang. I hope he possesses the vastness of the sky and a future as radiant as sunlight. It seems this old dad still has a bit of literary flair, just a smidge better than that Jingnan fellow. I will mention this to Jingnan later, to get his thoughts on the name. This is the final entry. It is not that the subsequent entries are absent. Rather, they have been torn out. Gazing at the jagged edges of the torn pages, Tian Yang is filled with questions. Why was the diary cut off here? What transpired afterwards that led his mother to raise him alone in the lower district? From the last entry, it is evident that Su Lai is indeed his father. But why has he not appeared all these years? Did Su Lai grow weary of his family and abandon them? Or could there be another reason? Tian Yang closes the diary and shuts his eyes. Currently, at least 2 individuals are privy to the truth. His mother, Nanfei, and another named Jingnan mentioned in the diary. His mother has never been willing to discuss his father, and he doubts she would divulge anything if questioned. What if she presses him for details about how he acquired the storage company's receipt? The boy shakes his head vigorously. Indeed, the only way to seek answers is through that person named Jingnan. However, with over 100,000 residents in the Qingtian Bastion, who knows where Jingnan resides? Is he even still alive? Suddenly, Tian Yang recalls the staff member from the household registration office earlier that morning, and he slaps his thigh in realization. Of course, he can ask for help. The household registration office should have access to resident records. Instantly, the boy jumps up, dashing out of the park and onto his electromagnetic bike. He activates the navigation system, heading straight for the household registration office. By 3 in the afternoon, Tian Yang drives along the route back to the lower district. The household registration office has agreed to assist him, but even as an ascender, he cannot expect them to casually divulge resident information. Thus, he fills out an application form, which the office will submit to the Bastion's Information Management Department for approval. Only upon approval can they access the relevant records. Calculating the timeline, he realizes it will take at least a week to receive any news. With no choice but to return home clutching the diary, he hopes to hide it before his mother comes back from work. Upon arriving at the shack and setting down his bike, he spots a figure standing in front of the shelter. Startled, he initially thinks it is his mother returning early. However, it turns out to be a man clad in the black uniform of the Nightwalkers. Tian Yang feels a surge of excitement. Could it be that he has been assigned a mission? Chapter 15. Recovery Mission. The newcomer donned a black uniform emblazoned with a crescent moon and the emblem of the Traveler, unmistakably marking him as a Nightwalker. Upon spotting him, Tian Yang sensed the recognition in the man's demeanor as he approached and saluted. It is an honor to meet you, Commander. Nightwalker Private Yambing, reporting for duty. Yambing appeared to be slightly older than Tian Yang, yet he seemed an ordinary individual rather than an ascendant. It was Tian Yang's first experience being addressed as Commander, which made him feel a bit awkward, yet somewhat exhilarated. At ease. Is there a mission assigned from above? Yambing, with his thick brows and bright eyes, exuded a warm-hearted disposition. He placed a silver-gray mechanical armor box at Tian Yang's feet. This is the equipment allocated to you. Additionally, Commander Lin Yang instructed me to personally deliver this to you, mentioning he would contact you later. As for whether there is a mission, I am uncertain. He then produced a communication device, solemnly handing it to Tian Yang. Receiving it, Tian Yang nodded appreciatively. Thank you for making this trip. Yambing stood straight again, saluting. It is my privilege to serve you. With a smile, he departed. Tian Yang lifted the armor box and the communication device as he entered his room. Upon placing the items on his bed, the communicator buzzed with an incoming request. After establishing the connection, Lin Yang's image appeared on the screen, holding a dispatch board, seemingly engaged in work. Have you received everything? Lin Yang inquired. Yes, Commander. Tian Yang replied loudly. Lin Yang set the dispatch board aside, speaking in a neutral tone. At present, I am unaware of your abilities and specialties, so I have only provided you with standard equipment for now. In due course, adjustments will be made based on your performance in the mission. Alternatively, you may customize equipment through the fortress's armory, with costs shared equally between you and the military. Oh, and one more thing I must inform you of. The ocular implant surgery tomorrow will include a recorder to gather your rank data. Correspondingly, you will receive a special allowance added to your monthly salary. I am not certain of the exact amount, but it should be substantial. Tian Yang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Commander. Lin Yang shook his head. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Lastly, you have a mission assigned. I will send the specifics to your communicator shortly. That is all. Tian Yang saluted as the communication ended. Setting down the device, he opened the armor box, revealing several foldable compartments containing a combat knife, a firearm, a suit of armor, and a Nightwalker uniform. This equipment was specifically designed for ascendants, and the box's electronic screen provided detailed descriptions of the gear. The combat knife, named the high-vibration particle combat knife, could sever materials at a molecular level. Crafted from a unique metal found in the 78th reverse domain, renowned for its durability and resistance to wear. The knife featured a black sheath with subtle yellow anti-slip patterns on the handle, understated yet remarkably sharp, instantly captivating Tian Yang. Next was the firearm. a more compact weapon compared to the assault rifle used by collection teams. This one, labeled the Assault Star Essence Rifle, boasted significantly greater power. Star Essence, a product of the fortress's utilization of the Star Essence pillar, is derived from a crystalline energy body obtained through decomposition and processing. When diluted, it produces a luminous gas known as Star Essence. Ingesting Star Essence temporarily enhances an ascendant's abilities, functioning akin to a stimulant. It can also be stored in gas magazines for use as ammunition. For instance, one magazine of Star Essence can sustain over 500 shots with the rifle, and its specialized cooling system prevents any unfortunate incidents such as jamming or magazine overload. Additionally, the rifle came with a long-range sight and a foldable 3-point gun stand, allowing it to serve as a sniper rifle, albeit with some limitations compared to professional sniper equipment. As for the assault defense armor, it was constructed from a special composite material, enhanced with shards of Star Essence, remnants from the Star Essence pillar. Even so, this armor effectively defends against attacks from dark denizens, particularly those with corrosive or invasive properties. The armor also included a multifunctional belt housing a portable toolkit, energy packs, and high-energy rations, enabling an ascendant to survive independently within the reverse domain for some time. From this equipment, it was evident that the fortress placed immense value on ascendants. Ordinary soldiers, even those in the Storm Brigade who also operate in the reverse domain, would not be equipped with gear made from Star Essence materials. Lastly, the uniform. A black high-collared long coat with double-breasted buttons featured a silver military emblem on the chest, accompanied by black and silver epaulets adorned with the star insignia, signifying the rank of second lieutenant. This was the minimum military rank for every ascendant within the fortress. Excitedly, Tian Yang donned the uniform, discovering it fit surprisingly well. Its unique design allowed for ease of movement, and the special fabric was resistant to wear. Even if damaged, replacements could be requested, as the Nightwalkers had some financial provisions for such matters. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening echoed outside, indicating his mother had returned. Hastily, Tian Yang removed the uniform to prevent Nanfei from seeing it and tucked the mechanical armor box beneath his bed. Cautiously, he opened the door to find his mother, who was carrying a bag and pulling out various dried vegetables, evidently just back from the market in Shadow Street. Taking a deep breath, Tian Yang stepped out of his room. "Mom, you're back?" Without looking up, Nanfei replied, "Yes, just wait a moment. I'll prepare dinner for you now." "Mom, I have something to tell you," he began, intending to apologize, but Nanfei seemed inclined to evade the subject, saying, "Let us discuss it later. It's getting late, and I'm hungry." After tidying up, she headed toward the kitchen. Following dinner, Nanfei left again, citing her job at the bar. Left with no choice, Tian Yang returned to his room. Upon checking the communicator, he found a document waiting for him. Opening it, he discovered a mission briefing. The Nightwalkers were to recover the Star Essence pillar that Tian Yang had discovered, and Ling Feng commanded him to report at the transfer platform the following morning. He would temporarily join the Crow Squad as a guide for this mission, with a base reward of 200 contribution points, and additional compensation based on his performance during the task. The briefing also included information about the Crow Squad's captain. Tian Yang gazed at the image of a man with deep-set eyes, a scruffy beard, and a weathered face, hoping that this Captain Han Shu would be an easy person to get along with. Chapter 16. Hostility. Another day has passed, and Tian Yang has undergone surgery. After personally investing 2,000 contribution points, he now possesses a tactical electronic eye implanted in his left eye. Beyond standard visual capabilities, it is equipped with thermal imaging, infrared, and long-range functionalities. In the realm of adversity, detecting an opponent even a second earlier significantly enhances one's safety. Thus, Tian Yang generously expended half of his contribution points. After all, points can be earned again, but life is singular and precious. The tactical eye appears indistinguishable from an ordinary eye. Aside from occasional electrical surges that illuminate a hint of blue in the depths of his pupil, it does not evoke any sense of peculiarity. Finally, Tian Yang could remove the eye patch. That evening, he intended to discuss the mission with Nanfei, but his mother seemed to sense something amiss. She avoided the topic entirely, even denying Tian Yang the opportunity to speak as she busied herself tidying the house, which, despite its simplicity, hardly warranted cleaning. The youth felt helpless. Not only did he lack the chance to mention the mission, but he also couldn't even utter an apology. The following morning, he awoke to find Nanfei had already left. With no other option, Tian Yang left a note stating he had gone on a mission and would talk to her upon his return. After breakfast, he donned his gear, slipped into his uniform, and set off on his electromagnetic bike toward the transfer platform. The assembly point was located at Deck 7, Area 3 of the platform. Upon arrival, he found himself alone. It seemed he had arrived too early. As he parked his bike in a corner, a chilling voice pierced the silence. This is the gathering point for the Raven Squad. Which squad are you from? Don't park your vehicle haphazardly. Tian Yang turned to see a young man standing behind him. He appeared slightly older, perhaps around 20. His raven-colored hair was tied back in a ponytail, and his exceptionally handsome features could easily lead one to mistake him for a girl. Dressed in the black uniform of a nightwalker, the armor beneath gleamed with a unique silver sheen, indicating it was specially designed for transcenders. Though the design differed slightly from Tian Yang's, the numerous scratches on it suggested the owner was no novice to the battlefield. The young man carried a sword, sheathed in a long, narrow scabbard, with a special design at both ends for easy access. Frankly, even with Tian Yang's limited knowledge of weaponry, he understood that both swords and knives should not be excessively long. Unless there were specific needs, overly long blades were generally impractical. Hey you, why are you dazed? Is this the quality of newcomers nowadays? You're practically offering yourself up to the black citizens, the young man remarked, clearly displeased with Tian Yang's demeanor. Noticing their matching ranks of second lieutenant, Tian Yang swallowed the word officer that was on the tip of his tongue. I'm Tian Yang. Commander Ling sent me to report to the Raven Squad. The young man paused, then a look of disdain filled his eyes. So it's you. I heard you eliminated your former superior as soon as you became a transcender. Tian Yang sensed the faint hostility radiating from him, puzzled by the source of this animosity. Yet, he had no intention of offering an explanation. With no common ground, he turned to seek a quiet corner to linger in solitude. A hand landed on his shoulder. Tian Yang glanced back to see the young man's face cold as ice. Just a mere commoner, don't overestimate yourself. The young man's tone was frigid. Tian Yang shrugged off his hand. Have I offended you in any way? Not at all. I merely find your actions revolting. The young man clenched his fist, lightly resting it against his mouth, with his finely shaped brows knitted together in discomfort, as if he might vomit. You, a mere commoner, have become so arrogant after ascending to a transcender, seeking revenge on those who once wronged you. He may have made mistakes, but as a commoner, he should not face execution. At the very least, it shouldn't be at your hands. You people who dwell at the bottom never understand gratitude. You only know how to complain. Don't you realize that without the sacrifices and contributions of us upper-class citizens, you parasites could live safely within the fortress? Tian Yang retorted with a cold laugh. Do you even know that your so-called noble upper-class citizens shot at my leg during a mission, forcing me to lure the wanderers? So what? Should the upper class never die while the lower class must serve as bait? The young man was taken aback, despite having heard some rumors about Tian Yang. He was unaware of this particular detail. Tian Yang continued. Furthermore, I am now also an upper-class citizen. Kindly rein in your sense of superiority and avoid seeking trouble. The young man scoffed arrogantly. Someone like you dares to call yourself an upper-class citizen? True upper-class citizens are those with surnames. Do you have a surname? Tian Yang replied calmly. I will have one sooner or later. That's what disgusts me. Just the thought that those uncultured, even born of prostitutes, could one day possess their own surname makes me ill. The young man covered his mouth, his expression one of anguish, as if he were physically unwell. Tian Yang grasped the hilt of his sword. Dare to repeat that. The young man remained unfazed, reaching behind him to lightly touch the sword's hilt. What? Am I wrong? You can say whatever you want, but you cannot slander my mother. Tian Yang growled, inching his blade from its sheath. Oh, I didn't realize you were still up before he could finish. A fist connected with the young man's face, sending him spinning and crashing several meters away onto the ground. Tian Yang stood stunned, only to realize a man had appeared beside him, sturdy and broad-shouldered. With thick brows and a cigarette clamped between his lips, it was none other than Han Shu, the captain of the Raven Squad. That kid is right. Every mother deserves respect. Song-du, you better reflect on your actions. Han Shu's gaze shifted to Tian Yang, shaking his head, but you too. You actually drew your weapon. The weapons issued to you are not meant to be aimed at your comrades. Now run 50 laps around deck 7. Sir, 60 laps. I'll do it right away, sir. Tian Yang dared not argue further and hurried off to run, lest his punishment be increased. Han Shu crossed his arms, watching the young man struggle to rise from the ground, and Tian Yang sprinting around the deck. He sighed. The youth are so full of energy. Shouldn't this vigor be reserved for dealing with those dark scum instead of causing me trouble? The captain ruffled his spiky brown hair. Ling Feng must have done this on purpose. Isn't there already a map? Why bring a guide? I always knew that whenever we were summoned by the commander, it would never lead to anything good. Chapter 017. Temporary orders. As Tian Yang reached the 55th lap, he was called back by his captain. The young man noticed that since becoming an ascendant, his physical abilities had significantly improved. In the past, such exertion would have left him gasping for breath. but now he merely breathed with slight fatigue. Was it not said by scholars that ascendants are beings distinct from humanity? The culmination of their ascension must lead to a form of life that is far superior. Upon arriving at the assembly point, the crowd had swelled considerably, including Tian Yang. There were now over a dozen individuals gathered. It appeared that the corvid squad had assembled completely. However, not all among these dozen were ascendants. According to the configuration of the Nightwalker squad, there typically consisted of 3 to 5 ascendants as the main force, supplemented by 6 to 8 ordinary soldiers for assistance and logistics. At that moment, Han Shugan cleared his throat and introduced a man of similar age beside him. This is Old Su, a man of great experience, particularly knowledgeable about those dark abominations. He and Tsangdu are both ascendants of the War God class, the former being a level 3 warrior and the latter a level 2 swordsman. Tian Yang scrutinized Old Su, who had thinning hair and a less imposing stature than Han Shugan, resembling a seasoned veteran. With a grin, he asked, "Young lad, do you know how to completely annihilate the dark denizens?" Tian Yang promptly replied, "Yes, by destroying their will prison, one can utterly eliminate them." Research indicates that the will prison functions much like the human brain, sending action commands to the dark populace. However, the higher the rank of the dark beings, the deeper the prison is concealed, making it increasingly difficult to dismantle. Old Su looked surprised. "Well done. I thought you were unaware. Now, do you know the behavioral traits of mad dogs?" "Stop, stop, stop," Han Shugan interjected, pushing him aside. He pointed to a woman adjusting a silver longbow, with black medium-length hair, fair skin, and rare dark red pupils. She stood a few meters away from the crowd, exuding an air of aloofness. "This is Jiyu, a level 2 hunter of the hunter class, and our squad's master scout." The woman named Jiyu did not even blink, as if Han Shugan was introducing someone else entirely. Han Shugan seemed unfazed by her demeanor, shrugging slightly. "As for me, I am a level 4 guardian of the Bastion class. Now it's your turn." Due to Ling Feng's orders not to disclose new class information, and because the mission briefing had mentioned it, Tian Yang fabricated a lie, maintaining that he was of the War God class without a flicker of embarrassment. "All right, that concludes the introductions," Han Shugan declared loudly. "Listen up. Our mission is to recover the Star Pillar, and our squad cannot accomplish this alone. Thus, this is a joint operation. In addition to us, there are 4 other squads involved. A medical team and a recovery team will accompany us. I am the overall commander of this joint operation. Stay sharp, and do not bring shame upon me. Now let us depart." As they moved towards the Croft Gate, Tian Yang noticed that among the soldiers of the Corvid squad was the flame soldier who had delivered equipment to him a couple of days prior. Tian Yang nodded slightly, and the latter, appearing somewhat excited, returned a military salute, which elicited a grunt of discontent from Tsangdu. After submitting their request, they quickly received clearance to enter the Croft Gate, just as several vehicles approached at high speed. The lead vehicle made a sharp turn in front of the squad and came to a stop. Dust from the tires swirled past Han Shugan's face, and his expression darkened as he regarded the occupants of the vehicle with a scowl. The car door swung open, and a man in a high-ranking officer's uniform leapt out, announcing loudly, "I am Chen Lu, a senior officer from the Bastion Strategic Department. I have just received orders from the military. I will accompany the Storm Squad on this mission." Han Shugan retorted loudly, "I was not informed of this, sir." Chen Lu pointed to the communicator on his person. "Perhaps you could confirm with your superiors now, Captain." Han Shugan shook his head, telling the others to wait a moment before stepping away to contact the Nightwalker headquarters. After a brief period, he returned and nodded. "It has been confirmed. We are to depart now. Will you join us, sir?" Chen Lu responded, "Of course." He then returned to his vehicle, which led the convoy as they passed through the Croft Gate. Old Su could not help but voice his concern. "Captain, are they really allowed to accompany us?" Han Shugan replied, "It seems the military issued a temporary order." Old Su muttered, "Aren't the folks from the strategic department usually confined to their offices, devising plans? What are they doing on the front lines? I hope they don't cause us any trouble." Han Shugan tugged at his hair in frustration. "Who knows? Let us move. If we dawdle, we'll miss the express train to the lighthouse, and that would be disastrous." Ultimately, the Corvid squad passed through the Croft Gate. After a moment of disorientation, Tian Yang looked up and found himself back in the dimly lit reverse realm. Half an hour later, they boarded the express train to the Lighthouse Base. If all went according to plan, they would arrive at the lighthouse by this time the following day. Inside the spacious carriage, there were 5 ascendants, including Tian Yang. Han Shugan and Old Su sat together, engaged in conversation, occasionally erupting into shared laughter. Jiyu and Tsangdu occupied separate corners, clearly having little interaction with one another. The squad soldiers were seated in another carriage. Out of the corner of his eye, Tian Yang noticed a shadow moving and looked up to see Han Shugan approaching him. The captain beckoned with a finger. Come with me. Tian Yang, perplexed, followed him. As they passed through a carriage, they encountered the high-ranking official from the strategic station. He had donned a full protective suit, but since the carriage was equipped with a purification system, he did not wear a helmet. Chen Lu was holding a communicator, seemingly engaged in a conversation. Upon seeing Tian Yang and Han Shu gone, he lowered the device and gazed out the window. The dim light of the reverse realm rendered the view outside unremarkable. It was clear that this Chen fellow sought to avoid the two, particularly Han Shugen's gaze. Yet, the corvid captain did not spare him a glance. Instead, Tian Yang scrutinized him closely. After they departed, Chen Lu glanced back at the rear door before picking up the communicator once more. The screen displayed an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in the black and green uniform of the strategic department. The insignia on the shoulder bore crossed swords and a star, marking him as a general. Are you already on the train? The general inquired through the screen. Chen Lu nodded. Yes, sir. I am currently aboard the express train. Rest assured, I have brought along the elite of the Storm Legion. With them, I am confident in demonstrating to the populace of the Bastion that even ordinary people possess the power to confront the dark denizens. Excellent, the general responded. Success may not come immediately. However, if such events occur 10 or 20 times, we can shift the status of ascendants within the Bastion. At the very least, we can reduce the budget of the Nightwalkers. The general let out a heavy snort. Those rascals have been riding high on our backs for far too long. It is time for them to be toppled. Chapter 018. Guidance from Han Shu. Tian Yang followed Han Shu into a desolate carriage, a peculiar sight devoid of any seats, resembling a mere iron cage traversing the tracks. The journey from the lighthouse to the rear base spanned a day, and occasionally, the train housed a few exuberant individuals in need of an outlet for their energy. Han Shu's hand grazed the carriage's wall, where several coarse scratches marred the surface, presumably made by a sharp object. Tian Yang's keen eyes caught sight of some dark, mottled patches, which appeared to be dried blood. Was this a fighting arena? He glanced at his captain, seeking clarity. Han Shu shrugged, providing an evasive response. In any case, we can stretch our limbs here. Tian Yang expressed surprise. Captain, is this the punishment area on the transfer platform? Han Shu flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. Damn it. Do I look like the kind of pervert who enjoys punishing subordinates? Rest assured, this isn't punishment. It's just that Ling Feng asked me to guide you in honing your combat skills. A cold-faced man with spectacles flashed through the boy's mind. He pondered. What could he be thinking? A novice like you should be sent to a training camp, wasting my time like this. If it weren't for the immense debt I owe him, I wouldn't even bother. The captain once again ruffled his hair, which stood out like a hedgehog's quills. Tian Yang longed to inquire just how much he owed Ling Feng, but ultimately refrained. Han Shu beckoned. Come on, let me see what you're made of. That behind you is a knife, right? Draw it. Tian Yang unsheathed his weapon, and as the particle blade gleamed, the temperature in the carriage seemed to drop. Han Shu stroked his chin, whistling. A particle knife, huh? Ling Feng is quite attentive to you. Old Su and Song received standard-issue weapons, merely forged from composite steel. Go on, take a swing at me. Tian Yang's lips twitched. Captain, are you sure about this? Han Shu loosened his uniform collar, revealing a robust neck adorned with a crest. It displayed a shield emblazoned with a fortress design, beneath which lay the number 4. See that? I'm of the fortress rank, with explosive defensive capabilities. A rookie like you, even armed with a particle knife, might not be able to fell me while I stand here. He pointed to his chest. Strike here, summon the resolve to kill me. All right, Captain, be careful. Tian Yang adjusted his breath, hesitating to manipulate the star essence, then propelled himself forward. Locking onto Han Shu's chest, he raised his hand and slashed. The particle knife sliced through the air, gleaming as it aimed for Han Shu. The latter simply turned slightly, tripping Tian Yang with his foot, causing him to lose balance. Just before hitting the ground, the young man executed a roll to regain his stance, but before he could rise, he felt a heavy foot on his backside, ultimately crashing to the floor. The pressure on his back intensified, and Tian Yang envisioned Han Shu's foot pressing down. Struggling in vain, he found himself subdued. Han Shu chuckled, bending down to flick Tian Yang's forehead. General, you're dead. He then lifted his foot, allowing the boy to rise. Leaning against the window, the captain lazily inquired, what did you learn? Tian Yang reflected on the recent encounter. Captain, you specifically wanted me to strike your chest, so you calculated my angle of attack. As I attacked, you could evade beforehand, disrupting my balance and effortlessly killing me. Han Shu nodded slightly. Not bad. You're not entirely foolish. If you were, I would have a headache. Now tell me, what relation do you have with Ling Feng? If you share, I might impart all my knowledge to you. Tian Yang replied lightly. There is no particular relationship. It's just that General Ling discovered my potential. Han Shu's face fell in disappointment. Is that all? I thought you might be his illegitimate son. Tian Yang nearly choked on his own breath. The captain's imagination was rather vivid. Han Shu adopted a serious expression. You were correct earlier, but there's one point you overlooked. Pray tell. Han Shu chuckled. Have you considered why I wanted you to target specific areas? Tian Yang was taken aback. Wasn't it to calculate my attack angle for early evasion? That is but one reason. More so, it leverages your trust in me, transforming an otherwise unpredictable attack into something traceable. Tian Yang paused, slowly grasping Han Shu's intention. The captain's voice deepened. Listen closely, I won't teach you specific techniques. No matter how skilled a technique is, it pales in comparison to what one discovers through personal exploration. I will only share combat experience. Exploit every advantageous condition to dismantle the enemy's defenses, then eliminate them with the least effort. Combat in the reverse realm is neither a competition nor a duel. Sometimes, you may face more than one adversary. Thus, never exhaust all your strength. Always retain some reserve. The foundation of all this is that you must understand your enemy as thoroughly as possible, including their habits, abilities, and physical structure. The hazy concept suddenly crystallized for Tian Yang. He finally comprehended that Han Shu was imparting strategic wisdom, knowledge that would benefit him for a lifetime. After 3 solemn minutes, the captain's demeanor shifted back to jovial. Nonetheless, I shall teach you some genuine skills, lest Ling Feng accuse me of slacking off. What I'm about to teach you is how to dismantle an enemy's defenses. But heed this, if the enemy is weaker than you, there's no need for such complexity. Overwhelming force will suffice. Conversely, if the enemy is stronger, any attempt to dismantle their defenses would be laughable. When faced with an opponent you cannot defeat, the wisest course is to flee. Hence, my dismantling techniques should only be employed against opponents of comparable strength or those marginally stronger. Remember this, don't foolishly attempt against the powerful, if you perish. Don't blame me. Tian Yang nodded vigorously. Understood. Good. Now attack my chest with all your might. Captain again? Of course, hurry up. For hours later, Tian Yang lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to wield his knife, and finding it increasingly difficult to concentrate, teetering on the brink of slumber. His body bore numerous bruises, strains, and even a few cuts inflicted by his own blade. Han Shu's dismantling techniques even included counterattacks utilizing the opponent's weapon. Tian Yang had not anticipated that this rugged man possessed such intricate skill. How much have you retained? The captain's south face loomed close. Then he hoisted Tian Yang onto his shoulder, retrieving the battle knife in the process. I've barely managed to remember about 80%. Some moves were too intricate and swift to grasp. Tian Yang hesitated, adding, Captain, may I rest here for a moment? I can return to the carriage on my own. Nonsense, Han Shu gruffly retorted. I'm taking you to the medical team to bandage your wounds. This is the reverse realm. Even the tiniest injury could pose a lethal threat. Tian Yang ceased his resistance. Chapter 019 The captain of the medical team is a lady hailing from the western lands. Her hair, eyebrows, and even her eyelashes are a striking shade of gold. Her blue eyes evoke the depths of the ocean, and her beauty mirrors the allure of the sea itself. Being an ascender, she does not need to don the somewhat cumbersome protective gear, but rather wears a white long coat uniform of the medical team, complemented by a black shirt and a fitted skirt. As soon as he entered, Han Shu's gaze was drawn to her long legs encased in black stockings, and he let out an enthusiastic exclamation akin to a lovesick cat. Roshan, after just a few days, you look even more stunning. Especially in this ghastly place of the reverse realm, your breathtaking beauty is accentuated. The lady named Roshan set down the book she was perusing, her luscious red lips curling into a slight smile as she rose to respond. Captain Han, it seems your eloquence has improved, but even so, I shall not agree to a date with you. Unfazed, Han Shu approached her, his hand reaching toward her shapely figure. Strangely, Roshan did not shy away. Allowing his hand to settle inappropriately, Tian Yang quickly closed his eyes, averting his gaze from what he deemed inappropriate. He then heard Roshan's playful voice. Did you come here specifically for that, and you brought a child along? Captain Han, your behavior is rather perplexing. Tian Yang felt himself being unceremoniously seated, and then he heard Han Shu chuckle. To be precise, I came to touch your lovely form and brought this young lad for a bandaging. Dear Roshan, could you kindly find a lovely young lady to tend to his wounds? Upon opening his eyes, Tian Yang saw Roshan dismissively pushing Han Shu's hand aside, crossing her arms with a smile. What do you take this place for? Should I fetch a beautiful girl for you? Or would you prefer I tend to him myself? Han Shu attempted to place his hand on her shoulder. He is not fortunate enough for that, but if I were injured, you might want to reconsider. Roshan gently pushed him away from her chest and called out, "Son, could you assist me with something?" A girl seated behind stood up gracefully, inquiring softly, "What do you need me to do?" Her voice was melodious, resonating with an ethereal quality. Tian Yang turned to see a girl beside Roshan, of similar age, standing around 165 meters tall, clad in protective gear, clearly an ordinary person. Her raven hair shone like lacquer, and her skin was as smooth as jade. Her bright, clear eyes resembled a cloudless azure sky. Upon noticing Tian Yang's gaze, the girl named Sun met his eyes with a tranquil expression akin to a calm lake, unruffled by the world. Feeling somewhat intrusive, Tian Yang nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away. Roshan, with an almost imperceptible smile, nudged the girl. "Please assist him with the bandaging." "Of course," Sun replied, returning with a medical kit. As she opened the box, she instructed, "Please remove your uniform." Tian Yang complied. Sun proceeded to treat his wounds in silence, while Han Shu and Roshan engaged in flirtation nearby. Moments later, Sun had finished bandaging several of his injuries. Looking at her as she tidied her tools, the youth shyly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Sun lifted her gaze, her clear eyes reflecting Tian Yang's form. After a moment, she looked away, and once she had organized her supplies, she prepared to return to her seat. Just then, the train came to an abrupt halt, causing the compartment to sway violently, leaving Sun unsteady on her feet. Tian Yang instinctively caught her, and she found herself seated on his lap, her back pressed against his chest. His breath brushed against her ear, causing a faint blush to rise at the nape of her neck. She instinctively tried to rise, but the inertia from the sudden braking kept her firmly against him. Only after a few moments, when the train safely came to a stop, did Sun hastily gather herself and return to her seat with the medical kit. Meanwhile, Han Shu had already grabbed the communicator in the carriage. "What is happening? Why did we stop?" The voice of the train conductor crackled through. "We cannot proceed, Captain Han. There are wanderers on the tracks, blocking our way." "Damn it." Han Shu slammed the communicator down and turned to Tian Yang. "Stay here. I will investigate." Tian Yang quickly donned his uniform. "I can help." Han Shu did not insist otherwise. "Suit yourself." The two exited the carriage, and as they passed through Chun Lu's compartment, a high-ranking officer from the strategic station intercepted Han Shu. "Captain Han, what is going on? Why has the train stopped?" "There are wanderers obstructing our path. We're heading to deal with it," Han Shu explained succinctly, pushing past Chun Lu as he and Tian Yang hurried away. "Wanderers?" A smile crept onto Chun Lu's face. An opportunity for performance had arisen. 2 minutes later, Tian Yang and Han Shu joined the other members of the Crow team outside the train. They found themselves in a valley, shrouded in dim light with wild black foliage all around. The wind stirred, revealing vague stone sculptures within the grass, exuding an aura of foreboding and malevolence. Twisted trees, covered with gnarled growths, loomed in the vicinity, their erratic branches resembling the contorted fingers of afflicted souls, evoking a sense of nausea. In the distance, a bridge could be discerned, spanning the valley, yet it was fractured in the middle, resembling a giant's broken arm. The hunter class member, Gu, approached with a swift stride, bow in hand, reporting in a deep yet unstrained voice. "A small group of wanderers has appeared ahead, numbering between 70 and 100. They are crossing the tracks, and if we proceed carelessly, we risk derailing." This was Tian Yang's first time hearing her speak, so she could articulate her thoughts. Han Shu nodded, gesturing, "Let us clear them out and depart swiftly." As they reached the front of the train, indeed, strange and malevolent figures lingered ominously along the tracks. In the dimness where light failed to reach, these entities, which should only exist in nightmares, bore the essence of despair. There were cages glowing with a dull light, akin to ghostly flames drifting from graves. They emitted disjointed sounds, reminiscent of souls lamenting their misfortunes. Han Shu lit a cigarette, observing the ascenders, including Tian Yang, alongside the helmeted Nightwalker soldiers, engage freely, begin the purge. The first to charge was Tsang Du, whose body began to radiate a soft, ethereal glow as he ran. His star essence manifesting, he drew his sword, transforming it into a cold flash of light that sliced through the will cages of 3 or 4 wanderers. As the cages shattered, gray light scattered, and the distorted figures collapsed, finally at peace in eternal slumber. Chapter 20. The debut of the 5th generation armament. The fortress has placed a clear price on all known dark denizens. For instance, the wanderers are valued at 1 contribution point for their demise. Although this incentive holds little allure for the sublimers, the command issued by Han Shu has prompted even those with no expectation of earning contribution points, such as Tsang Du and the others, to take action. As fellow warriors of the God of War class, Both Song-du and Old Su wield swords to confront their adversaries. Their speed may not be remarkable, but the force behind their strikes is formidable. A single blow can shatter cages and cleave the not-so-resilient bodies of the wanderers in twain. As for Jiyu, she exemplifies the traits of a hunter. Drawing her longbow, its string glistening with a cerulean light. Even her arrows are manifestations of energy. Tian Yang recognizes that this bow is a stellar weapon, harnessing star energy to deliver enhanced damage against dark beings. Moreover, it can augment the abilities of sublimers, whether through arrows, bullets, or swords and axes. This unique interaction arises from the resonance between star energy and the star essence within the sublimer's body, distinguishing stellar weapons from others. The only means to acquire stellar weapons is through exchanging contribution points with the military or commissioning them from armament merchants within the fortress. Alternatively, they may be awarded for outstanding contributions by the military command. It remains a mystery how Jiyu obtained her stellar longbow. Tian Yang, setting aside his thoughts, assessed the situation of both foes and allies. Rather than drawing his combat knife from his back, he opted for the assault rifle. Observing from the sidelines, Han Shu chuckled upon seeing Tian Yang's choice of weapon, a hint of approval gracing his smile. Adopting a shooting stance, Tian Yang distanced himself from the wanderers, aligning his aim at the cages of the dark denizens, then pulling the trigger. Compared to conventional firearms, the energy rifle is nearly devoid of recoil. A flash from the muzzle produced a gaping wound in the chest of a wanderer, the surrounding area shimmering with blue spots, reminiscent of stars. As the cage shattered and the gray light dissipated, the twisted figure collapsed, accompanied by a surge of viscous corrosive fluid. Nearby, Song-du turned to glance at Tian Yang's rifle, his eyes shimmering with disdain. He pivoted, striking with renewed ferocity, cleaving another wanderer from head to toe. Unperturbed, Tian Yang continued to fire his rifle, systematically dismantling the distorted shadows. His choice to wield a rifle rather than a knife exemplified Han Shu's strategic teachings, exploiting the strengths and weaknesses of both sides to fulfill orders at minimal cost. In this battle, Tian Yang refrained from showcasing the advantages of a sublimer. The only distinction between him and the soldiers beside him was his lack of protective gear. 10 minutes later, the wanderers were vanquished, and the soldiers began clearing the corpses from the tracks. Just as Han Shu was about to signal for the train to depart, Jiyu suddenly exclaimed, 10 o'clock. We have movement. Immediately, Tian Yang turned, and the tactical electronic eye zoomed in, revealing a group of figures staggering toward them. Old Su, with an air of exasperation, remarked, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. While wanderers lack senses, they possess a collective awareness. When one of their kind is attacked, the others can sense it. Now they're coming for revenge. Han Shu contacted the train conductor via the communicator. Can we initiate the train's departure now? The conductor replied. The emergency brakes triggered the cooling protocol. To prevent engine overheating and explosion, we need to restart, which will take approximately 5 to 8 minutes. Then restart it now. We must buy some time, Han Shu commanded, dropping the communicator and shouting, everyone move. We cannot let them near the tracks, otherwise it will be endless. At that moment, the sound of rapidly spinning wheels echoed from behind. Tian Yang turned to see lights flickering in the distance. The next instant, a sharply defined figure burst forth from the darkness. It was a colossal steel giant, towering at nearly 3 meters, clad predominantly in black armor. This machine lowered its center of gravity, gliding past the Raven squad like a gust of wind, charging toward the cluster of wanderers ahead. Its rail rifle unleashed a brilliant blaze, employing high-pressure electricity to propel bullets along dual tracks, achieving a velocity of 600 meters per second without friction. The power of a single bullet could penetrate the armor of a standard war vehicle. The outcome of its assault on the wanderers was devastating, as both their bodies and cages were torn to shreds amidst the metallic tempest. Wanderers fell in droves beneath the bright tongues of fire, the efficiency of this new weaponry far surpassing that of the Raven squad. For the first time, Tian Yang witnessed the performance of integrated armament on the battlefield, a humanoid weapon developed for ordinary individuals to combat dark denizens, showcasing its might in a breathtaking display. The 5th-generation universal shooting armament. Old Su once again demonstrated his erudition, exclaiming, "This is remarkable." Besides the standard rail rifle, it also includes sniper equipment designed for high-level dark beings, utilizing star energy bullets worth 500 contribution points each. Who would have thought that among the sublimers there are those so knowledgeable about integrated armament? Chen Lu approached, clad in protective gear and helmet, laughter echoing in his voice. Behind him loomed a hefty humanoid machine wielding a heavy armored shield. Is this the 5th-generation universal heavy armament? Old Su's astonishment was palpable. Its defensive capabilities are astounding. Equipped with heavy weaponry, including a rocket launcher, a veritable humanoid artillery piece. Aside from its sluggish movement, it appears to have no other significant shortcomings. But last year, the 5th-generation armament had yet to be mass-produced. How is it that functional models are available for combat this year? Chun Lu's voice emanated from within his helmet. We are participating in this operation to validate the combat efficacy of the 5th-generation models. Captain Han, if you have no objections, allow us to handle this battle. Hanshu replied with a grin. Objections? Why would I object? With Commander Chen taking charge, I couldn't be more pleased. Then let us see what we can do. Chun Lu switched communication channels, directing his voice to the mech's operators. Eliminate them without leaving a single one standing. Understood, Commander. Chun Lu cast a sidelong glance at Hanshu. Smile while you can. There will come a time for you to weep. It would be best if you all kept your distance in the upcoming battle, as it would further emphasize that you sublimers are not irreplaceable. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chun Lu had activated the real-time transmission feature. The previous battle of the Raven Squad, as well as the current display of the 5th-generation armament, was being broadcasted live on the large screen at the Fortress Military Command Center. Chapter 021. Reducing investment at the Qingtian Fortress. Within the Military Command Center, the term military merely serves as a broad designation. Its true name is the Unified Management Department of the Joint Legion. As the recorder for the department, Chung Xian felt his heart subjected to immense strain today. Initially, his superior informed him of an important meeting scheduled to take place in the command center, which he assumed to be a routine session. However, as he observed his colleagues, including his superior, gradually exiting the command hall, he realized that today's meeting was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, the seasoned Minister of Strategy, Wade, entered. Despite being an ordinary man, his lineage of one-quarter Westland descent bestowed upon him significant authority, instilling fear in those around him with just a glance. As the elderly figure with snow-white hair stepped into the command hall, Chung Xian couldn't shake the suspicion that the central air conditioning had malfunctioned, for the atmosphere was thick with an oppressive heat. Fortunately, the elder did not cast his gaze in Chung Xian's direction. Instead, he proceeded directly to the center of the hall, where a circular multifunctional electronic table awaited him. There, he selected one of the 5 available seats. Before Chung Xian could catch his breath, a wave of refreshing floral fragrance enveloped him. Closing his eyes, he envisioned a scene of snow-covered landscapes and blooming winter plums. The rhythmic sound of footsteps compelled him to glance towards the entrance. A tall woman entered, her long, black hair flowing gracefully in the air, and her strikingly beautiful face momentarily robbed him of breath. However, the dark purple uniform she wore, adorned with golden insignia on her shoulder, sent his heart racing once more. She was General Fei Mei of the Storm Legion, a woman of noble standing who had yet to choose a surname. With a subtle application of makeup, the general scanned the hall, and when her gaze inadvertently brushed against Chung Xian, he felt a chill coursing through him as if cast into an icy dungeon. Although he had never truly experienced the bitter cold of winter, the sensation was palpable. Fei Mei settled into her seat opposite the elderly Wade, who merely nodded in acknowledgement before busying himself with a communication device. What on earth is so important that you called us here? Don't you know how busy I am? A loud voice boomed from the entrance, followed by the emergence of a figure. Indeed, it was a squeeze. Despite his advancing years, the robust physique of the man caused many younger individuals to feel inadequate. The commander of the Nightwalker, Chu Yan, draped in a long black uniform that served as a cloak, entered. With an eye patch over his right eye and a mechanical arm on his left, he plopped down beside Fei Mei and remarked, "Little girl, you're becoming more and more exquisite. Have you considered that young fellow Ling Feng? I think you two would make a fine match." A rare look of exasperation crossed Fei Mei's face. "Commander Chu, spare your efforts. Marriage has never crossed my mind." Chu Yan sighed. "You are far too exceptional for any man to be worthy of you. However, Fei Mei, every girl needs a place to belong, otherwise, loneliness will be your companion in the future." The older Wade lifted his head and scoffed. "You really are meddling in affairs that don't concern you, Chu Yan." Chu Yan snorted disdainfully. "Better than you scheming old man." The recorder, seated nearby, instinctively shrank back, fearing an argument might ensue between the two. "My apologies for being late," announced the 4th individual entering through the grand doors. Younger than the 2 seasoned generals, this man was a middle-aged figure in his 40s, clad in the black-green uniform of the city guard's iron wall, complete with gloves, military boots, and holster, appearing impeccably groomed. Chung Xian felt faint. This was Commander Chao Gang of the Iron Wall. With his arrival, all the significant figures from the 2nd tier of the fortress's power hierarchy had gathered. Chao Gang took his seat and addressed Wade. "The city lord cannot attend. Minister Wade, we may commence." Wade nodded affirmatively before we began. I would like everyone to observe a few segments. He activated a control interface on the smooth surface of the table, and with a few taps, a holographic display materialized above it. Among the images, a Nightwalker squad engaged in combat appeared. That's our Raven squad. Weren't they tasked with retrieving the Star Essence Pillar? Why are they now entangled with the Wanderers? Chu Yin inquired, perplexed. Wade replied slowly. On their way to the Lighthouse Base, they encountered a small group of Wanderers and are currently engaged in a cleanup operation. Old man, why are you showing us this? And who is filming? Chu Yin pressed further. Wade explained, one of my subordinates is involved in this operation. He brought along a storm squad. General Fei Mei should be aware. Fei Mei nodded. I reviewed the report. It mentioned testing the combat capabilities of the 5th-generation armaments. Indeed, Wade confirmed. Within the holographic display, a 5th-generation shooting-type armament passed nearby, and as the view zoomed in, it was evident that the armament was firing upon a group of Wanderers. The strategic minister glanced at the communicator. Unfortunately, there are still Wanderers in the vicinity. However, based on the performance of this 5th-generation armament, eliminating those dark denizens should pose no challenge. As predicted, the 5th-generation armament dispatched approximately 300 Wanderers in a mere 3 minutes. The display then halted. Chu Yin sensed an undercurrent of tension and his tone grew colder. Old man, what is the meaning of this? Nothing of consequence. I merely wish to illustrate the might of technology, Wade replied, spreading his hands with a smile. As you have seen, the Raven squad eliminated fewer than 100 Wanderers in about 5 minutes. Conversely, the Storm squad dispatched a single armament, which not only eradicated more dark denizens, but did so in a shorter time frame. Now, let us consider the costs. It is widely known that ascenders, regardless of their tier, are significant resource consumers. According to incomplete statistics, the resources we invest in these ascenders annually are sufficient to produce 300 5th-generation armaments. 300. Indeed, and these can be repaired, have replaceable parts, and can serve for at least 8 to 10 years. Now, let us examine the ascenders. How many new awakenings do we see each year? 20, perhaps? Fei Mei shook her head. Not even that. On average, approximately 10. 5 new ascenders awaken each year. Wade slammed his palm on the table. Exactly. Fewer than 11. Furthermore, they consume far too many resources, and their casualty rates are not negligible. Most importantly, the investment in them is not a one-time expenditure, but a sustained one. Consider this. If we were to allocate the same resources towards mass-producing armaments, 10 years hence, the Storm Legion could boast over 3,000 armaments. What kind of military force would that represent? Chu Yin scoffed. Wade, just say what you mean directly. Wade cleared his throat and stood. What I wish to convey is that the resources invested in ascenders do not correlate with their contributions. Of course, I do not mean to suggest they are entirely without merit. However, might we consider appropriately reducing our investments in ascenders and reallocating these resources to more suitable avenues? The air in the command hall suddenly thickened, and the recorder's hand hovered over the electronic board. He dared not document that statement. Chapter 022. Dispute, I think you've lost your mind. Chu Yin's voice thundered, reverberating with unmistakable anger and shock. The recorder in the distance wished he could hide beneath his seat, but he was unable to do so and could only clutch his electronic tablet, trembling in fear. Fei Mei stood up and glanced at the recorder, saying, You may leave for now. I will call for you if needed. Heaven knows how grateful Chung Xian felt. Fei Mei's words were akin to saving her life. If this dark-haired, coolly elegant lady permitted it, he would even have considered kissing her feet. Once the recorder departed, Chu Yin panted heavily. If the electronic table had not been so vast, the old commander would have readily seized the collar of the man across from him. How can you engage in such treachery? Have you forgotten who bravely ventured into that realm when no human foot had ever set foot there, gradually opening up the fortress? Old Wei De replied nonchalantly. I haven't forgotten. It was indeed the Sublimers. However, Commander Chu Yin, I must remind you of one thing. The world is ever advancing. You must acknowledge that we now possess the capability to develop warfare weapons that can replace the Sublimers, and they offer a significantly better cost-performance ratio. With all due respect, he continued, the role of the Sublimers remains substantial, but only for the mid to high-level Sublimers. The lower-tier Sublimers are not significantly stronger than our soldiers. Yet the wealth they command far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. I trust you recall the parade held in the fortress 3 months ago, where people protested that the Sublimers were monopolizing too many resources, which they deemed unfair. Chu Yin bellowed, Nonsense. Without us, those ordinary people would stand no chance against the high-tier Dark Citizens. Let us not even mention the Dark King. Merely facing a danger level 3 Dark Citizen would render your esteemed new weapon ineffective. Old Wei De calmly replied, Thus, I propose a slight reduction, not a complete one. For instance, might we consider having the earnings of the lower-tier sublimers? As for the mid to high-level ones, they would naturally remain unchanged. Tian firmly responded, absolutely not. If that were the case, they would resign and either move to other fortress cities or join the prospectors, resulting in a loss of sublimers for us. This would significantly diminish the deterrent power of Qingtian Fortress. Do not forget, Blackstar Fortress is merely 500 kilometers away, and they have been eyeing our craftsmen for quite some time. The strategic minister smiled confidently. Rest assured, I have already taken this into account. Should our deterrence prove insufficient, we can easily recruit 2 to 3 high-ranking individuals on a contractual basis. Their combined costs would likely be less than the proposed cuts. Commander Tian, I understand your feelings, but we have invested far too much in the lower-tier sublimers. Tian slammed his hand on the table. No matter how you frame it, I vehemently oppose this matter. Old Wei scoffed. Tian, spare me your pretenses. 17 years ago, weren't you? Minister Wei, Chao Gang, who had remained silent, suddenly interrupted. Please exercise caution with your words. Old Wei's expression shifted slightly as he nodded. I admit I lost my composure, but I still believe there is no need for continued substantial investment in the lower-tier sublimers. Chuan rose and declared, regardless of the outcome. Even if it reaches the city lord, I will oppose this to the end. With that, he swept out of the room. Old Wei turned to the young storm commander. Fei Mei, what is your perspective on this? Fei Mei gently closed her eyes, her long, curled lashes fluttering. I reserve my opinion. Chao Gang stated plainly. To assess the value of the sublimers based on a single battle seems unjust to them. Moreover, the adversaries in question are merely the lowest-tier wanderers among the Dark Citizens, which does not elucidate the matter at hand. Furthermore, the reverse realm is not static. 1,000 years ago, when craftsman was discovered, individuals could explore the reverse realm without protective gear. Now, without protective clothing, ordinary people can hardly move within it. Each reverse realm is immensely vast. What we have explored is but a small fraction. We remain unaware of what lies deep within the reverse realm. However, I know that to combat the Dark Citizens, especially the high-tier ones, the power of the sublimers is indispensable. Therefore, I find the notion of budget cuts imprudent. Particularly at this stage, such actions would be clearly irrational. Chao Gang rose, his voice calm. I propose we conclude today's meeting. I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Fei Mei added. I need to visit the armament factory to check on the progress of the 5th-generation mass production. Minister Wei, I beg your pardon. The two departed together. Old Wei, rather unperturbed or enraged, instead wore a slight smile. We shall see, even if you all oppose me. However, if the public insists, I believe the city lord will take it into serious consideration. And as for the public, they are the most malleable. If there are more instances akin to the recent battle, they will surely organize further protests. With that thought, the old man produced a pocket watch, opening it to reveal a photograph of a young man whose facial features closely resembled his own. Clapping it shut, the old man walked away from the command hall with even greater determination in his stride. The lighthouse outpost had arrived. Passengers were instructed to disembark in an orderly fashion, queuing outside the yellow line at the carriage door. The announcement from the carriage's speaker jolted Tian Yang from his slumber. After experiencing the impressive display of the 5th-generation weaponry the previous day, the sublimers of the Raven squad felt somewhat disgruntled, while Han Shu remained unfazed. He even asked Chen Lu to ensure that if a similar situation arose again, his 5th-generation weaponry would have ample opportunities to showcase their prowess. Once they gathered, they headed straight for the Lighthouse Base. Fortunately, this journey unfolded without any unexpected incidents, leading them safely to the base. Upon disembarking, Han Shu proclaimed loudly, "We are dismissed. Reconvene near the main gate in 3 hours. Anyone who dares to be late should watch out for my boot." With that, he issued the command to disperse. At his signal, the group scattered. Han Shu and Old Su discussed which drinks to order at the bar, while Tsangdu and Jiyu went their separate ways. The soldiers, ever dutiful, made their way to the warehouse to tally the logistical resources required for their operation. Tian Yang inspected his assault rifle, noting that the gas magazine was only half full. He decided to pay a visit to the base's armory to procure 2 additional magazines for backup. Is that you, Tian Yang? The armory officer was a middle-aged man with a somewhat greasy appearance, and Tian Yang recognized him from his time in the collection team. Being a new recruit, many of the menial tasks had been delegated to him by Qin Wu. Having made several trips to the armory, he had developed a rapport with the officer, who recognized him immediately. Ah, you've already made the switch. Look at that uniform. It truly exudes authority. Wait, you're a second lieutenant now? Have you awakened? Tian Yang smiled bashfully. I was fortunate enough to discover the star essence pill during a mission, so Well, you truly struck gold. The officer seemed even more delighted than Tian Yang himself. Chapter 023. Deliberate provocation. After collecting the magazine from the armory and agreeing to return to the Qingtian fortress after the next rotation, Tian Yang bid farewell to the military supply officer and walked through the corridor of the base. Suddenly, he came to a halt. He spotted Sun, the girl standing by the window, gazing out at the dimly lit base. A car passed nearby, its headlights illuminating her face. In that fleeting moment, her beauty resembled a night blooming Sirius. Tian Yang recalled the previous day's incident when they had collided during a sudden stop, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Perhaps he should apologize, he thought. However, just then, another figure appeared beside the girl. A tall young man, who Tian Yang estimated was a head taller than him. His broad shoulders and robust physique resembled that of a bull, exuding an aura of strength. With a chiseled nose, he appeared somewhat aloof, despite smiling. A trace of arrogance lingered in his eyes. He was clad in the same black uniform of the Nightwalkers, with the same lieutenant insignia, indicating he was likely a transcender as well. At that moment, the young man rested a hand against the polycarbonate window next to Sun, seemingly engaged in conversation with her. As if they were acquainted, Tian Yang dismissed the thought of approaching to apologize. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Sun exclaim in surprise. He looked back to find that she was attempting to leave, but the young man had seized her arm. Uncertain of what he had said, Sun suddenly slapped him across the face. The young man, taken aback, froze momentarily, and then the smile vanished from his face as he raised his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Yang's silver hair stirred slightly, and a flicker of light danced between the strands. In the depths of his eyes, a spark ignited. The world around him blurred momentarily, and when it refocused, the young man's face, an intertwining of arrogance and fury, was mere inches away. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. But he still brought his hand down, only to have it caught by Tian Yang, halting mere centimeters from Sun. Bystanders in the base paused, watching intently. The young man's gaze shifted to Tian Yang, coldly inquiring, "What are you doing?" "Nothing much, merely preventing you from being violent towards a girl," Tian Yang replied calmly. "Are you blind? Can't you see she struck first? She's just a commoner. I was merely showing her some interest. She should be grateful, yet she dares to refuse and hit me." Tian Yang had no intention of releasing his grip. "If that is the case, I believe she was right to strike you. Someone like you, so self-righteous, deserves to learn a lesson." Both the young man and Sun stared at Tian Yang in astonishment. The difference was that the young man's eyes began to blaze with anger, while Sun's expression grew increasingly complex. "Have you lost your mind? You're defending a commoner? Have you forgotten we possess the right of companionship, sanctioned by the fortress? Are you defying the fortress's laws?" Tian Yang chuckled and released the young man. The latter sneered, "I doubt you have the courage to do so." He reached for Sun. Smack! Tian Yang swatted his hand away. The young man was momentarily stunned, and then a faint glow began to emanate from him, revealing a sigil resembling a magical formation on his forehead, with symbols flickering within. This was the emblem of the Heart of Elements, with the number 2 in the center indicating that he was a level 2 transcender. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Tian Yang raised a hand, blocking the young man's path to Sun. "You just mentioned our right of companionship. Coincidentally, I have taken an interest in her as well. What do you propose we do about it?" Sun was initially shocked, but then her expression shifted as if she understood something, and she relaxed. The young man, however, hesitated before raising his hand. "You're seeking death." A pale glow rose from his hand, forming into a gun-like shape. Clang! Before he could launch the pale energy projectile, a dark combat knife was pressed against his throat. The young man's pupils constricted as he recognized it as a high-frequency particle knife. Not even a tank's armor could withstand its cut. Tian Yang's grip on the knife was unwavering. "The Heart of Elements abilities are formidable, yet you have a weakness. Simply put, you're fragile." Cold sweat beaded on the young man's forehead. "What do you want?" Tian Yang's gaze fell on the long gun in his hand. "Withdraw your abilities. I prefer not to escalate matters. As for this girl, she is now mine. I trust you have no objections?" The cold blade of the particle knife remained pressed against the young man's carotid artery, leaving him no room to object. Gradually, he retracted his energy, and the long gun vanished from his palm. With a huff, he muttered, "Is that settled then?" As the knife returned to its sheath, Tian Yang grasped Sun's hand, and they swiftly departed. In front of the base's dining hall, Tian Yang finally released Sun, feeling a bit awkward. I said that on purpose earlier to create an excuse to intervene. I hope you don't take it to heart." To his surprise, Sun replied, "I understand. Thank you for coming to my aid." "Not at all. I truly apologize for what happened in the car yesterday." Sun smiled. "It's fine." Sun, where are you? Come help." The voice of Ms. Roshan echoed from the communicator on the girl's waist. She stuck out her tongue and replied, I'll be right there. She then bowed to Tian Yang, saying, "Thank you once again." With that, she glided away like a graceful deer, swiftly vanishing from sight. 3 hours passed quickly, and following orders, Tian Yang gathered at the base's entrance. From a distance, he spotted members of the Raven Squad and other teams nearby. Han Shu had mentioned that this was a joint operation involving other squads, so Tian Yang found it unsurprising. However, as he approached, his heart sank. The young man who had previously tried to approach Sun was among them. Upon noticing Tian Yang, the young man raised a meaningful smile. After inquiring with Old Su, Tian Yang learned that his name was Zhou Wang, a firepower specialist from the Grey Dove Squad. After counting personnel and checking equipment, everything was deemed in order, and Han Shu commanded loudly, "Let's move out." Seated in the Falcon high-speed assault vehicle, Tian Yang gazed at the slowly opening base gates, feeling a surge of excitement. He was finally about to embark on his first mission as a transcender. This vehicle, although classified as a light combat vehicle, surpassed the standard equipment used by the collection teams. The Nightwalker's Falcon vehicle boasted superior performance. With a composite armor shell, it exhibited astonishing precision and utilized a propulsion nozzle for acceleration. Its solid fuel storage resolved endurance issues, and the mounted Star energy-heavy artillery granted it the capability to intercept numerous dark denizens. Thus, sitting in such a vehicle, Tian Yang felt secure, even anticipating some action along the way to witness the power of that energy cannon. Unfortunately, the journey was uneventful. 3 days later, Tian Yang, having previously explored the reverse city known as Metropolis as part of a collection team, found it appearing before the recovery squad. Chapter 024. Disagreement. The convoy traversed a highway leading to the city, its surface marred by fractures. However, the rugged terrain posed no challenge to the formidable vehicles of the fortress, characterized by their elevated chassis, robust tires, and potent engines. The pace of advancement was leisurely, despite the fact that 1/3 of the city had been explored thus far. The situation within the city, particularly the distribution of the dark denizens, was in constant flux. Consequently, no commander dared to venture deep into the urban expanse. Seated in a Falcon light battle vehicle, Old Su gazed through the window at the dim twilight, observing the dilapidated buildings in the distance that resembled colossal tombstones. He mused, "The civilization of the 127th reverse realm bears a striking resemblance to ours. Just look at the architecture. Its form and structure are indistinguishable from our own fortress. This metropolis is far larger than our Qingtian fortress," remarked Han Shu, who sat sprawled in his seat with legs extended. Moreover, the outer perimeter of the reverse realm city shows no signs of fortifications or artillery. This indicates that before it succumbed to its current state, it existed in a relatively peaceful and secure condition. Song Du muttered from the back, "A world devoid of the threat of divine aberrations? How enviable." Gu, the driver, chuckled coldly. "What is there to envy? Do you truly wish for it to remain in its present condition?" Old Su offered a dry laugh, attempting to mediate, at the very least. It must have been an enviable world before its decline. According to the information we've gathered, this metropolis is roughly equivalent in size to 2 Qingtian fortresses combined. A major fault line divides the city into two, and we lack a comprehensive understanding of the situation on the other side. However, in our current vicinity, the roads are extensive and devoid of checkpoints, suggesting that the city's inhabitants once enjoyed the freedom to come and go. There may have been social stratification, but it likely wasn't pronounced. As for the buildings, some reach up to 80 stories, a truly unimaginable height. Just one such structure could accommodate a vast population. If all goes well, this metropolis could sustain millions. On our side, only a few super fortresses like the Radiant Fortress could achieve such scale. Han Shu interjected, "Don't forget they had automobiles. We also discovered train-like vehicles beneath the city. It appears their transportation was quite advanced, even featuring peculiar instruments resembling steel giant birds. Some scholars speculate that those might be a form of aircraft. Can you fathom it? Such cumbersome contraptions actually soaring through the sky. What of it? Those lunatics at the Skyward Fortress even dream of reaching the moon. However, that joke has circulated for a century, and to this day, there's been no word of their success." Old Su concluded, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Tian Yang, gazing out of the battle vehicle's window, casually remarked, "If the metropolis once had inhabitants, where did they go after it became like this?" The atmosphere within the vehicle suddenly stiffened. Tian Yang paused, pondering whether he had broached a subject best left untouched. Old Su smiled faintly, his expression strained. "Tian Yang, such matters." "The dark denizens," Han Shu interjected abruptly. Old Su cleared his throat. "Captain? It's fine. He will inevitably encounter it." Han Shu shook his head. Tian Yang felt bewildered. Han Shu continued, "Kid, what do you think caused the emergence of the dark denizens?" Tian Yang was taken aback. He had read extensively, yet none of his books detailed the origins of the dark denizens. It was commonly accepted that every reverse realm harbored a multitude of malevolent, grotesque entities, namely, the dark denizens. Each realm's dark denizens varied in form, yet they shared a singular trait, the will prison. However, since the emergence of the craftsman, no scholar had unearthed the origins of the dark denizens. Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed Tian Yang's mind, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. Han Shu cast a glance at him, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. He lit it and placed it between his lips. It seems you've deduced it. Indeed, the original inhabitants of the reverse realm likely transformed into dark denizens. This explains why such a vast reverse realm is devoid of any living souls, filled instead with those abhorrent hybrids. Old Su chuckled bitterly, adding, "The Skyward Fortress once submitted a report to the Golden Council. I am unaware of its specifics. However, it is rumored that those madmen believe the dark denizens possess the ability to reproduce. Thus, they can persist indefinitely, remaining impervious to extermination. Furthermore, based on the commonality of the will prison, they surmise that all reverse realms may originate from a singular location." Tian Yang was taken aback. How vast must that location be to spawn hundreds of reverse realms? Old Su shrugged. "I cannot say for certain. In any case, the reverse realm harbors countless secrets. Merely contemplating them can keep one awake at night." Han Shu exhaled a smoke ring. "Coward." Old Su laughed heartily, not disputing the claim. Fearing the reverse realm was not a matter of shame. It was the absence of fear that was truly foolish. Beep, beep, beep. The control panel of the battle vehicle emitted a series of alerts. Jiyu glanced at it. "Captain, we've received a distress signal." "Play it," Han Shu commanded, removing his cigarette as a serious expression overtook his features. A moment later, a hoarse, indistinct voice crackled through the speaker. "Is anyone listening? Trapped. Requesting assistance. Coordinates as follows." The voice was interspersed with faint roars, unmistakably not human in origin. Han Shu seized the intercom. "This is Han Shu, captain of the Crow Squad. Which squad are you from? Please respond." Unfortunately, it seemed the other party could not hear him. Continuing to repeat the previous broadcast. After 3 or 4 repetitions, the signal abruptly cut off. Once the distress signal faded, other squad leaders' voices filled the vehicle's communication channel. "Captain Han, did you receive the distress signal? The coordinates provided are nearby. Should we investigate?" Han Shu did not respond immediately, contemplating before saying, "Relay the broadcast content back to the Lighthouse Base, instructing the command center to dispatch personnel for rescue. Our mission is to recover the Star Pillar. We should not be distracted by other matters." "Yes, that seems prudent. You are the operational commander. Your word is final." As others expressed no further dissent, Chen Lu's voice suddenly rang out. "I oppose." Chen Lu spoke with conviction. "Reassigning personnel from the base will take time. By the time they arrive, the individuals may already be dead. The Star Pillar will not move on its own. Whether we act sooner or later, what difference does it make? Conversely, the trapped personnel cannot afford to wait. From any perspective, I believe we should prioritize the rescue." Chapter 025. Rescue. Han Shu displayed an expression of frustration as he reluctantly picked up the walkie-talkie. "Commander, you are indeed correct. The Star Pillar will not sprout legs and flee. However, you may not be aware that there are certain dark denizens, such as the Level 3 propagators, who do not fear the radiance emitted by the Star Pillar. On the contrary, upon discovering its presence, they will employ every means to dismantle it. Moreover, there are numerous exploration teams within the metropolis. The base can certainly make the most appropriate arrangements based on the status and locations of these teams. I am confident that we will not be much slower than if we were to run ourselves." Chen Lu responded with a tone laden with disappointment. "Captain Han, has the coldness and darkness of the reverse realm seeped into your very bones? I truly did not expect you to utter such words. If your colleagues were to hear you, what do you think their thoughts would be? Never mind. If you will not go, I shall. As an officer of the fortress, I will not abandon anyone." Han Shu cupped the walkie-talkie and muttered under his breath, "Do those office-bound individuals think with their posteriors?" A few light chuckles echoed in the vehicle. Han Shu then spoke into the walkie-talkie again. "Commander, we cannot ascertain the identity of the other party. This may be a trap." Chen Lu scoffed. "Captain Han, not only do you lack a spirit of volunteerism, but you have also lost your normal judgment." "A trap? Whose trap? Are you suggesting that those dark denizens can utilize our language?" "Absurd." Han Shu, accustomed to running his fingers through his hair, replied, "Commander, we can never truly know how many secrets lie within the reverse realm, even if we are aware of quite a few. Who can guarantee that those dark scoundrels cannot speak and learn our language?" Chen Lu retorted angrily, "Enough. I truly question what the higher-ups of the Nightwalkers are thinking. allowing someone like you to take command of operations. Captain Han, you may continue with your tasks. After I rescue the people, I will naturally catch up with you. That is all. Commander? Commander? Han Shu called out several times, but Chen Lu did not respond. He shook his head, muttering a curse under his breath. Fool. He then picked up the walkie-talkie and declared, the convoy will turn. We are going to rescue them. Received. Understood. After setting down the walkie-talkie, Han Shu slumped back into his seat, his expression one of resignation. The young man with a ponytail behind him could not help but exclaim, Captain, why do you concern yourself with that fool? If he wishes to show off, let him. Han Shu shook his head, saying, the strategic department has always harbored grievances against us. If something were to happen to their officer under my command, it would implicate Commander Chu. You think I wish to accompany him in his madness? Alas, there is no other choice. He raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Thus, the convoy turned at the next intersection, heading toward the coordinates of the distress signal. A vast complex emerged before the convoy. They halted on the roadway, and to their left lay a circular plaza. The ground of the plaza was adorned with intertwining curved patterns, seemingly decorative in nature. Flanking the sides were several pillars, and behind them appeared to be a green belt. However, these areas were now merely brown gravel, devoid of any trace of vegetation. In the distance stood two spherical structures, one large and one small, their purpose unknown. Han Shu disembarked, gazing at the plaza not far from the roadway, reflecting, the residents of the reverse realm are truly fortunate. Look at this vast expanse they have left vacant. It is not even a park. At that moment, the sound of fifth-generation armed units came into play. The earlier annihilation of a group of wanderers by shooting-type armaments moved at low power. The wheels beneath pushing the towering 3-meter machines slowly along a passage leading to the rear spherical structure. Chen Lu and several soldiers followed behind the fifth-generation unit. Bringing up the rear was a Nightwalker squad code-named Highland Eagle. Han Shu leaned against the vehicle and activated a holographic projection. The image displayed the advancing team. The footage was relayed in real time by one of the soldiers in the Highland Eagle squad through the recorder on his helmet, allowing the personnel left behind to witness the entire rescue process. After circumventing the plaza ahead, the team encountered a parking lot. The vehicles of the reverse realm, with their flimsy armor, were haphazardly parked. Most of the vehicles had been reduced to mere shells, and many of the car wrecks bore visible signs of destruction. The uneven ground was home to peculiar fungi unique to the reverse realm, forming irregular patches along the road, with some even engulfing the remnants of the cars. 12 minutes later, the rescue team arrived at the source of the signal, a spherical building. They entered through a grand door and traversed a dilapidated hall. Following a corridor, they emerged through another door onto a viewing platform. It is worth noting that the corridor behind the hall clearly did not accommodate three-dimensional armaments. The 2.5-meter height compelled the shooting-type unit to retreat and seek another entry point to the building. In the holographic projection, Tian Yang gazed at the tiered viewing platform and remarked, this can accommodate thousands. No, perhaps even more. Look across. There is an identical platform. My heavens, is this an arena? I have heard that the War God Fortress possesses a grand arena capable of seating 300 spectators simultaneously. Look below. Old Su pointed toward the area beneath the platform. Below the platform was a vast expanse, its area comparable to a training ground at the Lighthouse Base. Surrounding the open space was a distinct area, paved with an unfamiliar material forming a circular shape, with a protruding edge along the inner perimeter. This area was partitioned into several sections, and within it appeared symbols from the reverse realm, used for some form of identification. Old Su's gaze deepened. I would wager that life for the residents of the reverse realm is quite leisurely. Otherwise, they would not have constructed such a venue for amusement. Clearly, this is a place for them to pass the time. Tian Yang nodded in agreement, his youthful eyes reflecting a hint of envy. Before the reverse realm had descended into its current state, perhaps the inhabitants of this city lived better than those within the fortress. A voice echoed within the holographic projection. Captain Han, we have received another distress signal and have locked onto its location. We are now proceeding to provide assistance. It was Liang's son, the leader of the Highland Eagle squad. Be cautious, Captain Liang. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately, Han Shu instructed. Liang's son acknowledged the command, and in the projection, the rescue team began to mobilize. They turned into a passageway from the viewing platform, moving cautiously until they reached a grand door. Beside the door was a sign displaying an image of a small figure seated on a chair, appearing to be resting. Liang's son, dressed in a black long coat with a receding hairline, raised his hand to signal for caution. Gently, he pushed open the door, and a series of creaking noises echoed in the projection. At last, the door swung open to reveal a room furnished with several rows of seats. As the rescue team illuminated the area, Tian Yang observed a row of iron cabinets on the left side of the room, with numerous small compartments resembling makeshift lockers. On the opposite wall hung a screen, its surface shattered, exposing the electronic panel within. Below the screen was a cabinet, beside which squatted a person. The individual faced away from the rescue team, mechanically and hoarsely uttering, "Is anyone able to hear me? I am trapped. Requesting assistance." Coordinates as follows. Chapter 026. The Madhound in the luminous glow, the figure with his back turned to the rescue team was deeply hunched over, revealing only the curve of his spine. He was devoid of clothing, stark naked, making his emaciated form painfully apparent, with his vertebrae almost protruding through his pallid, unhealthy skin. The hue of his complexion rendered him even more gaunt. "Something feels off," Han Shu exclaimed urgently. "Liang-san, don't pay attention to him. We need to leave. I sense something is terribly wrong." At that moment, the holographic projection flickered as if the signal were disrupted, and the captain of the Highland Eagles seemed oblivious to Han Shu's warning. The scene displayed Liang-san shouting towards the individual beside the cabinet. "Which team are you from? Where are your teammates? Are you the only one trapped?" The repetitive inquiries ceased, and the figure appeared to respond, slightly shifting before rising to a towering height. "My heavens!" Chen Lu gasped in horror. "What is that?" Clearly, it was not human. No normal person could reach a height of 2.5 meters. Nor could any human possess limbs that twisted at unnatural angles. Then it turned, and the onlookers were confronted with its head, if one could even call the trumpet-like appendage a head. Suddenly, its chest cavity split open, extending down to its abdomen, and the torso flared open violently to the sides. Beneath the torn flesh, white bones served as supports, while deep within, various grotesque organs pulsated, with a human face grotesquely protruding from the surface. The open cavity resembled a demonic maw. "Is anyone listening? Trapped. Requesting assistance." Coordinates as follows. The same words, amplified 100-fold, emanated from the creature's mouth, which bore the human visage. In an instant, the holographic projection encountered severe interference, with a 5-second delay in image transmission. When the signal stabilized, the dark denizen, previously unseen, was already retreating under the barrage of several rifles, blood erupting from its body in great splashes. Finally, Liang-san advanced, his warrior's might allowing him to cleave the monstrosity in two with a single strike. From the split form rolled out an organ resembling a heart, emanating a pale yellow glow. Clearly the creatures were imprisoned within. With a thrust of his sword, Liang-san shattered the prison, and the severed body convulsed momentarily before ceasing its motions and swiftly dissolving into a putrid mass. Han Shu shook his head. "Liang-san, come back." This time, Liang-san heard him, and, at the command, the team retreated. However, as the scene shifted, Han Shu suddenly leaped up, for at the end of the corridor, a shadow flickered. Stalker. The accursed beings staggered out from both sides of the T-shaped passage. In the projection, their grotesque forms swelled in number. As if the troubles posed by Liang Sen's group were insufficient, a ventilation grate at the passages and suddenly collapsed, and a stalker slipped through, crashing to the ground. Before it could rise, more stalkers cascaded from the vent, scrambling to their feet, staggering forward, and issuing meaningless cries as they extended their twisted limbs toward the camera. "Fall back, quickly into the room," Liang-san shouted. Although the number of stalkers was considerable, it was not enough to thwart a Night Stalker team. Yet, considering Chen Lu's safety, Liang-san dared not take the risk. Reluctantly, they withdrew into the room to hold their ground while awaiting rescue. "Damn it, I knew it would come to this," Han Shu bellowed. "Night Raiders, move out." Tian Yang also intended to follow, but Han Shu pointed at him, commanding, "You stay." He then turned to the captain of the Grey Dove team, a woman with a shaved head. "Lita, I leave this to your command." With that, he hurriedly led his team toward the spherical structure. Tian Yang faintly heard Han Shu instructing someone to contact the 5th-generation armed unit. With their firepower, it would not be difficult to carve an escape route for the Highland Eagles. After the Raven team departed, the bald captain, now temporarily in command, bellowed with a voice that belied her stature, "All units, retreat to the square. Recovery and medical teams to the center. Other teams, assume defensive positions, move immediately." The convoy promptly mobilized in accordance with Lita's orders. The recovery and medical teams' vehicles stopped at the center of the square, while several Night Stalker teams formed a defensive perimeter to protect non-combatants. They established a defensive line and set up temporary cover. Even the 5th-generation heavy combat unit brought by Chen Lu positioned itself at the center, all heavy artillery on standby, prepared for battle. Such caution was not without justification. Who could have anticipated that among the dark denizens lurked such a creature, a biological entity capable of emitting a distress signal detectable by electronic devices? It laid the groundwork for this trap. As for the human language, it was evidently tied to that human face. Based on past experiences, this trap was unlikely to be straightforward. Furthermore, being in the reverse realm, it was prudent to remain vigilant. It is always better to be overly cautious than to be caught off guard. Lita's concerns proved to be well-founded. Shortly after the Raven team left, a red flare suddenly ascended into the dimly lit roadway ahead. The sentinels on the perimeter had spotted the enemy. Mad hounds, a pack of at least 100. Simultaneously, the communications channel erupted with the panting shouts of the alert personnel. The bald woman immediately commanded heavy artillery to stand by, the warrior class to form the vanguard. Other classes and soldiers provide long-range support. Tian Yang dashed to the front lines, forming a vanguard with 7 or 8 elevated warriors. His left eye ignited with a crimson glow, indicating the activation of tactical vision. He focused on the direction of the red flare, narrowing his field of view. Suddenly, a figure that should only exist in nightmares appeared within Tian Yang's sight. Upon witnessing the demonic figure, he felt a wave of nausea, nearly retching at the sight. The Mad Hound, a monstrous fusion of human and canine, boasted erect, pointed ears and eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty crimson hue. Its visage, reminiscent of a human yet with a pronounced canine snout, was enough to instill terror and provoke screams. With a hairless, somewhat slick body, it raced across the ground on all fours, its form gaunt. The males bore curved claws like hooks, while the females had ribs protruding from their bellies, supporting a grotesque mass resembling a tumor. According to the records, when a female charged into a crowd, the tumor would swell and explode, releasing toxic substances at high pressure, a weapon of indiscriminate mass destruction, aptly naming the creature. As Tian Yang observed the approaching pack through his electronic eye, he recalled Old Su's earlier words. If the dark denizens were transformed from the original inhabitants of the reverse realm, what manner of events transpired to cause such a degeneration of life? Chapter 027. The leader of the battle commenced with a 5th-generation multipurpose heavy armored vehicle, its driver boldly launching a heavy rocket into the most densely packed cluster of rabid dogs, resulting in a brilliant orange fireball. The air was filled with searing heat. Even at a distance exceeding 300 meters, Tian Yang felt as if his hair might ignite. A jubilant cheer erupted from the convoy's defensive line. The power of that shell was truly exhilarating. The horde of dogs suffered a staggering loss of 2/3, and the remaining frenzied beasts, shaken by the explosion shockwave, staggered momentarily before resuming their charge, only to be met with heavy machine gun fire. From behind the multi-layered armor, 2 heavy machine guns were elevated by mechanical arms, their barrels aimed at the oncoming dogs, unleashing a furious roar. Shell casings, the size of a child's fist, clattered continuously to the ground, the cacophony echoing in the ears of all present. The frenzied dogs, upon being struck, were annihilated, even if their wills remained intact. Their decimated bodies could only twitch helplessly on the ground, posing no threat to the defensive line. Remarkably, within less than 2 minutes, the 5th-generation armaments had completely eradicated the pack. Impressive, remarked a girl with a slightly rounded face and gentle features, her youthful innocence still evident. She was a newcomer to the Grey Dove squad, having participated in only 2 missions thus far. Beside her, the calm-headed bald woman, Lita, glanced at the 5th-generation weaponry. In 2 minutes, approximately 2,000 contribution points worth of ammunition was expended. If we cannot handle even 1 pack of dogs, the entire armament research team might as well resign in disgrace. The newcomer girl gasped, unable to fathom that such a brief moment had consumed 2,000 contribution points. After 2 missions, she had earned a mere 800 points. As the machine guns ceased their thunderous roars, the tension remained palpable, for new shadows loomed ahead. Soon, additional packs of dogs appeared on both sides, each consisting of around 100 beasts, with 4 or 5 groups charging from various directions. This time, the dogs had learned. They spread out, advancing in a staggered formation, a torrent of gray surging towards the defensive line. Lita's voice crackled through the communicators. 5th-generation armaments, focus on the frontal assault. Others, deal with the packs on the left and right. Gunners, aim to concentrate fire on the densest clusters. We have a long way to go before the mission is complete. Do not waste ammunition here. The Star Energy heavy artillery, mounted on several Falcon battle vehicles, under the gunners' direction, adjusted their aim to maximize their coverage. As the heavy machine guns roared once more, the energy artillery resonated with a charging hum. Subsequently, a blue orb of light soared across the battlefield, striking the pack of dogs. Upon detonation, it unleashed rippling waves that radiated outward, causing the frenzied dogs to hesitate mid-stride. Their bodies disintegrated, along with their internal will cages, reduced to uniform particles of mere centimeters in size. Moments later, soldiers wielding rifles and other adept long-range enhancers joined the fray. Thus, the front line transformed into a dense and resplendent network of firepower, effectively halting the majority of the rabid dogs. Any stragglers were left to be dealt with by the enhancers, including Tian Yang. With a particle blade in hand, he lowered his center of gravity, focusing intently ahead. Suddenly, a dark figure burst through the fire net. It was a male dog, barreling directly toward Tian Yang. The youth could see the beast's human-like head, its blood-red eyes brimming with madness. With a leap, the rabid dog lunged at him from above. Tian Yang's mind went blank, and instinctively, he rolled beneath the creature. The particle blade sliced through the air, severing the beast's limbs, yet the dismembered monster continued to thrash about on the ground. Its severed limbs crawled toward Tian Yang, who was then met with a gleaming sword that plunged down, piercing through the dog's skull and emerging from its jaw. With a swift twist, the red glow in the dog's eyes began to fade. A foot planted on the carcass, the sword's wielder withdrew the weapon and pointed to her own head, explaining, "The cage of such a creature lies beneath the skull. You either sever the head or pierce through the cage, understand?" Tian Yang nodded, absorbing the lesson. The battle was fierce yet brief. 5 minutes later, it was nearing its conclusion. Just as humanity was about to reap the fruits of victory, screams and wails erupted from the rear courtyard. Just as Tian Yang decapitated one rabid dog and turned to glance behind, he saw another pack had breached the defensive line. A female dog had just detonated a bomb hidden beneath its ribs, launching itself into the air and splattering corrosive venom onto several recovery team members. The venom was evidently corrosive, quickly eating through the team members' protective gear. Meanwhile, several male dogs charged into the crowd, biting indiscriminately and throwing the recovery and medical teams into chaos. A familiar figure caught Tian Yang's eye. It was Sun, sprinting toward the defensive line. However, a panicked man shoved her aside, and behind her, a male dog, dripping with foul saliva, charged at her. As soft light cascaded from her hair, the world around Tian Yang morphed into a flowing tapestry of light and shadow, with Sun and the rabid dog rapidly enlarging in his vision. Ultimately, he glimpsed his own silhouette, shimmering with a faint silver glow within Sun's helmet visor, alongside the particle blade, now a dark cascade, poised to strike the dog down. The rabid dog's hardened skull proved no match for the blade's cutting edge. With a single stroke, Tian Yang cleaved through its head and the front half of its body, causing the creature to collapse like a blossoming crimson flower, its blood pooling quietly by the boy's feet. Tian Yang turned to Sun, pulling her up. "Are you all right?" She shook her head. He gestured toward the defensive line. "We need to move." With that, he dashed towards the next target. This scene was witnessed by Lida, who commanded the overall operation. Does the warrior class possess such speed? A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she exclaimed, "These bastards' attacks are organized. There must be a leader among the pack. Find it." No sooner had she spoken than a hunter-class enhancer called out, "Commander, 1 o'clock, 800 meters away." Lida seized a pair of binoculars and scanned the direction indicated by the hunter. A monstrous figure emerged in her view, a larger, mutated rabid dog, appearing as though a male and female had been stitched together. Its head was split down the middle, one side masculine and the other feminine. It possessed 2 forelegs and 4 hind legs, its dark red skin revealing protruding grayish-white ribs that formed a natural armor. 3 clusters of short, black spines adorned its arched back. Lida would wager they were not mere decoration. Through the binoculars, she observed the massive creature's jaws moving as if it were howling, prompting several male dogs to scamper away, seemingly executing their leader's command. Lowering the binoculars, Lida gritted her teeth. 5th-generation armaments. Fire in that direction. Understood. Chapter 28. Special mission within the enclosed, armed cockpit. The pilot, aided by the program, was focused on capturing the image of the mad dog leader. As that demonic figure appeared on the screen, the pilot could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Although it was merely a visual representation, the aura of malevolence emanating from it was palpable. Heaven knows what transpired in the reverse realm to spawn these nightmares that seemed to have crawled forth from the abyss. Locking onto the beast, the pilot pressed the launch button. In the distance, the dog demon, issuing a new command with varying syllables, suddenly perked up its pointed ears. Then, its grotesque face turned towards the human defense line, where a flicker of fire ignited in the dimness, followed by a low howl that resonated across the battlefield. Almost instantaneously, upon seeing the firelight, the dog demon pivoted and leapt away from its original position, bellowing as it charged forth. A group of mad dogs surged towards the opposite direction of the dog demon, leaping towards the fire that traversed the battlefield. The explosion of cannon fire erupted, The orange flames instantly engulfed the mad dogs, with the flames and shockwaves sweeping around, causing the dog demon to be hurled through the air. A lighter, yet still searing, mass of fire enveloped it. However, the dog demon quickly burst forth from the flames, rolling on the ground several times to extinguish the remaining fire. Despite the wisps of smoke rising from its body and some burns on various parts, the injuries were trivial to it. Damn it, the bald woman, observing the outcome through her binoculars, nearly shattered them in frustration. The projectile had detonated prematurely, intercepted by the mad dogs before reaching its intended target, allowing the dog demon to escape the most destructive zone of the blast. The damage inflicted by the surrounding shockwaves and flames was negligible. That creature was remarkably astute and cunning. Lita contacted the pilot again, inquiring about available weaponry. The pilot replied with a wry smile, "Commander, the heavy artillery is not suited for precision strikes. Such tasks should be entrusted to the sharpshooters." Lita glanced towards the spherical structure, musing, if the sharpshooters were here, would I still be in such distress? Never mind. She called out loudly, "Don't we have any Tier 3 hunters?" A hunter of Tier 3 is a sniper master, possessing the capabilities that the current commander requires. Unfortunately, the hunters here were predominantly of Tier 1 and Tier 2. "Zhou Wang, what is the maximum range of your elemental throwing spear?" With no response, the bald woman turned her gaze to the firepower specialist in her squad. The arrogant youth, who previously had designs on Sun at the base, could no longer afford to be proud. "Captain, no matter how far I can throw my elemental spear, I cannot hit anything 800 meters away. Moreover, you require precision." Lita cradled her bald head, lamenting, "Are we merely to endure passively? I refuse to accept this." Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait, perhaps we need an assassin. She seized the communicator and switched to a corresponding private channel. "Tian Yang, you are Tian Yang, correct? I am the commander, and I need you to undertake a task." Tian Yang's response came swiftly through the communicator, "Received." "What is the task?" He lay prone on the hard, stony ground, uncomfortable yet undeterred. For an explorer in the reverse realm, comfort was a luxury reserved for the deceased. Tian Yang had no intention of meeting that fate just yet, so he did not mind the sensation of the gravel pressing against his chest. After confirming that no mad dogs were in his vicinity, he moved stealthily like a phantom, utilizing trees, the wreckage of cars, and lampposts as cover. As a level 1 assassin of the Avenger class, this was a brand new tier for him. Not even the Sky Fortress, let alone the few super fortresses like Radiant Fortress, possessed detailed records of such classes. Thus, he had to personally experience and grasp the characteristics and tendencies of each tier. At present, Tian Yang sensed that the assassin class must possess speed and stealth capabilities. Otherwise, he could not have navigated the majority of the main battlefield undetected, quietly advancing towards his target beneath the watchful eyes of scattered mad dogs. Lita had entrusted him with a nearly reckless mission, to assassinate the mad dog leader. The commander promised that if he succeeded, he would earn 500 contribution points. Tian Yang was inclined to accept, driven by the soldier's instinct and a desire to test his class abilities. When acting alone, one could be more liberated, with greater precision. Moreover, although Lita's task was audacious, she had adequately prepared for it. One of the preparations included spraying him with a concoction derived from the bodily fluids of various dark denizens. The stench was so overwhelming that a single whiff nearly suffocated him. Nevertheless, the spray proved effective, fooling the keen noses of the mad dogs. Several times, the monsters passed close by Tian Yang, mistaking him for one of their own or another dark denizen. Thus, he progressed silently, instinctively blending with his surroundings. Moments later, he spotted the dog demon. Despite the commander's prior description, the mere sight of this malevolent creature stirred a wave of nausea within him. The reverse realm was indeed a terrifying place, Tian Yang reaffirmed in his mind. The youth did not rush into action. At present, a dozen mad dogs surrounded the dog demon. A reckless strike would not only jeopardize the mission, but could also cost him his life. Moreover, the other mad dogs were well aware of their surroundings. However, Tian Yang was uncertain whether the dog demon shared this awareness. Observing the sinister figure, he scrutinized it, hoping to discern a weakness. As his gaze fell upon the dog demon's abdomen, shielded by its ribcage, a sudden realization struck him. The ribs and belly seemed to fade from view, revealing what appeared to be a placenta-like organ, radiating a faint yellow glow. The wool cage. Tian Yang snapped back to reality, his vision returning to the ribs and belly. Yet he was certain the dog demon's wool cage resided within its abdomen. The youth strained to recall the image, calculating the position of the cage and mentally rehearsing the execution of his strike. Time gradually slipped away. At that moment, the dog demon glanced towards the defense line. Emitting a long, piercing howl, The surrounding mad dogs, upon hearing the call, charged forward. This was the signal for a full-scale assault. Under wave after wave of attacks from the pack, the convoy's defenses were nearing their breaking point. The dog demon would not squander this opportunity, unleashing every mad dog it could muster into the fray, while it cunningly lingered in the rear. However, it was unaware that the rear was not necessarily safe. Once the guards departed, Tian Yang recognized that his chance had arrived. The youth unleashed his full potential, the vitality of the star essence surging to its peak. A soft glow emanated from him, and his silver hair floated slightly as he vanished from sight. Sensing something amiss, the dog demon wasted no time glancing back, curling its body instinctively. The ribs on either side of its abdomen flared open, seemingly to shield itself from the impending attack. Yet, as this tactic formed in its mind, a pitch-black dagger materialized from the void, slicing precisely through the ribs and penetrating the resilient belly, delving deep within to pierce the placenta-like organ. Suddenly, the dog's belly illuminated with a bright yellow light, which quickly faded. As it curled its body once more, it fell still. Flesh rapidly decayed, leaving only the ribs and 2 eyeballs intact. Everything else, including the wool cage, dissolved into a pool of black sludge. Only then did Tian Yang's figure materialize, like a phantom, from the ether into reality. The absence of visible donation information is quite inconvenient. I extend my gratitude to the brother who supported me with a donation yesterday, and I sincerely appreciate everyone's support. Chapter 29. A slip of the hand sublimation progress. 28. Tian Yang collapsed near the corpse of the hellhound, his body weary and powerless after eliminating his target. This was the result of the tension finally dissipating, coupled with the excessive consumption of stamina due to the star essence. Through this battle, Tian Yang had begun to grasp the essence of the assassin class. He even contemplated a summary, but the moment was not opportune. However, after slaying the hellhound, his sublimation progress had increased, albeit only by 4 percentage points, which left him somewhat perplexed. It was well known that when he defeated Qin Wu, he had gained a full 10 percentage points of sublimation. Yet now, having vanquished a hellhound, he had only gained 4. Was Qin Wu truly more formidable than the hellhound? Certainly not. This discrepancy might be attributed to the sublimation mechanism of the Avenger class. Tian Yang had previously harbored a vague suspicion, which was now confirmed through his encounter with the hellhound. The sublimation mechanism associated with his awakened class likely pertained to revenge, which provided a coherent explanation. After conveying the good news of the completed task to the commander, Tian Yang rose to his feet and retrieved a set of material recovery tools from his portable kit, carefully collecting the hellhound's 2 eyeballs. Upon death, the dark denizens' bodies would rapidly decay, yet certain parts or organs would remain preserved. These preserved items possessed unique properties. According to the fortress regulations, those who eliminated dark beings had ownership of these remnants. They could choose to use them personally or exchange them for contribution points at the fortress. Upon recovering the hellhound's eyeballs, the commander's voice crackled through the communicator. Tian Yang, retreat immediately along the established route. The pack is without a leader. We have driven them back. Be cautious not to encounter any stragglers. I've arranged for personnel to assist you on the retreat path. Return swiftly. Understood, Commander. I am on my way back, Tian Yang replied. Ending the communication, he departed from the site, following the route delineated by Lida. Before long, he spotted the distant lights of the defensive line. Just then, a pack of frenzied hounds burst forth from the underbrush, surrounding him with their monstrous, human-like faces. Tian Yang silently lamented his plight as he drew his particle combat knife, bracing himself for the confrontation. At that moment, a flurry of arrows forged from star essence whizzed through the air, striking several of the mad hounds with blinding speed. The formation of the hounds broke apart, and Tian Yang seized the opportunity to break free. Just as he emerged from the encirclement, he heard frenzied howls behind him. Except for 2 creatures, now immobilized by the star essence arrows, the remainder continued their relentless pursuit. The young man raised his assault rifle and fired several shots backward, forcing the 2 closest hounds to retreat. Suddenly, he heard a startled exclamation, followed by a brilliant flash at the corner of his eye. Turning, he saw a grayish-white elemental spear hurtling straight toward him. Tian Yang had no time to think. He sidestepped just in time for the spear to graze his nose, crashing to the ground and creating a small elemental storm. The fierce winds buffeted him, pulling at his form until he staggered back several meters before regaining his balance. Then, a Falcon battle vehicle approached, its energy cannon illuminating as a star essence shell obliterated the remaining mad hounds. My apologies, someone leaped down from the vehicle's roof. Under the vehicle's headlights, Zhou Wang wore an insincere smile. I had a slip of the hand just now. Thankfully, it didn't harm you. You wouldn't mind, would you? A slip of the hand? Tian Yang was not naive enough to believe such an excuse. Looking at that grinning face, he could only imagine how desperately he wanted to drive his particle combat knife into Zhou Wang. It was evident that this man had acted deliberately. Even if an elemental spear posed no threat to his life, the pursuing hounds behind him certainly could. Don't look at me like that, I apologized. Besides, I didn't mean to. Would I really harm my comrade? That would be a grave offense, Zhou Wang protested, his tone feigning innocence, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. Another member of the Grey Dove squad emerged from the vehicle. Yes, Tian Yang. Zhou Wang wouldn't do that. I assure you, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, indeed. Zhou Wang chimed in, approaching to pat Tian Yang's shoulder congenially. Once we return, I'll treat you to drinks to make amends. What is happening? Lita arrived on the scene, concerned as Tian Yang was a member of the Crow Squad. If anything were to happen to him, the bald lady worried about how to explain it to Han Shu. Upon her arrival, she sensed the atmosphere was amiss. Tian Yang remained silent, casting a deep glance at Zhou Wang before brushing off the hand resting on his shoulder. With a face like thunder, he walked past Lita straight toward the square. Zhou Wang recounted the earlier events, emphasizing that it had been a misunderstanding. He then shook his head. Captain, these kids today have such lofty tempers. I apologized, and he still gave me a sour face. Truly ungrateful. Lita regarded him coolly. Getting shot at for no reason would irritate anyone. Zhou Wang, was it truly unintentional? Zhou Wang laughed. Would I intentionally do something like that, Captain? I have no feud with that kid. Why would I harm him? Lita nodded. Very well then. The acting commander turned to leave, but paused to say, this time, I'll take your word for it. Just ensure it doesn't happen again. Zhou Wang tensed up but gradually relaxed. Upon returning to the square, Tian Yang discovered that Han Shu and the others had already returned. The burly man waved him over as soon as he spotted him. As Tian Yang approached, Han Shu slapped the top of his head. Damn it, where have you been? I told you to stay put, not wander off. Cough. Thankfully, the bald lady arrived just in time. Captain Han, I instructed Tian Yang to carry out a mission. If you wish to blame someone, it should be me. To his surprise, Han Shu slapped again. Are you foolish? You just do whatever you're told? If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your family? Lita finally understood why Han Shu hadn't taken Tian Yang along for the rescue. It appeared this child had someone watching over him. Though Han Shu had slapped him twice, Tian Yang could feel the concern emanating from the burly man. With a smile, he replied, I can take care of myself, and I even killed a madhound leader. Oh, quite impressive, aren't you? Han Shu almost delivered another slap, but restrained himself, instead giving the youth a light shove. Hurry over to the medical team for a checkup. Although I only taught you a lesson, you are still half my student. Don't embarrass me by dying for no reason. Tian Yang intended to protest that he didn't need a checkup, but Han Shu's wide eyes conveyed a you'd better go, or I'll hit you expression. With no other option, the young man could only chuckle awkwardly and depart. Lita approached the man and whispered, what is this child's background? He isn't of the war god class, is he? Han Shu glanced at her. His matters are not your concern, nor should they be publicized. The bald lady frowned. Why not? The burly man silently pointed upward. Lita exclaimed, I see. Han Shu scoffed. You understand nothing. With a swift kick, Lita sent him sprawling. Chapter 030. The final stubbornness at the headquarters office of the Nightwalkers in the Lighthouse Base. A screen displayed the haughty visage of Zhou Wang. Captured through the electronic eye of Tian Yang. The past half an hour had faithfully recorded the youth's entire involvement in the defense of the front line. Ling Feng sat in his chair, idly twirling an electronic pen in his hand. His aide, Lin Yang, recognized that this was a habitual gesture of Ling Feng when he was deep in thought. Finally, the pen came to a halt, and Ling Feng switched off the screen. Lin Yang then suggested, should we inform Han Shu to have Zhou Wang removed? He seems to harbor resentment towards Tian Yang and might act against him in the future. That is of little concern, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. A person who does not endure hardships is unlikely to achieve greatness. This is precisely why I allowed him to participate directly in the mission rather than relegating him to the training camp. He must constantly prove his worth for investment through his actions. If he cannot handle a clown like Zhou Wang, it merely indicates that his potential is limited. Lin Yang chuckled softly. Ling Feng glanced at him curiously. What is so amusing? It has been quite a while since I've seen you hold such high expectations for a young individual, Lin Yang remarked. Ling Feng removed his glasses. Do I appear that obvious? Lin Yang laughed, but then added, however, once you place him in Han Shu's team, it won't be long before others start to grow suspicious. Judging by Tian Yang's recent encounter with that canine demon, his abilities are distinctly different from those of the war god rank. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is remarkably different. At merely rank 1, he has already displayed a speed comparable to that of a hunter rank. Moreover, He is capable of delivering lethal strikes to the demon's vulnerable points. I do not believe he has similar experience. This may be an innate ability of the assassin rank. After a few more battles, even a blind person would discern that he is certainly not of the war god rank. But does it matter? Lin Yang seemed to grasp a crucial point. If that is the case, it appears the city lord is already aware of this development. You are correct. Since the city lord is informed, it becomes considerably easier to contain the news. In truth, there is no need to keep the new rank under wraps for long. After some time, as Tian Yang establishes a profound connection with the Nightwalkers, we can announce it without fear of other factions poaching him. Ling Feng smiled briefly before his expression turned serious. However, I am more concerned about the incident during yesterday's military meeting, where the commander clashed with Minister Wade. Lin Yang could not help but rub his face. I wondered why the strategic department suddenly dispatched a high-ranking official to the reverse realm. It seems it was to reduce resources allocated to the Ascenders. Minister Wade still harbors resentment over his son's past incident. Ling Feng leaned back in his chair. In recent years, people's envy towards the resources and privileges enjoyed by the Ascenders has reached an unbearable level. Minister Wade's actions at this juncture could very well succeed. Yet, with the emergence of Tian Yang, he is likely to become a significant obstacle to Wade's reform agenda. As long as Tian Yang can demonstrate that the Avenger rank poses a threat to a certain hostile fortress, Wade's plans will be difficult to realize. Lin Yang sighed. If our battlefield were confined to the reverse realm, life would be much simpler. Ling Feng donned his glasses again, the reflection obscuring his eyes. Yet, at the same time, it would be far less interesting, would it not? Lin Yang murmured softly. At my age, a mundane life is far more blissful than an exciting one. Inside the battlefield medical vehicle, Tian Yang sat quietly in a corner, awaiting examination. The vehicle, akin to a small mobile clinic, was equipped with an independent power generator to ensure uninterrupted electrical supply during treatment. It housed an operating room, an intensive care unit, and a temporary ward. Coupled with a well-trained medical team, the survival rate of explorers in the reverse realm was significantly enhanced. However, small-scale explorations rarely warranted a medical team. Such luxurious provisions were reserved for critical operations like the recovery of the Star Pillar. Before long, it was Tian Yang's turn. As he approached the examination room, he encountered a high-ranking official from the strategic department, his head wrapped in disinfecting bandages. The rescue operation led by Chun Lu, originally intended to tarnish the Ascender's reputation, had inadvertently delivered a resounding slap to the face of the dark denizens. Gone was the arrogance from their first meeting. His expression was now somber. Tian Yang nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but Chun Lu ignored him. Upon entering the examination room, Tian Yang was taken aback to find that the person in charge of the assessment was Sun. With her delicate features, yet still partly unformed, she smiled gently at Tian Yang, her lips curving into a kind smile. You don't look injured. Despite her words, Sun gestured for him to lie down on the pristine examination table. Tian Yang, removing his uniform and clad only in armor, replied somewhat helplessly, I feel the same way, but the captain insisted I come. Captain Han is quite concerned about you all. Sun noted, pulling down a medical diagnostic device. As she drew near, her cute nose crinkled slightly. What have you stepped in? Recalling that he had been splashed with the refining fluid of the dark denizens, Tian Yang awkwardly replied, perhaps I should come back later. Sun extended her slender, yet gentle hand to gently press him down. Since you are here, let us not waste time. She activated the instrument and began the examination. Lying on the table, Tian Yang scrutinized Sun's sweet and lovely face, even noticing the fine down on her earlobes illuminated by the light. Why did you want to become a nurse and join the medical system in the reverse realm? Sun paused for a moment, but did not respond, continuing her work. Tian Yang thought perhaps he had asked a foolish question. You're fine. You have only sustained some minor strains, no need for medication. Sun said softly after reviewing the diagnostic results. Tian Yang got up and retrieved his uniform. Thank you for your help. However, just as he was about to exit the examination room, Sun's voice drifted from behind him. The compensation in the reverse realm medical system is substantial. My father is ill and requires contributions for treatment. While there are easier ways, I do not wish to be bound. You should understand, within the fortress, the cost of freedom is exorbitant. When Tian Yang turned back, he saw Sun already busy organizing the equipment. He cast a fleeting glance at her retreating figure before stepping out of the room. The easier way might be to become the wife or mistress of certain nobles. With Sun's attributes, that should not pose a challenge. Yet she chose a more arduous path. Tian Yang recalled a book he had read, which stated, life is a journey of continual compromise, yet at times, we should retain a trace of stubbornness for ourselves. Otherwise, what significance does life hold? Perhaps Sun's choice embodies the last vestige of stubbornness she preserves for herself. Chapter 031. Provocation. After the convoy set off once more, it was evident to all that Han Shu's mood was far from pleasant. His discontent stemmed from tangible reasons. In the effort to rescue Chen Lu, both the Raven and Highland Eagle squads suffered the loss of 3 soldiers. Additionally, the personnel left guarding the square also incurred casualties. Ammunition, star essence energy, and medical resources were depleted to varying degrees. At present, a newly ascended individual lay in the medical vehicle, recovering from surgery in intensive care. All of this was, in hindsight, avoidable. Consequently, silence enveloped the journey. Even the loquacious old Su remained mute, merely smoking his cigarette. Tian Yang, seated in the rear of the armored vehicle, quietly reflected on his previous battle. Through this practical experience, he discerned that the star essence within him could reach its peak activity in an exceedingly short span of time, bestowing him with formidable explosive power and remarkable agility. However, the most significant discovery was his ability to scout the weaknesses of the dark denizens. When he observed the aberrant creature within the frenzied hound, the beast's flesh appeared to fade, revealing the essence of its captive will. The subsequent swift kill confirmed that this was no mere illusion. In retrospect, this likely exemplified the application of his occupational ability, weakness sensation. Contemplating this, Tian Yang covertly glanced at Han Shu ahead. Yet, the fading phenomenon did not manifest. Could it be that this ability was ineffective against humans? The youth mused, wishing for a manual to elucidate its intricacies. Old Su, who had remained silent for an extended period, finally spoke. Han Shu, irritated, retorted, "What is so strange about it?" Old Su lightly tapped the window with his fingers. "Captain, look outside. It's too quiet. I recall the mission report mentioning a large gathering of wanderers here. Yet we haven't encountered a single one." As the convoy turned a corner, not a single ghostly figure was visible within the beam of light. Tian Yang also peered outside, and, indeed, as Old Su had remarked, there were no wanderers to be seen on the streets. When he departed, the lower-class citizens had been so numerous that it could be described as a sea of humanity. Where had they all gone? Han Shu dismissed the concern. Perhaps they've moved elsewhere. Wanderers tend to roam about aimlessly. Do you expect them to settle in the metropolis? Old Su murmured, "Let us hope so." Consequently, until they reached their destination, they did not encounter a single wanderer. The ease of their journey felt surreal. Yet for Han Shu, if the return journey could be equally smooth, the mission would be deemed a moderate success. Upon seeing the tunnel entrance adorned with the pillars of star essence, Tian Yang was struck with emotion. It was within that very tunnel that his life had undergone a transformation. The tunnel below could be regarded as a crossroads of fate for the young man. Returning once more, he wondered what might transpire. Hopefully, nothing at all. Content with the current state of affairs, the youth mused internally. The convoy halted at the tunnel entrance, where 2 squads of nightwalkers had set up a perimeter. Only after the Raven squad descended to investigate and confirm the absence of danger did they allow the recovery team to enter the tunnel with their equipment. As Tian Yang followed Chen Lu and the others into the tunnel, the recovery team had already begun preparations for extraction. Such a large star pillar could not be fully retrieved. Only the smaller ones, akin to that found in the Sky Fortress Memorial Park, could be completely harvested. However, even if they could be entirely extracted, once removed from the reverse realm, the star pillar would cease to grow. Moreover, the star essence within it would gradually dissipate. Thus far, this phenomenon lacked a definitive explanation. All right, everyone, listen up. Han Shu cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the gathered individuals. According to our tradition, those participating in the recovery of the star pillar, excluding ascended individuals, shall have the opportunity to touch the pillar. He then instructed Old Su to call down the medical team. Old Su obliged, but was halted by Chen Lu. "What tradition is this? I've never heard of it." "Captain Han, what are you playing at?" Han Shu replied curtly, "I'm not playing at anything. This is a tradition among us nightwalkers." "What is the matter?" "The recovery of the star pillar is inherently a perilous and laborious task, and they are more than deserving of a chance to alter their fate." "Absurd," Chen Lu exclaimed. "The adult ceremony held at the fortress every year allows residents who have reached the age of 18 to touch the star pillar. Those who are of age in the team have already done so, and those who haven't will have their opportunity in due course. There is no need for any unnecessary actions. Everyone deserves a turn, including you. It won't take much time, and let us be honest. That pillar in the memorial park hasn't produced an ascended individual in years. I say it's time for a change," Han Shu grinned, inciting a desire in Chen Lu to punch him. With a stern demeanor, Chen Lu responded, "Regardless, I do not agree." Han Shu scratched his head. "How about this? Let us hold a vote. Those in favor, raise your hands. The minority shall yield to the majority. What do you think, Captain?" Chen Lu retorted. Of course, the majority will agree. What significance does that hold? Han Shu chuckled lightly, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Lu. Captain, since you understand that everyone yearns for a chance to transform their lives, why do you insist on obstructing them? The will of the people is not to be ignored. Captain, looking around, Chen Lu noted the silence, but from the eyes of those present, he sensed their discontent towards him. Suit yourselves. But I will report this so-called tradition of yours to the higher-ups upon our return. Han Shu laughed heartily, unfazed, and even saluted Chen Lu. Thank you, Captain. Chen Lu seethed with frustration, feeling utterly powerless, and resolved to sulk alone. Old Su went off to summon others, and Tian Yang, sensing that he had no further role to play, strolled deeper into the tunnel. Moments later, he encountered a platform. Before the platform lay a dimly lit track. Yet there were no visible vehicles akin to trains. Perhaps they were currently stationed within some darkened tunnel. Tian Yang then realized that the residents of the reverse realm had excavated tunnels underground to accommodate the trains. They must truly despise sunlight to have relegated the trains beneath the surface. Lost in thought, Tian Yang suddenly heard footsteps, and he immediately directed his light towards the source of the sound. To his surprise, it was Zhou Wang's voice. Lowering his illumination tool, he indeed saw the proud young man approaching empty-handed. Not wishing to waste words on such a person, Tian Yang continued forward, but as he passed Zhou Wang, an arm blocked his path, Zhou Wang's arm. Suppressing the impulse to draw his weapon, Tian Yang looked up and asked, "What do you want?" Zhou Wang smiled smugly. "Come on, are you still mad at me? I told you, that shot was just a slip of the hand. You wouldn't be that petty, would you?" "What I do is none of your business," Tian Yang replied, pushing Zhou Wang's hand aside as he moved past him. Yet, as he proceeded, Zhou Wang's voice echoed behind him. "That girl, her name is Sun, right? What a coincidence. She's actually part of the medical team. I've had my fair share of women, but I've never had a little nurse. Once we're back, I'll have to have some fun with her. I hope she's still pure. That would make it all the more interesting." Chapter 032. The fortunate one. Tian Yang came to a halt, recalling Sun's words. "You truly have a poor memory." He did not look back, choosing instead to face away from Zhou Wang. "If I am not mistaken, I have mentioned that she is mine." Zhou Wang chuckled heartily. I haven't forgotten. How about this? After I have had my fun, I'll let her go to you. You can play with her however you wish. Sounds good, right? Forgive me, perhaps I was not clear enough. Allow me to reiterate. Sun is mine. If you wish to lay a hand on her, you must first seek my blade's consent. A glimmer began to shine in Tian Yang's eyes. The dignity that the girl endeavored to protect should not be so casually trampled by someone like him. Zhou Wang smiled silently, the emblem of the elemental heart on his forehead faintly glowing with a symbol. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? After all, she is merely a commoner. Is she worth such defense? Furthermore, do you possess the capacity to enforce it? Although you two are an ascendant, you lack a surname, do you not? An ascendant without the protection of a family may find life to be quite fleeting. Tian Yang gazed into the darkness ahead of the tunnel. No family remains unblemished through time. Moreover, even with familial protection, life is not guaranteed to be prolonged. Besides, among the families of note within Qingtian Fortress, I do not recall hearing of the Zhou clan. Impudent. Zhou Wang suddenly turned, and almost simultaneously, Tian Yang faced him as well. The particle blade had already found its way into his grasp. The gray-white elemental energy surged in Zhou Wang's hand as he darkly proclaimed, "Just from that single sentence you uttered, I have sufficient grounds to end your life." Tian Yang, with an expressionless face, merely responded, "Then, would you care to test that?" "Tian Yang, are you here?" The sudden voice shattered the tense atmosphere on the platform. The newcomer, a girl with a slightly rounded face and gentle features, approached closer. Noticing Tian Yang's sheathed blade and Zhou Wang's dissipating elemental energy, with a look of concern, she inquired, "Did you encounter a monster?" Clearly, the girl had not realized that she had just averted a potential conflict. Without uttering a word, Tian Yang departed, and moments later, the newcomer and Zhou Wang returned to the scene. The star pillar remained in place, and ahead, a queue of about 10 people awaited their turn to touch the pillar. With Sun among them, not far away, Chen Lu scoffed, "What a waste of time. With that effort, we could already be on our way back." Beside him, Han Shu puffed on a cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring without uttering a word. At that moment, it was Sun's turn. The girl, clad in protective gear, stepped forward and, like the others, gently placed her hand on the star pillar. The instant her skin made contact, the peculiar substance, akin to a great tree, suddenly illuminated, erupting in a dazzling silver radiance. Han Shu's cigarette dropped to the ground. Chen Lu gaped, wide-eyed and speechless. Zhou Wang's eyes were filled with astonishment, quickly followed by a flash of anger. akin to a failed scheme unraveling before him. As for Tian Yang, he was first taken aback, then felt a surge of joy for Sun. The star pillar was responding, evidently triggering the cells and genes within Sun, urging them towards a higher form of life. Truly, the light within the girl's protective suit began to glow, akin to encapsulating a galaxy. The crown of the star pillar swayed silently, droplets of starlight cascading from its crystalline leaves. The silver radiance illuminated the space, growing ever brighter until it became blinding. After a span of 3 to 5 seconds, the silver light gradually faded, leaving Sun surrounded by swirling starlight. Peering through the transparent visor of her helmet, the girl appeared unable to believe that she had been favored by the goddess of fortune. It was not until the medical team leader, a lady named Roshan with golden hair and blue eyes, approached and tapped on her helmet that Sun snapped back to reality. "Remove your helmet," Roshan smiled. Sun hesitated for a moment before slowly taking off her helmet. As the air of the reverse realm met her skin, a silvery glow flowed through the veins on her face, soon returning to normal. She inhaled deeply, feeling no discomfort. Roshan enveloped her in a hug. "Well done, Sun. Quickly tell me, what tier have you awakened?" Sun closed her eyes, and after a moment, incredulously replied, "It is the radiant tier." What? The revelation of her awakening the radiant tier ignited Han Shu's exuberance. What remarkable luck. This young lady has awakened the radiant tier. Ha, we've struck gold. He turned to Qin Lu with a beaming smile. "So, Commander, what do you think? Our tradition has proven quite fruitful, hasn't it?" Qin Lu grunted, striving to maintain his composure, yet the slight tremor in his fingers betrayed his excitement over Sun's awakening. Among the known tiers, two stand out as the rarest, Abyss and Radiant. The former represents the utmost danger and uncontrollability among all known tiers. Those who awaken the Abyss tier are often individuals steeped in despair, prone to perilous actions, wielding formidable abilities that counter most other tiers. In contrast, the Radiant tier embodies the opposite of the Abyss. Radiant ascendants possess healing and purifying abilities, and within the reverse realm, the existence of a Radiant ascendant can make all the difference for a team. Regrettably, whether Abyss or Radiant, both tiers are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix feather. Of course, all of this transpired before Tian Yang awakened the Avenger tier. Now, they are no longer the most elusive. Nevertheless, this was indeed a cause for celebration, especially as Tian Yang's new tier remained under wraps. The one most delighted was undoubtedly Roshan, who announced that Sun would now be her student. Upon their return, she intended to provide Sun with private lessons. As one of the foremost battlefield medics within the fortress, countless medical students yearned for Roshan's favor. Yet she had never intended to take on a disciple. Now, it appeared she had chosen Sun to inherit her legacy. At the utterance of this declaration, Zhou Wang's expression darkened further. Within the fortress, experienced battlefield medics were scarce. Roshan was not only a highly respected medic, but also an ascendant. Her standing within the fortress surpassed that of the Zhou family. Now, with Sun as her student, the girl was no longer within Zhou Wang's reach. In truth, from the moment Roshan declared her apprenticeship, those within the fortress who dared to set their sights on the young girl could be counted on one hand. And those few would never resort to such base tactics. Consequently, Zhou Wang's resentment towards Tian Yang deepened. Had Tian Yang not intervened at the forward base, Zhou Wang might have already claimed Sun for himself. In that case, the Zhou family would possess a radiant ascendant, and Zhou Wang could rise to prominence. Yet all this was thwarted by that white-haired boy ahead. The more Zhou Wang pondered, the more infuriated he became, wishing to hurl an elemental spear at Tian Yang right then and there. Yet he failed to consider that even if he had succeeded at the base, would the girl truly choose to wed him? Chapter 33. The Phantom Vehicle. After receiving the congratulations of the crowd, Sun remained remarkably composed, unclouded by joy. Instead, she inquired with Roshan about potential financial assistance for her studies, as she had to provide for her family and pay for her father's medical treatment. Roshan seemed to have anticipated Sun's plight. Not only did she agree to apply for a subsidy from the fortress, but she also promised to help take Sun's father to the hospital once the mission was concluded. At that moment, a smile broke across the girl's face, reflecting a sense of relief. Ultimately, she followed Roshan out of the tunnel. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals found themselves devoid of fortune, prompting Han Shu to announce the commencement of recovery operations. 2 hours later, the celestial pillar had been successfully retrieved, cut into segments, and securely stored. As the last recovery team member exited the tunnel, Tian Yang and Han Shu prepared to withdraw as well. Suddenly, a dull sound echoed from deep within the tunnel. Tian Yang noticed the silver strands of hair on his forehead fluttering slightly. A breeze was stirring. The boy turned to look at Han Shu. who furrowed his brows and picked up the communicator, stating, "All vehicles, start your engines and prepare to leave." Before he could finish, the tunnel shook violently, almost causing Tian Yang and the others to lose their footing. Cracks spread across the tunnel's ceiling, with dust cascading from the fissures. The ground heaved, as if a wave were rising beneath them. "Hurry! This place is about to collapse," Han Shu shouted, seizing Tian Yang and sprinting toward the exit. As they raced forward, a thunderous sound reverberated from behind, confirming their fears as sections of the tunnel began to cave in. Upon emerging from the tunnel, Tian Yang glanced back to see a cloud of dust rising from the depths, where faint glimmers of light flickered like the headlights of a train. Just then, the entire tunnel collapsed, engulfing everything in a torrent of debris, leaving Tian Yang in the dark about what he had just witnessed. After escaping the tunnel, the ground continued to fracture, with the collapsed area expanding nearly 100 square meters before finally stabilizing. Standing at the edge of the crumbled road, Tian Yang gasped for breath and looked ahead, observing that nearly an entire block of pavement had sunk. The surrounding buildings leaned precariously, resembling a haphazard stack of blocks toppled by a mischievous child, while dust swirled, obscuring an already unclear world. Han Shu exhaled a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. "I almost thought I was going to be buried alive." Lao Su chuckled as he patted his shoulder. "It seems the Lord of War isn't ready to claim you yet." Han Shu scoffed. "I'm not one of his followers." He sighed again. "With the road in such disarray, we can't proceed on the original route. We'll have to detour." And suddenly, the ground began to tremble once more. A mound of stone erupted from the collapsed area 300 meters ahead. In the next instant, the pile exploded, sending shards of rock flying in all directions. At that moment, a colossal shadow burst forth from the earth, soaring through the air and crashing into a nearby building. In that fleeting instant, Tian Yang caught a glimpse of dim yellow lights, dirt-streaked compartments, and long, outstretched arms. Fear gripped him as he instinctively sensed the terror that arises when humanity confronts overwhelming creatures. While he managed to maintain his composure, many of the recovery team members and soldiers were so startled that they collapsed to the ground, clearly having witnessed the same spectacle. The creature's impact on the building produced a resounding crash, causing several structures to tilt dangerously, as if they too were succumbing to the force of the creature. Han Shu turned and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Get in the vehicles. Prepare the energy artillery and combat gear. All ascenders, be on guard. We may have visitors." The convoy sprang into action, with soldiers scrambling into the Hunter-class vehicles, activating the celestial artillery and entering standby mode. The two fifth-generation armed aircraft of the Storm Squad descended from the transport vehicle, their pilots diligently checking systems in preparation for battle. Several teams of ascenders, alongside the remaining soldiers, formed a defensive formation, anxiously watching the collapsed building. A cacophony of metal scraping against rubble emanated from within the structure. Suddenly, an indescribably terrifying hand emerged from behind a building, pressing down upon the ground. The appendage was covered in a writhing mass, resembling a grotesque congregation of oversized maggots. "Turn on all the lights. We need to see our foe," Han Shu bellowed. The lights of the battle vehicles, recovery team transports, combat gear, and field medical units illuminated the area surrounding the monstrous hand. And then it finally revealed itself. Tian Yang struggled to articulate the sight before him. It resembled a gargantuan, soft-bodied creature, its skin inundated with countless grotesque tumors radiating a yellowish glow. The creature's tail coiled within several metal train compartments, unmistakably part of a train. Gazing through the compartment's windows, one could discern its dark green body, interspersed with human corpses that had not fully decomposed, merely encased beneath a thin membrane. This membrane fused with the creature's body, giving the appearance of train passengers who had now become part of it. The creature's body tapered from wide to narrow, adorned with numerous elongated arms resembling those of humans, complete with discernible fingers and nails. Its head was unidentifiable, and no eyes were visible. Instead, beneath its body, a horrific mouthpart awaited, lined with 3 tiers of sharp fangs when fully agape. "What in the world is that? I've been on several missions, but I've never encountered such a monster," the boy exclaimed. Lao Su's expression turned grim. "It's a phantom vehicle. These denizens of darkness dwell underground, favoring tunnels. They merge a part of their body with the train, and over time, they become inseparable." Han Shu cursed under his breath, then continued. "The last report of a phantom vehicle was 8 years ago, involving 4 Night Stalker teams, with only 3 survivors. 2 of them went insane, and the last described their encounter in detail. Yet he couldn't clarify where the creature's consciousness was located." Chen Lu's voice crackled over the communication channel. "If we don't know, then let us bombard it with full firepower." Recalling his experience battling the canine demon, Tian Yang realized that his ability, weakness perception, could pinpoint the phantom vehicle's consciousness, allowing them to concentrate their fire on it. However, just then, a piercing shriek erupted as the creature surged forward, its yellow glowing tumors pulsating, arms swinging as it charged straight toward their defensive formation. Chapter 034. Engagement. Everyone, take cover, Han Shu bellowed, swiftly dragging Tian Yang to the side of the path taken by the monstrous vehicle. In the face of such a colossal force, any defensive formation proved utterly futile, and the transcenders scattered in all directions. Vehicles, including armored units and transport trucks behind them, desperately veered to the sides, despite their efforts as the monstrous vehicle roared past. One Falcon battle tank was violently tossed aside, appearing like a mere toy before the gigantic creature. The tank soared several meters into the air before crashing against a building. When it hit the ground again, its structure was almost obliterated, with one tire flying off. The soldiers inside had no hope of surviving such a collision, their blood trickling from the wreckage serving as grim evidence. The monstrous vehicle continued its relentless path for over 1,000 meters before finally coming to a halt, slowly turning to face the team. The grotesque growths on its body emitted an eerie yellow glow, and a chilling howl escaped its maw as it began to crawl toward the group. Han Shu released Tian Yang, pointing at the creature and shouting, "Open fire. Do not hold back on ammunition. Unleash everything you have." With his command, the heavy artillery aboard the Falcon battle tank roared to life, charging with a resonant hum. Subsequently, a barrage of blue energy projectiles shot forth. Two armored units also sprang into action. The heavy variant anchored itself firmly to the ground, its rear-mounted rocket launchers locking onto the monstrous vehicle. A burst of flames erupted as the projectiles were launched, streaking toward the target. The immense recoil caused the mech to sink slightly, but it persisted. All ammunition compartments on its shoulders, chest, arms, and legs opened, activating a myriad of missiles and energy beam weapons. In an instant, the heavy unit unleashed a storm of firepower that overshadowed the Falcon's artillery. The shooting variant deployed its roller mechanisms, accelerating at high speed while firing its electromagnetic railgun continuously, sending a flurry of high-velocity bullets toward the monstrous vehicle. Meanwhile, the Transcenders unleashed a barrage of star arrows from the Hunter class and gray spears from the Elemental Heart class, weaving a tapestry of understated yet formidable firepower. Tian Yang gazed up at the dim, overcast sky above, nearly illuminated by the brilliance of the combined firepower of the convoy. Soon, the assault struck the monstrous vehicle. First, the heavy rocket launcher unleashed a massive fireball, followed by a dazzling array of explosions in various colors, interspersed with the heavy impacts of physical projectiles. The intense bombardment caused the entire street to tremble, with smoke and gusts of wind sweeping toward Tian Yang, nearly suffocating him. This wave of offense persisted for nearly 10 seconds before Han Shu raised a hand, signaling for a ceasefire. Once still, thick smoke billowed ahead, leaving uncertainty about the creature's fate. Though only a few seconds had passed, it felt like an eternity to the onlookers. Moments later, as the dust began to settle, a faint yellow glow emerged from within the haze. Suddenly, a piercing howl erupted, and a powerful gust swept through the street, clearing the remaining dust away. Emerging from the smoke, the monstrous vehicle gaped its horrifying maw, revealing that the recent wind had originated from it. Despite the marks of bombardment on its body, it did not appear severely injured. Moreover, a massive diamond-shaped force field flickered around it. Any debris that approached the field twisted away, scattering in other directions. Damn it! It's a directional force field. This beast can still generate a force field. Will we ever be free of this menace? Han Shu cursed. Old Su, with a grim expression, suggested, should we retreat? There's no choice, Han Shu replied, shaking his head. We have too many personnel and are too visible a target. Moreover, you've seen its speed. If we withdraw now, it will catch up with us. Wait, what's that? Before he could finish, a car broke away from the convoy, barreling into a side street. Inside the car, Chen Lu, a high-ranking official from the strategic department, aimed a gun at the driver, his expression twisted in panic. Faster! We can't fight that monster. Han Shu and the others are doomed. The scenery flashed by as they approached an intersection. Suddenly, a series of yellow lights flared from a nearby shopping mall, followed by all doors and windows shattering simultaneously, sending shards raining down like a torrential downpour onto the vehicle. Behind them, the monstrous vehicle crashed through the mall, its arms thrusting down against the pavement. The ground buckled beneath it as the creature launched itself upward, its gaping maw descending upon the speeding car. Chen Lu gazed ahead, a vast shadow suddenly enveloping them, and he muttered, "Damn it," before both the car and its occupants were engulfed by the monster. By the time Han Shu reached the intersection, the monstrous vehicle had already turned, its maw retracting as if savoring something. Moments later, a tire fell from its mouth. Captain, this. Song-du, who was following closely, appeared pale. Han Shu, his expression stoic, replied, "We owe a debt of gratitude to Commander Chen Lu for his brave sacrifice in diverting the monster. Now, those of the War God class. Follow my lead. Our objective is to disable the arms of that beast and cripple its mobility. The rest of you, along with the armored units, provide us with cover, move." As he spoke, a crest appeared on his chest, a shield emblazoned with a castle motif, glowing with brilliance. Han Shu extended his hand, and star energy surged forth, coalescing into a long spear of radiant energy. The rugged man beside him glowed with a yellow light, which swirled and formed a semblance of armor, enveloping Han Shu's form. Tian Yang recognized this yellow armor as the ability of the Fortress class, indomitable armor, which greatly enhanced the physical strength and resilience of the Transcender. As for the star energy spear, its specifics were still a mystery to him, given his limited knowledge of other classes. Leading the charge with the star energy spear, Han Shu surged forward. Song-du, Old Su, and the other Transcenders of the War God class followed closely behind. Tian Yang drew his particle combat knife and joined the fray. Meanwhile, the remaining Transcenders and armored units had commenced their bombardment, providing cover for Han Shu and his team. However, the firepower was far less intense than the initial wave, especially for the heavy variant, which had expended a significant portion of its ammunition in that last assault. Now, it relied solely on 2 heavy machine guns and the dual shoulder-mounted energy beam weapons to maintain a semblance of defense. Even so, the monstrous vehicle was still being bombarded relentlessly, though it seemed undeterred. Before long, Han Shu found himself within 100 meters of the creature. With a fierce shout, he lowered his body, extending the spear forward, suddenly accelerating into a full sprint. Spiraling waves of energy rippled before him, and Old Su, having known Han Shu for years, immediately recognized that his captain had unleashed one of the few offensive capabilities of the Fortress class, the Vortex Force Field. Chapter 035. Mutation. The Vortex Force Field activated, and Han Shu charged forward, the Star Essence spear entwined with spiral ripples crashing fiercely against one of the ghost vehicle's arms. The flesh of the ghost vehicle's arm was immediately torn, shredded, and pulverized by the spiral ripples, ultimately transforming into a cloud of dust that burst forth. The spiral ripples penetrated the monster's arm like a massive drill, swiftly breaching even the hard bone within. As the mixture of flesh and bone fragments began to spew forth, within a mere 2 seconds, Han Shu had completely drilled through the ghost vehicle's arm. A cheer erupted among the other ascenders. This was the first substantial damage dealt to the ghost vehicle since the battle commenced, rather than merely stripping away a layer of its skin. However, the cheers had barely subsided when a sudden oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings. Tian Yang observed a fellow ascender ahead, whose wrist began to glow, while a crimson light ignited in his eyes, leaving intermittent red streaks in the air as he sprinted forward. This individual, a squad leader, wielded a sword that tapered at the front and widened towards the back, radiating a fierce battle intent as he accelerated. The silver light on his wrist signified the ability known as Silver Might from the War God class, which enhanced an ascender's strength and the potency of their abilities. The crimson glow in his eyes was a hallmark of the 4th-tier Shura ability, Battle Intent. This power ignited the ascender's fighting spirit, incrementally increasing the lethality of each attack, while significantly diminishing the sensation of pain, allowing the ascender to focus more intently on combat. The 4th tier serves as a watershed moment for every class. It is explicitly stated in the Night Stalker Codex that only those of this tier may assume the role of squad leader. This is a responsibility towards each team member, as well as an affirmation of the leader's combat prowess. At this moment, the squad leader had surpassed Han Shu, his sword gleaming as it swept horizontally across the ghost vehicle's second arm. That arm was cleanly severed in 2, and with the loss of 2 limbs, the ghost vehicle lost its balance and fell heavily towards the direction of its severed arms. The other ascenders, no longer holding back, unleashed their silver brilliance from their wrists, wielding swords and blades to relentlessly hack at the ghost vehicle's remaining arms. Tian Yang, not overly eager to join the fray, recognized that his lower combat power was not crucial at this moment. He slowed his pace, focusing intently on the ghost vehicle, noticing the creature gradually fading from view. This indicated that his weakness sense had activated, yet even as he strained his eyes, he could only discern the muscles and blood vessels writhing beneath the monster's skin, unable to see its internal organs as he had previously. Consequently, he had no idea where the creature's will was imprisoned. Why was this happening? The young man rubbed his eyes and looked again, but it was still merely a thin layer of skin that obscured the internal conditions of the monster. Could it be due to a significant disparity in levels, or perhaps some form of interference? Tian Yang glanced around, noticing that the ghost vehicle had opened a deflective force field around its body. Perhaps this entity could not only interfere with attacks, but also obstruct abilities? Suddenly, a harsh metallic scraping sound resonated against the ground. Han Shu, who had just severed another arm of the ghost vehicle, noticed a swaying motion at the creature's tail. His expression changed instantly, and he bellowed, "Everyone, get down." At the same time, he pressed down on the head of the nearest Songdu, urging him to the ground. Tian Yang, not daring to hesitate, dropped down like the others. Just as his chest touched the ground, a fierce wind howled above him. The young man raised his head to see the metallic structure beneath the train. The ghost vehicle had violently whipped its tail, sweeping over the heads of the group. The two nearby buildings were struck by the train cars attached to the ghost vehicle's tail, sending shards of stone flying. One ascender, unable to get down in time, was swept away by the ghost vehicle's tail, crashing into the wall of a nearby building, his body mangled, akin to a mosquito splattered against a wall. Han Shu witnessed this horrific scene and sighed. As the ghost vehicle's long tail retracted, it prepared for another attack. Thus, the creature, restrained by long-range firepower, soon lost 7 or 8 of its arms to Han Shu and his companions. The ghost vehicle could no longer sustain itself, completely losing balance and collapsing towards the direction of its severed limbs. The ascenders seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault on its body. However, the sheer size of the monster rendered even the most terrifying wounds, from a human perspective, akin to a mere scratch from a knife. Nevertheless, due to the loss of so many arms, the ghost vehicle found it increasingly difficult to rise. Observing its plight, Han Shu contemplated retreating, reasoning that the ghost vehicle would no longer be able to pursue them. Unexpectedly, a crimson light flared before him. Han Shu turned to see the flesh lumps on the ghost vehicle's body, which had been emanating a yellow glow, had transformed into a deep scarlet. Not good, retreat. The red light seared Han Shu's eyes, as he shouted for everyone to fall back. In the next moment, the lumps on the ghost vehicle's body burst open, releasing clusters of crystalline formations radiating red light. The temperature around the ghost vehicle surged dramatically, conjuring a wall of fire that engulfed 2 ascenders. They screamed as they rolled on the ground, and by the time the flames were extinguished, their bodies were severely burned. One perished outright, while the other lay barely clinging to life. Looking back at the ghost vehicle, it had curled up, its body rhythmically swelling and contracting. Uncertain of its intentions, Han Shu ordered the injured to be carried away while instructing everyone to back off. In truth, attacking was futile at this point. The surrounding temperature was exceedingly high, and only high-tier ascenders could engage in combat. Those below the 4th tier could not even approach. Once a distance of several hundred meters was established between the group and the creature, the remaining arms of the ghost vehicle spontaneously ignited, emitting a foul stench. As the fire-scorched arms rapidly burned and fractured, new appendages resembling insect limbs extended from the sides of the ghost vehicle. Particularly, the 2 foremost limbs, shaped like sickles, glowed a fiery red under the influence of the surrounding intense heat. From a distance, they appeared as 2 blazing scythes. Utilizing these newly sprouted limbs, the ghost vehicle managed to prop itself up, yet these slender appendages were inadequate to support its massive body. Consequently, the rear half of the creature remained sprawled on the ground, immobile. As the crowd pondered the significance of this transformation, the ghost vehicle's maw opened, revealing 3 layers of sharp teeth. After a violent convulsion, it spewed forth a torrent of black liquid. Fortunately, they were far enough away to avoid the deluge. After ejecting this viscous black stream, the creature's body began to contract, particularly at its tail, allowing the train cars ensnared in its tail to gradually slide off. Ultimately, the ghost vehicle's tail emerged from the heavy carriages, resulting in a significant reduction in its size, allowing it to finally support its body on those slender limbs. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Wanderer, it's a wanderer." The individual pointed at a puddle of black sludge, the remnants of the ghost vehicle's expelled black liquid. To their astonishment, a wanderer began to crawl out from the black ooze. Its wool prison on its chest radiated a gray light. The gray light gradually intensified, as more and more wanderers emerged from the black sludge, surrounding the ascenders and the ghost vehicle like a legion protecting their sovereign. Witnessing this scene, Tian Yang finally understood where the previous wanderers had vanished to. Chapter 036. A desperate struggle. Regrettably, I find myself lamenting my earlier indulgence in food. Had I known, I would have abstained from dining altogether. As I observed the swaying figures emerging from the black mire, I clutch my stomach, my discomfort evident. I am not alone in this distress. Others around me share the same queasiness, with some unable to suppress their retching. Drawn by the scent of humanity and the warmth of their flesh, these lingerers, who have evaded the clutches of the demon vehicle, stagger toward the ascendant beings. However, in the open expanse, the threat posed by these wanderers diminishes significantly. As long as we avoid entanglement with them, we face little lethal danger. The true menace lies with the demon vehicle, a grotesque entity that has successfully shed some of its mass. Although the ambient temperature surrounding it has decreased, its surface still emanates a crimson glow. Tian Yang, utilizing his electronic eye, gathers a set of data indicating that the vehicle's surface temperature fluctuates between 150 and 180 degrees, a range that remains perilously hot to approach. In contrast, the creature's underbelly registers a more manageable temperature of merely 30 degrees, yet it poses a significant threat with its menacing appendages. Furthermore, those glowing red sides do not seem to be mere decorations. As the wanderers begin to advance toward the ascendants, the demon vehicle lowers itself, its legs sinking as it leaps nearly 10 meters high, alighting upon a nearby skyscraper. It then scuttles along the wall like a grotesque insect, darting over the heads of Tian Yang and his comrades toward the firepower stronghold. Disaster. Panic-stricken, I shout and retreat, urging everyone not to remain idle, but to bring it down swiftly. Without needing my prompting, the personnel at the stronghold adjust their aim and unleash their firepower upon the demon vehicle. Yet, in its newly streamlined form, the creature moves with a speed that has more than doubled, rendering most of our artillery ineffective as it skitters past. The scattered munitions rain down upon the already dilapidated buildings, reducing them to rubble and creating obstacles for our retreating party. The heavy artillery remains anchored to the ground, employing its 360-degree swivel capability to relentlessly pursue the demon vehicle with its twin cannons. Twin streams of molten metal lash out like searing whips, ultimately striking the demon vehicle and driving it into the structure. However, just as the operator revels in this moment, the demon vehicle bursts forth from the opposite side of the building. Upon landing, it swiftly zigzags back onto the main road. The driver, now panicking, realizes that the creature is clearly targeting him. Unable to halt the demon vehicle's advance, he resolves to abandon his heavy artillery and presses the escape button. The demon vehicle's legs hesitate momentarily before it soars into the air, descending upon the heavy artillery with its maw agape. Switching to automatic mode, the artillery continues to unleash a torrent of bullets into the demon vehicle's gaping mouth. Simultaneously, the armor affixed to its back detaches, causing the operator to be ejected from his seat. As the demon vehicle crashes to the ground, it consumes the fifth-generation artillery within its maw. The driver, suspended in midair, breathes a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Just then, one of the demon vehicle's scythe-like limbs suddenly cleaves through the air with lethal precision. A flash of crimson streaks past the driver, who is unable to react in time, and is bisected along with his seat. The bombardment continues unabated, leaving the onlookers no time to mourn the driver, for any moment of negligence could lead to their own demise. The stronghold faces an unprecedented challenge as the demon vehicle, having dismantled the heavy artillery, now turns its wrath upon two Falcon battle vehicles. As it charges toward the medical vehicle, an icy gust of frigid mist unexpectedly envelopes the demon vehicle, causing the temperature around it to plummet sharply. The glowing crystals surrounding it dim, and, starting from its limbs, the demon vehicle rapidly succumbs to frost. It barely manages to crawl a few meters before becoming encased in a solid layer of ice, its outstretched limbs crystallizing into sharp spikes. On one of the battle vehicles, the leader of the Grey Dove Squadron, a bald woman, exhales a sigh of relief. As an ascendant of the elemental heart, Lita has just unleashed her ability, Withering. This formidable power converts stellar energy into frosty might, instantly freezing everything within a radius of several dozen square meters. However, this ability is limited by distance, which is why she could only activate it as the demon vehicle approached. Cheers erupt from the stronghold, even prompting Han Shu, who is returning, to slow his pace and glance toward the bald woman. A rugged man chuckles appreciatively. Well done, Lita. Unexpectedly, the already frozen demon vehicle begins to tremble. Lita looks on, realizing that the creature's body beneath the ice is glowing with vibrant red crystals. The ice begins to melt, wisps of steam rising. Moments later, the ice shatters violently, and the demon vehicle emits a piercing shriek, pivoting to charge at Lita with renewed vigor. What madness! Lita hastily leaps from the battle vehicle, landing and rolling to her feet, just in time to hear the sound of metal being severed behind her. She turns to see the demon vehicle has sliced her battle vehicle in half, its body arching back as it emits a triumphant cry. This is hopeless. Such a monster is beyond our capacity to combat. Han Shu clutches his star essence spear, a bitter smile upon his face. Others share his despondency. Even Lita's formidable, withering, could not halt the demon vehicle, and any attempt by others would only lead to needless sacrifice. The only one not sharing this despair is Tian Yang, who is pressing against his left eye. Through the remaining eye, he perceives the demon vehicle beginning to fade. Although the creature has become more formidable post-slimming, it evidently can no longer maintain its deflection field. Thus, even the heavy artillery can easily drive it into a building if it can strike true. Now, Tian Yang discovers that his sensitivity to weaknesses proves useful once more. He still cannot observe the demon vehicle's prison as he did previously, but he can vaguely discern a flickering crimson light positioned above its maw. He approaches Han Shu, whispering, "Captain, I believe I have identified the location of that thing's prison." Han Shu looks at the boy, surprise evident in his eyes. Moments later, the driver of the artillery receives Han Shu's communication. "Does your weapon come equipped with a sniper scope?" The driver promptly replies, "Yes. The 5th-generation model is outfitted with the sniping cannon, Falling Star, but I need to know where the prison is, or else." "Hey, your opportunity has arrived." Han Shu gestures toward the demon vehicle. "Listen closely. The prison is likely located just above the maw, approximately a third of the way up its body cavity. Ideally, we would strike from below its maw, but that's impractical. Can you eliminate it from the outside?" The driver begins tapping the screen to activate the sniper cannon. "No problem. If one shot won't do, I'll fire 10. Han Shu responds eagerly. "Then unleash your full might." Chapter 037. Beyond Death, the shooting-type armament opened its armor, revealing 2 mechanical arms that emerged, each grasping a section of a sniper cannon's barrel. The mechanical arms automatically assembled the barrel, while the 5th-generation weapon discarded the railgun it held and reached back to retrieve the towering sniper cannon, which was nearly as tall as the entire unit. Crouching down, it aimed. Locking onto 1/3 of the height of the monstrous vehicle, the operator squeezed the trigger, and the cannon's mouth erupted with a long tongue of flame. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rounds were fired in quick succession. The energy projectiles, compressed from stellar energy, zipped across the battlefield in the blink of an eye, heading straight for the monstrous vehicle. As if sensing the impending threat, the creature's surface glimmered with a blood-red light at the moment the first shot was fired, enveloping itself in a layer of high thermal force field. The first bullet howled toward its target, but before it could even touch the force field, its shape began to distort. The heat altered its molecular structure, causing it to stretch and twist. Finally, upon contact with the force field, the already unstable energy was entirely released, erupting into a swirling mass of silver flames. The subsequent second and third bullets merely stirred up 2 additional flames, failing to penetrate the creature's formidable thermal barrier. Cursed be it. As the flames dissipated, Han Shu beheld the creature, its outer layer cloaked in a high thermal force field, turning to charge at the shooting-type armament. Fortunately, the armament was not immobilized and exhibited impressive maneuverability. As the monster lunged forward, the armament deftly evaded, narrowly avoiding a strike. The 3-dimensional armament toppled to the ground, sliding backward due to inertia, its rear armor scraping against the surface and producing a cacophony of sharp sounds, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The sniper cannon in its grasp fired again, but this time it missed the creature entirely as the monstrous vehicle leapt into the air. A glowing, scythe-like appendage sliced through the sniper cannon, severing a portion of the barrel, the cut surface radiating a vivid red light, resembling a high-energy laser cut. The creature raised its scythe-like limb, poised to plunge it into the armament's cockpit. Just then, artillery fire from another side, along with an attack from the ascendant, bombarded the creature, forcing it down from the 3-dimensional armament. Thus began a new round of pursuit. Han Shu's expression turned bitter. This is truly hopeless. Even the sniper cannon is ineffective against this thing. It's practically unsolvable. No, perhaps there is still a way. The leader of the Huanglong team, who had previously severed one of the creature's limbs, approached with sword in hand. "I observed earlier that the creature's high thermal force field does not encompass its entire body. It only covers 2/3 of it. This means we can strike from below the force field." Han Shu's spirits lifted instantly. "Leave it to me. You warriors of the god tier may be formidable, but you cannot withstand such heat. As a bastion tier, I have no such issues. I will slip right into its maw and give it a taste of fresh air." Over the communicator, the voice of the bald woman resounded. "Don't boast, Han. You can resist high temperatures, but you are not immune. At the temperature this creature releases, you won't last 3 seconds. Furthermore, when I froze it with my decay, I felt that its high thermal force field could indeed extend into its cavity, dispelling any cold that might enter. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. Therefore, even if you manage to enter its oral cavity and promptly destroy its wool cage with your snail's pace, how will you escape before the high temperature cooks you alive? Honshu unexpectedly chuckled. I never intended to make a full retreat. As long as I can eliminate this thing, I will have succeeded. Lita paused for a moment before saying, perhaps Tian Yang. No. Honshu interrupted decisively. If anything goes wrong, how will I explain it to that fellow named Ling? Besides, we Nightwalkers have no tradition of sending new recruits to their deaths. Captain. Lita's words reached Tian Yang, who stepped forward. I have confidence in my speed. Let me go. You shut your mouth. Honshu retorted without a second thought. As long as I'm alive, you stay put. Tian Yang gripped his battle blade tightly and declared loudly, Captain. Let me try. He also harbored a concern. If there were other organs disguised as a wool cage within the creature's cavity, Honshu would be sacrificing himself in vain. It would be better for him to take the risk himself, if he could enter the monster. He believed he could sense its weaknesses more accurately. Honshu contemplated whether to knock the boy out when the communicator crackled to life with Ling Feng's voice. Honshu. Let him try. Honshu was taken aback and grabbed the communicator. Are you sure? Ling Feng did not answer directly but instead asked, Tian Yang, have you thought this through? I can persuade Honshu to let you try, but if you fail, there will be no return. Tian Yang pondered for a moment and nodded vigorously. I've made up my mind. General Ling Nightwalkers have never known comfort, even if I escape today. As long as I continue this line of work, I will face similar dangers again, perhaps even worse than today. Since failure leads to death, I shall transcend it. The essence of ascendance is to continuously surpass oneself and challenge one's limits. After a moment of silence over the communicator, Ling Feng finally asked, Honshu, do you have any objections? Honshu sighed. Very well, but even if I agree, Tian Yang is not a bastion tier, and we have no heat-resistant equipment. How will he approach that monster? Lita interjected. That won't be an issue. I can use decay once more and control the density of the stellar essence to prevent the oral cavity from freezing. This way, Tian Yang can enter the cavity. But doing so will allow the creature to recover faster. The high thermal force field extending into its body will only take 5 seconds. Tian Yang gritted his teeth. Let us proceed as planned. I'm counting on you, Captain Lita. Lita smiled. Brave lad, I've taken a liking to you. If you survive, would you consider being my boyfriend? Before Tian Yang could respond, she added, I will need a minute to prepare. You all try to hold off the monster. Tian Yang, open the private channel on the communicator. I will notify you when I activate my ability. All right, the young man agreed, adjusting the communicator to a private channel to avoid interference from public channel information. Subsequently, under Honshu's coordination, the Ascendants and the war vehicles utilized their firepower to divert the creature's attention, drawing it away from the recovery team and medical team, ensuring they would not be caught in the crossfire, given that the creature could activate its high thermal force field. Honshu and the other Ascendants skilled in close combat were entirely sidelined in this battle. While keeping an eye on the battlefield's developments, Honshu addressed the communicator. Ling Feng, what exactly are you thinking? Isn't that kid important to you? Why send him into danger? Ling Feng's voice came after a brief pause. He is important, but today, facing danger, he could choose to retreat. What about next time? Should I protect him every time we encounter peril? Trust me, that lad is no fool. He knows what he is doing. This is your assertion, if he dies. Don't say I didn't warn you. Honshu chuckled, then turned off the communicator. At that moment, another war vehicle was destroyed, but the creature's body began to emit a mist of ice. Lita's decay had been unleashed. Chapter 038. Instant obliteration. The sudden appearance of frost and freezing mist swiftly enveloped the ghostly vehicle. As before, the creature could not even activate its high-temperature field in time, and its body began to freeze inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, the chilling ice layer once again encased the monster. Concurrently, Tian Yang, who had received a timely warning from Lita, leaped from his hiding place. The boy's silver hair danced in the air, glimmering like starlight, as the cosmic energy within him surged to its peak. Leaning forward, as his foot struck the ground, the world transformed into a cascade of radiant colors in Tian Yang's vision. When he halted, he found himself beneath the ghostly vehicle. Just as Lita had indicated, the ice layer extended to the creature's maw, leaving Tian Yang a passage to enter. Suddenly, Lita's voice crackled through the communicator, alarmed. This is bad. Its body cavity is beginning to heat up. Tian Yang, hurry. The boy crouched down, gently placing his palm on the ground before propelling himself skyward like a cannonball, shooting towards the creature's interior. Navigating through the 3 layers of sharp teeth, Tian Yang looked up to see the creature's body cavity lined with thick veins and nerves, along with cocoons the size of adult heads. These cocoons emitted a crimson glow, resembling prisons for the will. The temperature within the cavity escalated at an astonishing rate, igniting the hem of Tian Yang's black uniform. Oblivious to the flames licking at him, his gaze turned profound and distant. In his sight, the objects within the cavity began to fade, save for one cocoon that remained vividly clear. As if sensing Tian Yang's attention, that cocoon suddenly burst open, revealing an eye. The eye shimmered with a ghostly red light. A prison of will. Flames now engulfed Tian Yang's coat, rapidly spreading to his chest. His expression shifted from distant to fierce, as the cosmic energy surged through his arm and into his battle blade. With a swift kick against a nearby thick vein, he darted toward the eye, which shot out desperate rays of light. The temperature within the cavity continued to rise. Tian Yang's hair ignited as he hovered above the eye, channeling his formidable energy into a vertical strike with the particle blade. A beam of pitch-black light sliced through the center of the eye, followed by several black rays shooting out from within. The eye abruptly closed, and in the next moment, it shattered into countless tiny fragments. Instant obliteration. Simultaneously, a wave of red light surged from the depths of the body cavity, incinerating the creature's internal tissues. Tian Yang fell towards the maw, having discarded his burning coat, and he stepped on a passing vein to hasten his descent. The crimson light surged toward him like a tide. Flames erupted from Tian Yang's hands, back, and soles, transforming him into a blazing fireball as he plunged from the maw. Upon landing, he rolled desperately, and Lita swiftly arrived, adjusting the cosmic energy and enveloping him in a mist of ice. This extinguished the flames consuming him. Once the fire was out, Tian Yang promptly shed his armor. The assault suit had turned a fiery red, scorching his clothing to tatters and leaving his body marked with painful burns. Looking back at the ghostly vehicle, the ice layer on the creature was peeling away, yet the red light within its body cavity and on its surface began to dissipate. The insect-like appendages of the ghostly vehicle slowly retracted. Ultimately, the red crystalline formations on its exterior shattered, and its tissues began to rot and dissolve. Is it dead? Has this monster finally perished? Tian Yang could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed this scene. Then, a searing pain in his hand revealed he was still gripping the heated battle blade. With a clang, the blade fell to the ground. Exhausted, the boy collapsed, surrendering to darkness as he heard Han Shu's voice calling out and the sound of approaching footsteps. Time passed, and Tian Yang gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes to find himself on a hospital bed. The sound of a life monitor beeped nearby, and the scent of disinfectant wafted through the air. After a considerable interval, he realized he was in the intensive care unit of a battlefield medical vehicle. The automatic doors opened, and the cheerful voice of Sun greeted him. "You're awake." Instinctively, Tian Yang attempted to rise, but pain shot through his body. "Don't get up. You have extensive burns. While you're no longer in danger, it's best not to move around just yet," Sun cautioned as she approached, pulling out a diagnostic board to scan him. "Is he awake?" Roshan entered the room, her alluring figure marked by fatigue, yet she smiled at Tian Yang. "You should thank Sun, though she's only a level 1 sage. Her ability, Light of Compassion, possesses formidable healing powers. During your 2 days of unconsciousness, she utilized her ability on you at least 3 times each day. That's quite a burden for a novice." Tian Yang looked at the girl, saying, "Thank you." Sun offered a modest smile and shook her head. Footsteps approached. "How's that kid doing?" Han Shu's voice rang out, followed by his imposing figure entering the ICU. Upon seeing Tian Yang awake, he clapped the boy on the shoulder. "I knew you were tough. You wouldn't die that easily." Tian Yang nearly fainted from the force of the pat. Sun exclaimed, "Captain Han, his body is still weak. Are you trying to kill him?" Han Shu immediately felt awkward. "Well, I didn't mean to." Roshan placed a hand on her forehead, exuding exasperation. "Do you think everyone is as sturdy as you? Enough already, just leave." Han Shu ruffled his spiky hair. All right. You rest up, kid, and get out of bed soon." In the following 2 days, Sun continued to apply Light of Compassion on Tian Yang 3 times daily, bathed in that sun-like radiance. He felt his injuries healing rapidly. During this time, many came to visit him. Surprisingly, even Song accompanied old Su, though he remained silent throughout, as if dragged along against his will. By the 3rd day, Tian Yang was able to get out of bed. As Sun unwrapped his bandages, he noticed that the charred skin was peeling away, revealing fresh, pink skin beneath. After over an hour of cleaning off the dead skin and applying ointment, Sun declared, "You can leave the intensive care unit now." This was the best news Tian Yang had heard in days. Dressed in a new outfit, reclad in his armor, and donning a new uniform that Han Shu had personally brought him, Tian Yang stepped out of the ICU. Outside, Song stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. Upon seeing Tian Yang, he coolly remarked, "Follow me. The funeral is about to start, and we've been waiting for you." Tian Yang paused in surprise. Whose funeral? Chapter 39. The funeral. As Tian Yang stepped down from the medical vehicle, he realized that the team had not departed in days. They remained stationary. The ghostly vehicle seemed to be the most formidable of the dark denizens in the vicinity, and now, though it lay lifeless, its immense carcass had not yet fully decomposed after 5 days, emitting a scent that deterred lesser dark beings from approaching. The wanderers appeared to be an exception. Devoid of intelligence, they were unacquainted with fear. A few days prior, the ghostly vehicle had expelled numerous wanderers, but it seemed that Han Shu and his companions had managed to eliminate them. In the distance, the body of the ghostly vehicle loomed like a small mountain. Still in its original position, clad in protective gear, the recovery team scoured its remains, salvaging valuable materials, a task they had been engaged in for 5 days. It appeared they would need another day or two to complete the entire operation. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Over here," Song called out impatiently. Tian Yang withdrew his gaze from the ghostly vehicle's carcass and followed the ponytailed youth to an open area. It was evident that this place had been cleared, with small piles of stones accumulating on the ground. Each pile bore a plaque, and Tian Yang finally understood whose funeral this was. The encounter with the ghostly vehicle had inflicted severe losses on the convoy, with over half of the soldiers perishing, including 7 transcenders. The more intact bodies were now housed in the medical vehicle's freezing compartment, destined to be returned to their families. Those whose bodies were less whole, according to the traditions of the Nightwalkers, would be cremated and buried on site. Though Tian Yang had heard of this tradition, it was his first time attending a Nightwalker funeral. A considerable number of people had gathered, with all but those engaged in work present. Men stood in the center, while women flanked them on either side. All clad in black, the women donning black hoods. The atmosphere was solemn, heavy, dignified, and melancholic. Han Shu stood at the forefront, bowing deeply before each stone pile. It was unclear who began reciting the eulogies. "The long night stretches on. I walk alone in darkness. Death is my destination, and the battlefield is my grave." Another voice continued, "The long night stretches on. I am not alone. Comrades stand by my side. I do not feel lonely on this journey." Soon, all voices rose in unison. "The long night stretches on. We watch over one another. The sharp blade aids me against the darkness. I shall forever seek the light of dawn. The road ahead is vast, and evil looms. We traverse the night, exploring what lies beyond." The sound subsided. Han Shu straightened his back and, with a voice deep and resonant, recited, "The long night stretches on. I have been buried in a foreign land. Do not weep for me. I shall await the dawn, quietly embracing the morning light." A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Tian Yang clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face without his realization. The Nightwalker's elegy conjured images of generations of explorers stumbling forward in the boundless darkness. They fell, were injured, bled, and died. Yet it was these selfless Nightwalkers, unafraid of sacrifice, who forged the brilliance of the world beyond the gates. Though that radiant world was not yet perfect, and many still struggled to meet their basic needs, at least the fortress had built high walls, preventing the people from being displaced. The threats of the endless wilderness gradually transformed into legend, no longer a nightmare that loomed over them. After a moment, the women on either side lit small lamps, fueled by solid combustion, capable of burning for a long time in the reverse realm. They placed these lights before each stone pile, their glow illuminating the metal plaques, offering prayers that the departed would not feel lonely or cold in the darkness. Once the women retreated, Han Shu raised his hand. The men in front raised their rifles. 3 shots were fired, marking the end of the funeral. Moments later, the crowd began to disperse, but Tian Yang had no intention of leaving. Instead, he approached one of the stone piles, upon which hung a plaque inscribed with the name Shattered Star. Tian Yang remembered her as a hunter from the Huanglong team, with short hair and a joyful disposition. During breaks, her laughter was a constant companion. Now, she lay in eternal slumber, her laughter forever silenced on the journey home. His spirit sank. "Why haven't you left?" Han Shu's voice broke the silence, accompanied by a pungent scent of smoke. Tian Yang looked up to see the leader of the Corvid team smoking a cigarette. In the dim light of the reverse realm, the ember glowed distinctly. "And you?" Tian Yang retorted. Not answering directly, Han Shu removed the cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. "I'm just taking a final look at them. Who knows when I might see them again." Tian Yang surveyed the stone piles. "I don't know most of these people. Perhaps I've only exchanged a few words with them. Yet, I still feel a deep sorrow." "You must feel it even more, Captain." Han Shu gazed into the darkness above. "I've grown accustomed to it. People like us often have to bid farewell to friends and family. Perhaps one day, it will be our turn. He added with a somber tone. My only wish is to depart this world beautifully. If someone could help collect my remains, that would be even better. Tian Yang fell silent. The two men shared no further words until Han Shu finished his cigarette. The man turned and called out, "Let's go." Tian Yang followed him. Han Shu, with his hands in his pockets, remarked, "Thanks to you, we probably lost fewer lives this time. I'll report this, and there will surely be rewards from above. Also, your particle sword has been rendered useless. However, we found some excellent materials from the ghostly vehicle. I'll see if I can procure some to help you forge a new weapon." A material weapon was one forged from a part of a dark denizen's body. Such weapons typically retain some characteristics of the original material. The ghostly vehicle was undoubtedly a perilous dark being, and weapons crafted from its materials would surely surpass the particle sword. Thus, the boy nodded eagerly, filled with anticipation. Not far away, someone emerged from behind a battle vehicle. It was Zhou Wang. He had overheard Han Shu's words and glared at Tian Yang with palpable jealousy. Why do you get all the good fortune? I fought hard too. Why am I not rewarded? Nor given a material weapon? With a disdainful huff, he turned and walked away. 2 days later, the convoy finally set off, leaving the metropolis behind, heading straight for the lighthouse outpost. After completing the handover, the mission would be deemed accomplished. Han Shu had initially planned to take a break, but Ling Feng assigned him a new task. Though the rugged man grumbled, he accepted it nonetheless. As for Tian Yang, Ling Feng had no new assignments for him. So after lingering at the base for 4 hours, he boarded the high-speed train back to the fortress. To his surprise, Luoshan was also taking Sun back, coincidentally sharing the same compartment with Tian Yang. He had hoped for some companionship on the journey home, but his good mood evaporated within 5 minutes upon seeing Zhou Wang's arrogant face. Whether by design or coincidence, Zhou Wang plopped down between Sun and Tian Yang, prompting Tian Yang to shift his gaze to the window. Even the oppressive and distorted scenery of the reverse realm was 100 times more appealing than Zhou Wang's expression. P.S. On Monday, a surge of updates is requested. Please support with recommendation votes, monthly tickets, and collections. I appreciate everyone's help. Chapter 040. Enraged by embarrassment in a state of contemplation, Tian Yang assessed his condition. As this thought arose, a set of data vividly materialized in his mind. Avenger Class Level 1. Assassin Abilities. Weakness Sensation. Instant Annihilation Sublimation Progress. 40 Next Class. Eradicator. The sublimation progress has elevated by a substantial 12. It seems the spectral vehicle is indeed a perilous denizen of the dark. Through the explorations of recent times, Tian Yang has begun to grasp the concept. Aside from the inexplicable 10 increase after slaying Qin Wu, the sublimation progress only advances upon vanquishing dangerous dark creatures. The first instance was the elimination of a hellhound, which resulted in a 4 increase. This time, the demise of the spectral vehicle yielded a growth threefold that of the hellhound. However, this does not imply that 3 hellhounds equate to a single spectral vehicle. After all, the hellhound was hunted by Tian Yang alone, whereas the spectral vehicle was felled through the collaboration of several individuals. In other words, if he could independently slay the spectral vehicle, the increase in sublimation progress might be astonishing. Yet, such a notion remains a mere fantasy. Casting a glance back, he noticed that the insufferable Zhou Wang was still lingering, prompting Tian Yang to close his eyes and doze off. Out of sight, out of mind. The young man was roused from his hunger. By now, it should be evening outside the craft gate. Dinner time was upon him. Rising, he discovered that few passengers remained. Both Roshan and Sun were absent from their seats, and even Zhou Wang was nowhere to be seen, presumably dining in the restaurant. As this thought crossed his mind, Tian Yang's stomach grumbled, urging him to hastily exit the carriage. Simultaneously, Sun emerged from the restaurant. Her teacher lingered for a drink, prompting the young woman to depart ahead of time, not in a hurry to return to the carriage. The girl stood by a window in the corridor, gazing dreamily at the tranquil scenery of the reversed world outside. During her journey to the Lighthouse Base, she had been an inconspicuous nurse. Yet now, upon her return to the fortress, she had ascended to the status of a sublimator. Furthermore, Roshan had distinctly informed her that upon her return, she would attain the identity of an upper citizen. This status came with numerous privileges. Coupled with her position as a sublimator in the illustrious class, she would acquire even greater resources. Though the long-term implications eluded her thoughts, the prospect of her father receiving treatment and her younger brother enjoying a better life brought a satisfied smile to Sun's face. Suddenly, a light cough broke her reverie. Startled, she turned to find Zhou Wang. Naturally, the girl felt no affinity for this man and promptly attempted to walk away. Zhou Wang hastened a few steps forward, blocking her path, and flashed what he believed to be a charming smile. "Miss Sun, could you spare me a moment?" There are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Sun maintained a stern expression. I am not interested. Please step aside. Thank you. Zhou Wang, adopting a tone of remorse, replied, I realize I startled you at the base last time. But please believe me, it was your beauty that captivated me, leading to my indiscretion. Today, I come to apologize, hoping you might forgive my rudeness. All right, I have heard your apology. May I pass now? Sun's voice conveyed impatience, for she could find no trace of sincerity in Zhou Wang's eyes. Zhou Wang persisted, in addition to my apology, I have a proposal I hope you will consider. Regardless of her willingness, he continued, I believe we are quite compatible, Miss Sun. Have you ever contemplated marriage? Trust me, I would be more than willing to care for a woman as beautiful and gentle as you. Sun shook her head. I'm sorry, but I have not considered marriage at this time. Zhou Wang pressed on, you might want to think it over. Firstly, I am a level 2 elementalist. And within the elemental heart class, I possess the potential to ascend to level 5 as a stormcaster. This is beyond dispute. Many in my family have achieved such heights, and I can certainly do the same. Secondly, my Zhou family has been established for over 60 years. As a 4th-generation descendant, I still retain our surname. You may have heard that the regulations state that after 3 generations, the 4th generation must earn a contribution of 10,000 points annually to keep the family name. Thus, this speaks volumes about the strength of my Zhou family. Therefore, if you agree to marry me, you will receive the unwavering support of my family, becoming the most radiant star in the fortress. To be frank, such an opportunity does not arise often. What do you say, Miss Sun? If you are willing, I can formally propose to you right now. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun declined, I am not interested. Zhou Wang was taken aback. This was not what he had envisioned. A commoner woman, even having fortuitously become a sublimator, still held only the status of an upper citizen with limited rights. However, if she were to be valued by a family such as his and nurtured with resources, her future would be limitless. Zhou Wang could not fathom why Sun would refuse, or what right she had to do so. Growing weary of his insistence, Sun chose not to ask him to move aside, but instead attempted to bypass him. Unexpectedly, Zhou Wang seized her hand. What are you doing? Let go. Sun's expression shifted as she glimpsed the terrifying look on Zhou Wang's face. Zhou Wang maintained his smile, though it bore a sinister edge. This is what you get for rejecting my hospitality. Sun, if I recall correctly, your current status is still that of a commoner, correct? This means I still possess the rights of an upper citizen. Sun's pupils constricted slightly, and she opened her mouth to scream, but a hand covered her mouth. Zhou Wang sneered, let me take this to the next level, and we shall see if you still refuse to marry me. At that moment, the door to the corridor swung open, and someone entered. Zhou Wang and the newcomer locked eyes, both exclaiming simultaneously, you. The newcomer was Tian Yang. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the young man's expression darkened immediately. What are you doing? Let her go? Zhou Wang felt a surge of fury ignite within him. Unable to comprehend why this white-haired boy always appeared to thwart his plans at critical moments. He had been plotting for this moment for a long time. Zhou Wang had intended to ensnare Sun before her return to the fortress, ensuring that once her illustrious class was announced, numerous families would be eager to extend their olive branches, families whose power far surpassed that of the Zhou family. But to his dismay, Tian Yang had once again intervened. This is none of your business. I advise you not to meddle. Zhou Wang began, but before he could finish his warning, his vision blurred, and a fist loomed larger in his sight. Moments later, everything went black as Tian Yang's punch sent him staggering backward with a cry of agony. Sun breathed a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Tian Yang before suddenly exclaiming, be careful. In his rage, Zhou Wang activated his star essence, elemental light flowing from his hands as a gray-white elemental spear began to form. Tian Yang scoffed, his figure shimmering with silver luminescence as he swiftly closed the distance to Zhou Wang, delivering a punch to his side. Zhou Wang held in pain, the spear's radiance dissipating as the agony overwhelmed his focus. With another swift kick, Tian Yang knocked him down, then delivered a final blow to the back of Zhou Wang's head, causing a violent jolt that rendered him unconscious. Just then, Roshan exited the restaurant, momentarily taken aback by the sight. What is happening? Are they fighting over you, Sun? P.S. Special thanks to the stargazers in the night sky and Master Jiang for their generous support. As a new week begins, I hope everyone continues to lend their support. Today we have 5 updates. PS2. Haha. I finally discovered where to view the donation records. Chapter 041. Unease. When Zhou Wang awoke, he was beset by excruciating pain in his lower back and the back of his head. As he attempted to rise, he discovered himself bound to a chair. A closer examination of his surroundings revealed that he was in the interrogation room of a train. Release me. Who is responsible for this? Do you know who I am? Zhou Wang exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and fury surging within him. The door to the interrogation room swung open, and Luo Shan, accompanied by the train conductor, entered. Upon seeing them, Zhou Wang shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry, set me free." He attempted to summon the star essence within him, only to find it unresponsive, and he soon realized that a collar was affixed around his neck. A star essence interference device. He deduced. Such a contraption could disrupt the star essence of sublimators, albeit only effective against lower-tier sublimators. Yet it was more than sufficient to subdue him. The realization that this device was typically employed on criminals filled him with dread. Had they deemed him a criminal? Luo Shan regarded him with cold indifference. "What we are doing, you know in your heart. Zhou Wang, you possess quite the audacity to think you could infringe upon Sun." A chill ran down Zhou Wang's spine as images of Sun and Tian Yang flickered through his mind, recalling the events leading up to his unconsciousness. "And what of it?" he retorted, his eyes bloodshot and wild like a wounded beast. "That woman is not yet a citizen. My actions were entirely lawful. It is you who have unlawfully detained a citizen, and a citizen with a family at that. Are you not afraid of the Zhou family's retribution?" Luo Shan let out a derisive laugh. The moment she became a sublimator, Sun became a citizen, albeit without the fortress certification. But even if she were still a commoner, she is my student. That means no one can violate her, at least not you or your family. Zhou Wang shouted in rage, "Silence. You, a woman from the Western continent. What have you accomplished other than a modicum of medical skill? I advise you to release me at once. Or once I become a high-tier sublimator, I shall take you down with me." Slap. The train conductor struck Zhou Wang fiercely across the face. "Shut your mouth. Even the city lord treats Dr. Luo with utmost respect. What are you to speak such vile words to her?" Luo Shan shook her head, addressing the conductor. "I leave him in your care." The conductor saluted. "Rest assured, I will hand him over to the Iron Wall Legion." Zhou Wang was taken aback. "Why hand me over to the Iron Wall? I am a Nightwalker. What does this have to do with them?" Luo Shan departed without a word, and the conductor sneered. "Young Master Zhou, your transgressions have already reached the Nightwalkers. Commander Ling has ordered your expulsion from their ranks. As for your crimes, the Iron Wall will take over the investigation, as they are more adept at managing fortress internal affairs. Oh, and your family has been informed. Can you guess their response?" Zhou Wang swallowed hard. What was their response? "To leave it to your fate and extend their sincerest apologies to Miss Sun." The conductor delivered the crushing news. Zhou Wang felt his strength drain away. A chill enveloped him. His family's response was tantamount to abandoning him, likely to curry favor with Sun and Luo Shan. Perhaps Luo Shan alone, or even a mere radiant tier, would not compel such a concession from the family. But combined, the two posed a significant threat. Zhou Wang realized he had been too hasty, underestimating the influence of the radiant tier and Luo Shan. Had it not been for that white-haired boy, Sun might have been his woman, and the outcome would have been entirely different. So close, he had been to touching paradise. Yet now he found himself cast into hell. "I refuse to accept this. I shall not concede." Zhou Wang spat through gritted teeth. "Tian Yang, you scoundrel, this is not over." Upon returning to the fortress, it was the following afternoon. At 3 o'clock, the sun shone brightly. Tian Yang had procured an electromagnetic locomotive at the transfer platform and set off toward the lower city. The wind whipped against him as he rode, his spirits soaring. After Zhou Wang's apprehension, Dr. Luo Shan had reported the misdeeds of that scoundrel. The Nightwalkers were set to dismiss him and hand him over to the Iron Wall for further investigation, perhaps due to Zhou Wang's involvement. Tian Yang noticed that his sublimation progress had risen by 2 percentage points, now standing at 42. Furthermore, Sun had invited him to her home in 3 days to cook for him as a gesture of gratitude for his assistance. Having never tasted the cooking of any woman aside from his mother, Tian Yang found himself grinning foolishly in anticipation of the meal to come. Upon arriving in the lower city, Tian Yang did not rush home. Instead, he stopped by a store, spending 15 contribution points on bread, eggs, ham, and even a fresh fish. He envisioned the delight on his mother's face upon seeing these ingredients. It had been a decade since they last had fish. With time still on his side, Tian Yang decided against heading straight home and instead drove to the volcano bar. At this hour, his mother should still be cleaning there. However, upon arrival, he found the door firmly shut. Disembarking, he knocked on the door, calling, "Katie, are you in there?" After several unanswered calls, he grew perplexed. He approached a window, noticing a layer of dust coating it, indicating it hadn't been cleaned in days. This was impossible. Ever since becoming a cleaner at the bar, Nanfei had ensured every window sparkled. Tian Yang was confident that laziness was not in his mother's nature. He knocked again, and a nearby homeless man called out, "Stop knocking. Katie hasn't opened in days." Tian Yang turned to him. "What happened?" The man muttered, "How would I know? Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What is it to me? After a moment's thought, Tian Yang produced a piece of bread and placed it before the man. Does it matter now? The homeless man chuckled. A bit of ham would make it worthwhile. Moments later, having tucked away the food, the man whispered, I heard that a few days ago, Katie was beaten up. She almost lost her life, but that cripple from East Street saved her. If nothing has changed, she should still be there. You might want to check. Tian Yang instantly hopped back on his motorcycle, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Katie was somewhat of a local figure in the lower city. It was rare for anyone to provoke her, let alone beat her senseless. His concern for his mother grew. If something had happened at the volcano bar, would she be caught in the fallout? The young man raced home, his unease intensifying upon seeing a layer of dust at his doorstep. Chapter 042. The Black Mine Mother Nanfei was a diligent woman. In Tian Yang's childhood memories, whenever he awoke in the dead of night, he would see his mother laboring under the light, crafting various handmade items. These creations served as their family's source of income for the coming days. When not working, or during brief moments of respite, she would meticulously tidy their makeshift home. Her standards for cleanliness were almost stringent, and she instilled this awareness in Tian Yang from a young age. This was also the reason why Kaidi had hired her for cleaning work at the bar, though a larger factor was that the retired veteran had a fondness for Nanfei. If mother was at home these past few days, not a speck of dust would settle upon the door. As Tian Yang retrieved his keys and opened the door, he was met with dim light and stifling air, as if the place had not been ventilated for days. Upon turning on the light, he discovered that the furniture was overturned and both bedroom doors were ajar. While his own room remained orderly, his mother Nanfei's chamber appeared to have been ransacked, strewn with various items. A blanket hung over the edge of the bed, and Tian Yang could almost envision the scene of his mother being yanked from her slumber. What on earth happened? The youth found no clues within the room, leaving him unaware of his mother's whereabouts. But in a sudden flash of inspiration, he dashed out of the shack, neglecting to lock the door behind him. Leaping onto his electromagnetic bike, Tian Yang sped toward East Street. The East Gate Street in the lower district was a chaotic place, its disorder far exceeding that of Tian Yang's home and the street where the volcano bar was located. As he rode into East Street, glances from behind doors, shadows of alleyways, and other obscure places fell upon his bike. It was a prized possession, and those gazes were immediately filled with palpable greed. However, upon noticing Tian Yang's dark nightwalker uniform and the assault rifle slung at his side, those glances quickly retreated, restrained by caution. The denizens of the lower district, particularly those in East Street, were not to be trifled with. Yet, they were not foolish enough to provoke the nightwalkers, who frequently ventured into the underworld. They understood that those clad in black long coats were the true harbingers of danger. The bike eventually came to a stop in front of an unassuming shop, which outwardly appeared to be a grocery store. In truth, it housed a medical room in the back. The proprietor, whose real name had long been forgotten, was known simply as the Cripple due to his lamed left leg. It was said that he had once been a skilled surgeon at the Fort's Medical Center, but had fallen afoul of a powerful figure. Not only was he stripped of his status, but he was also left with a crippled leg and cast into the lower district. The Cripple ran this grocery store and fashioned a medical room from salvaged equipment found at the dump. His medical skills were commendable, serving as his capital for establishing roots in East Street. A vagabond had mentioned that Kaidi was receiving treatment from the Cripple, which prompted Tian Yang's visit. Knock, knock, knock. Tian Yang rapped on the grocery store's door. A warm yellow light flickered on inside, followed by the sight of a figure limping toward him. Coming, coming. Stop banging. Damn it. If you break my door, I won't treat you if you fall ill. With a loud thud, the door swung open, revealing a short middle-aged man with a bald head, wearing glasses and a prominent nose. His yellowed shirt reeked of disinfectant. Upon recognizing Tian Yang, he exclaimed, "A night walker. What brings you to my humble establishment? Boy, that outfit of yours isn't stolen, is it?" Tian Yang impatiently seized his collar. "Where's Kaidi? Is he here? What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. I don't know anyone by the name of Kaidi." The cripple protested. "If you don't release me, I'll call for help." As a doctor in the lower district, many owed their lives to him, and numerous others awaited his aid. Thus, the cripple wielded a certain influence in East Street. If he called out, there would be more than a few desperate souls willing to come to his defense. At that moment, Kaidi's voice echoed from the depths of the shop. "Tian Yang? Is that you? Kaidi, you're really here." Tian Yang pushed the cripple aside and rushed into a room cluttered with equipment, where he found Kaidi lying on a hospital bed, receiving in foredrip. His body was swathed in bandages, and a blood-soaked dressing covered his chest, appearing particularly grim. Tian Yang gasped in shock at the severity of Kaidi's injuries. "Kaidi, what happened to you?" Kaidi struggled to sit up, even as the effort intensified the bleeding from his chest. "Don't worry about me, Tian Yang. Hurry to the black mine. Nanfei has been captured. What? Tian Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed by disbelief. How could this happen? The black mine lay 30 kilometers outside the fortress, producing black metal that could be refined into black steel. This material served as the primary component for train tracks in the underworld, leading to an ever-growing demand for laborers at the mine over the decades. Initially, the workers were predominantly residents of the lower district, who, despite working outside the fortress, received relatively generous compensation. However, to cut costs and increase productivity, the fortress began to send criminals to the mine. In that place, the rights of prisoners were non-existent, and overseers treated them as less than human. They provided only the most basic means of survival, resulting in many prisoners either working themselves to death or being beaten to death by overseers. Given the circumstances at home, if Nanfei had been taken to the black mine, it was undoubtedly not as a worker, but as a prisoner. This was the part that left Tian Yang perplexed. After receiving this news from Kaidi, he burst out of the grocery store, racing toward the fortress exit on his electromagnetic bike. His mother had already been taken to the mine for several days. And in such a place, one could hardly expect a woman, or even a robust man like Kaidi, to endure for long. With this thought, the youth yearned to sprout wings and fly directly to the mine. Now, he could only hope he was not too late. While exiting the city typically required proof, Tian Yang's Nightwalker uniform and the identification card indicating his status as an ascendant allowed him passage. The two Iron Wall soldiers at the gate saluted him before opening the door. Under the vast night sky, with stars hanging like jewels, Tian Yang pushed the bike to its limits, racing towards the black mine. Half an hour later, a mining facility emerged below the road. Even at night, the place was ablaze with lights, and he could see numerous heavy vehicles moving about. Moments later, Tian Yang arrived at the mine's entrance. Two searchlights beamed down upon him from the gate, and a guard's voice rang out. Who goes there? What brings you to the mine at this hour? Chapter 43. Conspiracy. Tian Yang parked the vehicle by the roadside, lifted his gaze, and addressed the guard standing at the 10-meter gate. I am Lieutenant Nightwalker, Tian Yang. I command you to open the gate. The guard paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Don't make me laugh, kid. A Lieutenant Nightwalker coming to the black mine at midnight? Do you take me for a fool? Just because you wear a black coat doesn't mean you can impersonate a Nightwalker. Get lost, hurry up and scram. With that, the guard let out a belch. The management of the mine was quite lax, and having consumed 2 bottles of cheap liquor, the guard's hazy mind failed to notice Tian Yang's electromagnetic motorcycle. Otherwise, he would have recognized that not everyone could ride such a machine outside. In the glow of the searchlight, the guard was satisfied to see Tian Yang turn and leave, thinking to himself, that's right, kid. However, after taking a few steps, Tian Yang suddenly turned, raising his hand, which now held a uniquely designed rifle. The weapon unleashed beams of blue energy, piercing through the thick bolt of the steel gate, melting its internal components and parts. Moments later, the bolt fell to the ground with a crash, sending dust swirling. The bolt, which should have been opened by machinery, now lay on the ground, allowing the gate to slowly slide open, revealing the mine behind it. Tian Yang then raised his head and looked at the guard. I am not asking you. I am commanding you. Now, I give you another order. Take me to see the person in charge of your mine. Yes, yes. Sir, I will come down immediately. The guard hurriedly crawled down from beneath the gate, all traces of inebriation gone, and scurried to lead Tian Yang into the mine. At that moment, the mine's supervisor was just leaving the office, intending to return to the fortress. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him, Mr. Ingqi, Mr. Ingqi. Turning around, he saw the guard, a man named Ingqi, frowning. What is it? Before the guard could respond, Tian Yang, impatient from behind, shoved him aside. Ingqi was startled, as Tian Yang held a gun, and he exclaimed in fear, Who are you? What do you want? Lieutenant Nightwalker, you are the person in charge of the mine, correct? Very well, you will immediately check if a female worker named Nanfei was sent from the fortress a few days ago. Ingqi took 2 steps back. There are so many workers in the mine, how would I know? The muzzle of the rifle was pointed at the supervisor, and Tian Yang's voice was tinged with suppressed fury. That is why I am instructing you to check. Ingqi shivered. Even if you are a Lieutenant Nightwalker, what you are doing is illegal. To inquire about the identity of mine workers, you must present an internal verification from the Iron Wall Legion. Tian Yang suddenly lowered the gun and fired at Ingqi's feet. Continue to talk, and next time, I will aim for your head. Watching the floor beneath him being pierced by the energy beam, the supervisor dared not speak further. He quickly opened the office door and retrieved an information board, his fingers flying across it as he searched for data. Moments later, found it, Nanfei. She was brought over from the fortress 4 days ago. Let me see. She is in the mine's work area 3. Tian Yang shook the gun. Lead the way. Ingqi swallowed hard, not daring to resist. Upon reaching work area 3, Tian Yang kicked open the door to the supervisor's lounge, where several middle-aged women were in the midst of conversation, sharing laughter. Upon seeing the menacing Tian Yang and the reluctant supervisor, they were all taken aback. Tian Yang looked at Yingqi, who helplessly stepped forward. 4 days ago, you received a female worker named Nanfei. Where is she now? Nanfei? Is she the one who keeps claiming she is wronged? A plump female supervisor asked. Tian Yang urgently inquired. Yes, that's her. Where is she now? The female supervisor glanced nervously at Yingqi. She was injured yesterday. She should be in her own room now. Tian Yang's heart sank. He shouted, take me there now? The female supervisor looked at Yingqi, who impatiently ordered. Do as he says. They made their way to the workers' living quarters, where the conditions were appalling. The corridors were littered with sewage, the air reeked of nauseating odors, and household waste and food remnants were carelessly discarded in the corners, attracting swarms of flies. Tian Yang's expression darkened. Compared to this place, the lower city could be deemed a paradise. The room of that female worker is just ahead. The plump woman pointed to an open door nearby. At that moment, a figure emerged from within, a burly man with a scarred face, dragging something behind him, cursing, you damn convict, stop pretending to be noble. Just a filthy bitch from the lower city, thinking you're some delicate upper-class lady? Don't play dead, you've been lying there all day. Hurry up and get back to work, or I'll whip you again. He dragged a slender arm out, the owner of which limply allowed herself to be pulled from the room. The man tossed her into a corner, landing her amidst a pile of trash. The woman's right shoulder sagged unnaturally, likely broken, with no signs of any bandaging. Clearly, the mine offered no medical care. Her clothing was tattered, stained with blood. Some spots were dried, while others were freshly soaked. She lay on the ground motionless, only the faint rise and fall of her shoulder indicating any sign of life. Still pretending to be dead, the man approached the woman, raising his foot to kick her. A beam of energy pierced through his knee. He paused, then cried out in agony as the intense heat from the beam charred the edges of the wound, leaving a gaping hole without a single drop of blood. He collapsed, and before he could comprehend, he heard the sickening sound of his nose breaking. Tian Yang withdrew his foot from the man's face and hurried to the woman's side. Carefully turning her over, he brushed aside the hair covering her face, revealing his mother's pallid visage. Mom, it's me, Tian Yang. The boy's voice resonated in Yingqi's ears, causing the supervisor's heart to constrict tightly. He could hardly believe his ears. The woman brought to the mine as a convict was, in fact, the mother of Lieutenant Nightwalker. The supervisor understood well that anyone who could serve as a lieutenant in the Nightwalkers must be an ascender. How could the mother of an ascender be a convict? In an instant, the supervisor sensed the whiff of conspiracy, and a conspiracy tied to the ascenders could very well bury him, a mere supervisor, here. Chapter 044. Can I trust you? Mom, it's me, Tian Yang. Nanfei's eyelids twitched, heavy as lead, requiring every ounce of strength for even the slightest movement. Nonetheless, they parted, albeit only a narrow slit, revealing eyes that barely glimmered with life. Her vision was clouded, and she vaguely discerned someone standing before her. She strained to see the figure clearly, but it seemed shrouded in a veil of morning mist. This reminded her of a distant morning, when she had seen him through a similar haze. He had walked towards her from the garden, cradling freshly picked flowers, their petals still glistening with morning dew. He had offered her the blooms, saying, "For you, Nanfei, you are as beautiful as a flower." Ah, that smooth-talking fellow. As her vision sharpened slightly, she recognized a familiar face, etched with concern. He bore a resemblance to him, albeit with a more youthful innocence, his features still untouched by the passage of time. But what did it matter? Nanfei struggled to lift her hand, gently cradling the young face. "You're here, Lai. I've waited for you for so long. I thought you had forgotten." He opened his mouth as if to speak, but Nanfei could not hear him. Her cracked lips curled into a faint smile of relief. "What did you say? I can't hear you. Let me sleep for a bit. I'm so tired." She closed her eyes once more, the weight of her lids overwhelming her, leaving her utterly drained. As she surrendered to slumber, a profound serenity enveloped her, as if all her pain had vanished. Indeed, she no longer felt the ache within her body. Then, she seemed to see Tian Yang, her beloved child. His face was etched with worry and fear, desperately calling out something, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Tian Yang, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Don't be sad. Mommy is here. I will protect you." She yearned to embrace the boy, but just then, someone called out from behind, Nanfei. Turning around, she beheld a radiant light. In its brilliance stood a man, chewing on a blade of grass, grinning broadly. "What are you doing? Let's go together. I know a delightful place where we will surely find joy." Lie. She glanced back at the weeping boy, but Tian Yang was so sorrowful. The man approached, wrapping his arms around her. Don't worry, he will be all right. Do you not trust our child? She pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Yes, I believe in him. The man took her hand, just as he had 17 years ago on that golden beach, and slowly moved forward. Come, from now on, we shall never part again. She cast one last glance back. I must go now, my child. Do not cry, mommy is very happy. The golden, warm light gently enveloped her, and the boy's figure gradually faded from sight. In the workers' dormitory of mine number 3, Tian Yang stared in disbelief at his mother in his arms, unable to fathom that she had departed so abruptly. Scalding tears fell upon her dirt-streaked face, her eyes closed, serene, even adorned with a faint smile. She appeared as if she were merely sleeping. However, the gradually cooling body conveyed a merciless truth. She would never awaken again. Tian Yang clutched his chest, where it felt as though 1,000 knives were carving into his flesh. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his lips, his reddened eyes turning toward the male overseer nearby. He seized a nearby assault rifle, its cold barrel aimed squarely at the man's head. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! His hand trembled on the weapon, a torrent of fury seeking an outlet. If only he would pull the trigger, the flames of his rage could be extinguished. But then, through his tear-blurred vision, he caught a glimpse of Nanfei's stern face. Gradually, his weapon lowered, gently placing his mother down. Tian Yang stood and faced the trembling man. You should be grateful to the woman you just insulted. It was she who urged me never to let hatred govern my actions, never to unleash my wrath upon the innocent. Clearly, she is here because of you. Thus, you have been granted a reprieve. The man sighed in relief, casting a complex gaze upon Nanfei's lifeless form. Yet Tian Yang's voice was devoid of emotion. The wounds on her back were inflicted by you, were they not? The overseer shuddered but dared not deny it. Yes, it was me. Please forgive me, sir. I did not mean it. I was just. Which hand did you use to strike her? The overseer quaked, raising his right hand in fear. The assault rifle fired, a beam piercing through his shoulder, leaving a gaping wound. The man's scream echoed in the corridor as Tian Yang turned to confront the supervisor. You are the mine's overseer. You should know who sent her here. Correct? Ingchi was drenched in sweat. Listen to me, Lieutenant. I am merely responsible for managing the mine. As for who sent her, I. A beam pierced through his shoulder. Tian Yang aimed the rifle at the supervisor's heart. What I require is an answer, so think carefully before you speak again. Ingchi clutched his shoulder, desperate to defend himself, but the rifle's muzzle extinguished his remaining courage. Suddenly, Tian Yang's communicator buzzed, and a voice emerged. This is Lingfeng. Listen to me. Tian Yang, put down your weapon. At that moment, in the office of the Lighthouse Forward Base, Lingfeng held the communicator, gazing at the holographic display before him, which showcased Ingchi's pale face. Tian Yang's voice crackled through the communicator. This is my affair, Chief of Staff. Lingfeng responded firmly. As long as you are a Nightwalker. This is no longer solely your affair. Tian Yang's tone grew urgent. They killed my mother. Lingfeng nodded. I am already aware. He is but a minor player in this game. Even if you kill him, he will not know who sent your mother to the mine. Now, put down your weapon. If you have no objections, hand over your mother's body to me. I will ensure a medical examination is conducted to ascertain the cause of her death and clarify responsibility. Simultaneously, I will initiate an investigation. Within 3 days, I will provide you with the identity of the perpetrator. And I assure you, regardless of who it is, the Nightwalkers will pursue this to the end. Silence followed on the other end of the communicator. A few seconds later, the rifle aimed at Ingchi was finally lowered in the holographic display. Can I trust you, Chiefling? Lingfeng picked up the communicator. You can trust me. Very well. After hanging up, Lingfeng removed his glasses and struck his fist upon the desk, splintering it to pieces. He raised his gaze, eyes sharp as a blade, directing his ire toward Lin Yang. Investigate and find out which scoundrel is responsible for this. His aide naturally had no objections and reminded him. Chief Ling, should we notify the commander? Lingfeng steadied his breath. I will contact the commander now, if there are no surprises. Such underhanded dealings are likely the work of those sitting comfortably in their offices. Furthermore, I have a strong suspicion of who is behind this, but I require irrefutable evidence. Lin Yang stood at attention, saluting. Understood. Book recommendation, Apocalypse NPC synopsis. In 2045, billions of zombies ravage the world, forcing humanity into a final and desperate battle. As the end of the world looms, Lu Xing uses a time machine to return to the moment before the outbreak. Given a second chance at life, can he alter the future? The darkness of human nature. Is it possible to glimpse light in the depths of hell? Commentary. Having read several chapters, I must commend the author's adeptness in pacing and the portrayal of humanity's complexities. The initial impression evokes memories of the film X-Men, Days of Future Past. Overall, it is a commendable work within the zombie genre, and those intrigued by such themes may find it worth perusing. Chapter 045. Regret recently. Chuyin has not been in high spirits. For this elder, ever since he assumed the position of commander of the Night Wanderers, his mood has rarely been buoyant over the past 2 decades. The multitude of challenges he faces is overwhelming. Exploring the reverse realm, managing fortress affairs, and navigating interactions with a diverse array of individuals to ensure the Night Wanderers receive their rightful resources and budget. If given a choice, the elder would prefer to rally his team for explorations in the reverse realm, rather than contend with those who harbor their own agendas. Engaging with the dark denizens, at least, is a battle of pure intent. Either one perishes or the other does. Yet, seated in the commander's chair, while survival is not the foremost concern, the endless cycle of gains and losses is steadily eroding his patience, which has always been rather limited. Chuyin finds solace in the night. During those hours, there are fewer burdens to contemplate. He can sit alone on his home terrace, enjoying the breeze, or tend to his flowers and plants. Thus, when his wife informed him that someone was seeking his audience, he merely grunted, not seeing anyone. His wife, Song Xiao, having spent over 40 years with him, knows his temperament all too well. "Oh, then I'll go inform Ling Feng," she said deliberately, casting a knowing glance at her husband. As expected, Chuyin turned back. "What? It's Ling Feng. Why didn't you say so earlier? My dear wife, do not let such matters hinder important business. I hold you accountable." Song Xiao chuckled. Yes, you are the commander. You can make anyone confess, myself included." With that, Chuyin entered his study, where a holographic screen displayed Ling Feng pacing anxiously. "What brings you here at this late hour? Couldn't this be handled without me?" Chuyin, having only one daughter and no sons, regards Ling Feng as his own. He is acutely aware of the young man's capabilities. If Ling Feng is seeking him out at this hour, it must be of grave importance. "Commander, do you recall the young man I mentioned last time? The one who awakened a new class?" Chuyin retrieved a pipe and filled it with tobacco. "Yes, I remember. I have already informed the city lord about this. Are you concerned about the budget?" "No need to worry. The city lord has approved it, and we should receive the supplementary budget within a fortnight." Ling Feng leaned forward, hands planted on the table. "No, Commander. It's not about the budget. That young man, Tian Yang, his mother has just met with a tragic fate. She died in the black mine." Chuyin paused, processing Ling Feng's tone. Suddenly, he rose like an enraged lion. "What? Was she killed?" Ling Feng offered a bitter smile. "It is highly likely. Although we lack concrete evidence at this moment, it appears she was caught in a sudden raid at the black mine. Sadly, despite the brief time, she did not survive. This has profoundly impacted Tian Yang. I have dispatched Lin Yang to investigate and uncover the perpetrator. My only concern is that if the culprit is whom I suspect, given Tian Yang's temperament, this will not end well. Should a conflict arise, the Night Wanderers." Chuyin seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Returning to his seat and lighting his pipe, "Are there not enough individuals harboring grievances against us? Yet, after all these years, we still stand resolute. Ling Feng, remember what I've said. The strength of the Night Wanderers lies in our treating each member as family." "Understood, Commander. I share your desire to seek justice for that lady named Nanfei." Ling Feng saluted. "I shall not intrude any further." "Wait," Chuyin interrupted. "What did you say that Tian Yang's mother was called?" Ling Feng's eyes widened in surprise, yet he answered, "Nanfei. Is there a problem?" "No." Chuyin waved his hand. "Let it be for now. I am weary. Handle this matter. Above all, identify the mastermind and inform me of any difficulties you encounter." "Of course, Commander." After another salute, Ling Feng's image vanished. Chuyin exhaled a smoke ring, pondering, "Nanfei? Could it be that Nanfei? If so, this child named Tian Yang must be his." With this thought, he opened a drawer. Retrieving a private communicator and composing a message, "Investigate how many women named Nanfei reside within the fortress." 10 minutes later, the communicator received a response. "Understood." The elder continued rummaging through drawers, ultimately exclaiming in frustration, "Wife, where did you put the documents Ling Feng sent last time?" Finding things has never been the commander's forte. Upon returning home, it was already deep into the night. Tian Yang descended from the electromagnetic vehicle like a soulless husk, mechanically opening the door and leaving it ajar as he slumped into a chair. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his gaze vacant. 30 minutes after concluding his communication with Ling Feng, a vehicle from the fortress hospital arrived hastily at the black mine. His mother's body had already been transported away, with assurances that the test results would be ready by the day after tomorrow. Once the hospital vehicle departed, Tian Yang felt disoriented, struggling to recall how he had returned home. Even now, he harbored a sense of unreality, as if upon waking the next day, his mother would walk through that door, chattering away about him needing to handle his resignation from the night wanderers. Yet he knew that was impossible. His mother was truly gone. The disheartened youth entered Nan Fei's bedroom, gently folding the blanket that hung by the bed and laying it on the pillow. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he noticed a photograph, an image of Nan Fei. It was a decade old. Tian Yang remembered borrowing the camera from Kaidi, eagerly wanting to take a picture of his mother. Initially reluctant, Nan Fei had eventually acquiesced to his persistence and allowed him to take a photo. In the picture, his mother, in her 30s, wore a stern expression. Faint scars visible on her forehead and arm. The arm injury stemmed from an incident when he was 7, having knocked over a cup and fallen from a chair. Nan Fei had caught him, but a shard had injured her arm. The scar on her forehead was from when he was 9. During an altercation with some neighborhood children who had thrown stones. Nan Fei had chased them off, but had been struck on the head by one of the stones. Gazing at the photograph, Tian Yang suddenly realized how much his mother had sacrificed for him, enduring numerous injuries. Yet the last time they had argued, he had failed to apologize. Now, the opportunity was lost forever. Some moments, once missed, can never be reclaimed. They become nothing more than regrets. In the dimly lit shed, there were no lights, only the sounds of muffled sobs echoing through the silence. Chapter 46. The mastermind Tian Yang was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of sounds, only to realize that he had spent the night in his mother's bedroom. He rose from the ground, his head feeling heavy and his temples throbbing, his condition far from ideal. Tian Yang, Tian Yang. The voice of Kaidi resonated from outside the living room. Tian Yang stepped out, and, indeed, it was him. The proprietor of the volcano bar was draped in a coat, his chest wrapped in bandages and gauze, assisted by a youth of similar age to Tian Yang. Upon seeing Tian Yang, Kaidi exclaimed, "Shao Si told me your door was ajar, and there was a unicycle parked outside. I knew you'd returned. How was it at the Black Mine? Did you find Nan Fei?" Tian Yang's expression dimmed as he nodded faintly. Kaidi glanced around. "So where is she?" "You've joined the Night Walkers. It shouldn't have been difficult to find her at the mine." "Oh, silly me. Nan Fei must be struggling at the mine. Even if she is not injured, she would fall ill. You took her to the hospital, right? Is it the one in the upper district? I'll go visit her." Tian Yang looked at the man. Kaidi had already turned to leave. "Don't go." Kaidi turned back. "What? Is Nan Fei in a dire state? She needs rest, right? It's understandable, given her frail constitution. It's only normal for her to fall ill. Fine, I'll head back to the bar and check on her in a few days." "No, you don't need to go." Tian Yang lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the ground. She's already gone." Kaidi's body shuddered slightly as he slowly turned back, facing away from Tian Yang. "Where did she go? Doesn't she dislike working at the bar? It's all right. Just tell her to pursue what she enjoys. I can always switch careers. Kaidi, if she thinks I'm clumsy, that is fine too. I've earned some money over the years. I can invest in a business for her. With her frail health, where could she go? You agree, right, Tian Yang?" The youth shook his head vigorously. "Kaidi, my mother has already." "Don't say it." Kaidi shouted, his shoulders slumping. "Don't say it. It can't be true. She wouldn't leave." Tian Yang closed his eyes and spoke somberly. "She's gone. When I arrived, her injuries were severe. She took her last breath in my arms. It's hard to accept, and I find it even harder than you do. But Kaidi, she has left. I told you not to say it." Kaidi suddenly lunged forward, delivering a punch to the youth's face. Tian Yang staggered back, colliding with the tin roof of the shed, which reverberated with a buzzing sound. Half of the youth's face began to swell, his silver hair falling over his eyes, obscuring his lifeless gaze. Kaidi firmly grasped his shoulders. "Who did this? Which bastard did it? Tell me. What are you planning to do?" "Of course, I'm going to avenge her." Kaidi roared like an enraged beast, spittle flying onto Tian Yang's face. Tian Yang looked at him. "You cannot do this." Kaidi's eyes brimmed with rage. "Why can't I? I've cared for her since I was a child. Even if she never expressed it, in my heart, she is my woman. Whoever dares to harm her will pay with their life." He pushed Tian Yang aside. "If you want to tell me, I'll investigate it myself. I refuse to believe I can't find even a single lead." A hand seized Kaidi's shoulder. "What are you doing? Let go." Tian Yang shook his head. "I cannot allow you to walk into death." Kaidi spun around like a whirlwind. "Are you asking me to do nothing like you?" The youth suddenly erupted. "How do you know I've done nothing? If I could, I would tear that bastard apart right now. You may merely like her, but she is my mother." Kaidi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Tian Yang gasped for breath, leaning against the wall. "Someone is already investigating. We should have news within a couple of days." "But Kaidi, The person who could cast her into the black mine is not someone you can confront. She has left. I don't want you to end up in danger too. Therefore, I will handle her affairs. As her son, I must avenge her." The youth lifted his head, a flame burning deep within his eyes. After assuring that he would do nothing rash, Kaidi departed. Tian Yang remained in the shed, spending the next 2 days fixated on his communicator, waiting for news that never came. Until the evening of the third day, when the communicator chimed, and Ling Feng's voice emerged. "Tian Yang, are you there?" Tian Yang immediately seized the communicator. "I'm here. Is there news?" Ling Feng paused before speaking. "Do you remember Qin Wu?" A thunderclap echoed in Tian Yang's mind, his breath quickening as he struggled to maintain a calm tone. Did Qin Wu's family do this? Yes, his father, Qin Jia, is the head of the 3rd Security Office in the Upper District. Lin Yang discovered that while you were on a mission, he used framing tactics to plant contraband in your home and falsely accused your mother of illegal activities. He even bribed an inspector to bypass the review process, sending your mother to the black mine in half a day. Tian Yang's breathing became labored, the veins in his hand bulging as he nearly crushed the communicator. "Listen to me, Tian Yang. We will handle this matter. Qin Jia is not only a citizen but holds an official position. You cannot act impulsively. I assure you he will receive the punishment he deserves. Do you hear me, Tian Yang?" Tian Yang exhaled a heated breath and gently turned off the communicator. He stood, retrieved the eye mask he had previously used, and donned it once more, concealing his tactical eye. Entering the kitchen, he gathered every ingredient he could find, cooking them thoroughly. Regardless of the taste, the youth ate silently. This was his first meal in 3 days. He ate slowly, even savoring each bite, determined to convert every morsel into strength. After finishing, Tian Yang donned his protective armor and shouldered his rifle. He did not bother to retrieve the night walker uniform hanging on the wall. He simply left, driving to the volcano bar. The bar was closed, yet lights flickered within. Tian Yang knocked on the door. It swung open to reveal Kaidi. Tian Yang stated flatly, "I need a knife. The sharper, the better. Come in." Kaidi pulled him inside and disappeared into the back warehouse. A cacophony of heavy objects crashing echoed, and after a moment, the bar owner returned, a knife in hand. He placed the blade on the table. "I got this from East Street. It's a fine piece. I maintain it regularly. Give it a try." Tian Yang swung it a few times, noting that its feel couldn't compare to the previous particle war knife, and its quality was undeniably inferior. Yet, it was sufficient for the purpose of violence. He sheathed the knife and turned to leave. As he watched Tian Yang depart, Kaidi retrieved a bottle of strong liquor from the cupboard and took a deep swig. Then he grinned widely. He understood what Tian Yang intended to do and chuckled. "No wonder I liked her. Even her son possesses such courage." Chapter 47. Dissuasion. The aroma wafted from the large pot on the stove, tantalizing the senses. A boy of about 11 or 12, gazing longingly at the potatoes and chicken, swallowed hard. He turned to the girl in an apron beside him. "Sister, when can we eat?" Sun, extinguishing the flames, prepared to serve the food from the pot, replied, "I've told you, we have important guests tonight. We can eat once they arrive." The boy, with a furrowed brow, glanced at the table nearby, laden with an array of delectable dishes: steamed fish, stir-fried vegetables with meat, cold dishes drizzled with sesame oil, and, of course, the potato and chicken dish. It was the first time he had encountered such a sumptuous dinner. Since returning from the abyss, Sun, now an ascendant, had garnered considerable attention from the fortress. Her bedridden father was taken to a medical center in the Upper District the very next day, with Roshan even arranging for a caretaker. Even without Sun visiting the hospital, her father would receive excellent care. Roshan had also bestowed upon her 2,000 contribution points, a veritable fortune for Sun. Additionally, as a benefit of being an ascendant, Sun's identification papers had been processed. The application for an apartment in the Upper District was underway, allowing her to designate 2 spots for companions to move in with her. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. The more this unfolded, the more grateful Sun felt towards Tian Yang. Had it not been for him, she might have faced humiliation at the hands of Zhou Wang. That would have been an entirely different story. Thus, she had proactively invited Tian Yang to visit her home tonight. She even took a day off from Roshan, beginning her preparations early in the morning. After placing the potato and chicken on the table, Sun glanced at the clock, noting that it was getting late, and wondered if he had arrived yet. Observing the feast before him, yet unable to partake, the boy sighed and leaned on the table. "Sister, why hasn't your boyfriend come yet?" Sun's face flushed with embarrassment. "Shao Jia, if you keep talking nonsense, I might just refuse to feed you." The boy named Shao Jia quickly covered his mouth, fearful of saying anything else that might jeopardize his chance of enjoying the evening's meal. Sun removed her apron and stepped outside, surveying the street. 2 men lingered nearby, masquerading as vagrants and drunks, but Sun recognized them as guards arranged by Roshan. Every ascendant of a luminous rank was worthy of the fortress's utmost cultivation. Having witnessed Zhou Wang's downfall, Roshan was cautious. However, aside from those two guards, the street was eerily devoid of pedestrians. Sun peered down the road, anticipating the moment when that figure would appear. Unbeknownst to her, Tian Yang was currently driving toward the upper district, making it inevitable that he would miss their appointment. In the upper district, at the Qin residence, Qin Jie stood on the balcony, observing the neatly arranged and clean streets below. The verdant landscape, a stark contrast to the lower district, represented a luxury of tranquility. As a family that had stood for over 50 years, they had now entered their fourth generation. Except for the first patriarch, no ascendants had emerged in the subsequent two generations, including Qin Jie. In Qin Wu's generation, Qin Jie no longer harbored grand aspirations. He merely hoped his son could secure a modest official position. Both father and son gritted their teeth, striving to earn 10,000 contribution points annually to maintain their familial status and associated rights. Yet, scarcely 6 months after sending his son to the collection team, calamity struck. His son did not perish at the hands of the dark denizens, but was instead killed by a mere fledgling who had just awakened. Qin Jie could not stomach this affront. Not only was he grieving his son's death, but he also feared the potential demise of the Qin clan under his watch. Thus, despite Lin Yang's warnings against retaliation, Qin Jie acted. The thought of throwing that boy's mother into the black mine brought a cruel smile to his lips. He knew well that no woman could survive in such a place. He had even ensured that the black mine's management was aware, just as he anticipated. The woman had perished 3 days ago. Upon hearing that the boy named Tian Yang had dared to infiltrate the black mine at night, Qin Jie felt a twinge of surprise. Yet he had foreseen this turn of events. The truth would eventually surface. It was only a matter of time. Qin Jie was unperturbed by the thought of Tian Yang seeking revenge. In fact, he awaited the boy's arrival with eager anticipation. Yes, he awaited it. Within the seemingly tranquil Qin residence, 8 seasoned, cunning, and ruthless prospectors lay in ambush. These individuals had ventured into the abyss and emerged alive. True desperados willing to do anything for the right incentive. Most importantly, they were willing to fight and dare to die. In addition, Qin Jie had hired a level 3 ascendant. Despite the individual's notorious reputation, while hiring him might tarnish his own standing, Qin Jie was beyond caring about such concerns. However, Qin Jie's true trump card was not the prospectors or the ascendant, but his authority as the director of the 3rd Security Bureau. Indeed, he was not an ascendant, but he was an official, and the Security Bureau was an enforcement agency. Thus, in times of need, Qin Jie could mobilize his personnel. Should Tian Yang display any signs of aggression, Qin Jie could legally execute him on the spot. With that thought, a broader smile spread across Qin Jie's face. Come on, boy. I will show you just how insignificant a newly awakened ascendant truly is. You shall pay dearly for your impulsiveness. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him, and an elderly man who appeared to be in charge softly said, "Sir, we have just received a message from the district checkpoint. The boy is driving alone and has already entered the upper district." Qin Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, whispering in a tone only he could hear, "Son, did you hear that? That boy is coming. Just wait. Dad will send him to apologize to you." Upon entering the upper district, the number of streetlights increased dramatically, illuminating the surroundings and revealing every corner to Tian Yang. Switching to autopilot mode, he activated the navigation and entered Qin Jie's name. Before long, the location of the Qin residence appeared clearly on the screen. Directing the vehicle toward the Qin home, he turned at the next intersection, and then he saw them: Lingfeng, Honshu, Oldsu, Songdu, Jiyu. Tian Yang was forced to halt as they blocked his path with several cars. Soon, 2 more vehicles arrived, completing the blockade. Tian Yang's gaze fell upon Lingfeng. He had not expected the latter to return from the Lighthouse Base specifically for this confrontation. "General Ling, please stand aside," the youth spoke calmly. Yet beneath that calmness lay the simmering tension of a volcano poised to erupt. Lingfeng adjusted his glasses and took a step forward. "Tian Yang, it's not too late to back down. Compared to you, Qin Jie is merely a minor player. There's no need to risk yourself for someone like him. I stand by my words. Let the Nightwalkers handle this. We can follow the proper procedures to bring him to justice." Chapter 048. No compromise. Upon hearing Lingfeng's words, Tian Yang's expression remained unwavering. "I must go." General Lingfeng seemed to have anticipated this response and showed no reaction. However, the ponytailed Songdu's face changed, his body leaning slightly forward as if to reprimand this ungrateful individual. Beside him, Han Shu raised his hand. shaking his head to halt the words on the tip of Tsang Du's tongue, leaving him to swallow his frustration. Ling Feng gently adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. You know what I do. Allow me to outline the potential developments for you. If I permit you to proceed, you will encounter an ambush set by 8 prospectors, all seasoned veterans who are no strangers to violence. Even if you manage to overcome this hurdle, you will still face a level 3 enhancer. While a level 3 may not seem overwhelmingly powerful, it is certainly not insurmountable. However, those prospectors will deplete your stamina and may inflict injuries upon you, compounded by the 2-level disparity. Even if their advantage is not absolute, it poses a significant threat to you. But the danger does not end there. Qin Jie is the head of the 3rd Security Bureau. If I were in his position, I could easily use my authority to call in reinforcements. While the Bureau lacks enhancers, their forces are well equipped, comprising over 30 members. In your exhausted state, they could swiftly execute you. Having said that, Ling Feng scrutinized the boy's expression across from him, noticing his steadfastness, and sighed inwardly. Even if under such harsh conditions you manage to eliminate Qin Jie, what follows? You would have publicly assassinated a fortress official in the upper city, regardless of whether Qin Jie provoked you first. According to fortress laws, you would still face accountability. Of course, the Night Walkers would protect you. But do you understand the price we would have to pay? Especially now, as dissent against us grows within the fortress. Ling Feng paused, his tone grave. Even so, do you still wish to proceed? Tian Yang lowered his gaze, lost in thought. After a moment, he unfastened his assault rifle and began to remove his protective armor. I must go, but tonight, I am not a member of the Night Walkers. I am merely an ordinary citizen of the lower city. Absurd. Ling Feng knew that Tian Yang's actions were an attempt to shoulder the consequences alone, not wanting to drag the Night Walkers into his vendetta. Yet, the words he spoke were not meant to sever the boy's ties with them. Tian Yang, why must you go to such lengths? Just give us another week. No, 3 days. Just 3 days, and I can assure you that Qin Jie will be imprisoned, condemned to spend his life in the black mines. For him, that would be a fate worse than death. So you see, he is not worth such sacrifice on your part. Tian Yang ceased all movement, gazing at Ling Feng. But for me, I simply want him dead. Moreover, General Ling, this is not a matter of worth. The issue is that I must do this. My mother is an ordinary woman. Do you understand how challenging it is for an ordinary woman to survive in the lower city, especially one with principles? Yet, this very woman raised me for 17 years. 17 years. Can you grasp the difficulty of her life? She has given me her best, her youth, her time, everything she had. Yet I cannot even afford to treat her to a decent meal. Now, this is the only thing I can do for her. Therefore, I must undertake this task. Come what may. Ling Feng suddenly felt a wave of frustration. He had always believed in his deductions, trusting that every action held commensurate value. Yet now, this boy was challenging everything he believed, and he found himself at a loss for a solution. The others, including Han Shu, were deep in thought. Moved by Tian Yang's words, the youth did not indulge in grand philosophies, nor did he weigh the pros and cons as Ling Feng did. He was simply engaged in a profoundly sincere endeavor, a purity that had nearly been forgotten in this era, a time of transactions where nothing was beyond assessment and compromise. As long as the rewards were substantial enough, even the deepest vendetta could be overlooked. Yet here stood this boy, fully aware that his quest, even if fulfilled, would come at a steep cost. Still, he did not yield, nor did he falter. Perhaps, for many, such a course of action seemed reckless, even foolish. But when did we become so obsessed with cunning in every matter? Han Shu and the others were ensnared by this conundrum, searching for answers. Just then, Ling Feng's communicator buzzed, followed by an elderly voice declaring, "Let him go." With that single statement, the connection severed. Ling Feng's mind blanked for several seconds before he shook his head. Take your armor and star rifle with you, otherwise, you are not going to seek vengeance, but rather to meet your demise. Tian Yang was taken aback, looking at Ling Feng. The latter stepped back, shifting to the side. The enhancer hired by Qin Jie is named Chu Gao, a level 3 sniper master of the hunter class. Do not expect him to engage you in a fair duel. That man is notorious and will resort to any means. He will undoubtedly strike from the shadows, whether as you enter the Qin residence or while you are entangled with the prospectors. If you wish to seek revenge, do not allow him to take you down. Having donned his protective gear once more, Tian Yang removed his eye mask and mounted his motorcycle. He nodded solemnly at Ling Feng. Thank you for the warning, General Ling. As he prepared to leave, Han Shu, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Wait. The rugged man then removed the excessively long sword from Tsang Du's back and tossed it to Tian Yang. Take this. Your scrap metal won't suffice for killing. Clearly, he had noticed the blade strapped to Tian Yang's back. Captain, what are you doing? That is my spring water. Song Du exclaimed, rushing towards Tian Yang, only to be restrained by Han Shu by his ponytail. Tian Yang caught the sword named Spring Water and looked at both Han Shu and Song Du. Han Shu firmly held onto the young man's ponytail and waved his hand. Hurry up and go, stop dawdling. Song Du, realizing the situation was beyond his control, called out, Blondie, just make sure you don't damage my sword. Return it to me in one piece. Tian Yang removed the knife given to him by Kaidi and tossed it to Song Du. I'll leave this with you. I'll come back for a trade. Strapping Spring Water to his back, Tian Yang revved the motorcycle and passed by them, shifting to autopilot mode, allowing the electromagnetic bike to take him to the Qin residence. Holding Tian Yang's knife, Song Du wore an expression of disdain. Who would care for your scrap metal? P.S. Grateful thanks to Hai Zixia Tian, Xiang Lingyun, Apostle 831203. Book Friend 587555718. Brother, you might want to change your nickname. Yin Shishan Dian, Qin Yang's father, the charming excuse of the evening breeze, and Mr. Sure for their generous rewards yesterday. Thank you very much. It was truly thrilling to see the new book rankings oscillate between first and second place. Thanks to you all. The data has finally opened up. Chapter 49. Formulating a plan. As Tian Yang traversed the road leading to the Qin residence, he observed his surroundings. The vehicles and pedestrians were unexpectedly sparse. The closer he drew to the Qin estate, the more desolate it became. Although it was customary for fewer individuals to be out and about during the night, the current situation was rather extreme. This anomaly could likely be attributed to the intervention of nocturnal operatives. Perhaps, unseen, road restrictions had already been instituted. As his thoughts wandered, his communicator chimed. Upon checking, he discovered 2 images had arrived. The first depicted the sniper master, a man named Chu Gao, whose stature was surprisingly diminutive. The photograph revealed him holding a rather exaggeratedly long firearm. The intricate components and design of the weapon suggested it was not a streamlined model intended for ease of transport. It was probable that this gun was not even a finished product, but rather a modified assembly crafted by Chu Gao himself. Tian Yang scrutinized the sniper's features: a bald head, thin lips, and small eyes, all distinctive traits that would be easy to remember. Moreover, the presence of 6 fingers on his left hand made him even more identifiable. The second image was that of Qin Jie, a middle-aged man nearing 50, donned in a neat, dark uniform, bearing a striking resemblance to Qin Wu. With a mere glance, Tian Yang knew without needing to read the caption below the photo that this man was his target for the evening. At that moment, another text message arrived: delete after viewing. The youth committed the appearances of Chu Gao and Qin Jie to memory before erasing the message and images. The motorcycle's navigation system then indicated that the next intersection would lead into the territory of the Qin residence. Just before reaching the junction, Tian Yang halted, steering his motorcycle into a nearby small square. After securing the vehicle, he surveyed the area. This locale was no longer the bustling center of the upper district. It was expansive, with scarcely any high-rise buildings in sight, save for the distant, circular dome of the fortress looming like a nocturnal sky. Tian Yang understood that this was a domain reserved for families of the fortress, each clan allotted living space commensurate with its influence and power. Even the smallest residence here boasted a garden and a garage, with its dimensions sufficient to accommodate 10 or more families in the lower district. Despite such ample living space, the tallest structures here reached no more than 3 stories, with most being mere 2-story buildings, a testament to the lavishness enjoyed by the upper-class families. Utilizing his tactical electronic eye, Tian Yang comprehensively mapped the nearby architectural layout. In this open, unobstructed expanse, danger loomed for both the sniper and his prey. For the quarry, entering the sniper's hunting ground would almost guarantee detection. Conversely, the sniper, lacking cover, would have only a slim chance of firing before being spotted. Nonetheless, even in such precarious conditions, the sniper retained a substantial advantage. After all, for any assault on the sniper to succeed, the prey would need to withstand the initial shot and possess extraordinary speed to pose a threat. Lastly, as a level 3 sniper master, Tian Yang did not underestimate Chu Gao's potential for close combat. 8 prospectors, 1 ascendant, and the likely presence of a law enforcement team. As he silently calculated the disparity in combat capabilities between the opposing forces, Tian Yang endeavored to recall the knowledge gleaned from his studies, extracting pertinent information to devise a combat strategy. Objective: eliminate Qin Jie. Enemy forces: 1 level 3 sniper master, 8 prospectors, and a probable law enforcement team. Strategic direction: given the overwhelming enemy numbers, exterminating all obstacles before targeting the primary objective is nearly impossible. Hence, after neutralizing the most significant threat, All efforts should be directed towards the primary target, avoiding unnecessary exertion on other adversaries. Conclusions. 1. Prioritize the elimination of the opposing ascendant to mitigate the greatest obstacle. 2. Devote all resources to the assassination of the main target. 3. Establish a clear escape route to ensure a swift exit before the law enforcement team arrives. Soon, a rudimentary yet coherent plan began to take shape in the youth's mind. Tian Yang lifted his gaze towards the street far off in the square, where might Chu Gao be concealed. Turning around, he located the tallest object in the square, a sculpture in the fountain. Designed to possess sufficient visual impact, the sculpture soared nearly 6 meters high, nearly the height of a 2-story building. Tian Yang effortlessly scaled the sculpture, concealing himself within its complex, shadowy structure. Although he had not undergone professional counter-sniper training, he was fortunate that his readings had emphasized snipers' exceptional vision. To eliminate the possibility of presenting an easy target, Tian Yang carefully concealed his presence. By utilizing a microchip implanted in his brain, he adjusted the visual range of his tactical eye and activated the thermal imaging mode. Consequently, the Qin estate loomed closer in his view, revealing several red human figures. From this elevation, it was apparent that the estate comprised a main building, lawn, parking area, garden, and a perimeter wall adorned with ancient porcelain tiles. The entirety of the Qin residence could comfortably house the needs of 13 families from the lower district, excluding the surrounding public land. Typically, a sniper would position themselves at a distance from the battlefield, contingent on the firearm's capabilities and the sniper's proficiency, generally around 800 to 1,000 meters. Beyond that, the variables in sniping become excessive. Placing himself in Chu Gao's shoes, the ideal position would be outside the Qin estate. Considering visibility and mobility, Tian Yang had already identified several potential sniper locations. However, this was the upper district, within the confines of a family residence. If Qin Jie possessed any semblance of intelligence, he would avoid allowing this confrontation to spill over into other families. Otherwise, even if Tian Yang did not eliminate him, he would still face repercussions from rival families. Thus, Tian Yang's gaze returned to the Qin estate. Chu Gao was likely concealed within its confines. Only there could he ensure that the conflict remained isolated from the estates of other families. The youth observed the environment within the Qin estate, noting the cars parked in front of the main building, guards walking their dogs, and the flora and fauna scattered throughout. Yet, he failed to spot Chu Gao. Despite employing thermal imaging, he could not discern any figures resembling a sniper among the red silhouettes. This indicated that Chu Gao likely possessed a jamming device or was clad in heat-insulating gear. However, Tian Yang did notice a stationary red figure seated in a small lounge on the second floor of the main building. Unfortunately, thermal imaging could not reveal the individual's identity, leaving him unable to ascertain whether it was Qin Jie. Tian Yang retracted his gaze and closed his eyes, mentally rehearsing the forthcoming actions. 10 minutes later, he slid down from the shadowed sculpture. Chapter 050. The master sniper Chu Gao sat on the cold, hard terrace floor, leaning against a lamp post. His camouflage outfit allowed him to blend seamlessly with the surrounding flora. Moreover, this garment effectively retained his body heat, rendering him invisible even to those equipped with thermal imaging devices. This sniper position had been meticulously chosen by Chu Gao. Typically, snipers prioritize stealth, yet he possessed unique insights into sniping. For instance, positions illuminated by light are often subconsciously overlooked by people, who tend to assume that an ambusher would never expose themselves in such conspicuous locations. Chu Gao capitalized on this psychological blind spot, selecting this very spot. This strategy had enabled him to accomplish numerous tasks deemed nearly impossible. At this moment, Chu Gao cradled his modified sniper rifle, breathing steadily. Even after nearly 2 hours in this position, he exhibited no signs of impatience. Patience is a fundamental virtue for every sniper, and Chu Gao excelled in this regard. At 49 years of age, he was considered advanced in age among the ascenders. He awakened to the hunter class at the age of 18, becoming a level 1 hunter, brimming with youthful ambition, believing the world lay within his grasp. However, it took him 3 years to accumulate enough progress to advance to level 2 hunter. In contrast, some contemporaries achieved this elevation in just 1 year, while others reached level 3 by their 3rd year. Chu Gao finally comprehended the harsh reality. Despite his fortunate awakening, his aptitude was lamentably lacking. Transitioning from hunter to hunter took him 3 years, while ascending to level 3 sniper master consumed a staggering 12 years. Even now, he remained a sniper master. Although his ascension progress was fully amassed, advancing to level 4 required the acquisition of ascension media. Each class and level demanded different types of ascension media, with synthesis materials ranging from 3 to several dozen varieties. To elevate his rank, Chu Gao began to abandon his principles, descending into unscrupulousness, which swiftly tarnished his reputation. Of course, a level 3 ascender inherently possessed little prestige. Ultimately, despite employing extreme measures, Chu Gao still lacked 2 crucial materials. One of these was star crystal, a strategic resource coveted by every fortress. Obtaining star crystals typically involves several avenues. 1. Joining the fortress system to serve and earn contribution points for exchange. 2. Making significant contributions to the fortress to receive rewards. 3. Purchasing from the black market. Without prerequisites, only the ability to offer a price that captivates the seller. Regrettably, Chu Gao met none of these criteria. His reputation in tatters. He had lost the recognition of any fortress, rendering him unable to join the fortress system. As for the black market, he had multiple opportunities to acquire star crystals, but each time he found himself unable to meet the seller's demands. When he arrived at the Bay Fortress in the southern region of Donglu as a gold seeker, he received this assignment from Qin Jie through an intermediary. Knowing that Qin Jie was targeting an ascender from the Nightwalker faction, essentially a venture few were willing to undertake, Chu Gao was undeterred. The Nightwalker Exploration Corps was the official ascender group of the Qingtian Fortress, and opposing them meant that even if one managed to leave Qingtian Fortress, returning would be impossible. For gold seekers aiming for long-term development, antagonizing a fortress for a single job was simply not worth the risk. However, upon hearing that Qin Jie offered a star crystal as payment, Chu Gao accepted without hesitation. Thus, he found himself waiting in the terrace garden of the Qin residence for a warrior purportedly of the God of War class, yet merely a level 1. To Chu Gao, this was a trivial matter. The God of War class excels in direct confrontation, and while high-level ascenders possess formidable combat prowess, a level 1 could easily be dispatched with a standard solid bullet, even without enhancing his own abilities. This was an undeniably lucrative endeavor, and Chu Gao cared little about the consequence of being barred from Qingtian Fortress. The fortress cities in Donglu number no less than 30, even without Qingtian Fortress. Over 20 others awaited his exploration. With this thought, Chu Gao inwardly scoffed at the short-sightedness of others. However, why had that lad Tian Yang not yet arrived? While he felt no acute impatience, Chu Gao wished to conclude this matter promptly, as lying on a soft bed would undoubtedly be preferable to sitting here. Just then, without warning, a beam of light shot in from the street outside the Qin residence. The beam penetrated the virtually defenseless wall, striking a vehicle parked in the open space in front of the main building. The vehicle's fuel compartment exploded upon impact, transforming it into a vibrant orange fireball. Debris from the vehicle flew violently, and the shockwave shattered windows in the main building. The sudden explosion caused Chu Gao's heart to skip a beat. The adversary had commenced their assault in an utterly unexpected manner. Yet, what astonished Chu Gao further was the subsequent wave of attacks. Beams of light bombarded the Qin residence at an alarming frequency, targeting the second floor of the main building. From the frequency of the energy beams, a specific type of star-powered firearm materialized in Chu Gao's mind, the assault rifle. This weapon, capable of rapid fire with a high rate of fire, was a lethal tool against low-tier civilians. Using it to assault a structure, especially a lavish residence that had not anticipated such an attack, was exceedingly straightforward. The beautifully tiled exterior of the Qin residence succumbed to the high-frequency energy beams within 3 seconds, exposing the second floor to the onslaught. Chu Gao, positioned on the terrace, felt the main building quaking beneath him. It was as if he were seated atop a volcano. Although Chu Gao understood that Qin Jie had prepared a decoy on the second floor to lure the attacker deeper into the residence, he could not guarantee that the main building would withstand the concentrated fire. If Qin Jie were buried beneath the rubble, Chu Gao would forfeit his payment. With this thought, he swiftly crouched down, extending his sniper rifle through the bushes. The electronic scope easily revealed a figure crouched behind a lamp post across the street, wielding an assault rifle and unleashing a barrage of shots in his direction. Unfortunately, due to the angle, Chu Gao could not see the individual, nor even the rifle in its entirety. However, he did catch a glimpse of a corner of clothing behind the lamppost. He chuckled to himself. A mere lamppost would not obstruct him. To ensure absolute certainty, he loaded an armor-piercing round into his sniper rifle. Adjusting the barrel, he locked onto the target's head position behind the lamppost and fired. In the darkness, a faint red line traced the bullet's trajectory, and the armor-piercing round effortlessly pierced through the lamppost, silencing the assault rifle instantly. Chu Gao felt a slight sense of relief, but just then, he suddenly caught the muted sound of a high-speed object hurtling through the air. Chapter 051. Miscalculation. The War God class, even those who are high-tier transcenders, may possess exceptionally formidable combat prowess, capable of matching an entire army single-handedly. However, the war god class has never been renowned for its speed. Moreover, the suddenness of the sound indicates that the opponent transitioned from stillness to full speed in an astonishingly brief moment. Among the known classes, the hunter's foot speed surpasses all others. Even so, it is impossible to reach such extreme velocity in the blink of an eye. Xiu Gao's heart raced wildly as he rose with his rifle, cursing Qin Jie in his mind. Damn it, this is not a war god class at all. That bastard Qin Jie provided misleading information. Out of the corner of his eye, a blade of light descended, causing the hairs on Xiu Gao's neck to stand on end. He rolled with his sniper rifle, feeling a chilling rush at the back of his head. He didn't even have time to clearly see what his opponent looked like before he prepared to fire, only to find himself smiling bitterly the next moment. The barrel of his meticulously modified sniper rifle had been severed, rendering it useless scrap metal. As silvery light danced before his eyes, Xiu Gao finally discerned a young boy with silver hair, wielding an unusually long sword. The boy emanated a silver glow, and as his toes touched the ground, his figure became a blur. Reaching behind, Xiu Gao drew the tactical dagger strapped to his waist, thrusting it forward instinctively. The tip of the dagger first encountered something solid, then slid, before striking a softer area. Did I hit? Xiu Gao felt a flicker of surprise, but suddenly, a chill coursed through his neck, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The boy's hazy silhouette sharpened into clarity, and Xiu Gao realized their noses were nearly touching. They were almost pressed together, and then Xiu Gao's gaze slowly lifted. He saw the top of the boy's head, followed by shadows concealed by the light above, and finally the garden behind him. Ultimately, his eyes landed on a headless body. A moment of shock surged through his mind before he comprehended. It was his own body. This was the last vestige of his consciousness. At that moment, Tian Yang exhaled, stepping back while clutching the wound inflicted by Xiu Gao's dagger. Fortunately, the dagger did not appear to be poisoned. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Xiu Gao would never know that the assault rifle behind the street lamp was entirely unmanned. Tian Yang had merely employed a small trick to fix the trigger, setting it to continuous fire. To create the illusion of being behind the lamp post, he had deliberately removed a piece of clothing, allowing a corner to be visible. This ruse was intended to pinpoint Xiu Gao's position. As the assault rifle continued to fire at the main building, targeting the likely position of Qin Jie, Xiu Gao, determined to protect his employer, would undoubtedly take aim to eliminate the threat. Once this master sniper revealed his position, Tian Yang, who had already relocated after setting up the rifle, could launch a full frontal assault on Xiu Gao. As anticipated, Xiu Gao, though a master of sniping, proved adept in close combat. To avoid prolonging the conflict, Tian Yang, accepting a wound in exchange for a life, seized the opportunity to behead Xiu Gao. This time, Xiu Gao encountered a downfall, primarily due to the limitations imposed by his family's residence, which restricted his mobility. He also misjudged Tian Yang's speed, granting the boy the opportunity to close in. Ultimately, he underestimated Tian Yang's resolve, resulting in his head being severed. Had the circumstances been different, perhaps it would have been Tian Yang meeting his end. Unfortunately, this world does not entertain what-ifs. After treating his wound with minimal effort, Tian Yang grasped the renowned sword, Chunshui, and made his way towards the terrace entrance. Through his tactical vision, he detected a lurking figure hidden behind the door. The boy raised Chunshui, using it as a javelin, and hurled it with force. The remarkably long sword soared through the air, effortlessly piercing the door and striking the ambusher in the chest. The gold seeker, also hired by Qin Jie, fell dead on the spot. At that moment, Qin Jie was in his study, where the long table was coated in dust, the residue from the earlier gunfire that had shaken the building. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and the butler burst through the door, panting, "Master, it's bad. Xiu Gao. He.s. dead. His head was cut off." "Useless," Qin Jie roared, infuriated that the fool had assured him of complete safety, only to perish so quickly. He yanked open a drawer, retrieving a communicator to send a message to his deputy at the security office. "Act immediately." Outside the study, gunfire erupted, growing closer. Qin Jie, consumed by urgency, could not wait for a response from his deputy. He grabbed the communicator and contacted him directly. This time, the deputy answered promptly. Qin Jie almost shouted, "Bai Fei, hurry and bring people over. Do you hear me?" However, a strange, composed voice replied from the communicator, "He hears you, but unfortunately, the security team will not be mobilized." Qin Jie paused, then furiously demanded, "Who are you? How dare you commandeer a fortress official's communicator?" The voice chuckled softly. "I am Ling Feng. If Mr. Qin cannot recall, I can remind you that I am the chief strategist of the Night Walkers." Regrettably, due to your abuse of power in falsely accusing a transcender's relative, leading to her demise in the Black Mine. The upper echelons of the fortress have decided to revoke your position as the head of the 3rd Security Office. Qin Jie gasped in shock. His greatest leverage in framing Nan Fei and drawing Tian Yang to his doorstep was his authority as a fortress official. Now, with Ling Feng declaring his dismissal, he would lose that advantage. Qin Jie exclaimed, "You have no authority to do this. The security office is under the Iron Wall City Guard Corps system. It has nothing to do with Unite Walkers. Moreover, even if I am no longer the head of the security office, my residence is under attack, and I have the right to protection." Ling Feng acknowledged, "You are correct. The Night Walkers indeed have no authority to interfere in the internal affairs of the City Guard Corps. However, as I mentioned, this is a decision made by the upper echelons of the fortress. I am merely facilitating its immediate enactment. Furthermore, you are entitled to protection. Therefore, I have already ordered the security team to mobilize. Mr. Qin, please hold on until they arrive." With that, the communication was severed. Qin Jie slumped into his chair, feeling as if his soul had left him. He understood that Ling Feng's last words were merely a formality. The security team might have been dispatched, but by the time they arrived, the Qin residence would likely be in ruins. Qin Jie slammed his fist on the table. Why? Who on earth is that boy, capable of compelling the Night Walkers to act in such a manner? This makes no sense. P.S. Special thanks to Xiang Lingyun and Sui Wei Rouge for their generous support. Also, I kindly request your votes, in whatever form you can offer. Chapter 052. Humanity. The gunfire outside the study grew increasingly intense, prompting the anxious butler to glance at his master. "Sir, should we take cover?" Qin Jie, returning to reality, nodded gravely and fumbled beneath the table for a button. He pressed it, causing the bookshelf to slide left, revealing a hidden passage. Both Qin Jie and the butler entered the dark corridor, and the bookshelf returned to its original position, sealing the exit. Each step Qin Jie took felt burdensome. This outcome was utterly unforeseen. The hired transcendent of level 3 had been eliminated at the onset of the conflict, and his most significant trump card had been rendered useless due to the intervention of the Nightwalker. Fortunately, he had managed to send his wife and other family members away in advance. Otherwise, the losses tonight would have been catastrophic. The secret passage led to a garage on the 1st floor. As Qin Jie pressed the button, the guards on standby had already started the car. As they climbed into the vehicle, the garage door began to open, but just before it was fully ajar, 2 figures suddenly appeared outside. Within the car, Qin Jie's pupils constricted. One was a silver-haired youth radiating lethal intent, and the other was a middle-aged man. Qin Jie recognized him as one of the 8 prospectors. At that moment, the man's shoulder hung awkwardly, his body smeared with blood. He knelt on the ground, his hair grasped by the youth, who forced him to look inside the garage. Fear filled the man's eyes as he stammered, "I did not lie. This Qin has a secret garage on the 1st floor. Now can you let me go?" Qin Jie scoffed, utterly shameless. It is evident that prospectors cannot be trusted. These scoundrels lack even the most basic professional ethics. He then commanded in a low voice, "Drive through." The driver nodded and slammed the accelerator, sending the armored car hurtling toward the entrance. The headlights illuminated the youth's face, and he released the prospector. The longsword, spring water, was raised high and swung in a circle between his hands. As the sword rotated, Tian Yang sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the vehicle's collision, and knelt, sweeping the sword horizontally. The blade sliced through the headlights and pierced the armored shell, wreaking havoc on the car's internal components, ultimately bursting out through the taillight, scattering metallic debris. Inside the car, the butler let out a harrowing scream as his legs were severed by spring water, blood gushing forth. Qin Jie's face turned ashen. Had their positions been reversed, it would have been him suffering the same fate. Nonetheless, the damage inflicted by spring water had compromised the vehicle, and despite the driver's exceptional skills, he could not prevent the out-of-control car from crashing violently into a lamppost. The rear of the vehicle lifted off the ground before crashing back down, the violent impact nearly throwing Qin Jie from his seat. As he regained his senses, he realized the guards and the butler had succumbed to unconsciousness. Dazed and reeling, Qin Jie struggled to rise. Glancing back, he saw the silver-haired youth approaching the car. Tian Yang walked slowly, the blade of spring water scraping against the ground, igniting sparks. After dispatching Chu Gao, he had stormed into the building, eliminating several prospectors and guards of the Qin residence. The cost was 2 gunshot wounds and several gashes from sharp objects. It proved that in confined spaces, with sufficient manpower and a willingness to fight, even lower-tier transcendent beings could be overpowered. Regrettably, while the guards at the Qin residence fought valiantly, The prospectors had no intention of sacrificing themselves for Qingjia. After all, no matter how enticing the reward, one must live to enjoy it. Upon learning of Chu Gao's demise and witnessing the deaths of several comrades at Tian Yang's hands, the remaining prospectors scattered in chaos. 1. Captured by Tian Yang. Divulged Qingjia's whereabouts without hesitation. Now, Qingjia's means of escape lay in ruins, and nothing could hinder the youth's pursuit. Ahead, the car door swung open, and Qingjia nearly tumbled out. In his lifetime, he had never felt so utterly defeated. Supporting himself on the vehicle, he suddenly raised his hand, gripping a finely crafted handgun. Though the bullet pistol's power was inferior to that of the collection team's rifles, its lethality could not be dismissed if aimed at a vital point. Unfortunately, Tian Yang did not grant him the opportunity to fire. In a swift advance, the youth reached Qingjia's side. Spring water plunged into Qingjia's abdomen, driving him against the car. Qingjia screamed in agony as the handgun slipped from his grasp. The sword pierced through the vehicle, nailing the fortress officer to it like a stake. Tian Yang then stepped back, retrieving the handgun and gazing down at the panting man before him. You should not have involved her. This matter has nothing to do with her. With great difficulty, Qingjia lifted his head, sneering at the youth, naive. From the moment you harmed my son, everyone related to you became entangled in this affair. Come, kill me, but do not think you will escape unscathed. Even though I am no longer the head of security, your brazen attack on a family stronghold in the upper city will certainly not go unpunished. Tian Yang raised the gun, nodding, perhaps, but that no longer concerns you. Even if the fortress seeks to punish me, you will not witness it. Qingjia froze. The youth's words struck a chord, reminding him of death's harsh reality and his longing for life. He opened his mouth. Wait, let us make a deal. Bang. The delicate handgun fired. The sound sharp yet subtle. However, when the bullet struck Qingjia's forehead, it still bore the power to extinguish life. The impact forced Qingjia's head back violently against the car, and he slowly slumped down. In that moment, he recalled the day his son's body was delivered, when the Nightwalker officer had warned him against seeking revenge. Initially, he had believed it a mere threat. Now, it seemed that officer had been advising him to put an end to this matter. Regrettably, he had failed to heed the warning. His consciousness faded into darkness. A deal? I would not trade my loved ones. Tian Yang cast the handgun aside and approached, pressing down on the major artery in Qingjia's neck to confirm his death before withdrawing the longsword. Without its support, Qingjia's body gradually slid down, leaving a dark smear of blood on the vehicle. Tian Yang glanced back at the Qin residence. The house would still stand tomorrow, but its master would no longer be of the Qin family. As he sheathed his sword, Tian Yang scaled the wall, retrieved the rifle Chu Gao had damaged, and made his way back to the square. The long street lay silent. Despite the commotion, the nearby families remained oblivious, neither intervening nor even casting a glance at the Qin residence. This suggested either that the Qin family had offended many, leaving no one willing to offer assistance, or that the intervention of the Nightwalker had rendered the surrounding families blind and deaf. Tian Yang leaned toward the latter theory. Yet if that were the case, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seemed he had unwittingly incurred a significant debt of gratitude. Chapter 053. Discontent. Upon retrieving the electromagnetic motorcycle from the small square, Tian Yang departed. It wasn't long before he noticed a medical vehicle parked by the roadside ahead. Leaning against the vehicle, Han Shu was smoking, while Song Du paced nearby. Hearing the sound of the motorcycle, both turned to look at Tian Yang. The young man slowed his speed and eventually parked the motorcycle nearby. Han Shu glanced at him, silently opening the door and commanding, "Get in." Without resistance, Tian Yang obediently dismounted and handed the sword Chunshui back to Song Du, saying, "This is a fine weapon." Song Du snorted lightly. Of course. He took Chunshui and tossed Tian Yang a knife belonging to Kadi, then flicked his tail and turned away, holding the knife. Tian Yang suddenly felt that this fellow was not as disagreeable as he seemed. "Hurry up and get in the car. Damn it, because of your mess, I'm exhausted tonight. Otherwise, I would have been rolling in bed with a beauty by now," Han Shu impatiently urged. Tian Yang quickly climbed into the medical vehicle, fearing that any delay would provoke Han Shu to take matters into his own hands. The following day, in the command hall of the fortress military headquarters, Recorder Chung Xian trembled at his post. Upon hearing about the temporary meeting, an ominous premonition washed over him. As expected, aside from the Storm General, key figures such as Minister Wade from the Strategic Department, Commander Chu Yan of the Nightwalkers, and Commander Chao Gang of the Iron Wall, all holding significant power and occupying the second tier of authority within the fortress, had arrived once more. It was only a few days since these dignitaries had last convened. Why were they gathering again so soon? Chung Xian cast a glance toward the door, wishing desperately to escape through it. Bang! A fist slammed onto the table. The old minister from the strategic department stood up, glaring at the Nightwalker commander. Chu Yan, are you not going to explain yourself? Last night, a lieutenant from the Nightwalkers dared to openly assault a family residence in the upper city. This is a blatant disregard for the fortress's regulations. The old commander, sporting a mechanical arm, nonchalantly cleared his ear and blew on his finger before responding slowly. Old Wade, are you feeling a bit too idle? It's merely a personal grievance. Was it necessary to convene a special meeting for this? Personal grievance? Old Wade roared like an enraged lion. This is a flagrant provocation against the fortress's laws. Chu Yan, if the fortress cannot protect the rights of families, will they still serve it loyally? Chu Yan met his gaze, but the fortress's laws also stipulate that the sublimators and their families are entitled to protection. Yet the reality is that the one surnamed Qin disregarded our warnings and used his vile methods to throw my lieutenant's mother into the black mine, ultimately leading to her demise. I do not believe that the lieutenant is at fault for seeking justice. Old Wade fumed, his beard bristling as he turned to Commander Chao Gang of the Iron Wall. Look at this old fool. He is becoming increasingly unreasonable. Even if that surnamed Qin caused a death, it should still follow proper procedures. If everyone resolved personal grievances as you Nightwalkers do, how would the fortress's laws hold? Chu Yan shrugged. Well, it's already done. What do you propose we do? Old Wade pressed forward. Hand over that lieutenant. He must be severely punished. Chu Yan replied bluntly. Not going to happen. The old minister leaped up. Chu Yan, do not go too far. You Nightwalkers are becoming overly arrogant. The fortress cannot allow you to act recklessly. Chu Yan stood tall, confronting Old Wade. Old man, let me correct you. This is not recklessness. Before you lay blame, perhaps you should investigate what the Qin family has done. Ask yourself, in the abyss, when have we not been at the forefront? We fight valiantly at the front lines, only to have our families plotted against in the rear. Are you content with that? Indeed, we could follow proper procedures, but we choose not to. Some have overstepped our boundaries, and others have grown too comfortable in the rear, forgetting that their daily comforts and ability to scheme against others stem from the sacrifices of those at the front. The fruits of our blood and lives are not for them to exploit. If they forget this, then I believe it is necessary to remind them. Old Wade locked eyes with Chu Yan. Are you implying me? Chu Yan did not flinch. Those who should understand will understand. The tension between the two elders sparked in the air just as footsteps echoed. The Storm General entered, surveying the two men. The Lord of the city has reached a decision regarding this matter. It ends here. The Nightwalkers will not be held accountable. However, for the next year, the Nightwalkers' budget will be reduced by 15 as a form of reprimand. The outcome will be formally announced shortly. That is all. With that, the general exited. Chu Yan chuckled and donned his coat. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Once the elder departed the command hall, Old Wade pointed at the recorder. You out. The recorder hastily complied, closing the door behind him, leaving only Old Wade and Commander Chao Gang in the command hall. Old Wade exclaimed, Chao Gang, look. Even the Lord of the city protects them. If this continues, the Nightwalkers will surely run amok. Commander Chao Gang replied coolly, Minister Wade, please be mindful of your words. I trust the Lord of the city has his reasons for this decision. Old Wade nodded. I admit my words were hasty. But do you not think the Nightwalkers wield too much power? Today, they can assault family residences in the upper city. What will happen next? Who knows what they might do? Chao Gang adjusted his white gloves, replying, ultimately, Minister Wade, you seem to wish to use this incident to suppress the Nightwalkers and push your reform plan to diminish the rights of sublimators. Old Wade straightened. Sublimators consume too many resources. Do you not think they receive too much? Chao Gang responded impassively. As a fellow sublimator, I do not agree with your plan. Every fortress city must maintain a significant number of sublimators to ensure a degree of deterrence. This is common knowledge that I believe you are aware of. Old Wade remarked. I understand. Yet I also recognize that a substantial part of that deterrence comes from high-ranking sublimators. My plan is to enhance the rights of those at rank 4 and above, while merely reducing those of the lower ranks. Since you are also a sublimator, you should understand that those below rank 4 are not irreplaceable. Yet, the resources they consume and the powers afforded to them by the fortress far exceed their inherent value. This is a core reason for the discontent among ordinary people towards the sublimators. Chapter 054. The Sublimation Node. To be candid, as long as there are craftsmen and the existence of the reverse realm in this world, the dissatisfaction of ordinary people towards sublimators is not a significant issue. Human beings possess a tendency to follow blindly, particularly those lacking in independent thought. Regrettably, such individuals constitute the vast majority. Chao Gang recounted calmly. Thus, if one wishes to alter their perceptions, it is not a difficult task. All that is required is to showcase the irreplaceable qualities of sublimators and to make them aware that only sublimators can ensure the continuation of their current way of life. In such a case, even if there is discontent, they will endure or redirect their grievances elsewhere. Old Wade's gaze turned solemn. So, Commander Chow, you are also a staunch advocate of sublimator supremacy? Chow Gang's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. I am merely stating a fact. As for your opinion, Minister, I neither agree nor disagree. However, the audacity of the Nightwalkers certainly needs to be curtailed. They have encroached upon our city defense system's internal affairs, which is rather unacceptable. Old Wade's eyes suddenly sparkled. Commander Chow, do you mean to say? Chow Gang rose. Adjusting his attire, I will pay a visit to the minister's residence shortly. At that time, we shall discuss this matter in detail. Old Wade stood as well. You are most welcome. I shall take my leave for now. The commander of the Iron Wall Legion nodded slightly and departed the command hall. Once he was gone, Old Wade huffed. Chow is a trusted confidant of the city lord. If he too wishes to suppress the Nightwalkers, does that imply? Chu Yan, it seems your days of rejoicing are numbered. Outside the command hall, as Chow Gang stepped out, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached him. This individual was also clad in the black-green uniform of the Iron Wall, adorned with a golden shield emblem on his chest. Though not particularly old, strands of white peppered his dark hair, and an X-shaped scar marred his left cheek. Have you obtained the data on that Nightwalker lieutenant? Chow Gang inquired casually. All here. But last night, concerning the Qin residence's footage. The man hesitated. Chow Gang paused. What? Has someone intervened? This morning, when I attempted to retrieve the data, I was informed that the confidentiality level of the relevant footage had been set to the highest. Chow Gang furrowed his brows momentarily, then shifted the topic. Dong Fong. Having been transferred from the Nightwalkers, what is your impression of Commander Chu Yan? The man named Dong Fong replied without hesitation. Commander Chu Yan is quite stern with his subordinates, yet he is also very protective. You should be well aware of this. Commander Chow. 17 years ago, during the incident with the Su family, Commander Chu Yan fell out with several generals over this very principle. Indeed, not long after that incident. You were assigned to my command, Chow Gang mused, pacing thoughtfully. Chu Yan is indeed protective. He dared to confront us so fiercely back then. It is hardly surprising that he nearly came to blows with Old Wade over a mere lieutenant today. Wouldn't you agree? Dong Fong chuckled but remained silent. Awakening. Tian Yang found himself staring at a pristine white ceiling, recollecting that he was in the medical center. After being rushed there by Han Shu the previous night, he had been attended to by Dr. Luo Shan, who treated his wounds in an intelligent surgical pod before transferring him to a regular ward in the early hours. Currently, his injuries were stable, though the cut on his waist inflicted by Chu Gao was rather troublesome. This wound necessitated at least a week's rest. However, Dr. Luo Shan assured him that after receiving treatment from Sun in the morning, he would likely be discharged within 3 days. Thinking of Sun reminded Tian Yang of his missed appointment the previous night, prompting him to resolve to apologize to her when they next met. At that moment, he sensed a subtle shift in his rank information. Thoughts flickered, and details began to materialize in his mind. Rank 1, Assassin Ability, Weakness Sensing. Instant Elimination Sublimation Progress. 61 Sublimation Nodes. 1 Next rank. Eradicator. The youth gasped, sitting up abruptly in bed, only to wince as the sudden movement aggravated his waist injury, forcing him to recline once more. His sublimation progress had surged again, this time by an impressive 21. This data confirmed Tian Yang's suspicion that each act of vengeance within the Avenger rank significantly boosts sublimation progress. Moreover, the rank information now included an additional sublimation node. What could this mean? Sublimation nodes are the random manifestations of stellar essence occurring during the sublimation process, which can be directed towards enhancing the mind, body, or intellect, thereby significantly augmenting one particular domain. This information flowed gently through Tian Yang's mind like a tranquil stream, leaving him momentarily stunned. The distinction of sublimators from ordinary individuals is largely attributed to stellar essence. This energy, awakened through contact with the pillar of star essence, suffuses the bodies of sublimators. It grants them various rank abilities while continually transforming their very beings, from organs to hair, genes to cells, from within to without, allowing their life forms to perpetually ascend. Yet, Tian Yang had not anticipated that the sublimation process would also randomly yield stellar essence, which could be allocated to 3 distinct realms. Given the randomness of sublimation nodes, it follows that, even among sublimators of the same rank, one party possessing more nodes would undoubtedly hold an advantage. However, what exactly can be enhanced within these 3 realms? Contemplating this question, Tian Yang found no corresponding information in his mind. He decided to retain the sublimation node for the time being, intending to ascertain the benefits derived from enhancing the mind, body, and intellect before contemplating allocation. Suddenly, the door to his ward swung open, and Han Shu burst in. Upon seeing Tian Yang sitting up, he exclaimed, "You're awake. Damn. I have to say, you've truly hit the jackpot." Tian Yang looked perplexed. Han Shu pulled up a chair and plopped down beside the bed. "I just received word that the fortress will not pursue any consequences for your actions last night. However, the entire Nightwalker faction will face a 15 budget cut for the coming year. So brace yourself. Many will likely take their frustrations out on you." Tian Yang sighed. "That's unavoidable. I did put everyone in a difficult position." Han Shu scoffed. "You know it well. Thanks to you, I'll be enjoying fewer fine wines this year. Also, we've reviewed the footage from your assault on the Qin residence. The way you managed to deceive Chu Gao into exposing his sniper position was indeed clever. A rank 3 sniper master is no trivial adversary, fortunately. You didn't give him the chance to showcase his skills, or I'd be visiting the morgue right now. Captain, are you complimenting me or mocking me? P.S. Thanks to Xiang Lingyun for the generous reward. Even though it's Friday, I still need to ask for votes. Please, shower me with all kinds of votes." Chapter 055. Inspection. Han Shu habitually retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, only to glance at the no smoking sign on the wall and, with a resigned expression, return the cigarettes to their resting place. In any case, the matter concerning the Qin family has come to a close. Nonetheless, this incident serves as a lesson for some short-sighted individuals, preventing them from assuming that a minor position of authority grants them the liberty to act as they please. Humph, the Nightwalkers are not to be trifled with. All right, here you go. Han Shu produced a key from his pocket and tossed it into Tian Yang's hands. "Your apartment application has been approved. This is the key. The address should have been sent to your communicator. You can move in at your convenience after your discharge. Additionally, concerning your mother, her medical tests have been completed. According to the reports, she sustained injuries in the black mine and did not receive treatment afterward. Furthermore, she was subjected to cruel punishment by the overseers." Tian Yang's breath became noticeably heavier. Han Shu glanced at him and continued, "This matter is already being addressed. As I came over, the mine's supervisor and several high-ranking officials were apprehended by the Iron Wall. I've also received word that there will be an overhaul of the black mine and factories in the lower district. In the future, both workers and inmates must receive timely medical attention after injuries. Moreover, the fortress will enhance its supervision to ensure that such incidents do not recur. Additionally, your mother's remains are currently preserved in the morgue of the medical center. Once you are able to get out of bed, you may go to see her. The commander has already arranged for a burial plot for her in the fortress cemetery. You will be able to lay her to rest there." Tian Yang nodded. "Thank you." Han Shu gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Are you all right?" Claiming to be fine would be deceitful. Tian Yang lifted his head and replied, "However, I can endure." Han Shu chuckled. Tian Yang recalled the matter of the sublimation node. "By the way, Captain Han, I have a question I would like to ask you." Han Shu laughed heartily. "What is it? Have your eyes landed on a particular young lady? If it's relationship advice you seek, I'm your man. I am rather experienced in that regard." Tian Yang's lips twitched at his remark, just as the door to the ward swung open, and someone outside inquired, "Excuse me, is the lieutenant of the Nightwalkers?" "Ah, it's Captain Han. I see I need not inquire further. I'm in the right place." A middle-aged man in his 50s entered, standing tall like a spear, clad in a dark blue uniform adorned with intricate golden insignia on the shoulder and a dark golden shield emblem on his chest. It was evident that this man, whose face radiated a gentle smile, was indeed a high-ranking official. As Han Shu recognized him, his expression shifted, and he stood up. He opened his mouth to speak, but the man waved his hand, prompting Han Shu to swallow the words he had prepared. This was the first time Tian Yang had seen Han Shu so compliant, causing him to scrutinize the middle-aged man more closely. The man turned his gaze upon Tian Yang. "Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I did not expect you to be so young. Not bad. To have the audacity to charge into the Qin residence alone, you possess courage. Come, Dongfang." A man in his 40s, bearing scars on his face, approached and placed a gift box on the cabinet beside the bed. "I happened to visit an old friend and heard you were here, so I came to check on you." The middle-aged man, donning white gloves, smiled as he patted Tian Yang's shoulder. "Take good care of your injuries. From now on, you must strive to excel. We are getting old. The future of the fortress requires the support of your generation." He nodded gently to Han Shu before departing the ward with his subordinate. Only after their departure did Tian Yang turn to Han Shu. "Captain, who is he?" "Chao Gang," Han Shu whispered, "the commander of the Iron Wall garrison system." "Why would he come here?" "No, I must find that surname Ling. Chao Gang would not visit a mere lieutenant without reason." He uttered this and dashed out of the ward. As he exited, it seemed he collided with someone, and a startled cry echoed into the ward. Soon after, Luo Shan's voice rang out. Han, how old are you? Can't you watch where you're going? Han Shu laughed. I didn't bump into you. Why are you so flustered? Is everything all right, young lady? Come to visit your boyfriend? Han Captain, what are you saying? This was Sun's voice. Han Shu chuckled awkwardly. You young folks are so easily embarrassed. When you reach my age, you will understand that one must seize the moment. When you encounter someone to your liking, why fuss over trifles? A little drink at night, and you might end up sharing a bed. Han Shu, you should leave quickly. Don't lead Sun astray. All right, I'm going. Luo Shan, are you coming to my dorm tonight? I'll treat you to a drink. If you don't leave now, I'll give you a shot that will render you incapable for the rest of your life. Do you want to try? No, I'm leaving, goodbye. After a raucous exchange, Luo Shan and Sun entered, the latter's cheeks still flushed, likely from Han Shu's antics. Luo Shan glanced at Tian Yang and smiled. Sun, why don't you tend to him? The girl, dressed in a pink nurse's outfit, obediently approached Tian Yang, gently placing her hands over his waist injury. At the collarbone, a six-pointed star emblem lit up, with the number 1 glowing at its center, surrounded by a golden light that radiated outward. Sun's palms emanated a warm sensation, and a bright light reminiscent of the morning sun shone forth, with shimmering particles cascading down, merging into Tian Yang's wound. Tian Yang immediately felt a tingling sensation at the injury site, as the wound began to heal rapidly. I'm sorry for not coming last night. Tian Yang glanced at Luo Shan, who was preoccupied with checking his physiological data, unaware of their exchange. Sun gently shook her head. It's all right. I'm aware of your circumstances. I'm very sorry about your mother. Please, try not to be too sorrowful. Tian Yang smiled and nodded. Thank you. Sun pondered for a moment and said, once you're discharged, I'll prepare a feast to celebrate. However, this time, you mustn't bail on me. All right. The young man readily agreed. As the treatment concluded, Luo Shan held a data pad and addressed Sun. You can go ahead. I'll conduct another check on him. Once Sun left, Luo Shan closed the ward door and locked it. Tian Yang looked at her in confusion, uncertain of the doctor's intentions. Luo Shan removed her glasses, letting her golden hair cascade down, and in that moment, Tian Yang felt as if he were witnessing a golden waterfall. Then, the doctor shed her white coat, revealing a black lace-trimmed blouse that clung tightly due to her figure, accentuating her curves, while the straight lines of her long legs showcased their alluring shape in the sunlight, leaving Tian Yang parched with thirst. The youth was not Han Shu. He quickly shifted his gaze to the cold instruments by the bedside. However, before he could gather his thoughts, a fragrant breeze wafted through as Luo Shan gently turned his face back to her with her slender fingers. Thus, that bewitching visage appeared before him, their noses nearly touching. Dr. Luo Shan, what are you? With her soft lips slightly parted in a semblance of a smile, Luo Shan remarked, it's time for a physical examination. Young man. Chapter 056. Fortuitous circumstances. Tian Yang instinctively shifted back, overwhelmed by the striking intensity of the visage before him. He muttered, didn't we just conduct an examination last night? How am I to comply with you, doctor? Roshan chuckled, her smile tinged with mischief. Before uttering a startling proclamation, it's quite simple, just remove your trousers. What? Tian Yang nearly leaped from the bed, genuinely taken aback. Roshan burst into a hearty laugh, the sound so infectious that her eyes glistened with mirth. I was merely teasing you. Look how startled you are. My apologies. I haven't encountered anyone as bashful as you in quite some time, and I couldn't resist having a bit of fun. Once she managed to compose herself, Roshan adopted a serious demeanor. We can forego the physical examination, but I must discuss something with you. Tian Yang's curiosity piqued. What is it? Are you going to offer me psychological counseling? Shaking her head, Roshan clarified. No, what I wish to discuss pertains to your Avenger class. Tian Yang paused, astonished by her knowledge of such a matter. She then produced a document and handed it to him. This is an authorization letter jointly issued by the upper echelons of the Fortress and the Nightwalker Command. As of today, I am your personal physician. In addition to overseeing your health, I need to gather data and communicate with you to better comprehend the nuances of the Avenger class, including its characteristics and potential capabilities. Tian Yang scrutinized the document, confirming its contents aligned with Roshan's assertions. The presence of the Fortress Military and Nightwalker Command seals suggested its authenticity. After all, only a select few were privy to information regarding new classes. Moreover, as a physician, Roshan would have no means of acquiring such knowledge without official notification. Returning the document, he nodded. How shall I assist you? Instinctively, he adjusted his trousers. Roshan observed this and burst into laughter once more. Fear not. There is no need to remove your trousers. Returning to the matter at hand, she continued, last night. The Nightwalker Division sent me a comprehensive set of your recent health data, particularly those related to your last retrieval mission. Roshan picked up a data tablet and reviewed the information. From these statistics, it is evident that as a level 1 assassin, you possess remarkable agility. Your movement patterns significantly surpass those of the Hunter class, which is renowned for its speed. Additionally, your star essence activation can reach its peak in a remarkably short time, indicating that your strikes carry tremendous explosive power. Overall, your current class exhibits characteristics of high maneuverability and explosive potential. Gently biting her thumb, she gazed at the young man on the bed. However, the drawbacks are equally pronounced. Your stamina and star essence consumption rate are alarmingly close to that of a full-output elemental heart. Consequently, your capacity for sustained combat is severely lacking. Furthermore, your physical constitution has not seen significant enhancement, even falling short compared to the warrior class of the same level, let alone when juxtaposed with the fortress class. You must be mindful of these two factors in battle, avoid protracted engagements, and steer clear of severe injuries. Tian Yang committed her words to memory. I understand, Dr. Roshan. She acknowledged him with a nod, setting down the data tablet and leaning slightly forward. Now, could you share what abilities you currently possess? There are two: weakness perception and instant annihilation. Tian Yang was candid in his explanation. Weakness perception allows me to detect the vulnerabilities and flaws in my target. When I focus on a target, their form becomes hazy, and their weaknesses are accentuated in my vision. However, this ability can be disrupted. For instance, with the ghost car, I could not initially perceive its weaknesses. It was only after it deactivated its guiding field that I began to sense them, with the most clarity occurring upon entering its inner chamber. As for the second ability, it bears resemblance to the warrior class's silver arm, enhancing my attacks. The distinction lies in its pronounced destructive capability. When struck by this ability, a target is obliterated into granular fragments from within. It feels as though the star essence is transformed into a specific form of energy, executing high-frequency cuts in a brief period. Roshan activated the recording function of the data tablet, meticulously documenting Tian Yang's words. I comprehend. Your descriptions are precise, which saves me considerable effort. These two abilities, in conjunction with your agility and explosive power, render you a formidable opponent. Given the right opportunity, an adversary of the same class would scarcely stand a chance against you. Which explains how you managed to eliminate that sniper master last night. The physician rose from her seat. That concludes our discussion for today. Ensure you rest well. Wait. Tian Yang interjected. I have another question. Roshan smiled. If it pertains to Sun, I must regretfully decline to answer. Tian Yang coughed slightly at her response before clarifying. No, it has nothing to do with Sun. Dr. Roshan, I've acquired a sublimation node, which seems applicable to the realms of mind, body, and intellect. Yet I am uncertain which domain to enhance. I seek your counsel. Roshan's demeanor shifted. She appeared utterly astonished, as if she had heard something extraordinary. She abruptly grasped Tian Yang's shoulders, exclaiming, What did you say? You obtained a sublimation node? What extraordinary luck you have. Tian Yang's lips twitched at the phrase, having now heard it twice in one day. I apologize for my outburst. Roshan released her grip and stepped back slightly, managing a wry smile. You fortunate lad. I presume you understand the significance of a sublimation node? Whenever it concerns sublimators, answers seem to manifest within our minds. It's as if, upon becoming a sublimator, a flood of relevant data is inexplicably infused into our brains, a phenomenon that, regrettably, remains inadequately explained to date. To return to the matter at hand, the emergence of sublimation nodes is random. Current statistical data indicates that the majority of sublimators acquire their first node around level 3, with some individuals never obtaining one throughout their lives. For someone of your level 1 status to acquire a node is simply enviable fortune. Tian Yang spread his hands. Let us hope my luck does not run out all at once. Roshan emitted a heavy snort, revealing her inner turbulence, yet she continued, before deciding which domain to strengthen. One must first understand the benefits associated with mind, body, and intellect. First, enhancing the mind will manifest in a heightened resilience. Your psychological endurance will vastly surpass that of others. But is that all? Chapter 057. Not as you think. Tian Yang gazed at the beautiful physician with great anticipation. Roshan nodded seriously, affirming, Indeed. It is only through immersing oneself in the realm of the mind that one can cultivate a resilient heart. An impulse to retch suddenly surged within Tian Yang. Is this it? Strengthening the mind yields merely this benefit? A silent smile blossomed on Roshan's serious face. Little Tian Yang, I find myself increasingly amused by teasing you. Haha, well, in fact, Within the relevant information released by other fortresses, there was an ascender who invested 3 nodes in the mind realm, and subsequently, he acquired a peculiar talent. He developed a wondrous telepathy, capable of sensing the innermost thoughts of those around him. It is referred to as a talent rather than a skill, for it cannot be freely controlled. Its randomness is exceedingly vast. Nevertheless, this talent has proven invaluable to the ascender, saving his life on several occasions in battle. Some scholars assert that the mind realm is the most unpredictable of all. Investing a significant number of nodes in this domain may lead to the acquisition of various mysterious talents, some of which could render one akin to a deity. Tian Yang listened in astonishment, realizing that enhancing the mind realm could yield such remarkable outcomes. However, I would advise against bolstering this realm. Its unpredictability is daunting. You might invest 10 nodes without reaping a single talent. From a lower rank perspective, it is far more prudent to enhance physical capabilities or intellect. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Tian Yang inquired, "Dr. Roshan, what benefits do these 2 realms offer?" Roshan simply seated herself. In the physical realm, each node invested significantly enhances your bodily attributes, including strength, resilience, and reaction speed. Every 3 points invested triggers a qualitative transformation, granting you a unique physique, the nature of which varies from person to person. Generally, warriors, hunters, and fortresses tend to prioritize strengthening this realm. As for the intellect realm, it sharpens your mental acuity and enhances your cognitive agility. However, its most crucial function lies in the acute perception and precise manipulation of energy. Thus, roles such as elemental heart, harmonizer, and radiant often choose to invest in this domain. Similarly, every 4 nodes invested also incites a qualitative shift, endowing the ascender with a supermagic characteristic, which bestows special effects upon their acquired abilities. Of course, supermagic characteristics vary as well. The above represents the conclusions drawn from extensive observation and research conducted by various fortresses regarding these 3 major realms. After listening, Tian Yang discerned which realm he should prioritize enhancing. Clearly, the benefits of fortifying the physical realm were the most substantial. Roshan had previously pointed out that physicality was a notable weakness of his rank. Stretching lazily, Roshan stood up and declared, "Well, if there are no other questions, I shall take my leave. However, I must remind you that even if you wish to enhance, you must wait until your injuries have healed. Otherwise, unforeseen complications may arise during the strengthening process, for the initial enhancement can be quite painful. Do not increase my workload." As she uttered her final words, Roshan exuded an aura of authority that left Tian Yang hesitant to object. For the next 3 days, each day, the nurse and Roshan's student, Sun, visited Tian Yang's ward to administer loving light. After 3 days, Tian Yang received the notice for discharge. The first thing the young man did was to retrieve his mother's remains, and with Han Shu's assistance, he completed the cremation. On the same day, he laid her to rest in the fortress cemetery. At this simple funeral, Han Shu and old Su attended, along with Roshan and Sun. They presented flowers, wishing for the departed to attain eternal peace. The following day, Tian Yang busied himself alone in the makeshift shelter of the lower city. His apartment in the upper city had been assigned, and Han Shu had already notified the household registration office. They would soon send someone to help Tian Yang pack his belongings for the move. Just as he finished tidying a few photographs from his mother's room, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Sun and Sangdu outside. The girl smiled. "I heard you're moving today, so I took half a day off with the teacher to lend you a hand." Thank you." Tian Yang glanced at Sangdu. The young man with a ponytail turned away. "Don't look at me. I'm not here to help. I just happened to run into Miss Sun on the way." "Then you are. The captain asked me to inform you that Ling Zhong-san has transferred you to our squad. Remember to report to the dormitory tomorrow." "Well then, I'm off." Sangdu turned and left, muttering, "What is the captain thinking? Couldn't he just send someone else to notify? Or at least send a message via communicator? Why must I come all this way? It's as if this kid is of vital importance." After watching Sangdu depart, Tian Yang welcomed the girl inside and poured her a glass of water. After taking a sip, she stood up. "So, what needs tidying up?" Tian Yang chuckled. "Actually, there isn't much to organize." This was indeed true. The apartment was furnished and fully equipped with daily necessities. Tian Yang only needed to bring along a few sets of clothes he often wore and some items of sentimental value to make the move. After all, residents of the lower city typically did not possess many valuable possessions. Despite his assurances, Sun swiftly began to sort through his clothes, demonstrating her adeptness in household chores. In no time, she had organized Tian Yang's room. "By the way, how is your uncle?" Tian Yang asked casually. Sun nodded vigorously, a genuine smile illuminating her face. "The teacher took him to the medical center. He should be cured in about a year. Unfortunately, my current abilities can only heal injuries and are powerless against my father's illness. Otherwise, the treatment period could be significantly shorter. Oh, in a few days. We will also be moving to the upper city. The fortress has allocated an apartment for me, and I can bring my father and younger brother to live with me. Moreover, Xiao Jie can finally attend school. He has always wanted to study mechanical engineering and plans to develop new types of three-dimensional weaponry in the future. Now, he finally has the opportunity to realize this dream. At this point, Sun paused, just as another knock resonated at the door. It seemed today was a busy day for visitors. Tian Yang chuckled as he went to answer it, only to be nearly knocked over by a figure rushing inside. You little rascal, why didn't you tell me you were moving? Planning to leave without a word? It was Kaidi, the bar owner, who entered carrying a bottle of alcohol, which he plopped onto the table with a thud. This is a gift to celebrate your housewarming. Come on, let us drink it all today. Tian Yang smiled wryly. Can I not drink something else? Nonsense. A man who doesn't drink is no different from a woman. At that moment, Sun stepped out. Tian Yang, are you planning to take those books with you? Kaidi blinked in surprise, rubbing his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Then he slapped Tian Yang on the shoulder. All right, you little rascal. You've got a girlfriend now. Damn it, if Nanfei finds out, she'll be overjoyed. Suddenly, the room fell silent as both the young man and woman felt their faces flush, and they simultaneously exclaimed, "It's not what you think." P.S. Thanks to Xiang Lingyun and book friend 315-7300 for their generous support. The weekend has arrived, and I hope everyone continues to support us next week. Thank you. Chapter 58. Farewell. Sun returned home, gazing at the items neatly packed into boxes, categorized and labeled. Kaidi marveled once more at the girl's diligence, frequently hinting that Tian Yang should seize the opportunity and not miss the chance to be with a good partner. The youth felt a headache coming on. If he could, he would have liked to send Kaidi away. After the personnel from the household registration office came to collect the packed items, Tian Yang finally found a moment of respite, but Kaidi began to chatter incessantly. He insisted that Tian Yang should build good relations with the neighbors, engage with his superiors, and maintain harmony with his colleagues, resembling a worrywart mother. And that girl is truly quite remarkable. You should put in some effort, Kaidi added. Kaidi, Tian Yang finally interrupted, could you say a little less? It's as if we won't see each other again. Kaidi paused, gave him a glance, and took a sip of his drink. In the future, we might truly not meet again. Tian Yang was taken aback. Are you ill? Get lost. Kaidi retorted, I'm perfectly healthy, don't talk nonsense. It's just, I'm leaving. Tian Yang. The boy could hardly believe his ears. Leaving? Where to? Kaidi raised his hand to gesture, leaving here, to another city. I might continue running a bar. Who knows? Tian Yang opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from asking why. He understood the reason. The wilderness is perilous, and you alone. Kaidi slapped the back of the boy's head. What are you thinking? I'm not planning to die. How could I travel alone? In a few days, a merchant caravan is heading to Gaoshan Fortress, and I'll be going with them. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm actually a great cook. A few days ago, I showcased my skills to the caravan leader, and they invited me to be their temporary chef. Tian Yang clutched his head. Can you even cook? You're not buying ready-made food to fool them, are you? Get lost. Tian Yang chuckled, but as he laughed, he fell silent again. Kaidi, forget it. The man took a sip of his drink. Can you forget her? That's different. She was my mother. That was a woman I loved. Kaidi pointed to his chest. It's etched here, impossible to forget. How sentimental. You understand nothing. Kaidi put down the bottle, swaying slightly as he stood up. I'm off. There's much to pack. Unlike you, I don't have such a diligent friend. Well, I want to see you off, lest you end up crying. Kaidi laughed. Who will cry is debatable, but two grown men crying is indeed an unsightly affair. It's best you don't come. As he stepped out the door, the man turned his back to the youth and said, Tian Yang, don't die. Otherwise, your mother will be heartbroken. The last time you went on a mission, I saw her crying in the kitchen. A son who makes his mother cry is truly a coward. Rest assured, I won't make her cry again. Tian Yang picked up the bottle, took a sip, and coughed. It tastes terrible, like horse urine. Kaidi burst into laughter. In the future, you'll understand its value. Patting his backside, the bar owner departed, leaving the youth staring at a spider weaving its web in the corner of the room. At last, he was all alone. Tian Fortress, Inner Ring District. This area is generally off-limits to residents, accessible only to authorized personnel. The Inner Ring District is the heart of Tian Fortress, housing the military command center, headquarters of various legions, weapons research facilities, and advanced armament assembly plants. Upon his first visit, Tian Yang had anticipated a somber atmosphere, with guards every few steps. However, as he rode his electromagnetic motorcycle along the main thoroughfare, he discovered that this place was even more tranquil and comfortable than the upper city. Nearly every structure was equipped with a large public activity area, with lush greenery and well-planned landscaping, and the air felt remarkably fresh. Passing an outdoor training ground, he could see soldiers from a certain legion undergoing training. Surrounding the training field were retractable canopy supports, which could be opened during the rainy season to continue training. Eventually, Tian Yang arrived at the headquarters of the Nightwalkers. The building's exterior was painted deep black, a straight-edged structure that resembled a black blade piercing the sky. At the top of the building hung the emblem of the Crescent Travelers, its silver insignia shining brilliantly against the black wall. Tian Yang parked his vehicle in the underground garage at the back of the building and took the elevator to the main hall. As he stepped out of the elevator, he was dazzled by the various holographic projection screens overhead. Just as he was feeling a bit lost, a gentle female voice spoke up. "Hello, do you need assistance?" Turning around, Tian Yang saw a tall woman in the black uniform of the Nightwalkers. However, the insignia on her shoulder indicated that she was merely a soldier. Tian Yang produced his identification card. "I'm a member of the Raven Squad, here to report to the squad quarters. I'm not sure how to get there." Taking Tian Yang's card, the woman inserted it into a reader on her wrist, and his information promptly appeared on the screen. She saluted. It's Second Lieutenant Tian Yang. If you don't mind, I can escort you." Tian Yang readily accepted. As they took the elevator to the upper levels, the woman briefly introduced the various squad quarters of the Nightwalkers. The quarters were primarily distributed between the second and fifth floors, but they were not fixed. The Nightwalkers operated on a ranking system, where each year, the contributions of each squad's members were tallied, ranking the squads accordingly. The highest-ranking squad could occupy the best rooms on the fifth floor, while those on the second floor were ranked lower. The distribution of resources within the Nightwalkers was also determined by this ranking system, motivating each squad to strive for a place on the fifth floor. Ding! The elevator arrived at the fourth floor, and Tian Yang stepped out, noting that the Raven Squad's ranking was relatively high, at least above average. You can move freely between the first and fifth floors, but you cannot access the sixth floor without permission, the soldier explained as they approached a large door. The black double doors bore the emblem of a raven. The woman saluted again. "This is the Raven Squad's quarters. Unless there is anything else, I'll take my leave." Tian Yang nodded. "Thank you. You're welcome." After she departed, Tian Yang raised his hand to knock on the door when suddenly, he detected a sharp, brief vibration in the air. Instinctively, he slid back and raised his arm to block, feeling a heavy impact reverberate through his arm and body, sending him stumbling backward until he pressed against the wall to steady himself. What was that? I thought those who dared to attack a family stronghold would have some skill. Yet they couldn't even withstand a punch from me. "Kid, did you skip breakfast this morning?" A brazen voice rang out. Chapter 059. Crimson Moon. As Tian Yang gradually raised his head, he lowered his arm slowly, his fingers moving rhythmically to dispel the soreness caused by the impact. His gaze settled upon the instigator, who appeared slightly older than him, with an extravagant hairstyle and a single tuft dyed bright blue. The person's sharp eyes roamed over Tian Yang, fixating on his more vulnerable areas, resembling a wolf, cold-blooded and ruthless, exuding an aura of danger. Tian Yang's eyes lingered on the insignia of a second lieutenant on the other's shoulder for a moment before shifting to the two companions behind him. Mere ordinary soldiers whose faces bore strained smiles, seemingly striving to appease the blue-haired youth. "If ambush is your forte, you certainly possess some skill," Tian Yang remarked, shaking his hand with a calm expression. The blue-haired youth's smile faltered, quickly replaced by a sullen demeanor. "Have the audacity to say that again. I have no desire to repeat myself, and you need not prove anything to me. If you insist on proving your worth, the family residence in the upper city won't run away. You can go there to demonstrate yourself." Tian Yang's lips curled into a slight smirk, presenting a conundrum to his opponent. The two soldiers behind him suddenly ceased their forced smiles. Tian Yang's meaning was unmistakable. "If you wish to prove your superiority over me, by all means, take a stroll around the family residence." The blue-haired youth comprehended this all too well, which only fueled his fury. He could not possibly do such a thing. Even if he could manage to take down a family estate, he doubted the fortress would easily let an assailant escape. Unconsciously lowering his center of gravity, his feet in their boots slightly bent, he resembled a wolf preparing to pounce on its prey. The two soldiers realized the ominous sign. They were all too familiar with their lieutenant's demeanor when he was about to strike. Fortunately, at that moment, a cold voice interjected. "Cumlin, why aren't you in your Cerberus barracks causing a ruckus on our territory?" With a long ponytail swaying behind him, Songdu, bearing the spring water longsword, approached with unabashed pride and indifference. Cumlin huffed, relaxing his posture, and as he passed by Tian Yang, deliberately bumped shoulders with him. You caused everyone to lose a year's worth of income. I'm not the only one seeking trouble with you. Just wait, your troubles are far from over. Tian Yang chuckled lightly, shaking his shoulder, causing Kunlun to stumble slightly. I've never been one to shy away from trouble. Their gazes clashed in the air, thick with tension. Kunlun chuckled sinisterly, leading his two soldiers away. Only then did Sangdu approach. You arrived too late. Tian Yang shrugged. It's my first time in the inner city, without navigation. I might not have found the building. A convenient excuse, Sangdu replied, pushing open the barak door. Come inside. Upon entering, they encountered a partition, and beyond it lay a hall. In the hall stood a round table surrounded by 5 high-backed chairs, with potted plants scattered around. This was a meeting place, though its use throughout the year was limited. Sangdu strode straight to the other exit of the hall. Tian Yang followed him into a corridor, where a row of windows on the right offered views of the scenery outside, while on the left, rooms adorned with nameplates appeared every 4 meters. The names listed were Lao Su, Jiu, Sangdu, and Tian Yang himself. Sangdu opened the door to Tian Yang's room. This is for you. It has only basic furnishings. If you wish to add anything, you'll have to procure it yourself. Also, visit the captain's room. He has something for you. He pointed to a room at the end of the corridor before turning back. Tian Yang peeked into his room, which was indeed quite clean, albeit sparsely furnished. Apart from a set of metal tables and chairs, there was nothing else, truly a basic setup. Closing the door behind him, he made his way to the captain's room, knocking before hearing Han Shu's voice beckoning him to enter. Inside, Han Shu lounged behind a massive desk, legs crossed atop it, smoking while engrossed in an electronic tablet. A dreamy smile gracing his face. The walls were adorned with projections of beaches and scantily clad women, striking various provocative poses. The captain's tastes are quite straightforward, Tian Yang mused. Han Shu set down the tablet and waved Tian Yang over. What are you standing there for? Come here. Tian Yang approached. Captain, you called for me? Han Shu retrieved 2 gear cases from beneath the desk. Starting today, you are a formal member of our Raven squad. Inside are some equipment and supplies you'll need for the next mission. By the way, did you check your room? Tian Yang nodded. I did. What is that room for? Han Shu chuckled. I can't speak for other teams, but in ours, you can do as you please. You could even hide a woman in there if you don't disturb anyone. Captain, I'm not the kind of person you're suggesting. What should I do next? Han Shu raised the tablet again, distractedly saying, you don't need to do anything. You could even go home if you wanted. Just make sure to be on time at the transfer station during missions. Isn't our discipline a bit too lax? Noticing Han Shu had already immersed himself in the tablet's virtual world, Tian Yang sighed, lifting the 2 gear cases and returning to his room. Once inside, he placed the cases on the desk and opened them. One contained only a blade, its hilt and sheath stored separately. Tian Yang's attention immediately fixated on the sword, for it was strikingly alluring. The blade was straight, its crimson body adorned with a series of geometric dark patterns along the spine. The grip, measuring a solid 30 centimeters, was suitable for dual wielding. Moreover, the design of the blade's ricasso featured a crescent moon motif, elegantly extending from 2 crescent shapes. As Tian Yang ran a finger gently along the edge, he was surprised to find not a chilling coldness but a subtle warmth. He activated an electronic interface on the panel beside the case, revealing the sword's specifications. The Crimson Moon Blade, forged from the Dark Denizen's Ghost Car. The second stage, scythe-like appendages, and thermoconductive crystals, combined with other materials, was a composite weapon. Its sharpness surpassed that of a particle sword, yet it was lighter. Additionally, the thermoconductive crystals could heat the blade when stimulated by star essence. Theoretically, its peak temperature could reach 500 degrees, though in practice, it averaged around 400 degrees. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the blade's capacity for high heat and combustion. The information concluded with a warning. It is quite expensive. Do not damage it carelessly, lest you weep when presented with the repair bill. Gu Min Chapter 060. The first reinforcement. This Gu Min appears to be a weapons developer. It is quite possible that this Crimson Moon Warblade was designed by him. Tian Yang can almost envision the fierce expression on his face when he uttered that warning. Opening another box, he discovered a repaired assault rifle, accompanied by an invoice detailing the repair and replacement costs, totaling 85 contribution points. Due to personal grievances stemming from that battle, Tian Yang must cover the expenses himself, as reimbursement is not an option. The cost will be deducted from his monthly salary. Besides the rifle, there are 3-star essence gas magazines. Additionally, in the lower left corner, 4 test tubes are neatly arranged, containing a mysterious blue liquid. This liquid occasionally glimmers with a faint light, appearing quite marvelous. The accompanying description indicates it is Star Essence Supplement Liquid Type 1. which is edible and can replenish consumed star essence, albeit only up to 10% of the total amount. Below this are precautions stating that the supplement should not be overconsumed, with a maximum of 2 bottles per day, or it may cause severe damage to internal organs. Furthermore, it has a fruity flavor, though this last point is rather negligible. Adjacent to the supplement, there are 2 red grenades, adorned with flame patterns. High-temperature explosive grenades. Infused with thermal conductive crystalline materials, they create a high-temperature force field while detonating, effective within an approximate range of 15 square meters, with peak spatial temperatures reaching up to 800 degrees. As they are single-use items, caution is advised to avoid wastage. Gumin. Once again, Tian Yang closed the box and noticed a communicator beside him, which had received a text message. You have received a notification regarding the disbursement of task rewards. Reward items, Star Essence Pillar Recovery Task. Reward details, contribution points and material rewards. Contribution points, base reward 200 points. Solo kill of the Mad Dog variant 500 points. Participation in the Phantom Car Extermination and Cage Destruction 2500 points. Miscellaneous 78 points. Totaling 3,278 contribution points. Material reward, 1 Crimson Moon Warblade, 2 high-temperature explosive grenades. All rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Tian Yang tucked away the communicator and opened the door to find Old Sue waiting outside. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Old Sue, who already had scant hair, appeared to have lost even more today. At this rate, baldness seems inevitable. The boy's thoughts began to wander. Old Sue, holding a potted plant, grinned widely, saying, I noticed your space was quite empty, so I brought you a potted plant. This is a sea green vine. It can be grown in water or soil and is easy to care for. Just water it every few days. He placed the potted plant by the window and shook his head. Tian Yang, you don't even have a table. Look at this poor plant. It has no place to rest. You should really consider decorating your room. Tian Yang nodded. Later, I plan to buy some furniture. I was intending to get a bookshelf too. Buy what? Old Sue chuckled. I'll take you to the warehouse later. There are plenty of idle furniture pieces there. Tables, chairs, bookshelves, there should be a good selection. Just pick whatever you like, and once you're done, fill out a form. Every team has a free quota for office supplies. Our captain is too lazy to use it, so we still have quite a bit left. He glanced around and whispered, if you need, you can even take some home. The captain won't mind such trivial matters. Is that really allowed? Tian Yang's lips twitched slightly. By the way, have you moved into the apartment yet? I just moved in yesterday. Wonderful. You must come visit my place when you have the time. Old Sue took out his communicator, opened a private file, and revealed a photograph. It was a family portrait, featuring Old Sue holding a cute girl around 5 or 6 years old, next to a graceful woman with soft features. Old Sue beamed with pride. See? This is my daughter and wife. Isn't my daughter adorable? And let me tell you, my wife cooks a mean meal. You must come over and sample her culinary skills sometime. Tian Yang smiled and replied, absolutely. Old Sue pressed the screen of the communicator to his face and sighed dreamily. A man should have a family. Look how fortunate I am, unlike our captain, who, despite being of considerable age, has no intention of settling down, living a carefree life with no attachments. Those without burdens do not live long at this. Old Sue paused, then grasped Tian Yang's hand tightly. Thank you, Tian Yang. If it weren't for you taking down the phantom car in the metropolis, I fear I would not have returned. I'm no longer young, and I probably will never hope to be promoted to level 4. I suppose I'll just continue as I am. In a year or two, I can apply for retirement and transfer to another position, perhaps as a training camp instructor or logistics. The income may be less, but safety will prevail. He then picked up the photograph again and rubbed it against his face. I just want to watch my daughter grow up, see her get married, and then live a peaceful life with my wife. As for those ambitious endeavors, let the younger generation pursue them. Tian Yang felt a twinge of envy. While he lacked lofty aspirations, this way of living seemed quite satisfactory. My daughter is adorable, isn't she? Suddenly, Old Sue waved the photograph in front of Tian Yang again. The boy found himself speechless. This fellow certainly enjoyed showing off. After bidding farewell to Old Sue, Tian Yang received another message on his communicator. Tomorrow, at 8 a.m., gather at the transfer platform. A mission awaits. Anyone who dares to be late should beware of my wrath. Honshu. Upon reading this message, Tian Yang's spirits lifted. Another mission was finally at hand. After having lunch in the building's cafeteria, Tian Yang returned to his apartment. And tomorrow's task solidified his resolve. He would utilize that ascension node. In the reverse realm, an increase in strength equates to a greater chance of survival. When it comes to survival odds, one can never have too many, and Tian Yang is no exception. He directed the ascension node toward physical enhancement. The boy issued this command in his mind, uncertain if it would take effect. After a brief moment, nothing seemed to happen. Tian Yang stood up, intending to contact Luo Shan. Suddenly, his entire being jolted violently, causing him to collapse onto the floor. A muffled grunt escaped from his nose as an intense pain surged through his body. Curling into a ball, his temperature rapidly escalated, and a faint flush appeared on his skin. The excruciating pain persisted within him, as if every muscle were being ruthlessly torn apart. Tian Yang's jaw trembled, and he could no longer suppress a low, guttural cry. The sound grew louder, yet the apartment's excellent soundproofing ensured that neighbors remained undisturbed. His body quaked incessantly, every nerve feeling as though it were engulfed in flames. Tian Yang clawed desperately at the floor, attempting to combat the torment. Now he understood. Luo Shan had not deceived him. The first reinforcement is indeed an agonizing ordeal. P.S. Special thanks to, I am pretending to forget, for the generous reward. And heartfelt gratitude to everyone for the support over the past week. Your continued votes keep me at the top. I am truly thankful. Chapter 061. Supply line. If one were to observe Tian Yang's bodily data with medical instruments at this moment, they would discover that the index of his cellular activity far exceeds normal levels. Within him, cells are incessantly undergoing the processes of division, replication, death, and rebirth, followed by further division. This extraordinary transformation is rapidly reshaping Tian Yang's bones, muscles, organs, blood vessels, and even his nerves. Throughout this ordeal, he endures unimaginable pain. His thoughts are shattered like a mirror struck to pieces. The mere fact that he has not succumbed to unconsciousness is a miracle in itself. Time is indeterminate, but eventually, the pain signals transmitted through his nerves to the brain gradually recede like a receding tide. It is only then that Tian Yang succumbs to sleep. When he next opens his eyes, the room is enveloped in darkness, and glancing out the window reveals that night has long since fallen. He attempts to move his fingers and finds no abnormalities. Only then does he rise from the floor. Initially, he merely intended to execute a small jump, which would elevate him a few centimeters off the ground while adjusting his posture. However, upon exerting a slight force with his limbs, he unexpectedly propelled himself nearly 2 meters into the air, almost grazing the ceiling. Momentarily taken aback, his body instinctively adjusted its position, allowing him to land upright on the floor. By performing a slight squat, he deftly directed the impact of his landing into the ground, stabilizing himself and gazing in astonishment at his own hands. He could feel an immense power coursing through him, a force so potent it seemed to swell within, urging him to unleash it through his fists and feet. Yet, he refrained from demolishing his new abode, soon noticing that his body was coated in grime. Rubbing his hand against his skin revealed a layer of muck that made it appear as though he hadn't bathed in weeks. He made his way to the bathroom, where the prevalence of smart technology allowed him to remain idle. With a simple voice command, thousands of microspray nozzles activated, showering him with water from all angles. After his cleansing ritual, a ravenous hunger overtook him, compelling him to consume the equivalent of 3 days' worth of food, which finally quelled his hunger pangs. The following morning, he awoke to find the feeling of expansion within him had dissipated, leaving his body feeling more solid. It was as if previously slack steel cables had been tightly twisted together. Standing before a mirror, Tian Yang scrutinized his reflection. The contours of his physique had become more pronounced, each muscle brimming with explosive energy. His skin appeared tighter, almost translucent, as though it could be pierced with a mere graze. In reality, however, it had grown even more resilient. To validate his sensations, he gently grazed a kitchen knife across his fingertip, leaving only a faint red mark without breaking the skin. Of course, a particle knife would certainly cause a grievous wound, but this indicated a significant enhancement in his physical strength. Regrettably, Tian Yang could not observe his own bones. Otherwise, he would have noticed intricate dark patterns adorning each one. These patterns, composed of nano-sized microparticles, possess hollow interiors that can absorb various impacts, resulting in a 7 reduction in bone weight. At that moment, a fly, attracted by the unclean kitchen waste, buzzed past Tian Yang, who instinctively flicked his hand, leaving a smudge on the mirror. Startled, he wiped the blemish clean and disposed of the garbage. After donning his uniform and securing his gear, he departed from his apartment. At 7:50 a.m., Tian Yang arrived at the assembly point 7 on the transfer platform. Shortly thereafter, Han Shu and others began to arrive, and Tian Yang noticed several new faces among the soldiers. It appeared that reinforcements had been drawn from the preparatory camp, and the soldier named Yen Bing had now been promoted to corporal, commanding 3 privates. Once the entire Raven squad had assembled, Han Shu submitted the passage request, and they proceeded towards the Croft Gate. As he observed his comrades entering the gate, Tian Yang turned to glance at the fortress cemetery before stepping into the shadowy realm beyond. The moment he entered the reverse realm, he was enveloped by a cacophony of indistinct whispers, their syllables elongated and indistinguishable. His hair stood on end as a chilling sensation surged through his mind, akin to a cold, damp tongue brushing against his cheek. A wave of palpable malice surged towards him, nearly compelling him to draw the Chi battle blade. Tian Yang. Han Shu's voice snapped him back to reality, and he found himself standing within the base behind the door. The peculiar whispers and nauseating malevolence had vanished, as if the previous sensations were mere figments of his imagination. Han Shu regarded him with concern. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Tian Yang shook his head. "No, perhaps I just didn't have breakfast this morning. My stomach feels a bit off." "Young man, skipping breakfast is a bad habit," old Su chimed in, assuming the role of a wellness expert. He produced a compressed food bar from his waist pouch. "Here, eat this on the vehicle later. Consider yourself lucky, my adorable daughter sent it." Tian Yang attempted to decline, but old Su insisted, stuffing it into the boy's pocket. Reluctantly, Tian Yang acquiesced, resolving to visit old Su's home after the mission concluded. 15 minutes later, the high-speed train departed from the base, heading straight for the Lighthouse outpost. Inside the carriage, Han Shu distributed several folded electronic panels resembling cards to the team members. This is an exploratory mission. The Lighthouse Base intends to establish a supply line to the metropolis, and there is a small town conveniently located along this route. The command center wishes for us to scout it out. Our basic requirement is to submit a detailed map of the town, marking potential locations of black market activity. Should we manage to eliminate the black market presence, that will count as additional merit. Songdu raised his hands. "So what is the basic reward for this task?" "For the rank of lieutenant, each person receives 500 contribution points. Corporals get 200, and privates 100. The elimination of black market elements will be calculated separately. That is essentially it. Of course, if you come across any interesting items, or even a star essence pill, those will yield substantial contribution points." As he spoke, Han Shu cast a glance at Tian Yang, grinning. "This lucky lad is a living example." "Captain, please don't draw attention to me," Tian Yang sighed internally. Though he presently possessed several thousand contribution points, they were earned at the cost of his life. Hardly a stroke of luck. Upon reaching the Lighthouse Base, the team took an hour to rest before requisitioning 2 Falcon light battle vehicles along with necessary supplies, departing the base shortly thereafter. By noon the following day, the Raven squad arrived at their destination, the town codenamed Desolate Valley. It remains uncertain whether this town was originally established in a valley or if the topography of the reverse realm had shifted, elevating the surrounding land and creating the valley. Regardless, this town stood resolutely amidst the dense, black mist of the Desolate Valley, its bizarre peaks and unusual stones forming a natural barrier. If the supply route could traverse this valley, the travel time to the metropolis could be reduced by 1 to 2 days, a critical margin that could determine the fate of a unit. Chapter 062. Aspiration at present. The convoy found itself perched on a hillside, where a road meandered downwards towards a quaint town. Along this thoroughfare, every so often stood a signpost, which, despite being intended to be green, bore white symbols painted upon them. Certain symbols closely resembled numbers familiar to Tian Yang, leading Lao Su, the self-proclaimed reverse world communicator, to surmise that these signs indicated distance. Such road signs were commonplace on roads leading to the metropolis. From a high vantage point, shrouded in dark mist, the town revealed only vague outlines of its structures. However, based on previous explorations of several small towns by the night wanderers, it was evident that such towns seldom matched the scale of the metropolis. While there were several multi-story buildings, they paled in comparison to the towering skyscrapers of the metropolis, which often soared over dozens of stories. Moreover, akin to the metropolis, these small towns lacked any protective fortifications, let alone visible weaponry. This evoked a sense of nostalgia. Despite the current desolation of the reverse world, its inhabitants once enjoyed an extended period of peace and prosperity. After a brief pause atop the slope, 2 Falcon war vehicles began their descent towards the town of Huanggu. After 10 minutes on the incline, the vehicles were compelled to halt at what appeared to be a dilapidated checkpoint at the town's entrance. The structure had long been abandoned and had crumbled with age, obstructing the road. Such checkpoints were not unfamiliar to Tian Yang and his companions, as the metropolis possessed many, albeit of superior quality, with several still operational. "Captain, should we fire a shot?" asked Songdu, the driver, casting a glance at Han Shu. Han Shu shook his head. "No, that would make too much noise. If there are numerous hostile individuals inside, we might just be digging our own graves." He pondered, then instructed Tian Yang, Lao Su. Take a few men and scout the town for a suitable spot to set up a temporary camp. We will clear this area and then regroup with you. Understood. Both Tian Yang and Lao Su replied in unison. Subsequently, the two led 3 soldiers through the gaps in the ruins of the checkpoint and into the town. The town was enveloped in thick fog, likely due to its valley location, where the pervasive black mist of the reverse world had gathered, reducing visibility considerably. Tian Yang raised his assault rifle and affixed a tactical lighting accessory. Even then, the illumination barely reached 2 or 3 meters ahead. Upon entering, they found a road strewn with the remnants of vehicles, evidence of a once thriving transportation system in the reverse world. Even a small town housed such an abundance of cars. Furthermore, the variety of vehicle types suggested that the inhabitants had engineered cars to cater to diverse needs, indicative of a well-defined social structure that surpassed even that of the fortified cities. After walking approximately 10 minutes along the debris-laden road, a grand bridge emerged before the team, stretching across a dense fog that obscured its destination. The productivity of the reverse world far exceeds ours. This bridge alone is proof enough. We could never construct something so vast and long. Though perhaps our lack of necessity plays a role, Lao Su remarked, gazing at the bridge partially concealed in the mist. Tian Yang signaled to lead the way. With 3 soldiers in the middle and Lao Su bringing up the rear, the small team traversed the bridge, which surprisingly was quite spacious, with a metal divider splitting it down the center. Even so, one side could accommodate 2 vehicles side by side. As Tian Yang walked along the edge of the bridge, he suddenly noticed several dark shapes extending upwards through the fog. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be cables, 2 of which had snapped, suggesting they were made from some form of metallic wire. As they advanced further onto the bridge, the sound of wind whistled beneath them. Although the light could not penetrate the space beneath the bridge, the sound hinted at a vast cavity, possibly a chasm leading to the depths below. One soldier suggested tossing a few glow sticks down to investigate, but Lao Su quickly dismissed the idea, cautioning, whenever encountering significant spaces in the reverse world, one must exercise caution, for you never know what may lurk within. The soldier shuddered at this admonition. Midway across the arch bridge, a section had collapsed, leaving a third of the bridge's surface missing, with rusted rebar jutting out at irregular angles. The team carefully navigated around this gap and, after 20 minutes, finally descended from the bridge. Upon reaching the ground, they found a wide, undefined area that could serve as a temporary camp. As Tian Yang led the soldiers in setting up a perimeter, Lao Su busied himself with an electronic board. He had already crafted a map of the team's exploration route and was marking it, particularly noting the warning about the bridge's gap and the location of the temporary camp, which he then sent to Han Shu. With this map, Han Shu would be able to navigate directly without needing the team to retrace their steps. Once the perimeter was established, Tian Yang returned to Lao Su, who tossed him a water bottle. The captain and the others will be here shortly. Take a moment to rest, Lao Su said. Accepting the water bottle, Tian Yang took a few swigs before inquiring, Lao Su, you must have a family, yet you live in an apartment? As Han Shu and the others would take a while to arrive, Lao Su didn't mind engaging in conversation. That's all in the past, as you know. Once one becomes a citizen, accumulating a certain number of contribution points grants the right to establish a family. Tian Yang nodded. Once you surpass 100,000 accumulated contribution points, you can establish your own family. Future generations inherit related rights. Indeed, but the fortresses have regulations. Inheritance is limited to within 3 generations. From the 4th generation onward, one must earn 10,000 contribution points annually. Otherwise, inheritance rights are revoked. Lao Su shrugged, expressing his regret. A few years ago, I was injured on a mission and spent half a year recuperating. Consequently, I couldn't gather enough contribution points to maintain my inheritance rights and had to move into an apartment. By the way, Songdu's situation is quite similar to mine, though I have little ambition left. That kid, however, aspires to accumulate 100,000 contribution points to restore his original surname. Tian Yang was taken aback, realizing that the ponytailed youth harbored such aspirations. Something's happening. Suddenly, a soldier's shout echoed from a distance. Tian Yang and Lao Su abandoned their conversation, raising their rifles as they hurried towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 63. The enigmatic building. When Tian Yang and Old Su arrived, they found a soldier, tasked with guarding this area, crouched on the ground, his rifle at the ready. His posture suggested he was poised to attack. This was a rookie, not much older than Tian Yang. His face, pale with fear, revealed trembling fingers, raising concerns that he might accidentally discharge his weapon. Tian Yang understood his trepidation. No matter how terrifying the instructors described the reverse realm in class, or how vividly the images of certain dark denizens were presented, Experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. The former was akin to a nightmare, while the latter was a nightmare manifesting into reality. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the soldier's face, hidden beneath his closed helmet, to be etched with terror. Old Sue waved a hand before the soldier's eyes. "Hey, stop daydreaming. What did you see just now?" The soldier finally responded, pointing ahead with a trembling voice. "There's something. I saw something over there." "What was it?" Tian Yang pressed. The soldier shook his head. "I don't know. It's in the darkness, but I can see a light. It must be the glow from the wool prison, and I feel as if it's watching me, or observing me. It feels like a scavenger eyeing a fresh corpse. I don't want to die. I want to go back." He attempted to scramble away. Old Sue swiftly tripped him, turning to Tian Yang. "You go take a look." Tian Yang nodded in agreement, lowering his gun and proceeding cautiously. Old Sue turned the rookie towards him. "Look into my eyes. You'll be fine. Stay calm, even if you want to back out. Wait until this mission is over. It's best for you to stick with us, understood?" After being scolded by Old Sue, the soldier seemed somewhat steadied. Although his face remained ghastly pale, he managed a nod. At that moment, Tian Yang halted, his weapon's light illuminating the ground. There, he discovered a handprint, slightly smaller than his own, likely belonging to a woman. He then noticed several other marks, both handprints and footprints. The distribution of these prints conjured an image in his mind of a woman crawling on the ground. Old Sue approached and inquired, "What did you find?" Tian Yang shone the light over the prints. "It appears to be a rabid dog. So far, it seems there's only one. I'm not sure if it passed by or if it discovered our sentry." Old Sue shook his head. "If it's the latter, then there may be a den nearby. We'll decide what to do once the captain arrives." A smile crept onto Old Sue's face. "Agreed." 20 minutes later, 2 Falcon battle vehicles emerged from the black mist and halted at the makeshift camp. Han Shu was the first to leap from the vehicle. Upon hearing of the rabid dog sighting, Han Shu acted with caution. Though often carefree, he was unyielding when it mattered. After examining the prints, he led Song Du, Gu, and 2 soldiers to investigate further, instructing the others to remain at the camp for updates. Moments later, gunfire echoed from the mist, prompting Tian Yang and Old Sue to tense and glance in the direction of the shots. However, the gunfire was short-lived, fading after a few minutes. Another 10 minutes passed before Han Shu and the others returned, bloodstains marking their clothing, though it appeared to be the blood of the rabid dog. Han Shu sat down, cursing, "Damn it, what bad luck." There was indeed a den of rabid dogs, but the pack was small, and there were no mutated ones. When we arrived, those creatures were preoccupied, which made me sick. Tian Yang looked bewildered. "Captain, what do you mean? I don't understand." Han Shu replied curtly. Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Tian Yang quickly grasped the implication. It seemed the dogs were mating when Han Shu and the others arrived. This was one of the frightening aspects of the reverse realm. Dark denizens reproduced in various, unsettling ways. For instance, rabid dogs gave birth like placental mammals, while the wraiths were said to grow from a half-plant, half-organism entity known as the necro tree. Indeed, they sprouted like fruits. The birthing methods of these residents of the reverse realm were often bizarre, some even terrifying beyond human comprehension. After a brief respite, Han Shu began to assign tasks. "To expedite our mission, we need to split into teams for exploration. Gu and I will team up. Song Du, you will partner with Tian Yang. Each team will take 2 soldiers. The rest will stay at the camp to guard the supplies. Any objections?" Song Du was the first to voice his dissent. "Yes, Captain. Why must I team up with this kid?" "Because Tian Yang is a newcomer who needs guidance. Gu is as mute as a fish. Do you really think she can mentor him?" Han Shu retorted. Song Du pointed out, "Then you could lead him. Or Old Sue could." Han Shu snapped, "What do you know? Old Sue is always looking to slack off. You want him to lead? One old trickster is enough. Adding a rookie to the mix is unbearable. And as for me, just look at my age. There's a generation gap between Tian Yang and me. You're about the same age as him, with more experience. You're neither mute nor lacking in enthusiasm. If you don't guide the newcomer, who will?" "Captain, your ability to shirk responsibility is truly remarkable." Song Du was left speechless, finally glaring fiercely at Tian Yang. "Just don't hold me back, otherwise I'd rather do it alone." As the newest member of the team, Tian Yang had no objections. Thus, Song Du and Tian Yang formed a team. Accompanied by Yin Bing and another soldier, departing from the camp, they proceeded along the road, turning onto a main street at an intersection. Buildings lined both sides of the street, though they were modest in height. Upon entering the street, the structures stood 6 to 7 stories tall, but as they ventured deeper, they became shorter, mostly 3 to 4 stories. Compared to a metropolis, these buildings appeared significantly more rudimentary, lacking in both taste and style. Moreover, the town's architecture showed no coherent planning. The haphazard arrangement of tall and short buildings created a chaotic atmosphere. When a few collapsed structures blocked their path, Song-do pointed to a narrow alley on the left, and the team diverted into it. The houses in the alley were even more dilapidated and low. The ground was covered with a layer of filthy black mud, making it feel as if they were walking over the belly of a massive creature. Song-do glanced back and advised, "No matter where we are, don't walk down the center of the passage. Stick to the sides. This reduces the chances of being ambushed by at least half." Tian Yang nodded, mimicking Song-do by walking along the left wall. Suddenly, Tian Yang placed his hand on Song-do's shoulder. The ponytailed youth brushed off his hand with irritation. "What are you doing?" Tian Yang raised his gun, directing the light at a building ahead. "Look over there." A few beams of light shot forth, and Song-do's breath quickened. Before them stood a two-story building, its structure enveloped in a dark, viscous substance. The material had nearly solidified, yet under the light, liquid still oozed down sporadically. Chapter 064. Dark Worship. Although Tian Yang had encountered numerous nameless entities teeming with sinister dread in the reverse realm, he felt a primal aversion each time he confronted these pathological phenomena, a reaction instinctual and independent of his identity or status. He glanced towards Song-do, who bore a countenance not much better than his own. The young man softly inquired, "What is that?" "I wish I knew," replied the youth with the ponytail after a moment of contemplation, gritting his teeth. "We must investigate." Tian Yang endorsed this notion. The house was evidently peculiar. Even in the metropolis, he had never seen a structure enshrouded in such bizarre substances. Particularly, these entities resembled not mere fungi, but rather the decayed remnants of dark denizens. Song-do signaled caution before advancing with Tian Yang, flanked by Yambing and another soldier at the rear. The team swiftly approached the malevolent house, resembling a demonic lair. As they drew closer, a strange odor wafted through the air, a putrid stench mingled with a sickly sweet scent. This aroma made Tian Yang envious of the soldiers, whose helmets provided a barrier against the nauseating atmosphere. Song-do had already raised his collar, shielding his nose beneath his garment to mitigate the pervasive foulness. Upon nearing the structure, illuminated by the light, they discerned semi-coagulated, slimy substances on the house's surface, revealing several bone-like grayish objects. Flanking the entrance were two appendages resembling the hind legs of a lizard, dangling from the rooftop. These limbs were adorned with palm-sized scales, many of which had shed, floating upon the ground amidst pools of viscous slime. The ends of the hind limbs were neither claws nor hooves, but human-like feet, intact yet grotesque, covered in coarse, dense black hair. Tian Yang felt his stomach churn. What manner of being was this, possessing human traits yet devoid of hands and a head? He could not ascertain whether it lacked these components, or if this indescribable entity simply lacked such structure altogether. The only relief was that it exhibited no signs of life and appeared lifeless. At the very least, Tian Yang saw nothing resembling a cage of will. The beam of light fell upon the open door, revealing an interior shrouded in thin black mist, barely allowing glimpses of scattered furniture, shattered lamps, and paintings adorning the walls, as well as a shadowy mass at the center of the hall. Tian Yang took a step forward, only to be restrained by Song-do, who was valiantly enduring the foul air and gestured towards a gnarled black tree near the door. Tian Yang then noticed symbols carved into the tree's bark with a sharp instrument. The symbol was a diamond shape, with a solid circle gouged in the center, surrounded by twisted lines that filled the interior space of the diamond. At first glance, it resembled a bloodshot diamond eye, as if something was observing their team through the swirling black mist. Suddenly, Yambing behind them exclaimed, "There is something behind the tree." Instantly, Tian Yang and Song-do directed their illumination towards the tree and indeed spotted a figure. Strangely, however, the entity showed no reaction. Song-do cautiously circled to the side, only to discover it was a mad dog, now deceased, its body in a state of decay, reduced to little more than a skeletal frame. Yet, this skeleton was chilling. Its hind limbs were bent as if kneeling before the black tree, appearing to worship it. Tian Yang and Song-do exchanged a fleeting glance, a spark of fear evident in their eyes. "You all wait outside," Song-do instructed Tian Yang. "We shall enter and investigate." The two left the soldiers behind, treading lightly as they ascended the stairs to the entrance, splitting to either side of the door. Song-do signaled, and Tian Yang followed him into the hall. They utilized their firearm-mounted lights to search and inspect the area. Fortunately, they found no signs of the dark denizens. Their attention was soon captured by a mass suspended in midair, resembling a colossal fleshy sack. Hanging from the ceiling were numerous elongated tendrils, akin to cables, suspending this large sack. As they circled the sack, they discovered it had been torn open from within, a thick stream of slime flowing out, and pooling on the floor, forming a slick black mire. The mire bore footprints, as if something had emerged from the sack. Following the trail of prints, they noticed it led away from the black mire towards the shattered window, the fragments scattered in a radial pattern outside. All signs indicated that whatever it was had departed. Sangdu sighed softly in relief and signaled to Tian Yang, and the two retreated, gathering the soldiers as they left. They remained silent until they exited the alley, where Sangdu selected a 5-story building to regroup. It was then that Tian Yang spoke. "What do you think that was?" Sangdu produced a water flask, taking a sip before wiping his mouth, uncertain. "I have never encountered anything like it. It appears to be the birth of some dark entity. However, based on the footprints, it seems only one has emerged. From what I know, dark denizens typically spawn in groups of 7 or 8. Tian Yang recalled the massive corpse sprawled outside the house. Moreover, it seemed that the creature emerged from another dark entity's body. That sack might be an organ from the giant corpse above the house. Could it, like the mad dog, belong to a viviparous species? Sangdu tucked away the flask, declaring, "Whatever it is, it matters not if we haven't encountered it. Should we cross paths, I shall slay it." Tian Yang's thoughts drifted back to the symbols on the black tree and the mad dog's corpse, which appeared to be in reverence of something. A chill crept over him. Could it be that dark denizens also engaged in idol worship, akin to human faith in deities? What, then, would be the object of their veneration? "Yambing, did you mark that location earlier?" Sangdu casually inquired. Yambing was tapping a recording device strapped to his wrist, capable of autonomously scanning the environment and mapping it accordingly. The exploration team utilized it to chart maps of towns within the reverse realm for future deployments and planning. "It's been marked, Lieutenant. Should we collect some samples to take back? It could yield significant contribution points," Yambing suggested. Sangdu nodded. "That is a thought. We shall gather samples upon our return." Suddenly, a series of distant thuds echoed from above, resembling someone knocking on the door. Chapter 065. The trap. Though the sound was not loud, its rapid rhythm echoed in the stillness of the building, capturing the attention of Tian Yang and his companions. They swiftly turned to gaze at the ceiling above. Suddenly, the noise ceased. "Shall we investigate?" Tian Yang suggested. Sangdu nodded in agreement, and the group proceeded to find the staircase leading to the upper level. The staircase was littered with debris, papers adorned with reversed characters and images, tattered bags resembling communication devices with a rectangular touch screen devoid of buttons, and even firearms. At the corner of the second-floor staircase lay the skeletal remains of a long-dead human, its bony hand gripping a small black metal gun. Judging by its structure, it appeared to be a firearm using physical ammunition, albeit compact and seemingly of limited power. Sangdu picked up the gun and stowed it in his backpack. Noting that the fortress had been researching the military capabilities of the reversed realm, and this weapon could be worth at least 100 contribution points. "Rest assured, the spoils from our search will be distributed proportionately." Suddenly, the knocking resumed, this time discernible as coming from the 3rd floor. "Let us go," Sangdu declared, brandishing his weapon as he led the way. The group ascended to the 3rd level, peering through the doorway at the top of the stairs. Inside lay a corridor, spacious enough for 2 or 3 individuals to walk side by side. The left side was lined with windows, revealing the street outside and the buildings across the way shrouded in dark mist. The right side housed several rooms, illuminated at intervals by doors every few meters. The corridor was cluttered with unidentifiable equipment, and the ceiling, damaged and peeling, revealed a tangle of wires dangling from the gaps. At that moment, another series of knocks echoed from deep within the corridor. Sangdu gestured for caution, urging the group to move along the right wall. As they passed the 3rd window on the left, a beam of light suddenly shattered the glass. The edge of the beam was pitch black, with a crimson core, narrowly missing Sangdu's nose before embedding itself into the wall ahead, leaving a gaping circular hole. Had Sangdu moved forward even slightly, the beam would have pierced his skull. Instantly, he realized it was a trap. The knocking from the corridor had clearly been a diversion, luring them into an ambush. Get down, Sangdu shouted, pressing himself to the floor and retreating as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, a young man with a ponytail drew a pistol from his side and fired into the window. A brilliant flash erupted as the bullet exploded above the buildings across the street, illuminating the area and startling a creature that had been leaning out of a window, causing it to emit a high-pitched, brief scream. As Sangdu crouched down, Tian Yang glanced outside. In a fleeting moment, he caught sight of something with a goat-like face, humanoid, at least in its upper half. Its arms lacked claws or blades, instead morphing into shapes reminiscent of weaponry. The flesh-and-blood gun formed a white bony barrel, and the grotesque firearm even had eyes. The intense light caused the eyes to shut, yet did not hinder those creatures from firing upon the building where the team was situated. The black-red beams shot forth from the bony barrels, crisscrossing above Tian Yang and his companions, creating cup-sized holes in the walls. Tian Yang and Tsangdu swiftly crawled into the stairwell, finally exhaling in relief. Those must be the ominous snipers. Tsangdu panted. I've heard of them, but this is my first encounter. The ominous snipers were common dark denizens of the 127th reversed realm, akin to rabid dogs, classified as level 2 threats. They possessed humanoid bodies with goat-like faces and moved with agility. Their danger stemmed primarily from their mutated biological weaponry, seemingly charging their energy to fire those black-red beams. Occasionally, a variant known as the ominous artilleryman would appear among them, serving as a walking artillery. Their energy shells could threaten light armored vehicles. Thankfully, only snipers were present in the building opposite. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from the corridor. Tian Yang turned to see another soldier had crawled into the stairwell, but the left side of his calf had been struck. The protective armor on his leg did little to stop the beam's penetration, and blood was now oozing from the wound. To make matters worse, pale lights began to flicker from the depths of the corridor. As the lights illuminated the darkness, swaying figures emerged, staggering toward them. Wanderers. Tian Yang crouched slightly, preparing to rush into the corridor. Tsangdu grasped his hand firmly. What are you doing? I'm going to save him. Tian Yang responded instinctively. Tsangdu replied coldly, save him? How? Leave him be. He is just a soldier. They were prepared for sacrifice before entering the reversed realm. We don't have time to linger. With that, Tsangdu released his grip and descended the stairs with another soldier. Tian Yang looked back down the corridor, where the ominous snipers continued their relentless assault. The black-red beams danced above the injured soldier's head, and once, a beam grazed his helmet. The soldier continued to crawl forward, driven by his will to survive. But his injury slowed him significantly. In the next moment, he could be struck again. Behind him, the wanderers were closing in, undeterred despite being hit by the sniper's beams. As long as the cage remained intact, they were drawn to the pheromones emitted by the soldier, pressing forward through the sniper's fire. Suddenly, Tian Yang raised his gun, aiming at the wall ahead. In his vision, the wall began to fade and disappear. He could see the ominous snipers on the opposite street, nearly hanging out of the windows, and their bodies began to dissipate as well. As Tian Yang focused on one of the snipers, all that remained in his sight was the eye on the grotesque weapon. Deep within that eye, a soft yellow glow flickered. The wool cage. Tian Yang pulled the trigger, and his assault rifle unleashed a deep blue beam of energy. The beam effortlessly penetrated the wall, crossing the street and striking the eye of the ominous sniper's weapon. The sniper immediately fell silent, its body sliding out of the window and plummeting down. Tian Yang repeated the process, using his keen senses to penetrate the outer wall of the building, locking onto the wool cages of the snipers and demolishing them. After firing 3 to 5 shots, the black-red beams above the soldier's head noticeably diminished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt a tightening in his calf and turned to find a wanderer gripping him. The corrosive fluid from the wanderer's hand dripped onto his leg armor, causing it to emit smoke. Just then, a deep blue beam zipped past him, striking the wanderer in the chest and shattering its wool cage. Come on, Tian Yang shouted, firing several more shots to eliminate the nearby wanderers. With Tian Yang providing cover, the soldier quickened his pace, finally crawling out of the corridor and escaping the deadly zone. Chapter 66. The choice without hesitation, Tian Yang shouldered the injured soldier, Yanbing, and rushed to the hall on the first floor, swiftly finding a corner to set him down. He retrieved a first aid kit from his multifunctional waist pouch and carefully removed the armor from Yanbing's leg to assess the injury. The beam had severely mangled Yanbing's calf, causing blood to flow profusely. Tian Yang promptly tore a strip from his uniform sleeve, fashioning it into a tourniquet to bind the soldier's thigh tightly, attempting to slow the hemorrhage. However, this alone was insufficient. Tian Yang took the solid bullet gun from Yanbing's hand, removed the magazine, and extracted a bullet. He smeared the gunpowder from the bullet onto the wound's surface, then drew his Chiwa battle knife. Looking at Yanbing, he said, hold on. Yanbing nodded vigorously. Tian Yang pressed the blade into the star essence, activating the heat-conducting patterns on the blade's surface, which began to glow with intense heat. He carefully touched the knife tip to Yanbing's wound, igniting the gunpowder and sending a burst of orange flame shooting forth. Yanbing let out a muffled scream within his helmet, gripping tightly, grinding his teeth, and gasping for breath. Despite the pain, he displayed remarkable fortitude, enduring the agony without a full-blown outcry. After retracting the blade, Tian Yang administered a painkiller, followed by disinfecting the wound with a spray, finally securing it with a bandage. Hearing the commotion, Tsangdu hurried over, witnessing Tian Yang wrapping the remaining tape around Yanbing's leg to seal the breach in his protective suit. Uncertain of its efficacy, Tian Yang felt a pang of doubt. After all, Yanbing's injury was far more severe than his own. All he could do was his utmost, and leave the rest to fate. Seeing Yanbing saved, Sangdu grunted and pointed to another soldier. You carry him. We must leave quickly. The soldier hoisted the injured man onto his back as Tian Yang gave Yanbing a reassuring pat on the shoulder, then armed himself with an assault rifle. Proceeding cautiously alongside Sangdu out of the building. The street outside was eerily quiet. The elusive shooters seemed disinclined to pursue them, while the haunting breaths of the lurking figures echoed from above. Sangdu signaled for safety and took the lead, retracing their path. Tian Yang instructed the two soldiers to follow him as he brought up the rear. Just as they were about to slip into an alley, a strange sensation of being watched gripped him. He spun around, sweeping the beam of his gunlight across the area. However, apart from the desolate street shrouded in black mist and ominous shadows, nothing appeared suspicious. Believing it to be a figment of his imagination, he turned back and joined the others. Upon nearing the house enveloped in filth, Sangdu suddenly halted, pressing Tian Yang against the wall with his arm. The assault rifle was aimed at the boy's forehead, and Sangdu seethed. Do you relish playing the hero? Thankfully, those elusive shooters didn't follow, otherwise, we would have been in dire straits. The two soldiers jumped in surprise, particularly Yanbing, aware that the conflict between Sangdu and Tian Yang stemmed from his injury. He was about to step forward when Tian Yang shot him a glance, stopping him. Calmly, he addressed Sangdu. I never intended to be a hero. I simply refused to abandon my comrades. Sangdu retorted, you need to rethink your notions. We are ascendants, the elite. Our worth cannot be measured by a single soldier. 100 soldiers pale in comparison. The fortress invests vast resources in us, not for you to play the saint. Besides, do you truly believe you can save everyone? Tian Yang replied solemnly, I never aspired to save everyone, nor did I seek to be a saint. If the situation is beyond hope, I would choose to let go. But if I can help, why not extend a hand? I have experienced the feeling of being forsaken, and I vividly recall that despair. If you were in that position, wouldn't you wish for someone to pull you from the abyss? Sangdu scoffed, releasing his grip. I'm not so unfortunate as to need a child to save me. You'd best not remain so naive. Otherwise, it will surely cost you your life. I will take your advice under consideration. With that, he kicked the stone away in frustration, forging ahead. Uncertain if the dark denizens would pursue them, they refrained from collecting samples and hurried back to camp. Upon their return, Hanshu and Jiyu were already there. Seeing Yanbing wounded, Hanshu nearly dropped his cigarette. What happened? Did you encounter the dark denizens? As Hanshu inquired, Jiyu had already arranged for Yanbing to be placed in a vehicle. Lacking a doctor in their ranks, Jiyu, possessing some medical knowledge, often assumed the role of medic. Sangdu briefly recounted the events before shedding his gear and retreating to rest. It was evident to all that he was sulking. Tian Yang sat by a campfire with Hanshu, casting a guilty glance at the rugged man beside him. I made him angry. Hanshu chuckled, dismissing the matter. It's fine. That kid Sangdu is like that. Let him stew for a bit. He'll get over it. Tian Yang gazed toward the vehicle, where Jiyu was tending to Yanbing's wounds anew. Captain, do you think I acted wrongly in this matter? Hanshu puffed on his cigarette. Countering, do you believe you were in the wrong? After a moment of reflection, Tian Yang shook his head. I don't know. I just felt it was the right thing to do. Hanshu exhaled a cloud of smoke. Then that settles it. You were not wrong, nor was Sangdu. In this world, notions of right and wrong are subjective. What exists are merely different choices. No matter what you do, if you make a choice and bear the consequences, then you have committed no wrong. Tian Yang scratched his head. Captain, your reasoning is too profound. Could you simplify it? Hanshu glanced at him with a knowing look. Engage your hands more and your mind less. It will alleviate many troubles. I understand, Tian Yang replied. It's like you and old Su, both of similar age. But old Su is losing his hair. I believe he thinks too much. Am I right, Captain? Absolutely not. I'd like to strangle you. Hanshu stood up, dusting off his pants. You all look weary. Eat something and rest. I'll take the first watch. After 2 hours, you and old Su will take my place. And Sangdu and Jiyu will handle the third watch. Tian Yang nodded, returning to the vehicle to grab a high-energy food pack. 2 hours later, he awoke on time and stepped out, spotting old Su sitting by the fire. Old Su was engrossed in his communicator, perhaps looking at photos of his wife and daughter. Tian Yang cleared his throat before approaching. Now, only the two of them remained in the camp, along with 2 soldiers. Tian Yang added a few dry logs to the fire, and old Su remarked, I heard you fell into a trap? Yes, we were drawn in by the sounds of the lurkers and subsequently ambushed by the elusive shooters. The sparse-haired man wore a grave expression, while at the scene, did you notice any particularly unusual dark denizens? Typically, lurkers would not coordinate with elusive shooters unless directed by some unseen force. Tian Yang pondered carefully, realizing he hadn't noticed anything particularly unusual among the dark denizens. Just as he was about to respond, a soldier on watch shouted, "Dark denizens! Dark denizens!" Chapter 067, Shadows Behind Activating the Night Vision Mode of the Tactical Electronic Eye. Tian Yang adjusted the distance, and the distant hazy scene was instantly magnified and clarified. The soldiers pointed at a wrecked car on the road. Behind the vehicle, which was reduced to a mere frame, a figure suddenly leaped out. It was the Mad Dog. This abominable creature with a human face crouched low on the car, gazing towards the camp. More Mad Dogs emerged on the road, circumventing the wreckage and obstacles, their long, crimson tongues lolling out, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Like a nightmarish creation, these creatures, possessing partial human traits, began to sprint. What is happening? Hearing the alarm, Han Shu jumped out of the vehicle and sprinted towards the perimeter. Old Su lowered a pair of binoculars, his expression tense. It's a pack of dogs, around 100, charging towards our camp. Suddenly, a beam of dark red light shot out from the road shadows, striking a soldier beside him in the chest. The soldier hadn't even realized it at first. Moments later, he lowered his head, only to see blood gushing from his chest. He knelt and reached out towards Han Shu, perhaps attempting to call for help. But from under his helmet, only blood flowed from his mouth. Damn it! Han Shu cursed. Everyone, stay alert. They're a shooter. A hidden shooter. Tian Yang had already crouched down, setting up the assault rifle's bipod and resting the weapon on the ground. The tactical electronic eye searched for the source of the beam, revealing a hidden shooter, a creature with a goat-like face standing atop a car, firing at the camp with a skeletal barrel. Aiming at the eye of the mutated weapon, Tian Yang retaliated with a deep blue beam that sliced through the darkness of the road, shattering the hidden shooter's will. More dark red beams were now directed towards the camp. Sangdu took cover behind an armored vehicle, aiming his weapon into the darkness, firing while shouting, "Heavy artillery. Prioritize those shooters. Otherwise, we're in big trouble." The soldiers inside the armored vehicle operated the mounted heavy cannon, directing its muzzle towards the enemy's stronghold. With a resonating hum, a blue energy shell soared through the air, exploding into blue fireballs upon impact with the enemy's positions. Meanwhile, the pack of Mad Dogs had commenced their charge, nearly 100 of them scrambling towards the camp. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from within the camp, followed by a rain of arrows that soared into the sky, only to rain down upon the rushing dogs. Instantly, a significant portion of the pack fell, as the blue arrows detonated on impact, creating massive wounds. Although the dogs' will was not shattered, they were left bloodied and temporarily immobilized. After releasing the volley of arrows, Jiyu set aside her star-quality longbow and retrieved a vial from her pouch, uncorking it to consume the softly glowing blue liquid inside. It was a star essence replenisher. Yet, even after drinking a vial, the radiance of her star essence was notably dim. It appeared that the earlier barrage had drained her significantly. At that moment, a wave of star essence barriers enveloped Tian Yang. Old Su whispered beside him, "This is the Captain's ability. Don't expect it to be particularly sturdy. It can withstand only a few beams from the hidden shooter." Old Su had drawn his sword, his own star essence manifesting around him, and he joined Sangdu in taking down the few approaching dog demons. The two ascended warriors began to radiate brilliance, their presence steadily rising, and as they wielded their swords, a dull sound of slicing air accompanied their strikes. No dog demon could reach them with a single blow. As for Han Shu, a flash of light outlined his armor, and in his hand appeared a long spear forged from star essence. Positioned between Old Su and Sangdu, he swept and thrust with his spear, slaughtering the oncoming dog demons. Under the suppression of the heavy artillery from both armored vehicles, the hidden shooter was forced to retreat, significantly alleviating the pressure on the camp's defenses. Nevertheless, some Mad Dogs continued to breach the camp, necessitating the intervention of Tian Yang and Jiyu. Moments later, a new recruit, unable to withstand the psychological pressure, screamed and turned to flee. Just then, a few dog demons rushed into the camp, and Tian Yang drew his red moon battle knife, decapitating one of them. Jiyu swiftly shot 2 arrows, destroying their confines. However, another dog demon pounced on the recruit, clawing and biting. The recruit's armor sparked under the assault, and he screamed for help. Ultimately, the dog demon bit through his neck, and within his helmet, the recruit's eyes widened in horror as blood poured from his mouth, resulting in his demise. A streak of red light cleaved through the Mad Dog. With a single stroke, Tian Yang nearly split the creature in two. Alas, it was too late to save the soldier. He grunted, raising his left hand to his rifle, unleashing a barrage of star essence beams into the pack. Minutes later, the beleaguered pack, having suffered heavy casualties, began to retreat. Before leaving, they savagely bit at their wounded comrades, tearing off their skulls along with their will cages. As the road fell silent of any living mad dogs, the remaining dog demons faded into the distant shadows. This battle, which had erupted swiftly, concluded just as rapidly. At this juncture, a soldier knelt on the ground, weeping. He was also a new recruit of the Night Stalkers, and surviving such a fierce battle required a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, it seemed his luck had run out. Just as the new soldier regained his composure and attempted to rise, he suddenly noticed a wisp of black smoke rising from the front of his helmet. Stunned, he discovered that his hand was ablaze. The black flames were not hot. Instead, they chilled him to the bone. Panicked, the new soldier cried out, "What is this? What is happening?" Han Shu and the others finally noticed his anomaly. Upon seeing the black flames, Han Shu's first instinct was to rush towards him. Suddenly, the black flames surged, engulfing the new recruit in an instant. He transformed into a black fireball, emitting terrifying screams as he staggered towards the crowd. Even Han Shu was at a loss, when a deep blue beam pierced through the flames, silencing the recruit's screams. He collapsed to the ground. The black fire continued to burn, but no longer emitted cries. He was dead. Only then did Han Shu realize, looking towards the source of the beam, where Tian Yang was lowering his assault rifle. Song Du also witnessed this scene, his expression growing complex. Tian Yang sighed heavily, suddenly feeling a jolt in his heart as he looked up, only to see a sinister figure lurking behind Jiyu. "Get down!" Tian Yang shouted, aiming at Jiyu and firing without hesitation. Jiyu reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground just as the shadow behind her reached out a pale, emaciated hand. Had she not ducked, that hand would have landed on her back. More critically, the hand was engulfed in a swirling mass of black flames. Chapter 068. The Sorcerer as Jiyu lay down. Beams of starlight surged through the spot where she had just been, directly targeting a silent figure that had appeared. The hand that had initially pressed against Jiyu's back shifted to meet the starlight beam, and the black flames enveloping it suddenly surged, consuming the light. The flames resembled a quagmire, with the beam entering but not exiting. More beams of light soon followed, prompting the hand to retract and form a downward triangle gesture. The figure rapidly shrank, as though being drawn into a black hole that had emerged behind it, only to reappear several meters away. Tian Yang's shot missed its mark. Han Shu executed a swift kick, sending several burning twigs from a nearby campfire scattering, creating clusters of flames. Two Falcon battle chariots switched on their headlights, illuminating the campsite and allowing Tian Yang to finally discern the figure's appearance. It appeared to be a hunchbacked individual, hunched over and draped in layers of clothing resembling a cloak. Strips of tattered grayish fabric intertwined around its arms and waist. A hood obscured its face, shrouding it in a deep shadow. From beneath the layered fabric at its chest hung an inverted triangular pendant, a metallic artifact adorned with twisted lines and embellished with red and blue crystals. "What is this? A sorcerer?" Old Su exclaimed, his expression tense. The danger level was a 3, with varying capabilities among different entities. The only commonality was their ability to teleport short distances. Due to a lack of research materials, the appearance and position of the will cage remained unknown. Han Shu's lips twitched slightly. "What splendid news this is," Tian Yang whispered. "It's merely a danger level of 3. Our captain is at level 4, and with our combined strength." Old Su replied with a bitter smile. "The captain is a fortress class, primarily defensive in capability. The only offensive ability he has mastered is the charge. Even so, I can still take it down." Han Shu raised his starlight spear, initiating the charge. Spiraling ripples appeared around the spear as he thrust it toward the dark denizen known as the Sorcerer. However, halfway through his charge, the Sorcerer's form twisted and reappeared behind Old Su. Fortunately, Old Su was highly alert. As the Sorcerer made its move, he rolled along the ground, evading its grasp. Meanwhile, Han Shu was forced to halt, exclaiming in frustration. Old Su, looking exasperated, remarked, "This is precisely what I feared. The Sorcerer's movements are far too swift. Although our captain is at level 4, his speed is another matter entirely." Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed across the campsite. Jiyu, taking advantage of the Sorcerer's revealed form, knelt and shot an arrow. The Sorcerer raised a hand, flames erupting to silently consume the arrow formed of starlight energy. It then lifted another hand and pointed a slender finger at Song Du. The young man with the ponytail barely reacted before a beam of black light struck the barrier before him. The starlight barrier Han Shu had just cast shattered. Yet Song Du's life was spared. Song Du was drenched in cold sweat. Without the barrier, he might have already been slain. Everyone, be cautious, Han Shu called out, directing his starlight spear to re-establish a barrier around Song Du. At that moment, both Tian Yang and Ji Yu sprang into action, their weapons unleashing a relentless barrage against the sorcerer. However, when the sorcerer teleported behind Old Su, both were forced to hold their fire, apprehensive of hitting their ally. Old Su swiftly turned, pushing the sorcerer away with a sword, while Song Du seized the opportunity to stab the sorcerer from behind. The sword pierced through its chest. Yet Song Du's face bore no triumph, only shock. Furthermore, the sorcerer showed no signs of injury. Instead, it turned, its palm engulfed in black flames, striking at Song Du. With a flash, Song Du's barrier shattered again, and he hastily withdrew, dodging the subsequent black fire beam shot from the sorcerer's fingertips. The sorcerer, intent on pursuing, suddenly turned as Han Shu charged forward with his spear. It immediately brought its hands together, forming the downward triangle gesture. Recognizing this, Han Shu shouted, "Don't run, damn it!" The sorcerer's form twisted and reappeared several meters away, unleashing a thunderous roar from its seemingly frail body, causing the eardrums of those present to ache. Moments later, soldiers on guard outside the fray recognized the return of the mad dog and the cunning archer. Upon hearing the alarm, Song Du's voice was fraught with irritation. This creature must have lured us into a trap. Considering its numbers, it could have easily annihilated us. Old Su wiped the sweat from his forehead, stating, "So, you managed to return because it deliberately let you go. It likely intended to use you to locate our camp." Han Shu exclaimed incredulously. "Do these dark creatures possess such intelligence?" No one responded, for the answer was painfully evident. Song Du snorted, gathering his strength to charge at the sorcerer. Old Su, fearing he might not withstand it alone, hurried to follow. Their swords intertwined, creating a dazzling display of sword light. Had they faced any other dark denizen, it would have likely been shredded by the brilliance. Yet the sorcerer's short-distance teleportation allowed it to evade time and again. Song Du grew increasingly frantic. "This thing keeps dodging. How am I supposed to hit it?" As he spoke, he executed an upward thrust with his sword, only to slice through empty air. The sorcerer suddenly appeared behind Old Su. This time, it did not attempt to touch him, but instead pointed a finger. Despite Old Su having rolled away, he was still struck by the black fire beam. The barrier shattered, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a new glimmer of black light forming between the sorcerer's fingers. Fire again. A scarlet beam slashed downwards, but as the sorcerer's finger flickered, the black light extinguished. Song Du's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the silver-haired youth wielding knives, standing beside the sorcerer, outside the realm of starlight. Han Shu whistled. "Well done, kid." Tian Yang seized the moment, striking true with his crimson moon blade, sweeping horizontally. The sorcerer, attempting to bring its hands together, was forced to retreat, creating distance. Old Su remarked in surprise, "Why has it stopped using its teleportation ability?" Han Shu noted this as well. The sorcerer's teleportation had been a significant nuisance, allowing it to toy with them effortlessly. Yet now, it had abandoned this convenient skill in favor of more cumbersome evasive maneuvers. Tian Yang pressed forward, unleashing a torrent of crimson blade waves, his assault relentless against the enigmatic dark denizen. The sorcerer, once dominant, now found itself on the defensive, only managing to fire occasional black fire beams at Tian Yang, barely keeping him at bay. However, Tian Yang's speed was overwhelming, particularly after enhancing his physical prowess, allowing him to react with remarkable agility. The youth, trailing glimmers of silver, maneuvered unpredictably, causing the sorcerer's attacks to miss while launching counterattacks from unforeseen angles. At last, following another fierce strike, the sorcerer's right hand was severed. Tian Yang paused, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead from the exertion. The recent intense battle had drained much of his stamina and starlight energy, but it was worth it, for now, you can no longer use your teleportation ability. Can you? Tian Yang wiped his brow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 69. Words beyond the door cannot teleport? Why? Han Shu voiced the collective concern of the group. Tian Yang focused intently on the sorcerer, recalibrating his star essence in preparation for the impending assault. "I have been observing closely," he remarked, "and I noticed that each time it attempts to teleport, it always brings its hands together, forming an inverted triangle gesture." Lao Su was the first to grasp the implication. "So, your constant proximity to it during the attack was to prevent it from making that gesture." "I suspected as much. Your strikes were aimed at its hands, with the intention of severing them." Tian Yang nodded, though he withheld the fact that he was also seeking to uncover the sorcerer's weakness. Unfortunately, this dark entity frequently utilized its teleportation ability, rarely remaining in one place for more than 3 seconds. In such elusive circumstances, Tian Yang's weakness sensing proved ineffective. Moreover, the sorcerer's right hand employed black flames to ignite its targets upon contact, while the left was more versatile, capable of shooting black fire beams from its fingertips. By discerning its behavioral patterns, Tian Yang had managed to stay close during the confrontation. Now, with the sorcerer deprived of one hand, it could no longer activate its abilities through gestures. All that remained was to identify its weakness to conclude the battle. At that moment, the howl of a pack of dogs echoed from outside the camp, where the defensive line organized by GU was under siege by the dark denizens. Time was of the essence, and Tian Yang focused, allowing his gaze to drift into the distance. Before him, the sorcerer's figure began to fade. Suddenly, from the point where its arm had been severed, a surge of black flames erupted. The flames twisted and coalesced into the shape of an arm. As the fire receded, a pale, emaciated arm materialized in the air. It could regenerate. Han Shu felt a surge of frustration. After laboriously severing a limb from the creature to inhibit its short-range teleportation, it had swiftly regrown an arm in the blink of an eye. The third-tier, dangerous dark denizen was indeed formidable. This sentiment resonated with everyone present. Bringing its palms together and contracting its form, the sorcerer executed several teleportations. Retreating to the road outside the camp, it raised its hands, clapping them above its head before spreading them apart. As the palms separated, a black orb materialized above the sorcerer's head, reminiscent of a miniature black hole, thankfully devoid of any gravitational pull. Otherwise, Han Shu would have ordered a retreat. The sorcerer's hands gradually descended, leaving multiple black orbs suspended in midair. Each orb, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, exhibited an exceptionally smooth surface with no signs of energy movement. The sorcerer then raised its hands again, palms facing outward, revealing a narrow fissure in the center. With a sudden thrust, it opened wide, revealing a jagged ring of teeth, at the center of which floated an eye. The two eyes captured Tian Yang and the others within their gaze. Suddenly, from the shadow beneath the sorcerer's hood, a low, rasping voice emerged. It seemed to be uttering something, yet none present could comprehend the language it employed. Ritual. Tian Yang paused, astonished, as amidst the hoarse utterances, a term he could understand surfaced. It was a word from the language spoken beyond the door. Tian Yang initially doubted his hearing, but upon observing the peculiar expressions on Han Shu and the others, it was clear he was not alone in recognizing the term. Human, death. Two more comprehensible words emerged, inciting shock among the group. The inhabitants of the inverse realm could indeed employ the language from beyond the door. Although only 3 words were uttered, the revelation was astonishing. Could these entities learn? The very thought sent shivers down Tian Yang's spine. Nothing could be more terrifying. The sorcerer's right hand shifted slightly to the left, the eye in its palm clearly reflecting Han Shu. Above the creature's head, one of the black orbs trembled gently before launching toward Han Shu like a cannonball. Han Shu, wary of the threat, clumsily maneuvered with his star essence spear, managing to evade the impact just in time. The black orb struck the ground, and a massive explosion of black flames erupted. Despite being black in color, the flames produced a blinding white light upon detonation, with the resulting shockwave sending everyone reeling. Tian Yang was knocked to the ground, but as he made contact, he instinctively pressed down, causing the ground to yield beneath him. The amplified force allowed him to spring back up, just in time to see another black orb descending. Had he not enhanced his physical capabilities, he would have been slower to react. Now he found himself gliding backward as if on ice, retreating 3 meters. The black orb struck the ground, resulting in yet another earth-shattering explosion. Although 2 of the orbs above the sorcerer's head had been lost, 6 remained, each possessing the destructive power akin to that of heavy artillery. If struck directly, it was likely that everyone except Han Shu would be obliterated. Scatter! Everyone scatter! Han Shu's voice pierced through the swirling dust. Under the light of the Eagle battle vehicle, a figure could be seen charging toward the road. On the other side, the sorcerer observed as Han Shu emerged from the haze. Strangely, it made no attempt to teleport. Instead, it directed its hands toward Han Shu, the eyes in its palms fixating on him. 2 black orbs shot forth from above, compressing vast amounts of black flame energy. Upon collision, they would explode violently, releasing the black flames in their entirety. Contact with these flames would ignite a person instantaneously, rendering them nearly impossible to extinguish. The new recruits who had previously transformed into fireballs were a testament to this. Though Han Shu was unaware of the composition of the black orbs, he understood their potency. Even so, when he saw the 2 orbs hurtling toward him, he harbored no intention of retreating. Instead, he activated the light of his star essence. fortifying his defenses as he braced for the first orb's impact. As Tian Yang maneuvered through the thick smoke to support Han Shu, a brilliant light flared before him. In that dazzling radiance, a surge of black flames erupted, rapidly expanding and engulfing the captain's figure in an instant. The shockwave crashed upon them like a tsunami, forcing Tian Yang to lower his center of gravity to withstand the force. Just as the tremors began to subside, another violent explosion occurred, propelling the youth backward. Once he steadied himself and looked up, he witnessed a mass of black flames ascending into the air, slowly dissipating. Tian Yang's heart sank. He could only wonder if Han Shu had survived the onslaught of these consecutive explosions. Chapter 070. The kill at the defensive line of the camp. Gu emanated a radiant aura of star essence. Suddenly, she unleashed a tremendous force, and the starry longbow in her grasp ignited with a dazzling brilliance. Drawing the bow like a full moon, she aimed skyward and released the string. Instantly, the burst of light erupted into countless arrows, shooting across the darkened sky of the reverse realm like a meteor shower. Upon reaching their zenith, they cascaded downwards upon the battlefield like a torrential downpour. After this deluge of arrows swept through, the pack that was assaulting the defense diminished significantly, alleviating some of the soldiers' burden. Only then did Gu take a moment to glance back at the rear camp, just in time to see Han Shu charge towards the road, only to be engulfed by a fiery explosion. Her grip on the starry longbow instinctively tightened, her knuckles turning pale with anxiety. Moments later, her pupils dilated as she witnessed a figure burst forth from the flames. Despite his shattered barriers and cracked armor, Han Shu emerged, battered yet alive, showcasing the formidable defensive prowess of a fortified class. With a sigh of relief, the female archer turned her focus back to the dark denizens before her. The immense consumption of star essence rendered her unable to replicate the previous barrage, yet her strikes remained swift and potent. She maneuvered along the defense line, targeting not only the more perilous mother hounds, but also the secretive archers who posed a threat to the fortifications. On the road, the sorcerer, seemingly taken aback by Han Shu's escape from the explosion, reacted with a moment's delay. Han Shu, with a mighty shout, lunged forward, thrusting the star essence spear. The spiraling waves first penetrated the sorcerer's hood, shredding it into a myriad of fragments. As the dark fabric swirled around, Han Shu's face reflected disbelief. Beneath that hood, he could discern no head. Gazing into the collar of the cloak, it appeared to harbor only a profound shadow. A chill brushed across his face as he felt a drop of black liquid collect in his palm. Just as a vague thought formed in his mind, he locked eyes with the sorcerer's palm, where an eye within the hand met his gaze. Damn it! Han Shu instinctively leaped back, curling his body and summoning a layer of star essence protection. As soon as the barrier manifested, a black sphere descended. In the next moment, blinding white light filled his vision, followed by a rapidly expanding mass of black flames. The barrier crumbled almost instantaneously at the explosion's onset. The shockwave, accompanied by the black fire, surged towards Han Shu, who was on the verge of being engulfed when suddenly, a soil dragon erupted between them. The dragon shattered, sending a torrent of mud and stones skyward, forming a wall. The black flames struck this earthen barrier, momentarily slowing their advance before they shattered the wall and continued to spread. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Han Shu darted out of the range of the flames, executing several rolls to finally escape the peril. "Are you all right, Captain?" Song Du rushed over, having created the mud wall just in time to intercept the black flames. Without that intervention, Han Shu would have likely perished under such unprotected circumstances. Han Shu nodded, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tainted phlegm as he rose. "That thing probably lacks a physical form. This is troublesome." Song Du had already charged at the sorcerer, while Lao Su launched an attack. Observing the situation, Han Shu pressed his hand to his chest, conjuring another layer of defense. He readied his spear to protect his teammates when suddenly, the communicator crackled to life. "Captain, listen to me." It was Tian Yang's voice. Song Du and Lao Su pressed their assault on the sorcerer, determined to prevent it from using its teleportation ability. Whether out of caution regarding the proximity of the impending explosion or not, the sorcerer evaded their attacks, refraining from utilizing the formidable black sphere hovering above. Instead, it relied on basic abilities, occasionally firing black flames or hurling bursts of fire towards its adversaries to carve out some breathing space. Song Du and Lao Su exhibited remarkable synergy, ensuring that the sorcerer could not be simultaneously struck. Thus, even if one was forced back, the other could maintain pressure, preventing the sorcerer from employing short-range teleportation. The trio engaged in a tactical dance along the road, seemingly frustrated by the relentless assault from Song Du and Lao Su. The sorcerer suddenly spread its palms, locking its gaze upon Lao Su. A sense of foreboding gripped Lao Su as he looked up, noticing 3 remaining black spheres hovering above the sorcerer's head. One of them hurtled towards him, prompting a panicked shout as he turned to flee. Songdu dodged. Without needing to be warned, Songdu had already turned pale, retreating with haste. They were not like Honshu. Caught in an explosion at such close range would spell doom for them. In an instant, they distanced themselves from the sorcerer, yet the black sphere hovered ominously above, ready to crash down when it suddenly halted. The sorcerer retracted its hand, its emaciated arms folding together to form a downward triangle. As its figure shrank, it reappeared several meters away. Damn it, we've been tricked. Songdu and Lao Su cursed, realizing the sorcerer had no intention of perishing alongside them. It merely sought to frighten them into retreating to facilitate its escape. At that moment, the creature raised its hands, the eye in its palm focusing on Songdu and Lao Su. Yet before it could lock on, a dull thud resonated behind them, followed by the emergence of a blade from the sorcerer's chest. The crimson blade glimmered with a vibrant sanguine hue, its temperature astonishingly high. With a roar, flames erupted from the sorcerer's chest, ignited by the blade. The red crescent blade not only tore through the sorcerer's garment, but also pierced the inverted triangular ornament adorning its chest. A shrill scream emanated from within the pendant, a sound more akin to the sharp scraping of metal than a biological cry. As the 3 crystals embedded in the pendant shattered, the metallic shell disintegrated, and a dark entity erupted forth, landing on the ground. It resembled a lizard, entirely black with purple ringed spots along its tail. With 6 legs and a multitude of eyes adorning its head and back, it lacked a mouth, yet a gaping maw appeared beneath its abdomen. Upon hitting the ground, the sorcerer's body seemed to lose its support, and within an instant, its garments collapsed to the ground. The cloak and fabric lay in disarray, revealing that they contained no material substance. "Captain," Tian Yang shouted, as the multi-eyed black lizard scurried desperately deeper into the town. A streak of azure light zipped past the road, striking the lizard and leaving a cup-sized wound on its back. Several more beams followed, obliterating it into dust. At that moment, Honshu finally set down his rifle, collapsing onto the ground. "Damn it, we finally dealt with it." Chapter 071. Voting Captain, please listen to me. There is something peculiar about that pendant. It seems to harbor a living entity, potentially the essence of the sorcerer. I will attempt to force it out, and if it appears, it will be up to you. Honshu recalled the words spoken by Tian Yang over the communicator. Indeed, as he had indicated, within the sorcerer's pendant lay a multi-eyed black lizard. Now, that creature had been obliterated by the stellar beam, and from the remnants of its carcass, wisps of crimson embers drifted away. It appeared that this living being was a prison for the sorcerer's will, leaving Honshu bewildered. Last time it was a ghostly vehicle, and this time it was a sorcerer. How is it that Tian Yang can consistently uncover the vulnerabilities of these dark denizens? Moreover, his speed, explosive power, and reflexes do not align with the characteristics of a battle god. What is this lad's true rank? And what secrets does Ling Feng conceal behind his 4 eyes? At the end of the road, the fabrics left by the sorcerer began to decay. Astonishingly, the cloak and tattered strips were not mere cloth, but rather biological tissue. Indeed, the phenomena of the reverse realm are difficult to comprehend through conventional reasoning. Tian Yang, feeling contemplative, was about to depart when he noticed 2 eyeballs rolling out from the sorcerer's palm. These orbs had not decayed along with the tissue. Rather, the crystals within were undergoing a transformation. The corneas were dissolving into imperceptibly minute black particles. The crystalline and vitreous bodies were crystallizing as the black particles, formed from the cornea, resembled a mist or a flame, weaving through some network into the crystal. Thus, these eyeballs appeared to contain an inner fire. Tian Yang collected them and placed them into a recovery container. Handing them over to the fortress should yield equivalent contribution points. Perhaps the next equipment issued by the development department will include weaponry containing such material. After the sorcerer vanished, the dark denizens outside the defense line, now leaderless and with significant casualties, finally chose to retreat. Minutes later, the area was cleared of all dark beings, and 2 soldiers began to tidy up the battlefield, recovering materials left behind after the demise of the dark denizens. Even the remnants from the mad dogs and elusive shooters could be exchanged for contribution points. Honshu and his comrades did not participate, as there was an unwritten rule among the night walkers. Materials from dark denizens with a danger level below 3 belonged to the soldiers, serving as an unofficial subsidy for those involved in exploration. Inside the Falcon battle vehicle, Honshu was establishing contact with the Lighthouse outpost. Once communication was established, he requested to speak with Ling Feng. Moments later, The voice of the chief of staff resonated through the vehicle's communicator. "This is Ling Feng." Han Shu nearly leaned onto the communicator, his tone grave and serious. "Chief of staff, I fear we may have to abandon the town of Huanggu. You cannot fathom what we have encountered." Ling Feng's voice carried a hint of resignation. "Han Shu, I have plenty of tasks at hand. I do not have time for riddles. If you wish to report something, please get to the point." Han Shu gestured towards the communicator. This guy has absolutely no sense of humor. He cleared his throat and continued. "All right, let me cut to the chase. We encountered a sorcerer, you know, the type that performs tricks. Of course, its tricks nearly cost us our lives. Furthermore, that infernal creature speaks our language. You heard me right, Ling, I am not jesting." It began uttering. Han Shu glanced pleadingly at Old Su. What did it say again? Old Su, unfazed, replied without an ounce of surprise. "Ritual, humanity, death." Or perhaps just the word death. It was close enough. Han Shu repeated Old Su's words and then asked, "What do you think, Chief of Staff?" "I believe these dark creatures are becoming increasingly bizarre, though they have always been strange. The last time we recovered the Star Pillar, we encountered a creature capable of transmitting electronic signals. Now, these dark denizens seem akin to the followers of the War Master Church, worshipping some entity." Tian Yang and Song Du discovered similar phenomena during their explorations. There was a moment of silence on the communicator before Ling Feng's voice emerged again. "Given this situation, your best option is to retreat. However, I hope you will consider." "Consider what?" Han Shu furrowed his brow, as if anticipating Ling Feng's response. Ling Feng's tone was devoid of emotion. "Consider continuing deeper into Huanggu. If the dark denizens are concocting something there, the sooner we understand, the better. Remember, Huanggu is not far from the lighthouse. If something truly transpires." He paused before shifting his tone. "Of course, if you choose to evacuate, I will not compel you. Weigh your options, and please contact me with your decision so that I can promptly arrange deployments." The communication ended. The Falcon battle vehicle fell into silence, with everyone, including Tian Yang, gazing at Han Shu. Han Shu scratched his spiky hair and shrugged. "Let us hear your opinions." Old Su was the first to raise his hand. "I believe we should retreat. Just one sorcerer nearly cost us our lives. Who knows what else lurks in that town? Do not forget the bizarre house Tian Yang and the others encountered on their way. It clearly harbors some dark denizens. Hence, I personally think that continuing further would be too perilous." Song Du shook his head. "I think we should proceed with the exploration," as Ling said. "It's better to uncover what the dark denizens are plotting here sooner rather than later. Moreover, I do not believe a town of this size harbors many creatures with a danger level of 3. Perhaps we have already eliminated the most dangerous entity in the town." Old Su furrowed his brow. "But you cannot be certain there is only one sorcerer in the town, can you? What if there are more dangerous creatures? Our luck cannot hold out indefinitely." Song Du gazed out the window. "Old Su, if you are so afraid, perhaps you should consider retiring." Old Su opened his mouth, as if to retort, but ultimately lowered his head. "I need some fresh air." He exited the battle vehicle. Han Shu smacked Song Du on the head. "What nonsense are you spouting, kid?" Song Du covered his head. "I am not wrong. The Night Walkers are inherently the most dangerous battalion. If one fears death, it is best not to venture into this line of work." Han Shu sighed softly. "You will understand when you reach Old Su's age. Being a little timid is not necessarily a bad thing." "Humph," Song Du scoffed. "How about we vote then? Although I wish to leave this cursed place, I also agree with the Four-Eyed One. I want to uncover what those dark denizens are scheming here." Han Shu was the first to express his stance. The captain then surveyed the others. "What about you? P.S. Thanks to Xiang Lingyun and Rin Erqi for their generous rewards. Thank you to every brother who voted." Chapter 072. Viviparous creatures. The voting results were in, and everyone had passed except for Old Su. Han Shu leapt from the battle vehicle and approached Old Su, who was sulking by the campfire. He clapped a hand on Old Su's shoulder and lit a cigarette of his own. "That brat Song Du always speaks without thinking. Don't take his words to heart." Old Su exhaled a ring of smoke and shook his head. "He is not entirely wrong. I have been a hindrance to you all. What nonsense are you spouting?" Han Shu inhaled deeply, the ember glowing bright. "For those with families, it's wise to be cautious. However, we intend to continue our exploration. Here's the plan. You stay back with the soldiers to monitor the vehicles. If anything seems amiss, don't worry about us, all right?" Old Su remained silent, but nodded in agreement. The two men finished their cigarettes before heading back. Moments later, the battle vehicle roared to life and departed the camp. Inside, Sergeant Yin Bing piloted the vehicle toward the peculiar building discovered by Song Du and Tian Yang. Given the signs of a ritual taking place there, Han Shu deemed it necessary to investigate. Seated behind the driver, Tian Yang gently tapped Yin Bing on the shoulder. How's the injury? Yin Bing gave a thumbs up. Miss Gu's skills are impeccable. She provided first aid, and my condition is stable now. I can't engage in strenuous activity. So the captain assigned me to drive. Fortunately, no bones were harmed. Once we return, I'll get biological material filled in, and I should recover to my former self. He added. Tian Yang suggested, you should really consider getting biological material filled in. Yin Bing chuckled, pausing for a moment before responding. No, it's too costly. I plan to head to the Soldier-S hospital for synthetic polymaterial instead. Tian Yang frowned. Synthetic materials lack biological basis and will impair your leg's mobility. Yin Bing scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I'm getting married soon. I want to save up some contribution points. The synthetic materials aren't ideal, but I think they won't affect my calf too much. Tian Yang disagreed. While the injury might not have affected the joints, the loss of calf muscle would still impact mobility. Even with biological material, complete recovery is unlikely, let alone with synthetic materials. Once we return to the fortress, let us get you biological materials. I'll cover the contribution points. Before Yin Bing could decline, Tian Yang continued, consider it a loan. You can pay me back when you're financially stable. Don't refuse unless you want to retire. Otherwise, just do as I say. Yin Bing fell silent for a long moment before finally managing to say, thank you. The grip on the steering wheel tightened. What a goody two-shoes, Sang-du remarked. Gazing out the window, Tian Yang smiled. If you need anything, I can lend you some as well. Cut it out, Sang-du replied, closing his eyes. Tian Yang shrugged and closed his eyes to catch some rest. When the vehicle came to a halt, they had arrived at the alley leading to the bazaar building. Han Shu spoke over the vehicle's intercom. Old Su and the soldiers will stay behind for security. The rest of you follow me. Tian Yang patted Yin Bing's shoulder, advising caution before jumping down alongside Sang-du in another vehicle. Han Shu and Jiyu leaned out to scan the surroundings before exiting together. Once the four regrouped, they ventured into the alley. The alley was eerily quiet, save for the occasional patches of black mold appearing on the ground and walls. Soon, the peculiar building came into view, its massive corpse gradually revealing its skeletal structure. At this rate, in 36 hours, only bones would remain. Outside the entrance, the black, withered tree adorned with mysterious symbols remained, along with the insane dog's corpse that was still bowing to it. Han Shu gestured, and Jiyu produced a compact recording device to document the tree and the dog for archival purposes. Meanwhile, Tian Yang and Sang-du took out collection tools to gather scales and tissues from the giant corpse, which would later be submitted to the lab, earning certain accolades and contribution points for the Raven Squad. After approximately 5 minutes of busy work, the team entered the building, stepping into a strangely atmospheric living room. Observing the massive sack suspended in the center, Han Shu fanned himself vigorously. The stench here is unbearable. It nearly makes me feel like I've fallen into a cesspool. Damn it, this dark filth is revolting. What in the world is this thing? Tian Yang unsheathed his crimson blade, pointing it at the opening of the sack. Captain, look here. Something has emerged from within, and we've found what appear to be footprints leading to the window. Han Shu directed the light downwards, revealing traces in the ground that looked like black sludge, with impressions extending toward the window. The spacing between the marks was irregular, resembling a newborn learning to walk, unsteady like an infant taking its first steps. The word infant made Han Shu feel queasy. His light returned to the suspended sack. So, this thing resembles a gestation chamber? Jiyu crossed her arms, her tone somber. To know for certain, we'd have to cut it open. Too bad I lack the tools. I have them, Tian Yang declared, raising his crimson blade, channeling energy into the blade, causing the heat patterns to glow. As the blade gleamed with a brilliant red hue, the temperature in the room rapidly escalated. Moments later, the giant sack lay split on the floor, divided into two halves for Jiyu to examine. Look here. Jiyu used a twig to poke at a layer of membrane inside the sack. What do you think this resembles? Han Shu retorted, if I knew, I wouldn't need you to investigate it. Jiyu was accustomed to his temperament and replied coolly, this is akin to an amniotic membrane. Are you familiar with that? Han Shu pinched his nose, responding, should I be aware of such things? Jiyu glanced at the other two. Tian Yang and Sang-du wore equally perplexed expressions, prompting her to sigh. You meant. Suddenly, she pulled out another piece of membrane from the sack, this one covered in black fur. Subsequently, Jiyu discovered several ribbon-like structures within the sack, lingering for about 10 minutes before emerging. Just as I suspected, this is an organ. It resembles a placenta. Inside, I found the amniotic membrane, chorion, and what seems like an umbilical cord. Jiyu glanced back at the organ. If only I had tools, I could examine whether it possesses synthesis capabilities. If it can synthesize hormones, enzymes, and cytokines, then it's likely a significant find. Han Shu swallowed hard. So you're telling me that whatever is born from this ghastly thing is a mammal? Jiyu corrected him. I can only say it's a viviparous creature. Clearly, its mother can no longer nourish it. She pointed to the ceiling. Chapter 073. Rapid Evolution. According to the research conducted by the scholars of the fortress, the reproductive methods of the dark denizens can be described as remarkably unconventional. Thus, the discovery of viviparous creatures is not particularly surprising. However, if it is associated with some form of ritual, it warrants significant attention. Observing the enormous organ that may be a placenta, Han Shu remarked with evident disgust. This thing appears to have been born for a specific purpose. Jiyu, we must locate it. Perhaps we can glean relevant clues from it. Jiyu sighed. Captain, you are merely increasing my workload. I request that this portion of work be accounted for in the task settlement. Han Shu readily agreed. No problem. Just proceed with your work. The woman gazed at the patch of black mud on the ground, her eyes drifting to the windowsill from which the entity had departed. Don't you want to step outside for some fresh air? Han Shu was the first to stride toward the door. I've long wished to be out of this place. I'll need to note this incident in the task report, for I should allocate us some extra contribution points for the torment our noses have endured. Jiyu nodded in agreement. Captain, you occasionally come up with some commendable ideas. Han Shu let out a hearty laugh. Tian Yang and Tsang exchanged glances, but the latter suddenly turned away as if electrified by the prospect of maintaining eye contact with Tian Yang for even a moment longer. Tsang, with a flick of her ponytail, strode purposefully toward the door. Tian Yang shrugged, being the last to follow to the window. Beyond the window was a small courtyard with a collapsed shed, which crushed various unidentifiable debris. The footprints extending from the house led toward the shed, yet those marred by black mud grew increasingly fragmented and faint with distance. As the group entered an alley behind the shed, the footprints extended for about 10 meters before vanishing completely. Ji retrieved a pair of tweezers and a small test tube from her multifunctional waste pack. Within the tube was a faintly blue liquid, presumably a type of potion. Tian Yang watched as she crouched to extract solidified black particles from some footprints, placing them into the test tube. After vigorous shaking, the liquid transformed into a pale purple hue. Ji then produced a small spray bottle, using a syringe to transfer the liquid from the test tube into the sprayer, before proceeding to spray the ground. Han Shu quietly remarked, if only we had an enhancer of the harmonizer class here, that would simplify matters. Those individuals possess tracking abilities and could easily locate the desired clues. Unfortunately, we at Qingtian Fortress do not have a single one of those classes. Meanwhile, Jiyu meticulously sprayed the pavement, walls, streetlights, and trash bins. Moments later, several traces emerged in various corners, a series of purple marks forming a new set of clues. Jiyu shook the spray bottle. The materials consumed can be reimbursed, right? Han Shu rubbed his forehead. All right, you 1T lose out. Hurry up with your work. Jiyu beckoned. Follow me. While not as convenient as a harmonizer, the hunter class also possesses certain tracking abilities. Soon, guided by the clues Jiyu had discovered, the four left the convoluted alleyways and emerged onto the main street. Arriving at a community square, here stood a dilapidated fountain, with the paved surface in utter disrepair and the once lush flower beds now reduced to hardened soil, devoid of any grass. Surrounding public facilities were either cloaked in thick dust or scattered into irregular parts. Beside a piece of equipment resembling a walker, a figure suddenly caught their attention. Tian Yang and Tsang instinctively raised their assault rifles, yet Jiyu boldly approached, shaking her head. Don't be alarmed. It's already dead. No, wait, is this? It shed shell? What a peculiar phenomenon. It actually sheds its shell. Han Shu strode forward, illuminating the creature with his flashlight. Tian Yang and Tsang also approached, the two youngest members of the team curiously peering down at the ground. Before them lay a humanoid entity. At least its upper body bore human characteristics, possessing a humanoid head and hands, though its head was disproportionately large, particularly at the back, which extended backward like a gigantic insect pupa. Its lower body resembled that of a reptile, with a short yet robust tail and four stubby legs akin to an infant of 7 or 8 months, though no infant would possess 4 legs. This creature had undergone hardening, resembling a shell, as Jiyu had described. A fissure ran along the center from its forehead to its tail, surrounded by a transparent mucus. The distribution of this mucus and the trails it left suggested that it had been drawn from its shell by some entity. Jiyu collected the mucus from the shell into a test tube and deposited it into her waste pack. A viviparous being, yet one that shed its shell like an insect. This was nothing short of a devil's handiwork. Han Shu raised his illumination tool under the light. The remaining liquid on the ground extended beyond the community square. Its evolutionary speed was staggering. Jiyu stirred the mucus with a branch, pulling it up to reveal transparent strands. These substances had yet to solidify, indicating it had recently emerged from its shell. From the moment of its birth to this community, even at a slower pace, it would not take an hour to shed its shell. This clearly indicated it had entered the second stage of evolution. By human growth standards, it had transitioned from infancy to early childhood. One could only wonder how long it would take to reach adolescence. However, I believe it is imperative that we locate it swiftly. Regardless of how one views it, its speed and range of movement should increase with evolution. We may very well lose track of it as a result. Han Shu raised his hands in inquiry. So what are we waiting for? There are only 3 hours until dinner time. I hope that before then, we can at least ascertain where this newborn has gone. Ji nodded affirmatively. Follow me. Nearby, there was a distinctly planned area of buildings, their shapes, heights, and layouts entirely uniform, resembling the apartment dormitories in the upper tiers of the fortress. Tian Yang speculated that this must be the residential area for the town's inhabitants. The buildings were nearly adjacent to one another, unlike the fortress's apartments, which maintained a distance of dozens of meters between each structure. It seemed that the town once boasted a considerable permanent population, given the high density of its residences. The population of this town could very well rival that of Qingtian Fortress. From another perspective, it was not difficult to discern the prosperity this place enjoyed before the descent into darkness. Chapter 074. Behind the door with a creaking sound. A door that had remained unopened for an unknown number of years was slowly pushed open by Tian Yang. Thick layers of dust, like snowflakes, cascaded down from the surface of the door. As the double doors swung wide, a desolate hall came into view, illuminated by sporadic beams of light sweeping across the space. Within these beams, a colossal painting hung on the wall, shrouded in dust, revealing only faint outlines of clouds and architectural forms. Tian Yang raised his illumination device to examine the ceiling, which was adorned with grand and luxurious light fixtures, though none emitted even a glimmer of light. In the corners of the hall, stone columns supported the ceiling, their cubic forms marred by numerous cracks, some of which were home to thriving mold. The most striking feature in the center of the hall was a trio of low platforms, crafted from metal and embellished with a ring of floral designs. Tian Yang approached, astonished at the resilience of such flowers in the inhospitable environment of the reverse realm. Despite being covered in dust, their vigorous vitality caught the boy's attention. However, upon blowing away a layer of dust and touching one of the flowers, he discovered that they were not organic, but rather crafted from synthetic materials. Tian Yang found it perplexing that the former inhabitants of this realm had chosen to create floral imitations from such materials. Was it possible that they possessed resources in such abundance that they could afford to waste them? Soon, Tian Yang's gaze shifted from these artificial decorations to the platforms themselves, where he noticed a series of architectural models. Although some had toppled or were damaged, they bore a resemblance to a miniature version of the living community. Is this a tactical sand table? Han Shu pondered, but what purpose could it serve in a living community? Were they arming their dwelling? It did not seem so, as there were no signs of defensive structures or weaponry outside. My apologies, if I recall correctly, studying the history of the reverse realm is not our primary mission. Jiu approached, casting a reproachful glance at Han Shu. So, Captain, are you still intent on locating that newborn? Han Shu grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Do not be deceived by my demeanor. I am genuinely interested in the history of the reverse realm. Of course, I have not forgotten our purpose here. So I shall rely on you, Jiu. With that, he playfully reached out a hand toward Jiu, though he halted just before contact, for Jiu had somehow drawn a dagger. Its blade pointed at his palm. The hand eventually landed gently on the back of Han Shu's head, eliciting a foolish grin from the captain, an act of feigned ignorance. The dagger twirled once before being sheathed at Jiu's waist. She then retrieved her starry longbow and moved toward a wooden door on the left side of the hall. From the traces, it appears that something entered here and headed toward that door. Han Shu looked around. Where are the traces? I see none. Jiu continued walking. They're on the walls, the columns, the ceiling, everywhere, except for the floor. It seems that after evolving, it has acquired the ability to climb walls. This means that most obstacles are no longer barriers for it. Tian Yang immediately directed his light to the nearby wall, and indeed, several sets of marks became visible. The thick layer of dust covering the hall made the traces quite pronounced. Han Shu and Tsangdu also illuminated the area, and together with the other two beams of light, they converged on the side door. All traces pointed to this location. Just as the 4 beams of light fell upon the door, a sudden sound erupted from within, startling them. Bang! The suddenness of it caught them off guard, especially in the midst of the eerily quiet and expansive environment, amplifying the weighty noise. Tian Yang's body jolted as if struck by a heavy hammer. He instinctively raised his assault rifle, nearly pulling the trigger. Han Shu lifted a hand, gently pressing down on the boy's rifle, as a protective layer of starry essence enveloped them all, creating a barrier around the four. At that moment, another sound echoed from behind the door. Thud, thud, thud. The loud knocking reverberated in the dim hall, shaking the very souls of those present. Tian Yang's mind snapped into a tight focus, and just then, under the light, something forcefully opened the side door from within. A face suddenly emerged in the light, a man's face, with a prominent nose resembling that of a dog. In an instant, Tian Yang recognized it. A rabid dog. The male canine seemed eager to escape, but was restrained by something, its front legs clawing desperately at the ground. However, its sharp claws merely scraped sparks from the smooth surface before it was yanked back into the shadows. The hall fell silent once more. Tian Yang and the others barely dared to breathe, fearing to disturb whatever lurked behind the door. Soon after, a dark shape shot out from within, revealing a bloodied bone. Following that was a severed foreleg, and moments later, a half-eaten head of the rabid dog tumbled out. Rolling to the feet of the group, Han Shu whispered, "It seems we've encountered a rather picky eater. Creatures of the dark seldom feast upon their kind, though there are rare exceptions, just like the ghost car we encountered during the recovery mission, which fed on wanderers quite substantially." Seeing the creature that dined on the rabid dog did not surprise Tian Yang. He wondered if the entity currently feeding was indeed their target. Jiu suddenly raised a finger, signaling for silence, and soon, faint gasps emanated from the small side door. In the woman's mind, an indescribable creature took shape, crouching and peering outside. The gasps grew more intense, and Jiu's pupils widened as she softly exclaimed, "It's coming." No sooner had the words left her lips than a dark mass burst forth from the door. Tian Yang and Sangdu immediately opened fire, beams of azure star essence slicing through the air, but all missed their mark. The shadow moved with extraordinary agility, leaping high against the left wall and scurrying up the vertical surface like the wind. The group barely caught a glimpse of its form before it vanished behind a column. "Surround it," Han Shu shouted, leading the charge to the right, circling around the column. Tian Yang followed closely, arriving at the column only to find it empty. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He raised his weapon, directing the illumination device toward the ceiling. There, a dark shape plummeted from above, emitting a chilling howl. Chapter 075. The Black Prince. Without the need for deliberation, driven by instinct, Tian Yang raised the assault rifle, directing the searing blue beam towards the ominous shadow. With enhanced strength surging forth, the young man propelled himself outward, spinning away from the point of impact. His other hand reached back, unsheathing the crimson moon war blade. As he infused it with stellar essence, causing the blade's edge to glow like a crescent moon of scarlet brilliance amidst the darkness. This sequence of actions unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving others oblivious to the shadow descending from above. Seemingly lacking any means of aerial evasion, the shadow absorbed the onslaught of stellar beams, only to be violently repelled by them. Eerie cries echoed from within the shadow, imbued with a palpable fury, as it appeared to have been provoked by the assault. It was only after the shadow struck the ground that Han Shu and the others reacted. Jiu drew her star-forged longbow, swiftly conjuring 3 arrows of stellar energy upon the bowstring. Releasing her grip, she loosed the arrows in rapid succession, compelling the shadow to execute several backward flips to evade their trajectory. As it came to a halt, an astonishingly long sword swept in from behind. Sangdu's wrist shimmered with a silvery glow as the springwater longsword unleashed a torrent of blade light, dispelling the black mist that lingered in the hall. Just as it seemed poised to strike the shadow, the creature suddenly flattened against the ground, executing an uncanny lateral movement akin to an insect, before leaping towards an adjacent wall. Just as it was about to collide with the wall, a star-forged spear, adorned with spiraling waves of energy, surged in from the side. A fist erupted from the shadow, colliding with the rippling energy of Han Shu's spear, causing a burst of black arcs at the point of impact. These arcs danced like a swarm of serpents, successfully deflecting the star-forged spear, yet the fist bore the brunt of the clash, retreating into the depths of the shadow with injuries. Despite having diverted Han Shu's spear, the shadow was still sent crashing to the ground. Observing this, Han Shu shouted, "Surround it, do not let it escape." Without the need for further instruction, the moment the shadow hit the ground, it was met with Tian Yang and Sangdu sealing off the spaces to either side. In the center, Jiu had already drawn her bowstring, aiming an energy arrow directly at it. Behind, Han Shu stood vigilant with his spear, ensuring no avenue of escape remained. Finally, beams of light illuminated the creature, revealing to the Nightwalkers what they truly faced. Despite their previous conjectures, None anticipated that under the light would stand a man, a slender figure with elongated hands, flowing hair, and distinctly characterized lips and nose. From any angle, he was unmistakably a man, albeit one clad in a mask that obscured the upper part of his face and a headpiece resembling a crown. His form was shrouded in black fabric strips that concealed his torso and legs, leaving only half of his striking visage and 2 arms exposed to the air. His skin bore an unnaturally pale hue, contrasting starkly with the black hair cascading from the back of his helmet. Tian Yang glanced at Han Shu, who responded with a look that conveyed uncertainty. The dark-haired man appeared to react, adopting a listening posture before uttering 2 peculiar words in an odd tone. Black Prince. A collective gasp resonated in the hall. Good heavens, it can speak our language, just like the sorcerers. Han Shu's expression shifted, revealing a level of fear previously unseen even in the face of their ghostly encounters. Tian Yang contemplated a far graver issue. Not only could it speak, but it comprehended their words as well. Sangdu shouted, "Whatever it is, eliminating it is still the best course of action." The ponytailed youth raised his longsword, thrusting it forward with a fierce glint, aiming directly at the back of the figure who had claimed the title of Black Prince. The Black Prince lifted his frail arm, unleashing a series of black arcs that clashed against the tip of Chuan Shui's blade. The arc traveled along the sword, reaching Sangdu, who paled and hastily relinquished his grip, opting instead to wield the assault rifle against his foe. The Black Prince leapt into the air, evading Sangdu's strike while deftly deflecting the arrows Jiyu had fired from the front. Yet as he descended, he was met with Tian Yang's Crimson Moon Warblade. At that moment, the mask and helmet of the Black Prince unexpectedly opened wide. The seemingly metallic visage revealed an orifice resembling a mouth, inside which traces of biological tissue and a ring of sharp teeth were discernible. From this cavity, a cluster of pink tendrils shot forth, embedding themselves into a nearby pillar, burrowing into its crevices. With a forceful tug, the Black Prince executed an uncanny lateral movement, causing Tian Yang's strike to miss entirely. Clinging to the vertical surface like a gecko, the tendrils retracted as the mask sealed shut once more. The Black Prince raised his hand, conjuring a swirling orb of black electricity, which coalesced into a long spear flickering with arcs of light. He assumed a throwing stance, hurling the spear towards Han Shu, who was compelled to halt his advance and parry with his own star-forged spear. The arc-lighting black spear soared towards the ceiling, detonating in a burst of electricity that brought down a chandelier. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Prince fled, moving through the expansive hall with a primal grace, akin to a beast. Despite Tian Yang's fervent attempts to intercept, he was a moment too slow, allowing this nearly human-like entity to escape through a shattered window. By the time Han Shu and the others reached the outside, the Black Prince had already scaled a towering building, darting up the vertical walls, swiftly vanishing into the shadows above. This prince certainly knows how to run. After years of traversing the reverse realm, I've never encountered a creature so adept at escape, Han Shu remarked with a hint of frustration. Sangdu sheathed the spring-water longsword, his expression grim. Well, now it has eluded us from above. I wager that even with Jiyu's tracking skills, she won't be able to find it. Tian Yang glanced back, realizing Jiyu had not followed. Just then, her voice echoed from within the hall. You'd best come take a look. What is there to see? Even if a beautiful woman stood before me unclothed, I would have no interest, Han Shu retorted, yet he returned to the hall nonetheless. Jiyu stood at the side door where the Black Prince had appeared, gesturing inward. There is something inside. As they entered, they immediately sensed the air was more humid and the temperature had dropped slightly. Tian Yang raised his rifle, utilizing its illumination feature to scan the surroundings. The room behind the side door bore little of interest, aside from scattered remains of mad dogs. There were only a few dilapidated tables and chairs, suggesting it was merely a storage space for miscellaneous items. Just as the young man was about to inquire what Jiyu deemed noteworthy in this room, a pale face unexpectedly materialized in his line of sight as the light swept past a corner. Chapter 76. The High Wall. Ha! 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 The sound of labored breaths echoed around Tian Yang, indicating that he was not the only one who had spotted the white visage. Han Shu and Sangdu had also seen it. As more light illuminated the area, the bright beams dispelled the indoor darkness, revealing that what appeared to be a face was, in fact, a flower stamen. The varying shades of the stamen's color, coupled with the inadequate lighting, had created the illusion of a human face. However, even in the bright light, prolonged observation led one to feel as though they were gazing at a human countenance. This was a flower, a magnificent one. Its stamen was predominantly white, flanked by delicate petals that transitioned from white to pink as they radiated outward. In this dim world of the reverse realm, the colors appeared otherworldly. especially considering the thickened ends of the petals, which bore structures resembling nerves or blood vessels, leaving one to ponder whether it was indeed a plant or a living entity. Beneath the eerie flower lay a robust root system, the ends of which were obscured by the walls. The dark roots were adorned with crimson, tumor-like formations that occasionally pulsated, emitting sounds reminiscent of liquid flowing within. A raspy, intricate sound, tinged with a surreal quality, emanated from the flower's stamen. The filaments surrounding the stamen seemed to sway in response to the vibrations in the air, creating the uncanny illusion that the white visage was speaking, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. The group exchanged glances. Jiyu crossed her arms and inquired, "What do you think it is?" Tian Yang blurted out, "A communicator." Jiyu cast a look of agreement. "I concur. It seems that something is utilizing this plant to transmit messages. Perhaps the Black Prince's presence here is not coincidental. Are you suggesting that it has received some kind of directive here?" Han Shu mused, stroking his rough chin. "If something is using this plant for communication, we should be able to trace the roots to uncover more information. It may even lead us to the prince himself." Jiyu nodded. "That is precisely my thought." Han Shu promptly resolved, "Let us go. I'll have old Su bring the vehicles over. The scanning devices on the cars should be capable of locating the direction of these routes." Minutes later, 2 Falcon light combat vehicles arrived nearby. Han Shu boarded one and activated an interface on the vehicle's control panel. He initiated the scanning function, and a segment of armor on the vehicle's top opened, elevating a cylindrical, three-dimensional scanner. The instrument unfurled like a flower bud, emitting hundreds of beams of light. As they swept across the surroundings, a transparent model of nearby structures appeared on the vehicle's control panel screen. Han Shu adjusted the model's precision and quickly identified the strange plant concealed within the wall, marking it in red. The screen revealed that the roots extended deep underground, stretching southeast toward the town. "Let us move," Han Shu commanded, and the 2 vehicles began to follow the path of the underground roots. As they delved deeper into the town, the control panel displayed an increasing number of similar plants. Some had even grown beyond the confines of the earth, emerging from the ground and coiling around the towering buildings like serpents. These bizarre plants bore blossoms resembling human faces. Tian Yang gazed out the window, feeling as though countless cold, expressionless faces were indifferently watching over the town below. When the vehicles finally halted, the road ahead was obstructed. Thick, twisted black roots emerged from the ground and buildings, entangled together to form a towering wall. This wall, constructed of plant matter, bore remnants of vehicles and fragments of buildings, as well as debris akin to lampposts. It was as though the plants, in their frenzied growth, had absorbed everything in their path, turning them into grotesque embellishments on the high wall. Surveying the obstruction, Han Shu gestured, "Let us find another route." The 2 vehicles returned to an intersection and chose a different direction, but alas, the wall obstructed all passageways, seemingly enclosing a section of the town. The vehicles stopped once more. Han Shu hammered his fist against the door and scoffed, "It appears we have only one choice left." Everyone turned to him. Han Shu squinted at the towering wall. "We shall climb over." The wall, woven from plant roots, rose approximately 4 stories high, a challenge easily surmountable for Han Shu and his companions. After a brief inspection, he led a team comprised of 4 ascenders along the street. Old Su and the soldiers remained behind to guard the vehicles and provide assistance if necessary. Upon reaching the base of the wall, Tian Yang noticed that the thick roots were covered in dense, short black hairs. They appeared to be some form of plant fiber, distributed unevenly, giving the wall a patchy, sickly appearance. Disgusting. Han Shu donned a pair of gloves and touched the short hairs, which immediately recoiled and curled up. Sangdu had already begun his ascent, wielding a pickaxe and carrying a coil of rope. In areas lacking footholds, the youth with the horse tail plunged the pickaxe into the roots to leverage himself upward. His climbing skills were exceptional. Within 10 minutes, he reached the top of the wall. He drove the pickaxe firmly into the roots and secured the rope before lowering it down. The others climbed with ease, using the rope to reach Sangdu in just 5 minutes. They did not rush to cross over, but instead lay at the edge of the wall, peering down to observe scattered campfires below, their flickering flames dispelling the surrounding darkness. Tian Yang discerned that the structures within the wall had been mostly flattened, leaving only 6 or 7 buildings standing in the center. These high-rises formed a circular arrangement, seemingly not left to chance, but rather selected for a specific purpose. On a mound of jagged stones lay a 20-meter-long, glistening corpse. Its twisted, horrifying form defied description. This cursed entity, which should not exist in the world, was in the throes of decay. A viscous substance oozed slowly from the corpse, winding its way down the stone pile and pooling into a dark, shallow depression on the ground. Among the protruding, ghastly bones, the remnants of hind limbs, bore many similarities to the corpse sprawled atop the two-story building. This indicated that they belonged to the same kind of dark denizens. If that were the case, did this massive corpse possess similar organs to a placenta? And did it give birth to another Black Prince? Chapter 077. Feeding these wretched beings. Could they possibly intend to spawn offspring here? Honshu muttered, retracting his gaze from the colossal corpse. Tian Yang felt a heavy weight in his heart. It can't be that simple, the Black Prince. If there is a prince, could there not also be a king? Honshu's expression shifted, once. For eyes inadvertently let slip that there indeed exists a Black King in the reverse realm. Unfortunately, my clearance is insufficient. Such matters seem to be known only to their higher-ups like Four Eyes. Tian Yang frowned. As an exploratory battalion, the Night Walkers should unconditionally share intelligence regarding the reverse realm with us, shouldn't they? Honshu comfortingly patted his shoulder. When I first joined the Night Walkers, I thought the same. However, I now believe that knowing less can be advantageous. At least it alleviates mental strain. Just look at Four Eyes. With that look of utter exhaustion, being in the upper ranks is no easy feat. Tian Yang could not agree with this perspective at all. Honshu then snapped his fingers at Jiyu. We need to descend and investigate. Jiyu, lead us to an exit. Jiyu sighed. This only adds to my workload. Honshu grinned. More effort, more reward. Now, stop complaining and figure out what those dark miscreants are up to so we can return swiftly. Upon our return, I shall indulge in a drink. Not just any drink, but fine wine. Jiyu emphasized. Consider it on me. If you get intoxicated, I'll find you a bed to sleep it off. Honshu winked. Jiyu snorted dismissively, nimbly scaling the wall and descending. The others followed suit. Upon reaching the base of the wall, Jiyu gestured, guiding Tian Yang and the others through a maze of rubble, wreckage, and various obstructions. They maneuvered exceptionally well, infiltrating a large building. Inside, the walls were covered with peculiar fungi native to the reverse realm, and the floor was strewn with various chaotic items. They discovered a staircase leading to the upper levels, and moments later, they arrived on the 4th floor. Honshu found a window and peered outside, discovering a clearing below the building, where a dozen black, grotesque trees grew in a circular arrangement. These trees bore no leaves, only twisted branches, and their trunks were inscribed with strange symbols. Beneath each grotesque tree, a fire pit burned, illuminating eerie figures wandering nearby. Stray wanderers. There were not many, but dozens of these lower-class dark denizens, wandering aimlessly. Tian Yang observed this scene and whispered, Captain, these buildings, along with that circle of grotesque trees and the outer tree wall, form 3 concentric circles. This is clearly not a natural occurrence. Honshu withdrew his head, sitting against the wall, and traced 3 circles in the dust-covered ground with his finger. It indeed appears quite sinister. It bears resemblance to the altar structure of the War Master Church. And with that Black Prince involved, what exactly are these miscreants venerating? As they scrutinized the scene outside, Song's expression suddenly shifted. Jiyu nudged them. Quick, look outside. Honshu and Tian Yang leaned out again, spotting a procession in the clearing below, primarily composed of mad dogs and enigmatic archers, led by a sorcerer. Beside the sorcerer was another figure. Tian Yang adjusted the tactical visor's zoom, revealing a stout individual, short and clad in shorts, with pale skin. A headpiece resembling a crown adorned his head, and Tian Yang wagered that he also wore a mask obscuring half of his face. Could this be another Black Prince? Just as Honshu pondered this, another group appeared from the northwest of the clearing, led by a sorcerer. This group was accompanied by a humanoid creature, notably more robust, with clearly defined muscles and black iron chains coiled around its arms. The chains clinked rhythmically as it moved. Judging by the crown-like helmet and black mask, this too was a Black Prince. The 4 of them retreated, sitting silently in shock. I believe we ought to withdraw, Jiyu coughed lightly, casting an inquiring glance at Honshu. Just a single sorcerer was already a considerable headache. Now, there were 2, accompanied by 2 Black Princes. Adding the one that had evaded them, there were now 3 Black Princes in this town. Although they were uncertain of the true power of a Black Prince, one could assume that it would not be inferior to a sorcerer. If classified as level 3 threats, there were now 5 such monstrous entities. No matter how one viewed it, the Corvid squad was at a disadvantage. Honshu hesitated. Remaining in this situation was undoubtedly perilous. Yet leaving would mean missing out on uncovering the dark denizens' intentions. A series of bizarre howls erupted from below. Tian Yang peered down to see that the 2 groups had approached the circle of trees. They halted, and the mad dogs and enigmatic archers began to howl in celebration of some event. Only when the 2 hunchbacked sorcerers, cloaked in layered fabrics, raised their pallet, emaciated hands did the cacophony of howls subside. The sorcerers pointed toward the tree circle, and the ground trembled slightly as a rock was lifted from the earth by an invisible force. The two sorcerers gestured with their hands, and the stone disintegrated into dust, forming a high-backed stone seat under the influence of an unseen force. Sparks danced upon the back of the seat, inscribing the mysterious symbols that Tian Yang and his companions had seen on the black withered tree outside the enigmatic building. Once the symbols were completed, a series of short, raspy incantations echoed from beneath the sorcerers' hoods. The two black princes seemed to comprehend, nodding in unison before advancing into the tree circle. Upon entering, the particularly robust black prince swung his arm, sending the iron chains flying, ensnaring a stray wanderer. With a powerful tug, he dragged the wanderer closer and, as his crown-like helmet and mask lifted, revealed a gaping maw. With a swift bite, he sank his teeth into the wanderer's head, the sound of grinding teeth and cracking bones resounding violently. The other stout figure, not to be outdone, sprung forth with surprising agility, lunging at two stray wanderers. Midair, its belly suddenly split open, revealing a gaping maw. As the figure descended, it expelled torrents of dark blood, akin to oil, swiftly devouring the stray wanderers. They are. Tian Yang glanced at Han Shu. Is this feeding? Chapter 078. Infighting. Han Shu did not respond to Tian Yang's inquiry. The rugged captain, both in appearance and spirit, gazed down at the dark denizens devouring one another, his expression growing increasingly grim. Tian Yang was compelled to redirect his focus to the carnage within the tree circle when a flickering shadow caught his eye from the corner. He swiftly turned his head and beheld a figure darting toward the tree circle with the swiftness of lightning, traversing a patch of open ground. As it passed a campfire, the flames were momentarily swept forward by a gust, only to return to normal moments later. Tian Yang recognized it. The dark prince, with flowing long hair, leaned forward almost parallel to the ground. Its speed rendered its form nearly indistinguishable. The long-haired prince surged into the midst of a troop led by a sorcerer before the other dark denizens could even react. Suddenly, an additional figure appeared within the ranks. Only the hunched sorcerer sensed the intrusion, while the frenzied archers remained fixated on the tree circle. With both hands pressed against the ground, the long-haired prince unleashed two chaotic arcs of black electricity that spread along its arms, affecting a significant portion of the troop. Several frenzied archers and a dozen dark denizens trembled violently before collapsing. Those fallen dark ones writhed on the ground, evidently paralyzed by the black arcs. The long-haired prince's faceplate and coronet suddenly lifted, releasing a flurry of crimson tendrils. Each tendril struck a dark denizen, causing them to visibly wither. As if their lifeblood was being siphoned away, the ground was soon littered with the skeletal remains of the once vibrant dark denizens. At this moment, the slaughter within the tree circle ceased, and the other two dark princes appeared to take note of this uninvited guest. After feasting, the long-haired prince retracted the tendrils and, with a gentle nod, rose slowly. The two sorcerers approached, their hunched forms bowing even lower, one hand pressed to their chests, the other gesturing toward the tree circle. The long-haired prince acknowledged with a slight nod and gracefully made its way toward the tree circle. Within the circle, the wanderers lay mostly dead, and the two dark princes had ceased their feeding. Positioned on either side, they appeared to vigilantly monitor the newcomer, despite lacking visible eyes. The long-haired prince finally stepped into the circle, forming an equilateral triangle with the other two princes. The sorcerers uttered a hurried, husky incantation, and all three princes bowed slightly toward the high-backed stone throne. They then resumed their standoff. The long-haired prince summoned arcs of electricity, coalescing into a pitch-black lance. The burly prince raised his hands, bellowing as a black thunderbolt descended from the heavens, splitting into two currents that entwined with the iron chains on his arms. As he lowered his arms, the chains bore pulsating black orbs the size of human heads. The remaining rotund prince opened his mouth once more, unleashing streaks of black lightning. A sinister grin spread across the rotund prince's face as he extended his hands, grasping at the electric bolts, which promptly coalesced into two obsidian knives of electricity. The three princes, armed and poised, began to advance. In an instant, the long-haired prince transformed into a blurred shadow, propelled by a fierce whoosh. As it lunged at the burly prince with its dark electric lance, the burly prince roared, swinging his hand, sending a chain with a black orb crashing toward his opponent. Before the chain could descend, the long-haired prince twisted its body, executing a near-acrobatic maneuver and redirected its charge toward the rotund prince. With a shriek, the rotund prince leaped, swinging his electric knife down, generating a flurry of sparks as it met the long-haired prince's lance. Suspended in midair, The rotund prince suddenly glanced upward, realizing the other prince was swinging the chain, pulling the black orb horizontally toward him. The rotund prince awkwardly pivoted in the air, landing with a flourish. His feet barely touching the ground as he surged forward, knives aimed at the long-haired prince's feet. The long-haired prince thrust its lance into the ground, then sharply withdrew it, executing a sweeping arc that sent the rotund prince flying. In a fluid motion, it switched the lance to its left hand and fired backward, striking the black orb hurled by the burly prince. Thus, the three princes engaged in a tumultuous melee within the tree circle, their energy weapons clashing and conjuring whirlwinds that ensnared the lingering wanderers, tearing them apart in a violent tempest. Tian Yang clenched his fists, realizing that the long-haired prince had not exerted its full strength. Otherwise, with such speed and adaptability, alongside the manipulation of black currents, it could pose a greater threat than the sorcerers. "We should leave," Jiyu urged again, her voice strained with tension. Han Shu nodded vigorously. "Let us go?" As they retraced their steps down the building's staircase, Tian Yang's mind remained captivated by the scene of the three dark princes in combat. What were they fighting for? The question arose, conjuring images of the high-backed throne, coupled with the fact that all three princes had bowed toward it. Tian Yang suddenly grasped a revelation. Were they vying for the throne? But what significance could a rock throne possibly hold? He recalled the diamond pattern etched by the sorcerers on the throne's back. Unless the throne possessed some symbolic meaning, perhaps signifying that whoever sat upon it would be the king of the dark denizens? Tian Yang halted abruptly. Song Du nearly collided with him, exclaiming in frustration, "What are you stopping for? Hurry up." Tian Yang hurriedly caught up, his heart racing. Upon exiting the building, the group navigated around a pile of stones, about to cross a low-lying area when Ji Yu suddenly halted, retreating hastily into Han Shu's embrace. At that moment, a crimson-black beam sliced through the air, landing where Ji Yu had just stood. Han Shu gasped, "A frenzied archer? Damn it, we've been spotted. Run. Quickly." Indeed, in the distance, atop a vehicle carcass, a goat-faced figure crouched, the frenzied archer letting out a shrill cry that echoed like an alarm. The two sorcerers outside the tree circle immediately shouted, dispatching the nearby frenzied dogs and archers, yet they seemed more engrossed in the duel of the three princes and did not pursue. However, one of the sorcerers retrieved a flower from beneath his cloak. Similar to the face flowers on the tree walls, this one was petite, yet the face within its core bore an unsettling grin. Unlike the other face flowers, which were expressionless and cold, this one exhibited a face laughing maniacally. The sorcerer shook the flower, causing its petals to cascade, and from the grinning face within, a chilling laughter echoed. The sound reverberated through the air, causing the black bristles along the roots nearby to retract entirely, vanishing within moments. Nearby, one of the face flowers began to darken, as two tendrils from its base turned ink black, creating the illusion that the previously expressionless face had sprouted two eye-like orbs. Chapter 079. The Tree Spirit. Run, run. Do not stop. Han Shu's voice echoed across the desolate expanse as the team moved swiftly, navigating through scattered boulders towards the towering wall. Ji Yu led the way, ensuring they returned to the spot from which they had descended, as a rope still dangled there. This rope would enable them to scale the wall with greater speed. "I always said that infiltration missions never go smoothly. Discovery is inevitable," Han Shu bellowed as they passed a rusted vehicle, reduced to a mere skeleton and entwined by a sickly mass of fungi. The captain halted abruptly, pivoting behind the vehicle to fire at the pursuers. "Did you ever say that?" Tian Yang questioned, harboring doubts about Han Shu's words, before taking cover behind a nearby pile of stones alongside him. The middle-aged man's memory was indeed suspect. Song Du dashed past Han Shu, who erupted in anger. "You little brat. Who are you calling middle-aged? I am still in my prime, a vigorous youth. Does your conscience not ache when you utter such words?" As Song Du continued to parallel Han Shu, Ji Yu turned back. With a burst of energy, she drew her bowstring taut, unleashing a flurry of arrows that alternated with Song Du's beams of starlight, providing cover. Without the troublesome presence of dark minions like sorcerers in pursuit, the team, consisting solely of rabid dogs and archers, was still unable to deter the four transcenders. After about 10 minutes, the squad returned to the original position at the wall. Han Shu shouted, "Tian Yang, you go up first." Without hesitation, Tian Yang manifested his starlight, tiny glimmers cascading through his hair. The youth accelerated suddenly, transforming into a silvery blur as he approached the wall at a speed rivaling that of a long-haired prince. Utilizing the rope left by Song Du, he swiftly scaled the top. Once atop the wall, Tian Yang crouched, raising his weapon to fire at the pursuers below. Beams of starlight rained down, dispatching the frenzied dogs and the enigmatic archers with goat-like faces. With Tian Yang as their elevated firepower, Han Shu and the others found it considerably easier to ascend the wall. Song Du and Ji Yu wasted no time upon reaching the top, gripping the rope to descend rapidly. As Han Shu fired at the pursuers below, he called out, "Tian Yang, you come down too. Let old Su and the others come to assist." Understood. Tian Yang grasped the rope, preparing to slide down the wall, when he noticed a peculiar flower with a face 3 meters away. The flower's center, resembling a visage, bore 2 dark spots that seemed to look back at him. A wave of discomfort washed over him before he slid down the wall. As he reached the ground, he looked up to see Han Shu already descending. Quickly, he distanced himself and began firing at the top of the wall alongside Song Du on the other side. Some frenzied dogs had managed to scale the wall, but were struck by their shots, howling as they tumbled down. Even if they were not instantly killed, they lay incapacitated, unable to rise. The sudden screech of brakes resounded behind them as Tian Yang turned to see 2 Falcon war vehicles approaching. They swung around on the street, and the doors slid open from within. From one of the vehicles, old Su shouted, "Get in quickly." The group rushed towards the war vehicles. Tian Yang felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, unsure if it was merely his imagination. As he climbed into the vehicle, it jolted suddenly, confirming his suspicion that it was not just an illusion. "Quickly, quickly! We need to evacuate this cursed place," Han Shu shouted as he slammed the door shut. The driver, Yen Bing, deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, turning the vehicle around and accelerating forward. Tian Yang opened the hatch and clambered into the turret, peering towards the wall. The dark minions were frantically scaling it, and suddenly, the tree wall ahead appeared to shimmer in his vision. Tian Yang blinked, rubbed his eyes, and upon looking again, realized that it wasn't his vision failing. The tree wall was vibrating at an alarming frequency. "Something's happening behind us," he called out to the vehicle. Inside, Han Shu opened the rear hatch of the war vehicle, revealing a shooting window. He too observed the trembling tree wall. "What on earth is going on?" he muttered, stroking his stubbled chin. In the turret, Tian Yang adjusted his tactical eye, zooming in on the tree wall, where the entwined roots were writhing, causing the ornaments hanging from them to fall. As his gaze inadvertently passed over a face-like flower, a shiver ran through him. Underneath the flower, a vine danced in the air, with more vines emerging. Through the tactical eye, he clearly saw that the ends of these vines opened into small mouths, like those of an infant. The vines descended, their mouths biting into the roots for leverage, pulling something from within. Moments later, Tian Yang witnessed the face-like flower, now free from the roots, plummeting down. He glanced at other face-like flowers and saw the same occurrence. They too detached from their roots and fell. Soon, these face-like flowers began to entwine, and through the tactical eye, it appeared as though thousands of venomous serpents coiled together, desperately writhing. This scene was visible to everyone in the vehicle, and all, including Han Shu, wore expressions of horror. Below the high wall, hundreds of face-like flowers were entangled, forming a small mountain-like mass. Some vines twisted into arm-like shapes, reaching out to capture the nearby fallen dogs, drawing them back. The writhing vines suddenly parted, forming a massive maw that engulfed one of the dogs, which appeared to have been consumed. What followed was a terrifying spectacle as the grotesque entity began to rise, its entwined vines shaping into limbs. In an instant, a giant adorned with flowers stood beside the wall, towering even above the tree wall itself. It was roughly estimated to be at least 30 meters tall. "A tree spirit," old Su exclaimed in the vehicle, his experience evident. This dark minion was a conglomerate of multiple entities, possessing both plant and biological traits, fearful of flames and resistant to physical attacks. Such creatures had previously been recorded at the Lighthouse Base, but the tallest tree spirit documented was only 7 to 8 meters. Han Shu gazed at the colossal figure hastening towards them. "So, we've hit the jackpot, haven't we?" Chapter 080. Pursuit near the towering walls. The dark denizens, referred to as tree spirits by old Su, have begun their movement. A colossal figure, composed of numerous human-faced flowers, moves clumsily, akin to a newborn attempting to walk, its body swaying precariously as it tips towards a nearby building. The giant presses against the outer wall of the structure, the intense pressure causing windows to shatter and fissures to form in the walls. It quickly recalibrates its stance, pressing a hand against the wall to regain balance. With a great stride forward, despite the lingering instability, it maintains a much improved equilibrium. Each step it takes spans 20 to 30 meters, and though it does not sprint, its strides are so expansive that it soon closes the distance behind 2 Falcon battle vehicles. A dense fog envelopes the area, obscuring the giant's full form. Only its entwined legs and the myriad of human-faced flowers adorning them are discernible. The expressions of these flowers are no longer indifferent. The swirling filaments create a constantly shifting array of faces, cold gazes, mocking sneers, grotesque snarls, furious scowls, and calm stares, as if a crowd of spectators is intently watching the Raven squad. Damn it, these creatures are unsettling, Honshu shouted towards the driver, urging them to accelerate and shake off the pursuit. Both vehicles extended a row of robust metallic exhaust pipes from their rear undercarriages. As the sound of gas flowed through the pipes erupted, a tremor followed, and a plume of grayish-white compressed air burst forth. The speed of the battle vehicles surged dramatically, swiftly distancing themselves from the giant. These exhaust pipes, formerly known as thrust tailpipes, are connected to turbochargers that can expel high-pressure gas for acceleration when needed, endowing the Falcon battle vehicles with remarkable maneuverability, often yielding unexpected advantages in chases. Seeing that they had evaded the giant, the crew inside the vehicle let out a collective sigh of relief, but their joy was premature. Within the shrouded black mist above Tian Yang, the indistinct silhouette of the giant stirred. It seemed to raise an arm high, then swung it down with force. "Watch out," Tian Yang shouted, his voice tense. From the depths of the black fog, an arm descended, a mass of intertwining vines crashing through the omnipresent darkness. The palm, resembling a mountain, aimed directly at the two Falcon battle vehicles. The driver swerved sharply, narrowly evading the colossal hand. As the palm struck the ground, the surface trembled violently, the impact creating depressions while the surrounding asphalt buckled upwards. Chunks of pavement, each about a meter square, were propelled into the air, crashing back down and shattering into countless fragments. The giant's fingers curled, and it retracted its long arm, gouging deep trenches into the earth. Following this failed strike, the giant plunged its other hand into a nearby building, sweeping it outwards and unleashing a cascade of debris. The enormous rocks, torn from the structure, hurtled towards the two Falcon battle vehicles like cannonballs, nearly obliterating one of the building's levels. With the structure severely compromised, the upper half of the building tilted and collapsed, producing a cacophony of thunderous noise. Tian Yang, controlling the Star Essence heavy artillery aboard the vehicle, aimed at the massive stones plummeting from above, obliterating them midair. Despite this, countless fragments rained down upon the vehicle, the armor clattering under the relentless assault. The giant raised its hand once more, preparing for another strike. Suddenly, Tian Yang recalled old Su's words, particularly the warning about the giant's fear of flames, and his mind sharpened with focus. A low, ominous whistle filled the air as the giant swung its arm down again, its hand looming like a dark cloud. Just as it was about to crush the battle vehicles, the thrust tailpipes of the Falcon vehicles expelled a dense cloud of smoke, propelling them forward, narrowly escaping the giant's grasp. Before the vehicles could fully exit the giant's reach, Tian Yang manifested the Star Essence, transforming into a silver streak of light that soared onto the giant's palm. Inside the vehicle, Honshu could not help but lean out the window, anxiously shouting, "Tian Yang, what are you doing?" Unfortunately, Tian Yang could not hear him, too preoccupied at that moment. Upon landing on the giant's palm, he rolled to dissipate the momentum. When he rose, the giant was in the process of retracting its arm. Tian Yang found himself as if on an elevator, the wind roaring past him as he drew the Red Moon battle blade, its edge igniting with a brilliant crimson glow. As he raced along the giant's arm, the wind was not the only sound in his ears. A hollow, ethereal chorus of cries echoed around him, as if the very air was mourning. At last, the giant recognized the flames engulfing its arm and hastily swatted at the diminutive Tian Yang, who quickly adjusted his position, coming to a halt on the arm, turning to gauge the gap between the giant's fingers and leaping high between them. With a thunderous clap, the tree spirit's hand struck its burning arm, extinguishing the nearby flames. However, Tian Yang landed on its other arm, sprinting again, the blade trailing fire behind him. Climbing higher and drawing closer to the giant, he finally beheld its grotesque, contorted visage. Its head, a mass of entwined vines, was adorned with several human-faced flowers, resembling a cluster of human heads piled together. The tree spirit opened its mouth, unleashing a volley of vines. Under the fiery glow, these vines glistened with an oily sheen, covered in short black hairs, splattering ink-like droplets as they danced through the air, filling the atmosphere with a faint metallic scent. Tian Yang swung his battle blade, slicing through the incoming vines, while simultaneously reaching into his pouch to retrieve an explosive, which he activated and hurled into the creature's mouth. The explosive detonated with a fierce heat. The massive dark denizen visibly recoiled, abandoning its attempt to subdue Tian Yang as the vines retreated, coiling back into its mouth to grasp the explosive. just as it was about to expel the device. The vines swelled ominously. Within, a surge of intense energy expanded rapidly, casting a blinding light that illuminated the entire vine structure. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted from the giant's chest, a torrent of searing flames blasting through its torso, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. As the explosive's energy nearly obliterated its entire chest cavity. Though Tian Yang had already leaped away from the tree spirit, he was nonetheless caught in the ensuing shockwave, hurtling uncontrollably toward the ground. Plummeting from a height of several dozen meters, he found himself unable to adjust his position, bracing for the worst, potentially severe injury. Just as he prepared for the impact, a radiant glimmer of star essence enveloped him, forming a protective barrier around his body. Then, he spotted the returning Falcon battle vehicle. With Han Shu's upper body protruding from the window, Tian Yang finally hit the ground. P.S. Thank you, Skalujajang, for the generous reward. Waking up so early for a donation around 5 a.m. is quite commendable. Chapter 081. Memories. With a thud, Tian Yang crashed to the ground. The Xingyun barrier producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, dispersing into countless glimmers of light. The youth hastily rolled several times before mustering his strength to leap up, sliding in a half-kneeling position for about 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Han Shu had timely enveloped him in a barrier that absorbed the tremendous force of the fall from a great height. Furthermore, having enhanced his physical capabilities, he had only sustained minor sprains and abrasions. The sound of wheels grinding against the ground filled his ears as Tian Yang looked up to see the Falcon war chariot parked before him. The door slid open, and Han Shu shouted, "Get in." Tian Yang jumped up and tumbled into the carriage. Han Shu shut the door, and the driver turned the vehicle around. Speeding towards the exit of the small town, Han Shu seized Tian Yang by the collar, his spittle nearly landing on the youth's face. "Damn it, from now on, don't act on your own without my orders." Feeling a touch of disappointment, Tian Yang lowered his head. "Understood, Captain." However, a broad hand landed on his shoulder, giving it a firm squeeze, and Han Shu's voice resonated above him. "But you did a splendid job, reminiscent of my youth. Can you go one day without tooting your own horn?" Ji muttered under her breath. Tian Yang raised his head, and Han Shu flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, indicating he was not genuinely upset. The youth's spirits lifted somewhat. Outside the vehicle, a cacophony of screams erupted, and Tian Yang glanced out the window to see the tree spirit disintegrating. Human-faced flowers were falling from the giant's shattered form, landing on the ground without reassembling. Instead, they writhed with their vines, gliding across the ground like octopuses, continuing their pursuit of the chariot. However, after disintegration, the human-faced flowers could not match the speed of the Falcon war chariot, ultimately left far behind, their discontent manifesting in a series of distant screams. An hour and 17 minutes later, the Raven squad finally departed from the desolate Gu Valley, ascending the high slope beyond the town. The team took a temporary respite. Soldiers occupied with cooling the pressurizer and replacing damaged tires. Han Shu and a few others sat on large stones, gazing in the direction of the town. They had not anticipated the multitude of terrifying entities lurking within. Half an hour later, the vehicle roared back to life. The following day, the Raven squad returned to the Lighthouse outpost. Upon disembarking, Han Shu went directly to report to Ling Feng, while the others dispersed, resting temporarily at the base. Nightwalker command. That's the gist of it, Han Shu said, grabbing a nearby cup and draining it of water, which originally belonged to Ling Feng, wiping his mouth afterward. A few droplets clung to the noticeable stubble on his chin. Ling Feng regarded Han Shu with disdain. "That's my cup. Don't worry, I'm not sick." Han Shu replied nonchalantly, setting the cup down. "The issue isn't here," Ling Feng retorted, producing a handkerchief to pick up the cup and toss it into the trash. "All right, go on with your business. I'll notify you when there's a new task." Yet Han Shu had no intention of leaving. He even pulled over a chair and sat down heavily. Ling Feng shot him a questioning glance. Han Shu drummed his fingers on the table. "Aren't you going to tell me something?" Ling Feng spread his hands. "Like what?" "Like, what exactly is the Black Prince? And what are the so-called rituals by the sorcerer? More importantly, I want to know about the Black King." Han Shu fixed his gaze on the young chief of staff opposite him, enunciating each word. "We nearly perished in that cursed place, so I believe I have the right to know these things." Ling Feng adjusted his glasses habitually, if possible. "I wouldn't mind sharing. However, regrettably, given your clearance." A fist slammed onto the table, abruptly interrupting Ling Feng, as Han Shu stood, leaning forward. "To hell with clearance. I don't understand why this information can't be made public to us." Ling Feng remained impassive. "The fortress has its reasons for this approach. Rest assured, Han Shu, when the time comes for you to know, you will." Han Shu narrowed his eyes, snorted, and turned to leave. Suit yourselves. But you four-eyed fellows are always so secretive, half talking and half silencing. How are the lower ranks supposed to trust you? Without waiting for Ling Feng's response, Han Shu exited the command office. At that moment, his aide, Lin Yang, finally spoke up. You should tell him. Even we don't have the clearance to know about the Black King. Ling Feng smiled faintly. That guy wouldn't he believe it even if I told him. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Ling Feng's expression turned serious. However, this event is indeed surprising. The Dark Denizens have taken such actions in Gu Valley and the Black Prince. It appears they intend to forge a new king. Lin Yang's demeanor grew grave. The last appearance of the Black King was 17 years ago, wasn't he it? Ling Feng stood and walked to the window, observing the outpost illuminated by lights. Indeed, I've reviewed the relevant files. At that time, the Black King led its followers in some mysterious ritual. Unfortunately, that incident was classified as the fortress's highest secret. Even I only know a general outline, with no authority to access the detailed proceedings. Do you think this time will mirror 17 years ago? After all, that sorcerer mentioned rituals as well. Lin Yang shook his head, incredulous. It's hard to believe the Dark Denizens would speak our language. It sends chills down the spine. Ling Feng turned back, glancing at the drawer beneath his desk. In any case, this matter cannot be neglected. It seems I will have to speak with the commander. Hopefully, he won't take his frustrations out on me. His mood has been quite poor of late. Lin Yang chuckled. The commander's mood has never been good, especially considering what happened back then. Lin, don't bring that up in front of the commander. Ling Feng interrupted gently, shaking his head. Lin Yang straightened, his expression taut. I misspoke. Only then did Ling Feng open the drawer and retrieve the communication device designated for contact with Zhu Yan. An hour later, Tian Yang and the others were summoned. What? A vacation? When Han Shu informed everyone that the command had allowed the Raven squad to return to the fortress for rest, granting them a full week off, Songdu sprang up first. Does the higher-ups intend to ignore the situation in Gu Valley? The Black Prince is clearly no benign presence. Are they not planning to organize a counterattack? The ponytailed youth spoke with fervor, his demeanor suggesting he would charge back to Gu Valley at once. Old Su, however, was quite pleased and whispered an invitation for Tian Yang to visit his home in a few days. Han Shu took a few deep puffs of smoke. Even if they organize a counterattack, it won't be an overnight affair. For now, let us head back. There's a high-speed train in about 45 minutes. As for everything else, we'll wait for further instructions from above. Seeing Han Shu's demeanor, Tian Yang sensed that the situation was far from simple. Chapter 082. A visit regardless of the circumstances. After completing the exploration mission in Arid Valley Town, Tian Yang was quite pleased to receive a week's vacation. After all, he was not like Songdu, who was eager to earn 100,000 contribution points to revitalize his family, nor did he bear the pressure of leadership like Han Shu. Thus, as soon as the high-speed train arrived, he boarded it with Lao Su, Yin Bing, and the others, returning to the rear base of the craft gate. On the train, Tian Yang calculated how to arrange his week off, planning to visit Lao Su and Sun, and also to borrow some contribution points from Yin Bing to tend to his wounds. The remaining time could be allocated as he wished. Upon exiting the craft gate, he was suddenly greeted by a refreshing chill on his head. Looking up, Tian Yang realized that it was raining at Qingtian Fortress. The circular dome above the fortress had fully opened, shielding 90 of the urban area from the inclement weather. However, when the sea breeze carried the rainwater, it still managed to invade the fortress's edges. The transfer platform outside the craft gate was located at the edge of the fortress, where the sea breeze would inevitably bring down heavy showers. Tian Yang made his way to Platform 7 while disabling his tactical eye. He deemed it unnecessary within the fortress, and he preferred not to have the intricacies of his life documented as records. Mounting his electromagnetic motorcycle, he braved the wind and rain as he departed from the transfer platform. Once he entered the streets of the upper city, he finally found respite from the rain, as the thunderous roars drowned out any remnants of the storm. Upon returning to the apartment assigned by the fortress, Tian Yang parked his motorcycle in the garage and activated the electromagnetic panel to recharge it. Arriving at his door, he gained entry through the biometric recognition system. The air circulation system within the house activated automatically. The living room windows adjusted their transparency, and the food customization machine prepared dinner according to Tian Yang's dietary preferences. The proliferation of smart home technology allowed the residents of the upper city to save considerable time on household chores. Even if many women found domestic tasks to be a source of joy, Tian Yang set down his exceedingly simple bag. Gazing at the tidy yet lifeless apartment, he softly remarked, "I'm back." Tossing his soiled clothes into the integrated washer, he took a shower, and by the time he dressed, dinner was ready. Activating an interface on the wall of the dining room, Tian Yang gently tapped the table icon, and the wall of the dining area slid open. A mechanical arm extracted the dining table from the wall and placed it gently onto the floor, followed by 3 chairs. Finally, the ceiling above the table illuminated, casting a soft glow over the dining space. Tian Yang placed his dinner on the table, a bowl of rice, 3 pieces of chicken fillet, and a bowl of vegetable soup. Simple, yet sufficient in providing warmth. Most importantly, it was free. The ascendants received a monthly living allowance from the fortress, ample enough to cover their daily sustenance. Naturally, if one desired a more sumptuous meal, personal funds were required. As he dined, the home automation system alerted Tian Yang that there were 2 messages in the apartment's communication device. "Read," he commanded. A gentle female voice emanated from the corner of the dining room, now reading the first message. "Tian Yang, it's me, son. I heard you were on a mission. Please let me know when you return. You haven't forgotten that you're coming over to my house, have you?" Tian Yang chuckled, suddenly finding the rice in his bowl to be exceptionally fragrant. Now reading the second message. A stranger's voice followed. "Mr. Tian Yang, I am a staff member from the Fortress's Household Registration Office. The review you submitted to the Information Management Department has been approved. Please contact us at your convenience to inquire about the results." Tian Yang smacked his forehead after obtaining Su Lai's diary. He had inquired about some information at the Household Registration Office. With his mother's passing and the recent mission, he had nearly forgotten about it. Thankfully, the office had not forgotten. If they were to locate the information about someone named Jing Nan, perhaps he could uncover what transpired back then. Was that Su Lai truly his father? After finishing dinner, Tian Yang reached out to Sun and arranged to visit her the following evening. He then contacted Yin Bing and transferred 2,000 contribution points to him. Having completed these tasks, Tian Yang returned to his room and casually picked up a book to read. Suddenly inspired, he looked up and called out, "System, I wish to learn about the reverse realm script. Please check if the fortress offers related courses." "Very well. I will assist you in the inquiry." Moments later, a gentle female voice resonated from the ceiling. "Inquiry complete. The results are as follows. The fortress does not offer courses directly related to the reverse realm script. However, this year, Tsinghua Academy offers a course on the history of reverse civilization, taught by academician Lu Jinglin, who specializes in the 127th reverse civilization." Tian Yang pondered, "Can I enroll?" The course on the history of reverse civilization is not open to the public. An application is required to attend. Please submit my application. Submitting requires personal information involving privacy concerns. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Certainly. The application has been submitted. The Academy will process it and respond within 3 working days. Tian Yang closed the book and lay on his bed, feeling a sense of anticipation regarding the course on reverse civilization. He wondered if it would discuss the Black Prince or even the information regarding He Wang. The following evening, following Sun's provided address, Tian Yang drove alone to her apartment. He rang the doorbell, and after a brief wait, the door swung open. A small boy peeked out and exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, my sister's boyfriend. You finally made it." In the next moment, Sun's voice echoed from within, "Shao Jia, if you keep talking nonsense, you might not get dinner tonight." The boy quickly corrected himself. "Sister, I was wrong. It's your friend, not your boyfriend. Is that acceptable?" Footsteps approached, and the door fully opened. Sun, with her black hair and fair skin, her clear eyes sparkling, stood in the doorway, shooing her brother away. She was dressed in an apron, holding a spoon, seemingly emerging from the kitchen. Tian Yang expressed his surprise. "You cooked for yourself?" Sun blinked. "What else would I do? Do you expect me to eat what the food customization machine produces?" Tian Yang scratched his face awkwardly. "I didn't expect you to be able to cook." He then presented her with a gift he had purchased earlier that day. Sun accepted it, glanced at it, and smiled brightly. "Next time, don't buy anything. It's just dinner. There's no need for such extravagance." She led Tian Yang around a partition and into the living room. Tian Yang noted that her home was far more vibrant than his own. The furniture in the living room was not the standard modular pieces provided by the apartment. Instead, the table and chairs appeared to have seen considerable use over the years. A beautifully embroidered tablecloth adorned the table, resembling a handmade textile rather than an industrial product. Several potted plants lined the windowsill, their lush greenery inviting admiration. This scene reminded Tian Yang of his mother. No matter how difficult life became, she would always bring home fresh flowers and plants each week. Those small touches breathed life and ritual into their modest dwelling. Now, he witnessed similar warmth in this girl's home. "Please take a moment to rest. Dinner will be ready shortly," the girl with the spoon said. Turning to head towards the kitchen, the doorbell rang once more, startling Tian Yang. Could it be that he was not the only guest in the evening? Chapter 083. ambush, Sun appeared perplexed, seemingly without any prior appointments. Nevertheless, she opened the door. Tian Yang's gaze fell upon a figure standing outside, a young man. Perhaps in his early 20s. Dressed immaculately, his cuffs and collar were adorned with cloud patterns embroidered in silver thread. The young man bore a charming smile, exuding an elegant demeanor and an aura akin to jade, evoking a refreshing sensation akin to a spring breeze. Upon seeing him, Sun gasped in surprise. "Mr. Yunza, what brings you here?" The man named Yunza replied apologetically, "I apologize for my unannounced visit. I must leave tomorrow, and I thought it prudent to bid farewell to Miss Sun before my departure. I hope you will not take offense at my abruptness." Sun gently shook her head. "Mr. Yunza, you are a person of great importance. There is no need for such formality. I am unworthy of it." His voice was soft, and his tone reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, making it difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings. At her words, he smiled lightly. "How could you feel unworthy? It was thanks to you that my injuries healed so swiftly. You are truly my benefactor." Yunza's nose twitched slightly. "Ah, it smells delightful. Are you cooking, Miss Sun? I wonder if I might have the pleasure of tasting your culinary skills." Sun shook her head once more. "I'm sorry, but I have guests to entertain this evening, so it's quite inconvenient." Unperturbed by the rejection, Yunza maintained his pleasant demeanor, his gaze shifting toward Tian Yang. "This must be a friend of Miss Sun's." He extended his hand in a familiar manner, moving into the living room to stand beside Tian Yang. "I am Yunza, and I delight in making new friends. May I ask your name?" Sun's delicate brows furrowed slightly, seemingly disapproving of Yunza's approach, yet she refrained from expressing her displeasure. Tian Yang, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, politely introduced himself. Yunza's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Ah, so it is you, a lone warrior taking on the Qin family. While they may be a lesser clan within the fortress, your bravery is commendable. It seems Miss Sun's friends are not ordinary individuals." Tian Yang felt a stir of interest. Yunza's tone suggested he, too, hailed from a prominent family. If Yun was indeed his surname, this young man was quite remarkable. The Qin Tianyun clan was well known within the fortress, reputed to be descendants of the founders who helped establish Qintian Fortress. They were the only family that had existed long before the establishment of clan rights. Moreover, the first base in the reverse realm, Yunxiang, was constructed by the Yun clan. One wondered if this Yunza was indeed related to them. Clearing his throat, Sun glanced toward the kitchen. "Our dinner is nearly ready." Yunza lightly tapped his forehead, releasing Tian Yang's hand with a semblance of grace. "Then I shall not intrude upon your evening. I hope that next time, I may treat you both to a meal. I would be honored." Sun escorted him to the elevator, where Yunza descended alone. Upon exiting the apartment, a vehicle resembling those from the reverse realm approached and stopped before him. As he entered, a voice inquired, "Did you finish so soon? I thought you would be dining at the young lady's residence." The man seated opposite him possessed piercing eyes akin to an eagle's, a trimmed beard adorning his face, hands resting atop the hilt of a sword. The sword featured a golden guard embellished with various gemstones, while the scabbard was unadorned, its dark surface etched with the character knight in red. "Mr. Wang Liangyi, please do not tease me," Yunza sighed. "Miss Sun is entertaining guests, regrettably. I was not among them. This is the first time I have been turned away by a lady, and it feels quite disheartening." He placed a hand over his heart. Wang Liangyi's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Oh, it seems there is a lady in the fortress capable of resisting Mr. Yunza's charm. This is quite the revelation. Perhaps it is the peculiar nature of the radiant class?" The radiant class. Yunza pondered these words, a glimmer igniting in his eyes. "No matter what, I must pursue this Miss Sun." Wang Liangyi nodded. "If you were to marry a woman of the radiant class, it would certainly secure your family's legacy." Yunza looked at him with a hint of grievance. "Mr. Wang, that seems rather excessive. I genuinely admire Miss Sun, I assure you. I am not leveraging her status for my gain." Wang Liangyi wrapped his fingers lightly on the sword's hilt. "You have said similar things about other ladies in the past." Yunza thumped his chest. "Indeed, I have been sincere with every girlfriend I have had. It is merely that I later discovered our personalities did not align, leading to our parting." Wang Liangyi shrugged. "If you say so, then it must be true." As the car moved away, at 8:30 p.m., Tian Yang stepped out of Sun's home, with the girl and her younger brother accompanying him. Upon reaching the elevator, Tian Yang waved, "You can head back now." Sun placed her hands on her brother's shoulders and suddenly asked, "Tian Yang, you live alone now, right?" Tian Yang nodded. "Yes, I live by myself." "Why?" Sun lowered her gaze, her eyes scanning the floor. "It's nothing. If you ever want something to eat, just let me know. I can cook for you." Eating pre-packaged food every day can get monotonous. A change in flavor can be refreshing. Tian Yang was taken aback by her suggestion, momentarily at a loss for words. Sun lifted her head. "What's wrong? Is my cooking unpalatable to you? And no, Tian Yang stammered, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Your dishes are delicious. I just worry about being a bother. Sun shook her head. Not at all. It's settled then. Tian Yang responded affirmatively, signifying his agreement. Just then, the elevator arrived, and the young man stepped inside, bidding farewell to the siblings. After Tian Yang departed, Xiao Jia looked up at his sister with a mischievous grin. Sis, do you like Tian Yang? A blush crept onto the girl's face. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't like him. If you don't like him, why are you offering to cook for him? Sun's gaze dimmed slightly. Did you not hear? He lives alone now. It must be lonely. Xiao Jia pondered for a moment before grinning. Is that just an excuse? With a playful flick, Sun tapped his forehead, causing Xiao Jia to wince. Ouch. That hurt. Serves you right. The siblings entered their home, the door closing behind them as the corridor fell into silence once more. Driving through the upper city streets, the streetlights occasionally flickered past Tian Yang. Rain continued to fall in Qingtian Fortress, albeit much lighter now, at least in the city center. The overhead dome shielded the area from the rain. A soft smile adorned Tian Yang's face. It was the first time since his mother's passing that he felt the warmth of care. Upon returning to his apartment and parking the car, Tian Yang took the elevator upstairs. Alone in the lift, he was about to step out when, suddenly, a shadow appeared in the corridor's light. Was someone lying in wait just outside the elevator? Chapter 084. Serendipity. Tian Yang refrained from rushing out, despite the figure outside remaining still and devoid of any discernible aura. However, upon noticing the shadow, the star essence within him stirred, sharpening his senses and heightening his instincts, which incessantly warned him that the presence outside bore ill intentions. The youth slowly retreated, creating a distance that would afford him some buffer should the figure burst through the door. Moments later, the elevator doors closed on their own. After a brief interlude, they reopened, evidently manipulated by someone outside. The shadow remained, motionless, akin to a beast poised to pounce on its prey, patiently lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Tian Yang felt a pang of regret. He should not have left his chi web blade at home. Had he possessed a weapon, he would at least have felt less vulnerable. Thus, he stood in a silent standoff with the figure outside, and after a few seconds, the elevator doors closed once more, but this time, they did not reopen. Approaching the control panel, Tian Yang pressed the button for another floor, and the elevator descended, stopping at the level beneath his apartment. As the doors opened, he projected his star essence outward, only to find the corridor eerily quiet and devoid of any presence. With a slight sense of relief, he opted for the stairs, making his way to the floor of his apartment, cautiously peering from the stairwell. There was no sign of the figure by the elevator. It had departed. After lingering for a moment, the elevator chimed, and the doors opened to reveal a young couple, engaged in jovial conversation, their laughter echoing down the corridor. Only then did Tian Yang retract his star essence, hurrying to his apartment door and swiftly entering. Just as he was about to close the door, an unsettling sensation of being washed over him, prompting him to hastily shut the door. After a refreshing shower, Tian Yang checked for messages. Earlier that morning, he had contacted the household registration office, but the staff member handling his application had been unavailable. The office had promised to send the results. As expected, he received 2 messages on his home communicator. Reading the first message, he discovered, "Hello, Mr. Tian Yang. This is the Tianqing Academy office. We have received and approved your application. The course on the history of reverse realm civilization will commence tomorrow. If you are interested, please arrive at the classroom by 10 o'clock. Detailed information has been sent to your personal communicator. Please check your messages." Tian Yang was somewhat taken aback by the efficiency of Tianqing Academy. He had applied just the previous night, and today it was already approved. It seemed this course was likely exclusive to those who had undergone sublimation, and given his affiliation with the Nightwalkers, the Academy expedited his application. He proceeded to read the second message. "Hello, Mr. Tian Yang. I am from the Upper City Household Registration Office. I sincerely apologize for my absence this morning and for not contacting you sooner. The results of your inquiry have been finalized, and regrettably, we found no record of an individual named Jingnan. If you have any further questions, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Again, I apologize. No record of Jingnan." Tian Yang furrowed his brow. Was it possible that Su Lai had written the name incorrectly, or perhaps he had only provided a given name without a surname? Shaking his head, he concluded that he would have to devise another plan. The following morning, after breakfast, Tian Yang made his way to the Bastion Cemetery. Situated on the western side of the upper city, the cemetery featured terraced graves, rows of somber black tombstones contributing to the grave atmosphere. Rain continued to fall, and despite the overhead canopy, droplets still drifted in. Holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, he approached his mother Nan Fei's gravestone. only to discover another bouquet had been placed there. It appeared that this offering had been there for a day or two, leaving him to wonder who had come to visit his mother. Setting down his flowers, he gazed at the tombstone. "Mom, I'm back." This task was truly perilous. "You would not believe what I encountered in the desolate valley." "I'm sorry, Mom." Kneeling down, he gently traced the cold surface of the stone, reflecting on the unknown reasons behind her opposition to his joining the Nightwalkers. "Alas, it seems I must remain with this regiment for a while longer. Additionally, I discovered a diary. I wish I could ask you if that individual named Su Lai is my father." With a gentle sigh, Tian Yang fell silent, fixated on the gravestone. After 10 minutes, he finally rose and left the cemetery, braving the rain and chill. Tianqing Academy stood as the sole institution for mechanistic studies within the Bastion. Located in the southern part of the upper city, adjacent to the Bastion's library and archives, the academy welcomed civilians, upper-class citizens, and sublimated individuals alike. It offered a diverse curriculum encompassing foundational education, politics, economics, management, architecture, three-dimensional weaponry, and weapon development, among many other subjects. Through this academy, the Bastion continually cultivated professionals across various fields. Presenting his identification card, Tian Yang gained access to the academy. Following the information on his communicator, he located the classroom for the History of Reverse Realm Civilization course. The classroom was sparsely populated with around a dozen students. Upon entering, he heard a familiar voice exclaim with delight, "Tian Yang, you've come too. Come over here." Looking up, he spotted old Su waving at him, taking a seat beside him. Tian Yang was equally surprised. "What brings you here to attend class?" Old Su, dressed in casual attire, smiled, revealing a few crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. "After retiring, one of my goals has been to teach at the academy. So, I occasionally come here to audit courses. The History of Reverse Realm Civilization piqued my interest. And besides, whether I become a mentor or a novice instructor in the future, this knowledge will surely prove useful." After a brief pause, Old Su inquired, "And you?" Tian Yang shrugged. "I intended to see if there were any courses on the script of the Reverse Realm, but the home system recommended this course, so I thought I'd check it out." Old Su raised an eyebrow. "The script of the Reverse Realm? Are you interested in that?" Tian Yang smiled shyly. "It never hurts to learn more, especially since we often venture into the Reverse Realm. Familiarity with its script might aid us in our endeavors." Old Su nodded. "In that case, you must come to my home. I have a book on the script of the Reverse Realm. How about this? After class, come over for dinner, and I'll loan it to you." Tian Yang's eyes brightened. "That sounds wonderful. I can enjoy a meal too." Old Su stroked his chin. "But let it be known, this is not a free meal. I have some chores at home. You'll need to lend me a hand." Tian Yang, of course, accepted without hesitation. At that moment, someone entered the classroom and approached the podium. Clearing his throat, he addressed the students. "Good morning. I am your lecturer, Lu Jinglin." Chapter 085. Instruction. The instructor at the podium, a man in his early 40s, bore gray hair and a beard, with pronounced lines etched into his face, suggesting a life of diligent toil. Yet, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Though not piercing, they radiated a brightness akin to a brilliantly polished mirror. The lecturer, introducing himself as Lu Jinglin, offered a gentle smile and spoke with a tone imbued with mild admiration. "I never anticipated that such an ostensibly dull course could attract 13 students, 11 of whom are ascendants. It is indeed an honor to teach ascendants." To the casual observer, this instructor appeared quite ordinary. He tapped on the podium, activating an interface. The color of the wall behind him deepened from white to black in merely 2 to 3 seconds. Text began to emerge on the now darkened wall. Lu Jinglin inscribed the word civilization on the interface, and the projection screen mirrored his writing. Clearing his throat, the bearded lecturer proclaimed, "In any world where intelligent life has emerged, civilization is destined to form. The Reverse Realm is no exception. Let us first explore the essence of civilization. Civilization is the accumulation of history. It enhances our understanding of the objective world, embodies a collective spirit recognized by the majority, along with the totality of inventions, creativity, and moral order. Civilization stands in stark opposition to barbarism. It represents order. A complete civilization invariably comprises tools, language, writing, faith, laws, beliefs, city-states, and nations." After a brief pause, Lu Jinglin continued, "In the Reverse Realm number 127, after more than 80 years of research, we can confidently assert that a magnificent civilization once flourished there." A low murmur rippled through the classroom. Tian Yang glanced at the elderly Su beside him, who appeared unfazed, even somewhat distracted by his personal communicator. As someone who had traversed the Reverse Realm multiple times, Tian Yang found this conclusion unsurprising. The existence of Metropolis and Desolate Valley indicated that the reverse realm once operated under its own set of principles. The presence of such principles regulated the behavior of its inhabitants, making the construction of grand cities like Metropolis feasible. Tian Yang's curiosity lay in how much the Bastion truly comprehended about the civilization of Reverse Realm number 127. At the podium, Lu Jinglin gestured for silence. Evidently pleased with the students' reactions, a smile gracing his lips. There are many elements of civilization. Today, I wish to discuss the literature of the Reverse Realm. Tian Yang paused, pondering literature? What could that possibly entail? Many shared his confusion, and a girl with delicate features raised her hand to inquire. Teacher, what is literature? Does it refer to the writing of the Reverse Realm? No, 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 Lu Jinglin quickly clarified. Literature is the study of words. It can also be regarded as the art of expression through language. However, this explanation only deepened the student's perplexity. A young man with closely cropped hair stood up, asking, Teacher, what is art? Lu Jinglin replied with a smile. Art is the cultural expression of emotions through deliberate shaping via various mediums or means. In truth, both art and literature emerge from our analysis of the written language of the Reverse Realm, derived from the information we discovered. We believe that Reverse Realm No. 127 once enjoyed abundant material resources, allowing most of its residents to meet their basic survival needs. Consequently, literature and art became avenues for them to indulge their senses and soothe their spirits. Elder Su scoffed, chuckling to himself. They must have been quite idle. Lu Jinglin pointed at Elder Su. You are correct. Research indicates that the inhabitants of the Reverse Realm did not need to engage in overly strenuous labor to secure their livelihoods. Thus, they had ample time at their disposal, time beyond our imagination. It is precisely this surplus of time that led them to create literature and art to fill a certain emotional void. We have discovered that these creations resonate with human emotions. We once collaborated with a medical center to explore the therapeutic potential of these expressions for patients suffering from reverse realm phobia, seeking to soothe their spirits and release their emotions. The results were quite encouraging. Exposure to literature and art, another term from the reverse realm, proved to stabilize the patient's mental states, indicating that both literature and other forms of art possess unique therapeutic qualities. Another wave of discussion ensued. Moments later, Lu Jinglin began inscribing a series of words on the podium interface. The black wall mirrored his writing, novel, poetry, drama. Someone inquired, Teacher, are these forms of literature? Lu Jinglin nodded. Indeed, these are manifestations of literature, and they represent elements sorely lacking in our Bastion. I believe we should cultivate our own literature and art, thereby providing our emotions with an outlet and infusing our lives with greater passion. Subsequently, the bearded lecturer elaborated on the meanings of these terms, utilizing specific materials discovered in the reverse realm as aids, striving to articulate the essence of literature in simple, clear language. As the lesson approached its conclusion, Lu Jinglin powered down the projection screen, smiling as he announced, That concludes today's class. In our next session, I will discuss the military civilization of the reverse realm. I suspect many of you will find it particularly intriguing, so be sure not to be late. After class, Tian Yang and Elder Su left the room. As they passed the podium, Lu Jinglin, who was tidying up, suddenly looked up at Tian Yang with an expression of excitement. Are you, Tian Yang? Lu Jinglin's gaze was complex, hopeful, fearful, exhilarated, and timid, all interwoven, creating an emotion that was difficult for Tian Yang to decipher. Yes, that's me. Is there something wrong, teacher? Lu Jinglin took a step back, resting his hand on the podium. Is it truly you? I thought. Tian Yang, confused, asked, What did you think? Lu Jinglin seemed to recall something, his expression shifting to one of restraint as he shook his head. Nothing. I heard you single-handedly took on the Qin family. I had imagined you to be a mature and valiant descendant, not so young. Tian Yang furrowed his brows lightly, sensing the insincerity in Lu Jinglin's words. He knew the instructor had not meant to say that. However, Lu Jinglin hurriedly gathered his belongings and exited the classroom, swiftly disappearing around a staircase. Chapter 086. A happy family. After leaving the classroom, Tian Yang accompanied Old Su to the college parking lot. Upon noticing the Chi-Web battle blade hanging beside Tian Yang's electromagnetic motorcycle, Old Su expressed his surprise. Tian Yang started the motorcycle, stating, Our weapons are equipped with biometric recognition. They would be useless if taken by others. Besides, I doubt anyone would dare to casually take the equipment of a Nightwalker. Old Su shook his head. My astonishment does not stem from that. Rather, it is the fact that you brought a weapon outside. Brother, while we Nightwalkers are permitted to carry arms within the city, flaunting it so boldly may invite unnecessary gossip. Tian Yang shrugged. So that's what you meant. I hadn't really noticed. Some events transpired last night, prompting me to feel it necessary to carry it with me. Old Su's eyebrows knitted slightly. What happened last night? Tian Yang briefly recounted the incident involving the shadowy figure outside the elevator. Old Su advised him. You should report this to the captain. Tian Yang raked his fingers through his hair. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. I might be overreacting. I feel it would be an overreach to trouble the captain for such a minor issue. That's a fair point. Just be cautious. Old Su replied as he approached a tricycle motorcycle, opening the door and climbing inside. The vehicle appeared to have been in use for quite some time, with some paint chipped away, a seemingly broken headlight, and patched tires. It seemed that Old Su was not financially well off. Otherwise, given his status, he could afford a better vehicle. Old Su poked his head out of the window. Come on, let us head to my home. Don't get left behind. Tian Yang chuckled. Though both were nightwalkers, their dormitories were not situated close to each other. In fact, residential units in the upper city were limited, especially for someone like Tian Yang, who had recently ascended to a higher status and did not possess property in the upper city. Thus, moving to the upper city required an application, and the fortress would reclaim any vacant apartments, re-registering the property before allocating it to the applicants. If Tian Yang were to perish in battle without any relatives, the fortress would seize the property and pass it on to the next applicant. Even if he had relatives, the fortress would only grant them a 3-year temporary residence. Once the time elapsed, if they failed to pay the required contribution points, they would also have to vacate. This was one of the fortress's regulations. Arriving near Old Su's apartment building, Tian Yang noted that it had been in use for many years and was currently undergoing renovations. Scaffolding lined the west side of the building, with workers painting the exterior. Moreover, there was no elevator. As they ascended the staircase, Old Su led the way. Our neighborhood has houses that have been standing for over 40 years, nearly as long as I have been alive. The municipal hall has been contemplating demolition and reconstruction, but relocating residents poses a significant challenge, causing delays. This year, they finally decided against demolition and opted for renovations instead. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Old Su did not open the door, but rang the doorbell. Moments later, a youthful voice echoed from the intercom. Who is it? Old Su winked at Tian Yang and grinned. Guess. A cheerful voice responded from the intercom. Daddy's home. The door swung open, and a small figure rushed out, leaping into Old Su's arms. He lifted her up and twirled around, revealing that she was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. Old Su affectionately rubbed his daughter's round face. Xiaomai, did you miss Daddy? Yes, I missed you so much. The little girl wrapped her arms around Old Su's neck and planted a loud kiss on his cheek, her voice echoing in the corridor. Cradling his daughter, Old Su proudly introduced her to Tian Yang. This is my daughter, Xiaomai. Isn't she adorable? Tian Yang's lips twitched slightly. She is indeed quite charming. Old Su chuckled happily, instructing his daughter, call him brother. The child sweetly chimed, hello, brother. Old Su, you're back? A gentle female voice came from within. Old Su carried his daughter inside. I'm back, Zijing. We have a guest today. Tian Yang, come in quickly. Don't just stand there. Tian Yang smiled and entered, encountering Old Su's wife. She was considerably younger than Old Su, her long hair tied up and wearing an apron, evidently engaged in cooking. Standing by the window, a warm smile graced her face as she playfully chided her husband. You didn't even notify me about the guest. I'll go stir-fry a couple of dishes. You entertain your friend for a while. Old Su wore a contented expression, and once his wife disappeared into the kitchen, he turned to Tian Yang. There will be food soon. Have a seat while I fetch a book for you. Leaving Tian Yang and his daughter, Old Su disappeared into another room. The little girl gazed at Tian Yang with curiosity. Brother, why is your hair silver? Tian Yang ran his fingers through his hair. Well, that's a long story. The little girl took 2 cautious steps back. Mommy says boys who like to dye their hair are troublemakers. Are you, brother? Tian Yang found her innocent inquiry amusing. I can't speak for others, but I assure you, your brother Tian Yang is definitely not a troublemaker. Fortunately, Old Su returned, holding a thick book, which he handed to Tian Yang. Xiaomai hugged Old Su's leg and beamed. I believe Daddy, so I'll be friends with you. Tian Yang was amused by the little girl, then glanced at the book in his hands, titled Reverse World Text Analysis. Old Su patted the book. This is a good one. Make sure to return it to me after reading. It was evident that Old Su cherished this book as much as he treasured his happy family. Suddenly, Tian Yang comprehended why Old Su harbored so many concerns in the reverse world. It was simple. There were people awaiting his return in the fortress. After enjoying 2 meals at Old Su's home, Tian Yang spent the afternoon assisting him in assembling and painting a wooden horse. At 8 in the evening, he bid farewell to the Su family and drove back to his own apartment. This time, Tian Yang chose to take the stairs instead of the elevator. Upon reaching his floor, he tightly gripped the Chiwa battle blade. However, tonight, the corridor revealed no abnormalities, and he felt no sensation of being watched. He opened the door, entered, and settled into a chair in the living room, placing the battle blade beside him. After resting for a moment, preparing to rise for a shower, a gentle evening breeze tousled Tian Yang's hair. As he moved towards the bathroom, he stopped suddenly, then swiftly returned to the chair, drawing the Chiwa battle blade from its sheath. The window was ajar. Yet, he distinctly remembered closing all doors and windows before leaving that morning. Silently approaching the window, Tian Yang ran his fingers along the windowsill. There were no visible traces, but an unusual sensation coursed through his palm. Turning his hand over, he discovered several grains of sand clinging to it. He extended his tongue and tasted it. It was salty, reminiscent of sand washed by the sea for years. Tian Yang surveyed the entire living room, finally noticing the slightly ajar bedroom door. Chapter 087. The secret. The door to the room stood ajar, shrouded in darkness and exuding an inexplicable malevolence. Tian Yang approached the bedroom silently, pressing himself against the wall, fully attuned to his surroundings. Since enhancing his physical abilities, his senses had sharpened significantly. However, he discerned no particular aura within the room. He raised his head and called out softly, "Lights on." The smart home system promptly illuminated the entire apartment, flooding the space with brilliant light. In the instant the bedroom was aglow, Tian Yang pushed the door open and charged in with his blade drawn. If anyone were inside, the sudden brightness would disorient them for a brief moment, just enough time for him to mount an attack. Yet, the bedroom was devoid of any presence, and even the windows were tightly shut, indicating that the earlier sensations had merely been figments of his imagination. At that moment, a sound akin to swirling air resonated from outside the house. Tian Yang pivoted and dashed out, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting from the window. By the time he reached the window, he observed someone swiftly maneuvering around the corner of the building, disappearing from sight. A grave look crossed Tian Yang's face as he closed the window and meticulously searched the apartment to confirm that no one else was concealed within before entering the bedroom. He seated himself beside the bed, placing the Chiwa battle blade within reach, and sank into contemplation. Who was that? Why had they intruded upon his abode? By chance. His gaze fell upon the bookshelf across the room, where volumes brought back from the lower districts were neatly arranged. However, one book was askew. As Tian Yang approached, he noticed a few grains of sand on the shelf, evidently brought in by the intruder. The individual had tampered with the bookshelf. Were they searching for something? Yet, what purpose could these tattered books serve? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps they were not seeking books at all, but rather that diary, Su Lai's diary. It was the only item of value he possessed that was related to the books. The half-torn diary surely concealed a secret. Otherwise, why would anyone go to such lengths? Tian Yang immediately intended to verify the diary's whereabouts, but then hesitated. He picked up his personal communicator to contact Old Su. He sent a text message, "Old Su, how can I check if a space is being surveilled?" 10 minutes later, Old Su replied, "What has sparked this sudden interest? I must say, Xiaomai has quite the fondness for that wooden horse. Your painting skills are commendable. Let me think. You could head to the headquarters supply depot and obtain an electromagnetic disruptor. While it won't allow for a thorough search, it will interfere with any surveillance devices, if present." Tian Yang thanked him, deleted the communication, and then tossed the device onto the bed before heading out for a shower. The following day, he drove to the Nightwalker headquarters, presented his identification card, and easily collected an electromagnetic disruptor from the supply depot. Upon returning to his apartment, he shut down the home system to prevent any interference. Following the instructions, Tian Yang activated the disruptor and adjusted the frequency to envelop the entire space. Despite this, he still heard complaints from the neighbors outside the window. Why isn't the home system responding? Is the projection screen malfunctioning? It appeared the disruptor was indeed functioning. Tian Yang returned to the bedroom and removed the light cover from the ceiling. Inside, Su Lai's diary lay quietly nestled within the recess. After retrieving the diary, he restored everything to its original state and turned off the disruptor before stepping outside. He ventured to a secluded corner of the community square near the apartment and took out the diary. Flipping through its pages again, he found himself at a loss. What could be the motive behind stealing such an item? Was the intruder a voyeur? The answer was certainly not that. But Tian Yang simply could not find the right direction at the moment. Around 10 o'clock, a security officer accompanied by 3 team members arrived at the apartment. During his visit to the headquarters that morning, Tian Yang had taken the opportunity to report the intrusion to the nearby security office. Given his status as an ascender, the security office, part of the Iron Wall City Guard system, took the incident very seriously. The officer dispatched was actually the deputy director, and the 3 team members were seasoned personnel from the office. They conducted a thorough inspection of Tian Yang's apartment and assured him they would provide a prompt response. Additionally, the security office would enhance patrols in the area. Tian Yang did not expect them to uncover anything, but hoped their involvement would deter the intruder, at least temporarily. After dinner that evening, he descended to take a stroll and casually retrieved the diary left in the elevator. Arriving at the community square, he sat beneath a lamppost and resumed his examination of the diary. This time, he noticed that the leather cover seemed to be somewhat swollen, significantly thicker than the back cover. The boy felt a surge of excitement, sensing he was on the verge of uncovering a secret, and he quickly cut open the cover. Indeed, inside he discovered a folded piece of paper. As he unfolded the paper, the first thing that caught his eye was a symbol, a diamond shape with a solid circle drawn in dark ink, surrounded by twisted lines. Tian Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the very symbol carved by the dark denizens of Huanggu town on their belongings? Did Su Lai also encounter this symbol in the reverse realm? Beneath the symbol lay a series of numbers and a short phrase. Beneath the cross, the celestial sun shines. What could this mean? It was clear this could not be a mere prank by Su Lai. Perhaps the intruder sought this very series of numbers and phrase. Examining the symbol of the dark denizen again, Tian Yang squinted slightly and swiftly retrieved his communicator to access the Nightwalker information database. After inputting the series of numbers, he was led to a location, Gemtown. A smile spread across Tian Yang's face. His conjecture had proven correct. The series of numbers was indeed a coordinate. Su Lai's depiction of this dark denizen symbol was a hint, indicating this was a coordinate in the reverse realm. The secret must lie within Gemtown. Tian Yang further researched Gemtown and discovered it was situated near the Lighthouse Base, known for its bioluminescent fungi. These fungi clustered together, emitting a glow that resembled shimmering gemstones from a distance, hence the name. He jotted down the phrase and lightly touched the paper with the Chi Web battle blade, incinerating it. The next day, he planned to meet with Han Shu, seeking permission to visit Gemtown. The secret of Su Lai was undoubtedly hidden there, and the phrase likely hinted at a specific location within the town. However, the true situation would only become clear upon his visit to Gemtown. As he stowed away the diary and prepared to return home, Tian Yang lightly tapped his head. Rather than Han Shu, he thought of a better candidate, someone who could potentially provide him with valuable assistance. Chapter 088. The influential figures on the same evening, not far from the towering fortress. A bay lay beneath the silver moon, its brilliance illuminating a cloudless starry night, casting shimmering reflections upon the sea. The waves crashed against the rocks with a rhythmic sound, sending up crystalline sprays that danced several feet into the air, gently caressing the soft sands of the shore as they receded. As the waves reluctantly withdrew, a hermit crab emerged, scuttling across the beach until a beam of light swept over it. Startled, the little creature hastily burrowed back into the sand, only for the waves to smooth the beach once more. The light originated from the headlights of a motorcycle, which traversed the sandy expanse before halting in a clearing deep within the bay. Around the edge of the clearing, makeshift barriers crafted from sand-filled boxes stood guard, protecting a nearby shed from the encroaching tides. A robust man dismounted the motorcycle and approached the shed, opening the door to reveal a burst of illumination that momentarily disoriented him. He squinted against the brightness before tossing a loosely slung canvas bag onto a nearby table. He then retreated to the washroom, turning on the faucet to splash water on his face. Raising his gaze to the mirror, he noted the stubble adorning his chin and tousled hair. After patting his face dry, he wandered into the adjacent kitchen in search of sustenance, only to find a piece of bread as hard as stone. With a soft sigh, he poured himself a glass of water and began to nibble on the dry bread. At the opposite end of the room, several antiquated electronic screens flickered to life, remnants of a bygone era, still operational despite having been discarded by the fortress. A tangled mass of transmission wires connected them to a terminal nestled in the corner. On some of the screens, scenes from the Tian Yang apartments were vividly displayed. Suddenly, a communication device lying before him emitted a sound, prompting the man to hastily finish his bread and answer the call. A voice crackled through the device. Hebai, how are things progressing with the matter I entrusted to you? A bitter smile crept across Hebai's face as he glanced at the screens. My lord, I am closely monitoring him. However, there have been no unusual developments. Impossible. The voice deepened, tinged with displeasure. I am certain he has obtained the diary. Unless he has discarded it, after the infiltration incident, he would undoubtedly have retrieved it. Rubbing his stubbled chin thoughtfully, Hebai shrugged. That is also my assumption, but regrettably, I have not found any trace of the diary. At least, not within the apartment. There was a brief pause on the other end before the voice resumed. Hebai, you had better keep a close watch. Securing a residence permit for an upper-class citizen is no trivial matter, especially for someone like you with a questionable past. After a moment of silence, Hebai replied, "My lord, I do not aspire to return to the fortress. If you could facilitate my child's relocation to the upper district, I am willing to do anything for you." "Very well, remember your words. Determine quickly where he has hidden the diary." The communication ended. Hebai set down the device and pulled out a chair, resting his sturdy legs upon the table, causing a few screens to rattle. As he stroked his stubble, he murmured to the screens, "What are you waiting for? Bring forth that damn diary." Once more, the sound of the tide echoed from outside, rising and falling. In the dim light of the reverse realm, the view from the high-speed train's windows was merely an endless succession of darkness, with the composite materials reflecting Tian Yang's countenance. At 10 o'clock that morning, he found himself once again seated in the train carriage. Nearby, curious glances occasionally swept across his face, some tinged with faint hostility. The carriage was occupied by a dozen prospectors, clad in eclectic attire and equipped with an array of devices. One particularly burly man even carried a cumbersome punching shield, a rare weapon that combined the features of a fist glove and a shield, capable of delivering powerful blows while also providing defense against opponents. The imposing weight of the punching shield, resting at the man's feet, suggested immense strength in its wielder. On the man's left shoulder, a badge of rank from the fortress was emblazoned, the numeral 2 beneath the shield emblem indicating his status as a defender of rank 2. The communication device buzzed to life. Tian Yang withdrew his gaze, accepting the call, and soon heard Ling Feng's voice. "Are you on the train?" "Yes, I am aboard. Thank you. General Ling, you have been a great help." Ling Feng responded coldly. "You have been reassigned under the guise of a special mission. While I am unaware of your reasons for visiting the Yunxiang base, I will not pry. However, I must caution you to exercise caution. After all, you are now a vital asset to our Nightwalkers." "I understand. That will be all. I have sent your information to the person in charge over there. Upon your arrival, he will arrange for you to proceed to Gemtown. Farewell." The communication concluded. A smile graced Tian Yang's lips. He had contacted Ling Feng the previous night, requesting assistance. Knowing he was to head to Gemtown, Ling Feng had said nothing further, nor had he expressed agreement or disagreement. Yet, upon waking today, he received a message instructing him to catch the 10 o'clock train to the Yunxiang base. The Yunxiang base, the first outpost of the Tianqi fortress, had been established for over 50 years. Initially intended solely for supply purposes, it had burgeoned into a massive facility, surpassing even a lighthouse in size. The base was funded by the Yun family, which is why it bore the name Yun, honoring their contributions. With time to spare, Tian Yang assessed his condition and equipment. His enhancement progress had reached 61, a 5 percentage point increase from the last mission at the Huanggu town, though this time, no random enhancement nodes had emerged. Indeed, one's fortune could not remain perpetually favorable. Upon inspecting his gear, Crimson Moon Battle Blade, assault rifle, 3 gas canisters, 4 bottles of Star Essence replenishment liquid, and a high-heat explosive grenade, he deemed it sufficient for a perilous mission. However, Gemtown was unlikely to pose any threats, as the Yunxiang base had already explored and cleansed it of any black market elements. Having completed his assessment, Tian Yang intended to close his eyes for a brief respite, knowing he had several hours of travel ahead. Just then, a hand landed upon his shoulder, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. A sultry figure nestled into his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. The woman, possessing a sun-kissed complexion and striking features, albeit with her eyes and lips painted in shades of purple and gray, gazed at Tian Yang with a predatory glint. "Ah, young Nightwalker. Surely, there are no towns left to explore around the Yunxiang base. Why do you trouble yourself to grace us with your presence?" Chapter 089. Yunxiang base. Tian Yang lowered his head, gazing at the woman who approached him with open arms. She appeared to be slightly older than him, yet not quite 20. Her skin, though of a wheatish hue, possessed a silky smoothness. Particularly striking were her slender legs that extended from beneath her shorts, their delicate texture enticing to the touch. Clad in a cropped leather jacket with a plunging neckline, a hint of her ample bosom was almost revealed. Adorning her left chest was an emblem, a longbow design with a piercing eye nestled between the bow and string, its gaze sharp and penetrating. A numeral 1 was inscribed at the lower left, indicating that this alluring maiden belonged to the hunter rank, level 1. To his surprise, 2 transcenders were present among the prospectors in this carriage, suggesting that their team's combat prowess should not be underestimated. "Do you find me attractive?" The girl, her eyes accentuated by purple-gray makeup, blinked playfully, even lowering her neckline slightly more. "If you wish for a closer look, we could move to another carriage. Thank you for your kindness, but I would prefer to rest for a while. Would you mind getting up?" A perfectly measured smile adorned Tian Yang's face. The girl snorted through her nostrils and suddenly clung to Tian Yang, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Let go of me." Tian Yang momentarily stood bewildered, unsure of the unfolding drama. Just then, a hand reached over, lifting the girl away from him as if she were a mere chick. Tian Yang raised his gaze to find a man standing beside him. Lean and skeletal, his open leather jacket revealing little more than bone. Like the girl, his lips were painted in a purple-gray hue. And he sported 3-year studs on his left ear, crafted from the sharp fangs of some creature. On the back of his right hand was an emblem resembling a magical formation, with the numeral 1 at its center, identifying him as a level 1 magician of the elemental heart. "Hey, brat, what do you intend to do with my sister?" The man, claiming to be the girl's brother, bellowed. "Don't think just because you are a Nightwalker, you can act with impunity. Apologize to my sister now. That knife of yours looks decent. If you offer it as an apology, I could forgive you on her behalf." Tian Yang regarded him with a bemused expression, realizing that this brother-sister duo was clearly attempting to extort him. This was amusing. Who dared to target a Nightwalker? Did he appear so easily bullied? With a chuckle, Tian Yang gently lifted the Chiwe blade, raising it slightly. "Want it? Here, take it." The man was taken aback, not expecting Tian Yang to be so accommodating. He swallowed hard and reached for the Chiwe blade. Tian Yang's smile widened, and just as the man's hand was about to grasp the blade's sheath, a booming voice interrupted, "Remove your filthy hands." It was a burly, bald man, rising from beside his fist shield. His shiny head nearly grazed the ceiling. The man turned, his eyes simmering with rage as he glared at the other man. "Wolf, one day your greed will lead to your demise. Do you think you can meddle with a Nightwalker's equipment? Don't bring trouble upon yourself." Wolf was evidently the man's nickname, and he scoffed, "Gu Gang, we are merely hired by you, not your subordinates. Don't get too carried away." Gu Gang grinned maliciously. "Indeed, I am merely your employer. But if you dare to disrupt my affairs, I will not hesitate to put you in your place." Wolf opened his mouth to retort, but the girl quickly grasped his arm, apologizing to Gu Gang. "Mr. Gu Gang, please don't be angry. We were just playing a joke on the Nightwalker. Leave." Gu Gang barked, his expression unyielding. "Don't think your antics in the prospector's circle will work on a Nightwalker. You ought to be ashamed." Wolf let out a low growl, his eyes reddening, but ultimately huffed and departed with his sister. Gu Gang then turned to Tian Yang. "I apologize for the disturbance, sir. These two clueless individuals have caused you trouble." Tian Yang returned the Chiwe blade to its place, smiling. "It's quite all right. In fact, I should thank you for stepping in." Surprise flickered in Gu Gang's eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. "No, it is I who should express gratitude. We shall not intrude on your rest any further." He picked up his fist shield and exchanged glances with the other prospectors, who collectively exited the carriage. As they left, one of Gu Gang's subordinates muttered, "Boss, why thank him after helping him?" Gu Gang smacked the back of his subordinate's head, nearly sending him flying. "Do you understand nothing? Had I not intervened, Wolf's hand would have been severed. He didn't need my assistance. Besides, they started this trouble. If this escalated, our trip to Lighthouse Base would have encountered significant complications, hence my gratitude." The subordinate rubbed his head. "I see now." Gu Gang scoffed. "Wolf and his sister are truly troublesome. If we weren't short on manpower, I wouldn't have hired them temporarily. Keep a close watch on them. I don't want those two rascals causing further issues." The prospectors nodded in agreement. 7 hours later, the high-speed train arrived at its destination, and Tian Yang finally reached Lighthouse Base. Nestled among the mountains, the base's facilities were concealed by lush vegetation. Yet the twisted flora of the reverse realm rendered any pleasantness elusive. Nevertheless, the dense trees and distorted plants obstructed many of the black folk's advances. To allow the high-speed train access to the base, several mountain ranges had been tunneled through for the railway tracks. Compared to the Lighthouse Base, Lighthouse Base's facilities were undoubtedly more antiquated. Tian Yang questioned whether it would continue to exist if not for the nearby reverse realm mines still in operation. The vigorous life force of the reverse realm plants meant that tree roots and vines were visible throughout the corridors and crevices of the base, necessitating that the soldiers undertake the task of clearing these plants regularly. This was one of Lighthouse Base's distinctive features. Upon disembarking, Tian Yang promptly made his way to the command center established by the Nightwalkers at the base, where he met with the Nightwalker commander of Lighthouse Base. Ling Feng had briefed him that the commander was named Shin Maju, an old subordinate of Commander Chu Yan, and that he should extend proper respect upon their meeting. When Tian Yang arrived at the command center, escorted by a base officer, he nearly thought he had entered the wrong place. The office was filled with potted plants, resembling more of a botanical garden than a command center. Someone was watering the plants when Tian Yang cleared his throat, standing upright and announcing loudly, Nightwalker Tian Yang, reporting to the commander. The individual appeared startled, spilling water all over a particular potted plant. He cried out in distress, "Oh no, my newly transplanted Xingzhu grass." Tian Yang's heart sank at the exclamation. The man then turned around, revealing a middle-aged individual in his 50s with soft hair and a gentle demeanor. He wore glasses, but unlike Lingfeng, he did not exude an aloofness. Instead, he bore a wry smile. "You young people always seem so energetic." "Oh, you look Chapter 090. Encounter with an enemy, what happened, Commander?" Tian Yang inquired with curiosity, noting the unmasked astonishment on the face of the division commander. Had his appearance truly startled him? Shin Maju waved his hand, a faint smile gracing his features as he regained his composure. "It's nothing. One simply grows old and occasionally misinterprets their surroundings." He retrieved a towel to dry his hands and took a seat behind a desk adorned with a row of potted plants, nearly obscuring his face. "Lingfeng mentioned your matter. It seems you have a special assignment to visit Gemtown. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, I've arranged a task for you." Tian Yang nodded. "Indeed, I appreciate your assistance, Commander." "It's no trouble at all," Shin Maju chuckled. "You're quite fortunate. Had you arrived a few days earlier, I wouldn't have had a suitable task for you. After all, the towns requiring exploration around our base are rather limited. Most were thoroughly explored during the past 50 years, and the more distant ones are inaccessible." I digress. To the point, there is indeed a task for Gemtown. A botanist recently arrived at the fortress, intending to study the luminescent fungi there. I hope you can accompany the team for protection. What do you say? Tian Yang replied eagerly. "I will follow your arrangements, Commander." Shinmaju appeared in good spirits as he continued, then it settled. "By the way, the Yun family will also be accompanying us. You are aware of the Qing Tianyun clan, are you not? Those young gentlemen possess their fair share of quirks. Do try to remain discreet during our journey. It would be beneficial for all involved." Tian Yang paused, surprised that the Qing Tianyun clan was also venturing to Gemtown for botanical research. How idle of them. Shinmaju picked up a communicator and called out, "Have Adam come here. Tell him I'm looking for him." "Adam," Tian Yang mused. Intrigued by the presence of a Westerner in their base, particularly a Nightwalker, Shinmaju glanced at him, seemingly aware of Tian Yang's thoughts. While trimming a plant with scissors, he remarked, "Currently, there are not many Nightwalker teams in the base. The Gun of the Sun team led by Adam is among the elite squads I can present. He is a Westerner, but he has been with us in Qingtian Fortress for nearly a decade. Aside from his appearance, he has integrated seamlessly into our community." Footsteps echoed outside the door, followed by a knock. A youthful yet somewhat mature voice called out, "You summon me, Commander?" "Come in," Shinmaju replied, setting down the scissors. The door swung open to reveal a young Westerner. His features were sharp, reminiscent of Roshan, with golden hair and eyes. His short hair added an air of maturity to his demeanor. To Tian Yang's astonishment, the man was clad in full armor, distinctly styled in the manner of the Western continent. The armor bore no ethereal glow of starlight materials. It appeared to be constructed from rather ordinary steel. A long sword hung at his waist, and as he approached Tian Yang, he firmly clasped his hands together, striking his chest with a resounding clang. "Greetings, Commander," he boomed, his voice resonating so powerfully that the windows trembled. What a serious individual, Tian Yang thought to himself. Shinmaju wiped his face with a handkerchief. "Adam, there's no need for such formality. Allow me to introduce you. This is Tian Yang, a fellow Nightwalker. Lingfeng has assigned him a special task. Tomorrow, he will accompany you to Gemtown. For public purposes, simply declare him a member of the Gun of the Sun team." Without hesitation, Adam objected, "That won't do, Commander. My team members are rigorously selected. You cannot arbitrarily insert someone else. This would impede my command." Shinmaju coughed awkwardly. "Adam, Tian Yang has other responsibilities. I only need you to provide him cover. Beyond that, you need not interfere." Adam shook his head resolutely. "I'm afraid that's impossible. Even if I were to ask you, it wouldn't be acceptable. I am in charge of my team." "Very well then. If that is the case, I shall have the Tianma team replace you on the assignment tomorrow." "Commander," Adam exclaimed, exasperated. "All right, I will comply. It is a rare opportunity to leave the base, and if I were to jeopardize it, my team would be utterly disheartened. However, Commander, this is a one-time allowance." Shinmaju smiled cheerfully. "We can discuss it next time." Tian Yang mused that he would wager Adam would not prevail over his commander next time either. Nevertheless, he noted that Captain Adam was quite principled, a rather earnest individual. Shinmaju continued, "Now, take Tian Yang on a tour of the base. And remember to arrange a room for him." "Understood." Adam turned, extending his large hand. "In the meantime, I look forward to your guidance. I am Captain Adam of the Gun of the Sun team." Tian Yang promptly shook his hand. "I am Tian Yang, a member of the Raven team. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Adam. Not at all, Adam replied, his grip remarkably firm. After releasing his hand, Adam strode out of the office. Follow me. I'll help you acclimate to the base environment. Though it seems you won't be here for long. Descending from the Nightwalker Division building, they entered the main thoroughfare of Lighthouse Base, where numerous large transport vehicles continuously entered and exited. This base, coexisting with the forest, revealed distorted, sickly trees at every turn, remnants of the reverse realm. The long-range sensing tower of the base was concealed among these peculiar plants. Had it not been for Adam's indication, Tian Yang would never have noticed that the legendary tower responsible for external communication was hidden behind a cluster of strange trees. As they passed a massive wall, Adam paused. This is the base's memorial wall. Many sacrificed their lives during its construction. Their names are etched into this wall, as are those of the brave souls who perished during explorations. I hope that one day, my name will also be inscribed here. Brother, you are still young. Isn't living a better option? Tian Yang thought, gently brushing his fingers against the cold surface of the wall, constructed from some steel alloy. The names etched there silently narrated a harrowing history. Come, let me show you the warehouse. If you need anything, you can request it there. Just as Adam was about to lead Tian Yang to the base warehouse, a voice suddenly rang out. You, what are you doing here? Tian Yang turned to see a somewhat haughty face, twisted in anger, with eyes ablaze. It was Zhou Wang, the scion of the Zhou family who had persistently troubled Tian Yang and attempted to violate Sun's boundaries. Tian Yang was equally astonished. What was Zhou Wang doing at Lighthouse Base? Had he been exiled? Chapter 91. Using a knife to kill upon catching sight of Tian Yang, Zhou Wang's fury ignited instantly. Memories of the humiliation inflicted upon him flooding back. He recalled the moment he was imprisoned, and how his father looked at him as if he were nothing more than refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Wang's star essence manifested, and the emblem on his forehead glowed with a pale light that flowed through his hands. However, before he could unleash the elemental spear, a long sword struck heavily against his hand, causing him to believe his bones might shatter. The pain interrupted his star essence, extinguishing the gray light. It was then that he realized Adam had somehow inserted himself between him and Tian Yang, sheathing the captain's sword of the solar spear. Mr. Zhou, what are you doing? How can you resort to violence within the base? Adam's expression was serious, tinged with admonition. Clutching his reddened hand, Zhou Wang bellowed, It's none of your business. Step aside. This is a personal feud between him and me. Adam showed no intention of budging. Even if it is a personal dispute, it cannot be resolved here. You have no right to wreak havoc in this place. Westerners. Zhou Wang spat through gritted teeth. Don't give me that look. This is Lighthouse Base. If you wish to flaunt your power, return to your western continent. Adam's face darkened at this retort. Just then, a gentle voice interjected. What is happening here? Is there a problem? Two figures approached, the foremost exuding an air of elegance, a soft smile gracing his features like a gentle spring breeze that dissuades conflict. It was Yunza, whom Tian Yang had met at Sun's residence. Seeing Yunza here, Tian Yang could ascertain that this individual held a significant position within the Yun family, as evidenced by his ease of movement within Lighthouse Base. Moreover, his tone suggested he possessed the authority to intervene with the leader of the Nightwalkers. Indeed, Adam stood at attention, legs together, chest out, his right fist placed over his heart. Greetings, Mr. Yun. Behind Yunza stood a man with black hair and a beard. His hawk-like eyes, an imposing presence accentuated by the sword he carried. Tian Yang felt an undeniable pressure emanating from him, causing a flicker of surprise. This man was undoubtedly formidable, surpassing even Han Shu in the intimidation he projected. Ah, Mr. Tian Yang, what a serendipitous encounter. What brings you to Lighthouse Base? Yunza's figure obscured the hawk-eyed man's gaze as he extended his hand, his warmth catching Zhou Wang off guard. Tian Yang shook his hand, replying, I happen to be here for a mission. I see. Yunza smiled, turning his attention to Adam. Captain Adam, may I inquire what my associate has done to offend you? My associate? A wave of unease washed over Tian Yang upon realizing that Zhou Wang had indeed sought the protection of the Yun family. Adam recounted the events without reservation. Mr. Yun, while your family is held in high regard within the base, it does not grant your people the liberty to instigate discord. You speak the truth, Yunza acknowledged, his gaze shifting slightly. Mr. Wang Liangyi, please administer a lesson to Zhou Wang. The man referred to as Wang Liangyi offered no reply, suddenly drawing his sword. In the blink of an eye, the blade flashed, and as it returned to its sheath, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. Moments later, Zhou Wang let out a wail. His ear had been severed, blood gushing forth. Yunza maintained his smile, gesturing, take him away for treatment. Wang Liangyi cast a glance at Zhou Wang before turning to leave. Zhou Wang, filled with resentment, shot a look at Tian Yang as he clutched his ear and departed. With a smile, Yunza addressed Adam. Rest assured, Captain. Should anyone err, even members of my family, I shall not show leniency. Adam appeared taken aback, clearly unprepared for Yunza's swift punishment of his subordinate. Yet Yunza treated the incident as trivial, cheerfully patting Tian Yang's shoulder. Regrettably, I must step out tomorrow, otherwise. I would certainly host you, Mr. Tian Yang. You will be staying at the base for some time, yes? Upon my return, let us convene. Tian Yang, not adept at navigating such situations, could only nod in acquiescence. Yunza, visibly pleased, exchanged pleasantries before departing. Back in his quarters, Yunza entered a study where Wang Liangyi stood by the window, sword in hand. Yunza smiled warmly. Is Zhou Wang's injury severe? Wang Liangyi replied nonchalantly. He will survive. You need not worry, Mr. Yun. That is a relief. If he were to perish, I doubt anyone would dare work for me again, Yunza jested. A master who endangers others' lives is unlikely to be well received, is he? Wang Liangyi chuckled, turning to scrutinize Yunza. Do you think, Mr. Yun, that my actions were too harsh? Yunza laughed lightly. Not at all. I initially thought you would sever an entire hand. Only an ear? You've spared him. The reputation of the Yun family must not be tarnished by a stray dog. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, Yunza called lazily. The door opened, revealing Zhou Wang, his head bandaged. Good day, young Master Yun. Good day, Mr. Wang. Yunza nodded, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Zhou Wang. What were you intending to do earlier? Zhou Wang's face flushed crimson. Young Master Yun, you don't understand. That Tian Yang is a scoundrel. If it weren't for him, would I be in such a dire situation? Yunza feigned surprise. Oh, is working for me so dreadful? No. Zhou Wang, realizing his faux pas, hastily corrected himself. It is an honor to serve young Master Yun, but that fellow, I cannot let him go. Yunza's expression remained impassive. You may do as you wish, but one thing is certain. You must not tarnish the reputation of my family. Understood, Zhou Wang replied, a cunning glint in his eye. Young master, that fellow is certainly no good. I suspect he has an interest in Miss Sun. At this, Wang Liangyi chuckled softly. Yunza's expression darkened. Is that so? He approached Zhou Wang, and suddenly, a resounding slap reddened half of Zhou Wang's face. Stunned, Zhou Wang clutched his face in bewilderment. Hitting someone truly hurts. Yunza laughed. Fortunately, I am of the elemental heart and do not need to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Otherwise, I would truly suffer. Then he inquired, do you know why I struck you? Zhou Wang hesitantly suggested, because I embarrassed you in the base? Yunza shook his head. No, that matter is in the past. I struck you because you are foolish. Not only are you foolish, but you are also malicious, daring to scheme against me. Do not think I am oblivious to your thoughts. You know I too seek Miss Sun. Thus, your insinuation was merely a ploy to utilize me to eliminate that ascendant named Tian Yang. Using a knife to kill is a clever strategy. But to think you would ask me to wield it, your audacity is remarkable. Zhou Wang's face drained of color. Chapter 092. Siblings with a faint buzzing sound. The automatic door sluggishly opened, halting halfway before Adam awkwardly chuckled and struck it with his fist, prompting the door to swing fully open. The base's facilities were notably antiquated, and this room had been unoccupied for quite some time, hence the state it was in. After departing from the memorial wall, Adam guided Tian Yang on a brief tour of the base and had just returned from the supply warehouse. Presently, the captain of the Night Stalkers had arranged a temporary dormitory for the young man. However, it appeared that this room had been neglected for a considerable period. Dust blanketed the floor and walls, and the air was stifling, likely due to a lack of ventilation. Adam surveyed the dust-covered walls and activated a control interface, initiating the ventilation system. Moments later, a mechanical roar resonated from the corner of the room, followed by a soft sound as dark gray smoke billowed from behind a grating. Adam stared in bewilderment and, after a few seconds, suggested, perhaps I should find you another room? Tian Yang wholeheartedly agreed. The second dormitory was significantly more pleasant, albeit small and Spartan. At least it was clean. Tian Yang placed his gear on the table, expressing his gratitude to Adam, who remained preoccupied with the previous incident, promising to treat the young man to a hearty meal that evening as compensation. As they were about to part ways, Adam hesitated for a moment before bashfully inquiring, by the way, Tian Yang, since you're from the fortress, do you happen to know my sister? Your sister? Tian Yang replied casually. Roshan, Adam added. She works at the medical center and occasionally serves as a field medic in the reverse world. Tian Yang was taken aback to learn that Roshan was Adam's sister. An image of the mature and beautiful figure of the esteemed doctor immediately surfaced in his mind. It was hard to fathom that not only did Dr. Roshan have a brother, but her brother was also the captain of the Night Stalkers. Yes, I know her. Dr. Roshan examined me, Tian Yang stated. She is currently my personal physician. Of course, I won't mention that to Adam. Adam's face lit up with anticipation as he asked, is she doing well? Absolutely. Every time I see Dr. Roshan, she appears to be in high spirits. That's reassuring, Adam replied, visibly relieved. I was worried that without me around, she might be bullied. Surely you're jesting. Who would dare to bully a battlefield medic unless they were injured and reluctant to receive treatment? Besides, your sister is also an ascender, though I still don't know her exact rank. By the way, Adam grasped Tian Yang's shoulder earnestly. The next time you see her, could you do me a favor? Tian Yang nodded eagerly. Of course. Please tell her that I haven't embarrassed her and that I am diligently striving towards my goals. Adam's eyes sparkled with excitement, and unconsciously, he tightened his grip, causing Tian Yang to worry about his shoulder. No problem. Once I return, I will certainly convey your message. So, can you let go of me now? To Tian Yang's surprise, Adam not only failed to release his grip, but tightened it further. The following day, after Tian Yang had finished his morning routine, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, a young soldier clad in Night Stalker attire, both anxious and excited, exclaimed, Good morning, sir. The captain has sent me to escort you to the dining hall. Tian Yang smiled in response. Thank you for your assistance. In the base's dining hall, the Sun Spear squad occupied a table. Not only did Tian Yang spot Adam, but he also noticed two other team members who distinctly bore the traits of Westlanders. According to their epaulets, they both held the rank of second lieutenant. Over here, Adam waved, beckoning Tian Yang to join them, and subsequently introduced him to his teammates. Tian Yang greeted each of them and took a seat beside Adam, quickly finishing breakfast. After their meal, the team departed the dining hall and made their way to the assembly point, the base's garage number 3, while the soldiers inspected the vehicles and loaded supplies. Tian Yang's gaze drifted to another team not far away. This group was adorned in immaculate white uniforms, with matching defensive armor and tactical gear, all embellished with cloud-patterned decorations on the cuffs and collars. Moreover, their vehicles and equipment were far more advanced and pristine compared to those of Adam's team. Adam observed Tian Yang's contemplation and remarked, That is the Frost Guard of the Yun clan. They are the only team in this base capable of replacing their equipment annually, unlike us, who haven't upgraded in 4 or 5 years. After a brief examination, Tian Yang noted that the Frost Guard had a considerable number of ascenders, 5 among a dozen members, a configuration comparable to the Sun Spear. It was astonishing that a single family could possess a private guard rivaling the Night Stalkers in strength. Furthermore, it was reasonable to assume that the Yun clan had more than just this one squad. Thus, it was easy to imagine the formidable power that the Qingtian Yun family possessed, unmatched by others. Tian Yang, what a coincidence. Are you also headed to Gemtown? Yun's voice resonated at the garage entrance. Tian Yang turned to see the Yun clan heir striding forward, followed by 4 or 5 companions. Among them was the enigmatic hawk-eyed man and an elderly gentleman along with 3 young individuals. Notably, Zhou Wang, who walked at the rear, had his head bandaged. Upon spotting Tian Yang, his bloodshot eyes seemed ablaze with intensity. Yesterday, when Tian Yang encountered Yunza, he recalled that Shin Maju mentioned that someone from the Yun family would accompany them today. It seemed that person was indeed Yunza. Tian Yang felt a slight headache as Yunza was, quite frankly, a bit too enthusiastic. Without hesitation, the Yun clan member began introducing those around him. This is Professor Kong Zhang, a renowned botanist in our fortress. Thanks to his innovative crop modifications, we are now able to enjoy rice. Otherwise, who knows what we would be eating? Professor Kong, the elderly gentleman, donned protective gear and awkwardly waved his hands. I cannot take credit for that. Without the research funding from the Yun family back then, no matter how hard I tried, I wouldn't have been able to develop improved crops. Not at all, Professor Kong. Supporting initiatives that enhance the people's livelihood is naturally a responsibility of the Kong family, Yunza continued, introducing the others, 3 young assistants who were also Kong's students. However, he refrained from disclosing any information about the hawk-eyed man named Wang Liangyi, including his rank. Finally, Yunza warmly invited Tian Yang to join him in his vehicle. But Tian Yang politely declined, and Yunza did not press the matter. Remarkably, he exhibited no sign of annoyance at being turned down, whether his demeanor was feigned or genuine. Tian Yang couldn't help but admire his composure. Perhaps it was a skill honed by being part of a prominent family. Once the inspections were complete and the supplies ready, Adam glanced at the time, waved his hand, and declared, Let us move out. P.S. Special thanks to, I am pretending to forget, for the generous reward. I appreciate everyone's support. Chapter 093. Flourishing growth. The vehicle departed from the Yunxiang base, traversing an artificially paved road. On either side of the road loomed the distorted, monstrous trees of the reverse realm. Their extraordinary vitality caused their roots and stems to encroach upon the roadway, necessitating regular maintenance by the base for safe passage. Sitting within one of the Falcon battle vehicles, Tian Yang gazed out the window, where the world lay shrouded in black mist, revealing only an endless dark forest beside the road. You have a special mission at hand. In principle, I shall not interfere with your actions. Adam's voice drew Tian Yang's attention back from the window. However, as the squad leader and the safety officer for this expedition, should I determine that your actions pose a threat to us, I will intervene. Tian Yang nodded in agreement. That is only right. I have no objections. Adam smiled. I am pleased we have reached a consensus. At that moment, Tian Yang's communication device received a text message. You have received a notification regarding task reward distribution. Reward item, exploration task in Huanggu Town. Reward details, contribution points. Contribution points. Base reward, 500 points. Assistance in slaying a wizard, 300 points. Destruction of large dark minion Treant, 500 points. Recovery of wizard's eye crystal material, 100 points. Team, miscellaneous, 162 points. Total contribution points, 2,462 points. All rewards have been distributed. Please check your account. Tian Yang further checked his current total of contribution points. After lending 2,000 points to Yambing, he retained 5,620 points. Thus far, his accumulated contribution points approached 10,000. However, he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the 100,000 points required for tribal rights. By noon, the convoy emerged from the forest, and the reverse realm roads became a savior for the group. They no longer had to endure the bumpy terrain of the mountains. And although the road was occasionally fractured and uneven, it was generally smoother. Along the journey, they occasionally encountered solitary wanderers. These creatures exhibited a collective consciousness. The convoy would not deliberately halt to clear them unless necessary to avoid attracting a horde of dark denizens. As the sun set over the fortress, the convoy finally reached their destination, Gem Town. Rather than directly entering the town, the vehicles formed a defensive formation, temporarily resting in an open area near the road. Adam disembarked to meet Yunza. After days of traveling, we are all weary. Let us rest here for 8 hours before entering the town. Yunza had no objections. Soldiers began to establish a perimeter, using various tools for cover, while also concealing the campfire's glow. 7 or 8 frost cloud guards started cooking. Instead of lighting a bonfire, they set up portable field stoves on the even ground. Once ignited, blue flames flickered to life, and they placed a field pot atop the stove to heat simple meals for consumption. The frost cloud guards also erected 2 tents, retrieving some basic supplies from the vehicles, allowing them to spend the night comfortably inside. Naturally, these tents were designated for Yunza and Kong Zhang, while the others had to make do within the vehicles. Tian Yang withdrew his gaze from the tents and took a pack of high-energy food from his waist pouch. He opened it and began to chew on a compressed food bar. Adam, who was also munching on a food bar, sighed. Sometimes I truly envy the treatment of the Yun family guards. At least they can enjoy hot meals. Unlike us, who can only gnaw on cold food bars. Such a team may possess formidable combat capabilities, but their resilience seems lacking. In the face of adverse conditions, I doubt they could endure for long. Tian Yang analyzed as he took another bite of his food bar. Adam regarded the young man with surprise. Your insight is quite astute. I share your sentiments. Just look at their equipment, their attire, and even their field tools. Everything is so polished and convenient. Living in such comfort for an extended period will render them vulnerable. Once conditions become harsh and they must confront filth, I can guarantee their swift collapse. This, by far, surpasses our situation. With that, Adam's expression brimmed with pride. Tian Yang wholeheartedly concurred. The reverse realm teemed with unknown dangers, and only those with indomitable will could survive. This world was not a stage for certain individuals to perform upon. After 8 hours, the team broke camp. Gem Town bore no discernible entrance. Like the checkpoints of Huanggu Town, a reverse realm road stretched unobstructed into the heart of the town. As they approached Gem Town, the ground, rocks, lampposts, and road signs began to exhibit an array of peculiarities. The reverse realm fungi. Unlike the bloated, pallid fungi commonly found in urban areas, the fungi in Gem Town were intricate and densely arranged, displaying a dark blue hue rather than white or deep black. From a distance, they resembled a deep blue blanket draped over the town's features. These fungi had experienced remarkable growth in recent years. Seated by the window, Adam observed the fungi passing by the vehicle. The Botanical Research Institute at the fortress has documented them. In the past 5 years, their growth rate has increased tenfold or more. It is as if some force is nurturing their proliferation. Gazing at the fungi outside, Tian Yang began to comprehend why a botanist would suddenly venture to Gem Town. Chapter 094. The Fungus People Upon Entering the Town. Tian Yang observed that its scale was considerably smaller than that of the desolate valley town. The buildings were generally low, lining a main street filled with numerous factory-like structures. They were closely packed, one beside the other. The reason for perceiving them as factories was due to the open spaces that typically lay in front of these edifices, where one or two unidentifiable machines stood. Illuminated by light, some of these machines were already cloaked in a layer of fungus, while others, untouched by the fungal growth, had long since become hollow remnants, reduced to mere skeletal frames. They resembled the hoisting machines found in the factories of lower urban fortresses, leading Tian Yang to speculate that these might indeed be factories. As he passed by a building, a stalker crawled out from the entrance. Perhaps it was more fitting to call it a half-stalker, as the creature's lower half had vanished, with a fragment of vertebra protruding from its waist. As the stalker crawled along the ground using its hands, the vertebra trailed behind like a short white tail. The already horrifyingly distorted figure was now further adorned with fungal growth. A tuft of fungus sprouted from its left eye socket, having displaced its original eyeball to an unknown location. Tian Yang encountered several more of these fungus-infested stalkers along the journey. Casting a glance at Adam, he noted that the burly man's complexion was equally grim. Something must have transpired here, 2 years prior, during his visit to Gem Town. Although there were blackened figures roaming the streets, they had not been host to fungal infestation. Adam wiped the sweat from his brow. Although the climate control system within the armored vehicle should have kept the enclosed cabin at a relatively cool temperature, so he ought not to feel overheated. Eventually, the vehicle halted in a small square, which was encircled by a wall and a gate, suggesting it was the site of a significant institution within the town. Near the two-story building at the back of the square lay a discarded object resembling a flag, though it was soiled and its original colors and patterns were no longer discernible. As the vehicle door opened, Kong Zhang, clad in protective gear and a helmet, stepped onto the ground of Gem Town with the assistance of students. The area exhibited a lesser degree of fungal infestation. Aside from the left side of the building being covered in fungus, the remaining areas displayed only sporadic patches. Adam intended to use this location as a temporary camp, given that the surrounding wall provided a natural defense and concealment. Members of the Sun's gun squad began disembarking, while Adam directed the soldiers to reinforce the wall and establish a stronghold on the high ground, positioning several Falcon battle vehicles side by side in front of the small building. When necessary, the heavy artillery mounted on the vehicles could form a formidable firepower base. As they prepared to explore the building and clear any potential dangers, Yunze approached and, with polite yet assertive demeanor, took charge of the task. Adam seemed to anticipate this and offered no objections, nor did he express surprise. Yunze then commanded Zhou Wang to lead a standard exploration team consisting of another elevated warrior and 5 ordinary soldiers into the building. The Frost Cloud Guard quickly set up a table and several folding chairs in the small square and placed a holographic projector upon the table, ensuring that the real-time footage relayed by the exploration team could be displayed. Yunze pulled up a chair, inviting the elder Kong Zhang to sit, and then addressed Tian Yang, saying, "Mr. Tian Yang, this must be your first encounter with our Frost Cloud Guard. Since you are an experienced Nightwalker, I would appreciate your insights on any deficiencies in our family guard." Tian Yang replied, "Mr. Yunze, I am merely an ordinary squad member among the Nightwalkers and do not merit the praise of being experienced, nor do I deserve the honorific Mr. You may simply call me by my name." Yunze beamed with delight. "Very well. It feels more intimate to call you by name. But do not feel the need to address me as Mr. That would seem overly formal. How about this? Since I am older than you, you may call me Zegu." Tian Yang found it difficult to utter such a title. The holographic image displayed Zhou Wang's voice, albeit accompanied by some electronic noise likely due to transmission issues. "Mr. Yunze, we have searched the first floor and found no anomalies. We are now proceeding to the second floor." In the footage, Zhou Wang and the elevated warrior led the way, while the remaining soldiers formed a shooting formation behind them, clearly displaying the rigorous training the Yun family had invested in this guard. The soldiers marched in near unison, instinctively directing their weapons towards any suspicious movements, demonstrating their swift reactions. Soon, the team reached the second floor, emerging from the staircase into a corridor that extended to the left and right. Positioned at the center of the corridor, the staircase suggested that splitting up for exploration would be unwise. Zhou Wang promptly decided to investigate the left corridor first. Turning left, they soon encountered an open room with its door ajar, the door frame empty, its panel nowhere to be found. Light streamed in, revealing what appeared to be a conference room, with a long table at its center and chairs askew, the floor strewn with various debris. As the holographic image illuminated the corner of the conference room, Tian Yang suddenly noticed something stirring. The light, which had just passed, returned to reveal a figure huddled in the corner, hands clasped around its knees, head buried therein. It was difficult to ascertain its nature because this humanoid figure was completely enveloped in fungus. The dense, deep blue fungus had completely overtaken it, rendering its true form unrecognizable. Zhou Wang exchanged glances with the elevated warrior beside him, who drew a silver-white longsword, with the star essence visibly manifesting, ready to attack. Zhou Wang raised his hand, a gray light swirling to form an elemental spear. He hurled the gray spear, piercing the creature's head. Though Tian Yang disdained Zhou Wang's character, the latter's response was indeed appropriate. Given that the entity appeared not to be human, it was better to eliminate it outright than to probe its vitality. Following the attack, the fungus-covered humanoid exhibited no sign of reaction, indicating it lacked any means of movement. Breath sounds echoed within the holographic projection, and the team collectively exhaled in relief, allowing the light to sweep past the creature. Zhou Wang remarked, "We'll dispose of it later, perhaps using a body bag to transport it." Just then, Tian Yang observed that the elemental light, which had been slowly dissipating in the dim corner, suddenly vanished. Immediately, the holographic image was filled with cries of alarm, shouts, and Zhou Wang's curses. Yunzhe sprang to his feet, shouting, "What happened? Respond quickly. What is going on?" Chapter 095, Cross in the Holographic Projection. The scene shifted abruptly. The entity that had previously been nestled in the corner, resembling a cluster of fungi, was now tightly embracing a frost cloud guard soldier. It cradled the soldier's helmet, and due to its back being turned to the camera, the soldier's current condition remained obscured. "Fire! Fire!" Zhou Wang shouted into the screen. But the soldier seemed either paralyzed with fear or hesitant to harm his comrades. Despite multiple weapons being aimed at the fungal entity, no one dared to pull the trigger. Ultimately, it was the transcendent warrior of the god of war class who dashed forward, severing the fungal creature's head with a single stroke of his sword. The body that had held the soldier fell stiffly to the ground, motionless. As for the soldier embraced by the creature, the visor of his helmet had been corroded, revealing a gaping hole the size of a teacup. His expression was one of terror, eyes wandering, yet he appeared to be relatively unharmed. However, with the helmet compromised, if not addressed promptly, prolonged exposure to the black mist could pose a mortal threat. The transcendent warrior sheathed his sword and commanded, "Take him back." Outside in the small square, Yunzhe hastily called out, "Quick, prepare the medical capsule." Tian Yang was momentarily taken aback. Truly, the Qing Tianyun clan was affluent enough to carry a medical capsule in their vehicle. The soldier was swiftly evacuated, yet at that moment, cries of alarm echoed from the holographic display again. Yunzhe's expression darkened. What now? In the projection, blurred shadows flickered, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire and Zhou Wang's furious shouts. Moments later, as the image stabilized, the fungal entity was seen reattaching its head, motionless against the wall. Yunzhe, momentarily losing composure, exclaimed, "Zhou Wang, what is happening?" Zhou Wang, panting heavily, faced the camera. The moment we looked away, that thing suddenly moved. And it moved swiftly. Strangely, whenever we focused on it, it remained still. The transcendent warrior beside him added, "I do not know where its will is contained, but the safest course of action may be to incinerate it." Yunzhe replied solemnly, "Then let us proceed swiftly." This time, the squad dared not to divert their gaze from the fungal creature even for an instant. Several soldiers fixated on it, while Zhou Wang sprinkled some powder over the creature, then stepped back and snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, a flower seedling appeared at his fingertips. He flicked the seedling toward the creature, and upon contact with the powder, an explosion of orange-red flames erupted. Within the flames, a cacophony of ethereal shrieks ensued. The creature fell from the wall, thrashing desperately. Dense smoke billowed upward from the inferno, and after a brief moment, the entity ceased all movement. It had been incinerated. Only then did Yunzhe breathe a sigh of relief, taking a seat and inquiring, "What was that thing?" He turned to Adam. "Have you ever encountered such a creature?" Adam's expression turned grave as he shook his head. "I have never seen it before. This is my first encounter with such a being." Nearby, Kong Zhang interjected. "Perhaps it is not a black citizen, or perhaps it once was." "Why do you say that, old Kong?" Yunzhe asked, puzzled. The botanist crossed his arms, his demeanor serious. Certain fungi in nature can parasitize living beings, even exerting control over their actions. This reverse realm fungus may possess similar capabilities, potentially parasitizing a certain black citizen. It is possible that the black citizen is already deceased, yet the fungus continues to manipulate the body, prompting certain behaviors. Thus, I speculate that the creature did not cease its movement due to our gaze, but rather in response to the light. I previously conducted some research indicating that most reverse realm plants react to light. Unlike the flora outside, when reverse realm plants are illuminated, they trigger a protective mechanism that halts cellular activity. Perhaps this is why the creature remained still under the light, only to spring into action once the light was removed. Yunzhe enlightened, so that is the case. Old Kong's reasoning holds merit, providing a clearer explanation for the creature's behavior. Tian Yang also found this explanation regarding the light's influence more cogent than Zhou Wang's theory of being observed. Subsequently, the team on the second floor continued their exploration. However, they found no further traces of the fungal entities, confirming the temporary encampment was secure. Yet the soldier transported to the medical capsule succumbed to death, attributed to asphyxiation. A fate evidently not caused by the reverse realm's black mist. The black mist only corrupts human life systems, leading to multi-organ failure and eventual demise. Alternatively, its malevolent power may transform humans into creatures akin to black citizens. Yet, it would not result in suffocation. Scanning revealed foreign substances in the soldier's respiratory tract. Mycelium. Those entities had invaded the soldier's respiratory system, proliferating at an alarming rate. In mere moments, mycelium even began to emerge from the soldier's eyes, a disturbing vitality that sent shivers down the observer's spines. Ultimately, the soldier's body was incinerated to prevent the mycelium from evolving into a fungal colony, subsequently transforming the corpse into a fungal entity. After resting for an hour at the temporary camp, Old Kong decided to collect some fungal specimens. With Adam naturally leading the guard, Tian Yang took this opportunity to embark on his own quest. He followed Adam out of the camp, but soon separated from the main group once they reached the street. The youth remained oblivious that Zhou Wang had quietly taken note of his actions. Once apart from the main group, Tian Yang began his solitary exploration. The town of Gemstone was small. Even alone, one could traverse its entirety within a day. Hence, Tian Yang was in no hurry. He only worried that the overabundant mycelium might obscure the secret that Su Lai had concealed within the town. Tian Yang believed that Su Lai's secret was hidden within the brief phrases he had left behind. Beneath the cross, the sky shone brightly. Thus, the youth remained vigilant to various shapes throughout the town, particularly those resembling a cross. As he wandered, his thoughts drifted. Why had Su Lai gone to such lengths to conceal that piece of paper within the diary's cover, leaving behind a set of reverse realm coordinates and a brief phrase? This matter should pertain to the torn pages of the diary. Perhaps the contents that had been ripped away concealed certain secrets. Delving deeper into speculation, was Su Lai's motivation rooted in facing some imminent danger? And had this very peril ultimately led to his disappearance, forcing his mother to reside in the lower city? If that were the case, Tian Yang wished to uncover the source of that danger. Had it not been for this individual, perhaps his mother would still be alive. Thriving even. Mycelium. It was everywhere. As Tian Yang ventured deeper into the town, he discovered that these entities were virtually omnipresent. Along the way, he encountered several wanderers afflicted by the mycelium, though they had yet to be fully overtaken. Some wanderers even tore the mycelium from their bodies and consumed it, resisting the invasion in their unique manner. In this town gradually being engulfed by mycelium, Tian Yang finally stumbled upon an object related to the cross. It was a building, markedly different from the other structures in the town. The edifice featured a pointed roof, upon which stood a cross-shaped emblem. Tian Yang found it perplexing. The object did not resemble a lightning rod or a signal transmission device. What purpose did the residents of the reverse realm have for such an object atop their roofs? Chapter 096. Unusual architecture. Tian Yang did not rashly enter the peculiar edifice. His experiences from previous explorations in the reverse realm had instilled in him the habit of observing before acting. The architectural style before him was distinct, markedly different from the other buildings in the quaint town. The structure employed a symmetrical design, with the main building towering majestically and the flanking subordinate buildings being notably lower. High windows adorned the spire-like main structure, and the entrance was both tall and narrow, crowned by a cross-shaped window, illuminated by light. The glass of this window bore certain patterns, yet most were obscured by layers of dust, rendering them nearly indecipherable. The building had been abandoned for some time. One of the double doors, which should have opened symmetrically, was mysteriously missing a panel. The surrounding windows showed signs of damage, and those stained glass windows, once vibrant, now resembled gaping, dark moss, hollow and foreboding. Across the street from this peculiar edifice stood a row of twisted reverse realm trees. These black, contorted plants were now overrun with fungi, desperately growing and enveloping the entire trunk, creating a heavy canopy among the branches. Nearby, a lamppost lay tilted on the ground. having fallen over a grotesque tree overtaken by the same fungal growth. Remarkably, these peculiar products of Gemstone Town seemed uninterested in metal, sparing the lamppost from a similar fate. Assured that no denizens of darkness lingered nearby, Tian Yang crossed the street and approached the pointed structure. Light streamed through the entrance, illuminating the interior hall where wooden benches lay askew. Judging by the length of these benches, they could seat at least 4 or 5 individuals each. Numerous benches indicated that the hall could accommodate around 40 to 50 people. Towering columns lined both sides of the hall, adorned with sculptures that depicted winged figures resembling humans. Tian Yang found himself perplexed. Could it be that the inhabitants of the reverse realm once resembled this? Suspended from the dome above were several lamp holders, behind which lay the ceiling, adorned with intricate paintings. Directing the light further into the hall, he noticed a stone table resembling a podium, which had likely existed in the reverse realm for countless years. Though the table remained intact, it had become severely worn. Scattered atop it were small statues, and on the wall behind the stone table hung a cross-shaped ornament. Measuring about a meter in length and width, this object featured a bas-relief of a figure. The sculpture, with arms outstretched, had nails piercing its palms, anchoring it to the cross ornament. It appeared to represent some form of mysterious worship. Yet, Tian Yang could not fathom why the residents of the reverse realm would venerate such a depiction of self-immolation, nor could he discern its significance. However, to the left of that sculpture, Tian Yang discovered an open door, behind which seemed to lie another space, likely leading to the tower above. With his weapon in hand, he quickened his pace toward the door. The light revealed indeed another space, a spiral staircase winding upward. The air beyond the door was damp, and on the walls and floor, he could see deep blue fungi, though they covered a relatively small area, providing him with ample space to navigate. He stepped inside, carefully avoiding the fungi, uncertain of the consequences of making contact with them. Caution prevailed. Approaching the staircase, Tian Yang raised his weapon, illuminating the ascent with a beam of light. As the light swept across the upper staircase, something appeared to flicker. Instantly, every muscle in his body tensed, and he recoiled, retreating into the hall. He crouched low, directing the light toward the door, faintly hearing a weak, yet peculiar sound resonating from within. But when he shone the light into the darkness, he saw nothing. Nevertheless, he was certain something was approaching from within, a certainty born of that elusive sound and an indescribable aura. Tian Yang tapped his temple lightly, activating the infrared vision of his tactical eye, then lowered his weapon to concentrate the light at his feet. Through the infrared lens, the once ordinary space transformed into a vivid crimson, revealing figures emerging from the ground and the door. Fungal beings. Indeed, they were humanoid forms entirely enveloped in fungi. 2 of these beings emerged, one crawling from the floor and the other appearing from the doorframe like a spider. Suddenly, both lunged toward Tian Yang, executing a pincer attack. Closing the infrared vision, Tian Yang raised his rifle, first directing the light at the ground-bound fungal being. The moment the beam touched it, the creature froze, allowing him to shift leftward as he unleashed a barrage of starry beams from his weapon. As he struck the ground-bound being, he evaded the assault of the other creature, which, upon landing, also entered the illuminated zone. The second fungal entity halted its movements as well. It appeared, as Kongzhang had asserted, that these beings possessed the characteristics of reverse realm flora. Within the light's embrace, their cells ceased to function. Uncertain whether his earlier shots had vanquished the creatures, Tian Yang prudently rested his weapon on the floor, maintaining the light's illumination. He drew forth the Chi Web battle blade, channeling his star essence into it, igniting the blade's edge in a vibrant crimson glow. The temperature in the air surged, yet the special material of the blade concentrated the heat at its edge. Otherwise, it would have been unbearable to wield. Carefully, Tian Yang maneuvered around the 2 fungal beings to avoid obstructing the light, then swung his battle blade, cleaving through the 2 creatures. As the blade passed, flames erupted from the fungal beings, transforming the hall into a scene of 2 blazing orbs. Within the flames, the beings convulsed violently, emitting sharp, shrill cries from somewhere deep within. After several agonizing seconds, they lay still, and when the flames extinguished, only 2 charred, humanoid blackened remnants remained. With the blade returned to its sheath, Tian Yang hoisted his rifle anew and re-entered the room through the side door. Ascending the spiral staircase, he encountered no further fungal beings. Though the staircase bore signs of decay, it took him a moment to reach the top. The upper level was a small platform with windows on all sides. Tian Yang climbed out of one window, standing atop the building's spire, where the cross-shaped object loomed before him. It was entirely covered with fungi, so densely packed that there was no place to grip. Beneath the cross, the sky was aglow with sunlight. Tian Yang silently recited those two brief phrases, then, with a swift motion, drew his battle blade and severed the cross-shaped object at its base. Below the severed portion lay a pedestal, which he dismantled with ease. Yet, beneath the pedestal, there was nothing. Tian Yang paused, bewildered. Could this not be the location? At that moment, his communicator crackled to life. Tian Yang, where are you? We need to leave. Meet us at the camp. The youth acknowledged the message and turned off the communicator. Furrowing his brow, he retraced his steps. As he exited the unusual building, Tian Yang cast one last glance back before departing hastily to rendezvous with Adam and the others at the camp. Chapter 97. The fox assuming the tigers might. Tian Yang hastened back to the camp. Although he had a special mission from Lingfeng to serve as a shield, even if someone discovered his detachment from the main team, it would not matter much. Nevertheless, he could not entirely escape suspicion, and there was no need for it. Tian Yang did not wish to resort to that shield lightly. As the camp came into view, he suddenly caught the sound of a dog barking. Almost immediately, a dark shape lunged out from a side alley. It was a rabid dog, one afflicted with clusters of fungi on its body, the deep blue colonies seemingly exacerbating its fury. The creature, with a face resembling that of a human, howled madly, using all four limbs to close the distance to Tian Yang in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a crimson light appeared before the rabid dog. This red ray cleaved its vision in two, with an abyss of darkness in between. This was the last image the monster would ever see. Frowning, Tian Yang planted his Chi-Yu battle knife into the ground, splitting the creature before him, its body collapsing to the sides and quickly decomposing. More dogs surged from the alley, and Tian Yang had no choice but to fight while retreating, maintaining distance to avoid encirclement. After moving forward for about 10 meters, beams of azure light streaked overhead, striking the infected dogs. It turned out that the gunners on the camp's high ground had spotted him and provided timely cover. Fortunately, the number of rabid dogs was limited. Within a few minutes, Tian Yang and the gunners had dispatched most of them. The remaining few, sensing the peril, turned tail and vanished into the winding alleys. Finally, Tian Yang returned to the entrance of the camp. Just as he was about to enter, a figure burst forth from the gate, pointing at Tian Yang and shouting, "What happened to you? Why didn't you return with the main team? Did you intend to bring a pack of rabid dogs upon us?" It was Zhou Wang, his demeanor aggressive, his eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and smugness. Tian Yang brushed him aside and replied, "I don't owe you an explanation for my actions. I did not provoke those rabid dogs. They appeared out of nowhere. What could I have done?" Zhou Wang, however, seized his shoulder, insisting, "Mr. Yunza entrusted me with the camp's safety. You have endangered it, and you must report to me." Tian Yang scoffed. "Are you implying that the Yun family possesses enough power to interfere with the Nightwalkers now?" Zhou Wang immediately fell silent. He could hardly admit that without provoking Yunza's wrath. At that moment, Adam's voice rang out from outside. "What are you two doing?" It turned out that the exploratory team had returned, and Tian Yang noticed Yunza among them. Upon seeing Zhou Wang entangled with Tian Yang, Yunza's expression darkened. Zhou Wang still clung to Tian Yang. "Captain Adam, Mr. Yunza, you arrived just in time. This fellow has been up to something behind our backs, not only returning alone, but also provoking a pack of rabid dogs that nearly attacked our camp." Tian Yang raised his hand to his firearm's grip. "Let go of me." Zhou Wang sneered. "What, do you dare to shoot me?" Tian Yang smiled knowingly. "How do you know I wouldn't?" Yunza glanced at Zhou Wang and then at Tian Yang, his gaze complex. "Captain Adam, I was just about to ask why Tian Yang didn't he return with us." Adam, unfazed, replied, "I assigned him a task to explore the town and assess the current situation in Gemtown." "Oh, I see." Yunza seemed disinclined to pursue the matter further and casually glanced at Zhou Wang. "Did you hear Captain Adam? He has an assignment, so refrain from making baseless accusations." Zhou Wang snorted through his nostrils and finally released his grip. Adam shook his head and instructed soldiers to bring the collected specimens into the building. As they proceeded, the guards from the Yun family had already moved a set of equipment from the vehicle into one of the small building's rooms. This room now served as a temporary research lab for Kong Zhang and his 3 students. These scholars showed little interest in the recent altercation. The elderly man, followed closely by his students, hurried inside, eager to analyze the gathered fungal specimens. Yunza led the others into the building to rest. As he passed by Tian Yang, he merely offered a smile without uttering a word, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. A large hand landed on Tian Yang's shoulder. It was Adam, gesturing for the boy to follow. They entered a small conference room where Adam casually placed his sword on a table and sat down, the weight of his armor causing the chair to creak. "How did the mission go?" Tian Yang leaned against the wall and shook his head. "I can only say there are some leads, but we are far from completion." "Then you must exert yourself even more," Adam replied, rubbing his thick neck on the way. We encountered 2 fungal beings and a rabid dog controlled by the fungi. It's bizarre. This town has transformed beyond recognition. What has Kong Zhang discovered? Adam shook his head in response. The old gentleman spoke little during the journey, but his expression suggested that these fungi are no trivial matter. Strange occurrences frequently transpire in the reverse realm. Shouldn't the Nightwalkers be accustomed to such anomalies? Tian Yang countered with a smile. Adam laughed heartily. You're right. Perhaps we've grown too accustomed to the monotony of life at the base, which is not ideal. By the way, are there any towns still open for exploration? Tian Yang added. I encountered some prospectors on the train. Adam nodded. Recently, there was a minor earthquake that unearthed the town. While the quake wasn't too severe, it cleared a blocked road leading to that town near Gemtown. Tian Yang was puzzled. What is the situation? Adam shrugged. Nothing significant. That town is quite small. Even smaller than Gemtown. As a result, the minister applied to the fortress to allow prospectors to explore it. I understand. Tian Yang nodded. A smaller town indeed did not warrant excessive effort. After all, whatever the prospectors obtained within would entail a fee paid to the fortress. And the fortress could gather information from them as well. One could only speculate whether the fungi had also infested that town, given its proximity. Thinking of the fungi, Tian Yang casually inquired, didn't you mention that the fungi in Gemtown emit light? Why haven't I seen them? Could it be related to the recent unusual growth of the fungi? Adam waved his hand dismissively. That's likely unrelated. The fungi don't glow all the time. Based on our observations, they illuminate for a period and then enter a 36-hour darkness phase before repeating. We've been in town for about 10 hours. Perhaps in a few hours, they will light up again. So, you should take the opportunity to rest now. Otherwise, when they glow, it will be too bright to sleep. Tian Yang chuckled. Hearing that, I suppose I should hurry and catch some sleep. P.S. Today marks the final day on the new book rankings. I am grateful for everyone's support over the past few weeks, which has allowed me to maintain my position at the top. I will update 4 chapters today, and starting tomorrow, there will be changes. The word count will increase to 3,000 per chapter, with updates of 2 chapters at around noon and 8 in the evening. I promise to maintain the same amount of information and make the story increasingly captivating. I hope to continue receiving your support. Thank you. Chapter 098. Weapons. After a brief respite, Yunza guided Wang Liang to the door of a makeshift laboratory. The entrance was adorned with a simple isolation curtain, a specialized gel curtain that possessed disinfecting properties, automatically sterilizing individuals as they entered or exited. This temporary sanitation tool was employed by the fortress for field research and was widely utilized in studies of the reverse realm. Upon passing through the disinfecting curtain, they entered the room, where 3 students of Kong Zhang were engaged in preliminary processing of some microbial specimens, all procedures conducted within an isolation chamber. The students merely needed to operate a robotic arm to complete the tasks. Yunza approached and observed one student skillfully cleaning a sample before slicing it into tissue blocks as delicate as gossamer. The student then secured the samples with tools and proceeded to wash them again with a specialized reagent. After dehydration, a portion of the microbial slices was sent to Kong Zhang's observation apparatus, while another segment was placed in a specific reagent for transparency treatment, followed by embedding procedures to preserve the tissue for subsequent research at the fortress. Kong Zhang's observation device boasted various functions, allowing him to place the sent samples into several independent observation chambers. These chambers simulated natural environments to analyze the behavior of reverse realm flora under different conditions. As Yunza approached, the elderly scholar was operating one of the observation boxes, which simulated normal sunlight. The tissue samples, exposed to light, showed no changes. Professor, have you made any discoveries? Yunza whispered, careful not to disturb the old man. Kong Zhang adjusted his glasses, retrieving a data pad, which he handed to Yunza. My previous conjecture was correct. Under light, the cells completely cease activity, Kong Zhang remarked, tapping another observation box that simulated a nocturnal environment. Yet, in dim conditions, the cellular activity is remarkably high. Look, this sample, which was previously processed into slices, has begun to sprout mycelium. Yunza glanced at the box and indeed observed that the edges of the microbial slices had begun to sprout fluffy mycelium. Strange, these organisms were not this active before. At the Lighthouse Base, the Yun family held at least 1/3 of the management rights, with family members stationed there for years. Yunza was familiar with Gemtown and the luminescent microbial colonies present there. Moreover, this was not Kong Zhang's first visit to Gemtown. He had come 8 years prior. On that occasion, he collected microbial specimens and found that, aside from the glowing bacteria adhering to their surfaces, there were no other anomalies. Yunza had read that report and was acutely aware that the vitality of the current microbial colonies was exceedingly vigorous. Compared to 8 years ago, they seemed like entirely different species. Look at this, Kong Zhang urged solemnly, pointing to another observation box that simulated an extreme cold environment. The samples within appeared dull gray, with much of the tissue having disintegrated into powder. What is this? Yunza inquired, turning to the elder. Kong Zhang clasped his hands behind his back. At temperatures around -60°C, the tissues die and crumble. However, this does not imply they are truly dead. He tapped a few times on the datapad in Yunza's hand, revealing a line of information. Yunza's pupils dilated slightly. In the cold, the tissues perish but leave behind spores, which remain viable in such conditions. Kong Zhang nodded. Precisely. This may be a self-preservation mechanism. I intend to conduct further tests to observe how these spores behave in different environments. If they maintain cellular activity in other conditions, such as under light, it would confirm that their transmission potential is significant. It is possible these organisms are biological weapons evolved from the reverse realm to combat us. Yunza inhaled sharply. Even the enigmatic Wang Liang appeared troubled by this revelation. Although the microbial colonies ceased cellular activity in light, if their spores remained viable in various environments. Once they escaped the reverse realm and reached the other side of the Croft Gate, these organisms would inevitably one day engulf the world. After all, the reverse realm could remain in perpetual darkness, while the other side could not sustain constant sunlight. Kong Zhang sighed. In fact, I share the same concerns with several scholars from the Sky Fortress. We should not delve too deeply into the reverse realm, nor should we exploit it excessively. The reverse realm is ever-changing. Perhaps one day, the two worlds will overlap due to the Croft Gate. That moment could herald the apocalypse beyond the gate. Yunza managed a weak smile. That won't happen. With you, along with other scholars, and the fortresses, such a calamity is surely averted. Kong Zhang smiled faintly. Let us hope so. Tian Yang awoke to the illumination of ethereal blue light. Rising in astonishment, he dashed to the window, only to discover that the microbial colonies in the town emitted a hazy, ghostly blue glow. They resembled shimmering blue gemstones, explaining the town's name. However, despite their beauty, these organisms posed a significant threat to both the environment and living beings. With this realization, Tian Yang found them far less appealing. At that moment, he noticed he was standing upon a vast blue luminescent patch. This was due to an otherworldly tree outside the building, adorned with microbial colonies. As these colonies glowed, the tree resembled a gigantic blue torch. The light streamed in through the window, casting a patch of blue illumination. Suddenly, an idea struck Tian Yang. He recalled that peculiar building also had a row of such trees occupied by microbial colonies. Moreover, the entrance of that building bore a strange cross-shaped window. If the microbial light could filter through that window. With this thought, Tian Yang hastily gathered his gear, disregarding the need to greet Adam, who was still sound asleep beside him. He pushed open the window and gracefully leaped into the blue world outside. Upon landing, a sense of intuition stirred within him, prompting him to look back. The building cast a large shadow in the gentle blue glow of the microbial colonies, revealing no abnormalities, allowing him to depart with a sense of relief. However, in the shadows at the corner behind the small building, a figure emerged, biting into a food stick with a heavy crunch. Upon returning to the peculiar structure, Tian Yang noticed that across the street, the row of strange trees all glowed brightly. The soft yet vibrant blue light illuminated the entire street. As he entered the building, he spotted a cross-shaped patch of light on the floor. Underneath the cross, Tian Yang approached the light patch, contemplating whether this was the true meaning of the short phrase, and that Sulai's secret lay beneath this very illumination. Chapter 099. Consequences of one's own actions. The hall was adorned with a carpet, worn and tattered, cloaked in layers of dust and grime. Tian Yang lifted the carpet, revealing the cold stone tiles beneath, square stones measuring about a meter in length and width, having endured the passage of time in this dim world, showing minimal signs of erosion and appearing to be of commendable quality. A cross-shaped beam of light streamed in from the entrance, casting a faint blue glow upon the tiles. Without hesitation, Tian Yang drew the crimson moon battle blade. As the star essence flowed into it, the heat-conducting patterns on the blade began to glow, imbuing it with an enchanting allure. When a scarlet light band illuminated the blade's edge, the temperature around surged dramatically, beads of sweat forming on Tian Yang's forehead. He angled the blade and gently inserted it. The hard stone yielded effortlessly to the glowing edge of the crimson moon battle blade, as if it were nothing, easily pierced through. Tian Yang dared not plunge the blade entirely, fearing to damage whatever lay beneath the stone. Until he discerned the nature of Sulai's secret, he remained cautious. He halted the blade's descent after it had penetrated an inch into the stone. Then, He traced the edge of the light beam, cutting into the tiles, swiftly creating a circle of crimson markings on the ground. Using the blade, he pried up the stone, revealing loose sand and gravel beneath. Sheathing his sword, he reached down and sifted through the sand. Soon, he encountered a tangible object within. Hastening his actions, he swept the surface debris aside, and moments later, a mechanical lockbox emerged before his eyes. He retrieved it. The surface of the case was marred with scratches, giving it an ancient appearance. Though eager to open it, the sturdy mechanical lock posed an insurmountable obstacle. The lock bore a series of numbers, seemingly requiring the correct input of 6 digits to unlock it. Moreover, etched beside the lock was a warning. Do not attempt to use force, or you will receive a surprise. A smiling face accompanied the inscription. Tian Yang frowned in contemplation. Beneath the cross, indeed, lay something hidden. One of Su Lai's cryptic phrases had already come to fruition. What, then, was the remaining phrase? Could it be? At that moment, Tian Yang's entire being tensed, instinctively preparing to roll. But as he tilted his body slightly to one side, something collided violently against his back. The impact bore formidable penetrating force, causing the Star Essence defensive armor on Tian Yang to illuminate. He felt a searing heat on his back. The muscles in his back tensed without needing a command from his brain, resisting the source of the heat. Simultaneously, his body began to vibrate imperceptibly, dispersing, guiding, and diffusing the intense impact. These actions were performed almost instinctively, and in an instant, Tian Yang mitigated the majority of the force. His body regained its mobility, executing a roll while raising his rifle to fire blindly toward the entrance. He grasped the lockbox and dashed into the side space of the hall, narrowly evading behind a wall, just as a gray-white elemental energy gun burst through the door. The energy gun unleashed a miniature elemental storm within, the released energy making it difficult for Tian Yang to breathe. Shortly after, a voice from outside called out, "Come out! Why are you hiding? Aren't you quite formidable? Why cower?" Another elemental energy gun was thrown into the room, obliterating a significant portion of the already unstable staircase. Watching the smoke billow from the breach, Zhou Wang's eyes reddened, a sinister grin adorning his face. Little did anyone know how desperately he wished to eliminate Tian Yang. The prior incident had led to his exile to the Lighthouse Base, where he was meant to toil in the mines. Fortunately, the Yun family took him in, sparing him from arduous labor. Yet this did not diminish his hatred for Tian Yang. Since arriving in Gem Town, Zhou Wang had constantly sought opportunities for revenge. He discovered Tian Yang had left the team without explanation, not knowing his intentions, but that mattered little. The vital point was that his nemesis was alone, sparking a bold notion within him. Thus, he fixated on Tian Yang with renewed intensity. Fate favored the determined. And not long ago, Zhou Wang witnessed Tian Yang stealthily slip out of camp, and he knew the moment had arrived. In the side room of the hall, Tian Yang placed the lockbox down and cautiously peeked outside, spotting Zhou Wang standing within the hall, who wasted no time in hurling a gray energy gun. The rifle raised, and a beam of star essence shot forth, detonating the energy gun midair, prompting Tian Yang to shout, "Zhou Wang, have you lost your mind? Do you even grasp what you're doing?" Zhou Wang shielded himself from the blast's force, his eyes widening, a manic grin splitting his face. "Of course I know what I'm doing. I'm going to eliminate you here. Blame your own carelessness for being alone." "Eliminate me? Here?" Tian Yang leaned against the wall, scoffing. "It appears you truly have lost your wits." "Indeed, I have. I once had a bright future, but thanks to you, now I'm reduced to being a guard for the Yun family. It's all your fault. You've ruined my future." An elemental energy gun fired once more, this time blasting through the wall, forcing Tian Yang to shift to the other side as he shouted, "Zhou Wang, your current predicament is entirely self-inflicted. I advise you to cease your actions. It's not too late to stop." "To hell with that." Zhou Wang extended his arms, a flurry of gray light coalescing around him, forming 7 or 8 elemental throwing spears. As a rank 1 warrior, killing you is no different than squashing an ant. With a thrust of his hands, the elemental spears shot forth like cannonballs, streaking through the air toward the side room of the hall. As this barrage was unleashed, Zhou Wang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The continuous assault had drained much of his star essence. Although he did not believe Tian Yang could survive this onslaught, he nonetheless prudently retrieved a bottle of star essence replenishment liquid. Just then, Zhou Wang suddenly saw Tian Yang's star essence manifest, darting out from the doorway. First, he raised his hand, and the rifle discharged a beam, striking the hand that clutched the replenishment liquid. The beam pierced his palm, shattering the liquid within, the pale blue fluid spilling across the ground. Zhou Wang barely had time to scream before Tian Yang's figure transformed into a blurred streak of light. The silver flash effortlessly evaded the spears Zhou Wang had thrown, closing the distance in an instant. Zhou Wang was struck with terror, attempting to retreat, when suddenly a scarlet beam swept past his vision. He felt a heat in his throat, wanting to utter a word, but instead, a gurgling sound escaped his lips. A chilling, brutal thought invaded his mind. Is my throat slit? This thought compelled Zhou Wang to clutch his neck with both hands, and soon, he felt a warm liquid flowing from the wound. Raising his hand to inspect, illuminated by the faint blue light streaming in from the outside, he saw his palm drenched in glaring crimson. Zhou Wang began to feel disoriented, the colors around him intensifying, the reds growing redder, the blacks growing darker. As the world spun, he glimpsed the dome of the hall, the dust-covered paintings above. Reality began to blur. The battle blade was sheathed. Tian Yang gazed down at the man beneath him, his pupils dilated, yet blood continued to pour from his neck. Even if there were someone to save him now, it would be too late. I warned you not to persist in your mistakes. Moreover, you were mistaken. I am not a god of war. Unfortunately, this final statement was lost on Zhou Wang. On the other side of the hall, a thunderous crash echoed as the wall was utterly obliterated by an elemental energy gun. Tian Yang hurried back, using his blade to clear the debris, rescuing the lockbox. Just as a sigh of relief escaped, a cacophony of footsteps surged into the hall, and someone exclaimed in astonishment, "What has happened here? How did Zhou Wang meet his demise?" Chapter 100. The steps. Yunzhe entered the hall with a darkened expression, his face ashen. Beside him, Wang Liangyi, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, raised the sword sheathed with the character for night emblazoned upon it. Behind them, several Frost Guard soldiers fanned out, their spears aimed menacingly at Tian Yang. The lifeless body of Zhou Wang lay in the hall, making it evident who posed a threat. Lastly, Kong Zhang, clad in protective gear, and Adam, the captain of the Sunlight Squad, entered the hall as well. Upon witnessing the scene, Adam's expression shifted, and he instinctively glanced at Tian Yang. After the glow of the fungal colony in Gem Town began to emanate, Kong Zhang intended to gather specimens from the town, prompting Yunzhe to assemble a team to accompany him. As they approached the vicinity, the trees overtaken by the fungi captured Kong Zhang's attention, leading them into this street, where the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground echoed from this peculiar structure. Naturally, their group was drawn in, only to discover Zhou Wang's lifeless form. In truth, Yunzhe held no affection for Zhou Wang. The man was notorious for his misdeeds, and his dubious methods of pursuing Sun left Yunzhe with disdain. Zhou Wang had been exiled to the base, initially destined for the mines, but Yunzhe's father, Yun Sheng, rescued him from that fate, assigning him as Yunzhe's protector. Yunzhe had no need for such protection, yet his father believed Zhou Wang could assist him in winning the favor of the radiant lady he sought. Their faction held little standing within the Yun family. Otherwise, Yunzhe would not frequently venture into the abyss to manage the mines situated not far from the base. If Yunzhe could wed Sun, his status among the younger generation would rise, potentially allowing him to inherit the family legacy. Despite Yunzhe's skepticism regarding Zhou Wang's utility in his pursuit of Sun, he reluctantly acquiesced to his father's insistence to retain Zhou Wang. But now, with Zhou Wang dead, even though he was merely a dog, he was still a dog of the Yun family, leaving Yunzhe feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thus, he turned to Tian Yang, demanding, "Are you not going to provide me with an explanation?" Tian Yang's gaze was fixed on Wang Liangyi, who emanated an unspoken aura of dominance since entering the hall. The invisible pressure rolled over him like waves, compelling Tian Yang to focus his attention on the man with the piercing eyes. Zhou Wang held a grudge against me. When he saw me alone, he sought to kill me, but I fought back. That is the essence of the matter. He lightly touched his left eye, an electronic eye with a recording module. If you doubt me, you may verify the events upon returning to the base. Yunzhe remained silent for a moment before a transformation swept over his face, the gloom dissipating as a smile emerged. "I believe you." He nudged Zhou Wang's body with his foot. This bastard truly could commit such foolish acts. However, the word held a tone of foreboding that caused a slight unease in Tian Yang. Yunzhe's gaze settled on the mechanical briefcase in the boy's possession. "You must surrender your weapon and that briefcase to me for safekeeping. Upon our return to the base, once your innocence is verified, you may reclaim them." Without hesitation, Tian Yang shook his head. "That is impossible." The briefcase contained Su Lai's secret. It was the very reason Tian Yang had come to Gem Town. After much effort to obtain it, he would not relinquish it to the Yun family. Regarding his weapon, having witnessed the precedent set by Qin Wu, he would no longer casually part with his arms. Yunzhe sighed. "I am not negotiating with you." His gaze shifted toward Wang Liangyi. The hawk-eyed man surged forward like a cannonball, a chilling whistle echoing through the hall. As he neared Tian Yang, the boy radiated a soft glow, exuding a nimble essence. Suddenly darting sideways, evading Wang Liangyi's attack, Wang Liangyi halted in surprise, swiftly changing direction and accelerating. Tian Yang attempted to move again, only to sense invisible forces closing in on both sides. His expression shifted dramatically as he reached for the Qi Yu battle blade. Wang Liangyi snorted, his right hand caressing the sword's hilt, appearing before Tian Yang in an instant. Clang! The Qi Yu blade was drawn, carving a dark red arc aimed at Wang Liangyi's face. Wang Liangyi drew his sword just 3 inches, using the hilt to parry the blade. Tian Yang's pupils dilated slightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. The hilt carried a strange force, initially fierce and overwhelming, causing his battle blade to rise slightly. Tian Yang struggled to maintain his grip on the blade, which quivered violently, sending tremors throughout his being. Even his internal star essence became difficult to control under the impact. Ultimately, a subtle, feminine force infiltrated the gap, swiftly coursing through Tian Yang's body. Wherever it passed, his star essence dimmed. After this force circled within him, Tian Yang felt his limbs grow weak, and both the battle blade and briefcase slipped from his grasp. Only then did Wang Liangyi sheath his long sword and turn to leave. Several Frost Guard soldiers approached, ready to apprehend Tian Yang. "Stop!" Adam bellowed, drawing his long sword and positioning it before Tian Yang. Wang Liangyi paused, turning back, hand on his sword hilt. Yunzhe furrowed his brow. "Captain Adam, what are you doing?" Adam replied solemnly, "Mr. Yunzhe, I assure you, Tian Yang did not intend to kill Zhou Wang. At this juncture, it is pertinent to inform you that Tian Yang's presence in Gemtown was due to a special mission assigned by headquarters. I believe this briefcase contains the mission's details. It may pertain to the Nightwalker's strategic deployment in the Abyss, thus I cannot allow you to take him, nor the briefcase. If necessary, Mr. Yunzhe, you may confirm with Minister Shen." Yunzhe's expression soured. Even so, Zhou Wang was a member of the Yun family. Now that he is dead, the Nightwalkers owe me an explanation, do they not? Adam nodded. "Here's what we can do. Until we return to the base, we will restrict Tian Yang's movements. His weapon will be temporarily entrusted to you, Mr. Yunzhe, but the briefcase must remain with him. Should any further incidents arise, I will take full responsibility." Yunzhe's gaze shifted to Tian Yang. The boy, this time, complied readily, relinquishing the battle blade and weapon to the nearby Frost Guard. Since Adam had stepped forward to vouch for him, it would be unreasonable for him to resist further. Seeing Tian Yang surrender his weapons, Yunzhe secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Whether Zhou Wang lived or died was of little concern to him. Moreover, he believed Tian Yang's words held considerable truth. Yet, he required a way to save face. Otherwise, as a scion of the Yun family, how could he maintain authority in the future? With Adam stepping in as a guarantor and Tian Yang surrendering his arms, despite minor discrepancies from his original demands, it was ultimately acceptable. Nodding lightly, Yunzhe graciously declared, "Then I shall leave him in your care, Captain Adam." Adam accepted this favor graciously, summoning a team member to escort Tian Yang back to the camp. Thus, a brewing storm was temporarily resolved. Chapter 101. The death knell. The journey back to the camp was rather smooth, with no encounters with the dark denizens along the way. It seemed that the number of black citizens in this town was quite sparse. Additionally, with the onslaught of those fungal entities, it was likely that only a few black citizens could move freely now. Upon entering the camp, the members of the Sun's Gun escorted Tian Yang to the room where he had previously rested, and after he entered, they closed the door behind him without leaving anyone to guard. It was only at this moment that Tian Yang truly breathed a sigh of relief. Reflecting on it now, it seemed the Yun family had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Otherwise, given Wang Liangyi's strength, Adam would likely not have been able to protect him. Recalling the encounter in that grand hall, a wave of apprehension washed over Tian Yang. That man was indeed inscrutable. The fact that he was able to evade the man's initial attack suggested that both Wang Liangyi and Zhou Wang had made the same mistake, mistakenly believing him to be merely a level 1 warrior. In their complacency, they had faltered. The second strike he delivered was entirely different. The invisible force field used to restrain him, along with the 3 distinct types of power infused in his attack, all conveyed to Tian Yang that he was no match for Wang Liangyi. Thus far, Wang Liangyi appeared to be the most formidable transcendent he had ever encountered. Given that his weapon of choice was a sword, it was likely that he belonged to the god of war hierarchy, though his exact rank remained unknown. Regaining his composure, the youth retrieved an eye mask to shield his electronic eye. He then sat cross-legged in the corner, placing the mechanical lockbox on his lap. With a gentle touch, he placed his hand upon the password mechanism. Under the cross, the sky shone bright. He softly recited the brief phrase left by Su Lai. indicating the position of the suitcase. Could the sky refer to the box's password? Tian Yang repeated the phrase, hoping to uncover its connection to the password, but after several readings, he found no link between the phrase and the code. Feeling a surge of frustration, he set the box down and approached the window. Outside, the fungal entities continued to emit a ghostly blue glow, casting an ethereal light that illuminated the window, reflecting Tian Yang's silhouette. As he inadvertently caught a glimpse of his own reflection, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be? Leaning out the window, he gazed at the dim sky shrouded in black mist above the reverse realm. The sky referred to the heavens, and the sun was indeed the sun? The sky. The sun. Tian Yang. The youth abruptly directed his gaze back to the suitcase. Could I be the password? He picked up the box once more, confirming that the password mechanism employed an outdated mechanical structure. But it wasn't a biological key system, or was it? Tian Yang's eyes flickered with hesitation as he grappled with his thoughts, ultimately making a decision. He began to turn the mechanical dials of the password mechanism, adjusting them to specific numbers. When he reached the final digit, he hesitated for a moment, but after a brief pause, he steeled himself and turned the dial. As the last digit clicked into place, there was a soft sound from the mechanism, and the surrounding components sprang open simultaneously, causing the lid of the box to pop up slightly. Tian Yang let out a long breath, leaning against the wall, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him after releasing the tension. He had guessed correctly. The password was indeed his birthday. However, this revelation subtly increased the possibility that Su Lai was his biological father. After resting for a moment, Tian Yang gently opened the box. Inside, a layer of black padding cushioned several items. The first thing that caught his eye was a wild-looking handgun. Its silver-gray body bore several scratches, and the large caliber of its muzzle could accommodate a finger. Mimicking the revolver structure of the reverse realm's pistols, it was, however, inoperable, suggesting it did not use conventional projectiles. The black grip, made from special materials, bore an inscription at the bottom, "Ring the death knell for your enemies." Finally, Tian Yang discovered that this gun was equipped with an energy-conducting component, meaning it could harness a transcendent star essence and convert it into energy projectiles. Undoubtedly, this was a star-grade weapon, utilizing star essence as its medium. Yet, it differed significantly from contemporary star-grade firearms, particularly handguns. Modern handguns tended to be sleek and compact, akin to a woman adorned with intricate makeup. In contrast, this rugged and massive handgun resembled a rugged man with stubble. Gazing at it, the image of Su Lai in the young man's mind seemed to become more vivid. Tian Yang picked up the handgun, attempting to infuse his star essence into it. Remarkably, this handgun, which had likely been abandoned beneath that building for countless years, still had functional energy-conducting components. The revolver's chamber lit up, and one of the crystalline slots, shaped like a bullet, shimmered with a silvery glow, filling with a mercury-like substance. In the blink of an eye, one crystalline slot was completely filled. Tian Yang was somewhat astonished. Filling this one slot had consumed nearly 10% of his star essence. With a total of 6 crystalline slots, if he wished to fill them all, it would require a substantial portion of his star essence. Suddenly, Tian Yang felt a flicker of anticipation. The sheer power that could be unleashed by infusing so much star essence into the bullets was intriguing. Since this handgun was still operational, he accepted it without reservation, though he was unsure of its name. However, the inscription at the base of the grip inspired him. From now on, you shall be called the Death Knell. Having secured the Death Knell, Tian Yang's gaze returned to the suitcase. Inside were several pages of a diary and a small, silver metal box adorned with elegant and intricate patterns. Upon opening it, he found a data chip. Regrettably, he had no reader on his person, so he temporarily set the box aside, intending to access the chip's data once he returned to the base. The young man could only hope that it remained undamaged. Lastly, Tian Yang picked up the pages of the diary and instantly recognized them as having been torn from Su Lai's journal. It appeared that the individual who had removed the latter entries was Su Lai himself, based on the dates marked in the diary. He rearranged the entries before beginning to read. September 16th, I finally returned. This mission was truly dreadful. Utterly dreadful. September 19th, after resting for a few days, I feel a bit better. I originally intended to seek out Nanfei, but I lack the mood for it now. Those things, are they real? Even now that I'm back at the fortress, I can hardly believe it. Jingnan once said that our brains can sometimes deceive us, and I hope that this is just me deceiving myself. September 23rd, I met with Nanfei last night. She was very happy, but I couldn't share in her joy. Just thinking about the things I saw in the reverse realm makes it impossible for me to smile. Although I did smile, I'm sure it looked dreadful. I bet Nanfei has already noticed, yet she is considerate, asking nothing. She truly is a good girl. Well, let those things be dealt with by the higher-ups. I'd rather think about the wedding. September 30th. Is the military serious? They actually want to investigate? It's simply madness. Why don't they destroy those things? Damn it, Jing Nan was right. Sometimes power corrupts the heart. The higher-ups want me to return there again, back to that damned place. Can I refuse? October 21st. Yes, I'm back. I never imagined I would return alive. No, these diaries must be torn up. If someone discovers them, they will think I leaked secrets. The higher-ups have gone mad, insisting on pursuing that matter to the end. I don't know what to do. No, perhaps I know what I should do. This is the final entry in the diary, and the force of the handwriting is so intense that it seems almost capable of tearing the paper asunder. Tian Yang's brows furrowed together in a knot, for it became clear that the subsequent entries had been torn out by Su Lai himself. It remains a mystery as to who placed the diary in the storage compartment of the upper city citizen. Moreover, he had previously failed to comprehend why his mother chose to leave the diary in the storage compartment despite possessing the receipt for it. Now, however, he begins to grasp that perhaps his mother was aware of Su Lai's ultimate intentions. Her decision to leave the diary behind might be intrinsically linked to the contents therein. It is even conceivable that their residence in the lower district was a deliberate choice to evade the scrutiny of those above. But who exactly are the upper ones that Su Lai refers to? The military? Perhaps, yet other possibilities cannot be dismissed. This term is far too vague. Ultimately, what did Su Lai discover in the reverse realm that garnered such attention from the upper echelons, compelling them to demand the destruction of the diary to prevent the risk of exposure? The young man could not help but touch the box in his pocket. Perhaps the secret lies within this data chip. Tian Yang lifted his gaze towards the window, eagerly anticipating the return of Adam and his companions to the base. He could hardly contain his excitement to unravel the mysteries contained within the chip. As time ticked away, an unsettling feeling began to creep over him. Nearly an hour had elapsed since his return to the camp, and if they were merely collecting samples, there was no reason for Adam and the others to be delayed for so long. Could something have gone awry? Nevertheless, he remained relatively untroubled. With Adam's team present and Wang Liang's prowess, the group was adequately protected. That formidable high-ranking individual was no pushover. Suddenly, an unusual noise erupted from outside the window, resembling a distant explosion. Tian Yang dashed to the window, yet his view was obscured by the omnipresent black mist of the reverse realm. However, the mist could not muffle the sounds. An array of discordant noises began to emerge from afar, interspersed with glimpses of flickering lights penetrating the pervasive gloom. He heard footsteps outside the room. Securing the death knell to his belt, concealed beneath his Nightwalker uniform, he opened the door. A frost cloud guard rushed past, and Tian Yang seized him. What has happened? The soldier replied urgently. Mr. Yun and his team encountered an ambush on their return. Were they attacked by the black citizens? The soldier nodded. Indeed, and in substantial numbers. Mr. Yun instructed us to prepare. We may need to engage in a fierce battle. With that, he hurried away. The dark denizens, and in significant numbers no less. Tian Yang gazed out the window, realizing that this gem town was far from the tranquil place Adam had depicted. Chapter 102. Headshot. Closing the door, Tian Yang retrieved the morning bell and began to infuse it with a steady stream of stellar essence. The energy guiding component of the morning bell emitted a faint hum as it charged, and the bullet crystal slots began to light up one by one. However, after the third bullet crystal slot was filled, Tian Yang found that he could no longer infuse any more stellar essence into the massive handgun. It appeared that after being abandoned in the reverse realm for so many years, the gun had developed some issues. Nonetheless, this was not entirely unfavorable. Having filled 3 bullets consumed nearly 30% of Tian Yang's stellar essence. If he were to fill the remaining slots, the depletion would be excessive. He recalled what his mentor, Han Shu, had advised him. Never exhaust your stellar essence completely. He took out a bottle of stellar essence replenishment liquid, uncapped it, and poured it into his mouth. The liquid, glowing with a faint blue light, filled his mouth with a sweet fruity flavor, albeit synthetic, which became somewhat nauseating upon prolonged exposure. After consuming the entire bottle, he felt the stellar essence within him begin to recover, though it would only replenish the energy equivalent to 1 bullet. Discarding the empty bottle carelessly, Tian Yang pushed open the door and hastened towards the exit of the building. At the exit, the team member who had escorted him back initially blocked his path. You cannot go outside. Tian Yang pointed outside, asserting, I am here to assist. The team member appeared troubled, replying, but the captain instructed you to remain in the room. If he sees you leaving, I will be reprimanded. Suddenly, a firing point on the upper floor erupted with gunfire. It was a continuous machine gun set up by the frost cloud guard, roaring with a powerful sound that reverberated throughout the building. Outside, Someone shouted, "I see Mr. Yunza and the others. Quickly, provide support." The camp was alive with the sound of artillery and rifle fire, the air growing increasingly heated. The fiery projectiles of solid bullets clashed with the blue beams of stellar essence. One of the Frostcloud guards even launched a guided missile, and moments later, a brilliant explosion illuminated the small building as a shockwave shattered the windows within. Before long, a group burst through the outer gate. Yunza was being supported by a tall figure, whose bald head stood out amongst the crowd. However, what drew even more attention was the fist shield he bore. When Tian Yang recognized the figure, he was momentarily stunned. It was Gu Gang, whom he had encountered on the high-speed train. Two Frostcloud guards immediately took over supporting Yunza, who appeared bloodied and seemingly injured. They helped him into a vehicle equipped with a medical capsule, capable of saving anyone who wasn't critically wounded. After handing off Yunza, Gu Gang seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Behind them, Kong Zhang was assisted inside by two students. The elderly man did not appear injured, but his pale face suggested he was greatly frightened. As for Adam and the others, they quickly closed the door and, without pausing for rest, turned to resume their defensive duties. At that moment, a dark tide surged outside the gate, an overwhelming horde of wanderers. These figures, twisted and reminiscent of lepers, staggered towards the gate, their advance halted by the walls and iron gates. The relentless barrage from various firing points mercilessly cut down these lower-class denizens, whether from the machine gun's bullets or the blue beams of stellar essence. Any wanderer struck would find their bodies riddled with fist-sized holes. Even if they were not struck in the willpower cage, their battered forms could do little harm. However, the sheer number of wanderers posed a grave threat. Should they breach the defenses, the camp would be doomed. Tian Yang pushed past the team member and rushed to Gu Gang's side. The large-headed man, noticing the new presence before him, looked up with a gasp. "Is it you?" "It is I." Tian Yang glanced towards the door, questioning, "What is happening? Why did you return with them?" At that moment, the boy noticed that Wang Liangyi was absent from the group, leaving him unaware of the adept's whereabouts. Gu Gang managed a bitter smile as he stood up. "It's a long story. We encountered a disaster. My companions are all dead, and I was the only one to escape, to evade those things outside. I fled into Gem Town, only to run into them." Gu Gang gestured towards Adam and the others. They were originally following closely behind me, along with a high-ranking dark denizen, a shadow knight. It rode a monstrous beast resembling a wolf, and I nearly fell victim to it. Fortunately, a man with eagle-like sharp eyes among them saved me. As he recounted this, Gu Gang's face bore the residual fear of the encounter. It turned out that Wang Liangyi had gone to intercept the high-ranking dark denizen. However, Tian Yang had yet to hear of the shadow knight. But the fact that it had instilled such terror in a fortification-level transcender was indicative of its formidable nature. "Be careful, the mad dogs are joining the fray." A gunner atop the building called out. Before the words could settle, a black-red beam sliced through the air above the camp, striking the gunner. The soldier's body jolted, and he slowly lowered his gaze to find a gaping hole in his chest. Moments later, his corpse plummeted from the rooftop, landing close to Tian Yang. Tian Yang shouted, "It's a mysterious marksman. Quickly, find cover." He abandoned Gu Gang and sprinted toward Adam. "Where's my gear? Hand it over." Adam offered no reply, but a frantic Frostcloud guard rushed over, delivering the Crimson Moon battle blade and assault rifle to Tian Yang. "Mr. Yunza asked me to bring these. He said your strength is needed now." Tian Yang seized the equipment and dashed into the building. Moments later, he reached the rooftop, taking control of the machine gun. As he peered down, he realized the camp was encircled by dark denizens. Thousands of wanderers crowded the streets outside, with frenzied dogs charging through the barrage towards the defenses. In the distance, the black-red beams whistled through the air as a mysterious marksman, sporting a goat-like visage, concealed himself among the buildings while firing upon the camp. With controlled precision, Tian Yang operated the machine gun, unleashing a torrent of flames as the bullets formed a crimson whip. As the whip swept through the tide of darkness, it carved a path, though it was quickly filled by the advancing dark denizens. Yet, the greatest threat did not stem from the wanderers or the mad dogs, not at this moment. The true peril lay in the distant attacks from the mysterious marksman. Fortunately, both the Sun's Gun Squad and the Frostcloud Guard had a Tier 3 sniper each. These two transcenders employed their expert skills, wielding their beloved firearms to continuously eliminate the cunning marksman. Each time the distinctive sound of sniper equipment echoed through the camp, a mysterious marksman would fall, boosting the morale of the defenders and allowing those skilled in close combat to confidently engage the mad dogs attempting to breach the walls. As Gu Gang regained his composure and began providing stellar essence barriers to the melee-focused transcenders, Tian Yang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although their numbers were not superior, their advanced equipment and seamless teamwork were advantageous. As long as the number of dark denizens did not increase, driving them back was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, a scream erupted from one side of the rooftop. Tian Yang turned to see a soldier manning the machine gun at a firing position, his head crushed into a pulp. Blood and brain matter splattered across the rooftop. The perpetrator, exhibiting a slow and grotesque motion, raised a weapon resembling a scepter, its twisted metallic head smeared with remnants of scalp. Clutching the staff was a hand of deep crimson hue, adorned in a tattered ensemble of fabric and metal. The visage emerging from a shattered helmet resembled that of a desiccated corpse, its mouth agape, emitting breaths akin to those of a spectral wanderer. Black veins surfaced upon the purplish skin, while a dark crimson light surged forth from its hollow eye sockets, resembling a horrific entity clawing its way from the abyss. Eerie crackling sounds emanated from its form as it approached Tian Yang, dragging the staff behind it. In the small square, the voice of Gugong resonated. Be cautious. That is a profound apparition. Their strength is astonishing. There will imprison within. As his words trailed off, a deafening gunshot reverberated through the air, resembling a thunderclap in a clear sky. Dagwang witnessed the head of the profound apparition on the rooftop explode, fragments of the shattered helmet, pulverized skull, and its inside splattering everywhere. Even several pieces of bone stained with purple blood landed upon Gugong's face. He wiped his cheek and managed to utter the unfinished thought. Within their heads, well, you have blown it apart. It is no longer my concern. Beside the rapid-fire cannon, Tian Yang had risen from the ground, half kneeling, his arm raised high, cradling the massive revolver known as the death knell, from which a wisp of warm smoke ascended. At that moment, he comprehended why Su Lai had inscribed the words death knell. He had not anticipated the thunderous report of this firearm, nor its brutal destructive power. One bullet obliterated the head of the profound apparition. Now, the creature, devoid of anything above its shoulders, toppled to the ground, its body swiftly rotting and disintegrating. After a brief interval, only its garments and staff remained, while the rest had transformed into a pool of viscous black sludge. As he lowered the revolver, Tian Yang felt an agonizing pain in his palm, with his shoulder throbbing in discomfort. He inwardly gasped at the sheer force of the recoil from the death knell. Had he not enhanced his physical prowess, the recoil alone would have likely torn his palm and dislocated his shoulder. If Su Lai could wield the death knell with ease, he must at least be a level 4 transcendent. Extending this reasoning, it would be a formidable challenge even for mid-level transcendents. The secret behind it must indeed be extraordinary. At that moment, more profound apparitions began to swarm around the camp, utilizing the spectral wanderers for cover. Upon nearing the walls, they swung their staffs down with great force. As Gugong had noted, these entities possessed immense strength. With a single strike, they created a breach in the walls. The defenses of the camp suddenly teetered on the brink of collapse. Chapter 103. Hold the line, stop them. Adam bellowed as he charged toward the side of the wall. There, two shadowy minions were pounding against the barrier, their crimson skin glistening as they wielded various crude metallic weapons. These implements, while perhaps lacking any unique attributes, were notably heavy, making their swings devastating. As the two minions wreaked havoc upon the wall, the mindless wanderers continued to surge forward, leaving them vulnerable to being struck by the minions' weapons. However, given the sheer number of the dark denizens, such incidental injuries were nearly inconsequential. Adam vaulted over the wall, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor, his longsword radiating with a brilliant yet gentle silver light. The Westlander descended from above. The silver brilliance of his sword surged forth like a torrent, not only sweeping towards the two minions, but also engulfing the throng of dark citizens behind them. Caught in this silver deluge, the dark denizens were obliterated, and the two minions, struck first, soon crumbled into a cloud of dust. With a single stroke, Adam carved a vacuum amidst the dark citizens, invigorating the morale of the human warriors in the camp. Yet, this powerful strike had drained a significant amount of his energy, prompting him to quickly gulp down a replenishing elixir before lunging at another shadowy minion. Tian Yang, feeling a pang of envy, recognized that Adam had just unleashed an ability known as Shatter, a force wielded exclusively by a level 4 Shura. The Shatter force field disrupts the molecular structure of objects, causing them to disintegrate. Its extensive coverage allows for a swift and sweeping tactical advantage over foes. This is why level 4 is regarded as a watershed moment for any class. Take the War God class as an example. Prior to this, practitioners of that class lacked such sweeping battlefield control. Other practitioners joined the fray to intercept the shadowy minions, but alas, they were not of Adam's caliber. The remaining minions began to exude a peculiar deep purple mist, which, despite the winds, grew denser, forming several purple clouds around the camp as viewed from the rooftop. Within the mist's reach, the willpower of the Wanderers and Mad Dogs surged, their aggression reaching an all-time high. Not only did the Mad Dogs charge with greater speed, but even the Wanderers abandoned their sluggishness, hastening towards the defensive line with ferocious intent. "Be careful," Gugong shouted. "This mist can suppress our energy, and it will make the dark denizens even more frenzied." Indeed, a practitioner organizing an assault found themselves enveloped by the purple mist, their energy dimming instantaneously. This phenomenon mirrored the suppression of dark denizens by the star essence pillar, yet was now reversed. The outcome was far from pleasant. The practitioner's attack power and reaction speed were notably diminished, causing them to be pushed back by the minion. Gugong hastily consumed another replenishing elixir, discarding the empty vial, and pressed his hand against his chest. His energy transformed into a sandy hue, forming a spectral armor around him, solidifying his presence. After donning the indestructible armor, this fortress's unique ability seemed to offer some resistance against the purple mist. With a roar, Gugong vaulted over the wall, tossing the beleaguered practitioner out of the mist's reach. He then lowered his center of gravity, bracing himself with arms raised. With a fist shield, he absorbed a blow from the shadowy minion before unleashing a lion-like roar. His fists emanated spiraling waves as he released the Fortress-class's vortex force field. Tian Yang, controlling the artillery to bombard the dark citizens outside the camp, glanced momentarily at Gugong. While Gugong's force field was far less expansive than Honshu's, its power appeared significantly diminished. Nevertheless, the fists enveloped in the vortex force struck with a meticulous combination of attacks. Each punch landed on the minion. Though it could not deliver a fatal blow, it caused the minion to sway precariously. The fabric and flesh of the minion were torn and shredded by the vortex force. After delivering several heavy blows, Gugong unleashed a powerful strike that sent the minion soaring into the rear defenses. Tian Yang wasted no time, adjusting the cannon to unleash a barrage of formidable rounds upon the minion's head. Despite the minion's helmet, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught. After a flurry of bullets, the creature's head, along with its encasing, was reduced to a pulpy mass of purple. Gugong glanced up at the rooftop, nodded, and provided a protective energy barrier to a nearby practitioner before charging at another minion. The tide of battle began to stabilize, as the last minion fell to Adam's blade. The pace of the Dark Citizens' assault gradually slowed. Moments later, they began to retreat, with the Wanderers also withdrawing into the labyrinthine alleys, seemingly responding to some unseen call. Regardless, the camp had held its ground for the time being. Outside the small building, the remains of the Dark Citizens left behind a layer of viscous black sludge that appeared to undulate across the ground. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, compelling the inhabitants to barricade the large iron gate with stones to prevent the foul-smelling black muck from seeping inside. As Tian Yang rose from the rooftop, spent shell casings fell from him, revealing a mountain of metallic remnants that had accumulated nearby. He shook his head. The recent battle had likely depleted a significant portion of the convoy's ammunition. Moreover, the camp's walls were no longer as sturdy as before, with multiple breaches made by the shadowy minions. Currently, Adam was commanding his team to seal the breaches while assigning sentries to guard the perimeter. Yunza finally descended from the vehicle, his head bandaged, but his complexion relatively stable. He busied himself tending to the wounded and inventorying supplies. In the recent skirmish, there had been no losses among the practitioners, but 5 soldiers from the Sun Gun and Frost Cloud Guard had perished. To prevent their bodies from succumbing to the encroaching black mist, the fallen were promptly cremated, their ashes interred in the back courtyard of the small building. After the intense battle, the morale of the Sun Gun members remained intact, yet the Frost Cloud Guard spirits were significantly dampened. Many of the ordinary soldiers kept their heads down, casting fearful glances around. If this continued, the combat effectiveness of the Yun family escort would likely plummet. Yunze seemed to sense this, as he nodded toward Tian Yang on the rooftop before approaching Adam. "Captain Adam, the situation is dire. My men are unaccustomed to such combat. They are physically and mentally exhausted. If we remain here, should the Dark Citizens launch another assault, we may not endure, and we could face complete collapse." Adam was polishing his longsword. "What does Mr. Yunze propose?" Yunze's voice was grave and serious. "I suggest we depart immediately. Moreover, Teacher Kong is not in optimal condition. I fear for his health. As for Wang Liangyi, I will inform him separately. Given his strength, I trust he can extricate himself from Gem Town without issue." "That is out of the question," a cold voice interjected. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Liangyi had returned, crouching on the wall before leaping down. "We cannot leave now." Yunze, perplexed, asked, "Why not, Mr. Wang?" Our current situation. Wang Liangyi gestured for Yunze to cease speaking. I understand the gravity of our predicament, but I still advise against leaving Gemtown. There are still 3 shadowy knights present. Yunze trembled all over. What? There are 3 more of those monstrous beings. Wang Liangyi's expression grew grave as he nodded. After I eliminated one, I intended to return. However, upon discovering the movements of the other knights, I meant to pursue them. Unfortunately, their agility is formidable. I circled around Gemtown, yet failed to catch up with them. Those creatures are cunning, while I was in pursuit. They were consolidating their forces, possibly preparing for another wave, or even multiple assaults. Yunze, slightly losing control, exclaimed, "Then we should hasten our departure." Adam chuckled ruefully. If Mr. Wang Liangyi's assertion is accurate, and there are indeed 3 Shadow Knights, we are bound to face an ambush on our return journey. Those high-ranking dark denizens possess remarkable maneuverability. I fear our Falcon War Chariot would be unable to evade them. Wang Liangyi concurred. Indeed, if they were to catch up with us and sabotage our vehicle, we would find ourselves vulnerable in the wilderness, at the mercy of slaughter. Adam rose, sheathing his sword. We must remain here, utilizing the buildings as our stronghold. If Mr. Wang Liangyi can hold those Shadow Knights at bay, we should be able to withstand them for a time. Meanwhile, we will call for reinforcements from the base. Only with their arrival do we stand a chance of survival. Wang Liangyi nodded emphatically. Precisely. Both men turned their attention to Yunze, who took a step back and sighed helplessly. Since you both insist, I have no objections. After all, you are far more experienced in this matter than I am. Adam promptly summoned a team member to contact the Lighthouse Base. He then conferred with Yunze, instructing him to deploy the Frost Cloud Guards to create barricades and dig traps outside the camp, in preparation for their impending defense. Once these tasks were completed, Adam's gaze finally fell upon Gu Gang. It is your turn. You must inform us where you encountered these creatures. Tian Yang, Wang Liangyi, and the remaining active members of the camp turned their eyes towards Gu Gang. Gu Gang rubbed his bald head and sighed. In Hongni Town, where we discovered some peculiarities. This piqued Tian Yang's curiosity, and the others fixed their attention on Gu Gang. The bald man continued, as you are aware, Hongni Town was only recently opened to us prospectors for exploration. A few days ago, we uncovered an underground space there. Adam narrowed his eyes slightly. An underground space? Why have we not received any related reports? Chapter 104. The base. For a fleeting moment, Gu Gang's expression was one of discomfort, his gaze sweeping the ground as if in search of something. After a brief silence, he spoke with a tone of resignation. If we report this, the base will surely revoke the exploration privileges for Hongni Town. Captain, we wanted to earn a bit more, which is why we chose not to report it. Adam's tone immediately turned stern. What you have done is a violation of the Gold Diggers Code. Such an act could result in the forfeiture of all your rights in Qingtian Fortress. Gu Gang sighed deeply. At this point, nothing matters anymore. My team is gone, and I am left alone. With what happened in Hongni Town, I am penniless. Even if I were to remain in Qingtian Fortress, I would lack the means to venture into the reverse realm again. Adam shook his head vigorously. You are truly foolish. Just look at the predicament you have put us in by entering an unauthorized area. Gu Gang glanced at him. All I can say is that I am deeply sorry. Yunze raised his hand and patted both of their shoulders. Gentlemen, discussing this now is futile. Let us first ascertain what transpired in Hongni Town. The group turned their gazes back to Gu Gang. Clutching his bald head, he sat on the steps with a look of frustration after discovering that underground space. We conducted a preliminary exploration. Using sonar equipment, we found that the space beneath Hongni Town was astonishingly vast, capable of accommodating another city. Subsequently, several prospecting teams held a meeting in town. Everyone unanimously agreed to keep the underground space under wraps for the time being, before it was discovered by Lighthouse Base. We would return to Qingtian Fortress to prepare supplies and recruit personnel, in anticipation of exploring that subterranean realm. Having descended from the rooftop and leaning against a column, Tian Yang had a rough idea of their intentions. These prospectors merely wished to explore the area themselves, as any untouched land would likely hold valuable treasures. If all went well, they would report to Lighthouse Base after plundering the site. Their calculations seemed sound, but unfortunately, they appeared to have stepped on a landmine. A member of the Sun Gun team scoffed. You overestimate yourselves. If that underground space is as vast as you claim, how could you prospectors, even if you discover something, have the means to take it back? Adam raised his hand to halt the mockery. Gu Gang and his team had already paid the price for their actions. At that moment, the bald man cast a grateful glance at Adam before saying, Indeed, my brother speaks the truth. We were overconfident. But we were all caught up in the excitement of our discovery. In any case, after some preparations, We regrouped in Hongni Town and entered the underground space. At the time, we relied on the sonar system for exploration, lacking a clear understanding. It was only upon entering that we realized the extent of its vastness. We descended through a vertical shaft located within a building. Perhaps due to the previous earthquake, the cover above had collapsed. Otherwise, we might never have discovered that horrifying place. We descended over 300 meters before reaching the ground. What lay before us was absolute darkness. Unlike the sky of the reverse realm shrouded in black mist, there was not a single glimmer of light. Naturally, we had taken precautions, and lighting tools were indispensable. However, after activating several high-powered searchlights, we found that even with these tools, we could not grasp the entirety of the space. By observing the airflow and echoes, we determined that this was an incomprehensibly vast expanse. This revelation excited everyone, for the vertical passage we entered indicated it was a man-made structure. Why would someone excavate such a massive space underground? I believe you can all guess the answer. They must be storing something significant here. Even now, when speaking of that place, Gu Gang's excitement was palpable, emphasizing with gestures that underground space undoubtedly houses some important, immensely valuable artifacts. Did you ultimately make any discoveries? Yunzhe posed the crucial question. Unfortunately, Gu Gang shook his head. No. After our initial excitement, we began to explore. To avoid losing our way in the vast darkness, we used an electronic compass. Thus, it took us nearly half a day to discover a base. The expressions of the crowd shifted, with Adam being the first to react. What did you say? A base? What kind of base? Gu Gang gestured, similar to Yunxiang Base, but even larger. At the entrance, there were inscriptions in the reverse realm script, so we initially surmised it must have been constructed by inhabitants of the reverse realm. Perhaps it was a refuge. Yunzhe, however, shook his head. It cannot be a refuge. We have explored this area for many years. The heights of the buildings in the major cities, as well as towns like Baosher Town, are quite limited. Furthermore, some archaeologists have concluded that the economic and cultural level of this region was only mediocre during the time of the reverse realm. Thus, I believe the inhabitants of the reverse realm would not build a refuge in such a place. Of course, I cannot say for certain, as I have never been there. Gu Gang waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of what it is, that cursed place is undoubtedly a bona fide base. Although we could not decipher the inscriptions, there were signs and illustrations at regular intervals inside. Only a base would exhibit such meticulousness. Moreover, we discovered armed platforms within that structure, indicating it had a planned security system. Wang Liang crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. By the looks of it, it indeed appears to be a base. Adam gestured for the bald man to continue. Gu Gang's expression grew grave, his eyes gradually tinged with panic. Initially, we were excited because we understood the implications of a base from the reverse realm. However, as we delved deeper, we began to sense something amiss. Within that base, we discovered several corpses. These bodies were covered in fungi, resembling those luminous entities found in Baosher Town. But that is not what matters. What is significant is that those corpses seem to belong to our people. Yunzhe looked at him in confusion. Are you implying that the fortress has previously explored that base? Gu Gang nodded vigorously. Exactly. Because their equipment is of the same type as ours, albeit with different models. Inside, we even found a disassembled three-dimensional weapon. Adam was the first to exclaim. That is impossible. I have been at Yunxiang Base for a long time. Yet I have never heard of any exploration organized by the base, nor have I seen any reports regarding a base in the reverse realm. Gu Gang lowered his voice. We cannot be mistaken, but if you say so, Captain, then there is only one possibility. The fortress does not wish for others to know about that exploration or the existence of that base. Leaning against the column, Tian Yang felt a flicker of concern. Sulai had concealed a suitcase in Baosher Town, and the base beneath Hongni Town bore traces of the fortress's exploration. Was there a connection between the two? Regardless, even if the fortress had previously explored it, we still hoped to find some valuable items within. Ultimately, we found no treasures, but instead, a tree. Gu Gang paused here, seemingly lost in the memories of that moment, falling silent. Yunzhe, however, exclaimed with excitement. Could it be the pillar of star essence? In a moment of bewilderment, Gu Gang was brought back to reality when Adam shook his shoulder, prompting him to lift his gaze. No, he began. It was something else, far more immense and sinister. It resembled a plant, yet bore human characteristics. The light was dim, and my vision was obscured, but I could vaguely discern outlines akin to trees. Moreover, that entity was encrusted with fungi, some of which had even formed shapes reminiscent of human figures, appearing as if countless figures were entwined like worms. What was even more terrifying was that when we opened the hall, those fungi surged towards us at an alarming rate. One of my subordinates was unable to escape and was swiftly engulfed, succumbing to asphyxiation. Adam's expression turned to one of shock. Are you saying those things can parasitize humans? Gu Gang nodded, his face a mask of horror. Indeed, I could see them desperately extending hyphae into human bodies. They were utterly malevolent, akin to beasts on the hunt. At that moment in the hall, I witnessed the branches of that grotesque tree, laden with fungi, piercing through the dome. It's possible they have reached the ground. Adam took a couple of steps back. The earthquake occurred over 2 months ago, and shortly thereafter, the fungi in Gemtown began to exhibit bizarre behavior. Could this be connected to that base? With the passage to the surface opened, have certain entities been unleashed? Gu Gang stared blankly at the squad leader of the Sun's gun. What happened to the fungi in Gemtown? Wang Liang interjected. Let us not dwell on that for now. Please continue. How did you encounter the Abyssal Knights afterward? Gu Gang managed a bitter smile. In that hall, we were terrified, and several individuals disregarded my orders, opening fire on the grotesque tree. It emitted a strange cry. Not long after, the Abyssal Knights and their retinue emerged, pursuing us through the base. We fled in desperation, and ultimately, I was the only one to escape from Red Mud Town. He spread his hands. You all know what transpired next. Wang Liang's gaze sharpened. So, you were completely unaware of what the Ghost Knights and their retinue were protecting? I wish I knew. Gu Gang lamented. If I had, perhaps the deaths of my subordinates would not feel so unjust. However, I truly do not know. We barely explored a quarter, perhaps even less, before we encountered that grotesque tree, only to be pursued by the knights and their entourage. I doubt those purplish-skinned fiends would ever divulge what they were safeguarding. Chapter 105. The Ancient Dark Folk Captain, you need to come and listen to this. A member of the Sun Gun team poked his head out from the Falcon war vehicle. Adam turned to look. What's the matter? The soldier's face bore a troubled expression. We've lost contact with the base, and we've received some strange signals. Strange signals? Tian Yang suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Adam hurried over, and after exchanging a glance with Wang Liang, Yunza followed suit. Eventually, even Tian Yang and Gu Gang squeezed beside the war vehicle. The vehicle's door was ajar, and the control panel in the cockpit was playing a voice recording. So dark, so cold. Where is this? Please, someone help me. Is anyone listening? I need assistance. The voice was interspersed with electronic static, and the occasional sharp sound of something scraping against the walls added an eerie atmosphere to the recording. Upon hearing it, nearly everyone could envision a scene. In a dark, frigid space, someone was pleading for help while something menacing scraped against the walls, filling the air with a palpable sense of danger and dread. Adam reached out and tapped the control panel screen, attempting to switch channels, but each one inevitably returned to the same recording. This was highly irregular. He jumped down from the vehicle, his thick brows nearly knitting together. All channels are being interfered with. If that's the case, we won't be able to communicate with the base, at least not in real time. Yunza asked, is there a way to establish contact? The team member inside the vehicle shook his head. We've tried. There's no response, just a mechanical repetition of the same message. Adam turned back. Then we must send encrypted messages to the base. That's our only option. The team member nodded and began composing the message. Tian Yang squeezed in. I just remembered something. I once participated in a star column recovery mission. During that operation, we received a distress signal, only to discover later that it was sent by a type of dark folk. As biological entities, they somehow managed to interfere with electronic signals. I still don't know how they accomplished that. Adam's expression turned serious. Are you suggesting that the signal we're receiving now might be an interference from the dark folk? Tian Yang nodded emphatically. It is highly likely. Yunza exclaimed. If that's the case, their objective must be to isolate us. My heavens. Is this something the dark folk are capable of? Do they employ tactics? Adam was not particularly surprised. High-ranking dark folk are indeed sentient beings. It's not unusual for them to use tactics. Mr. Wang Liang mentioned that there are 3 Wraith Knights in Gemtown. Those creatures possess the ability to command the dark folk. It's entirely normal for them to employ certain strategies. But I did not anticipate the existence of what Tian Yang described among the dark folk. Tian Yang stepped forward. If we do not eliminate the source of the interference, we will be unable to contact the base. Moreover, even if we send an encrypted message, I have my doubts about whether the dark folk might intercept it. Here's what I propose. I will locate and eliminate the source of the interference. I know what it looks like. Adam, upon hearing this, hesitated before responding. Yunza firmly shook his head. Let my men handle this. You've just gone through a major battle, and now is the time for you to rest. You only need to share the intelligence about the interferer with us. I will take care of the rest. Tian Yang looked at Adam, who nodded in agreement. The young man then described the creature with a trumpet-shaped head that he had encountered in the metropolis to Yunza and the others. After receiving this information, Yunza immediately left to find an ascendant, instructing him to take a signal tracker for this task. Adam pulled Tian Yang aside and whispered, "He doesn't trust you." "I know," Tian Yang sighed. "He's worried that I might take the opportunity to slip away after leaving the camp." Adam chuckled. This scion of the Yun family is known for his cautious nature. Otherwise, the Yun family would not have entrusted such a young man with overseeing the mine and base operations here. Tian Yang waved his hand, wishing to dispel the unpleasant thoughts. "Never mind him. By the way, Adam, could you tell me about the Wraith Knights and their minions? I've never heard of such creatures before." Adam found a clean spot to sit down, took out 2 food bars, and handed one to Tian Yang. Tian Yang shook his head. "I'm not hungry." "Eat," Adam insisted, thrusting the food into his hand. "In battle, you never know when the enemy will strike, so whenever you have a moment, you should rest and eat to prepare for the next wave of attacks." Tian Yang felt the logic in his words, tore open the packaging, and took a bite. Adam also bit into his food, chewing as he spoke. The Wraith Knights and their minions, along with sorcerers and tree spirits, are classified as ancient dark folk. Ancient dark folk? Tian Yang had never heard this term before. Yes, ancient dark folk. Adam took a sip from his water flask. In almost every reverse realm, there exist some particularly ancient dark beings. They have persisted for a long time, and this category of dark folk typically possesses certain unique traditions. Take our reverse realm number 127. For instance, among the ancient dark folk discovered here, wherever sorcerers go, they leave behind distinctive symbols and conduct certain forms of worship for other dark beings. As for the Wraith Knights and their minions, they usually inhabit sealed spaces, and their tradition is to protect certain things, those they deem important or designated by something. However, what distinguishes ancient dark folk from their counterparts is that their traditions are merely one feature. The most significant characteristic is that this type of dark folk exhibits almost no signs of evolution. Tian Yang paused, and after a moment, took another bite of the food bar. "So, does that mean other dark folk have evolutionary traits?" "Exactly." Adam quickly finished the remaining food bar. "During the exploration of the reverse realms, we've discovered certain phenomena, such as some frozen dark folk. Of course, not in our current realm. Our exploration here has been relatively brief, and we have yet to uncover similar things. However, in some of the earlier numbered reverse realms, such findings are abundant. Remains, images, written information. These indicate the existence of some very ancient species among the dark folk. They have ceased to evolve, retaining certain behaviors and traditions until now. This type of dark folk is referred to as ancient. Conversely, other dark folk evolve and adapt over time. For instance, the Madhounds and the enigmatic archers. 50 years ago, the Madhounds were half the size they are today, and they mostly resembled youths. As for the enigmatic archers, when they were first discovered, they utilized bow and arrows as their weaponry. Now, not only have they adopted firearms, but they also wield energy-based weaponry. Tian Yang frowned. In just 50 years, such rapid evolution? Adam sighed heavily indeed. This is why some researchers studying reverse realms believe that our explorations inadvertently stimulate the ecological systems of these dark worlds. The reverse realms adjust the evolution speed and magnitude of the dark folk in response to these stimuli to combat us intruders. Tian Yang fell silent, suddenly feeling that perhaps humanity should abandon the exploration of reverse realms. Unfortunately, such decisions were not solely his to make. Moreover, as long as there remained star columns and resources unavailable in the outside world within the reverse realms, the fervor for exploration would not wane. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed from outside the camp, a result of the preparations made by Adam's dispatched personnel to hinder the black citizens. Adam rose to his feet and, accompanied by Tian Yang, ascended to the rooftop of a small building. From their vantage point, they observed a cloud of dust billowing around the vicinity of the camp. The surrounding streets were nearly entirely sealed off, leaving only a single road leading out of town. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, explosives would be laid along that road, designed to delay the advance of the black citizens during a potential retreat from the town. Amidst the swirling dust, Tian Yang discerned shadowy figures moving towards the camp. Using tactical optics, he confirmed that they were members of the Sun's Gun. However, they appeared disoriented, as if something was pursuing them closely behind. In the next moment, Adam's communicator crackled to life. "Captain, they're coming. A multitude of wanderers, they're back." Adam inhaled sharply and bellowed down from the building. "The black citizens are launching a second wave of attack. All personnel, prepare for combat." He repeated the command several times. The personnel, who had been resting in the camp, sprang into action upon hearing Adam's alarm, swiftly gathering their gear and rushing to their positions. Tian Yang retrieved the Bell of Death. Infusing it with star essence and loading 3 rounds, followed by consuming a bottle of replenishing liquid. Adam cast a curious glance at the enormous handgun, baffled by how this young man had suddenly acquired such a formidable weapon, but there was no time for distractions. The burly blond man leaped from the building to personally oversee the camp's defensive operations. Before long, those who had gone out to set traps and demolish the buildings returned. Quickly joining the defensive line of the camp, Tian Yang took position at a section of the wall where the previous defender had been dispatched by Yunza to eliminate interference signals. He assumed the responsibilities of the post while a regular soldier managed the artillery point on the rooftop. Within the camp, everyone stood at the ready. It wasn't long before they witnessed wanderers emerging from the windows, doors, and other openings of the previously demolished structures. Their movements were stiff and their forms swayed. Yet their steps were resolutely directed towards the camp. Adam shouted, "These creatures are mere cannon fodder. Do not waste excessive energy on them. Open fire only when they draw nearer, especially snipers. Your targets are the more formidable threats like the elusive sharpshooters. Do not squander ammunition and energy on the fodder." On the wall, Tian Yang silently drew the crimson moonblade, while clutching an assault rifle in his other hand. His duty was to deal with any rabid hounds or retainers that attempted to scale the wall. He must not allow them to breach the defenses of the camp. Yet, he found it peculiar that amidst the black tide that had spread across the streets, the wanderers were densely packed. Not a single rabid hound was in sight, nor even a shadow of the abyssal knights. Chapter 106. The demeanor of all. A few minutes later, a wanderer triggered a motion sensor landmine laid by the soldiers at the forefront of their position, instantly igniting a blaze before the camp. The landmine exploded, obliterating a small cluster of wanderers. Such detonations continued to erupt in succession at the camp's front. The members of the Sun's Gun, even the soldiers, were seasoned warriors, and the landmines they had meticulously arranged were no mere happenstance. With limited ammunition, they had precisely calculated the explosive power of the motion sensor mines, cleverly designing their distribution to maximize their lethality. However, witnessing the scattered remnants of wanderers, no one, including Adam, felt a sense of triumph. This wave of attack was solely comprised of wanderers, with not a single shadow of the dark denizens in sight. It was evident that the commander of the dark denizens intended to use the wanderers to deplete human ammunition. Yet, despite this knowledge, the camp could not afford to remain idle. After all, should the wanderers breach their defenses, they would not hesitate to seize the tantalizing feast before them. Reluctantly, Adam signaled for an attack. Thus, aside from the two snipers, the others continued to fire upon the encroaching dark tide. The number of wanderers was even greater than before, but Adam had ordered the demolition of buildings to block several streets and alleys. This maneuver hindered the wanderers' rapid advance, forcing them to disperse and emerge through windows and gaps in the structures before surging towards the camp. Consequently, the pressure on the camp was significantly alleviated, allowing the defenders to engage in coordinated fire, thereby conserving ammunition to the greatest extent possible. Uncertain of when the dark denizens might deploy genuinely threatening units, such as the elusive sharpshooters and the enigmatic followers, Adam instructed the elevators of the elemental heart to remain on standby. These potent beings, capable of inciting a tempest upon the battlefield, should not squander their star essence on wanderers. Even the melee combatants like Tian Yang, who stood guard on the walls to prevent wanderers from approaching, were advised to conserve their star essence, relying solely on rifles or their weapons to dismantle the will of the approaching foes. The battle raged for nearly 6 hours, and as the putrid black slime of decaying wanderers nearly engulfed the streets outside the camp, the onslaught finally ceased, the creatures staggering away. Those still lingering on the streets were systematically eliminated by the soldiers. In this conflict, humanity had achieved a resounding victory against the dark denizens. Yet not a single soul could muster a smile, for their ammunition had dwindled to less than 30%. Seizing the opportunity presented by the retreat of the dark denizens, the soldiers replenished the motion sensor mines, repaired makeshift cover, and reinforced their defensive structures. Tian Yang sat atop the wall, silently replenishing his water supply. By chance, he noticed Yunza leap down from the family's war chariot and hurriedly seek out Wang Liangyi, seemingly engaged in urgent discussion. Observing Yunza's haggard profile, Tian Yang deduced that this young scion was not in high spirits, likely troubled by some issue. Subsequently, the two approached Adam for further consultation. Tian Yang diverted his gaze, checking his provisions. He still had enough rations to last 2 or 3 days, and then he closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Moments later, he felt a stir within him, awakening to see Adam's robust frame clumsily scaling the wall. The golden-haired giant settled beside Tian Yang, his thick legs dangling over the edge, his armor uncomfortable upon his body. Yet Adam showed no intention of removing it. We've lost contact, Adam muttered, shaking his head and tossing a stone into the distance. Although his statement lacked clarity, Tian Yang could surmise its meaning. Had the elevators dispatched to eliminate disturbances failed to return? Adam's heavy tone revealed his concern. He had lost communication with Yun's family but remained confident in his men, claiming it was merely a temporary setback. A faint smile crept upon Tian Yang's lips, yet it appears you harbor little faith in them. Adam chuckled, a hint of helplessness lacing his laughter. What can one do? After all, it is the Yun family. I cannot publicly demean them. A modicum of respect must be afforded. Tian Yang gazed towards the distant structures, partially obscured by the encroaching black mist. Were it not for the enigmatic nights, if Mr. Wang Liangyi were to take action, we should have been able to establish contact with the base by now. Adam nodded solemnly. That is precisely the vexing matter. There are 3 shadowy knights outside. If we risk sending Wang Liangyi out, and they launch a full assault, our defenses may falter within a minute. Are the shadow knights truly formidable? You are also a level 4 elevator. Surely you can handle them? Adam replied, I could manage to hold one at bay, but without the support of teammates, it would be challenging to eliminate the foe swiftly. Presently, with 3 shadow knights outside, Wang Liangyi's presence is imperative for our defense. Tian Yang cautioned him. Though we must consider the Yun family's pride, failing to eliminate disturbances promptly leaves our endurance in question. I am well aware, Adam replied, folding his arms across his chest. Moreover, I recognize that if we remain out of contact with the base for an extended period, even if we hold the camp, morale will inevitably wane. I have a plan. Adam's voice trailed off as Tian Yang regarded him intently. 8 hours later, the dark denizens returned. This time accompanied not only by numerous expendable wanderers, but also by the swift and vicious mad dogs, alongside the formidable sharpshooters providing fire support. This time, even Yunza joined the fray, collaborating with several elevators of the elemental heart to maintain fire suppression. The shadowy knights and their followers remained hidden, effectively anchoring Wang Liangyi within the camp. To prevent a surprise attack from the shadow knights, Wang Liangyi was unable to engage in the battle. After the conflict concluded, Yunza's lips were parched and cracked, and the blood vessels in his eyes had intensified in prominence. If his condition was dire, the other warriors fared even worse. The Sun's gun team was somewhat better off, having weathered the trials of battle. Though they were tousled and grimy, a glimmer of determination still shone in their eyes. The Frost Cloud Guard fared poorly. Adam's earlier assessment of them began to resonate at this moment. Accustomed to cleanliness and convenient tools, they were now marred with grime from combat. Additionally, some of their equipment had been compromised by the sharpshooters, leaving them ill-prepared for their current circumstances. The morale of these soldiers plummeted, and their glances towards the gate far exceeded those of the Sun's gun team. All signs indicated that the Frost Cloud Guard was nearing their psychological and physical breaking point. At this juncture, news from the elevator sent to eliminate disturbances remained absent. 3 hours later, Yunza could no longer remain still. He sought out Wang Liangyi. Mr. Wang, it may be time for you to take action. Yunza's expression was one of resignation. He understood that Wang Liangyi was a valuable asset to the family. His father, Yun Sheng, had expended considerable resources to bring this trump card to his side, both for protection and to provide formidable support for swift accomplishments. Now was the moment to deploy this trump card. Though Yunza was reluctant, he had no other choice. Wang Liangyi seemed to have anticipated Yunza's words. Indeed, we can no longer afford to delay. Our ammunition is nearly depleted, and our makeshift fortifications are beyond repair. This defensive line has lost its integrity, and if we remain out of contact with the base, I will have no choice but to take drastic measures. Yunza understood the implications of Wang Liangyi's statement. Should the situation deteriorate, Wang Liangyi would abandon the others, focusing solely on his escape from Gemtown back to the base. The conversation between the two lacked transparency, yet the likelihood of returning to the base remained high. However, this would undoubtedly tarnish the Yun family's reputation, potentially jeopardizing Yunza's future. Should the patriarch of the Yun family harbor unfavorable views towards him, it might even affect his claim to inheritance. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Yunza would refrain from such actions. As the two engaged in their discussion, the sound of approaching footsteps became evident, unmistakably drawing nearer. Yunza had no choice but to fall silent and turn to observe as Adam and Tian Yang approached. Pardon the interruption, Mr. Yunza, Adam stated directly. If I am not mistaken, your associates have yet to return. We should consider alternative plans. Yunza forced a smile, replying, Rest assured, Captain Adam, I am currently in discussions with Mr. Wang Liangyi regarding this matter. Adam, seemingly unsurprised and having anticipated Yunza's response, stated unequivocally, If you wish for Mr. Wang to eliminate the distractions, I advise against it. Should Mr. Wang depart, and the Phantom Knight strike, it would spell disaster for us. Wang Liangyi interjected with a grave tone. I will return before the Phantom Knights arrive. Yet, this would undoubtedly deplete Mr. Wang's star essence. Moreover, considering the numerous Phantom Knights, it is possible that Mr. Wang may find himself in a dire struggle. Wang Liangyi furrowed his brow, contemplating. However, remaining at the camp would yield no benefit. It may be better to take a risk. Adam chuckled, nudging Tian Yang forward. Let Tian Yang handle the distractions. I understand Mr. Yunza harbors some reservations, but I have faith in him. He will not hinder our efforts at this critical juncture. Tian Yang swiftly drew a dagger, prompting Wang Liangyi to step forward slightly, positioning himself protectively in front of Yunza. Unexpectedly, Tian Yang reversed the dagger and offered it to Yunza, stating, "This is my mother's keepsake. I entrust it to you for the time being. Upon my return, please ensure it is returned to me." Yunza accepted it, glancing at the dagger before remaining silent for a moment. He then returned it to Tian Yang, saying, "Since it is a cherished memento of your mother, I cannot possibly accept it. You should keep it. I have faith in you." This outcome took Tian Yang by surprise. At this moment, Yunza displayed a commendable demeanor befitting someone of noble lineage. Nevertheless, Wang Liangyi remained unconvinced, even if he is permitted to address the distractions. He is merely a level 1 transcendent, is he not? The individual Mr. Yunza dispatched was a level 2 swordsman, yet he remains unaccounted for. I fear sending this young man would similarly result in peril. Adam nodded in agreement, but then shifted the conversation, stating, "Thus, we must undertake some preparations, such as..." Chapter 107. The final assault upon the rooftop of a certain edifice. Amidst the swirling, suffocating black mist, a foot oozing deep purple slime descended upon the surface. This foot bore unmistakable human characteristics, yet its exterior was cloaked in scales, and the thick, curved nails resembled sinister claws gripping the ground. The viscous slime emanated from the scales adorning the foot. A low, guttural growl, reminiscent of a wild beast, reverberated through the black fog. As a flicker of yellow light emerged from the depths of the murky haze, akin to scattered yellow bulbs igniting within the mist. However, as a wolf-like head broke through the obscurity, it became evident that the source of the yellow glow emanated from 6 beastly eyes perched atop this creature's head. These irises, exuding a faint yellow luminescence, each bore a deep brown vertical stripe and gazed in various directions. The grotesque being, endowed with 6 limbs resembling human legs yet crowned with a feral visage, was accompanied by a towering figure, clad in heavy, metallic armor. The dark-hued plates were marred with various stains, some bearing remnants of unknown biological matter, alongside uneven scratches. Beneath the helmet and faceguard, the exposed flesh revealed a distinct purplish-red hue, with black veins beneath the skin writhing like worms, leaving one to ponder whether they coursed with blood or something altogether different. In its left hand, it wielded a crudely fashioned yet undeniably hefty shield. In its right, it grasped a long-handled, heavy weapon, a bizarre implement reminiscent of a battle blade with an axe edge, entwined with several iron chains. At the ends of these chains, the skulls of various creatures dangled, with human skulls being the most prevalent. 2 glimmering crimson points ignited within the face guard, as if a knight emerging from the depths of an abyss. Upon reaching the edge of the rooftop, a purplish-red aura quietly enveloped it. This ethereal glow, mist-like in its obscurity, dispelled the surrounding darkness, revealing that the knight did not ride upon the beast. Rather, it and the creature were one and the same, an inseparable entity. At this moment, the knight fixed its gaze upon the horizon. The mists of the reverse realm could not hinder its sight. Within the sanguine vista, it clearly beheld the distant human encampment. The flickering bonfires within the camp instinctively incited a sense of revulsion within the knight, which yearned to rush forth, extinguish the flames, and slay the living. Yet, it managed to temper this primal instinct, a distinction that set apart the higher-tier dark folk from their lesser counterparts. For over 20 hours, the knight had surveilled the encampment, well aware of the formidable transcendent within the stronghold, which rendered them cautious in their approach, relying instead on the lower dark folk to assault the camp and expend the humans' energies. An ancient knowledge, its origins obscured, whispered to the knight that with 1 or 2 more organized offensives, the encampment would falter. At that moment, the knight observed a figure departing from the human camp. This man, possessing the sharp gaze of an eagle, was the very human champion the knights dreaded. For reasons unknown, this formidable human had ventured from the safety of the encampment, plunging into the knight's line of sight. Without the oversight of a human champion, the camp resembled a beast stripped of its fangs, posing no threat whatsoever. Thus, the knight realized the time to strike had arrived. The warmth of human breath and the sweetness of flesh ignited an insatiable hunger within the night, which struggled to quell the surging flames of desire within its chest. Abruptly, the wolf-like head below its waist opened its jaws, the lower mandible pulling downwards to form a triangular maw. Within this orifice, layers of yellow light illuminated the interior, revealing several spiny tongues, forked at the tips akin to serpents. These tongues quivered simultaneously, unleashing a silent roar only the dark folk could perceive. Within a building somewhere in the town, several wanderers aimlessly traversed the corridors and rooms. Upon hearing the soundless roar, they halted. Moments later, the wanderers turned and exited through windows and doors. These swaying figures soon merged with others emerging from the building, forming a foul river, akin to a plague, surging towards the human encampment. From within the flowing black river, the sounds of barking echoed, as dogs with human faces joined this sinister army. Their tempers were volatile, unwilling to move at the leisurely pace of the wanderers. Thus, these malevolent beings pushed past the wanderers, with the larger female hounds even biting off their limbs for obstructing their path. The enigmatic marksmen, with goat-like faces, moved more quietly, their bodies mutated into firearms, exhibiting remarkable agility that allowed them to leap effortlessly across buildings, regardless of their condition, intact or crumbling, easily traversing above the foul river. The mysterious marksman arrived at the designated location ahead of the other dark folk, with the path ahead blocked by a wall blasted by the humans. The black river no longer needed to navigate through narrow windows or scattered gaps in the structures. Behind the dark stream, a cacophony arose as several shadowy retainers dragged their heavy metal weaponry forward. Should the wanderers or mad dogs fail to yield in time, they would be swept aside by the retainers' wrath. Fortunate were those who only lost limbs. The unfortunate ones had their very will crushed by the retainers. At every intersection, 2 or 3 retainers acted in unison, arriving at the obstacles and swinging their weapons with abandon. The purple-red mist exuded by the retainers intensified as their actions grew more fervent, enveloping the surrounding dark folk. Both wanderers and mad dogs became frenzied, joining the fray, their claws and teeth employed to demolish anything obstructing their path alongside the retainers. Consequently, the soldiers within the human encampment began to hear the distant sounds of clawing and the muffled thuds akin to thunderous strikes. On the wall of the encampment, a soldier raised a telescope, peering into the night vision mode towards the exterior. On the opposite side of the street, a wall that had previously blocked the passage suddenly crumbled. A cascade of stones tumbled to the ground, and from the vast opening, he beheld 3 shadowy retainers brandishing their weapons, emitting roars inaudible to his ears. In the next instant, the wanderers surged forth like a torrent of black sludge, enveloping the retainers. The mad dogs dashed through this murky river, trampling the obstructing wanderers beneath their paws. Yet, it was the mysterious marksman who initiated the attack, as a crimson-black beam surged towards them. In that fleeting moment, despair flickered in the soldier's mind. The telescope, alongside his head, was pierced by the marksman's beam, and his body tumbled from the wall. "They have come. They are upon us," Adam bellowed, his voice piercing the air, urging his comrades not to relent. For this was the final assault. They intended to crush us with all their might. Channel every ounce of strength you possess. Do not spare ammunition. If we do not endure this onslaught, we shall have no future. Thus, Adam gazed at the approaching black tide, unsheathing his long sword and forcefully pointing it towards the enemy, commanding, "Strike them down with all your might." The artillery atop the rooftop roared to life, unleashing a torrent of brilliant flames from their barrels, and the formidable projectiles birthed a tempest of metal, sweeping across the dark folk flooding the streets. Wanderers and mad dogs were instantaneously felled, as the bodies of those whose will had been shattered crumbled, with some even reduced to mere halves, yet still clawing and biting, striving to reach the human encampment. Several Tier 2 elemental hearts, under the leadership of Yunza, began launching elemental light projectiles from within the confines of the walls. The grayish-white elemental spears soared over the courtyard walls, reaching their zenith before tracing a parabolic arc and plunging into the dense mass of foes, erupting into swirling tempests of elemental fury. 2 level 3 flame messengers joined forces to unleash a formidable explosion of fire, as an incandescent orange fireball erupted at the heart of the enemy formation. The expanding energy reached a critical point before it was unleashed with reckless abandon, resulting in a violent detonation. The searing waves of extreme heat consumed the dark entities, incinerating their bodies and spirits into charred remnants in an instant. Sensing mines, stellar rifles, and even stellar heavy artillery were summoned, the brilliant flashes and flames of human weaponry illuminating the shrouded cityscape. Even amidst the pervasive darkness, Their brilliance could be seen from afar. The Bastion-tier Gugong continuously cast stellar barriers upon the God-tier ascendants, as the star essence within him flowed like a torrent, depleting swiftly. When Adam donned a layer of protection, Gugong found his star essence reduced to little more than half. Nevertheless, after quaffing a vial of replenishing liquid, he clad himself in stellar armor. Equipped with a gauntlet and shield, he charged forth alongside other melee ascendants toward the front line. Adam had long positioned himself at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the defense. From the moment he swung his longsword to deliver his first strike, he had not paused. Amidst the flurry of sword shadows, a multitude of dark foes lay vanquished before him. Yet, the surrounding darkness remained suffocatingly dense, like an imposing mountain stifling his breath. At this moment, Adam felt a surge of adrenaline as he cleaved through the skull of a frenzied hound. The captain of the solar gun glanced upward, his gaze drawn to the distant battlefield through the chaos of flickering flames. There, a dense shadow surged into the throng of dark enemies, its billowing crimson aura radiating a chilling and merciless intent to kill. Just then, a stellar shell soared across the battlefield, landing amidst that shadow, erupting in a blaze of flames. Emerging from the conflagration was a formidable Dark Knight wielding a massive weapon. A man with short golden hair bellowed a warning. "Beware! The Dark Knight approaches. Heavy gunners, prepare to fire." No sooner had the words left his lips than a blue shell whizzed overhead, hurtling straight toward the Dark Knight. The knight calmly raised his arm, twirling the massive weapon before channeling a violet energy strike against the stellar shell. The explosion ensued, casting a blue flame across the battlefield. From within the azure fire, the Dark Knight emerged unscathed. Chapter 108. Whispers behind the door with a single strike. The spectral knight shattered the heavy artillery of the star element, causing a significant drop in the morale of the human camp, particularly among the Frost Cloud Guards. A profound despair surged in the eyes of these warriors. Fortunately, at that moment, a powerful aura erupted from the defensive line. Adam, the luminous star essence radiating from him, was as intense as a silver flame. The level 4 captain charged forward, confronting the approaching spectral knight. At that moment, crimson light flickered in Adam's eyes, and radiant silver surged from his right wrist. The golden-haired man, imbued with a fierce battle intent, emanated an invisible aura that swirled like a tempest. As the two sides were on the verge of meeting in the battlefield, Adam struck first, shouting as he swung his sword. When the long sword descended, a torrent of silver light burst forth from its tip, reducing the dark minions blocking the spectral knight to mere dust. This silver brilliance was accompanied by a power known as shatter. Faced with the overwhelming silver light, the spectral knight raised his left hand, bringing a rough and heavy shield before him. A swirling mist of purplish-red light rapidly coalesced, forming a barrier of violet luminescence. The silver torrent crashed against this barrier like a furious wave striking against rocks, but it was not the wave that shattered. Rather, it was the rocks. Indeed, the barrier was struck by the silver light, immediately fracturing with fine cracks. In an instant, it shattered, and the residual force of the silver light collided with the knight's shield, which also succumbed to the shattering power, crumbling layer by layer. Without hesitation, the spectral knight discarded the disintegrating shield and swiftly wielded his long-handled weapon with both hands, executing a sweeping strike from left to right, unleashing a wave of purplish tide towards Adam. Adam quickly ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the fierce blow aimed at his midsection. Before he could catch his breath, the massive wolf-like head at the lower half of the knight lunged towards him with its triangular maw agape. The yellow light emanating from its mouth revealed its quivering tongues, emitting a terrifying roar. Adam did not flinch. Instead, he thrust his longsword, piercing into that maw and severing several tongues. The spectral knight recoiled, and a viscous, black sludge oozed from the wolf-like creature, followed by an enraged roar from beneath the helmet. Wielding his heavy weapon, the knight charged once more. As Adam engaged with this spectral knight, two more spectral knights galloped towards him from either side of the camp. Their forms shared a slight variance, yet all were grotesque hybrids of man and steed, enveloped in a mist of purple light, exuding an aura that was both cold and malevolent. The mere sight of them sent the morale of the human camp plummeting. Just outside the camp, one spectral knight was enough to keep Adam occupied. Now, there were no level 4 transcendents left in the camp. At that moment, a subtle breeze began to rise on the battlefield, quickly transforming into an imposing storm. An unimaginable sense of oppression swept over the battlefield, drawing the attention of the two spectral knights. As one turned to look, it saw a sword materialize out of thin air, gracefully slicing towards it. That seemingly effortless strike appeared incapable of even breaching a helmet without a dedicated defense. Yet, the spectral knight suddenly became alarmed. The beast beneath it, resembling a war mount, thrust its powerful legs against the ground, creating a depression in the earth as it leaped away from its position. Thus, the sword struck nothing but air. However, in the next moment, the ground split open, revealing a slender yet profound fissure. This crack was scarcely thicker than a hair, yet it delved deep into the earth, cleaving the very ground asunder. Had the spectral knight not retreated, it would likely have been severed in twain, just like the terrain. Only then did Wang Liangyi's figure emerge from the black mist. He casually swung towards another spectral knight, despite the considerable distance between them, rendering his actions seemingly futile. Yet, in that instant, the dark minions filling the battlefield halted their movements, their bodies staggering as if they had been cut down like grass. Despite some remaining in a state of willful confinement, they were left with naught but half-formed bodies. The spectral knight raised its heavy shield, as purplish mist howled and coalesced into a barrier. But all of this was shattered in an instant. The barrier, the shield, and the arm holding the shield were all cleaved in two. The two spectral knights realized that relying solely on their own strength to defeat Wang Liangyi, or even to delay him, was a daunting task. They understood that Wang Liangyi's earlier departure from the camp had merely been a ruse to draw them out from the shadows. From within the knight's helmet and the jaws of the beast below, ominous and threatening growls erupted. They began to charge, the heavy polearms enveloped in thick purplish mist, resembling flaming tendrils of crimson fire. Two plumes of purple flames converged around Wang Liangyi, simultaneously launching towards the human warrior. A fierce radiance erupted on the battlefield, accompanied by a more violent gust of wind. Even from 2 streets away, Tian Yang could perceive the penetrating light slicing through the thick black mist, along with the deep, thunderous roars of the gale. The youth furrowed his brows slightly. The sounds emanating from the battlefield and the intense light indicated that the conflict was exceedingly fierce. It appeared that Adam's plan had encountered some deviations. According to the plan devised by the man from the west, Wang Liangyi was to deliberately leave the camp to lure the spectral knights into the open, thereby alleviating the pressure on Tian Yang's actions. However, Adam had not anticipated that the spectral knights would not only reveal themselves, but launch a full-scale assault, gathering forces beyond his expectations. Tian Yang was unaware of the specific pressures facing the camp at that moment, but he understood that every precious second counted. Without wasting time, he wielded the signal tracker and navigated through the town enveloped in black mist. Shortly thereafter, Tian Yang halted, as the tracker indicated that the peculiar signal disrupting all channels was located within the building ahead. The small structure before him appeared to be some form of open establishment, its grand entrance topped with a dark blue wide sign. Inscribed upon it were reversed characters and an emblem. The glass doors bore blue markings, leading into a grand hall. On the wall directly opposite the entrance, stains marred its surface, obscuring the reversed characters and emblem. Before the wall stood a row of cabinets, metallic in construction, retaining their original shapes. Upon them lay several black instruments, most of which were broken and damaged, tilted at odd angles and coated in dust. In front of the cabinets were several chairs, creating an arrangement reminiscent of a business hall in the upper district storage office. To the right of the hall was a small door leading further into the building. The door was slightly ajar, and Tian Yang pushed it open. As the light illuminated the interior, a passage revealed itself, carpeted though the years had left it soiled, the original color indiscernible. At that moment, faint voices drifted from the depths of the corridor. "I'm here, someone help me." The delicate, muted whispers penetrated Tian Yang's ears, sending chills down his spine, akin to waking from a deep slumber only to find a bug crawling on him. Steeling himself, he lowered the gun, ensuring that the light from its attachment only illuminated the ground around him. He crouched low, moving stealthily along a wall devoid of windows, like a cat treading softly. After a brief moment, he halted, noticing clear signs of something having dampened the carpet ahead. Under the light, the carpet appeared wet, and Tian Yang extended a finger to gently touch it. When he withdrew it, a smear of blood clung to his fingertip. The youth's gaze turned grave as he stared into the darkness ahead of the corridor. The darkness enveloped everything, a chilling cold permeating the air. Faint whispers echoed through the corridor ahead, reminiscent of the mournful murmurs of spirits in a graveyard, a silent stream of resentment flowing through the words. Accompanying those ethereal utterances was a faint yet piercing scraping sound. This evoked memories in Tian Yang of his first encounter with the Harbinger, a creature that had disguised itself as a woman, its long, sharp nails scraping against the walls, producing a sound eerily similar to what he now heard. At last, he reached the end of the passage, where a door stood resolutely closed. Light illuminated the doorway, revealing the lower frame stained crimson with blood. A foul stench akin to that of a decaying rat wafted from within, the scent of death causing Tian Yang's stomach to churn. Holding his breath, the young man gently pushed against the door. It was not locked. It slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. As the door opened, a hand emerged from the darkness within. Tian Yang recoiled in shock, nearly drawing his weapon, but as the light streamed into the crack, he realized it was merely a severed arm. The jagged edge was a gruesome sight, flesh mangled and bloodied, with bones starkly visible. A chill ran down his spine as he began to comprehend the horrors that lay beyond the door. "Can anyone hear me? I need help." The voice echoed from within, laced with a desperate plea that stirred an instinctive urge to rush in and assist. Tian Yang fought to suppress this impulse and, raising his hand, pushed the door wider. As the light flooded in, he beheld what appeared to be an office. Overturned desks and chairs, various unidentifiable instruments strewn across the floor. The ground, furniture, equipment, and even potted plants were splattered with dark crimson liquid, still viscous and repulsive. Discarded human parts littered the area, reminiscent of refuse carelessly cast aside, exuding an unbearable stench. At the threshold, Tian Yang spotted a head, partially gnawed, one side of the face ravaged while the remaining half was etched with sheer terror. The eyes bulged, fixed in a gaze of despair that captured the moment of death in eternal stillness. He recognized that face. It belonged to the sublimator dispatched by Yunza to eliminate disturbances. "Where's this? Someone, please save me." The voice emerged from above. With one hand gripping his weapon and the other reaching for the hilt of Chiyue's blade, Tian Yang raised his firearm slowly. The illumination accessory cast a beam of light that traced the walls, marred with winding trails of blood and remnants of human tissue. Moments later, the light ascended to the ceiling. As the beam shifted, suddenly, a hand materialized within the radiance before quickly retreating into the shadows. Chapter 109. Ruthless malice. Before he could reposition the light, a dull thud echoed from above as a heavy object fell. Tian Yang nimbly leaped backward, darting out the door and onto the corridor. It was only then that the light illuminated the scene before him. Instantly, an indescribable figure emerged in the glow, a grotesque, twisted, malevolent, and terrifying entity. Much like the dark beings encountered in the metropolis that could disrupt electronic signals, this creature before him bore a similar horned head. However, unlike the former, this entity had a multitude of arms and legs, and Tian Yang discerned several human faces upon its body. The mouths of these faces incessantly opened and closed, emitting a continuous, fragmented whisper. "Where is this? Please, help me, I'm here. Who will save me? Help. Help." At that moment, without a mirror, Tian Yang would have wagered that his complexion was quite ghastly, even though he had participated in several missions and had witnessed the so-called Black Prince in the desolate valley. This apparition still unsettled him greatly. Its body appeared as if various dismembered human forms had been haphazardly stitched together. Among the grotesque amalgamation, he even spotted the silver uniform of a Yun clan guard. Suddenly, the creature opened its form, the grotesquely assembled human bodies being pushed apart by its thick, powerful muscles. The abomination morphed into an octopus-like shape, and one of its appendages, formed from entwined arms and legs, struck out from the door like a thick whip, aimed directly at Tian Yang. The youth sidestepped, simultaneously directing his weapon. As he evaded the assault, his firearm unleashed a barrage of azure beams into the creature's form. The beams of stellar energy easily penetrated the monstrosity, leaving beautiful, star-like blue spots around the wounds. Despite its bizarre appearance, this creature that could disrupt electronic signals was not particularly formidable. Compared to the deep-skinned, powerful followers, even the mad dogs fell short. It seemed their abilities were entirely devoted to signal interference, resulting in a physical strength that paled in comparison to other dark beings. Indeed, this monstrosity was forced to retreat under the relentless onslaught of Tian Yang's weapon. Just then, the horned head turned towards him. A surge of acute danger coursed through Tian Yang, prompting him to hurl himself towards a window on the left side of the corridor. In that instant, he swung his weapon towards the creature's peculiar head. A wave of inaudible high-frequency sound waves erupted from the horned head, rippling through the corridor and filling every inch of space. The glass panes shattered explosively, fragments scattering like bullets. Cracks spread across the walls of the corridor in an instant. Suddenly, the sound waves ceased, as the starry beam struck the horned head. It seemed the creature's will was imprisoned within that horn-like structure. After the beam pierced through, the muscles beneath the creature began to decay and rot, causing the coalesced human forms to slide apart and fall. Moments later, the office behind the door was stained with a viscous black liquid, floating amidst the remains of mangled human bodies. Tian Yang climbed to his feet, his vision blurred and doubled. He shook his head, gradually regaining focus. It was then he noticed a warm fluid trickling from his nose and ears. Upon inspection, his hand was smeared with blood. Exhausted, he leaned against the wall, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Had he not evaded in time and crashed through the window into this room, he surely would have been rendered a pulp by that high-frequency sound wave. As it stood, a mere nosebleed and ear bleeding were relatively minor injuries. After a brief respite, Tian Yang retrieved his communicator, attempting to reach the camp, but received no response. It seemed the battle at the camp was fierce, leaving no spare personnel to contact him. Reluctantly, he stowed the communicator away and braced himself against the window ledge to stand. Exiting the room, he cast a quick glance at the heap of wreckage and, finding nothing of value, proceeded in the direction he had come from. He needed to return to the fray, though his rank as a level 1 transcendent was insignificant. He still had a role to play. Upon re-entering the lobby of the small building, just as he stepped out the door, a cloud of dust fell across his vision. Tian Yang's pupils constricted slightly. Without wasting a moment to look up, he propelled himself backward like a bullet. As he moved, a large shadow swept through the space he had just occupied, the air filled with a few drifting silver hairs. Crouching low, Tian Yang realized a portion of his bangs had been severed. Had he been even half a second slower, he would have lost not just a few strands of hair, but perhaps his entire face to that shadow. His heart thundered in his chest, the rhythm echoing in the vast lobby, as an indescribable dread gripped him like a vice. Though he saw nothing, Tian Yang understood that this uninvited guest was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, creating a sensation akin to drunkenness. He quickly pressed a hand to the floor to steady himself, but in the next moment, something fell from above the small building, crashing onto the ground outside with a resounding thud. The glass doors shattered instantly, and several cracks extended from the door into the lobby, one even reaching Tian Yang's feet. As he looked out amidst the swirling dust, he spotted flickers of yellow light. Then came the sound of a massive object sweeping through the air, followed by a gust that blew the dust away and tousled Tian Yang's silver hair. The swirling, mist-like purplish-red glow revealed a grotesque amalgamation of man and beast. Clad in armor forged from an unknown metal, the weight of it was despairing. The jagged metal spikes distributed haphazardly across the armor stood rigidly, supporting a body with deep red skin, reminiscent of the enigmatic followers, yet far more robust. The upper half of the body resembled that of a human, but from the waist down, it fused with the form of a fierce beast. Its lower half, resembling that of a steed, bore 7 legs. Indeed, the number of limbs was asymmetrical, and the human-like feet were far from pleasing to the eye. Particularly grotesque was the beastly head, its snout curling like petals, from which forked tongues reminiscent of flower stamens emerged, utterly revolting. Even without having seen it before, Tian Yang now understood precisely what he was facing: the enigmatic knight. The youth could not discern whether another knight had joined the ranks of the enigmatic or if one had been withdrawn from the assault on the camp. Nevertheless, when the 2 crimson lights ignited beneath the knight's thick visor, Tian Yang knew he had to flee. With no intention of confrontation, the boy turned and ran, his star energy surging forth, propelling him to his maximum speed in an instant. Tian Yang had never contemplated matching strength with the enigmatic knight. It was simply beyond his capabilities. At least not at this moment. As he dashed away, the enigmatic knight moved as well. The nearly 3-meter-tall figure charged toward the small building like a battering ram. The structure was unable to withstand such pressure, and the main doors along with the second-floor walls collapsed under the knight's assault. Unconcerned with the destruction it wrought, amidst the swirling dust and raining debris, it locked onto Tian Yang. The 7-legged steed beneath it galloped forward, granting the knight the brute force to smash deep into the building. Advancing relentlessly, boom, as Tian Yang sprinted down the corridor, a deafening roar erupted behind him. The ground shook violently, as the wall to his right crumbled in large sections. Without looking back, Tian Yang vividly conjured the image of the knight crashing into the building in his mind. This small structure was doomed. In an instant, Tian Yang charged into the office where the horned figure had previously occupied. He raised his weapon, and the assaulter unleashed a barrage of shots, riddling the wall ahead with countless holes. Continuously pressing forward, Tian Yang collided with the wall, creating a gaping breach. Amidst the flying debris, the young man emerged onto the street. With a few rolls to dissipate the momentum, he sprang back to his feet just as a thunderous sound erupted behind him. The shadowy knight burst forth from the narrow alley, brandishing a heavy shield, bulldozing through all impediments in its path. Simultaneously, it forcefully collapsed the low structures flanking the alleyway. Tian Yang turned, raising his firearm, unleashing a series of beams in hopes of momentarily stalling the spectral knight. However, the knight lifted its shield. and a swirling purple mist coalesced around it, enveloping the shield's surface. The starlight beams struck against it, akin to pebbles cast into the ocean, creating not even a ripple. The knight raised its other hand, wielding a long-handled battle blade, broad and formidable. With a mere lift of the weapon, a terrifying sound pierced the air. As it swung, a tempest surged forth. Tian Yang's weapon was abruptly shattered, the assaulter reduced to mere fragments by the knight's blade. His hand, still gripping the gun, was raised high, the immense force traveling through the rifle coursed through his arm, leading him to question whether this sheer tugging strength could easily sever his limb if not for the enhancements to his physical prowess. Though his arm remained intact, it suffered severe strain, leaving it sore and numb, powerless to dangle at his side. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man turned and fled, sprinting down the straight avenue. The world around him blurred into a dim haze of shadows. Since his awakening until now, Tian Yang had been confident in his speed. Yet now, he faced the equally agile spectral knight. Whether he could shake off the malevolent figure trailing him was a matter of uncertainty. The heavy footsteps of the knight reverberated in his ears, their volume unwavering, indicating that the foe was relentless in pursuit. Tian Yang's assessment proved accurate. The spectral knight remained hot on his heels. Despite its swift pace, it was not significantly faster than him. Capable of keeping up, but unable to surpass him in the short term. The crimson glow beneath the knight's visor intensified, illuminating the shadowy street like a red lantern. The thick, broad battle blade rose, and the ubiquitous purplish-red mist swirled around it, entwining the blade and exuding a palpable aura of menace. In that moment of heightened malevolence, the knight swung its weapon horizontally. A piercing cry suddenly echoed in Tian Yang's ears, reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits wailing in despair. Chapter 110. Return to the camp. Tian Yang turned around to see the shadowy knight clad in heavy armor slicing through the air. A misty purple light emanated from the blade, rapidly expanding like flowing water, almost dividing the boy's vision in two. With all his might, he lunged forward, feeling a chill above his head. A few strands of silver hair floated as the purple light swiftly faded away, dissipating among the surrounding buildings in the street. Moments later, the structures around him trembled violently, the areas affected by the purple light turning translucent, resembling crystal glass. Subsequently, the walls in that section crumbled silently into countless specks of dust, which were swept away by the oncoming gusts of wind. Instantly, the street was engulfed in a haze of dust. Tian Yang marveled inwardly. The knight's previous strike seemed to carry an ability to disrupt molecular structures, making the seemingly feeble attack remarkably destructive. The buildings on either side of the street, despite only losing a layer of their walls, suffered significant structural damage. Nearby, a dozen or so buildings groaned like giants whose legs had been severed, leaning precariously as they collapsed. The environment around him had become chaotic. As Tian Yang rose from the ground, he noticed the shadowy knight pursuing him, dragging the hefty war blade along the ground. The purple mist surged once more, and with a mighty upward swing, the blade lifted off the ground, scattering a multitude of fine stone fragments while another wave of blade light rushed forward, skimming the ground directly towards him. The boy's expression changed drastically as his star essence reached its peak, allowing him to dodge swiftly to the side with incredible speed. Transitioning from stillness to rapid movement without any semblance of a buffer, he narrowly evaded the torrent of purple mist and blade light that sliced through the buildings, clearing a straight path. Heavy footsteps resounded as the shadowy knight charged forward. After unleashing two devastating waves of blade light, the surrounding purple mist had diminished by a third, indicating that such attacks were taxing on its energy. Yet, it remained an unyielding adversary. Tian Yang's gaze flickered between the knight and the newly created passage. In an instant, he made a decision. He turned to face the knight, drawing the crimson moon blade, which glowed with a scarlet aura as he infused it with star essence. Attempting to escape through the passage while being pursued by the knight was utterly unfeasible. Only by incapacitating the knight's mobility could he hope to escape the battlefield. Tian Yang focused on the knight's left side, where three legs, unprotected by armor, stood. If successful, the intense heat of the crimson moon blade should sever them cleanly. Calculating the knight's speed and observing its movements, Tian Yang knew that this strike would determine his fate, and he dared not be careless. At last, when the knight was merely 10 meters away, it raised its right hand, the heavy war blade poised for a fatal strike against Tian Yang. In that moment, the boy sprang into action. He leaned forward, transforming into a silver streak, darting towards the knight's shield side. His silver hair flowed behind him as he swiftly passed beneath the knight's shield. The crimson moon blade sliced horizontally, embedding itself into the knight's left thigh. The knight's visor gleamed with intense crimson light as it swung its left arm wildly, the heavy metal shield generating a fierce wind as it crashed towards the fleeting silver streak. A scarlet glow had already traversed the knight's side, striking through the knees of its 3 legs. Before Tian Yang could retreat, the heavy shield collided with him from behind, propelling him like a cannonball. He shattered a window of a nearby building and crashed into the wall at the hall's end, leaving a spiderweb of cracks before collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, outside, the shadowy knight erupted with a torrent of purple-red blood from its 3 legs. The left thigh had been severed at the knee, causing the knight to lose its balance and tumble to the ground. Its remaining legs flailed helplessly, but to no avail. Inside the building's hall, Tian Yang coughed up blood, struggling to rise while leaning against the wall. He glanced out the window just in time to see the knight lift its war blade, preparing to hurl it. The boy rolled to the left, feeling the violent wind rush past him, followed by a thunderous crash as the blade smashed into the wall, obliterating it entirely. Stumbling, Tian Yang got back on his feet, ignoring the knight behind him as he dashed through a front door. Exiting the building, he slipped into an alley and hurried away. Once he had distanced himself from the shadowy knight and could no longer sense its malevolent aura, he finally slowed his pace. At that moment, a wave of discomfort surged through his chest. After expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, he felt a measure of relief. In retrospect, Tian Yang felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, he had chosen to attack the knight's left side. The creature wielded a shield in its left hand and a blade in its right. Had he targeted the right side, the blow to his back would not have been from the shield, but from the war blade itself. In that case, the outcome would have been far graver. A single strike could have cleaved him in two. He considered himself lucky. Wiping the blood from his lips, he managed to smile, though it vanished quickly as a sharp pain shot through his back, causing him to gasp. Though the shadowy knight had not pursued him, its lower half, resembling that of a lion or tiger, opened wide as it unleashed a cluster of delicate tongues, quivering and emitting sounds beyond human perception. In the depths of darkness, 2 points of eerie red suddenly illuminated. Approaching the battlefield near the camp, the sounds of cannon fire, explosions, and the frenzied howls of dark denizens could be heard. At the window of a collapsed building, a figure writhed. It was a wanderer, its legs missing, forced to crawl on the ground. Unfortunately, several steel rebars jutted out from the window, and as the wanderer attempted to escape, its belly was pierced by the metal. Thus, it hung helplessly at the window, its determination unwavering, facing the battlefield, clawing desperately to free itself. This futile struggle only tore its wound further apart without any other effect. A crimson blade descended silently, piercing through the wanderer's back and impaling its will within. The blade tip emerging from its chest and nailing into the wooden frame of the window. When it was finally withdrawn, the wanderer ceased its actions, no longer inflicting harm upon itself. Its body began to disintegrate, rotting into a viscous liquid that oozed away. Tian Yang took 2 steps back, sheathing his blade, shaking his head before slipping out through another window. He walked briskly, knowing that after traversing 2 narrow alleys, he would reach the street leading to the camp. He couldn't help but worry about the camp's fate. As he was about to turn a corner, he suddenly noticed a swirling purple mist enveloping the area beyond. Within that deep violet haze, he spotted a foot, its skin a shade of crimson. A shadowy acolyte, changing his course from advance to retreat. Tian Yang leaped back just as he landed, witnessing the wall at the corner shatter. A spiked metal staff erupted from the flying debris, swinging high above. At that moment, the lurking shadowy acolyte stepped onto the rubble, cloaked in deep purple mist, charging into the alley and blocking his escape route. This creature could lay ambushes. Tian Yang was taken aback but maintained his momentum, retreating while drawing his pistol, the death knell. The acolyte, assigned by the shadowy knight, revealed a corpse-like face beneath its helmet. Its mouth agape, dark purple lips curling back to expose rows of blackened teeth. It roared, brandishing a metallic scepter as it charged forward. The bell of death was raised. A bullet chamber on the rotating drum illuminated. A deafening gunshot erupted suddenly in the alley, its piercing crack echoing, undeterred even by the cacophony of battle from beyond. Tian Yang held his weapons aloft, the immense recoil causing him to lean slightly backward, 1 foot momentarily lifting off the ground. Before the young man, a torrent of destructive energy surged forth, striking the head of his retainer. The violent energy unleashed from the muzzle of the bell of death washed over the retainer's skull. If time were to be slowed 100-fold, one might observe the helmet distorting, heating, and liquefying under the onslaught. Subsequently, the mummified head within began to manifest tiny, almost imperceptible holes. As time progressed just a fraction further, the helmet would be torn into strands of iron, flung up and scattered, melting amidst the energy stream. As for the retainer's head, it resembled shattered porcelain. From those minuscule holes, delicate fissures interconnected, and in the next heartbeat, the head was catalyzed into countless indistinguishable particles, rising in the direction of the energy stream before vanishing swiftly. Regrettably, Tian Yang's vision could not yet capture the events that transpired in that fleeting moment. He merely witnessed a plume of silvery flame engulfing the retainer's head, which still advanced 2 or 3 steps forward, the raised scepter unwavering. Yet, above the neck, the upper portion had vanished, the area swept by the silver flames exhibiting a jagged surface, entirely charred, even glimmering with a black sheen, like a shard of fractured obsidian. The retainer halted before Tian Yang, abruptly kneeling, his body tilting back, beginning to disperse. In no time, only a pool of black sludge remained on the ground. Floating upon that viscous, mud-like liquid was a purplish-red heart. The heart crystallized in an instant, yet within it, a nebulous purple light flickered. Tian Yang used his combat blade to lift the crystalline heart, cleaning it before stowing it in his waist pouch. He then circumvented the black mire, traversed the alley, and slipped into a building lying across the street. At last, Tian Yang reached the main thoroughfare of Gem Town. In the distance, the human encampment was enveloped in flames. By the light of the fire, Tian Yang adjusted the range of his tactical vision and beheld the small building, surrounded by a rising tide of dark denizens. That tide of darkness was perilously close to surmounting the walls. Chapter 111. The retreat. The situation at the camp was indeed dire. Although Wang Liang managed to single-handedly hold back 2 Shadow Knights, Adam also took on 1. However, the remaining dark minions were still overwhelmingly numerous, particularly with a group of adept seed shadow retainers among them. These creatures could unleash a cloud of deep purple mist, which would drive the dark minions into a frenzied state, enhancing their attributes significantly. As a result, the mad hounds and stalkers surged toward the camp with a fervor reminiscent of a bloodthirsty frenzy. Atop the platform, several rapid-fire cannons had fallen silent, leaving only one that continued to roar defiantly, while the others had long since exhausted their ammunition and stood as mere decorations. The gunner, in desperation, seized a rifle and rushed to the front line to provide support. On the walls of the camp, several exalted warriors bore the marks of battle. Whether clad in the uniforms of night stalkers or the long coats of frost cloud guards, their garments had been shredded into tatters by the dark denizens. Had it not been for the protective armor shielding their vital areas, it was likely they would have already retreated from the line of defense. Even so, the radiant star essence that once adorned these exalted beings had dimmed considerably, the once bright silvery glow now faint and flickering like a candle in the wind. On the verge of extinguishment, the elemental cores within the walls had long since drained their star essence, particularly the 2 level 3 flame envoys, who now slumped to the ground like puddles of mud, surrounded by empty vials of star essence replenishing liquid. Though their star medicines slowly restored their strength, it was ultimately a mere drop in the bucket. Yunzhe sat on the steps, trembling, casting a bittersweet glance toward the gates. There, several exalted warriors and soldiers were still desperately resisting, yet Yunzhe could not fathom how much longer they could endure. In the heat of battle, a soldier's magazine ran dry. He hastily removed the empty magazine and reached into his multifunctional waist pouch, only to discover that it contained no spare magazines. Momentarily caught off guard, a madhound seized his leg. The soldier screamed in agony, resorting to using his rifle as a club, striking fiercely at the madhound's head. Yet the creature clung on with ferocity, biting down even harder. In a violent thrash, the monster severed the soldier's foot. The soldier let out a heart-wrenching cry, losing his footing and collapsing to the ground. Before he could rise, 4 or 5 stalkers had already grasped his other leg, dragging him toward the line's edge. He struggled desperately, his fingers clawing into the ground, leaving a bloody trail, yet the stalkers continued to pull him beyond the defenses. He lifted his gaze, only to be met with a sea of terrifying faces filling his vision. In the next instant, stalkers and mad hounds opened their jaws, tearing into the soldier's body. Blood gushed from his mouth, and in a daze, he recalled promising a girl during the reverse realm journey that he would take her to the beach upon returning. But alas, he could never return. Witnessing a comrade dragged into the dark throng and devoured. A guard from the Yun family could no longer contain his emotions, crying out in despair, "Let me go back. Let me go back. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to die." His words of utter hopelessness echoed across the battlefield, quickly drowned out by the frenzied roars of the dark minions. In the chaos of war, there was no room for negligence, and soon this soldier too followed in the footsteps of his fallen comrades. The camp's personnel were rapidly dwindling, especially among the frost cloud guards. Their mental fortitude was already inferior to that of the Sun Gun soldiers, compounded by their lack of experience, resulting in an alarmingly high casualty rate. Currently, fewer than a handful of ordinary soldiers remain from the guards brought by Yunzhe. On the camp's walls, one exalted warrior valiantly held back two retainers. Yet at that moment, a third retainer suddenly emerged, raising its grotesquely shaped weapon high and bringing it down toward the exalted warrior's head. The exalted warrior had neither the strength to evade nor to parry, resigned to his fate. Just then, a crimson light streaked across the battlefield, piercing the retainer's skull. The red moon battle blade. The blade shimmered with a scarlet glow, its searing edge slicing through the retainer's helmet and head as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, emerging from the mouth of the lifeless creature. Though the retainer had yet to perish, a burst of silvery energy surged forth, severing its neck and rendering its lower jaw and throat to nothingness. The monster collapsed against the wall, its half-embedded head rolling down from the black mound of stalkers below. A foot stepped upon this head, and the retainer's eyes rolled upward, meeting the gaze of a youthful face still bearing traces of innocence. The foot's owner bent down to grasp the battle blade, giving a swift shake that cleaved the retainer's head and its captive will in two. Tian Yang retrieved the blade, leaping several times, stepping atop the bodies and heads of the stalkers to reach the wall's summit. With a sweeping motion, the red moon battle blade severed the arms of the two retainers that had been pressuring the exalted warrior, sending their limbs flying into the air. With another firm stomp, he kicked the dismembered pieces back down the wall. Before the exalted warrior could express gratitude, the youth executed a clean, swift turn, wielding the battle blade to sweep horizontally along the wall. In the wake of the crimson light, a dozen stalker heads soared into the air. Yunzhe happened to witness this scene, his excitement surging. Did Tian Yang's return signify that the interference had been eliminated? He eagerly called out to the wall. Tian Yang, has the mission been accomplished? Tian Yang nodded, and then plunged toward the other dark minions. Yunzhe, bracing himself on two trembling legs, managed to stand and hastily climbed into a vehicle. His fingers danced over the control platform screen, activating an icon to establish contact with the base. This time, there were indeed no further signs of interference. After a moment, the communicator beside the screen crackled to life. This is Yunxiang Base. Is this Mr. Yunzhe? How may we assist you? Yunzhe nearly pressed his face against the screen, summoning all his strength to shout, "Reinforcements! Requesting reinforcements! We are besieged. Please send help immediately." On the camp's walls, Tian Yang cleaved through the skull of another mad hound, watching as the two retainers he had disarmed struggled to rise. The youth's expression turned grave. Even with his presence on the battlefield, the situation remained dire. Surveying the scene, he noted that Adam was still engaged in combat with the Shadow Knight. Yet it appeared Adam was at a disadvantage. The Shadow Knight was enveloped in a purplish-red mist, wielding a heavy weapon with ease, alternating between single-handed and double-handed strikes. The Shadow Knight's strides were expansive, its movements agile. The simplicity of its attacks, horizontal slashes and powerful thrusts, unleashed a terrifying force in its wake. Adam dared not confront it directly, often evading lethal blows only to find fleeting opportunities to counterattack. In such a tumultuous onslaught, for a Westerner to merely restrain the Shadow Knight was already a remarkable feat. As for Wang Liang, he had drawn two other Shadow Knights to the battlefield's edge, where the dark mist loomed thickly, despite the flames raging all around. Tian Yang could only intermittently catch glimpses of Wang Liang's agile figure, as well as the occasional eruption of eerie purple light from the two Shadow Knights. Time passed quietly, and atop the wall, the youth had become numb to the violence, his arms growing heavy and difficult to raise. His once vibrant star essence had faded, and the wounds inflicted by the Shadow Knight's heavy shield were gradually worsening. This deterioration left Tian Yang's breathing labored, often forcing him to gasp for air to ease the strain. Uncertain of how much longer he could endure, Tian Yang suddenly sensed a powerful aura erupting from afar. It was a tempest, oppressive and overwhelming, brief yet intense. The youth strained to see through the black mist enveloping the battlefield, and something fell from the sky. As it tumbled into a nearby fire, Tian Yang's pupils dilated slightly. It was a head, the head of the enigmatic knight. With a surge of spirit, the wraith-like rider, who had been relentlessly pressing against Adam, suddenly paused. After a flurry of attacks that forced Adam to retreat, it turned its head toward the distance, seemingly straining to listen to something. Yet, amidst the cacophony of the dark minions' howls, no other sounds could be discerned. Without uttering a word, the spectral knight pivoted and departed the battlefield, moving in the opposite direction of the camp. In a mere moment, it collided with the streets obstructed by buildings, vanishing into the boundless, impenetrable black fog. Tian Yang was taken aback. The knight's reaction was as if it had received some command. Was there a higher-ranking overseer within the ecological hierarchy of that entity? Regardless, once the spectral knight vacated the battlefield, its subordinates began to withdraw as well. These figures, clad in helmets and dragging peculiar weaponry, were enveloped in fabric or light armor. They retracted their deep violet mist and departed with an odd, shuffling gait. The black tide began to recede. The frenzied hounds and the enigmatic archers retreated, ultimately followed by the lingering specters. However, the lingering ones, being rather dim-witted, left a small portion behind on the battlefield. Yet, they seemed to have not received the order to attack and no longer surged toward the camp, instead aimlessly wandering about. Only those nearer to the camp, still drawn by the scent of humanity, approached with howls. Of course, these beings posed no significant threat. Tian Yang sat down heavily against the wall, the crimson moonblade resting beside him, yet he found himself too fatigued to lift it. After a brief respite, a flurry of thoughts began to resurface in his numb mind. He had endured. At last, he had persevered. Someone cheered, followed by laughter from within the camp, though some were also sobbing. This battle had been exceedingly arduous. Minutes later, Wang Liang returned to the camp, carrying a bundle that, when tossed to the ground, revealed an assortment of materials. The materials of the spectral knight. Several crystallized organs, a still-rotating eyeball, 3 bones shimmering with deep violet starlight, and a handful of sharp teeth the size of thumbs. In total, there were over 10 pieces, drawing the wide-eyed attention of numerous transcendents. Wang Liang himself bore wounds, and after exchanging greetings with Yunza, he slipped into the medical chamber of the vehicle. No one opposed his action. After all, he was the strongest in the camp and had made the greatest contribution. Had he not held back the 2 wraiths, the consequences would have been dire. Thus, he was entirely justified in receiving treatment first. At that moment, Adam approached the wall, dragging his weary feet, and patted Tian Yang's knee. "How are you holding up?" Chapter 112. Secrets Abound. Tian Yang offered a weary smile, acknowledging the pain in his back from the impact with the Shadow Knight. Adam's expression shifted in surprise. "You collided with a Shadow Knight?" Tian Yang nodded, prompting Adam to reflect on the absence of the Yun family's transcendent. Adam's demeanor grew grave, his eyelids fluttering imperceptibly. "I never imagined there would be 4 Shadow Knights in town. It's perplexing. Why have they come here? If it were merely to hunt down that prospector, there shouldn't be so many acting in concert." After a moment's contemplation, Tian Yang suggested, "Perhaps they are intent on preventing Gu Gang from exposing the existence of that underground base." Adam's face went pale, and after a long pause, he managed to relax slightly. "It seems we are not mistaken. They are indeed guardians. Naturally, they would wish to keep the existence of that underground base and its significant contents from becoming widely known." A sharp pain shot through Tian Yang's back, causing him to involuntarily exhale softly. Observing this, Adam chuckled. "Once Mr. Wang Liang emerges, I shall arrange for you to use the Yun family's healing pod." Tian Yang hesitated before responding. "That cannot be right. I am not the only one injured." Adam, with an unwavering tone, replied, "It is settled. I just heard from Yun Zhe that he has already contacted the base. You saved everyone's lives. You deserve to lie down in that pod. When we return, I will prepare a detailed report, and you shall earn a commendation point. By the way, if you have the time, please provide as detailed a description as possible of that interference signal from the Dark Citizens. Supplying the fortress with new intelligence on Dark Citizens will also yield rewards, including but not limited to commendation points." "All right." Given Adam's earnest insistence, Tian Yang did not decline and readily agreed. Indeed, once Wang Liang emerged, a member of the Yun family facilitated Tian Yang's treatment. As he lay within the healing pod, stripped of his equipment, the young man finally closed his weary eyes. Time passed, and gradually, voices began to filter into his consciousness. Tian Yang slowly opened his eyes, yawning, and realized he was in a room within the camp's small building. He quickly reached for his side and felt the scabbard of the Crimson Moon. A glance revealed that the Crimson Moon, the Morning Bell, and his defensive armor were all placed beside him. Tian Yang hastily donned his gear. Feeling a sense of security return, he moved slightly, noting a lingering pain in his back and slight difficulty in breathing. However, compared to before, his injuries had improved significantly. In this condition, as long as he did not encounter a Shadow Knight, he could still contend with other Dark Citizens. With no one to disturb him, Tian Yang assessed his transcendent status, and information began to surface in his mind. Level 1. Assassin Ability, Weakness Perception. Instant Kill Transcendence Progress, 91 Enhanced Domain. Physical Ability 1 Next Level, Eradicator. Tian Yang was taken aback, with a progress rate of 91. It appeared that his experiences in the wilderness town coupled with this camp's defense and his defeat of Zhou Wang, had significantly advanced his progress. At this rate, he would soon max out his progress and ascend to the next level. He wondered what abilities the Eradicator would possess, his heart brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Adam stepped in, his head and hands bandaged. Upon seeing Tian Yang awake, Adam's expression brightened into a broad smile. "You're awake. That's wonderful. I thought I might have to rouse you. Prepare yourself. The base's convoy is about to arrive, and we can set off home." Tian Yang was taken aback. "The base's reinforcements have arrived so swiftly?" "Swift?" Adam laughed heartily. "Not at all. You've been asleep for over a day. It seems you were quite deep in slumber." Thankfully, during this time, the Dark Citizens did not continue their assault. Otherwise, you might have been dispatched in your dreams. Realizing he had slept for a whole day, Tian Yang understood why the base's reinforcements had arrived so promptly. "I should wash my face and eat something. We might encounter Dark Citizens on the way back. It's best to be adequately prepared." After saying this, Adam indicated he had other matters to attend to and departed. Tian Yang took out some water and food bars to replenish his energy. Meanwhile, in another room, Kong Zhang and his students were busy packing various instruments. When Yunzhe entered, the old man was instructing 3 students. "Bring out all the specimens, then incinerate them. The necessary experiments have been conducted and the data collected. These items are far too dangerous to be taken to the fortress." One student hesitated, saying, "If we use sealed recovery containers and expose them to light for 24 hours, it should be manageable. Moreover, teacher, while we have gathered the necessary data, further research will still require specimens, right?" "Absolutely not. Yin Kai?" Kong Zhang's tone turned resolute and stern. "I have said many times that when it comes to reverse world research, one can never be too cautious. Given your temperament, it seems you are ill-suited for this field. Once we return, you should seek guidance from another instructor." Yin Kai's expression shifted in disbelief. He hurriedly pleaded, No. Teacher, I was merely speaking offhandedly. Rest assured, I will exercise utmost caution. Please don't expel me. No, I have made my decision. This is final." As the student continued to beg, Yunzhe shot him a glare, silencing his protests. "Teacher Kong, the base's convoy is approaching. Allow me to accompany you to the vehicle for some rest." Kong Zhang did not object, and after giving his students a few more instructions, he followed Yunzhe out. The other 2 students focused on cleaning up the instruments, leaving Yin Kai alone in disbelief. Had he truly been expelled by Kong Zhang? Kong Zhang was an expert in reverse world flora and frequently required students as assistants. Being by his side not only provided invaluable knowledge, but also generous stipends from the fortress. Importantly, they typically received excellent protection, making their work far safer than that of other personnel in the reverse world. With such a generous stipend and the safety of their work, this opportunity was rare beyond measure. Yet now, it marked Yin Kai's final assignment. Furthermore, once word of his dismissal from Kong Zhang spread, other scholars would be disinclined to employ him. This meant that he would be forced to seek alternative employment, none of which would be as easygoing as this. "Make way. Honestly, don't just stand there. Did you not hear the teacher? Lend a hand and incinerate these items." One student tossed all the specimens into a burning barrel, shooting Yin Kai a glare before walking away. Yin Kai gazed at the specimens, and suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. 2 hours later, the base's convoy arrived at Gem Town. As the fully armed soldiers secured the perimeter of the camp, the survivors felt a sense of safety wash over them. Finally, they could breathe without fear. The base had dispatched nearly half of its combat personnel, given the limited forces of the Yunxiang base. Moreover, upon learning of the presence of mid to high-tier Dark Citizens such as Shadow Knights in Gem Town, the base could not afford to be careless. If one's combat strength is insufficient, it ceases to be support and becomes merely a sacrifice. Moreover, Tian Yang was astonished to discover that Shun Maju had also arrived. Although this division chief appeared refined and scholarly, lacking the demeanor of a warrior, his decision to personally visit this place indicated he was no weakling. This was confirmed when Wang Liangyi demonstrated profound respect upon encountering the division chief. Tian Yang believed that even if Shun Maju were slightly weaker than Wang Liangyi, he undoubtedly belonged to the same echelon of formidable individuals. Recalling their first meeting, when he had seen the division chief tending to flowers, a peculiar feeling stirred within the young man's heart. After Shin Maju met with Yunzhe, Adam, and others, he instructed the survivors to board the vehicle in preparation for departure. He then pulled Adam aside, his voice low. "Where is that gold seeker?" Adam glanced towards the eastern side of the small square. "He is over there. I have someone keeping watch on him." Shin Maju replied with satisfaction. "Excellent. Arrange for him to join me in my vehicle. There are certain matters I wish to inquire about directly." Adam, picking up on his tone, ventured to ask, "Minister Shun, Does this relate to the base beneath Hongni Town? Shin Maju's expression shifted. The gentle eyes behind his glasses grew increasingly sharp. It seems this fellow has divulged quite a bit. Adam, inform your subordinates to keep their mouths shut regarding Hongni Town. Should I hear even a whisper of it within the base, you shall be held accountable. Adam, taken aback by Shin Maju's sternness, agreed while his mind raced with possibilities. Shin Maju's awareness of an underground base beneath Hongni Town did not surprise him in the least. Indeed, he insisted on absolute discretion. This suggested that the underground base was indeed significant, and Shin Maju had likely been aware of it for some time. With this thought, Adam's curiosity intensified. What secrets lay hidden within that base? Turning around, Shin Maju had resumed his usual demeanor, exuding warmth and cordiality towards everyone. Upon encountering Tian Yang, the division chief greeted him with a smile. I've heard from Adam that you neutralized the interference and managed to escape from a specter-esque grasp. Quite impressive. Now I understand why Colonel Ling has repeatedly urged me to keep a closer eye on you. It seems he considers you a promising candidate. Tian Yang, responding with humility, said, I am hardly a promising candidate, merely fortunate. Minister Shun, your praise is unwarranted. Shin Maju chuckled softly, patting Tian Yang on the shoulder. Your injuries have yet to heal. I shall arrange for the best doctor in the base to examine you upon your return. I appreciate your assistance, Minister Shin. Not at all, Shin Maju replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Gu Gang before discussing the return journey with Yunze. An hour later, Tian Yang sat inside the Falcon combat vehicle, with Baosher Town fading into the distance outside the window. The young man's hand rested lightly on his pocket, where Su Lai had left a data chip. Chapter 113. Yinfeng. The return journey was surprisingly smooth, with the convoy encountering no attacks from the dark denizens. Tian Yang and his companions arrived at the Yunxiang base by noon the following day. Upon returning to the base, Tian Yang was granted half a day's rest and was informed that Yunze wished to meet him the next day. As for the reason, Tian Yang was well aware. It pertained to the incident involving Zhou Wang. He paid little heed to the matter, for Zhou Wang's actions had already been recorded by the tactical eye. By extracting the data from the tactical eye, the truth would soon become apparent. In the afternoon, Adam arranged for him to undergo a checkup at the base's medical center. Thus, Tian Yang spent another half day in the treatment chamber, where the physician instructed him to visit the medical center daily for the next 3 days. Unfortunately, there was no radiant figure like Sun to ease his burdens. Otherwise, Tian Yang would have found things much simpler. That evening, he returned to his designated dormitory. Having already dined, the young man sat on his bed and began drafting a report on the trumpet-headed creature. Adam had mentioned that this report could earn him a significant number of contribution points. Although Tian Yang had already accumulated a considerable amount of contribution points, one could never have too many. Codename, Interferer, Danger Assessment, Level 2. Summary. This dark denizen has been reported twice. The first occurrence was during the Reclaiming the Star Pillar mission in the metropolis. The second was in Gemtown. The interferers that appeared on both occasions exhibited substantial differences in their physical characteristics. Their commonality lies in the trumpet-like head, which appears to be a specialized organ used to amplify and transmit interference signals. The interferer possesses the ability to disrupt our communication signals. With the interference it emits capable of infiltrating various channels, thereby paralyzing our communications. It is currently known that eliminating an interferer can halt the interference signals. The combat capability of the interferer itself is limited. With average physical strength, stellar energy beams can easily penetrate its body. Thus, it is preliminarily inferred that this is a supportive type of dark denizen. Appendix. The shape and location of the interferer's prison remain unknown for now. It is hypothesized to be located within the trumpet-like organ, requiring further confirmation. Report submitted by Nightwalker Corvid Team, Tian Yang. Once confirming the report's accuracy, Tian Yang sent this brief document to Adam, who would submit it alongside the mission report. After submitting the report, with nothing else to occupy his time, Tian Yang fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, just as Tian Yang finished his morning routine, a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he found Adam standing outside. The tall, robust man from the west was surprisingly not clad in his usual armor, but was instead donned in the uniform of the Nightwalkers. Upon seeing Tian Yang, he broke into a gentle smile. I presume you haven't had breakfast. Since we need to head to the Yun family's office building shortly, I thought I'd come and escort you to the dining hall. Tian Yang replied with a moment's pause, returning to his room to retrieve his uniform before stepping out with Adam. Adam scrutinized him for a moment. After we return, you can apply for a uniform exchange. Following his gaze, Tian Yang noticed several tears on his uniform, likely incurred during the battle in the town. The fight had been intense, leaving numerous stains on the uniform that, despite having been washed, still marred its appearance. However, the tears were not overly conspicuous, and Tian Yang had not even noticed them, only for Adam to point them out. It appeared this large fellow had a keen eye for detail. During breakfast, Tian Yang took the opportunity to inquire with Adam about the card reader and repairing firearms. The former was needed to read the data chip left by Su Lai, while the latter was essential to restore the full capabilities of the death knell. Adam took a bite of his bread before responding. I happen to have a card reader. I can lend it to you shortly. As for repairing firearms, there is indeed a mechanic at the base, but his temperament is rather unpleasant. I can take you to meet him, though whether he agrees to assist you is beyond my control. To this, Tian Yang had no objections. At 9:15 a.m., Tian Yang entered Yun's office. True to the reputation of the towering Yun family, even the office was more splendid than others. It was certainly more spacious and lavishly decorated compared to Shun Maju's office, which resembled a botanical garden. The left wall, adorned with an array of firearms, was particularly striking. Good morning. Yunza appeared to have been in the office for quite some time, engrossed in his work. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up, stood with a data pad in hand, and after tapping on the screen multiple times, handed it to his female assistant before inviting Tian Yang and Adam to take a seat. Adam, prepared, placed a device on the table and spoke directly. Mr. Yunza, this is a device borrowed from the information department. It can connect to Tian Yang's tactical eye and retrieve the data contained within. If you have no objections, we can examine what transpired between Tian Yang and Zhou Wang at that time. Yunza smiled faintly, exuding a refreshing warmth. Then I must thank you, Captain Adam. As Adam operated the device and activated the interface, he turned to Tian Yang. I need your tactical eye number and authorization code. Tian Yang relayed the information, and Adam inputted the data into the device, establishing a connection with the tactical eye. He soon located the data from that peculiar structure in the town and chose to play it. The screen displayed a suitcase, followed by a shaky image, indicating that Tian Yang had seemingly come under attack. A flurry of vague lights followed, revealing an interior space where an elemental energy gun flashed in the corner, igniting a small elemental storm. Come out. Why are you hiding? Aren't you formidable? Why cower? Zhou Wang's voice echoed in the footage, and upon hearing this, Yun's expression subtly shifted. The sequence of events that followed unfolded precisely as described by Tian Yang. The confrontation, instigated by Zhou Wang, culminated in Tian Yang's counterattack. As the playback concluded, Yunza remained silent, gazing at Zhou Wang's twisted visage on the screen. Adam severed the connection with the tactical eye and powered down the device. Mr. Yunza, as you can see, this confrontation was indeed provoked by Zhou Wang. Furthermore, you witnessed Zhou Wang's murderous intent. Under such circumstances, Tian Yang's actions are justifiable. What do you mean by justifiable? Yunza lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of emotion, scanning Adam and Tian Yang. Adam felt a pang of anxiety. Did Yunza intend to pursue the matter? However, a smile gradually spread across Yunza's face. Tian Yang did nothing wrong and thus requires no forgiveness. Instead, I owe him an apology. I never anticipated Zhou Wang would behave in such a manner, resorting to murder over personal grievances. In fact, I ought to thank Tian Yang for eliminating him, sparing me the disgrace of losing face for the Yun family because of him. Only then did Adam breathe a sigh of relief, sensing that the matter would finally be resolved amicably. Since Mr. Yunza does not wish to pursue this further, we shall take our leave. Adam stood up. Yunza also rose. Allow me to see you off. No need. Adam was about to decline when suddenly, the office door was rudely pushed open, and a languid voice proclaimed, "Who said you could leave?" Adam and Tian Yang exchanged glances, and Yunza's eyes flickered with barely concealed anger. Regarding Zhou Wang, even without the evidence provided by the tactical eye, Yunza had never doubted Tian Yang's account. He understood Zhou Wang's nature all too well, narrow-minded and reckless. His insistence on hearing Tian Yang's side was merely a means to save face, for the family's reputation must still be upheld. Now, Tian Yang presented the evidence, and it was only natural for him to refrain from pursuing the matter further. This approach not only showcased his magnanimity, but also fostered a connection with the Nightwalker, making it a win-win situation. What was initially a fortuitous event, however, drew skepticism regarding his decision. Who was Yunza? He was the authority of the Yun family within the base. Should this incident become public, Yunza's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Suddenly, a figure swaggered into the room, adorned in elegant attire and possessing a tall, slender frame. He sported short, light-colored hair and deep, dark eyes that sparkled with a hint of silver. Lacking protective gear, it was clear that he too was an ascendant. More importantly, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to Yunza. Second brother? Yunza was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the newcomer. What brings you here? Beside him, Tian Yang heard Adam whisper, "This is Yun's second brother, Yunfeng." The young man realized then that he was yet another member of the Yun family, explaining his similarity to Yunza. Yunfeng shook his head. "I heard you were trapped in Gem Town, and the family was in a frenzy, sending me here. If the situation was dire, I would have had to rush to Gem Town myself. Thankfully, you're unscathed, which saves me a great deal of trouble. But fourth brother, how could you be so reckless? They showed you a video, and you simply let them go? When did our Yun family become so worthless that a mere guard could be taken down, and you act as if nothing happened? If word of this spreads, who would still be willing to fight for us? A master who fails to protect his subordinates will inevitably lose their trust." Yun's expression gradually darkened upon hearing this. How could Yunfeng arrive at the base and learn of Zhou Wang's death so quickly? Without a doubt, someone must have informed his second brother. This thought made him snort inwardly. Yet, he maintained a cheerful facade. Despite his darkening gaze, Yunza smiled and said, "Second brother, you may not be aware, but it was Zhou Wang who initiated the attack, intending to eliminate someone. With such actions, even if he had survived, I would have expelled him from the Yun family. We cannot allow outsiders to believe that the mighty Yun family permits even its guards to act with impunity. This matter pertains to our family's honor, and I must tread carefully. What do you think, second brother?" Yunfeng, initially wearing a smile, now pressed his lips tightly together. "Fourth brother, are you implying that I would allow my subordinates to act without restraint? That's preposterous." Yunza maintained his smile. "I understand that you are also thinking of the family. It's just that you are unaware of the full context of the situation, leading you to believe I handled it improperly. Come, let me explain everything to you. If you still feel I have not managed this well, we can leave it to our elders to decide." With the Yun brothers needing to converse, Tian Yang and the others took the opportunity to bid farewell, and this time Yunfeng did not deter them. It seemed that Yun's emphasis on family honor was a weighty matter, and were he to meddle further, he risked being burdened by that very same issue. Chapter 114. The clouds of doubt. It appears that the relationship among the Yun brothers is far from harmonious. Even prominent families bear their own burdens. Exiting Yun's office and traversing the corridors of the base, Tian Yang's thoughts began to wander. Before he realized it, he had followed Adam into a sloping passageway. As they descended deeper, the young man sensed a rise in temperature around him. Upon regaining his bearings, he discovered that the surroundings were surrounded by partition grids. Beyond them lay a world of pipes, various sizes and diameters, intertwined in a complex manner, forming a geometric aesthetic. "What is this place?" Tian Yang inquired. Adam chuckled. "I'm taking you to meet the engineer. He resides deep within the underground pipeline area. Without my guidance, you could wander here for a day and still not find him." Tian Yang wholeheartedly agreed as they descended the slanted passage and set foot on the ground. Before them unfolded a labyrinthine network, with maintenance doors intermittently appearing for repair workers' ingress and egress. Though Adam did not elaborate, Tian Yang surmised that the pipes within were likely the base's various transmission conduits. However, they appeared as antiquated as the base facilities above. Some pipes even bore patches, causing Tian Yang to sweat nervously. If an energy leak were to occur, it could lead to an explosion. Would the base still stand? Clearly, this was not a concern for Adam, who strode confidently through this area, seemingly unperturbed. It seemed the personnel at the base had long grown accustomed to such issues of facility aging. This thought deepened Tian Yang's admiration for the engineer dwelling in this perilous realm. What kind of person would dare to reside in a place fraught with potential accidents and disasters? Iron Uncle is our best engineer, but he used to be a researcher in the fortress's weapon development department. As they navigated the maze-like corridors, Adam's footsteps echoed heavily, nearly drowning out his voice. But his temper is dreadful. He struggles to get along with others. Once, he clashed with his superior and was demoted. In a fit of rage, he quit and came to our base to become an engineer, specializing in the maintenance and oversight of the pipelines below. Suddenly, Adam halted, causing Tian Yang to nearly collide with him. The Westerner stood for a moment before declaring, "I remember now. This way." He turned down a side passage. Tian Yang's lips twitched. Who was it that claimed to be familiar with the area? It seemed even Adam was not too confident of his route, leaving one feeling rather insecure. Fortunately, Adam did not lose his way, and when he stopped again, a rusty, dark red metal door appeared before them. Adam knocked on the door with force. Before long, a voice emanated from the intercom by the door. "Who is it?" "Me, Adam." There was no response from the intercom. But after a brief pause, the iron door creaked open. A middle-aged man with grayish-yellow hair poked his head out from behind the door. His sunken eyes and dry skin were accentuated by prominent lines of age, and his lips were pressed tight, conveying an expression of displeasure. "What do you want?" The man inside seemed unprepared to allow anyone in. Adam blinked and replied, Earlier, Minister Shin sent me some tobacco, but you know I don't smoke. So I thought of you, Iron Uncle. I just got back from a mission and came to find you. Only then did Iron Uncle grunt and open the door wider. Smooth talker, what do you want me to fix this time? Let me be clear, don't bring me any junk. I want to waste my time. As Tian Yang stepped into the cramped space, he nearly retreated again, if not for the rusted iron door closing behind Iron Uncle. The room was small, comparable to Tian Yang's assigned dormitory, yet it was cluttered with an iron rack, several boxes filled with parts, and a workbench. There was no bed in sight, and from the corner where a blanket lay rolled up, it seemed this middle-aged man had been sleeping on the floor daily. However, it was not the cramped space that troubled Tian Yang, but rather the suffocating stench of smoke that filled it. It appeared Iron Uncle had just smoked, and not just one cigarette. The room was engulfed in a haze of white smoke, the acrid odor of low-quality tobacco causing the young man to cough, his ears turning red. Iron Uncle cast a fleeting glance at Tian Yang before moving to the workbench, picking up a part to work on. When did I take on an apprentice? Adam produced an aluminum box from his pocket, opening it to reveal neatly compressed tobacco. He placed the box on the table, and Iron Uncle took it, inhaling deeply. Not bad. Now, tell me, what do you want me to do? Only then did Adam push Tian Yang forward. I have no issues to trouble Iron Uncle with, but my brother here has a broken gun and would like you to take a look at it. Without hesitation, Iron Uncle extended his hand. Tian Yang was not shy about it, retrieving the bell toll and placing it into Iron Uncle's palm. Iron Uncle, who had been focused on the machine, suddenly felt the weight in his hand and glanced down. Upon seeing the bell toll, his pupils dilated and his expression turned excited. Is it? How did you come by this? Tian Yang was taken aback, wondering if this man knew Su Lai. Otherwise, why the excitement upon seeing the bell toll? The middle-aged man immediately took the bell toll, examining it closely. After a moment, he regained his composure. Oh, I misidentified it. I thought it was the gun I designed. But this one is also impressive. Its design is quite fierce. Unlike the guns nowadays, which are light and small, almost feminine. Adam chuckled. Who could argue with that? So, Iron Uncle, can you fix it? Iron Uncle rolled his eyes. If I can't fix it in this base, then no one can. But it will take some time. After all, this is an outdated model. He casually set the bell toll on the workbench and resumed his task of grinding the parts. Tian Yang was puzzled, glancing at Adam, who smiled reassuringly. Then we shall trouble you, Iron Uncle. He motioned for Tian Yang to follow him as they exited through the iron door. Once it closed behind them, Tian Yang felt that the air in the pipeline area was fresher than that in Iron Uncle's cramped quarters. What about Iron Uncle? Rest assured, since he didn't decline, he will surely help you fix your gun. Adam patted the young man's shoulder, signaling him not to worry. Upon returning to the surface, Adam made a quick trip to his dormitory to lend Tian Yang his card reader. After expressing his gratitude, the young man returned to his dormitory, eager to uncover the contents of the data chip. Shutting the door, Tian Yang extracted the chip and inserted it into the card reader's slot. The device's screen soon displayed information, processing the chip's contents, a procedure that lasted only a few seconds. Yet for Tian Yang, each second felt interminable. When the message parsing complete appeared, he wasted no time in clicking on the read icon. A blurred image flickered on the screen, accompanied by a voice. Can you see clearly, Wei Yang? Yes, Brother Lai, it's quite clear. At that moment, the image sharpened, revealing the interior of a building. Tian Yang observed distant windows and a floor littered with debris. The camera shifted, and a figure entered the frame, a man appearing to be in his late 20s, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. A stubbly jawline suggested he had not groomed himself in days. He wore the uniform of a nightwalker, though its color was dark red, and the insignia on his uniform differed slightly from Tian Yang's. Beneath the silver crescent moon, instead of a traveler's silhouette, stood a figure brandishing a sword. At last, Tian Yang's gaze fell upon his waist, where he noticed a firearm hanging. The sound of a death knell echoed in his ears. He had finally encountered Su Lai. This man, who could possibly be his biological father, now vividly appeared before the young boy for the first time. In the scene, Su Lai nodded and said, "Let us rest for a while before descending." As the camera turned, several individuals gradually entered the frame, including a woman with cascading black hair and a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. The person behind the camera then asked Brother Lai, "Why do you want me to film this?" Su Lai stood by the window, a cigarette clenched between his lips, igniting it and taking a drag before responding. The higher-up stated that this is an operation that will not appear in any records. However, I believe it is prudent to document it, in case it proves useful one day. The cameraman chuckled. Brother Lai, you're overthinking it. Our operations have always been classified, and none have ever been recorded. This time is different. Su Lai shook his head. Trust me, I have a feeling that this operation will not be so straightforward. The image blurred and then sharpened again, revealing a pitch-black screen. A greenish light flickered, illuminating the rugged terrain, surrounded by what seemed like an open space devoid of any reference points. Were it not for the occasional fleeting shadows and the green light, Tian Yang might have suspected that the filming equipment was malfunctioning. The scene abruptly transitioned from an interior setting to a dark, expansive space, suggesting that the footage had been edited. At that moment, Su Lai's voice resonated on the screen. Stop. In Chi seems to have discovered something. The sound of footsteps echoed, and the slender woman with black hair appeared on screen. She pointed ahead, her voice low. I've spotted rabid dogs, numbers unknown. Their eyes have deteriorated, but I suspect their sense of smell has become more acute. No sooner had she spoken than faint barking resonated from the screen. Su Lai chuckled. No need for doubt. That's exactly what they are. He grasped the death knell hanging at his side and aimed it into the darkness. The others swiftly drew their weapons, and moments later, the thunderous roar of the death knell erupted from the screen. After a brief pause, when the footage resumed, the battle had concluded. Su Lai and his companions appeared to be resting, and the cameraman remarked, I never imagined that beneath Hongni town lay such a vast expanse, inhabited by those living underground. Brother Lai, how large do you think this place is? It seems comparable to a city. Tian Yang shuddered. Hongni town, the subterranean space. Wasn't that the location where Gu Gang and the others had ventured? It turned out that Su Lai had already been there 17 years ago. What was his purpose for going there? Chapter 115. The Calamity Compass. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the scene on the screen shifted, revealing Su Lai's team arriving at the entrance of a base. It appeared they had anticipated the existence of an underground facility, as they had brought the necessary tools, swiftly creating a breach in the tightly sealed door. What followed was a venture filled with exploration and combat. Throughout this process, the footage was either shaky or heavily edited, leaving Tian Yang unable to discern much, except that Su Lai's team seemed to be in pursuit of something. Furthermore, they encountered a group of dark denizens, including the Shadow Knights. Minutes later, the screen plunged into darkness. Tian Yang initially thought the recording had concluded, but upon glancing at the progress bar, he realized there was more to come. He swiped his finger across the screen, halting when the imagery re-emerged. The next scene was set in a well-lit room, illuminated by lights, yet outside the window lay an impenetrable darkness, leaving one to wonder if it was night or if the filming location remained within the reverse realm. A figure appeared on screen, Su Lai, who pulled up a chair and sat before the camera, cradling what seemed to be a metallic plate in his hands. After a moment of silence while gazing at the plate, he let out a deep sigh. Shaking the metallic object, he remarked, For this, I sacrificed many brothers. In that damned place, only In Chi and I returned alive. But In Chi was gravely injured, and I cannot say if she will survive. With his head in his hands, Su Lai's expression was one of anguish. I now harbored deep doubts about the motives behind this. Therefore, I feel it necessary to document what I am about to say. After all, we have sacrificed so much for this. Moreover, he paused, his gaze profound, lost in thought. After a moment, Su Lai straightened himself, raising the metallic plate and pointing to an inscription on it. I am grateful to have learned the script of the reverse realm from Jing Nan, for I can decipher what is written here. This is likely something the higher-ups never considered. If they were to see this footage, they would probably regret choosing me for this task. The Calamity Compass. Su Lai pronounced each word carefully. Calamity signifies disaster, which I understand. However, what is a compass? It seems to be some tool of the reverse realm inhabitants. But that is irrelevant. What matters are the words that follow. The man in the footage gazed solemnly at the screen. We have inscribed this information, hoping that future generations will know what we have done. As for the right or wrong of it, that is for posterity to judge. According to the research report by Fan Wenjia on the Demon Tomb, we located that tomb and confirmed it harbors unimaginable entities. Many of our comrades believe that what lies within could aid humanity in resisting the encroaching eternal night. We organized multiple teams to explore the tomb, but the results were disheartening, as the tomb was rife with unknowns and dark, malevolent guardians. Many of our teams vanished as if swallowed by the earth. Only the leader of the last team escaped, warning us that we must seal the tomb. He asserted that a terrifying entity resides there, and if unleashed, it would hasten the demise of our world. Regrettably, we failed to heed this warning initially, leading to a series of subsequent errors. Alas, it is too late for regret. That survivor soon lost his sanity, unable to function or live normally. Not long after, the entities within the tomb sent forth their minions. Those abhorrent beings that should not exist in our world have found us. We had no choice but to seal off the base, hoping to keep them at bay. Simultaneously, we destroyed all documents related to the demon tomb, It should never have been discovered, let alone opened. However, we have some personnel at another base, and we wish to contact them, but communications have been severed. Now, we must organize a team to inform them to destroy all materials related to the tomb. Thus, we crafted this compass. It not only guides the team to base number 2, but also records our actions. May the world not descend into eternal night due to our foolish deeds. At this juncture, Sulai set down the metallic plate, flipping it over to reveal the other side, which bore chaotic, seemingly meaningless lines, an incomprehensible tangle. He pointed to the lines, stating, "This may be a map of sorts, but it has been encrypted by the inhabitants of the reverse realm. Personally, I believe the upper echelons of the fortress intend to seek out the demon tomb. Otherwise, they would not have permitted me to lead the team into that base. It is damnable. Had I not discovered that research report by Fan Wenja during a prior operation, none of these dreadful events would have transpired." Sulai rubbed his face, returning to the matter at hand. The information recorded on this object is truly horrifying. Humans. The inhabitants of the reverse realm also refer to themselves as humans. I cannot determine if this is mere coincidence or something more sinister. Yet, this designation fills me with profound dread. We have speculated more than once that the wandering monsters in the reverse realm are transformed inhabitants. If they were once human, what of us? Will we too become like them one day? Moreover, this metallic plate was protected by several shadow knights. At the time, I was baffled as to why those fiends would guard such an item. Now, a terrifying thought crosses my mind. Could those knights be? Suddenly, a noise interrupted Sulai's monologue, and he exited the frame. After a considerable pause, he returned. "Good news. In-Chi has awakened. At least she is not dead. However, a dilemma now confronts me. I am torn about whether to surrender this object. If I do, I will undoubtedly receive immense accolades. Perhaps they will honor their previous promise and appoint me as the next commander of the Night Walkers." Sulai shook his head. "However, if they decipher the map on this compass and locate base number 2, uncovering the tomb's location, I am uncertain whether the fortress possesses the means to open it. Should whatever lies within be unleashed, will the outside world be affected? Perhaps I should first discuss this with them." Looking into the camera, the weary man, his face lined with stubble, nodded resolutely. "So be it." The recording concluded. Tian Yang removed the chip, examined the card reader, and ensured no residual information remained before stowing the chip away. The youth reclined on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, his thoughts adrift. He could not ascertain whether Sulai ultimately surrendered the metallic plate, but regardless, it remained an undeniable fact that Sulai subsequently vanished. Furthermore, this matter implicated the higher echelons of the fortress, leaving him uncertain as to which individuals were involved. Additionally, Sulai held the title of Breaker, a position within the Night Walkers he had never encountered before. Regrettably, his tenure among the Night Walkers had been brief. Thus, many of the inner workings were still a mystery to him. Yet, it appeared that irrespective of whether Sulai relinquished the metallic plate, the fortress had chosen to suppress the incident. It was entirely possible that the disruption of the road leading to Hongni Town was orchestrated by the fortress. Given that exploration of Hongni Town had only recently resumed, it seemed that 17 years had passed, and few remained who were privy to this affair. Otherwise, they would never have allowed fortune seekers to enter that town so freely. Even the department head, Shen Maju, was unaware of the details, underscoring how deeply this matter had been concealed. On the bed, the youth rubbed his temples. Perhaps this matter should be set aside for the time being. The waters are exceedingly deep. If even the upper echelons of the fortress are implicated, then, despite clinging to the Nightwalker, one cannot guarantee that he will not be drowned. Furthermore, recalling the recent incident where someone infiltrated the apartment, seemingly in search of Sulai's diary, it is highly likely that some individuals have not forgotten this matter and continue to seek the so-called Devil's Tomb. More importantly, how did the adversary fixate on him? How could they possibly know that Sulai's diary is in his possession? All of this indicates that he has become entangled in a web far beyond his control. Should he continue to investigate, he might very well find himself submerged. To unravel this mystery, one must either possess immense strength or wield significant power. Regrettably, he currently lacks both. In light of this, he has no alternative but to remain patient and restrained. For the next 2 days, the young man felt a heavy heart, as Sulai's affairs pricked at his mind like a thorn. On this particular day, after completing his treatment at the medical center, he wandered aimlessly around the base to alleviate his gloom. As he passed beneath several twisted, ailing trees of the reverse realm, a sudden soft gasp caught his attention. The voice was delicate, seemingly belonging to a woman. Accompanied by the sound of snapping branches, a shadow descended from above, landing directly on Tian Yang's shoulders. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, only to feel a sudden weight in his arms, a breathtaking young girl had landed in his embrace. She appeared a bit frail and petite, clad in the attire of a mechanist, with a few smudges marring her delicate features. Yet, this did not detract from her enchanting beauty. Rather, it rendered her even more playful and charming. The girl, seemingly of similar age to Tian Yang, possessed a pair of clear, tranquil eyes that sparkled with a purity capable of cleansing the soul. Gazing into her eyes, Tian Yang could not help but think of the bright moon in the night sky beyond the door, equally radiant and luminous. As he momentarily lost himself in her gaze, the girl gently lifted her hand to stroke the fine strands of hair on his forehead, remarking, "Such beautiful, pure silver. Is it natural?" Tian Yang snapped back to reality and quickly set the girl down. "Are you all right? How did you end up in the tree?" The girl flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly teeth, and playfully stuck out her tongue. "I was repairing the sensor tower and misstepped. Luckily, you caught me. Otherwise, I would have fallen quite badly." With a blink of her dreamlike eyes, she took Tian Yang's hand in hers. "By the way, I haven't thanked you yet. My name is Xiao Yao. What is yours?" Tian Yang. Tian Yang? What a lovely name." The girl, who introduced herself as Xiao Yao, closed her eyes and mused. "It is as vast as the sky and as radiant as sunshine. Truly a splendid name." Tian Yang's body trembled slightly. He was taken aback that this girl could extract a meaning akin to Su Lai from his name. Chapter 116. Making a mountain out of a molehill. The young girl opened her eyes and noticed Tian Yang lost in thought. She raised her small hand and waved it in front of him. Hey, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Tian Yang snapped back to reality, feeling shy due to his limited experience with girls. "No, you are quite right. What you said aligns almost perfectly with what an elder of mine." "Well, yes." "Really? I feel so honored." The girl, aptly named Xiao Yao, was lively like a little bird, chattering incessantly. "Don't you think we're fated? I fell from above and just happened to be caught by you. Your name is Tian Yang, and I'm called Xiao Yao. Isn't it natural for a little bird to enjoy soaring freely under the bright sun?" As she spoke, she mimicked flapping her wings. With a sudden blink, Xiao Yao exclaimed, "How about you marry me?" Tian Yang coughed violently, suspecting there was something wrong with his hearing. Otherwise, this girl was far too audacious. Xiao Yao burst into laughter. "Just kidding. I have to go back up to fix some things. See you next time." She picked up the small wrench she had dropped earlier, navigated through a few peculiar trees, and climbed the sturdy well of the communication tower. Tian Yang shook his head, feeling uplifted by Xiao Yao's optimism, and his previous gloom seemed to vanish. The communicator buzzed with a message from Adam. "Where are you?" "Uncle Tai has repaired your gun and is waiting for you in the dormitory." Tian Yang quickly replied, "I'm on my way back." He hurried toward the dormitory area and, from a distance, caught a whiff of a pungent smoke. A middle-aged man in soiled mechanic's attire squatted by the door, puffing on a cigarette. Beside him lay the death bell, a rather ostentatious-looking handgun. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at the peculiar weapon, only to cough from the smoke and hastily walk away. "Uncle Tai?" Tian Yang called out, jogging towards him and opening the dormitory door. "Come in and sit for a while." Uncle Tai rolled his eyes at him but remained silent. He picked up the death bell and entered the room, casually tossing the nearly extinguished cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot before stepping inside. Once the door closed, the middle-aged man placed the death bell on the table. "I managed to repair 2 of the 3 damaged crystal slots. The last one is beyond repair. The materials and parts used for it have become obsolete, and there are no spare parts here. Just make do with it. Additionally, I've replaced some of the power components with new developments from recent years, which should help you save about half the star essence. I've also adjusted the recoil, so it should be much lighter now. Even you can fire it with one hand." Tian Yang picked up the death bell. Though it bore many scratches, it felt remarkably refreshed. He attempted to infuse it with star essence, and was pleased to find that it only required less than half to fill a crystal slot. "Thank you so much, Uncle Tai. This is a tremendous help. Is there anything I need to pay, perhaps contribution points?" Tian Yang was enamored with the repaired death bell. If it weren't for Uncle Tai's presence, he would have rushed to the shooting range to test it. Uncle Tai shook his head. "I don't have many contribution points, but it's enough. You don't need to give me more, just answer one question. Where did you acquire this?" Tian Yang hesitated for a moment, quickly organizing his thoughts before replying. "It was a gift from a friend." "You're lying." The middle-aged man suddenly shouted, his eyes fierce, veins bulging from his neck, clearly agitated. "That day Adam was present, and I couldn't say anything then. But in reality, I recognized this gun. I made it myself. And there's only one in the entire fortress. It's called the Death Bell. Isn't it?" Tian Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the death bell was crafted by this man before him. Uncle Tai took a few deep breaths before lowering his voice. "What is your relationship with Su Lai?" Another thunderbolt struck. Tian Yang couldn't help but retort, "You know Su Lai?" Uncle Tai snorted disdainfully. "It's hard not to know. That rascal constantly steals from me. Even this death bell was taken from me. He claimed he would return it, but then he vanished without a trace for 17 years. Uncle Tai rolled his eyes. "You still haven't answered my question." Tian Yang sighed. "I don't really know what my relationship with him is, but it seems like he gave me this name." Uncle Tai narrowed his eyes slightly, as if pondering something, then waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Seeing the death bell again allows me to put a matter to rest. It was the last gun I crafted, my final masterpiece. Now that it's in your hands, use it well and eliminate some dark scum." "I will, Uncle Tai." Uncle Tai approached the door. "If it breaks, you can come find me at Yunxiang for repairs anytime. As long as I'm alive, but don't mention that rascal Su Lai to anyone. Remember, do not tell anyone you know Su Lai." In that moment, Tian Yang felt the man's goodwill. "I understand, Uncle Tai." The middle-aged man with ash-blonde hair finally departed. The next day, Tian Yang bid farewell to the Yunxiang base and boarded the high-speed train back to Qingtian Fortress. His injuries had healed significantly, and he was ready to rejoin his team after nearly 10 days away from the fortress. As he boarded the train and walked toward his designated carriage, his thoughts wandered back to Uncle Tai's words from the previous day. While passing through a section of the carriage, he accidentally bumped into someone. The person stumbled back a few steps and coldly remarked, "Are you blind? If you can't use your eyes, you might as well donate them. It's a waste to keep them." Though the individual spoke rudely, it was Tian Yang who had collided with him first, so he looked up and apologized. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional." However, upon recognizing the person, they both exclaimed, "It's you?" It turned out he had bumped into Yun Zhe's elder brother, Yun Feng. "Mr. Yun Feng, is everything all right?" Several guards from the Yun family quickly surrounded Yun Feng, casting hostile glances at Tian Yang. One of them, an ascendant not wearing protective gear, stepped forward, exuding an air of intimidation. Though this ascendant appeared to be at least level 2 or even level 3, the pressure he exerted on Tian Yang was negligible compared to the formidable Wang Liangyi, whom he had faced directly. Yun Feng straightened his clothes and looked at Tian Yang with indifference. "It's nothing, he just bumped into me." The ascendant immediately interjected. "Do you have any idea who Mr. Yun Feng is? His status is exceedingly noble. Can you bear the consequences if you've harmed him?" Tian Yang retorted. "I've already apologized." The ascendant scoffed. "Apologizing won't suffice for offending Mr. Yun Feng." Tian Yang raised his eyebrows defiantly. "What do you want then?" Yun Feng raised his hand and lightly patted the ascendant on the shoulder. "Let us not escalate this. I'm fine. And there's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill, lest people think the Yun family is a rude and domineering clan." The ascendant immediately toned down his stance and stepped aside. "Yes." Tian Yang thought the matter was settled and nodded at Yun Feng, intending to leave. "Stop." Yun Feng deliberately elongated his tone. Without him having to intervene, several guards blocked Tian Yang's path. Yun Feng chuckled lightly, saying, "I merely suggested that you refrain from making a mountain out of a molehill. I did not imply that there would be no consequences. How about this? I find your pistol rather intriguing. Surrender it, and you may depart." Tian Yang turned, his voice low and resolute. "That is impossible." The transcender sneered. "A mere piece of scrap metal, and you treat it as a treasure. It is your good fortune that Mr. Yun Feng has taken an interest. Do not squander it with insolence." In the depths of the young man's eyes, a glimmer of silver sparkled. "What if, today, this cup of punishment is one I must drink?" "Impudent." The transcender bellowed, an intense aura filling the carriage. "If you do not relinquish the gun today, I shall take it from you myself." Tian Yang retorted sharply. "We shall see if you possess the capability to do so." Just then, footsteps echoed, and a female guard rushed in. Yun Feng frowned, raising a hand to signal the transcender, who immediately understood and tempered his aura to avoid alarming the female guard. The guard hastened to Yun Feng's side, whispering something that caused the second son of the Yun family to adopt a peculiar expression. Once she finished, Yun Feng revealed a hint of exasperation, clearing his throat. "Well, I must be off. I have matters to attend to and cannot afford to linger." The transcender, taken aback, momentarily thought he had misheard. He had accompanied Yun Feng for quite some time. When had the second son of the Yun family become so accommodating? "I said I am leaving. Are you deaf? Shall I suggest you donate your ears?" Yun Feng's voice rose slightly, accompanied by a dismissive huff as he turned away. The transcender could only cast a lingering glare at Tian Yang, muttering, "Consider yourself fortunate." Tian Yang responded with a smile, "My luck has always been quite favorable." The transcender rolled his eyes in frustration, and Tian Yang finally parted ways with Yun Feng's entourage. Finding his seat, the young man sank down, exhaling a slight sigh of relief. Although he did not believe Yun Feng would act recklessly against him aboard the train, it was still a nuisance. This outcome was the most favorable. though he pondered why the second son of the Yun family had suddenly changed his mind. Remembering the female guard, Tian Yang mused that she had likely received some urgent news, leaving no time to deal with someone of his insignificance. It seemed his fortune was indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 117. The gift of a pen. The day after returning to the fortress, Tian Yang rose early. With a command spoken aloud, the intelligent home assistant automatically drew back the curtains, revealing the sparse rain cascading against the window, creating serpentine trails of water. The fortress had entered the rainy season, and for the foreseeable future, overcast weather would prevail. Occasionally, there would be brief moments of sunshine, but they would last no longer than 2 or 3 days before the embrace of wind and rain returned. Tian Yang recalled his days living in the lower city. Each rainy season, the water level in the canal behind the shanty would surge. The canal would overflow, invading their modest abode. During such times, he and his mother would stuff various materials into the crevices of the shanty. Yet, despite their efforts, the floor would still be coated in a layer of water, bringing considerable inconvenience to their lives. In contrast, residing in an apartment in the upper city now afforded him a much more comfortable life, complete with various conveniences. Regrettably, his mother could never partake in such comforts. Taking a deep breath, Tian Yang leapt from his bed, resolved to visit the cemetery today and report to the squad dormitory the following day. The food customization machine prepared a simple, yet sufficiently caloric breakfast for him. After eating, he took a shower and put on his old clothes. Upon opening the wardrobe, he realized he ought to acquire a few sets of casual attire. It was impractical to wear the Nightwalker uniform for every occasion. As he left, Tian Yang casually took the Chi Web battle knife with him. Ever since the infiltration incident, he dared not let his guard down. As for the morning bell, its unique gun design attracted too much attention, making it better suited for use within the fortress rather than casually carried around. Upon descending the stairs, he noticed the rain had lessened significantly, though the sound of raindrops striking the fortress's dome remained formidable. Tian Yang departed the apartment on his unicycle and stopped by a nearby flower shop to purchase a bouquet before heading to the cemetery. Even on such a rainy day, as he passed through the streets of the upper city, he could see a parade of dozens of people. They held banners demanding a reduction in the rights of the ascendants, loudly chanting slogans. The sound of their voices pierced through the drumming rain on the fortress's dome. This parade was led by several upper-class citizens, with the rest being commoners. The only commonality among them was their ordinariness. The opposition to the ascendants' monopolization of resources had grown increasingly vocal in recent years, something Tian Yang had heard whispers of. Today was the first time he witnessed such a demonstration, filling him with curiosity. As he passed a community square, he noticed a gathering organized by the Church of the War Master. Several priests clad in black were preaching the church's doctrines to the residents of the fortress. In this area, including the Qingtian fortress, most inhabitants adhered to the War Master's faith. This church, steeped in history, emerged hundreds of years ago and boasts countless followers. It is said that a great empire once arose a century after the appearance of the Craft Gate, a time when fortress cities did not exist, and the populace was largely under the empire's dominion. Alongside the empire, the Church of the Backlight, which worshipped the culture of the reverse realm, also emerged. This church later became the state religion of the empire, yet its glory was short-lived, as the empire swiftly fell from its zenith to decline within mere decades. Following the empire's demise, a century of turmoil ensued, leading to the fragmentation of the Backlight Church. Only a century later did another church quietly rise, the War Master's Church. It is believed that this church is the successor to the Backlight Church, having thrived during turbulent times. Regardless, the War Master's Church has endured, becoming one of the 4 most renowned sects in the world. War is not for slaughter, but for protection. When you step onto the battlefield, never forget the purpose that drives you there. In the square, a priest shrouded in a hood was delivering a sermon to the crowd. Her voice was soft yet compelling, hinting that she was a woman. The female priest raised her hand, drawing a straight line between her brow and chest, then lightly tapped her chest 3 times. "May the War Master protect you." As Tian Yang passed by, she looked up, and he met her unwavering black gaze. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment before parting. Soon, he had distanced himself from the community square, and before long, he arrived at the fortress cemetery. Perhaps due to the rain, the cemetery appeared particularly serene. Tian Yang secured the battle knife at his back and entered through the cemetery's black gates, clutching the bouquet. Inside, a straight pathway extended ahead, flanked by solemn, dark gravestones. Only a few indistinct figures were scattered throughout the cemetery. Here, even the sound of the wind seemed subdued, as if carrying a heavy longing for the departed, whispering mournfully in the air. With his head bowed, Tian Yang hurried along the path towards his mother's gravestone. Suddenly, he halted, startled by an unexpected figure before him. Upon a closer look, he recognized the person, dressed in a dark, high-collared coat, with graying hair tousled by the wind and distinct lines etched around his mouth, yet his gaze retained the vigor of youth. It was Lu Jinglin, the mentor from Tianqing Academy. Is that you? Teacher Lu, are you here to pay respects as well? Tian Yang's voice rose slightly, breaking the silence of the solemn setting. Nevertheless, the other visitors remained too distant to catch his words. After a moment of surprise, Lu Jinglin quickly composed himself, offering a polite smile in return. Yes, I'm here to visit an old friend, he replied, pausing before asking. And you? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Listen to me ramble. Of course, I've come to pay my respects as well. Tian Yang nodded gently. My mother is buried here. Lu Jinglin's expression gradually turned somber. I am truly sorry to hear that. Tian Yang shook his head, indicating he bore no grievance. He then stepped aside, lowering his gaze slightly. I'll take my leave now, Teacher Lu. I'll come to your class another time. Lu Jinglin smiled warmly. You are always welcome to attend my lectures. Truth be told, young individuals like you often show little interest in the culture of the reverse realm. Tian Yang casually remarked, I hope you don't find it amusing. But I initially sought to learn the reverse realm script. When I discovered it wasn't offered, I stumbled upon your course on civilizational history, and thus. I see, Lu Jinglin said, his eyes brightening as he reached into his pocket. After a moment, he produced a fountain pen. Here, take this as a memento. You can use it to practice your writing. Of course, I mean the reverse realm script. Tian Yang gazed at the pen. Its rounded body was elegantly dark, adorned with silver floral patterns on the cap, making it quite exquisite. This, how can I? He was immediately enamored with the pen, yet hesitated to accept it, feeling it inappropriate given their lack of close relation. His mother, Nan Fei, had always taught him not to accept gifts casually, further deepening his reluctance. Lu Jinglin chuckled softly, inserting the pen into Tian Yang's jacket pocket. It's a trivial item, don't take it to heart. And if you're interested in studying the reverse realm script, feel free to come to the academy to seek my guidance anytime. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Tian Yang expressed sincerely. Though old Su had lent him a book on the reverse realm script, having a mentor like Lu Jinglin would undoubtedly enhance his learning experience. Don't mention it. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Lu Jinglin gently patted Tian Yang's arm before turning to depart. Tian Yang glanced at the pen nestled in his pocket. His heart swelling with joy, his steps now lighter. As he exited the cemetery, his communicator buzzed with 2 incoming messages. The first was a notification of a reward disbursement. You have received a notification regarding the distribution of task rewards. Reward item, Defense of Gemtown. Reward content, Contribution points. Contribution points, 500 points for eliminating interference signals, 300 points for defeating disruptors, 500 points for assisting in camp defense, and 500 points for submitting disruptor reports, totaling 1,800 contribution points. All rewards have been issued. Please check your account. 1,800 points. While not an excessive amount, it is certainly not negligible. Before heading to Gemtown, Tian Yang did not anticipate that he would simultaneously earn some contribution points. With this addition, his remaining contribution points now amount to 6,420, not including the 2,000 points lent to Yanbing. If his mother were still alive, perhaps he would have used these points to open a small shop, allowing her to pass the time. But now that she is gone, Tian Yang has yet to decide how to utilize them and has opted to set them aside for the moment. Looking at another message, he found one from Yanbing. Commander, are you back? Tian Yang informed him of his return and approached his motorcycle. To his surprise, Yanbing quickly replied, Commander, do you have time tonight? I have completed the surgery and would like to treat you to a drink. Tian Yang smiled and readily agreed, arranging the time and place with Yanbing before departing from the cemetery. The Nighthawk Bar, located on Amber Street in the Upper District, is one of the most bustling streets in the area, featuring a variety of shopping venues, as well as entertainment establishments like the Nighthawk Bar. As Tian Yang arrived at the entrance, he gazed up at the sculpture of a majestic eagle with its wings spread wide above the door. Just as the young man was about to enter, a bouncer intercepted him. I'm sorry, but weapons are not allowed inside. His gaze was clearly fixed on the crimson moon blade strapped to Tian Yang's back. Tian Yang produced his identification card, and upon verification, the bouncer's demeanor shifted entirely. Ah, it is the commander of the Night Walkers. Please, come in. Inside the bar, the air was thick with the mingling scents of alcohol and perfume. Tian Yang was no stranger to such an atmosphere. He had frequented the Volcano Bar in Kaidi and had long grown accustomed to these peculiar aromas. He scanned the surroundings, searching for Yanbing's figure, and soon spotted the officer not far from the bar counter. Surrounding the bar were 4 or 5 men, either seated or standing, engaging in conversation with a beautiful female bartender. One particularly handsome man, under 30 and displaying exaggerated expressions, picked up a drink and offered it to the bartender. At that moment, Yambing stood up, wearing a smile, and exchanged words with the man before taking the drink and finishing it in one gulp. Unexpectedly, the man's expression soured. He suddenly delivered a kick to Yambing's stomach. Amidst the bartender's startled scream, Yambing collapsed to the ground, spewing out the drink he had just consumed. Witnessing this scene, Tian Yang's previously calm expression gradually darkened. Chapter 118. They are comrades. The handsome man leapt down from his high chair, brushing off his clothes and spreading his hands as he gazed at the fiery soldier on the ground. What are you doing? Anger flickered in the soldier's eyes, yet he forced a smile onto his face. Mr. Xiamiao, I was just having a drink on behalf of Xiaoju, nothing more. Nothing more? The man named Xiamiao exchanged glances with his companions and chuckled. Listen to him, claiming he has done nothing. His expression shifted, and he shouted nervously. I let this woman drink because I hold her in regard. She must drink, whether she likes it or not. And what business is it of yours? Who are you to drink on her behalf? Xiamiao lifted his foot, declaring, playing the hero, huh? I'll let you play. He kicked fiercely, aiming directly at the soldier's heart. Just as it seemed he would strike, a foot suddenly came from the side, colliding with Xiamiao's ankle and deflecting his kick, sending a jolt of numbness through him. Stunned, Xiamiao turned to glare at the unexpected interloper. Before him stood a silver-haired youth with black eyes. The left eye appeared to be an electronic prosthetic, flickering with electric blue light. Who the hell are you? Xiamiao retreated a couple of steps, clutching his ankle. The fiery soldier initially felt a surge of joy, but then spoke solemnly. Commander, this matter does not concern you. You need not. As long as you are a member of the Raven Squad, I cannot turn a blind eye to this incident. Tian Yang's gaze remained calm as he turned to Xiamiao, adding, moreover, since you initiated the attack, I cannot ignore it. Xiamiao scrutinized Tian Yang from head to toe. Raven Squad, silver hair. Could it be that you are the one who eliminated the Qin family? The ascendant second lieutenant? Tian Yang calmly acknowledged. That is indeed me, regardless of who you are. You are in a public place, openly assaulting one of our nightwalkers. I believe you owe him an apology. He gestured toward the fiery soldier, who had managed to rise with the aid of a female bartender. Xiamiao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You can't be serious. You want me to apologize? Just because you took down a third-rate family doesn't make you special. Nightwalkers, what of it? I am a nightwalker as well, and my rank surpasses yours. I am a first lieutenant. He pointed at himself, shouting, now, second lieutenant, you have injured me, and I demand an immediate apology. Tian Yang remained unperturbed. Absurd. Since you are also a nightwalker, you should understand that attacking a comrade is a grave offense. If you refuse to apologize, perhaps the command center will provide me with an explanation. Are you threatening me? Xiamiao stepped forward, closing the distance between them, nearly touching. He pointed at the fiery soldier and shouted, such worthless soldiers are expendable. They are mere cannon fodder. Do they deserve to be my comrades? You dare threaten me, a first lieutenant, for protecting this garbage? They, like us, venture into the abyss, facing risks that are no less than ours. They contribute as well, even sacrificing their lives for it. Therefore, I assert that they are comrades. Tian Yang stood his ground, matching Xiamiao's intensity. Upon hearing these words, the fiery soldier clenched his fists, a certain light gleaming in his eyes. The companions who had accompanied Xiamiao were, in fact, fellow soldiers in the same squad. They, too, were surprised by Tian Yang's words. Yet the most astonished was Xiamiao, not only for Tian Yang's open defiance, but also for the youth's proclamation. He noticed that the soldier from the Raven Squad looked at Tian Yang with respect, and even his own followers' expressions began to shift. A surge of anger welled within Xiamiao. He sensed his standing among his subordinates wavering. The fact that a second lieutenant dared to scold him was a blow to his pride. In a fit of rage, fueled by alcohol, Xiamiao swung a fist toward Tian Yang's face. Speaking nonsense, defying a superior, dropped to the ground. Had this been the old Tian Yang, with their proximity and Xiamiao's sudden strike, he would have surely been hit. However, after numerous battles, especially the harrowing experience of being hunted by the Abyssal Knight, his senses and reflexes had sharpened considerably. The moment Xiamiao's shoulder twitched, Tian Yang instinctively reacted. He ducked under Xiamiao's punch, swiftly maneuvering behind him and employing the disruption technique taught by Han Shu, bringing his opponent down in one fluid motion. Before Xiamiao could comprehend what had happened, the world around him spun as he found himself on the ground. Though the fall was neither painful nor injurious, his dignity was thoroughly shattered. He scrambled to his feet, glaring at his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Move, attack. Initially hesitant, The soldiers exchanged glances, and at Xian Miao's shouts, they finally lunged at Tian Yang. In the upper city, within the bar, Tian Yang had no desire to escalate the situation, so he refrained from using his star essence. As the soldiers charged, he frowned. At that moment, someone crashed into the fray, tackling the soldiers, revealing to be the fiery soldier. Soon, he had subdued the attackers, and as Tian Yang moved to assist, he felt a swift kick from behind. It was Xian Miao. With no choice, the youth ducked, retreating in a spinning motion to once again come up behind Xian Miao, bringing him down once more. Turning to the fiery soldier, he saw him curled up, arms shielding his head, absorbing the rain of punches falling upon him. Tian Yang let out a snort and stepped forward, but suddenly he felt a tight grip from behind. Xian Miao had caught him. If this continued, even if the fiery soldier wasn't killed, he would end up hospitalized for a while. Unexpectedly, a foot crashed into the melee, sending one of Xian Miao's subordinates flying. In mere moments, that person was delivering punches and kicks, quickly helping the fiery soldier out of the predicament. Tian Yang focused and saw it was Tsangdu, the ponytailed youth, holding a bottle of liquor, casting a cold glare at Xian Miao's subordinates, causing them to hesitate. Then he looked at Tian Yang. How long do you intend to stand there? Tian Yang smiled, and suddenly head-butt Xian Miao's nose. With a pained cry, Xian Miao clutched his face and staggered back. His gaze darting between Tian Yang and Tsangdu finally, he shouted with a fierce tone, "You will regret this. This matter is not over." He turned to leave, but Tsangdu abruptly smashed the bottle at Xian Miao's feet. "Stop, pay for your drinks before you leave. We're not covering your tab." Xian Miao's expression darkened as he clutched his nose and begrudgingly settled the bill before departing. As the commotion subsided, the bar began to clean up. Tian Yang approached Tsangdu, asking, "What brings you here?" "None of your business," Tsangdu retorted, taking a seat at the bar and knocking on the counter. "Give me a bottle of Dragon Escal." Dragon Escal was a potent liquor. Tian Yang had tasted it once at the volcano bar and ended up completely inebriated. For this, Kaidi had been reprimanded by Nan Fei more than once. Tian Yang observed the ponytailed youth, noting that he appeared to be in a rather poor mood. Could it be heartbreak? The youth cleared his throat. "Regardless, thanks for earlier." "Enough," Tsangdu replied, taking the strong liquor the bartender offered, twisting the cap off. "I'm not doing this to help you. I simply find that CF fellow displeasing." He tossed back a gulp of the liquor, leaping off the chair, and left, reeking of alcohol. At that moment, the fiery soldier approached, bruised yet seemingly fine. "How are you? Was the operation successful?" The youth settled onto the high bar stool, ordering a light drink. Light drinks, as the term suggests, contain lower alcohol content. And Tian Yang, aware of his limited tolerance, dared not indulge in anything too strong. Yen Bing took the ice pack handed to him by the female bartender. Covering his forehead and chuckling, it went smoothly. "After the biological materials were filled, I feel no different than before." Tian Yang glanced at the bartender behind the bar. "Is she your friend?" Yen Bing, feeling a bit shy, replied, "She is my fiancée. Her name is Xiaoju. Tonight is her last day working at the bar, and she won't be coming back. So, I thought I would invite you for a drink. But I didn't expect something like this to happen. Commander." Tian Yang understood what he was about to say and waved his hand. "No need to say anything. I merely did what was necessary." Yen Bing nodded. "Then have a few more drinks. It's on me." "All right," Tian Yang readily agreed. The next morning, upon waking, Tian Yang felt a relentless throbbing in his temples, an unbearable discomfort. He smiled wryly as he got out of bed, realizing that it was indeed wise to drink in moderation. After breakfast, he drove to the headquarters of the Night Walkers. Upon arriving at the dormitory via the elevator, he barely had time to push the door open before it was flung wide. To be precise, it was more like it was crashed open. Tsangdu stormed out, visibly enraged, bumping into Tian Yang as he hurried past without uttering a word. What was going on? Confused, Tian Yang stepped into the dormitory. As he passed the partition, he saw Han Shu and several others present in the hall. Han Shu sat in the high-back chair at the center, his feet casually propped on the conference table, puffing away on a cigarette. On either side, Old Su and Jiyu sat in silence. Tian Yang could distinctly sense the peculiar atmosphere in the hall. It was evident that Tsangdu had stormed off for some unknown reason, and upon his return, no one regarded him. With no other choice, Tian Yang cleared his throat. "Captain, I'm back." Han Shu responded with an "oh," withdrew his feet, and stood up. "I'll step out for a bit, Old Su. You handle things." With that remark, the captain, reeking of smoke and sporting a scruffy beard, brushed past Tian Yang. Jiyu also rose, saying nothing, and silently made his way to his room at the back of the hall. With no alternatives, Tian Yang sat next to Old Su. "What is going on? Why does everyone seem so strange?" Old Su shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's my fault." "What happened?" Tian Yang pressed. Old Su sighed. I am leaving. Tian Yang. I have applied for retirement from the headquarters, and it has been approved. They have agreed to my departure. So, I will no longer be coming here. What? Tian Yang leaped up. Why? Didn't you say you would stick around for another year or two before retiring? Why the sudden change? Chapter 119. The desire to retire in Old Su's room. He gestured towards the potted plants on the shelf, saying, Here, these are for you. I have plenty at home anyway, and I have no space to accommodate more. They will serve as a splendid decoration for your place, adding a touch of greenery to your room. He then enthusiastically led Tian Yang to the corner bookshelf. I have no use for these books anymore, so I will give them to you as well. And that book, Analysis of Reverse World Text, you needn't return it. When you have the time, do visit my home for a meal or just to hang out. Tian Yang frowned. You still haven't explained why you are leaving so abruptly. Old Su scratched his head, leaning against the window, gazing outside. I can't say it's sudden. I have been contemplating retirement for a while now. I just didn't have the right opportunity until a few days ago when Tianqing Academy invited me to be a lecturer. I feel that since I have a way out, there's no need to linger in the night walkers. Wouldn't it be better to vacate my position for a young person like you to thrive? Tian Yang sensed that this might not be Old Su's true sentiment. Old Su looked up at the sky above the fortress. I am no longer young. The vigor of my youth has long faded. I'm not like our captain, who is free from worries. Ever since I returned from Huanggu town, the thought of retiring has lingered in my mind. Those experiences were terrifying, Tian Yang. When I was being chased by that tree demon in Huanggu town, I nearly believed I wouldn't make it back. Do you know what I was thinking at that moment? Tian Yang shook his head, unable to know what Old Su had felt. Old Su chuckled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with crow's feet. I thought to myself, what would happen to my wife and daughter if I were to die? Especially my daughter. She is still so young, and I haven't held her enough. So, I was truly frightened. This man's shoulders trembled lightly as he spoke. I fear that if it happens again, I might not return at all. At a loss for words, Tian Yang could only pat Old Su's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Old Su rubbed his eyes and wiped his face, forcing a smile. Though it may upset that brat Songdu, at least I won't have to live in fear anymore. Aren't you going to wish me well? Tian Yang chuckled. Then I wish you a long life, so that I can frequently drop by for a meal. You little rascal. Always thinking about free meals. Old Su laughed heartily, his joy evident, yet there seemed to be a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Perhaps deep down, he was reluctant to part ways with the night walkers. Old Su departed, leaving his room vacant, while Tian Yang's room became cluttered with new items. After closing the door, the youth did not rush to tidy up, but walked over to a terminal in the corner. He typed on the terminal screen, entering his access code to log into the night walker's internal network. Once connected, Tian Yang opened a query window and typed in the name Su Lai. His fingers hovered over the screen for a moment before he pressed the keys. The screen displayed searching, but moments later, it showed no records found. Furrowing his brow, Tian Yang pondered how Su Lai's uniform, although slightly different from that of the night walkers, was indeed theirs. How could there be no record? Had his file been deleted? Or perhaps, he queried for Breaker, but this time the response was that he lacked the necessary permissions to access the information. Now, he was left uncertain whether Su Lai's file had been erased or simply hidden within the Breaker system. This raised another question. What exactly was Breaker? Perhaps this was something he could consult others about. However, if it were not information he was meant to know at this moment, inquiring could arouse suspicion. After careful consideration, Tian Yang decided to postpone this inquiry. Initially, while at Lighthouse Base, he intended to set aside the matter of Su Lai to avoid drawing attention from certain higher-ups in the fortress. The following day at Tianqing Academy, Tian Yang attended a class taught by Lu Jinglin, who discussed military civilization in the reverse world. The evidence gathered thus far indicated that the reverse world, particularly the 127th reverse world, possessed considerable military power. Yet, there were no evident traces of warfare within the reverse world, suggesting that their military strength was primarily one of deterrence. It was indeed enviable. A world devoid of war was truly a beautiful existence. At the end of class, Lu Jinglin seemingly noticed Tian Yang early on, nodding at him and gesturing for him to follow. They arrived at an office together. Once the door was closed, Lu Jinglin asked his assistant to bring in 2 cups of water. May I ask why you wish to study reverse world text? Tian Yang responded earnestly. We often venture into the reverse world, so I believe that understanding their writing may be beneficial during our operations. He recalled the footage left by Su Lai. Would it have been better if Su Lai had not been unaware of the information recorded on the Calamity Compass? Thus, when he uttered this statement, the youth was not entirely confident. Lu Jinglin, however, perceived his intention positively, looking at Tian Yang with appreciation. That's a commendable thought. Our research on reverse-world civilization heavily relies on explorers like you, who bring back various valuable artifacts from that world. Unfortunately, many explorers do not recognize the reverse-world text, often missing out on precious and valuable items. By the time we scholars discover them and venture into the reverse world to excavate, they are often already gone. Do you have a way to learn it? Tian Yang nodded. A friend gifted me a book, Analysis of Reverse World Text. Lu Jinglin smiled, a rather subtle expression. Ah, that book. How coincidental I authored it. Tian Yang chuckled. In that case, I must read it thoroughly. Lu Jinglin laughed heartily. In truth, the reverse world text is quite easy to learn. At least, the script we currently know resembles square characters and is not difficult to master. This text possesses strong semantic significance, akin to simplified pictographs. Through various means such as patterns and ideograms, we have compared the reverse world text with our own, clarifying the meanings of most characters. Of course, there may be occasional discrepancies in interpretation. Nevertheless, our understanding of the reverse world text has accelerated our research into that peculiar world. A knock at the door interrupted them at an inopportune moment, as Lu Jinglin's assistant entered. Professor Lu, your wife has arrived. Upon hearing this, Tian Yang understood that Lu Jinglin had other matters to attend to and stood to bid farewell. I won't disturb you any longer, Professor. I will return for your next class. Very well, I'll see you out. As Lu Jinglin escorted Tian Yang out, a graceful and dignified woman entered, presumably his wife. Tian Yang nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Just as he left Tianqing Academy, he received a notification from Han Shu, summoning all members back to the barracks for a new mission briefing. Upon returning, he navigated through the partitions and found Han Shu and others already present. Old Su's chair remained empty, evoking a sense of melancholy in the youth. Han Shu had his legs propped up on the table. His expression much more relaxed than the previous day. The gloom over Old Su's retirement was no longer evident. He continued to chew on a cigarette. Announcing the mission details, we just received a task from Xian. The fortress is organizing a joint operation. A joint operation? Songdu's eyes lit up. How many years had it been since they had such an event? Han Shu nodded. It's been many years. This time, it's primarily due to the incident in Huanggu Town. Our report caught the attention of the fortress's higher-ups, who believe we cannot neglect the Black Prince in Huanggu Town, lest they foster a new king. Thus, the fortress has resolved that the Nightwalkers and Storm Legions will collaborate, dispatching sufficient forces to level the entire wasteland town. Detailed content and strategic plans will later be sent to your personal communication devices, so please remember to check them. Tian Yang raised his hand. Captain, when do we commence? In 3 days, Han Shu replied, brushing off the ash. A large contingent will travel by high-speed train to gather at the Lighthouse Base. Therefore, we must depart in batches. Our team's date is set for 3 days from now. Jiyu glanced at the empty chair. Has Old Su perhaps received wind of this? Songdu grunted. Does that even need to be asked? If not, why would he choose to retire now, of all times? It was then that Tian Yang understood Old Su's early retirement was indeed due to the news of the joint operation. Han Shu pounded the table. All right. Whether Old Su stays or goes is his prerogative. He has served the Nightwalkers for over 20 years, and the fortress has regulations that allow anyone who has served more than 15 years the freedom to withdraw. Old Su's decision to retire at this moment was driven by his own reasons, and no one could fault him for it, myself included. Although Tsangdu did not fully agree with Han Shu's perspective, he chose not to voice further objections. Han Shu pointed at him. You take Tian Yang to the supply warehouse and have them present the strategic material list for him to select from. Songdu protested. Why must it always be me? Can't Jiyu go? Jiyu smiled without responding. Han Shu tossed the cigarette butt at him. You little rascal, just go when I tell you to, stop with the nonsense. He then turned to Tian Yang. You haven't exhausted all your contribution points, have you? Tian Yang shook his head. Good. For such a large operation, the allocated resources will surely be insufficient. If you wish to gain something from this endeavor, it would be prudent to head to the warehouse and exchange some contribution points for additional supplies. Songdu, eyes closed, remarked, what extra supplies does a level 1 individual need? Don't end up losing more than you gain. You'll regret it later. Why are you still sitting there? Han Shu picked up the ashtray, ready to throw it. Go or not. This operation does not involve you if you choose to stay. For those ambitious youths looking to earn 100,000 points to enhance their reputation, such a grand operation cannot be missed. Reluctantly, Songdu stood up, pointing at Tian Yang. Follow me. Do as I say. No questions, no talking, not a word. Jiyu rolled his eyes. What a lunatic. Chapter 120. Material exchange. Regarding Jiyu's comment, Tian Yang expressed deep agreement. Songdu was not inherently bad. Rather, he possessed a somewhat awkward disposition. This often resulted in a dissonance between his words and actions, much like that night at the Night Owl Bar. He clearly intended to assist, yet he hesitated to openly acknowledge it, proving to be rather unforthright. Tian Yang followed him into the elevator to the first floor of the headquarters. After navigating a series of identity checks through a dimly lit corridor, they finally arrived at the supply warehouse. Though labeled a warehouse, it was evident that entry was restricted, so Tian Yang could only stand with Song Du before a window. Behind the glass was a young female soldier whose gentle voice resonated through the intercom. "How may I assist you?" Song Du gestured towards Tian Yang. "This is a novice, visiting the supply warehouse for the first time. He wishes to exchange for some additional strategic materials. So I kindly ask you to provide him with a detailed list of supplies." The beautiful soldier smiled brightly. "Of course, please present your identity card." Song Du pointed to the isolation screen at the window. "Place your identity card here." Heeding the instruction, Tian Yang produced his identity card and placed it against the screen. As soon as the card made contact, information began to appear on the isolation screen. The soldier lightly tapped the screen, retrieving Tian Yang's details. After confirming his identity, she sent a comprehensive list of materials to Tian Yang's personal communicator. The communicator's signal light flickered, and the screen displayed the received document, revealing a plethora of material information that instantly filled the screen. Song Du coldly remarked, "You can browse the catalog to search for the categories of materials you require. Alternatively, you may also find what you need through keyword searches. Once you have determined the materials you wish to exchange, inform the administrator. And after completing the exchange at the window, the supplies will be delivered to the barracks within 3 hours. That is all you need to know. Take your time to decide what to exchange. I shall take my leave now." As Tian Yang was about to express his gratitude, Song Du shot him a glare, reminding him of the earlier instruction to not utter a single word to him. He had no choice but to swallow his words. What an awkward individual. After Song Du departed, Tian Yang took a seat in the nearby rest area. He perused the categories of materials available for exchange and found the selection to be quite comprehensive: weapons, armor, survival supplies, medicines, explosives, vehicles, and even advanced armaments. A wry smile crossed Tian Yang's face. Surely, no enhancer would specifically exchange for advanced armaments for use in battle? Perhaps if they were to be collected, it might be plausible. However, utilizing them on the battlefield seemed unnecessary, although advanced armaments certainly had significant advantages in harvesting low-level black citizens. After careful consideration, Tian Yang concluded that advanced armaments and vehicles were unnecessary. Furthermore, the contribution points required for these items were exorbitantly high, far beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. As for weapons, the Red Moon Battle Blade and the Death Bell were sufficient. There seemed to be no need to exchange for energy firearms like the assault rifle. Was he to compete with soldiers for the heads of the Wanderers? Nevertheless, a glance would not hurt. Tian Yang opened the weapon category, and his vision was immediately overwhelmed by a dazzling array of items. The weapon category was further subdivided into firearms, blades, bows, and shields, each containing dozens of detailed items. He browsed casually. Sonic Star Energy Gun utilizes oscillators to produce powerful omnidirectional sound waves. The weapon's firing shield guides the beam, and driven by stellar energy. It forms a wide-area beam enveloped in energy, capable of indiscriminate coverage attacks. Power Assessment, Level 4. Exchange Points, 4,500. Star Element Diffusion Hand Cannon accelerates the eruption of star element energy through a particle accelerator, causing widespread diffusion damage. Power Assessment, Level 3. Exchange Points, 3,200. Radiant Sniper Equipment employs a 4th-generation cluster device to emit high-density folded star element energy with a maximum shooting range of up to 1,800 meters. Power Assessment, Level 3. Exchange Points, 3,500. Blazing Fire Sword, a longsword forged from heat-infused materials, capable of converting infused star essence into high-temperature flames that coil around the blade. Effective against certain black citizens who fear heat and fire. Power Assessment, Level 2. Exchange Points, 2,700. Invisible Blade Dagger features a grip embedded with an oscillator that generates an invisible blade formed by high-frequency beams, possessing properties of invisibility and cutting. Power Assessment, Level 2. Exchange Points, 2,200. The lengthy list left Tian Yang feeling somewhat dazed. He closed his eyes to carefully contemplate his needs before resuming his browsing. After nearly 2 hours, considering his requirements alongside the contribution points he possessed, he finally determined the items he wished to exchange. Electroshock Grenade. Upon activation, it releases a powerful high-pressure electric field, causing severe damage to black citizens within the field. Power Assessment, Level 2. Exchange Points, 300. Gravity Grenade a dangerous tactical device that creates a 10-square-meter gravitational collapse field after a 1-second delay. Statistics show that no known substance can withstand the folding phenomenon caused by the collapse field. Power assessment, level 4. Exchange points, 3,500. Star essence supplement liquid type 2. Capable of restoring approximately 20-30 of total star essence, but can only be used once per day. Exchange points, 600. Star element absorber. Stimulates the star essence within the body, elevating its activity beyond the normal peak. Under its influence, all abilities will experience an increase in power. Limited to 1 use per day. Exchange points, 500. Tian Yang exchanged for 4 electroshock grenades and 1 each of the remaining items. Upon settlement, a meager 620 points remained in his personal account. He couldn't help but sigh at how quickly they had been spent. As Tsang Du had mentioned, within 3 hours, a set of personal strategic supplies was delivered to Tian Yang's hands. Looking at the assortment of items in the box, they served as a reminder to him that these resources must be utilized judiciously. None could be wasted. 3 days later, Tian Yang arrived at the transfer platform for assembly. Today, the transfer platform was unusually lively. Numerous Nightwalker squads were congregated on various decks, and Tian Yang roughly estimated that over 20 teams were present just in this area. Among them, he recognized several familiar faces, including the bald Lady Lita, who had participated in the Star Pillar recovery mission, Captain Liang Sun of the Highland Eagles, as well as other team members and leaders. Additionally, he spotted the arrogant Kuan Lan and Xie Miao, with whom he had clashed at the Night Owl Bar. Naturally, the latter two did not greet him with warmth. Tian Yang, a melodious voice, clear as a spring stream, called out from behind him, instantly captivating his attention. Turning around, he saw Sun waving at him, accompanied by the physician Luo Shan. The duo walked gracefully, both dressed in white long coats adorned with golden wing insignias, symbols of the battlefield medical team. It appeared that Luo Shan would also participate in the operation, and she had brought along the illustrious Sun. Upon seeing Luo Shan, Han Shu's rugged face broke into a smile as he approached her, instinctively reaching towards the physician's backside. Luo Shan playfully caught his hand, pinching his arm as she chided. "There are so many people here. Perhaps you should tone down your enthusiasm." Han Shu exaggeratedly exclaimed, "It hurts, it hurts. Let go quickly. Pretend. Put in a bit more effort." Luo Shan pinched him a few more times before releasing her grip. She knew Han Shu all too well. This fortress-tier fellow had tough skin and thick flesh. How could he possibly feel pain? Han Shu, clutching his arm, chuckled and gently nudged the battlefield medic. "My dear Luo Shan, although you pinched me so forcefully, I understand your true intentions. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made a special trip here, would you?" Luo Shan burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble. "You, Han, truly embody the fortress tier. Your skin is so thick it's practically impervious. Please, can you tone down the narcissism? I came with Sun to have a word with Tian Yang." Han Shu clutched his chest, feigning agony. "No, you're deceiving me. Dear, I feel as though I can't breathe. You must assist me." Luo Shan shot him a glare and turned her gaze elsewhere, choosing not to engage. Sun approached Tian Yang alone, producing a silver box and offering it to him. "Here." Tian Yang accepted it, asking, "What is this?" "2 emergency injection syringes. You might find them useful in critical moments," Sun said, observing the youth intently. From behind, Luo Shan raised her voice. "Kid, make sure to keep that safe." Sun exchanged her contribution points for it. Sun's face flushed crimson as she turned to Luo Shan, exclaiming helplessly, "Teacher." Luo Shan chuckled, covering her mouth, humming a tune and looking away, as if the previous words had not come from her. Tian Yang, unfazed, tucked the box away. "Thank you. After the mission, I'll treat you to a meal." "All right." Sun glanced at the clock on the platform, noting the late hour. "Teacher and I will take our leave now." Just as Tian Yang was about to respond, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. "Tian Yang, it's really you. What a coincidence. Are you participating in this joint operation as well?" A clear, melodious voice resonated in his ears, akin to a gentle breeze stirring the wind chimes by a window on a summer afternoon. Sun's face reflected surprise, for beside Tian Yang stood another girl of similar age. She sported an asymmetrical short haircut, adorned with a crystal bird-shaped hairpin on one side. Clad in a black uniform of the Night Walkers, her petite frame appeared even more endearing. To everyone's astonishment, a slender sword hung at her waist. The sword, with a width of merely 4 centimeters, was entirely white, from the scabbard to the hilt, which bore elegant lines forming patterns reminiscent of clouds. As Sun assessed the petite girl, the girl was equally scrutinizing her. Almost simultaneously, they inquired, "Tian Yang, who is she?" In the distance, Han Shu chuckled. "No doubt she is one of my teammates. This kid is as popular as I am. Luo Shan rolled her eyes dramatically at the remark. Chapter 121, Pre-War Mobilization. This is Sun, a student of Dr. Rosen. And this is Xiaonyao. When Xiaonyao was introduced, Tian Yang's expression became somewhat peculiar. Previously, he had assumed she was an engineer, but now it seemed otherwise. What? You're also a Nightwalker? Xiaonyao blinked her eyes and replied, I never claimed to be an engineer. I merely enjoy repairing machines as a hobby. Well, it's not strange to have a Nightwalker who enjoys tinkering with machines, just like old Sue loves to garden. And the captain enjoys drinking and flirting with women. As Tian Yang's thoughts wandered, Xiaonyao enthusiastically took Sun's hand, exclaiming, Sister, you are so beautiful and gentle. Are you Tian Yang's girlfriend? I can't believe he has such a beautiful girlfriend. If I were a man, I'd be incredibly jealous. Tian Yang coughed awkwardly at this, while Sun's face turned crimson. No, that's not the case, Sun hurriedly clarified. I'm not his girlfriend, and we should be around the same age. So just call me by my name. Indeed, it seems that women are particularly sensitive about their age, especially when the other party is also a beautiful young lady. No, what I should be concerned about right now is not this. All right, I'll call you Sun Luo, Xiaonyao said, her expression brightening with joy. Now that I know you're not Tian Yang's girlfriend, I can relax. The other young people nearby were left in a state of confusion. Relax about what? Xiaonyao looked at Tian Yang with a beaming smile. Because I absolutely adore Tian Yang. When he caught me at Lighthouse Base, I thought, is this my guardian sent from above? Oh, it's love at first sight. What? Tian Yang and Sun exclaimed in unison. Tian Yang's face flushed a deep red, leaving him utterly flustered. Xiaonyao's words had taken quite the turn. So when I saw you, I was worried. What if Sun liked Tian Yang? What if Sun was his girlfriend? Xiaonyao placed a hand over her heart, exhaling. Now I can relax since Sun isn't his girlfriend, which means I have a chance. By the way, Sun, you don't like him, do you? Sun's heart raced. Her ears flushed, and her cheeks burned. She felt a flurry of emotions and was at a loss for words. Our Sun doesn't like Tian Yang at all. Rosen, who had appeared unannounced, placed her hands gently on Sun's shoulders, her smile radiant. Xiaonyao's eyes sparkled. Really? That's wonderful. Because our Sun truly loves Tian Yang from the bottom of her heart, Rosen added leisurely. What? The trio of young people froze momentarily, with Sun responding the fastest. Teacher, what are you saying? Rosen interrupted her. Isn't it true? You exchanged your contribution points for 2 emergency syringes to give to him. If that isn't love, then what is? The golden-haired, golden-eyed, beautiful and alluring lady smiled at Xiaonyao. Whether you like someone or love someone, it is not merely spoken, at the very least. You should act on it, just like our Sun. Xiaonyao stepped back, seemingly struck hard, biting her pink lip. I will prove myself through action. Wait. All right. I look forward to your performance. Rosen continued to tease. No, Xiaonyao clenched her fist, suddenly pointing at Tian Yang. Just you wait. I will show you. With that, the girl strode away with determination. I say, wait a moment. Why did no one ask for my opinion? Tian Yang found himself in a rather humorous predicament. Let us go, Sun. We need to prepare as well, Rosen said, pulling Sun in another direction. Once they had distanced themselves, Sun quietly said, Teacher, why do you say such strange things? Rosen replied with a smile, You're wonderful in every way, except for being shy. If I hadn't intervened, your little Tian Yang would have been snatched away. What do you mean, my Tian Yang? Teacher, stop saying such things. All right, I won't say it anymore. At the Lighthouse forward base, upon returning to the base and stepping into the plaza, Tian Yang noticed an increase in vehicles and personnel. Everywhere he looked, there were transport vehicles carrying supplies from the fortress to the warehouse. Subsequently, these supplies would be sent to Huanggu town to provide robust support for the upcoming joint operation. As for personnel, they were part of the Nightwalker teams that had arrived in batches over the previous 2 days, along with a contingent of conventional troops trained by the Iron Wall Legion. The conventional army did not include any ascenders, but their numbers were substantial, making them the main force on the battlefield. Soldiers would operate battle vehicles and wield various heavy weaponry, leveraging their numerical advantage to suppress lower-tier civilians. As they walked through the plaza, the base's announcement system repeatedly called out, All officers of 2nd lieutenant rank and above, please assemble in the operations hall. Thus, Han Shu instructed Yen Bing, allowing him to organize personnel to collect supplies for the Raven Squad, before leading Tian Yang and the others to the operations hall. The operations hall, located on the west side of the base, was bustling with activity as they arrived. Upon reaching the designated area for the Raven Squad, they had barely settled when the hall's broadcast announced, Please be quiet. The pre-war mobilization meeting is about to commence. The generals will soon be entering. So please be patient. After a few repetitions, the hall finally quieted down. Moments later, a tall female figure ascended the stage. Her long black hair swayed gracefully with her movements, and despite only being in profile, her strikingly cold and beautiful features left most breathless. The dark purple military uniform accentuated her snow-white, plum-like elegance while adding an air of formidable military presence. The golden stars and intricate patterns on her uniform collar and cuffs signified her rank as a general. Han Shu whispered in admiration, "The Storm General, she has come too. Alas, she is perhaps the only woman in the fortress I cannot pursue." Tian Yang cast a skeptical glance at him, pondering that the captain likely had few romantic prospects as well. Han Shu shot him a fierce glare. "Are you thinking that I seem to have few girlfriends too?" Tian Yang quickly diverted his gaze, wishing to avoid aggravating Han Shu. On the stage, the female general stood tall, her gloved hands clasped behind her back, exuding an indomitable spirit despite being a woman. Particularly striking were her phoenix-like eyes, which shone with a palpable aura of lethal intent. She spoke not a word, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. Upon meeting Tian Yang's eyes, her expression momentarily sharpened. Suddenly, Tian Yang felt a sharp pain in his right eye, as if his internal star essence had been stimulated, causing a surge of energy to peak. A faint light flickered from deep within his right eye, startling Han Shu, who witnessed the radiant glow. The pain rapidly dissipated. The female general's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile before her gaze shifted to others. Tian Yang's star essence gradually settled, and the light around him quickly diminished, returning to normal. "What have you done?" Han Shu whispered sharply. Tian Yang looked aggrieved. "I didn't do anything. I don't trust you," Han Shu warned, stroking his chin. "That woman on stage is someone I can't provoke either. Don't stir up trouble." At this moment, the general on stage cleared her throat and addressed the audience. "I believe many of you are familiar with me. Nevertheless, allow me to introduce myself. I am Fei Mei, the General of the Storm and the overall commander of this joint operation. Today, I shall discuss two matters. The woman, whose expression remained frosty and whose voice was as cold as ice, continued. First, this operation will open the battle rankings. The rankings will be divided into two categories, the squad ranking and the individual ranking. The scoring for the rankings will naturally be based on military achievements. So you are all encouraged to unleash your full potential and wreak havoc." Tian Yang heard the term battle rankings for the first time and instinctively glanced at Han Shu, who appeared to be brimming with excitement. He waved his hand and exclaimed, "I'll explain it to you later." Finally, the battle rankings are open. I can finally move our team quarters to the 5th floor. The hall buzzed with discussion, and it seemed that most attendees were already aware of the battle rankings. Their faces illuminated with excitement and anticipation, as if they had received a tremendous stimulus. At that moment, Fei Mei raised a hand, and the hall fell silent once more. "The second matter is that our strategic objective is to raise the town of Huanggu. I trust you have all reviewed the operation plan and are aware that the Black Prince has emerged in that small town." The proud general's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Such a creature is a candidate for the Black King, and if left unchecked, it won't be long before a Black King appears in the reverse realm, something the fortress cannot afford to see. Therefore, we must eliminate them before the Black King manifests. I demand that you exterminate every last one of the black citizens in Huanggu town. The final statement was delivered with such ferocity that it momentarily left the audience breathless. Just then, someone dramatically called out, "I am at your service, Your Majesty." Instantly, all eyes in the hall, including Tian Yang's, turned toward the speaker. It was an extraordinarily handsome young man, his face beaming with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the attention he garnered, fixated solely on the general on stage. Han Shu whispered, "Remember this fool. His name is Qi Seheo. He is the only one in Qingtian Fortress bold enough to flirt with that woman up there. If one day he ends up mute from poison, I wouldn't be surprised. By the way, keep your distance from him. Foolishness can be contagious." Suddenly, Tian Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the objects in the hall appeared to shimmer. After a moment, he regained his composure and realized that he was not the only one affected. Several others had collapsed to the ground. On the high platform, Fei Mei had already turned to leave, evidently connected to the strange occurrence in the hall moments ago. "Haha," she looked at me. "After all these years, she finally acknowledged my presence." In the distance, the man named Qi Seheo was rising to his feet, blood streaming from his nose, likely a consequence of the chilling power that accompanied Fei Mei's cold snort. Yet even in such a state, he wore a jubilant grin. Tian Yang's lips twitched slightly. Could he truly be such a fool? Surely not. P.S. Thank you to Haiba Ji Bo for the generous donation. Chapter 122. The battlefield. After the conclusion of the mobilization meeting, personnel gradually exited the hall. They were afforded a day of rest before embarking on their journey to Haogu town the following day. However, for the Storm and Nightwalkers, the regular troops had already set out today, poised to enter the town and establish the battlefield ahead of time. As they stepped outside, Sangdu suddenly declared, "One day, I too shall stand upon that high platform." Han Shu turned to him, chuckling lightly. "Then you must strive earnestly to stand on that platform. One must possess at least a rank 7 strength." Tian Yang's heart stirred. The captain's words seemingly referred to the woman just mentioned. No. The esteemed General Fei, who was undoubtedly a rank 7 powerhouse. From the information released by fortifications across the globe thus far, it appears that the apex of all ranks reaches only up to level 9. Although scholars studying the path of sublimation theorize that this should be an endless road, suggesting that ranks above 9 surely exist, the reality is that for the past 3 centuries, rank 9 has been the pinnacle attainable by sublimators. To date, there have been no reports of anyone surpassing this level, leading people to regard rank 9 as the ceiling for a sublimator's combat prowess. Consequently, rank 4 has been delineated as the watershed for sublimators, with those above rank 7 deemed high-ranking powerhouses. It seems that the young General Fei is indeed an unexpected high-ranking powerhouse. However, upon reflection, such strength is requisite to maintain a general's position. After all, she is a significant authority within the second tier of the fort, a seat not easily claimed by just anyone. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. I have heard that the head of the strategic department is merely an ordinary person. Yet, it stands to reason that a department responsible for devising strategies does not necessitate high combat prowess. "Captain, what exactly is the battle ranking that General Fei mentioned?" Tian Yang inquired. Seeking clarification, Han Shu dismissively nudged Sangdu. "Come, you explain it to him." Sangdu immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Why must it always be me?" "Because you aspire to be a general," Han Shu laughed heartily. "Now, you should learn how to communicate with your subordinates. A good general must master multiple skills, and communication is undoubtedly one of the more vital ones." Sangdu, though somewhat skeptical, began to elucidate for Tian Yang. Meanwhile, Han Shu called for Jiyu to check on the preparations for supplies. The battle ranking, or the battle merits ranking, is a list designed to stimulate performance among participants on the battlefield, Sangdu explained, almost mechanically. As General Fei mentioned earlier, the ranking is typically divided into team rankings and individual rankings. The former determines the financial budget allocated based on rankings, aimed at improving team conditions and enhancing communal equipment. It also dictates the placement of team quarters. As for the individual ranking, the rewards vary widely. Contribution points are the most basic reward, alongside various equipment, weaponry, and medical resources. Among these, the most crucial is the material for sublimation mediums, such as star-quality crystals. Of course, you are still far from utilizing sublimation mediums. However, acquiring such items now is undoubtedly advantageous, which is why even lower-ranked individuals strive fiercely for battle merits. In any case, every time the battle ranking is opened, competition is intense. Looking at Tian Yang, Sangdu concluded, "For a novice like you, it's best not to dwell too much on this. Only those above rank 4 can hope to amass significant battle merits on such a battlefield. Naturally, those lacking offensive capabilities, like our captain, will find themselves at a disadvantage." With that, without allowing Tian Yang an opportunity to ask further questions, Sangdu impatiently departed. Before long, the time to depart arrived. The next day, Tian Yang boarded the Falcon battle vehicle of the Crow Squad. Once all members were present, the vehicle proceeded into the square, merging with the transports of other teams, forming a long convoy heading towards the base's main gate. On board, Han Shu tossed a wristwatch-like device to Tian Yang, stating it was for tracking battle achievements. After donning it, Tian Yang gazed out the window, observing the relentless flow of vehicles on either side. This did not account for the regular troops that had already departed the day prior. Otherwise, the spectacle would have been even more magnificent. Accompanying them was a logistics team comprising thousands, tasked with the support operations for this mission, including vehicle and machinery repairs and tending to the wounded. Roshan and Sun were among the logistics team, though at that moment, even Tian Yang was unaware of which vehicle they occupied. "Don't get too excited," Han Shu warned from the passenger seat, resting his heavy legs on the control console while smoking a cigarette without turning back. Being overly excited can easily drain your stamina. Once on the battlefield, every ounce of energy counts. Sometimes, a slight difference can lead to entirely different outcomes. Tian Yang scanned his surroundings. Sangdu and Jiyu were in another vehicle. Apart from him and Han Shu, only a few soldiers occupied their vehicle, 2 of whom were fresh recruits who had just exited training camp. They appeared to be around Tian Yang's age, perhaps slightly older, and their faces mirrored a mix of excitement and apprehension. This was entirely normal. Participating in such a large-scale operation immediately upon leaving camp would unnerve anyone. Suddenly, something fell into Tian Yang's hands. Upon looking down, he found it was a pack of cigarettes. "One for each of you," Han Shu called out from the front. "It helps to calm your overly exuberant spirits." Tian Yang distributed the cigarettes. The two veterans lit theirs, closing their eyes as they inhaled deeply, visibly relishing the moment. The youth, having never smoked before, mimicked Han Shu, placing a cigarette between his lips before lighting it. He took a draw, but the sharp taste overwhelmed him, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Han Shu chuckled from the front. "It's all right. You'll get used to it after a few more tries." However, for the remainder of the journey, Tian Yang refrained from attempting it again. It proved far more challenging to handle than strong liquor. Nevertheless, after the initial excitement waned, the youth managed to maintain his composure, even dozing off during the bumpy ride. When he was roused, Haogu Town was already approaching. Tian Yang looked out the window, observing the vehicles climbing a slope, flanked by friendly transports. However, in the distance, the booming sounds of artillery fire began to resonate. Though nothing was visible for the moment, flashes of light intermittently illuminated the darkened sky. The regular troops had already engaged the dark denizens of the town. The frequency of the cannon fire suggested that the battle in the town was fierce, indicating a considerable number of dark citizens. Tian Yang pondered. During their last visit to the town, they had not encountered many dark citizens. So how had their numbers swelled so dramatically? They must have been summoned. Han Shu rested an arm on the window, propping his head up. After all, this place is destined to give rise to a new king. It would be remiss not to have subjects come to pay their respects. Moreover, with a king, an army is inevitable. Otherwise, it would be utterly disgraceful. As they drew nearer to the town, the cannon fire intensified. By the time Tian Yang spotted the checkpoint leading into the town, conversations had devolved into shouts or hurried messages through communication devices. The cacophony of artillery made normal speech nearly impossible, drowning out all but the loudest voices. The checkpoint of the day had largely been dismantled, and a temporary camp had been established at the entrance of the town. Within the camp, various communication devices were being set up to ensure that commands from the command center could swiftly reach each unit. Under the coordination of the camp's command center, the newly arrived vehicles were directed to designated areas for rest. Including Han Shu, the captains were assembled for a briefing. With no immediate orders, Tian Yang and the others remained in their vehicle. Unable to contain his restlessness, the youth climbed into the heavy artillery shooting compartment atop the vehicle. From this vantage point, it was not difficult to see bright flashes illuminating the distant sky over the town. Suddenly, a colossal fireball appeared in the sky, within which the faint outline of some enormous creature could be discerned. It seemed that this entity had been struck by the fireball, causing dark shadows of fragments to scatter outward before plummeting toward the earth amidst the dimming glow of the flames. An indescribable howl echoed from the distant heavens, and moments later, the ground trembled, the armored vehicle beneath Tian Yang swaying slightly. Flames, explosions, and flashes of light filled the battlefield of the distant town, where shadows danced amidst the cacophony of thunderous roars. The exhilaration that Tian Yang had felt at the outset had dissipated, replaced by a weighty solemnity. After a brief interval, Han Shu returned, and a soldier informed Tian Yang to return to the vehicle. Upon entering, he heard Han Shu bellow, "Our team is to lead an offensive after we pass through the tree wall. The command center wishes us to guide the way. We are to depart immediately, so everyone, prepare yourselves. Check your gear and ensure you have sufficient rations. Even if all goes smoothly, we won't return to camp until tomorrow at the earliest. I do not want you to face the battlefield on an empty stomach. You have 5 minutes to check your equipment." Tian Yang drew out the bell of doom, beginning to infuse it with starlight essence. One by one, the 5 bullet chambers illuminated, consuming over 20% of the youth's total starlight essence. Following Uncle Tai's repairs, the Bell of Doom had become more efficient in its consumption and infusion rates, allowing for timely replenishment on the battlefield, provided there was enough starlight essence. Next, the young man took stock of his supplies. He secured the emergency syringe gifted by Sun in the safest location, placing various grenades within easy reach. Notably, the gravity grenade, which had cost him 500 points to acquire, was his most potent asset. So he positioned it in a readily accessible spot to ensure that he wouldn't miss the opportunity to utilize it when needed, potentially risking his life in the process. 5 minutes later, the vehicle roared to life, departing from the rest area. It joined over 20 other armored vehicles, forming a convoy towards the arched bridge leading into the town's urban area. Tian Yang was aware that a section of the bridge had lost about 1/3 of its surface. However, as the vehicle reached the midsection of the bridge, he observed that the missing portion had been repaired. Clearly, this was the handiwork of the fortress's engineering core, which had utilized special materials to fill the gap and reinforce the surrounding area with metal components. Consequently, the bridge not only became wider but could also support the passage of heavy vehicles, presumably in preparation for large-scale military operations. Just as they were about to reach the once broken section of the bridge, a fierce wind suddenly surged from the abyss below, causing the cables above to sway gently. The convoy had no choice but to halt, waiting for the gust to subside before continuing. As Tian Yang gazed out the window, his gaze inadvertently swept across the edge of the bridge, where he suddenly spotted a hand stealthily gripping one of the cables. Then, with a forceful tug, Chapter 123, the colossal shadow of the hand was nearly the size of a half-battle tank, resembling that of a human. Its back was adorned with numerous purple-red fleshy nodules of various sizes, and the arm was robust. However, its muscular structure was not akin to that of a human. It bore more resemblance to the tentacles of certain cephalopods. Instead of suckers, it was covered with glossy, black spines. It clutched a cable on the bridge and yanked forcefully, causing the cable to groan. After bending into a full arc, it snapped with a piercing crack. The steel cable twisted and torn asunder. More monstrous hands emerged from beneath the bridge, employing the same method to sever the cables on the right side of the archway. The cables continued to snap, tilting the bridge, and a battle tank traversing the right side failed to react in time, toppling down into the swirling abyss below. Moments later, a bright flash appeared in the depths, resembling the fiery explosion of the tank. More vehicles slid towards the inclined bridge, spiraling out of control as they plummeted into the void. A tank on the opposite side revved its engines, attempting to cross the bridge before it completely overturned. Just then, a fist erupted from the bridge, smashing a hole into its structure. As it retracted, another fist crashed through. A tank traveling on the bridge was sent flying by the colossal fist, plummeting into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, the middle of the bridge was riddled with gaping wounds. Finally, cracks interconnected these openings, followed by a thunderous roar as the bridge fractured at its center. "Hold tight," Honshu roared within the Raven Squad's tank, slamming his hand down on an icon on the control screen. The vehicle's safety protocols activated, inflating airbags within the cabin that filled the space and pressed the occupants firmly into their seats. The world spun chaotically. Amidst the cacophony of screams and the screeching of metal, Tian Yang peered out the window, witnessing the tank overturn before plunging into the bottomless abyss. In that instant, his mind went blank, his heart lodged in his throat. The boy once more caught a whiff of death, its putrid scent permeating the air around him. As the vehicle rolled, beams of light from various headlights illuminated the scene, revealing tentacles adorned with black spines, coiling and writhing like serpents, capturing the vehicles and personnel that fell into the abyss. Another roll, and Tian Yang caught sight of a massive, curved horn looming within 3 meters of the window. He could discern the twisted patterns upon the horn and the dense cluster of black bristles beneath it. Suddenly, the vehicle was struck by something, jolting violently. Though light pierced the darkness outside, everything remained a blur. After several intense shakes, the tank unexpectedly came to a halt, ceasing its descent. Honshu punctured an airbag, finally managing to see through the front window. From his vantage point, it seemed the vehicle was bobbing up and down. Ahead, a stone bridge spanned the abyss, rising and falling erratically. Honshu's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Everyone, stay still." The crew, still conscious, heeded Honshu's command and refrained from making any sudden movements. Honshu continued, "First, puncture the airbags. Tian Yang, check the shooting pod. Remember, move slowly and don't rush." Tian Yang acknowledged and, after puncturing the airbag, carefully climbed to the artillery shooting pod. Looking out, the boy gasped in shock. The Falcon battle tank was precariously balanced on a stone bridge barely half a meter wide. Now, due to the heavy rear structure, the vehicle was sinking toward the bridge's edge. If it surpassed the tipping point, it would plummet. At that moment, vehicles laden with boulders continued to fall from above, their explosions and screams underscoring the perilous reality of their situation. The boy shouted, "Captain, everyone get out. We need to leave quickly. The vehicle is about to drop." Without needing further prompting, the rising front of the tank made the situation clear. Honshu leaned forward, nearly pressing himself against the control panel. He waved his hand, yelling, "Quickly, exit through the door." Outside the door was the stone bridge, but when a soldier tried to open it, he discovered it was jammed. Tian Yang called out, "Captain, hold on. I'll open the door." The boy leaped from the tank onto the bridge, drawing his crimson-hued battle blade infused with stellar energy. With ease, he pierced the warped door, creating a gap. A few more strikes, and he pried the door completely off. Get out, hurry! Han Shu bellowed as he yanked the driver, Yan Bing, from his seat to the rear. The soldiers wasted no time scrambling out of the tank onto the bridge. Only Han Shu and an unconscious recruit remained. Tian Yang anxiously urged, "Captain, hurry! The vehicle is about to fall." Han Shu nodded, slowing his movements as he carefully extracted himself from his position. However, just as he made it to the back seat, the tank abruptly flipped. Observing this, Tian Yang acted without a moment's hesitation, leaping onto the tank's engine cover. His weight pressed down, restoring balance to the vehicle. Inside, Han Shu let out a sigh of relief before moving toward the unconscious soldier. Tian Yang remained atop the engine cover, hearing ominous sounds above. He glanced up to see beams of stellar energy and weapon fire illuminating the bridge, hinting at a fierce battle unfolding against the monstrous entity wreaking havoc. As debris and disfigured bodies rained down, amidst the chaos, a chilling howl grew louder from above, signaling the approach of the creature. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as a section of the bridge exploded, sending large chunks of stone cascading down. Tian Yang even caught sight of a corpse, its upper half intact. A freezing dread washed over him as he raised his gaze, spotting a yellow vertical pupil peering through the swirling black mist above. The eye, the size of a tire, was surrounded by veins of crimson. After locking eyes with Tian Yang for a moment, it vanished into the darkness, followed by a terrifying roar as a colossal fist emerged from the rolling fog. "Captain, run!" The stellar energy within Tian Yang surged to its peak in an instant. With a burst of energy, he transformed into a mere wisp of shadow, leaping from the tank to the bridge. Inside, Han Shu was about to grasp the unconscious soldier when the sudden roar made his face pale. Before Tian Yang could warn him, he sprinted toward the door. As he leaped from the vehicle, the descending fist crashed onto the tank's engine cover, launching it into the air, plummeting into the abyss below. Han Shu's complexion turned ghostly pale. Had he been a fraction slower, he would have followed the tank into the depths. Frustration bubbled within him as he pounded the ground. If only he had been given a few more seconds, he might have saved that soldier too. Just a few seconds. At that moment, the colossal fist that had sent the tank flying retracted into the swirling black mist above. Han Shu looked up and, amid the chaos of abilities and gunfire, discerned an ominous, distorted shadow shifting above. "Illumination grenades. Fire a few in that direction," Han Shu shouted, pointing at the shadow's location. Two soldiers promptly retrieved illumination grenades, launching them into the space above the abyss. Seconds later, the black mist erupted with blinding light. The illumination flares utilized in the abyss not only emit brilliance, but also sustain their glow for a considerable duration. As the depths were flooded with light, an ear-piercing, sharp shriek resonated from above. This was followed by the sound of heavy objects colliding with the stone bridge. The tremors from the impact reverberating throughout the area where Tian Yang and his companions were situated. Including Tian Yang, everyone instinctively crouched down, lowering their center of gravity to prevent the vibrations from dislodging the stone bridge. After a brief moment, as their eyes adjusted to the light, Tian Yang dared to look up. Before him, on a stone bridge several meters above, loomed a colossal shadow. The backlight rendered it difficult to discern its full form, yet it was evident that its size was nearly that of a spectral vehicle. Tentacle-like appendages, each ending in humanoid palms, dangled from the bridge. At that moment, it lifted its peculiar arms, using its human-like hands either to grasp the protruding rocks of the cliff face or to clutch the edge of a stone bridge, leveraging these points to gradually elevate its form. "What is that?" Tian Yang inquired, casting a glance at Han Shu. Han Shu squinted. "Old Su might know, but this is my first encounter with such a ghastly creature. Regardless of what it is, we must attack." He then bellowed, "Stop dawdling. The illumination flares last only a few minutes. We need to eliminate this beast. Otherwise, none of us will escape." Han Shu's emblem of rank glowed to life as he swiftly cast a starry barrier over Tian Yang and the others. Above in the abyss, survivors on other stone bridges snapped back to reality, launching their attacks against the monstrous entity. The soldiers of the Crow Squad, unwilling to be outdone, raised their rifles, taking aim and unleashing a barrage. Instantly, the shadow above erupted in a cacophony of flames conjured by various abilities, intermingled with the fierce gunfire of the soldiers. Tian Yang surveyed his surroundings, then pointed ahead, calling out, "Captain, look over there." Han Shu followed the direction of his finger, spotting another stone bridge that slanted upward just a few meters away. It appeared these bridges intertwined, forming a complex network. Whether these structures were naturally formed or man-made remained uncertain, yet at that moment, no one cared to ponder such details. Han Shu was far more concerned with whether these bridges could lead him closer to the monstrous figure. Chapter 124, The Distance of Death Ahead. The figure of Han Shu was seen racing forward. The cacophony of roars, screams, explosions, and various other sounds converged into a tumultuous din in his ears. Tian Yang was sprinting across a stone bridge, part of a complex, three-dimensional network formed by numerous bridges spanning the chasm. This network allowed him and Han Shu to draw nearer to the colossal creature above, a being equipped with multiple appendages that facilitated its effortless movement between the bridges. Were it not for its massive size, the elemental hearts and soldiers' firearms would find it exceedingly challenging to strike the beast. A thunderous roar erupted overhead, and as Tian Yang glanced up, he beheld a figure leaping fiercely from a bridge to the left. The Transcendent's right arm blazed with silvery starlight as he brandished his sword high above his head, aiming to cleave one of the creature's appendages. Just as victory seemed imminent, another appendage shot across, resembling a giant human hand poised to swat a fly, striking the Transcendent with overwhelming force. The appendage's momentum did not cease. It propelled the Transcendent against the sheer cliffside. A resounding crash ensued, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air, and as the appendage withdrew, the Transcendent was left half embedded in the rock, barely clinging to life. Fortunately, the resilience of his warrior class and the defensive armor he wore had spared him from death. Yet, before he could extricate himself, a colossal fist collided with his body, nearly forcing his eyes from their sockets and causing him to spew blood. This brutal impact rendered his consciousness hazy, and he caught a glimpse of a silver-haired youth on a bridge below, seemingly shouting something in his direction. In the next instant, a vast shadow enveloped his vision. Run! Tian Yang's warning barely escaped his lips when another fist struck the Transcendent's face. Subsequently, the creature unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes with its appendages, resembling a machine gun spray, relentlessly battering the cliffside. The rock face echoed with dull thuds as cracks resembling spider webs radiated outward, causing chunks of stone to detach and plummet into the abyss. Moments later, the monster retracted its appendages, leaving behind a pool of indistinguishable blood and flesh at the base of the cliff. The Transcendent's head was nearly embedded in the stone, his features grotesquely distorted, with a shattered jaw and a horrific display of gore. Tian Yang clenched his teeth and fists, an unquenchable fury igniting within him. Let us proceed. Han Shu's resigned voice drifted from ahead, followed by the sound of footsteps as the Raven captain sprinted towards another bridge ascending into the heights. Tian Yang took a step back, determined to etch the grim fate of his comrade into his memory before turning and dashing forward. The battle raged on. The creature moved between the bridges, its agile appendages able to launch attacks from virtually any angle, forcing the humans on the bridges to remain vigilant. Nevertheless, casualties were frequent, with individuals being crushed or swept off the bridges into the depths below. Upon leaping onto another bridge, Tian Yang suddenly heard cheers erupting. He then witnessed an appendage strike the bridge ahead. That appendage was severed cleanly, its smooth cut evident. As it fell, it continued to writhe before finally slipping from the bridge into the chasm. Looking up, Tian Yang saw a figure racing across an adjacent slanted bridge. This individual was not clad in the attire of a nightwalker, yet bore armor akin to his own. Black hair billowed in the wind like a dark flame. He wore a fearsome demon mask, but beneath the mask, his eyes were calm, reflecting the serenity of a vast lake. He wielded a long, slender blade, distinct from others in its slight curvature. The figure leaped over a sweeping appendage, momentarily halting before making a lateral jump onto another bridge, evading an overhead strike while wielding his knife with both hands to deliver a fierce slash. In the chilling flash of the blade, the appendage was cleaved open, oozing a viscous, blackish-red ichor. Cheers erupted once more from the surrounding bridges. It seemed the creature's wrath was ignited by the blows it had sustained, and a sinister wail pierced the dimming light overhead. A dark silhouette plummeted downwards. The masked man, quick on his feet, sheathed his blade and retreated, leaping onto the edge of the bridge and landing directly before Tian Yang. Without pausing, he took 2 steps back and leaped towards another bridge. Get down. Han Shu's urgent warning rang in Tian Yang's ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, collapsing onto the bridge's surface. A fierce wind whipped overhead, and he glimpsed a shadow sweeping across the bridge. Glancing upward, he saw a hand sweeping across the bridge's surface. Had he not taken cover, he would have been swept off or captured by this hand. Unlike the creature's appendages, this hand resembled a human arm, with distinct muscularity and skeletal structure. Along the outer side of the arm, a serrated bone blade extended, its jagged edges promising a painful fate if grazed. Behind that arm, Tian Yang caught sight of a face. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, his mind went blank. The visage was indescribably horrific, reminiscent of a goat or a wild bull. A pale bony armor enveloped its surface, interspersed with red and white muscle tissue, devoid of skin. Thick, curved horns protruded from either side of its forehead, and a mane of black bristles hung down, obscuring the face in shadow. Beneath the bony eye sockets, two yellow, slitted pupils glowed, reflecting Tian Yang's form. As the creature swung from several stone bridges, its body swaying like a pendulum, Tian Yang noticed a human woman's face nestled among the multitude of appendages at the base of the creature. The woman's lips were sealed, but they began to open. Her eyes widened, and her mouth gaped, revealing a myriad of glowing red points within. With no time to ponder, Tian Yang rolled away with all his might, tumbling off the bridge. In his descent, he glimpsed red, flesh-like spikes erupting from the woman's eyes and mouth, intertwining and blanketing the nearby bridges. These spikes appeared razor-sharp, penetrating the bridge surface, their tips protruding ominously from beneath. Tian Yang landed beneath a bridge, nearly tumbling into the abyss, but he managed to grasp the edge in time. His heart racing with terror, clambering back onto the bridge, he saw the spikes retract, and a corpse was drawn skyward, only to plummet down, landing mere feet from him. It was a soldier, his helmeted face etched with disbelief, as if unable to comprehend his demise. His body was riddled with wounds, blood spilling forth despite his lifeless state. Tian Yang's chest heaved, his heart pounding ferociously. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have shared the same fate, riddled with countless punctures. The slaughter continued unabated. Gunfire grew sparse, and the explosions wrought by the elemental hearts lacked their previous intensity. Though the creature bore wounds, some of its appendages cleaved off by the warriors. A considerable distance remained before it could be vanquished. Tian Yang pressed onward, ascending to higher levels, keeping his gaze fixed on the beast. Yet the haze of its weaknesses eluded him. In his mounting despair, Han Shu's voice rang out from above. The Raven Captain was approaching the creature. After donning his star shield and indestructible armor, he activated his vortex force field. The spear, forged from the essence of stars, was adorned with spiraling ripples upon its surface. Han Shu brandished the spear, piercing a tentacle with it. Instantly, flesh and blood erupted, torn apart by the spear's vortex force, creating a deluge of black blood. In agony, the creature raised its arm, armed with a seven-shaped bone blade, ready to strike down with a fist. Suddenly, frost appeared stealthily on its fist, swiftly spreading forth. The creature swung its arm, but as it became encased in ice, its movement slowed, ultimately coming to a halt above Han Shu's head. Han Shu gazed upon the creeping frost, which had frozen one of the creature's arms, half of its shoulder, and a portion of its skull. "You're not a child anymore, yet you still act so recklessly. Han, do you think you're still young?" The voice of Lita echoed from a stone bridge above. Han Shu grinned, abruptly reversing his grip on the spear. With a mighty roar, he exerted force, launching the star essence spear, enhanced by the vortex force. As if throwing a javelin, the spear soared through the air, striking the frozen arm, and then colliding with the small, ice-encased portion of the creature's head. The spiraling ripples on the spear acted like a drill, penetrating the ice and piercing through the creature's skull before vanishing into the distance. The left side of the creature's head was obliterated, with its eye socket and part of the skull disappearing, blood and viscera splattering everywhere, yet it did not perish. Instead, it howled in pain. Other transcenders and soldiers astutely concentrated their firepower on the creature's frozen arm, launching a barrage that swiftly reduced both the arm and the ice to mere fragments. As the monster reeled from the assault, fury ignited within its remaining eye. It turned its gaze towards Han Shu, opening its massive maw, which split grotesquely to the sides, tethered only by strands of varying thickness of red and white muscle. As it opened its mouth, Tian Yang suddenly felt an instinctive urge and glanced into the creature's orifice. Its form gradually faded from Tian Yang's sight, ultimately revealing a blood-red sphere within his vision. This perfect sphere was connected to numerous structures resembling nerves or blood vessels, all leading towards the creature's mouth. A circular aperture suddenly emerged on its surface. Then, a beam of light shot forth from that aperture. At that moment, as the creature gaped, Han Shu instinctively sensed danger and turned to flee. In the next instant, the beam surged forward, seemingly propelled by recoil. The creature's head jerked upwards uncontrollably, dragging the beam across numerous stone bridges, vanishing in an instant. As the beam dissipated, the stone bridge where Han Shu stood erupted with an invisible shockwave. The bridge exploded, sending debris, smoke, and the air currents created by the explosion surging in the direction of the beam's trajectory. A cacophony of thunderous sounds echoed, with countless bridges being shattered. And even the distant, shrouded unknown region engulfed by black mist likely suffered immense devastation. Chapter 125. The descent into the abyss. The effects of the illumination flares were drawing to a close. Although this abyssal region had yet to succumb entirely to darkness, the once radiant light above had dimmed significantly. The monstrous entity appeared utterly enraged, having entered a state of frenzied aggression, continuously traversing the stone bridges. Its maw would occasionally open, unleashing potent beams of light with formidable range. While it lacked the capacity to generate a unique force field like the ghostly vehicle, its beams were nonetheless a source of great distress. In the chaos, an unknown individual hurled a gravity grenade at the creature, but the monster's beam swept across, causing the gravitational field to spiral out of control. Instead of harming the beast, the explosion tragically crushed the 3 surrounding stone bridges and several soldiers beneath its might. The creature's beams, whether direct or sweeping, relentlessly assaulted the surrounding humans. Consequently, the survivors on the bridges found themselves wholly preoccupied with evading these beams, leaving no opportunity to replenish the illumination flares. Moreover, the creature still possessed 7 or 8 of its appendages, which, apart from 3 or 4 used for locomotion, flailed about, creating further havoc. Han Shu ducked to avoid a sweeping appendage overhead and shouted hoarsely towards Lita, "Can't you freeze that thing? Do you think my abilities flow like tap water?" Lita retorted, her voice tinged with panic. A startled cry from Lita caught Han Shu's attention. In the dim light, he saw her sprawled on the stone bridge, desperately evading a beam that skimmed past her. However, her troubles were far from over, as another appendage lashed towards her. Fortunately, a starry barrier rose just in time, the appendage crashing against it and shattering the barrier like fragile glass, but it managed to deflect the appendage away. The explosion of the barrier, however, sent Lita tumbling to the side, and in her frantic struggle, she clutched the edge of the bridge, preventing her fall. "Hold on," Han Shu called, rushing towards her. In a fleeting glance, he noticed Tian Yang standing frozen on a lower bridge, seemingly paralyzed by fear. "Tian Yang, run. That thing has gone mad. There's no time left. Retreat," Han Shu shouted, his voice urgent, yet he was uncertain if Tian Yang heard him. At that moment, Lita could no longer maintain her grip and let out a scream as she fell. Han Shu reached her just in time, leaping to catch her in midair, and together they landed on another stone bridge. Captain Crow used his own body as a cushion to shield Lita from harm. If not for the dire situation, Han Shu would have relished the moment, especially with a mature woman atop him, an enticing experience, if it weren't for the monstrous creature looming above. He had no choice but to release Lita and rise to his feet. Suddenly, Lita gasped, "What is Tian Yang doing?" Han Shu looked down to see Tian Yang, his starry aura manifesting, unsheathing his battle blade, gliding through the air before landing on a stone bridge. He rolled, sprang up, and darted towards the creature's rear. Han Shu's heart raced as he shouted, "Tian Yang, you fool! Get back here!" Alas, Tian Yang paid him no heed, focusing solely on the monstrous entity before him. With the activation of his weakness sensing ability, he discerned that the creature's will was imprisoned within the blood-red orb in its maw. Although the idea of the will's prison being capable of emitting beams was unprecedented, having identified the weakness, the young man resolved to seize the opportunity. Having observed the frequency of the creature's beams, which fired approximately every 3 seconds, Tian Yang formulated a plan in his mind. He leapt onto another stone bridge, coming face to face with the creature, which was oblivious to his presence, its stout appendage gripping the bridge to stabilize itself. In an instant, Tian Yang dashed up the appendage, reaching its base in a heartbeat. With his starry aura shining brightly, he leapt towards the creature's humanoid arm, striking at the elbow before veering towards the back of its neck. He utilized the momentum on the creature's back to propel himself further before launching high into the air, showcasing the advantages of his enhanced physical abilities. It was only then that the creature seemed to notice him. Its mouth gaped open, and its head swung back, revealing the orb in its maw, which opened to emit a faint glow. Tian Yang plunged his battle blade downwards. The crimson blade glimmered under the infusion of his starry energy. It pierced effortlessly into the creature's bony exoskeleton at the back of its head. And as Tian Yang gripped the hilt, the creature's movement flung him aside. A beam erupted from the creature's mouth, sweeping across the cliffs and severing several stone bridges, vanishing into the depths of darkness. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed as the violent force carved a gash into the cliffs along the beam's trajectory, obliterating the bridges in its path, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Tian Yang. Han Shu's vision blurred with rage and despair, fearing his comrade had fallen victim to the beam. But Lita pointed at the creature's head, exclaiming, "He's not dead." Indeed, Tian Yang clung to the back of the creature's head, despite nearly being thrown off moments earlier. He gripped the hilt of the crimson blade tightly and managed to stabilize himself. As the creature's south mouth began to close, Tian Yang knew the moment was fleeting. He bent low, pressing against the bony armor at the back of the creature's head. Leveraging his strength, he withdrew the battle blade and vaulted onto the creature's crown, executing a flip to position himself before its single eye. The reflection of the young man danced within the creature's iris as he reached for his waist and hurled an object into its maw just as its mouth snapped shut. The creature's hand lunged to grasp Tian Yang, but he darted past, aiming for a nearby stone bridge. The creature's attempt to seize him was thwarted, but an appendage surged upwards, fist raised towards Tian Yang. The rush of wind filled his ears as he spotted a shadow barreling towards him. He instinctively curled his body, slipping past the edge of the shadow, yet still grazing it. The violent impact sent him hurtling across the bridge, spiraling into the abyss. Struggling to glance back at the creature, he saw it opening its mouth once more, light radiating from within. Just then, the faceplate of the creature suddenly caved in, twisting like a corkscrew. Its exoskeletal armor, red and white muscle, curled horns, and dark mane all collapsed towards a singular point. The orb of will disintegrating amidst the material collapse. Ultimately, the upper portion of the creature's body vanished, its carcass suspended between the stone bridges. After a brief moment, the appendages released their hold on the stone, allowing the disintegrating body to plummet, colliding with the bridges below before disappearing into the dense black mist. Alas, Tian Yang could no longer witness this outcome. All he saw was the gravity grenade he had thrown into the creature's mouth activating, its head being shredded by the collapsing gravitational field. Then, a solid object collided violently with the back of his head, blurring his vision before plunging him into unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, Tian Yang's final thought was to grip the crimson blade tightly, the last vestige of his awareness before succumbing to darkness. At the entrance of the small town, the temporary encampment was filled with an array of instruments, cables haphazardly strewn across the ground, marking the command center. A female general, exuding an air of solitary pride akin to a winter snow-clad plum blossom, leaned forward on the command platform, her voice sharp and commanding. Is there still no news? Opposite her stood Ling Feng, who adjusted his glasses with habitual nonchalance. We have yet to establish contact with the troops that fell from the bridge. However, there are flickers of light and the roars of monsters emanating from the abyss below. It is not difficult to deduce that our men are engaged in battle. What of the support team? The murderous intent was palpable in Fei Mei's elongated phoenix eyes. Ling Feng glanced at a data panel. They have reached the edge of the abyss and are preparing to provide assistance. Too slow. Urge them to hasten. The gloved hands of the female general tightened subtly. It appears I have greatly underestimated the cunning of these denizens of darkness. The conventional forces passed over the bridge without incident. Yet, they orchestrated such an ambush while our ascenders traversed. I bear responsibility as well. I should have arranged for a thorough inspection while they crossed. Ling Feng raised his gaze, the harsh lights of the command center reflecting coldly on his lenses, obscuring the gaze behind them. Fei Mei regarded him sharply. If Commander Chu Yan were here, such a mistake would not have occurred, would it? Ling Feng's expression remained unchanged. Since the commander entrusted this joint operation to you, it indicates his confidence in your leadership, General Fei Mei. Proceed as you see fit, without burden or pressure. Fei Mei's delicate lips curled into a slight smile. How could I not feel burdened or pressured? The Iron Wall and the Strategic Department are closely monitoring my actions. This error should provide them with an opportunity to criticize. Ling Feng replied calmly. That is a concern for after the operation concludes. Fei Mei smirked with pride. You have a point. As Ling Feng turned away, he subtly adjusted his glasses, concealing a rising tide of unease within. I hope that boy Tian Yang is not in trouble. Meanwhile, near the site of the incident, several ambulances were stationed in a clearing. Injured personnel were being rescued, and the medical team was at its busiest. Medical staff carried stretchers back and forth between the abyss's edge and the ambulances, transporting each casualty into the vehicles and dispatching them to various treatment rooms based on their injuries. Sun emerged from one of the ambulances, anxiously scanning the nearby perimeter. Many were being rescued, yet the one person she longed to see was absent. Suddenly, she spotted a rugged man with facial stubble and hurried toward him. Captain Han. Captain Han. Han Shu was sitting on the ground, taking a breather when he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw a young girl running toward him. Sun halted beside Han Shu, slightly out of breath. Captain Han, Tian Yang. Is he all right? Han Shu looked at her, forcing a wry smile before sighing deeply. That boy Tian Yang, he fell. What? Sun gasped in shock. Chapter 126. Promotion. Tian Yang, I hope you can withdraw from the Nightwalkers. I told you, get out. How can you say that, Tian Yang? In a daze, Tian Yang glimpsed his mother, her face awash with sorrow. Gazing at her reddened eyes, he yearned to apologize. Yet Nanfei turned away and departed. He hastily pursued her, but no matter how he ran, she only receded further into the distance. Ultimately, her figure vanished into the boundless darkness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to behold the exquisite visage of a girl, her face emanating a gentle glow, laden with concern. After a moment, he recalled that this was the face of Xiaonyao. Tian Yang, are you all right? You were talking to yourself just now. You scare me to death. The girl clasped her hands over her heart, worry etched upon her features. Tian Yang shook his head, only to realize he was resting on her lap. His face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly sat up, but a sharp pain throbbed at the back of his head. Take it easy, Xiaonyao urged, supporting him. You hit something hard. When I found you, you were already unconscious. Thankfully, you were face up, or you might have drowned. Drowned? The sound of rushing water reached his ears. Looking around, he discovered he was at the edge of a rocky shore. Before him lay a river, its current fierce upstream. Yet it curved dramatically at the rocky beach, winding downstream. The water in the bay flowed more gently, suggesting he had drifted here and been rescued. A few campfires flickered on the rocky shore, where 2 or 3 figures huddled together, amongst them a face he despised. Xiaonyao, retracting his gaze. Tian Yang turned back to the girl. So you fell too? Xiaonyao pouted. I accidentally missed a step and fell. Luckily, beneath the abyss was a great river. The water was deep enough, but even so, many companions perished. Her expression darkened. When I arrived at this rocky shore, I saw several corpses washed ashore. Later, I discovered you and thought, thankfully, your chest was still warm, and you were breathing. Corpses? Tian Yang scanned the surroundings, but found nothing resembling them. Xiaonyao pointed to a certain spot on the shore. Everyone just buried the bodies over there. There, piles of stones had been heaped up, resembling graves. Eat something first. I have water and food, Xiaonyao said, producing her supplies to share with Tian Yang. Tian Yang shook his head. I have my own. I can manage. Xiaonyao puffed her cheeks. Is it necessary to be so stingy with me? Tian Yang chuckled softly, insisting on retrieving his own provisions, relieved that his multifunctional waste pouch was waterproof. Even though he had drifted along the water, his belongings remained dry. Moreover, he found the Chiwa battle blade still tightly gripped in his hand. Xiaonyao gazed at the blade. You have no idea how tightly you held onto this knife. I couldn't even pry your fingers loose. Tian Yang sheathed the battle blade and began to eat and drink. While consuming his meal, he casually checked his rank information, noticing changes. Rank 2, Eradicator abilities, Weakness Perception, Instant Annihilation, Phantom Evolution Progress, 19 Enhanced Field, Physical Strength 1 Next rank. Ripper Tian Yang was taken aback. Not only had he advanced in rank, but his evolution progress for rank 2 was a remarkable 19. He recalled previously being at 91 for rank 1, meaning his evolution progress had surged by 28. Indeed, the contribution of the colossal black citizen was substantial. Regrettably, he had been unconscious and was unaware of what materials had been left behind. That was the reward for which he had traded a gravity grenade. After eating, Tian Yang took out his communicator to contact Han Shu. However, static and electronic noise filled the device, indicating severe interference. Useless, Xiaonyao remarked from beside him, pointing towards the riverbank. Look over there. Following her finger, Tian Yang noticed a cluster of black crystalline formations emerging from the rocky shore. Threads of deep purple light flickered within, while a plume of dark mist swirled around the crystals. Wujing. Tian Yang gasped softly, recognizing Wujing as a specialty of the reverse realm and a source of black mist. They emitted a peculiar energy that transformed the surrounding air into dark fog. Wujing not only generated black mist, but also interfered with electronic signals. Wherever they were present, communication devices became ineffective. More importantly, Wujing did not appear sporadically, although it seemed there were only a few clusters on the surface. Digging beneath could reveal massive veins of crystals. Some veins could be as large as mountains. Wujing was a common occurrence in nearly every reverse realm. It was said that in reverse realms numbered below 10, there existed a colossal cavern known as the Well of Darkness. This cavern, akin to a volcanic crater, would continuously release black mist, enveloping the entire world in eternal night. Footsteps echoed. Tian Yang turned to see a sizable cave nestled beneath the cliffs ahead. At that moment, several figures emerged from the cavern. Xiaonyao rose. Let us go take a look. The scouts have returned. Scouts? Tian Yang dusted himself off and stood up. Xiaonyao nodded, pointing towards the river bend. Aside from this rocky shore, everywhere else is a hard, smooth cliff. Climbing up is nearly impossible, so it's fortunate there's a cave. Plus, There's a breeze inside, indicating airflow. Perhaps it leads to the surface. Hey, what's the situation? Xian Yao's voice rang out from the front. Tian Yang and Xian Yao approached, only to find that among the returning scouts was Yin Bing. He smiled upon seeing Tian Yang awake and nodded in greeting. The two soldiers accompanying him reported to Xian Yao. We ventured into the cave, but quickly encountered numerous forks, resembling an underground labyrinth. We didn't dare delve too deep, but in one of the chambers, we discovered a dead spirit tree. Xian Yao's eyes brightened. A dead spirit tree? Where? Let me there. I'll chop it down. The dead spirit tree was a peculiar plant of the reverse realm, for the wanderers were birthed from it. Thus, eliminating a dead spirit tree would yield substantial contribution points. But such trees were usually surrounded by numerous wanderers. Consequently, clearing a dead spirit tree was no trivial task. After the initial excitement, Xian Yao realized the gravity of the situation. His eyes darted as he called out, "Everyone, gather around." He called several times, and soon over 20 survivors formed a circle around him on the rocky shore. Xian Yao leaped atop a large stone to ensure everyone could see him, thumping his chest as he declared, "I am a lieutenant. Is there anyone here with a higher rank than mine?" Everyone exchanged glances, then collectively shook their heads. Among the 20 or so individuals, more than half were soldiers. The remaining 7 or 8 evolved beings, including Tian Yang, held the rank of second lieutenant. A smug smile spread across Xian Yao's face. In that case, according to the battlefield regulations of the fortress, if we lose contact with the main team, the highest-ranking officer shall be responsible for regrouping and organizing the scattered members, serving as the temporary commander. Therefore, I, as your lieutenant, shall lead you now. Does anyone object? Amidst the crowd, a small bird murmured softly, "I have little regard for this self-important fellow." Tian Yang shared the sentiment. However, Xian Yao was determined to adhere to protocol, leaving him reluctant to voice his dissent. Noticing the absence of objections, Xian Yao nodded. "Now, listen to my directives. Our immediate task is to fell that withered spirit tree, to prevent being ambushed by a horde of wanderers upon our departure." Despite his reservations about Xian Yao, Tian Yang had to concede that his concerns were valid. In open areas, wanderers posed minimal threat. Yet, in confined spaces, particularly with a multitude of them, danger loomed large. Unless one was a high-ranking powerhouse or possessed extensive area of effect weaponry, even an ascender would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Thus, Xian Yao's decision to clear the spirit tree was beyond reproach. However, the subsequent arrangements left Tian Yang astounded. "All soldiers, form the vanguard. You are tasked with leading the charge. Feel free to engage any wanderers you encounter. The formation of the war god class would serve as a bulwark should the vanguard falter. The remaining classes would assemble with me to provide fire support for the vanguard." While all arrangements seemed sound, one detail stood out. Xian Yao, clearly bearing the emblem of the war god class upon his forehead, had chosen to position himself within the main formation. Tian Yang could find no words to describe this brazen act other than shamelessness. It was evident he intended to use others as shields, for the main formation typically resided in the rear, the safest location. "Well, is there any issue?" Xian Yao inquired casually. Tian Yang raised his hand. "Lieutenant, are you not of the war god class? Why are you not in the main formation with us?" Indeed. Others chimed in. "How can one of the war god class retreat to the main formation?" The crowd erupted in murmurs, while Xian Yao's face shifted from pale to flushed as he shot a fierce glare at Tian Yang before retorting, "What do you understand? I am the commander. I must oversee from the rear. Have you ever seen a commander at the forefront? How could they possibly direct operations effectively? In any case, all my arrangements are in accordance with the fortress's battlefield code. You will not err by following my lead." The small bird tugged at Tian Yang's sleeve. "I find him unreliable." Tian Yang chuckled softly. "Let us just follow his lead. After all, he is a lieutenant. It's just a lieutenant, one rank above us at most. Why the arrogance?" The bird scoffed. "You." Xian Yao's voice rang out again, pointing at Tian Yang with a beaming smile. "The vanguard requires 1 or 2 ascenders to anchor it. I know of your considerable skills, so you shall command the vanguard." Chapter 127. The Altar of White Bones. This is vengeance. Unadulterated vengeance. On the battlefield, the vanguard is merely fodder, a consumable resource sacrificed for the sake of victory. To safeguard the transcenders, fortresses typically refrain from placing them in the front line. After all, soldiers can be retrained, but transcenders cannot be produced through mere training. Furthermore, the commanders of the vanguard are often ordinary sergeants rather than transcenders themselves. Now, Xian Yao has assigned Tian Yang to lead the vanguard, ostensibly as a mark of respect and admiration, but in blunt terms, it is a summons to death. At this moment, a transcender quietly interjected, "Commander, are you certain?" It seems unprecedented to appoint a transcender as the vanguard commander. The absence of precedent does not imply impossibility. Xiao shot him a cold glance and retorted, "Would you prefer to switch places with him?" The transcender's complexion shifted dramatically. He said nothing, merely taking a step back. Xiao, brimming with indignation, prepared to confront this injustice but was restrained by Tian Yang, who shook his head. "It's all right. The vanguard is not without its merits. Acclaim comes swiftly. This is not within the confines of the fortress. We are on the battlefield." Xiao cited the battlefield code as justification, leaving Tian Yang with no ground for dissent. Yet, most importantly, Tian Yang wished to avoid a rupture with Xiao. In perilous terrain, individual strength is limited. If unnecessary, survival alongside the team is far more secure, even with an unwelcome individual present. Seeing Tian Yang's acquiescence, Xiao's smile widened, his gaze gleaming with triumph as he proclaimed, "Since there are no objections, it is settled. You have 10 minutes to regroup. Be sure to check your equipment." Tian Yang suddenly extended his hand, requesting, "I need a rifle." He had not anticipated encountering the Wanderers, thus had not exchanged for a rifle nor specifically requested one from the captain. The situation had changed. A rifle would indeed prove far more advantageous against the Wanderers than a combat knife or bell toll. His request was not excessive, prompting Xiao to call upon the transcender who had voiced the earlier concern, instructing him to relinquish his rifle to Tian Yang. The transcender had no objections, nor dared to voice any, and willingly handed over the rifle. Along with the rifle, Tian Yang received 2 gas magazines, which he accepted gratefully. During the regrouping, he reassessed his occupational status, focusing on his new ability. However, no pertinent information was forthcoming, indicating that like his other 2 abilities, this one required personal exploration. As he pondered the potential of the ability Phantom, he felt the stirrings of his astral essence, a sensation he recognized. This was the precursor to the astral essence coalescing and preparing to unleash its power. Tian Yang hastily quelled the activity of his astral essence to avoid drawing attention. Suddenly, the light dimmed as Xiao approached. With her hands on her hips, she proclaimed in a tone that brooked no dissent, "I will accompany you." Before Tian Yang could respond, Xiao interjected, "There is no need for that. One commander for the vanguard is sufficient." His gaze roamed over Xiao's enchanting visage, a broad smile on his face. Since arriving at the stony beach, he had been captivated by her beauty. Yet, upon witnessing her concern for Tian Yang and allowing him to rest his head on her lap, jealousy and admiration intertwined within him. Now hearing Xiao's determination to join Tian Yang on the front line startled him, prompting an urgent interjection. "I don't believe we've met before. You must be a newcomer. I take good care of newcomers. You can stick with me in the main formation. I will protect you." "Not necessary." Xiao tossed her hair defiantly, standing resolutely beside Tian Yang. "He is my good friend. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. If you have an issue with that, feel free to complain to our captain." Xiao, undeterred, pressed on, "Don't be foolish. The vanguard is perilous. A delicate girl like you could lose her life in an instant. Why take such risks? By the way, have you heard of the Xie family? I don't mind telling you that we rank among the top 10 families in Qingtian Fortress." His implication was clear. Following him would lead to a prosperous future. To his surprise, Xiao laughed heartily. "Top 10? What is so impressive about that? Even the Yun family treats me with utmost respect. Your Xie family is nothing." Realizing she had dismissed his family with such disdain, Xiao's anger flared. But he restrained himself, captivated by her beauty. Had it been anyone else, he would have slapped them without hesitation. With a huff, he waved his sleeve and departed. After his departure, Tian Yang coughed lightly. "Though that fellow is quite bothersome, he does have a point. The vanguard is exceedingly dangerous, and you." Xiao drew her slender sword, declaring, "So what? I am a tier 3 warrior. A mere wanderer is hardly a challenge for me. You needn't worry. I will protect you." Tian Yang stared at her in disbelief, unable to fathom that this girl, seemingly of his own age, was a tier 3 transcender. He himself had only just ascended to tier 2, a commendable speed in the realm of transcenders. Could it be that she merely appeared youthful? It was actually the same age as their captain? Xiao, how old are you?" "Why do you ask?" "Just curious." "Oh, I will turn 17 in 2 months. How about you?" "What? You aren't even 17 yet?" "Yes, and what's it to you?" The time to depart had arrived. Tian Yang had quickly bonded with the soldiers. Despite their brief acquaintance, he could now name each soldier. They established a series of hand signals for commands, facilitating swift and agile coordination during combat. Once Xiao announced the departure, Tian Yang led the vanguard, with Xiao walking beside him, displaying no signs of apprehension. On the contrary, her large eyes sparkled with anticipation, though it remained unclear what she awaited. Knowing that Xiao Niao was yet to turn 17 and had only become a transcender 6 months prior, it was astonishing that she had ascended twice in such a brief span. Such rapid advancement is rare not only in Qingtian Fortress, but also among the elite of the super fortresses. Earlier, Tian Yang had felt a sense of pride in his swift ascent to Tier 2, but now that sentiment had evaporated. Upon entering the cave, he immediately sensed a drop in temperature and a rise in humidity. In the depths of the cavern, the sound of dripping water echoed, suggesting the presence of an underground river. The vanguard raised their rifles, outfitted with tactical lighting attachments, as beams of light danced within the cave. While it was not as bright as day, discerning objects within the cave was manageable. Having previously scouted the path, Tian Yang instructed Yin Bing to accompany him as they guided the group toward the location of the death tree. As they traversed a passage, it sloped downward, and the uneven ground led them deeper into the enveloping darkness. As one descends, there emerges an unsettling sensation akin to traversing toward the abyss. Fortunately, this passage is brief, and moments later, they arrive at the end. Before them lies an array of peculiar remnants, yet none pose a threat, as Yin Bing quietly informs. Tian Yang nods in acknowledgement, following Yin Bing as they navigate a turn, only to be abruptly confronted by a white skeletal figure illuminated by the light ahead. Tian Yang's heart momentarily skips a beat, the apparition appearing without warning. Unlike human remains, this skeleton possesses a striking visual impact, particularly with its 2 hollow eye sockets, which seem to fixate upon Tian Yang, leading the youth to momentarily believe he is being observed by some malevolent entity. Cautiously, the group maneuvers past the prostrate skeleton, adorned with long horns, resembling that of a large reptilian creature. As they proceed, the number of skeletons increases, some even suggesting a human origin. Strangely, regardless of the species, all the remains are oriented in the same direction, seemingly attempting to flee from an unseen terror. Furthermore, numerous gnawing marks are visible upon these bones, with varying and overlapping tooth imprints. Even a biologist would likely struggle to ascertain what creature had inflicted such wounds. It is likely the work of the Wanderers, Yin Bing whispers, considering the presence of the necromancer tree ahead. Tian Yang nods in agreement. It is possible. In any case, let us remain vigilant. After navigating through the bone-laden area, they arrive at a subterranean hall, a natural cavern of immense height, where the light fails to reach the ceiling. Stalactite-like stone columns support the chamber, adorned with clusters of fungi typical of the reverse realm. Unlike those found in Gem Town, these fungi emit no luminescence and appear grotesquely bloated, repelling any desire for proximity. At the heart of the hall stands an artificial pedestal, marked by regularity and clarity in its lines, distinctly unlike a natural formation. Moreover, on either side of the pedestal, there are hewn stone steps. From the steps to the pedestal, a multitude of bones lie sprawled. Particularly atop the pedestal, bones are heaped together, forming a small mound. Tian Yang gasps, "What is this?" Yin Bing shakes his head. "I do not know. We were all startled upon seeing this. That elevated platform does not seem to be of Wanderer origin. Could it be the handiwork of former inhabitants of the reverse realm? It is an altar." Xiao Niao circles the high platform twice, growing increasingly certain. "I believe you are correct. I have encountered similar descriptions in texts. According to the information we have gathered in the reverse realm, its denizens referred to such constructs as altars. They are utilized for the veneration of deities, with various methods of sacrifice. However, offering life as a tribute can be deemed the highest form of sacrifice." Chapter 128, Objective: Destroy the Undead Tree. The little bird appeared to possess a profound understanding of the reverse realm civilization, as she crouched near the pedestal, scrutinizing the inscriptions above it. Tian Yang approached her side, inquiring, "Have you discerned anything?" The little bird lifted her head, a hint of embarrassment gracing her delicate features. "While I have studied the reverse realm script, I am not very proficient. I can only grasp the general idea. Are you suggesting that these are reverse realm characters, rather than symbols of the dark denizens?" Tian Yang asked, curiosity evident in his tone. The little bird gently nodded. "Indeed, these are reverse realm characters. For instance, this term translates to divine tree, and this one means protection. It appears that the inhabitants of the reverse realm discovered some miraculous tree here and subsequently sought its guardianship." Tian Yang could not help but interject. What they discovered couldn't possibly be the undead tree, could it? If that is the case, hasn't the undead tree existed since before the reverse realm transformed into its current ghastly form? It must have been present long before the residents of the reverse realm vanished completely. The little bird clapped her hands and stood up, her arms crossed thoughtfully. The civilization of the reverse realm was quite advanced, with a high level of productivity. Such a civilization typically harbors reservations about the worship of deities. It is difficult to imagine that beings bathed in the light of civilization would resort to sacrificing their own kind. If such actions occurred, it would either be the work of those with extreme ideologies, or perhaps the reverse realm had reached a state of despair that was beyond redemption when the undead tree was discovered. In such circumstances, when human efforts are futile, they would turn to the divine for aid. Of course, this was merely the little bird's speculation. The truth could not be ascertained solely by examining the altar before them. Just then, a voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. "What are you doing? Stop dawdling and hurry up. It's just a pile of bones. What is there to see?" The little bird's expression darkened immediately. This scoundrel truly believes himself to be the commander, issuing orders as if he were in charge. If he has the capability, he should lead the charge himself. Tian Yang chuckled softly, disregarding Xian Miao's remarks, and gestured for the team to continue moving forward. Under the guidance of the flame soldier, they soon arrived at a vast cavernous space. Initially, they had thought the previous hall was large, but in comparison to this expanse, that hall with the altar seemed diminutive. In this immeasurable space, clusters of fog crystals grew, emitting a deep purple glow that barely illuminated the surroundings. From the entrance, the ground appeared rugged and uneven, with slopes rising and falling as if frozen waves had been captured in time. Numerous stone pillars of various sizes supported this cavern, much like the hall, adorned with the peculiar, morbid fungal growths characteristic of the reverse realm. At the forefront of the cavern, there was even a small pool, with slender streams extending from either side, their destinations unknown. The water within the pool shimmered with purple light. Utilizing his electronic eye, Tian Yang zoomed in and discovered that the pool's bottom was covered with fog crystals, piled together like a massive gemstone submerged in water. In the center of this gemstone, a tree grew. The tree was not particularly grand, but was undeniably eerie. Through Tian Yang's tactical vision, he observed that embedded within the tree was a human female, seemingly in her late 20s, with a beautiful visage. Her eyes were closed, as if in slumber, her arms crossed over her chest, shielding her from the world. Countless branches intertwined with her body, binding her to the tree. The bizarre tree had no leaves on its crown, and its branches were exceptionally robust, with some as thick as an arm, each bearing a droplet-shaped fruit that appeared to be encased in a thin membrane, its surface occasionally rippling. As Tian Yang's gaze inadvertently swept over one of the fruits, a face suddenly emerged on its surface, although he had never seen the undead tree with his own eyes. At that moment, he was certain that it was indeed the one. Indeed, as he scanned the area surrounding the tree, he noticed shadows moving about. It was the Wanderers, swaying aimlessly in the vicinity. Among them, he spotted an unusually tall figure. The typical Wanderers barely reached its chest. This figure also possessed twisted limbs, but they were remarkably robust, particularly its grotesque right arm, which nearly touched the ground, its width comparable to Tian Yang's thigh, and its hand alarmingly large. "Is that a Wanderer as well?" The little bird lowered her binoculars, having also noticed the towering silhouette. Tian Yang whispered, "Perhaps, but we should be grateful that the number of Wanderers is fewer than I anticipated." The flame soldier expressed his apologies. "After we discovered the undead tree, we retreated and did not closely observe the number of Wanderers here. It's of no concern." Tian Yang patted his shoulder. At that moment, Xian Miao's voice rang out from behind. "Why have you stopped again? Isn't the undead tree right there? Charge ahead. Are you afraid of a few Wanderers?" His voice was loud, echoing in the silence of the cavern, amplifying its presence. Fortunately, Wanderers possessed almost no sensory perception. Even if one shouted at them, they would remain oblivious. Nevertheless, Xian Miao's attitude made it difficult for anyone to harbor positive feelings toward him. The little bird huffed quietly. "Fortunately, he is merely a temporary commander. If he ever becomes the captain, I would genuinely feel sorry for his team." A few nearby soldiers could not help but chuckle. Xian Miao seemed to catch wind of their laughter, his tone displeased. "What are you laughing at? Are you deaf? Attack. I command you to attack." Tian Yang gestured for everyone to prepare and form a breach formation. "The two of us will lead the way. You all guard the flanks and prevent the Wanderers from disrupting our formation. Our objective is that undead tree. Do not engage in unnecessary skirmishes with the Wanderers. If any are overlooked, leave them for the rear units to handle. Understood?" Including the flame soldier, over a dozen soldiers nodded firmly. Tian Yang lifted his rifle, noticing that the little bird had no intention of using a weapon, but he paid it no mind. As a level 3 ascender, she was of a higher rank than him, and he need not worry. As Tian Yang charged ahead, the little bird swiftly caught up, racing alongside him. The soldiers divided into two teams, closely following the lead of the two, thus forming a vanguard that plunged into the cavernous space. Tian Yang raised his hand, signaling the soldiers on the flanks to fire illuminating flares. The sudden burst of light illuminated the nearby space, rendering the distorted creatures within the cavern visible. Tian Yang aimed his rifle at a wanderer 100 paces ahead, firing a beam of azure light that pierced through the air, striking the creature's chest with precision. A hole was blown through its wool cage, the edges shimmering with specks of blue, resembling a brilliant starry sky. The wanderer let out no sound as it collapsed to the ground, its body beginning to disintegrate. However, the wanderers possessed a collective consciousness. When one creature was attacked, nearby counterparts surged toward the vanguard. At that moment, several elemental javelins landed amidst the densest cluster of wanderers, unleashing a storm that toppled a small group of monsters. Regrettably, the elemental javelins had limited power, and soon several of the fallen creatures began to rise again. As long as the wool cage remained intact, the monsters of the reverse realm would never cease their movements. As they advanced, Tian Yang swept his weapon, clearing some of the obstructing wanderers ahead. Suddenly, he felt a chill in the air, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of white frost shimmering. That ethereal light sliced through the air, skimming past several wanderers. Once the light faded, the speed of those wanderers slowed abruptly, frost spreading across their chests. A line of frost extended from their bodies, cracking and shattering, splitting both the wanderers and their wool cages in two. Tian Yang could not help but glance at the little bird beside him, as the delicate white sword, suspended at the girl's waist, finally emerged from its sheath. The slender blade, merely 4 centimeters in width, evoked a sense of concern over its potential fragility. Yet, wielded by the little bird, it conjured slices of chilling sword energy, rendering the wanderers around utterly defenseless against its might. Tian Yang found himself captivated by the white sword. Unlike the little bird, Old Su, also a warrior, lacked such formidable combat prowess. Despite Old Su's tendency to slack off whenever possible, Tian Yang had never witnessed him unleash an ability akin to this sword energy in their previous missions. It seemed evident that this frosty sword aura was intrinsically linked to the little bird's weapon. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted ahead. Tian Yang quickly turned his attention forward, where a wanderer had been hurled away by some unseen force, its grotesque form twisting and flailing like a leper, taking to the air. As one of these wanderers was unexpectedly launched sideways, Tian Yang caught sight of it. A towering figure with a grotesquely elongated right arm, its mouth agape as it emitted a deep, guttural growl before charging forward. Tian Yang raised his hand, aiming the gun's muzzle at the creature's chest, and unleashed a barrage of fire. The mutated wanderer raised its exaggerated arm, palm open wide to shield its chest. The beam struck its arm, failing to penetrate but tearing away chunks of flesh. Tian Yang exclaimed, "Everyone disperse," as he crouched and lunged forward, evading the creature's sweeping, deformed arm. A chilling aura, reminiscent of winter frost, suddenly enveloped Tian Yang as he positioned himself behind the mutated wanderer. Just as his hand grasped the hilt of the crimson moonblade, the little bird soared upward, her slender sword descending vertically. A silvery light, akin to white frost, lingered in the air, even causing a few frost flakes to drift down upon Tian Yang's head. The mutated wanderer came to a halt, and after a brief moment, it collapsed backward. Tian Yang quickly sidestepped to avoid being crushed by the massive body. Upon glancing at the ground, he saw the wanderer cleaved in two from head to waist. However, the edges of the wound had already frozen over, preventing any dark, muddy blood from spilling forth. At that moment, the creature's body began to disintegrate, resembling an ordinary wanderer. Looking back at the little bird, Tian Yang found it difficult to reconcile the confused girl who had tumbled from the sensor tower with the formidable warrior before him, enveloped in a gentle mist of frost. P.S. Grateful for the support from Book Friend 56556977. Chapter 129. Flight Without Resistance. As Tian Yang gazed at the little bird, the girl suddenly exclaimed, pointing behind him, "Look, is it about to give birth?" Give birth? Tian Yang turned around, only to discover that the dead spirit tree submerged in the pool had branches as thick as arms, slowly drooping. The water droplet-shaped cocoons hanging from the tips of the branches suddenly detached and fell into the water with a splash. Splash, splash, one by one. The cocoons dropped down in succession, floating on the surface of the pool, their forms twisting and morphing in the deep purple glow emitted by the mist crystals beneath the water. Finally, one of the cocoons emitted a sound akin to something being torn apart, and a hand emerged from within, ripping the cocoon open. A viscous, black liquid gushed out, dispersing into the pool and gradually staining the water pitch black. Within that dark water, the cocoons were continuously torn open from the inside, and one by one, the wanderers crawled out. They traversed the pool, moving with strange and distorted motions, inching closer to Tian Yang and the others. A beam of light suddenly streaked past Tian Yang, striking one of the wanderers that had just emerged from the pool. Then, Xiamiao's voice rang out from behind. What are you standing there for? Hurry and kill them. There are only a few left. Oh, right, leave that dead spirit tree to me. Xiamiao, accompanied by 7 or 8 transcendents, rushed forward with excitement. His gaze fixated on the dead spirit tree as if it were already in his grasp. However, before he could pass Tian Yang's front line, the entire cavern trembled violently, and stones began to rain down from the dark ceiling. Tian Yang suddenly looked towards the pool, instinctively sensing that the source of the tremor originated from beneath it. What lay within the pool? Piles of mist crystals and that dead spirit tree. Could it be that the dead spirit tree was capable of movement? Just as this thought surfaced, the ground at the edge of the pool suddenly cracked open, a jagged fissure extending toward Tian Yang and the others. Without warning, a shadow leaped from the crevice, and illuminated by the flare, everyone could clearly see. It was a tree root. This thing, adorned with countless tendrils, suddenly lashed down like a whip, striking a soldier who had no time to react. A series of cracking sounds erupted as the soldier's helmet was deformed, the composite material of the visor riddled with fine cracks. Crimson blood splattered across the cracked visor, trickling down slowly. As for the soldier's body, it was no longer humanoid. It was evident that several bones had been shattered by the tree root. This sudden turn of events left Xiamiao, who had been charging forward, dumbfounded, staring blankly at the tree root, momentarily frozen. Tian Yang was the first to regain his senses, urgently warning everyone. Be careful. The dead spirit tree is alive. Despite the difficulty in believing it, the plant capable of giving rise to wanderers evidently possessed the traits of a living being. As if to validate Tian Yang's thoughts, more tree roots erupted from the ground, writhing like sinister long arms, swinging and striking, frantically assaulting the front line. The tremors of the cavern showed no signs of abating. In the now ink-black pool, the dead spirit tree appeared to rise slightly, exhibiting signs of movement. When it finally crawled out of the pool, Xiamiao gasped in astonishment. The peculiar tree's crown had sprouted what resembled human legs. Those appendages took strides, enabling the dead spirit tree to emerge from the pool and onto the ground. At this moment, the crown of the dead spirit tree trembled, and a sharp sound pierced the air. Xiamiao heard a hissing sound as a 30-centimeter long, finger-width black branch plunged into the ground right before him. The end of the branch quivered incessantly, while the front end had embedded itself into the solid earth. One by one, black branches rained down like arrows upon the front line, drastically reducing their numbers. Many soldiers, unable to dodge in time or preoccupied with evading the tree roots, were struck by these arrow-like branches. Though they could not penetrate their armor, they easily pierced through unprotected areas. Even if a soldier were not killed outright by being struck, the injuries would inevitably hinder their movements. In this chaos, the tree roots seized the opportunity to attack. Some wrapped around soldiers like pythons, tightening their grip until they suffocated. Others simply pierced into soldiers' bodies, draining their blood and flesh, swiftly transforming them into mere corpses. Witnessing this scene, Xiamiao turned pale. Several of the war god class were about to rush forward to assist. But Xiamiao suddenly recalled something and shouted, "Don't go over." The others looked at him. He shook his head. "It's too dangerous. We must retreat first and reassess whether to continue the assault later." One transcendent glanced at the dwindling front line. "What about them?" Xiamiao replied, shaking his head. "The dead spirit tree is too perilous. They are beyond saving. We must painfully abandon them." With that, Xiamiao cast a glance at the little bird. "You wretch, I let you follow me, but you insisted on sticking with that white-haired brat. If you like him so much, go die with him." However, some transcendent hesitated, as they were all part of the Nightwalkers. To abandon their comrades like this was hard to bear. Xiamiao's expression twisted as he shouted, "If you want to die with them, then go ahead. Those who wish to live, follow me." He began to retreat, then turned and hurried back along the path. The other transcendent exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in resignation before following suit. On the battlefield, Tian Yang reached out to grab Yin Bing, pulling him forcefully towards himself to dodge a tree root that descended from above. Tian Yang looked around. The front line was nearly decimated. He called out to the rear, "Commander, we..." Suddenly, he spotted Xiamiao retreating with his men, and everything clicked into place. "Xiamiao, you bastard. You are fleeing without a fight." The youth's furious roar echoed through the cavern, causing Xiamiao's expression to shift multiple times before settling into a cold smirk. "I'll be the one to doom you." What can you do about it? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Tian Yang was momentarily distracted, and a tree root ensnared him. The root constricted tightly, causing Tian Yang's face to flush crimson. Fortunately, one of his arms remained free, and he swiftly drew the Chiwa battle blade. With the infusion of star essence, a scarlet radiance flared along the blade's edge. Tian Yang swung the blade, the searing edge effortlessly severing the tree root in two. From the severed root, a viscous black liquid sprayed out, resembling blood. Simultaneously, a piercing scream echoed from the dead spirit tree. As the youth fell to the ground, the root that had ensnared him gradually loosened. Yin Bing rushed forward to assist Tian Yang in extricating the root, allowing the youth to take a deep breath. Raising his head, he spotted a wanderer staggering towards him, and he prepared to strike it down. Suddenly, he saw a tree root impale the wanderer from behind. The creature began to convulse violently, its body rapidly expanding, growing a size larger in an instant. Despite its continued grotesqueness, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Veins began to surface on its skin, glowing with a dim yellow light. The wanderer, impaled by the tree root, charged forward as if invigorated. Tian Yang hurriedly pushed Yin Bing aside, and as the starlight flickered through his hair, the youth transformed into a blur of light. He maneuvered around the wanderer, leaping onto the tree root. With a swift thrust of his blade, the searing edge pierced through the wanderer's chest, breaking free from its cage-like form, causing the yellow light within its veins to dim instantly. With a swift motion, the tree root withdrew from the wanderer's body, seeking another monster to ensnare. Before he could employ his previous tactics, a flash of crimson light sliced through the air, severing the tree roots and unleashing a torrent of black viscous liquid that splattered across the ground. Meanwhile, numerous wanderers had already been ensnared by the necrotic tree and subjected to some form of enhancement. These augmented wanderers exhibited a significant increase in both speed and strength, with some even manifesting grotesque limbs to serve as weapons. Their entrance into the fray resulted in rapid casualties among the vanguard, leaving only Tian Yang, Xiaonyao, and Yambing standing. This situation was untenable. Tian Yang glanced at the necrotic tree, pondering whether it was a manifestation of the dark denizens, and if so, it must possess a willful prison. Where was it? Where was the prison? As his gaze inadvertently swept over the woman ensnared by the tree's branches, Tian Yang's perception shifted. The surrounding world began to fade into obscurity. Ultimately, only the woman, clutching her chest, remained in the boy's focus. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, revealing orbs aglow with a fierce crimson flame. A crimson aura swiftly enveloped her entire being, spreading from head to toe in an instant. A piercing shriek erupted from within the trunk of the necrotic tree as its canopy quivered, unleashing a barrage of arrows towards Tian Yang. Moreover, the wanderers controlled by the roots abandoned Yambing and Xiaonyao, charging at Tian Yang like frenzied beasts. That woman, Tian Yang shouted, Xiaonyao quickly. The woman in the tree is the prison of this entity. As he called out, the boy maneuvered rapidly, evading the black branches that struck like arrows. Nevertheless, he sustained numerous cuts along his limbs, and several branches pierced through his legs and arms. Fortunately, these appendages bore no poison, and the penetrated areas did not hinder his mobility. Otherwise, the subsequent assault from the dozen or so enhanced wanderers would have cost him his life. With determination, the boy raised his blade and shattered one prison. With his other hand, he drew the bell of death, pressing it against the chest of another creature. Before its grasp could encircle his neck, he fired, obliterating both the prison and the creature's torso. Yet, the tide of wanderers grew ever more overwhelming. And in a moment of carelessness, Tian Yang felt a sudden constriction around his ankle. He had been ensnared by a root. Hastily, he slashed with his blade, severing the root. But two wanderers pounced upon him, pinning his limbs and rendering him immobile. Darkness engulfed his vision as one of the wanderers descended upon him, its grotesque, axe-like limb poised to cleave down upon the boy's face. Chapter 130. Parting ways. As Tian Yang braced for the impending strike, a figure suddenly darted in, colliding with the enhanced wraith, sending it and the roots of the trees behind it soaring into the air. The figure rolled on the ground, quickly leveling a weapon and unleashing a barrage of azure beams that pierced the wraith's chest cage, illuminating the face of the flame soldier within his helmet. After dispatching the wraith, the flame soldier continued his assault, blasting apart the two monstrous creatures that had pinned Tian Yang down. They finally succumbed to the onslaught of energy beams, raising a claw in a futile attempt to defend themselves. With the pressure on him slightly alleviated, Tian Yang seized the moment to counterattack. He first kicked the wraith aside, then aimed his weapon, the death bell, at the chest of the remaining creature and pulled the trigger. The thunderous gunfire reverberated through the cavern, shaking several stone pillars. The wraith had a gaping hole the size of a human head blown through its chest, its will cage reduced to ashes. Tian Yang rose and joined forces with the flame soldier. At that moment, they found themselves surrounded by a dozen enhanced wraiths. The twisted figures, glowing with a sinister yellow light, resembled demons rising from the depths of hell, drawn by the scent of human flesh, howling with malevolent terror as they charged forward. The blade of the Crimson Moon battle knife ignited with a scarlet glow, and the flame soldier raised his assault rifle high. Both he and Tian Yang shouted in unison as they advanced towards the enemy. Unexpectedly, the frenzied howls of the creatures abruptly ceased. Their movements faltered simultaneously, and one by one, they collapsed mid-charge. The yellow light coursing through their veins dimmed rapidly, and their mutated forms began to dissolve, turning into pools of muck. Tian Yang and his companion were momentarily taken aback until they heard a sharp whistle emanating from the direction of the pool. There, Little Bird was retreating after sheathed her sword. The woman's form embedded within the necromancer tree, marked by interwoven gray-white frost lines, appeared to have been struck down by dozens of Little Bird's swift blows in an instant. As the frost line shattered, the semblance of the woman's will cage disintegrated with a loud crash, scattering crimson light that resembled blood into the air before gradually fading away. Following a piercing wail from the trunk of the necromancer tree, its branches began to droop, and each root started to disperse from the tips. In the blink of an eye, the entire tree shrank, its outer bark peeling away to reveal decaying black sludge. At that moment, something rolled out from the depths of the trunk. Little Bird approached one of the objects, discovering it to be a still beating heart. Surrounding it were some fine black tendrils, seemingly suspended by an invisible force, swirling in the air. Even as the heart began to crystallize, the tendrils showed no signs of stillness, exuding an eerie aura. Little Bird retrieved a receptacle, placing the material that had fallen from the necromancer tree into it. Incredible. Absolutely splendid. As Tian Yang took a moment to rest, he heard the voice of Xian Miao approach, that shameless man who had fled without a fight, now accompanied by other ascenders. He clapped his hands as he walked, a disingenuous grin plastered on his face. You've all worked hard. Splendid job. I'll be sure to relay this to the command center. Taking down this necromancer tree together wasn't easy. I believe our ranking on the battle leaderboard should improve. Us. The flame soldier seethed with anger, knowing full well that it was their trio who had taken down the tree, and Xian Miao had had no part in it. This scoundrel had not helped earlier, but now sought to share in the glory, a display of utter shamelessness. Tian Yang stood up, expressionless. Why didn't you help earlier? Xian Miao appeared prepared for the question, responding nonchalantly. It wasn't that I didn't want to help. I was merely waiting for the right opportunity. Trust me, I had every intention of supporting you, just hadn't found the moment. Nevertheless, you didn't need my assistance. It was just a necromancer tree. You could handle it. And look, you did indeed bring it down, proving my foresight suddenly. Xian Miao's vision blurred, and he looked up to see the dimming dome of the cavern. What is happening? He stumbled back a couple of steps, his head throbbing painfully as he realized he had been punched. He glanced over to see Tian Yang vanishing into a blur, only to receive a blow to his abdomen. Damn! Before he could finish his complaint, a sharp elbow strike met his nose, and he quickly covered it with his hand, feeling the warm trickle of blood. After taking 3 hits in rapid succession, he finally managed to shout, "You bastard! How dare you hit me? I'm the commander. I'm a lieutenant. You're committing treason. Seize him." Several ascenders exchanged glances, hesitating to draw their weapons. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through as Little Bird dashed to Tian Yang's side, her slender sword aimed threateningly at the ascenders. The flame soldier gritted his teeth and rushed over, positioning himself protectively beside Tian Yang, gun trained on one of the warriors of the god of war rank. Instantly, the atmosphere in the cavern became tense, the two factions poised for confrontation. Seeing the ascenders hesitating to act, Xian Miao shouted, attempting to draw his own sword. However, a chill ran across his forehead as the muzzle of the death bell pressed against him. The young man wielding the gun simultaneously drew his battle knife, placing the Crimson Moon battle knife against Xian Miao's blade. Tian Yang then looked at him, his voice low and firm. If it weren't for your cowardice in battle, they wouldn't have had to die. Them clearly referred to the soldiers of the vanguard squad. They were merely cannon fodder. Their deaths are inconsequential. We can train more. Xian Miao roared. Now, you should worry about yourself. Assaulting a commander and threatening your comrades with a blade are both grave offenses. I will report you to the command center. Just wait. Bang. Tian Yang struck Xian Miao on the temple with the butt of his gun. Xian Miao let out a pained scream, clutching his head as he fell to the ground. The young man kicked him once more, stating, someone like you, who does nothing but abandon your team, has no right to be a commander. As for the rest, I do not care. I shall act independently from now on and will no longer accept orders from anyone. It has been proven that entrusting your life to a cowardly officer is an exceedingly grave mistake. I shall not make the same error twice. Tian Yang sheathed his weapon, keeping the death bell pointed at Xian Miao as he stepped back. Little Bird and the flame soldier followed suit, having resolved to accompany Tian Yang and no longer remain under Xian Miao's command. Fuming with rage, Xian Miao dared not make a reckless move, for he had witnessed the power of the death bell and did not wish for his head to be blown to bits. Reluctantly, he endured until Tian Yang and his companions disappeared into the shadows of the cavern before finally rising to his feet. Clutching his head, he glared at the ascenders, roaring, "Useless! Can you be any more cowardly? There are only 3 of them. You didn't even dare to move." Anger surged in the eyes of the ascenders, and one of them spoke solemnly, "Xian Miao, you are merely a temporary commander, not our leader. Therefore, you have no authority to reprimand us. Moreover, I believe the situation that just unfolded was a consequence of your poor command." Another ascender chimed in, nodding in agreement. Realizing he had lost his composure, Xian Miao quickly attempted to salvage the situation. "I did not order support for everyone's sake. After all, the battle conditions were unclear. I intended to ascertain the necromancer tree's patterns before attempting a rescue. However, I did not anticipate it would be so easily defeated. So, to say my command was severely lacking is an exaggeration. I merely failed to provide timely assistance. Regardless, my rank here I want to leave," declared the ascender who had been dissatisfied with Xian Miao. "I refuse to be the next one abandoned. I share your sentiments. I shall accompany you." In an instant, the group scattered, each of the transcenders forming their own teams and departing in the direction they had come. Xian Miao was taken aback that they had not even considered him as they dispersed. Unable to contain himself, he shouted at their retreating figures, "Do as you wish. You useless gluttons. I can hardly be bothered to lead you. Damn it, it's all that white-haired brat's fault. It's because of you that I have been humiliated. I will not let this slide." In the subterranean realm, both time and distance became increasingly nebulous. After leaving the hollow of the necromancer tree, Tian Yang navigated by the flow of air, guiding the little bird and the flame soldier through the seemingly endless cave passages. After walking for 3 hours, the group halted to rest. Tian Yang and the little bird took out high-energy rations to replenish their strength, while the flame soldier pressed a portion of survival supplies into the extractor. After their meal, Tian Yang looked at the two with an apologetic expression. "Upon our return, we may face punishment." The little bird, unfazed, replied, "We haven't done anything wrong, so what is there to fear? Even if you don't confront that scoundrel, I will make sure to strike him a few times for my own satisfaction. He should be dealt with under military law for abandoning us." The flame soldier added, "Commander, if the command center inquires, simply report the truth. We can all testify to the events, and thus the command center should not hold it against us." Tian Yang nodded. "I hope so, but if the command center insists on pursuing this matter, you may place the blame on me. This incident arose from my actions, and I should bear the full responsibility. Rest assured, Sister Fei Mei, cough, General Fei Mei is quite fair. She will not show favoritism towards someone like Xian Miao," the little bird asserted confidently. The girl then produced the recovery container holding the materials from the necromancer tree and handed it to Tian Yang. "This is for you. It comes from that strange tree." Tian Yang attempted to return it. "No, the necromancer tree was slain by you. The materials rightfully belong to you." However, the little bird insisted and stuffed it into Tian Yang's satchel, saying, "What I say is final. If you hadn't informed me that the woman on the tree was actually the vessel of the necromancer tree's will, I wouldn't have known whether I could slay it at all. By the way, Tian Yang, how did you know that the prison of the necromancer tree was that woman?" Tian Yang cleared his throat. Intuition, a warrior's intuition. He could not reveal his ability to sense weaknesses. Just then, he suddenly caught a strange sound, initially mistaking it for the wind. He focused intently and discerned the faint sound of a dog barking. In the depths of the earth, from whence could a dog come? Chapter 131. The raven's tongue did I miss here? "I seem to have heard the sound of barking," remarked the little bird, lowering her voice, her face a mask of confusion, evidently perplexed by the notion of dogs barking underground. The soldier in the helmet nodded in agreement. "You heard correctly. I too have discerned it." "Sir, could it be rabid dogs?" Tian Yang pondered. "It is possible. Let us investigate. Rabid dogs are not subterranean creatures, if they manage to enter. Following their trail may lead us to an exit." This revelation invigorated the little bird. Although the reverse realm was inherently oppressive, the underground was even more stifling. After hours of navigating these cavernous passages, the girl longed for a breath of fresh air. The prospect of following the trail left by the rabid dogs leading her and her companions to freedom, filled her with renewed energy. Tian Yang cautioned them, rabid dogs differ from the wanderers. They respond to light and sound. Let us turn off our tactical lighting accessories. The mist crystals here provide ample illumination. The little bird and the soldier had no objections, the latter promptly disabling the lighting on his rifle. The surroundings plunged into darkness, yet they quickly acclimatized. The scattered mist crystals emitted a deep purple glow, casting a faint light. Activating the infrared mode on his tactical vision, Tian Yang's sight sharpened, and preparations were complete. He gestured for the soldier to lead the way, while the little bird took up the rear. Though unarmed, her slender sword could unleash a frost-like aura far more potent than the rifle's firepower. The trio navigated the twisting, chaotic subterranean expanse, moving cautiously along one side of the passage. After a brief interval, they heard the distinct sound of barking again, clear and resonant. Tian Yang skillfully discerned the direction and led his team into a cavern. After traversing a short distance, he halted, seemingly having discovered something. The little bird approached curiously, following his gaze to find a thick, root-like structure protruding from above, spanning the passage and embedding itself into the opposite wall. The root was remarkably large, its diameter estimated at 20 to 30 centimeters, rough-skinned and intricately patterned, adorned with an oval-shaped pod emanating a dim red glow, suggesting a liquid coursing within, causing the surface to ripple slightly. The trio exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what they were witnessing. Suddenly, the sound of barking echoed ahead. Let us move on and disregard this for now. Shortly thereafter, they indeed encountered a rabid dog, a grotesque fusion of canine and human, ensnared in a troubling predicament. Numerous plant roots entwined around it, tightly constricting its body, with several tendrils piercing into its flesh. Yet, there was no indication these roots, unlike those of the deathly tree, were siphoning its blood and flesh. Perhaps the roots penetrated simply to secure their grip more effectively? As Tian Yang looked up, he noticed a substantial root affixed to the cavern's ceiling. The roots struggled to hoist the rabid dog upwards, despite its desperate thrashing. Suddenly, a segment of the root split open, its tendrils intertwining and snapping apart. A nearly 2-meter-long fissure gaped open, releasing a black, viscous liquid that oozed down the cavern walls. Much like ink spilled upon a gray canvas, steadily saturating the scene. The air reeked of decay, inducing nausea. Unperturbed, the helmeted soldier remained oblivious, while Tian Yang and the little bird grimaced in discomfort, just as their expressions contorted in distaste. The rabid dog emitted a series of mournful howls before being drawn into the root's gaping maw. The fissure sealed, and the surface of the root bulged ominously, as if the dog struggled within. Regrettably, its resistance lasted less than a minute before it succumbed. Silence enveloped the passage, as still as a grave. Had they not witnessed the scene unfold, they might have found it unbelievable that a rabid dog was devoured by this root. What is this creature? I have never encountered anything like it, the little bird whispered. Tian Yang's voice turned grave. Regardless of its nature, it preys upon creatures, sparing even the inhabitants of the dark. We must exercise caution and maintain our distance. This counsel was met with agreement from both the little bird and the soldier. Carefully keeping their distance from the bizarre plant, Tian Yang scanned the nearby ground, successfully locating the tracks left by the rabid dog. These traces were abundant, and retracing them could potentially lead to their escape. As Tian Yang was about to signal departure, a sudden flash of red light caught his attention. The light emanated from the root on the cavern wall, where an array of oval pods began to glow. A gurgling sound resonated from within the root, as if water flowed through hollow channels. It was reminiscent of the sewage systems that permeate the underbelly of a fortress. Ah, the little bird gasped, pointing at one of the pods with a look of terror. I think I see a person inside. A person? Tian Yang glanced up, scrutinizing the pod above. Despite his best efforts, he could discern nothing but a flurry of bubbles within. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, a man's face suddenly pressed against the pod. The visage, marred by some unknown malady, revealed the left side reduced to bone, offering a glimpse into the eye socket where a grayish mass, likely his brain, lingered. The horrifying face appeared and vanished in an instant, as if swept away by the current, flowing through the root's hollow pathway into an unfathomable abyss. The sound of water persisted for nearly a minute before fading away. Tian Yang traced the root's path as it adhered to the cavern wall, slanting down into the depths. The glowing pods began to dim, gradually returning to their barely perceptible luminescence. However, the chilling image of the face remained imprinted in the minds of the trio, for reasons unknown. The flowing liquid within the eerie plant evoked a singular thought in their minds: consumption. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Yang declared, I intend to descend and investigate. He pointed toward the direction the root extended. This does not appear to be a naturally occurring phenomenon. Throughout our journey, we have encountered no signs of life in these depths. Yet, this entity preys upon creatures. Thus, it must thrive in an environment conducive to its survival. I suspect there lies something peculiar beneath. The little bird concurred. Perhaps the dark denizens have made arrangements below. Should we uncover anything, it would be a significant achievement. With their consensus reached, the trio turned and followed the trajectory of the plant's root deeper into the earth. Along the way, the sound of flowing water echoed through the root on 3 separate occasions, each time accompanied by the illumination of the pods, resembling clusters of red bulbs. A flicker of reassurance washed over Tian Yang, for it seemed this entity bore no interest in humanity. They had traveled alongside it for quite some time without encountering any aggression. After 2 hours had passed, when Tian Yang began to doubt whether this route was leading him to the depths of the underworld, the destination appeared without warning. As he turned a corner, a vast underground space suddenly unfolded before him. In that immense expanse, a figure unexpectedly caught Tian Yang's eye. He quickly halted and signaled his companions behind him to be cautious. Upon closer inspection, however, he realized that it was not a person but rather some sort of plant. It was composed of countless intertwined roots, towering at a height of 7 to 8 meters. Strangely, whether by design or coincidence, it had taken on a humanoid form. Thus, when Tian Yang first beheld it, he mistook it for a human figure. From the boy's perspective, it resembled a woman, with numerous tendrils cascading down like hair. At what seemed to be the shoulders, the roots coiled together, resembling a child's head resting on a woman's shoulder from a distance. The thick root extending towards this towering figure seemed to vanish into its body, evoking thoughts of an umbilical cord in Tian Yang's mind. After observing for a moment and confirming there was no immediate danger, he gestured for the group to proceed. The 3 of them cautiously approached the plant-formed sculpture of the woman. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a depiction of a pregnant woman. Her belly was round and prominently protruding, and 2 arms formed from entwined roots delicately cradled her abdomen. The woman's legs were spread apart, as though she were about to give birth at any moment. This enormous sculpture, with its eerie representation, coupled with their subterranean surroundings, exuded an unsettling and otherworldly aura. Tian Yang glanced back at his companions, noticing their grim expressions. Why had these plants deliberately crafted such a figure? Was the portrayal of a pregnant woman merely a coincidence? Or did it hold deeper significance? Clearing his throat, Tian Yang brought his companions back to reality. We should leave. This peculiar entity can be left for the command center to study. We have fulfilled our responsibility and need not linger here. Moreover, we are not botanists, and staying would likely yield no fruitful discoveries. Xiaonyao hugged her arms tightly and surveyed the surroundings. I agree. This place is too strange, with only this one frightening entity. I would rather encounter a shadowy figure than remain here. Just as her words trailed off, faint barks echoed from the darkness ahead. Xiaonyao paused in disbelief. No way, have we really encountered shadowy figures? My ominous predictions are too uncanny. Chapter 132, Into the Dream Follow Me. Upon hearing the distant barking of dogs, Tian Yang made a swift decision. He gestured for the little bird and Yambing to follow, and the 3 of them dashed back into the cavern that led to the hall. The cave's passage twisted and turned, adorned with peculiar stones and countless natural hiding spots for the trio. Just as they concealed themselves, a familiar crimson glow flickered in the darkness ahead. The light was not particularly bright, shrouded in a dim haze that evoked a sense of chaos, reminiscent of thick plasma, hinting at some malevolent intent. Tian Yang activated several functions of his tactical ocular device, swiftly zooming in on the blood-red glow. Within it, he discerned a mysterious and sinister figure traversing the shadows. A heavy cloak obscured the figure's head and face, the deep gray fabric embellished with various bone carvings and metallic pieces, while a dark red staff was clutched tightly in hand. Atop the staff, 3 terrifying visages were carved, each displaying a different expression. Despite the variations in appearance, Tian Yang was certain that this was a sorcerer. Unlike the previous encounter, this sorcerer bore no inverted triangle amulet. Yet, the same indescribable aura of dread and enigma surrounded him. Behind the sorcerer, several frenzied dogs lurked, occasionally glancing back, emitting low, plaintive howls. These creatures, seemingly fused with humanity, appeared fearful, though it was unclear what they feared. Soon, Tian Yang understood. From behind the frenzied dogs, a mass of tendril-like roots emerged from the crimson light. They easily ensnared one of the mad dogs, forcefully dragging it into the glow. The dog clawed desperately at the ground, attempting to escape. The sorcerer halted, turning to raise the human-faced staff. From one of the hollow eye sockets, a black flame erupted. This flame was profound, shimmering with delicate, radiant violet sparks, rendering it dreamlike. As though the starry summer night had been captured within the fire, the mad dog suddenly ceased its struggle, pulled into the glaring crimson light. Moments later, a thick root, resembling a giant serpent, emerged. Countless roots and slender branches danced around it, moving freely as they scuttled across the ground. In an instant, the sorcerer approached the bizarre, pregnant-like entity. Behind it, the last frenzied dog was swallowed by the gaping maw of the root. The root writhed, seemingly digesting the mad dog. As its surface erupted with bulbous cysts, glowing like enormous red light bulbs. As the light dimmed, the sorcerer raised the human-faced staff, and a blasphemous whisper, laden with malevolence, resonated within the cold, empty hall. It was as if a demon were softly murmuring at the gates of hell, an intricate, illusory, and profoundly sinister voice that echoed throughout. The root, as if guided by an unseen force, slithered towards the pregnant entity, lifting its end to coil around the swollen part of the entity. As it reached the entity's protruding abdomen, the tips split open like petals, releasing a multitude of writhing roots. With a series of soft sounds, these roots plunged into the entity, which resembled a belly. Ultimately, the split skin closed tightly around the entity's abdomen, binding them together. After the root connected with the entity, its belly began to swell, then gently contract. As the belly expanded, the entwined plant stretched, revealing a network of nerves and blood vessels within. This entity bore no resemblance to a plant. It was more akin to some living organism. Tian Yang and his companions wore grim expressions. Why had the dark denizens arranged such peculiar flora underground? The sorcerer seemed to be using the mad dogs as bait, luring a root to connect with that entity resembling a pregnant woman. What were they planning to accomplish beneath the ground? Tian Yang had a nagging intuition that the battlefield for this joint operation might not be in the small town above. Once the thick root was joined with the pregnant entity, the sorcerer appeared to conclude its task, ceasing the eerie whispers and turning to stand still, as if to guard the area. Is it going to stay there? The little bird asked softly. Tian Yang shook his head. The actions of these aberrant beings defied logic. The more encounters he had with them, the more convinced he became of this. Suddenly, the sorcerer raised the human-faced staff. A surge of intense danger flooded over Tian Yang, and he shouted, "Not good. It has discovered us." The staff struck the ground. In an instant, the sorcerer's figure twisted and contracted, vanishing like a fleeting illusion. Almost simultaneously, the malevolent figure appeared among Tian Yang and his companions. With a clang, the crimson moon blade was unsheathed. Tian Yang, unable to channel his star essence in time, swung his blade at the sorcerer's shoulder. The sorcerer lifted the human-faced staff, and a piercing sound reverberated in their ears, akin to a child's wail or a woman's scream. This indescribable, sharp sound pierced through their ears like a dagger. Even Yambing, encased in a fully sealed helmet, could not shield himself from the auditory onslaught. Tian Yang felt as though a hammer had struck his head. His surroundings began to blur, colors intensified, and a violent dizziness rendered him incapable of striking again. The sorcerer turned once more, pointing the human-faced staff at Tian Yang. From the eye sockets of the three faces, black flames flickering with starlit glimmers erupted. Instinctively, Tian Yang raised his hand to shield himself, but felt no burn. What was happening? Tian Yang, I hope you can withdraw from the Night Walkers. A familiar voice resonated in front of his arm. The young man trembled, disbelief washing over him as he slowly lowered his arm. There stood his mother, Nanfei, gazing out the window at the gently flowing waterway. Tian Yang glanced around, realizing he had returned to the shabby house in the lower district. His mind struggled to process this information, leaving him in a daze. Tian Yang, do you hear me? Nanfei turned, her brows slightly furrowed. Tian Yang shook his head. It's impossible. This can't be real. What is impossible? What are you talking about? Nanfei approached, gently placing her hand on the boy's forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? Tian Yang felt the warmth of her palm, the softness of her touch, and that love he thought he would never experience again. He shouted, pushing her hand aside, his reddened eyes reflecting Nanfei's alarmed expression. What is wrong with you, Tian Yang? Why are you crying? Nanfei stepped closer. Stay away, Tian Yang bellowed. I don't know how you did this, but my mother is dead. You monster, send me back immediately. I know this isn't real. It's not real. Nanfei looked worried. Tian Yang, what are you saying? Am I not right here alive? Are you sick? Tian Yang raised his blade, pointing it at Nanfei. You're not real. I clearly remember burying your ashes myself. This is all an illusion. Slap. Nanfei struck the boy's face. Tian Yang, how can you say such things? What do you mean I'm dead? I am your mother. Nanfei, what is wrong with you? The sting of pain on his cheek. Tian Yang stared blankly at the woman before him, tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls. Nanfei reached out, wanting to touch his face, but hesitated, her hand hovering in midair. With tears in her eyes, she sorrowfully asked, "Child, what has happened to you? Did you encounter something in the reverse realm?" Tian Yang felt a bit perplexed. Could this not be an illusion? Or was it possible that his previous experiences were merely a dream? If that were the case, it wouldn't be so bad. At least, she was still alive. Just then, a sudden chill enveloped his arm, as if it were buried in a mound of snow. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Tian Yang, wake up. Tian Yang shivered, as though emerging from a profound slumber. The scene before him shifted once more. The shack and his mother vanished, and he found himself back in the dark, frigid underground. Meanwhile, the wizard was continuously dodging the beams of light shot by the flame soldier. Beside him, a delicate sword grazed his hand, emanating a chilling aura that almost froze his blood. Noticing the spark returning to Tian Yang's eyes, the little bird breathed a sigh of relief and hastily sheathed the delicate sword. You were just hypnotized. That wizard seems to possess the ability to induce dreams. Fortunately, this power can only affect one individual. So it was a dream? Tian Yang wiped his face, feeling the dampness at his fingertips. He suddenly felt grateful to the wizard. At least, in that dream, he had seen his mother once more. The affection of Nanfei in the dream had not diminished in the slightest. A gasp broke the silence as the flame soldier was hurled to the ground by an invisible force, tumbling across the rough floor, his rifle slipping from his grasp. He hurriedly crawled towards it, but before he could reach it, the wizard abruptly appeared before him, flames erupting from the human-faced staff. This fire was evidently different from before. It was a ghastly green, swirling with ash-gray glimmers, reminiscent of moldy patches. The rising green flames coiled around the staff, crashing down towards the flame soldier's helmet. Just in time, a battle knife glowing with crimson edges pierced through, striking the staff and sending the green flames spiraling away. Tian Yang reached out to pull the flame soldier up, pointing the knife at the wizard, exclaiming, "Little bird, let us entangle it and deny it the chance to teleport." In response, a slender sword sliced down from behind the wizard. The blade, imbued with a frigid aura, began to coat the wizard's dark gray fabric with frost even before it struck. Tian Yang lunged forward to strike, intent on preventing the wizard from escaping. The wizard had no choice but to wield the human-faced staff, occasionally unleashing a stream of green fire from it to fend off their combined assault. After repelling Tian Yang once, the flames on the staff turned from green to black. Tian Yang gasped, warning, "Be careful, don't let it hypnotize you." For those friends who have followed along, it should be known that besides occasionally taking a day off, I have consistently updated without interruption. Even during a brief hospitalization for a minor surgery, I managed to maintain daily updates with stored drafts. Thus, in terms of updates, I believe I have upheld a certain integrity. The Underblack Mist diverges from the themes I have previously explored. This story emerged from the inspiration of imagining what would transpire if numerous apocalyptic worlds coexisted within the same plane. To craft distinct apocalyptic realms, I acquired several sets of reference books, gathered research, designed frameworks, established characters, and outlined the plot, dedicating approximately 2 months to preparatory work. After penning several opening chapters and filtering through them, I submitted them to an editor for review, finalized the manuscript, and ultimately uploaded it to the website. What you see now is the first apocalyptic world, set against the backdrop of our own Earth. Many of you may have discerned that the reverse realm No. 127 corresponds to our world. Throughout this process, I have embedded various Easter eggs, and some friends have successfully discovered them. I find this interaction quite delightful, and I intend to continue such engagement in future reverse realms, revealing the origins of the reverse realm, the Black Mist, and the Transcenders through further exploration. However, all of this hinges on your support. Simply put, sufficient subscription support is necessary. For now, these are my thoughts. Ultimately, whether I can earn a living, or even have a warm bowl of soup, relies on all of you esteemed readers. Chapter 133, Mirage. Every ability possesses its own range of influence. Although the extent of the wizard's hypnosis remains unknown, one certainty prevails. Remaining in proximity to it inevitably draws one into a dreamlike state. Despite their reluctance, Tian Yang and the girl chose to retreat. However, as she withdrew, the girl deftly swung her slender sword, unleashing a chilling sword aura. The wizardess staff, adorned with black flames, ignited once more, even as the sword aura grazed its left hand, leaving behind a frost line. With the black flames flaring up, the wizard lightly tapped the ground, and in an instant, his figure vanished and reappeared several meters away. Yet, in the place he once occupied, his left hand lay severed on the ground. The girl's face lit up with joy, but Tian Yang understood that the severed arm was merely a tool of the wizard, meant to confuse. Beneath the cloak, an intangible form existed. If the wizard so desired, Tian Yang believed he could even render the arm invisible. The manifestation of a tangible object served solely as a guise, a diversion of attention. Like the girl, who instinctively directed her sword aura toward the visible part of the target, she was oblivious to the fact that severing a hand meant little to the wizard. In the next moment, the wizard, having created distance, extended another arm from the shadow of his cloak. The girl's elation evaporated instantly, replaced by a sense of indignation. Suddenly, her almond-shaped eyes widened as she pointed behind Tian Yang, exclaiming, "Flame soldier." The flame soldier appears to be under hypnosis. Tian Yang turned to see the flame soldier, having picked up his rifle at some point, standing like a statue. His head hung low, obscuring his face from view. "Flame soldier, are you all right?" Tian Yang called out. But the officer remained unresponsive. Glancing at the wizard, he shouted, "Girl, you distract him." Nodding, the girl leaned forward, her agile form darting toward the wizard. The staff of the wizard flared with a sickly green flame, pointing toward her. The girl, quick to respond, sidestepped just in time, causing a surge of green fire to erupt from the ground, forming a twisted demonic visage that emitted a hollow roar before dissipating into the air. Seeing the girl momentarily safe, Tian Yang approached the flame soldier. The soldier's state was peculiar. He stood motionless, as if in slumber. Tian Yang mused that he must have appeared similarly when he had entered the dream. Just as he was about to call out, the flame soldier suddenly raised his hand, aiming the rifle at Tian Yang. Gasping, Tian Yang instinctively sidestepped, yet the flame soldier showed no intent to pull the trigger. Instead, he abruptly turned the rifle upon his own helmet, preparing for self-destruction. In that instant, Tian Yang's hair seemed to lift, glimmering like starlight. In his vision, the surroundings transformed into a retreating silver blur, the flame soldier's figure expanding in his sight. He could even see the soldier's fingers curling, the trigger pressing downward. As the trigger neared its breaking point, a sudden scarlet light glimmered upon the rifle. The soldier squeezed the trigger, but the weapon, now devoid of its power, could not unleash even a beam of light. At that moment, Tian Yang's form appeared beside the flame soldier, initially a blur. In an instant, as if countless shadows overlapped, his figure became clear. The sound of rushing air from his movement finally arrived late. Tian Yang struck the flame soldier's neck with a decisive blow, the violent jolt rendering the officer unconscious, plunging him into a true slumber. Sighing in relief, Tian Yang's gaze was suddenly drawn to a pool of green light. He looked up to see that, unbeknownst to him, a ring of green flames had encircled the girl. Within the green flames, beasts resembling mad dogs materialized, prowling and howling. They lunged forth, transforming into streaks of green fire aimed at the girl. For a time, the girl struggled merely to evade the assaults of these ghastly flame beasts, unable to breach the fiery circle and confront the wizard. Tian Yang's expression deepened, as if he were observing the world from a higher dimension. Guided by an instinct, he unconsciously gazed at a specific part of the wizard. The wizard, sensing this, tapped the ground, teleporting away. Deprived of his target, Tian Yang's sense of weakness faltered, and his eyes returned to normal. The wizard reappeared at another location, pointing his staff toward him, an inexplicable pressure descending from the void. Utilizing his speed, Tian Yang became a blur as he evaded. Suddenly, the green flames surged, licking at one of his afterimages. Tian Yang dashed toward the grotesque figure resembling a pregnant entity, and the wizard, initially intent on pursuing, halted with his staff raised halfway. Tian Yang realized he had guessed correctly. This bizarre entity held significant importance to the wizard. Otherwise, he would not have employed the mad dogs as bait, leading them to this place to connect with the pregnant anomaly. Now, the wizard's actions confirmed his suspicions as Tian Yang slipped behind the peculiar figure. After a few seconds, he bolted forward once more. The wizard tapped his staff to the ground, teleporting in pursuit. After 3 teleports, he blocked Tian Yang's path. Inside the green circle, the girl wielded her slender sword, slicing through several green fire beasts with chilling sword auras, dimming the flames around her. With clarity, she observed the wizard raising his staff toward Tian Yang, unleashing successive streams of green fire that surged toward him. "No!" the girl cried out, yearning to see clearly, yet the rising green fire wall obstructed her view. Outside the fiery circle, after striking Tian Yang, the wizard's flames dimmed. In that instant, a scarlet light glimmered upon his arm, causing it to fracture and fall, along with the staff, to the ground. Having been hit by the green flames, Tian Yang now appeared silently behind the wizard. With his other hand, he drew the bell of doom, pressing it against the wizard's back. "Fire!" The thunderous gunfire echoed through the vast hall, the unique resonance of the bell of doom resembling the wrath of a divine being, purging the malevolent essence from the darkness. The wizard's chest erupted, for although the cloak concealed an intangible form, it was, in fact, biological tissue. The blast from the bell of doom created a massive breach, from which a plume of dark blood mist erupted, the remnants of the cloak collapsing to the ground as if bereft of support. Without glancing at the fallen cloak, Tian Yang turned the blade of the red moon and plunged it between the faces upon the staff. A horrific scream erupted from the staff, the sound unlike that of any human or beast, filled with terror and anguish. The staff splintered, and a shadow darted forth. Yet Tian Yang was prepared. He aimed the bell of doom, summoning thunder once more. A brilliant light illuminated the ground, followed by a violent explosion and a cascade of debris. As the dust settled, a ragged pit remained, measuring nearly half a meter in diameter, revealing a dismembered corpse. Tian Yang discerned a lizard-like tail, hind limbs, and a single eye. The rest lay obscured by debris or shattered to pieces. This creature was the wizard's true form, as well as the prison of the will of these dark beings. Watching the remnants of the cloak decompose upon the ground, Tian Yang finally exhaled, stowing away the bell of doom and wiping the sweat from his brow. In truth, once the wizard sensed the ability of weakness perception, Tian Yang had already deduced that its prison lay within the staff. The boy moved behind the pregnant anomaly, not merely to prevent the wizard from attacking. Simultaneously, seizing the opportunity provided by that peculiar entity as a shield, he deftly employed a newfound ability, the Phantom. This power, true to its name, allowed Tian Yang to expend a portion of his stellar essence to conjure a perfect replica of himself. The Phantom bore his essence and was capable of launching attacks against adversaries. Moreover, while utilizing the Phantom, Tian Yang gleaned valuable insights. These revelations indicated that as he continued to evolve, the Phantom could inherit his abilities in the future, with its numbers potentially increasing and even possessing a remarkably practical function. However, at this moment, the Phantom's primary utility lay in disorienting foes, leading them to make erroneous judgments and actions. Consequently, the sorcerer mistakenly perceived the Phantom as the real Tian Yang when it unleashed a torrent of flames. Tian Yang had already concealed his movements, and as the sorcerer completed a barrage of attacks, rendered weak from expending considerable energy, Tian Yang struck down its hand with a swift blade. Thus, the earlier triumph was achieved. With the sorcerer's demise, the fiery encirclement around the little bird dissipated. The young girl stared at Tian Yang in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had survived. It was not until Tian Yang called her name that the little bird regained her senses, hastily sheathing her slender sword and rushing over. The sorcerer's form had transformed into a pool of black sludge. However, within its human-faced staff, a visage remained intact. This preserved face gradually morphed into a black crystal, shimmering with star-like glimmers, as if the entire cosmos had been encapsulated within it. The completed crystalline black mask exuded a profound and tranquil aura. Merely holding it made Tian Yang feel drowsy. He stored the crystallized mask, suspecting it might inherit the sorcerer's dream-invoking ability, which could prove invaluable in the future. Tian Yang, you. The little bird circled around the boy twice before exclaiming in disbelief, "I distinctly saw you get hit. How are you unscathed?" Tian Yang smiled in response. "I managed to evade it just in time, though it was indeed perilously close. Had I been a moment slower, I might have been thoroughly roasted." The little bird glanced at the puddle of black sludge on the ground. "Did you destroy the sorcerer's cage?" "Well, it seems I was quite fortunate," Tian Yang replied nonchalantly. Nearby, the flamed soldier groaned, propping himself up by his neck. "What happened? Did I fall asleep? Why does my neck hurt so much?" Hearing this, Tian Yang exchanged a knowing smile with the little bird before saying, "Let us depart. We must promptly report the situation here to headquarters. Who knows? The true battlefield may lie beneath the surface." P.S. Last night, some comrades stayed up until dawn, eager for the first kill. And I must take the blame for that. I forgot to remind everyone that VIP chapters only unlock when the editor is on duty. My sincere apologies to those who endured the night. Chapter 134. Unwelcome visitors in the command post of Huanggu Town. The temporary strategic hall, despite its designation, was merely a tent, albeit one constructed from specialized materials capable of blocking the spread of the ominous black mist. Coupled with the spectral purification gate at its entrance, the tent allowed even ordinary individuals to forego cumbersome protective gear. At the center of the tent stood a holographic tactical sand table, where Ling Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing the real-time dynamics displayed before him. The sand table revealed a fierce struggle for every inch of territory between the fortress forces and the dark denizens within the town. The resistance from the dark subjects was more vigorous than anticipated, with the number of participating monsters exceeding predictions by approximately 20 to 30%. Alarmingly, it had been less than a month since the Crow Squad had explored this town. The swift assembly of a dark army capable of contending with the fortress troops illustrated just how desperate these entities were to expel humanity, or perhaps to protect something. Could it be the new king? Ling Feng narrowed his eyes slightly behind his glasses. Even in the rear of the battlefield, the distant roar of cannon fire reverberated, causing the tent to tremble intermittently, a testament to the ferocity of the ongoing conflict. Suddenly, a figure entered through the purification gate. It was his aide, Lin Yang. In his 40s, Lin Yang approached with youthful vigor, exclaiming, "Good news." Intrigued by his evident excitement, Ling Feng inquired, "What good news?" Lin Yang rubbed his hands together, saying, "I just got in touch with Tian Yang. That lad is alive. It turns out there's a river beneath the abyss, and they were washed onto a rocky shore. After a series of challenges, they managed to return to the surface." Ling Feng replied, "We need to arrange transportation to retrieve them." "Already done," Lin Yang said, visibly relieved. After he fell, the signal from his electronic eye had been offline. However, not long ago, I discovered the signal had reappeared and contacted him. Indeed, I was able to reach him. "Commander Ling, that kid is remarkably resilient." Ling Feng remained silent, redirecting his gaze to the holographic sand table. Defeating the dark denizens was the foremost priority. After a moment of observation, he summoned several tactical advisors and issued a series of strategic commands. The advisors would refine these instructions before relaying them to the next command unit, ensuring the entire army would engage in battle according to Ling Feng's directives. Before long, several figures entered through the spectral purification gate, and among them was Tian Yang. Upon seeing Ling Feng, Tian Yang saluted, stating, "Good day, Commander. Second Lieutenant Tian Yang of the Crow Squad, here to report military intelligence." Ling Feng finally shifted his attention from the sand table, asking, "What intelligence?" "We discovered the dark denizens beneath Huanggu Town." Tian Yang proceeded to recount the bizarre entity resembling a pregnant woman, and how a sorcerer had used a mad dog as bait to lure a plant's roots to connect with the otherworldly being. "I understand," Ling Feng nodded. "You have been missing for over a day. First, go to the medical team for an examination. Afterward, you may return to the camp to rest. Tomorrow, rejoin the fight." Tian Yang saluted again. "Understood, Commander." Once the young man exited the tent, Lin Yang cleared his throat, glancing at Ling Feng. "That girl beside Tian Yang earlier, wasn't she?" Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Let the affairs of the youth be. I am more concerned about what Tian Yang just reported. The dark denizens are active underground. This is quite unusual. I will speak with General Fei Mei about it. You should send several teams to scout the subterranean area." Lin Yang stood tall, affirming yes. As he exited the strategic hall, Xiao Niao stretched lazily and declared, "I won't be going for an examination. A few minor injuries are nothing to worry about. You all go ahead. I'll return to the camp first." Waving goodbye, the girl hailed a vehicle and sped off to the camp. "Lieutenant Xiao Niao is certainly lively," Yin Bing chuckled. "Thank goodness she's with us. Otherwise, we would surely have been bored to death on the way." Tian Yang recalled their journey through the dim, oppressive cave passages after leaving the empty hall. In such an atmosphere, one naturally became somber, yet Xiao Niao seemed entirely unaffected. Like her name suggested, she chattered incessantly throughout the journey. Her presence lightened the mood, resulting in bursts of laughter among the trio. Before they knew it, they had emerged from the depths. Now, with her return to the camp, an unexpected silence enveloped Tian Yang, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Upon reaching the medical team's encampment, he was struck by the scene before him. Temporary emergency rooms were hastily assembled, yet even so, they were insufficient. Countless injured soldiers were brought in from the battlefield, arriving in a seemingly endless stream. The medical personnel within the fortress were working tirelessly to save each wounded life. Despite their efforts, numerous body bags were carried away, destined for an unknown location outside the camp. This was the reality of war. Tian Yang's complexion paled as he watched the stretchers pass by, each one laden with bloodied, battered figures. Some bore grievous injuries, others showed signs of having been gnawed upon. An overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair permeated the entire medical encampment. Following a doctor towards the battlefield medical vehicle designated for transcenders, Tian Yang even witnessed a young physician, unable to save a patient, crouched in a corner, weeping in anguish. After shedding tears, the doctor wiped her eyes and returned to the emergency room to continue her efforts. In the midst of this oppressive atmosphere, Tian Yang entered the medical vehicle. Upon stepping into the examination room, he saw the weary expression of Sun. After just one day of work, the girl appeared utterly drained, a testament to the overwhelming workload within the camp. Yet, her fatigue stemmed not solely from her duties, but also from the lingering concern over Han Shu's words about his fall. Hearing footsteps, the girl, lost in thought while resting her forehead on her hand, quickly set it down. "Where are you injured?" she asked absent-mindedly, raising her gaze only to find silvery hair before her. Despite the smudges on his face and the signs of battle on his armor, his silver locks remained pristine. "Tian Yang?" Sun exclaimed in surprise, pinching herself to ensure she wasn't dreaming, then gasping slightly in pain. The weight of her earlier somber mood lightened at her action, prompting Tian Yang to chuckle. "What are you doing? I thought I was dreaming." "You have no idea. Over the past 24 hours, I've dozed off multiple times while sitting," Sun said, pulling the young man towards the examination bed. "Lie down. I need to conduct a thorough checkup." As Sun operated the diagnostic device to examine his body, Tian Yang softly remarked, "I'm sorry to have worried you." Her earlier exclamation about thinking she was dreaming unequivocally conveyed how much she cared for him. Furthermore, her urgent tugging to get him onto the examination bed revealed her deep concern. Since his mother's departure, he had not felt such care in a long time. "I'm not worried," Sun replied, her eyes focused on the diagnostic device, though a disingenuous smile lingered on her lips. "I know you're not so easy to kill. You mean to say I'm as resilient as a cockroach? Could you not find a more flattering comparison? Cockroaches are filthy. That's the humor of the lower classes. I thought you would appreciate it. Perhaps it's because I haven't encountered anyone as humorous as you in the lower districts." Once the examination concluded, Tian Yang was relieved to find that he was in good condition. Aside from a bump on the back of his head from striking a hard object, his other injuries were not serious. Sun cast a spell of light of compassion upon him, hastening the healing of his wounds. Subsequently, she applied a salve to Tian Yang's head to dissipate the bruising and swelling, and finally, she secured the bandages, concluding her treatment. Just as she set down her instruments, the door to the examination room swung open, and a nurse hurriedly exclaimed, "Miss Sun, there is an injured soldier outside who requires your attention." Sun nodded affirmatively. "I shall be there shortly." She glanced at Tian Yang, adding playfully, "I'm leaving now, you must not die." Without waiting for his response, she followed the nurse out. Tian Yang patted the bandaged area on his head and smiled brightly. "Understood." At the Nightwalker camp, when Tian Yang entered the tent marked for the Crow Squad, it was devoid of occupants. It seemed Han Shu and the others had gone off to battle. Inside the tent, a few military mats were laid out, accompanied by some personal belongings. The mats strewn with cigarettes and several adult novels undoubtedly belonged to Han Shu, while the one adorned with a mirror, towel, and change of clothes was likely Jiu's. Another mat, entirely bare, indicated Tian Yang's designated spot. After consuming a small meal while seated there, he decided to lie back and rest his eyes. Just as he was on the verge of drifting off, footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Before anyone entered, Han Shu's booming voice rang out. "Si Yuan said Tian Yang has returned. This rascal might already be inside." With a rustle, someone lifted the tent flap and called out, "Look here. I told you I was right. You little brat, you're not dead." Tian Yang sat up, and indeed, it was Han Shu who had entered. The captain's face was smeared with dirt, his hair more disheveled than ever, and he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth while biting down on an unlit cigarette. Standing tall, Tian Yang snapped to attention, saluting Second Lieutenant Tian Yang of the Crow Squad, requesting to rejoin. Han Shu laughed heartily. "Granted." He then pulled Songdu closer. "You have no idea how worried Songdu was about you after hearing you had fallen." The lad barely spoke a word all day. The ponytailed youth interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting, Captain? Why on earth would I worry about this rookie?" "Not in the slightest." As the only female member of the team, Jiu approached her mat and sighed. "Another stinky man has joined our ranks." She then picked up a towel and began to wipe the grime from her face in front of the mirror. Suddenly, blinding lights illuminated the outside of the tent, followed by a grim voice calling from beyond, "That brat named Tian Yang, come out. I know you're inside." Tian Yang froze, uncertain of who was seeking him. However, the tone of the voice unmistakably conveyed ill intentions. P.S. This is the second update. Chapter 135. The tradition of the Nightwalkers. Who the hell is making such a racket at my door? Han Shu finally lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of gray smoke. "Stay inside. Let me see what's going on." Without waiting for Tian Yang and the others to respond, Captain Crow shoved his hands into his pockets, nonchalantly lifted the tent flap, and stepped outside. Outside the tent, someone had aimed the car headlights directly at it, blinding Han Shu. "Damn it, turn off the lights. If you keep shining them at me, do you believe I will smash your eggs?" In the harsh glare, a voice sneered. I thought it was someone important. But it's just you, Han the Barbarian. It's no surprise that with a leader like you, your team is as unruly as they come. Despite the jibe, the light was extinguished. Once the headlights dimmed, a middle-aged man stood beside a military vehicle, adorned in dark purple attire emblazoned with the Storm Legion's insignia. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his slicked hair accentuated his impeccably clean-shaven chin, in stark contrast to Han Shu's unkempt stubble, which made him appear little better than a vagrant. Han Shu narrowed his eyes. Xia Hong, why aren't you in your own camp? What brings you here? What brings me here? Perhaps you should inquire of your subordinate, the man named Xia Hong retorted, his face a mask of arrogance, a cold smirk playing at his lips. Tian Yang, Han Shu ruffled his disheveled hair. What? Has that kid been sleeping with one of your family's men? Xia Hong's lofty demeanor evaporated instantly, and he pointed an accusing finger at Han Shu, shouting, You're talking nonsense. That woman you slept with back in the day, I, Xia Hong, have yet to marry her. She is not my wife. Han Shu burst into laughter. Xia, I never mentioned any names. Why are you so eager to claim ownership? I scarcely know what to say to you. Xia Hong's expression darkened, and his private soldiers, who had accompanied him, struggled to suppress their laughter. Witnessing this, Xia Hong's composure deteriorated further. I want to waste time with you. Hand over that boy named Tian Yang immediately, and I will leave. Xia Hong bellowed. Spreading his hands wide, Han Shu casually picked at his ear with a finger. What a joke. Who do you think you are? Why would I hand over my night walkers to your Storm Legion? Besides, you have no justification for demanding anyone. Do you think I'm a pushover? Xia Hong gritted his teeth, seething. Your reckless subordinate has defied authority, not only verbally, but also physically assaulted someone. Tell me, do these offenses not provide sufficient grounds for my request? Han Shu shrugged. So the one who got beaten is from your family, is that right? Xia Hong scoffed and turned away. That is none of your concern. Han Shu chuckled dryly. Let me take a wild guess. Your family only has a boy named Xia Miao in the Nightwalkers. So, he must have fallen with Tian Yang? I know Tian Yang well enough. He wouldn't dare challenge authority unless that authority was utterly vile and commanded with the finesse of a fool. Only then would he retaliate. As for fighting, young people brawl all the time. If your boy has the guts, let him come here and reclaim his dignity. If he loses and returns home to seek help, he might as well leave the Nightwalkers while he is at it. Xia Hong was fuming, practically steaming with rage. He pointed at Han Shu, shouting, Even if my nephew is a poor commander, he is still a temporary leader, one rank above your subordinate. Tian Yang has no right to challenge him, let alone strike a superior officer. It's utterly lawless and reprehensible. I ask you plainly, Han Shu, will you hand him over? Hand over whom? Han Shu took off his cigarette, crushing it underfoot. If you want someone from my camp, you better send Ling Feng over first. What are you, Xia Hong? You have the audacity to report us to the military? Let me assure you, today I will not surrender anyone. You'd best be on your way. Keep shouting, and I might just pay a visit to your home and sleep with a few of your women. Do you believe me? You are utterly unreasonable. Xia Hong was tempted to summon his family guards to seize Han Shu. However, even within the fortress, he lacked the authority to do so, especially not on the battlefield. Han Shu was correct. Xia Hong was there to defend his nephew, Xia Miao. An hour prior, Xia Miao had returned to camp and sought out Xia Hong, lamenting his plight, which had incensed Xia Hong to no end. After all, allowing a nameless brat to publicly humiliate his nephew had tarnished the Xia family's reputation. Unable to swallow his pride, Xia Hong directly approached the Nightwalkers to demand justice. He had thought that leveraging the Xia family's influence would make retrieving a mere boy a simple task, but he had not anticipated encountering Han Shu. This Han was obstinate, cunning, and sharp-tongued. Xia Hong had experienced his prowess in his youth. Today, once again, he found himself at a loss, unsure of where to hide his shame. Fine, Han Shu. We shall see about this. I will go to the command center and demand an explanation. After much deliberation, Xia Hong realized he would gain nothing today. Remaining would only further embarrass him. So he left with a threatening remark and climbed into his vehicle. His furious entrance had resulted in a defeat, and now he left in disgrace. As he sat in the car, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He knew he could not approach the command center. To be fair, if it weren't for his nephew's involvement, Xia Hong would have agreed with Han Shu's earlier assessment. His nephew's command tactics were best left unmentioned. Moreover, several witnesses were present. If he went to the command center, it would only serve to humiliate himself further. He was also concerned about being held accountable for his nephew's failure to lead the vanguard. Thus, Xia Hong understood that, at least for this joint operation, he could not pursue trouble with the boy named Tian Yang. He would have to wait for a future opportunity to settle the score. The Xia family's honor could not be allowed to suffer further indignity. Meanwhile, Han Shu returned to the tent, where Tian Yang approached him. Given the loud exchange between Han Shu and Xie Hong outside, the youth had heard every word, as the tent offered no soundproofing. "Captain, are you sure it was wise to speak that way?" Tian Yang worried that his predicament might bring trouble to Han Shu. After all, the Xie family held some influence. While they might not rival the Qing Tianyun clan, they were far from insignificant. If they desired retribution, it could spell trouble for Han Shu, the Crow captain. Han Shu placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder. "I know your concerns, but we Nightwalkers never shy away from trouble. Protecting our own is our tradition, passed down from Commander Chu. Of course, this is contingent upon you not committing any grave offenses. I haven T." Tian Yang seized the moment to recount how Xie Miao had abandoned the vanguard. "What a scoundrel!" Han Shu cursed vehemently. "I was right. His atrocious command tactics have brought disgrace upon the Nightwalkers." He retrieved his communicator. "I'll contact Xi Yin immediately and ensure he kicks that fool out before he continues to cause trouble." Han Shu dashed outside again, presumably to reach out to Ling Feng. However, his earlier words lingered in Tian Yang's mind. It seemed he had indeed joined a commendable organization, the youth thought quietly. In a corner of the tent, Song Du, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up, incredulously gazing at the communicator in his hand. "What is going on? Surely the battle rankings aren't mistaken?" He glanced at Tian Yang. "You, rookie, have somehow ranked third in the individual standings." Jiu, who was wiping his face, exclaimed, "Has the battle rankings been updated?" "Just now. This kid is in third place, and our team has entered the top 10. Song Du gazed at the information on the communicator screen, muttering, "This is bound to stir up quite a commotion." The words of Song are undeniably accurate. The recently updated battle rankings have set the entire camp ablaze with excitement. Is it true? That white-haired lad named Tian Yang has actually secured the third position? Within the tent of the Cerberus squad, Kunlun, whose hair was dyed an exaggerated shade of bright blue, tossed aside the communicator and dashed outside. The squad leader, Zhuang Jingang, was bewildered and called out, "Kunlun, where are you going? To the battlefield? I cannot allow such a youth to sit atop my rank. Absolutely not." "Wait a moment." Inside the Silver Rose tent, a cheer erupted as Xiaonyao exclaimed, "The battle rankings have been updated. Did you all see it?" This squad, comprised entirely of women, had a composed and mature leader who, upon hearing this, retorted with irritation, "What? Xiaonyao, did you make the list?" "Not exactly, but look. Xiaonyao pointed at the third position on the screen. "This is my friend. See, he has already climbed to third place." Several girls gathered around to gaze at the information on Xiaonyao's screen. "Tian Yang, that name sounds familiar. Isn't he the young man who single-handedly defeated the Qing clan? Oh, is he that white-haired boy? I recall Xiaonyao confessing to him during the assembly at the platform." "Indeed, Xiaonyao, when you both fell into the abyss. Did nothing particularly special happen?" The girls chattered animatedly, their topic shifting from battle rankings to personal matters. Xiaonyao's cheeks flushed, her ears turned red as she protested, "Stop it. Nothing special happened. Look, Xiaonyao is blushing. Something must have occurred. Hurry and confess. Sisters will help you out." I won't tell you anything." Amidst the laughter of the girls, Xiaonyao fled the tent, seemingly in a desperate escape, with no one knowing where she had run off to. The camp was in a frenzy, which was entirely understandable, for Tian Yang was merely a young lieutenant who had suddenly ascended to the top 3, inevitably drawing scrutiny. However, the detailed merit information accompanying the updated battle rankings silenced all doubters. In Tian Yang's section, his achievements were meticulously listed, single-handedly slaying the Abyss Stalker for 20,000 merits, assisting in the defeat of the Undead Tree for 500 merits, eliminating a sorcerer for 4,000 merits, and retrieving intelligence from the underground denizens for 1,000 merits, totaling 25,500 merits. Rank 3rd. P.S. Third update. Chapter 136. Clearing the stronghold. When the rallying call echoed, Tian Yang sprang up from his military mat. Clad in his defensive armor, he wasted no time in equipping himself. Grabbing the knife and gun that lay beside his bed, he fastened his multifunctional waist pouch and, without donning his uniform, joined Han Shu and the others as they slipped out of the tent. Outside, the flame soldiers and several soldiers formed 2 teams, each boarding a Falcon battle vehicle. Tian Yang and Han Shu shared a vehicle, and as they set off, they merged with other squads' vehicles, all heading toward the battlefield. Tian Yang's eyes bore traces of bloodshot red, his lips cracked, yet his spirit remained relatively high. Over the past 3 days, he had begun to engage in combat, departing daily with his squad. On the town's battlefield, the Nightwalkers were not tasked with the frontal assaults. Instead, they cleared troublesome strategic points, eliminating the black citizens that posed a threat to the main forces. Occasionally, Han Shu would be reassigned to the front lines, where the capabilities of his Bastion class proved invaluable in large-scale warfare. Just yesterday, Tian Yang witnessed the captain deploy a vast defensive barrier on the main battlefield, absorbing the fire from the black citizens and allowing their forces to counterattack with ease. Due to this, the majority of Bastion-class soldiers served in regular armies or within the Storm Legion. It was exceedingly rare for a Bastion like Han Shu to join the Nightwalkers, as their potential was often underutilized in squad explorations. From deep within the town, the sounds of cannon fire and various explosions reverberated. Tian Yang leaned against the vehicle's window, inspecting his class information. Class Level 2, Eradicator Abilities, Weakness Sensation, Instant Kill, Mirage Ascension Progress, 31 Enhanced Field, Physical Strength 1 Next Class Level. Ripper. He recalled that a few days prior, when he eliminated a sorcerer, his Ascension progress surged by 9 percentage points. However, in the preceding 3 days of combat, dispatching numerous Level 2 Danger Black citizens had only yielded an increase of 2 percentage points. Compared to his previous missions, it seemed that after leveling up, the Ascension progress gained from similarly dangerous black citizens had diminished. Listen well, this is our mission for today. We are to eliminate that dark scum's fire point, Han Shu declared, picking up the communicator and switching to the squad channel, ensuring that the personnel in the other vehicle could hear him. The detailed mission information and location have been sent to your communicators. The vehicle cannot traverse that area, and I will need to support the main battlefield today. Thus, you will take 6 soldiers to complete this task. Sangdu's voice chimed in over the communicator. What comes after we eliminate this fire point? Han Shu replied lazily. That's up to you. If Four Eyes has no new tasks, you may rest or act freely on the battlefield, collecting achievements. As long as you don't die on my watch. Tian Yang activated his communicator, locating today's mission information and memorizing the firepoint's location. He then produced the death knell, infusing it with star essence. Soon, their vehicle came to a halt, and Han Shu disembarked. After casting a layer of star essence barrier over Tian Yang and his companions, he sternly advised, don't act recklessly, think wisely. I want to see all of you tonight, understood? Tian Yang and the others nodded in response. Understood, Captain. Han Shu chuckled. Then off you go. Thus, Tian Yang and 6 soldiers, including the flame soldier, entered the town from another direction. As indicated by the mission details, the area was littered with the remnants of buildings, making it difficult for vehicles to pass. The Corvid squad had no choice but to leap over these obstacles or navigate through windows and doorways. Before long, they spotted their target, a building 300 meters ahead, from which dark red beams of light continuously fell toward the main battlefield. The number of beams suggested that at least a dozen enigmatic shooters were stationed inside. These goat-faced beings had a long range, and although their numbers were not overwhelming, the main forces would not squander troops on such fire points. Thus, the task of clearing these enemy strongholds that disrupted the main battlefield fell to the Nightwalkers. In a single day, missions of this nature varied from 1 to 4 or 5. Tian Yang crouched behind a large stone, twisted rebar protruding from the rubble, remnants of an unknown building. Utilizing his tactical vision, he scanned ahead. Below the building, wanderers prowled among the debris, while several rabid dogs lay in wait at various gaps. The boy was not surprised. The dark citizens were far from foolish. They would not leave their shooters unguarded, often deploying wanderers and rabid dogs around fire points to serve as sentinels. Sangdu drew his long sword, murmuring the usual phrase, before suddenly leaping from behind cover and charging forward. It was nearly impossible to infiltrate the building without drawing the attention of the black citizens. Thus, in previous missions of a similar nature, either Sangdu or Tian Yang would initiate a frontal assault to divert the black citizens' focus, creating an opportunity for Jiyu and the soldiers to attack from behind. Today was no exception. Seeing Sangdu charge, Tian Yang also darted from behind the stone, navigating the treacherous ruins. At the building's openings, the previously prone rabid dogs sprang up, barking ferociously as they charged toward Tian Yang and Sangdu. The wanderers, moving slowly, began to approach the Corvid squad. Before they could intercept Tian Yang and Sangdu, beams of star essence shot forth, striking their will cages in the chest. One rabid dog, targeting Tian Yang, launched itself at him from a distance of several meters, its powerful hind legs propelling it upwards. As the boy drew his red moon battle knife to slash, a star essence arrow zipped overhead, piercing the rabid dog's skull and shattering the cage beneath its cranium. In midair, the red glow in the rabid dog's eyes extinguished, prompting Tian Yang to conserve his strength as he sidestepped. The fallen canine began to disintegrate upon impact with the ground. The red moon battle knife met a new opponent. A crimson arc swept across the battlefield of ruins, decapitating 2 rabid dogs in one stroke. By the time they hit the ground, Tian Yang had already plunged into the ranks of the Wanderers. The red moon battle knife danced, leaving trails of crimson light. Each flash signified a shattered cage and a fallen wanderer. In the blink of an eye, Tian Yang emerged from the throng of wanderers. Turning, he tossed a stun grenade. The grenade landed amidst the clustered wanderers and rabid dogs, away from Tsangdu's position. Upon detonation, a surge of electrical energy erupted from the ruins. A high-voltage field was unleashed, blue and white arcs of electricity ravaging the bodies of the black citizens. As the field dissipated, the bodies, now shrouded in white smoke, collapsed one by one, beginning to disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum had been cleared from the ruins, costing Tian Yang 300 contribution points. Minutes later, Jiyu and the soldiers arrived within the building. Yet, the true battle for the fire point was about to commence. The enigmatic shooters would not idly await their demise at Tian Yang's hands. These goat-faced beings were both cunning and agile. Tian Yang could easily imagine that upon their entry, the shooters would be alerted. Now, those goat-faced beings were likely scattered throughout the building, hiding in various concealed corners, seeking opportunities to strike. After a brief respite, it was once again Tian Yang and Tsangdu who led the charge. They ascended the building, drawing the enigmatic shooters from their hiding places. And with the support and suppression from Jiyu and the others, the two swiftly eliminated the shooters. In this process, Tian Yang, having previously enhanced his physical abilities, remained noticeably more composed in the face of sudden attacks compared to Tsangdu. Tian Yang's responses were swifter, and his evasive maneuvers more agile. Tsangdu's reactions were noticeably a beat slower than the youth's, narrowly escaping beams of light that seemed to come from nowhere. At last, as they ascended to the 4th floor, a beam suddenly shot forth from the depths of the building, and Tsangdu failed to notice it in time. Fortunately, Tian Yang had sensed the danger first. He intercepted the beam with the Chi-Web battle blade, which absorbed the impact, leaving a red mark the size of a teacup on the blade's surface. Tsangdu broke into a cold sweat, although his defensive armor could mitigate some of the beam's power. Who would gamble their life on the assumption that the beam wouldn't penetrate the armor? The young man with the ponytail cast a conflicted glance at Tian Yang, who had already darted towards the source of the beam. Behind him, Jiyu and the soldiers provided suppressive cover, granting Tian Yang the opportunity to approach the shooter and deliver a lethal strike. With that, all the archers within the building were eliminated. Tian Yang plopped down onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his palms clammy with perspiration. The light around him dimmed suddenly as he looked up to find Tsangdu approaching. The ponytailed youth averted his gaze and stammered, I owe you a favor. Tian Yang paused momentarily before chuckling. No worries. Just treat me to a meal when we get back. Unexpectedly, Tsangdu snorted, get lost. My favors aren't so cheap. He stormed off to one side, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall with closed eyes. Tian Yang shook his head, bemused by Tsangdu's stubbornness. As the team regrouped, Jiyu raised her hand to smooth her disheveled hair and set down her communication device. She had sent the confirmation of their mission's completion. If the command center had no further assignments, the squad would have the freedom to move as they pleased. Should they seek glory on the battlefield, or hide away in leisure? Jiyu found herself torn, when suddenly, she noticed a section of the wall above 2 resting soldiers begin to bulge ominously. From that protruding wall, a dark shadow burst forth, crashing down with alarming force. Get out of the way, Jiyu screamed, but her voice was quickly drowned out by the ensuing roar. The shadow struck the ground, and the 2 soldiers were caught unawares, their bodies contorted grotesquely under the weight of the impact. A torrent of blood gushed from their protective gear, pooling within the confines of their sealed helmets. Dust swirled violently around them as a massive metal hammer, shimmering with a greenish sheen, slowly rose. Its craftsmanship appeared crude, as if a large quantity of metal had been carelessly melted together. Beneath the uneven surface of the hammer lay splatters of blood and remnants of human tissue, which continuously dripped from the weapon. Chapter 137. The brutes scatter. Everyone, scatter, Jiyu shouted loudly. As the most experienced transcender after Han Shu, even Tsangdu had no doubts about her command, and neither did the others. The entire team, including Tian Yang, dispersed. The building was spacious enough, especially the area where the squad was currently located, which resembled an expansive office hall filled with numerous desks and chairs. However, these items had long succumbed to the ravages of time, becoming decayed and fragile. Even the metal objects were covered in rust. Various wires, once concealed in the ceiling, now hung down like serpents lurking in the shadows, dangling from the cracks. With everyone spread out, the space for maneuvering increased. Tian Yang and Tsangdu drew their weapons, while Jiyu knocked an arrow, and the soldiers dispersed behind the transcenders, crouching low with their rifles aimed at the gaping wall cracks. They stood ready for anything. A deafening roar erupted from within the wall as a massive hammer swept through, causing the wall to collapse like paper. Emerging from the breach was a creature resembling a hulking human, yet even the strongest person Tian Yang had encountered, such as Adam, appeared diminutive in comparison. This being possessed exaggerated broad shoulders, arms that were both thick and long, a slightly hunched posture, and legs that bent at the knees. However, anyone who laid eyes on it would be certain that it was no mere human. No human would have two metallic appendages resembling jet pipes affixed to their back. Nor would they wear a hollow mask welded from metal strips, especially one that concealed a face devoid of eyes and a nose, leaving only a mouth that continuously roared. Furthermore, a mechanical device resembling an engine adorned its chest. When the core of that device glowed with a crimson light, the jet pipes on its back expelled plumes of black smoke. It was as if beneath its flesh lay a sophisticated machine, embodying both biological and mechanical characteristics. Gu whispered a warning. Be cautious. This is a level 3 threat known as the Brute. It symbolizes violence and possesses inhuman strength. Its ability, detonation, can easily destroy a building. Do not. Before she could finish, Song-du had already dashed forward. He charged ahead, his long ponytail trailing behind him, the spring water longsword dragging along and sparking as it moved. In an instant, the Brute was mere moments away. The silvery glow of starlight erupted from Song-du's right wrist, his aura bursting forth as he swung his sword toward the Brute's shoulder, aiming to disarm it. Clang! Although the spring water sword struck the Brute's shoulder, breaking the skin and causing a spray of blood, the clash of metal resonated, revealing that beneath the creature's skin lay mechanical components. The spring water sword was deflected, and in that moment, the Brute raised its hammer, violently sweeping it in a reckless arc, forcing Song-du to retreat in alarm. Just as he avoided the hammer that swept through like a gale, the Brute delivered a kick to his chest. Song-du was sent flying back, crashing into countless desks and chairs before coming to a halt. He struggled to rise, clutching his chest, only to suddenly spit a mouthful of blood. Do not engage it head-on, you fool. Gu finally completed her warning, releasing her bowstring. A starlight arrow soared through the air, striking precisely into the Brute's mouth beneath the mask. The arrow burst forth from the back of its head, but as the Brute bit down, it severed the arrow, dispersing the starlight energy into the air, with Gu's attack as a signal. The soldiers unleashed a barrage of firepower, sending beams of starlight from various directions, creating a fan-shaped net of lethal energy. The Brute stood at the intersection of this fiery onslaught, activating its rapid-fire assault rifle, desperately directing the beautiful yet deadly blue beams toward the creature. Lowering its center of gravity, the Brute shielded its head and chest with both hands, allowing the beams to wash over the rest of its body. Although the beams could pierce walls, they merely burned shallow, teacup-sized wounds into the Brute's surface. While the energy could not be stopped, the intricate machinery revealed beneath its scorched skin puzzled the onlookers. Despite its ability to withstand the starlight beams, they were left questioning the nature of this hybrid of flesh and machine. The existence of such a creature as the Brute was truly unfathomable. After a flurry of concentrated fire, the soldiers exhausted their gas magazines. Seizing the moment to reload, the Brute finally lowered its hands, letting out a chilling roar from beneath its iron mask. The mechanical device on its chest flared to life, red patterns illuminating its body like veins, pulsating and flowing the crimson light toward its hands. As it clenched the hammer and raised it high, a near-black deep red glow coalesced at the massive metal head. With a tremendous crash, the hammer descended. All that could be seen was a sea of crimson as the building trembled and shook, dust and debris cascading from the ceiling and support pillars. Suddenly, the ground of the hall erupted like a volcano, an unseen yet immense force bursting forth, shattering the floor into fragments. Tian Yang, who had intended to circle around the Brute, Gu, who was restraining the target with her bow, Song-du, who had just regained his footing, and the soldiers reloading their magazines, all felt the ground beneath them give way, their bodies plummeting uncontrollably to the lower floor. As Tian Yang landed, he rolled to dissipate the force of his fall. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as the shadow beneath him expanded ominously. In a moment of instinct, before even a thought could form, he executed a wide forward roll to evade the descending Brute and its hammer, capable of turning a person into paste. This time, the Brute did not unleash its power, so the hammer only created a 3-meter-wide gap in the ground. As Tian Yang regained his composure and adjusted his stance, the Brute approached him with heavy strides, hammer raised, ready to strike. Tian Yang calculated the angle and timing of the hammer's descent with precision, evading just before it could crush him into pulp. The brute roared and relentlessly pursued Tian Yang with its attacks. Its destructive force was staggering. Each swing would create more gaps in the ground. Yet, its speed was commendable, and the broad range of its movements allowed Tian Yang to anticipate and evade with ease, once more avoiding the onslaught. The blade of the crimson moon war knife glimmered with a scarlet light. As Jiyu drew her bow again, she witnessed a crimson beam strike the brute's left leg, causing it to twist unnaturally to the side. Tian Yang was taken aback. The sharpness and intense heat of the crimson moon had failed to sever the brute's leg entirely. Nevertheless, the strike had damaged its limb. Indeed, the brute's left leg buckled to the ground, leaving it in a position that hindered its movement and made targeting even more challenging. Thus, the creature's situation became precarious. In the distance, Jiyu's arrows provided cover. Beside him, Song-du rejoined the fray, and together with Tian Yang, they circled the brute, preparing for their next move. Whenever an opportunity presented itself, a strike would be delivered upon the beast, each blow more resolute than the last. With the frequency of these assaults, the creature's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Amidst the chaos, Tian Yang observed this abomination. Within the boy's field of vision, the brute's form began to dissipate. He discerned the intricate machinery concealed beneath its flesh, the components and metallic structures fading away until the only remnant was a machine resembling an engine nestled within the brute's chest. Tian Yang hesitated, pondering whether this apparatus was yet another manifestation of the will prison. However, breaching the engine from the front seemed an insurmountable task, especially with the colossal hammer the brute wielded, which was anything but a mere prop. The area around its chest was precisely within the hammer's striking range, should he be struck. Especially with the added explosive capability, it would almost certainly lead to a heroic demise. Yet, Tian Yang was not ready to meet his end. He had not forgotten the promise he made to Sun. Thus, he circumnavigated the creature, seizing the moment when the brute's attention was divided between Jiyu and Song. The boy raised the death knell, aiming the barrel at the brute's back and fired. The thunderous roar of the gun reverberated through the building. Despite Uncle Tai's enhancements, the recoil of the massive pistol still propelled Tian Yang's arm upward. Nonetheless, compared to the recoil experienced in Gem Town, it was considerably diminished. At least not enough to lift him off his feet dramatically. A blinding burst of light erupted from the brute's back, as flesh, metal armor, and internal components were obliterated into a shower of debris. The creature was forcefully slammed to the ground, and from the rear, a gaping hole the size of a human head was visible. Whether it was blood or some form of hydraulic fluid, the viscous liquid oozed from the wound, while sparks flew from within its body, reminiscent of a machine on the verge of collapse. Despite this, the brute was not yet vanquished. It suddenly propped itself up with its left hand and, with a fierce thrust, sprang off the ground, swinging its massive hammer in a wild arc. Tian Yang hastily leaped back, only to notice a dark crimson glow enveloping the hammer. In an instant, an invisible wave surged forth, and as Tian Yang crossed his arms defensively, he was struck by this force, propelled backward as if struck by a war chariot. A warmth surged through his nostrils, and a metallic taste filled his mouth as blood trickled from his nose and lips. Tian Yang crashed to the ground, having endured the brute's assault. Despite donning defensive armor and having enhanced his physical prowess, he found himself weakened and unable to rise. Meanwhile, two jets on the brute's back expelled thick smoke, and the engine apparatus on its chest radiated a blinding light. A tumultuous and potent energy emanated from the creature. Jiyu's face drained of color as she gasped in horror, exclaiming, "No, it's going to self-destruct." P.S. Here is the 5th update. The explosive updates conclude today. It is now up to everyone else. I hope for the chance to continue with more updates tomorrow. Chapter 138. The sublimation medium struck from behind by Tian Yang. The assailant's chest remained unbroken. Yet the engine apparatus was evidently damaged, with sparks incessantly sputtering from its surface. In such precarious circumstances, an explosion was imminent. Tian Yang struggled to rise, but his limbs trembled uncontrollably, still recovering from the recent impact. Fortunately, Song-du, wielding his sword, charged at the assailant, who swung a massive hammer to fend him off. Arrows soared through the air, piercing the assailant's wrist. The force of the arrows knocked the assailant's arm aside, causing the hammer to crash down elsewhere. Seizing the opportunity, Song-du raised his sword, poised to strike. The engine attacked the apparatus on its chest. Tian Yang shouted. Song-du hesitated, for the device radiated blinding light, resembling an unstable bomb. A reckless assault at this juncture could very well result in detonation. The assailant was now within arm's reach, leaving no time for indecision. Gritting his teeth, the young man, initially aiming for the assailant's head, brought his sword down. The silvery light of Tsangdu's wrist flared as the spring water sword glimmered, slicing through the air and plunging into the assailant's chest. As the blade pierced the engine apparatus, a viscous black substance erupted from the seemingly mechanical entity. The spring water sword emerged from the assailant's back, entangled with cables, components, and that thick, black ichor. Tsangdu shut his eyes and waited, breath held, for what felt like an eternity, until finally he dared to crack them open. The light from the apparatus extinguished, sliding off his sword. He had braced himself for inevitable death, yet the creature did not self-destruct, and relief washed over him. As tension dissipated, Tsangdu's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. His grip on the sword faltering. The assailant's form began to disintegrate, its biological matter transformed into a black sludge, while the mechanical body rapidly succumbed to rust and oxidation. In mere moments, it resembled the long-abandoned vehicles in the reverse realm, reduced to a mere skeletal frame. That scared the life out of me, Ji exclaimed, finally releasing her bow and stepping back to lean against a pillar. She turned to Tian Yang, giving him a thumbs up. Well done, Tian Yang. You saved us all. Tian Yang rolled over, raised a hand in acknowledgement, and with a weary smile, let it fall. He lacked the strength to utter even a single word. Yin Bing and several soldiers approached, beginning to clear the remnants of the assailant, searching for salvageable materials. Once the debris was sufficiently cleared, Tian Yang felt a resurgence of strength and attempted to rise. His body remained somewhat uncooperative, yet he could at least manage a semblance of movement. Suddenly, Tsangdu let out a shout. Oh my goodness, I've leveled up. I'm now a rank 3 warrior. In his exuberance, the young man displayed an unusual exuberance, laughing and exclaiming, which elicited quiet chuckles from the soldiers. Ji regarded him with disdain. It's just a rank increase. Is it worth such jubilation? Let me tell you, kid, rank 3 is merely the beginning of hardship. From here on, each rank advancement requires the corresponding sublimation medium. Look at old Su. How long has he lingered at rank 3? His sublimation progress is already maxed out. Yet he hasn't advanced because he hasn't gathered enough materials for the sublimation medium. Tsangdu dismissed her concerns. Old Su is old Su, I. He never took his advancement seriously. Don't think I'm unaware. He squandered all his contribution points on his wife and kids. For me, advancing is paramount. The higher the rank, the more contribution points one can acquire. Even if I just reach rank 4 and become a team leader, I'll surely earn more points than him. Gus's gaze fell slightly. To each their own. Perhaps that is the life old Su aspires to. Such a life is utterly dull. After the initial excitement, Tsangdu took out a cloth and began to clean the spring water sword. Gu glanced at him, but chose not to pursue the topic further. Tian Yang, however, intrigued, approached and sat beside Gu, seemingly uncomfortable with proximity to the opposite sex. Even one as inexperienced as Tian Yang, she instinctively shifted away. Sister Gu, may I ask what a sublimation medium is? Tian Yang inquired, having never heard of such a thing. Gu inspected her star essence bow and casually replied, it's quite literal. It serves as a catalyst to trigger our sublimation levels. As sublimators, we ascend autonomously to rank 4 upon maxing out our sublimation progress. However, starting from rank 3, each promotion requires a sublimation medium. The materials needed differ for each rank. And I've heard that for ranks above 7, not only do the materials become more numerous, but they also grow exceedingly rare. Some of these materials are even under fortress control. To acquire them, one must exchange contribution points or, like in this open combat ranking, earn rewards from the fortress based on ranking. Of course, one can also purchase them in the black market. But the cost? Pausing, Gu glanced at him. For now, you needn't worry about this. Only those like Tsangdu, who have reached rank 3, should begin to feel the pressure. Tsangdu had finished cleaning the spring water sword and chuckled at her words. He has got a long way to go. He won't even need to think about it for another 2 or 3 years. Tian Yang was taken aback. Does it really take 2 or 3 years to advance from rank 2 to the next rank? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall shifted. Tsangdu stared at him in disbelief. Wait a moment, say that again. Don't tell me you've already reached rank 2? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tian Yang admitted, I leveled up after defeating that deep diver. After returning, I was too busy engaging in battle to report to the captain. Damn it. Tsangdu leaped up. I spent nearly a year reaching rank 2. How long did it take you? 2 months, perhaps? No way. How did you level up so fast? Tian Yang shrugged, explaining that the fortress had not yet disclosed his rank information. Thus he couldn't inform Tsangdu. Gu laughed heartily from the side. Tsangdu, it seems you need to step up your game. Who knows, maybe in a few months, this little guy will be at rank 3 just like you. Upon hearing this, Tsangdu exploded with frustration. I'm heading to the battlefield right now. There's no way I'm letting a rookie surpass me. Despite his bluster, he wasn't truly that impulsive. Once the squad had sufficiently regrouped, Songdu suggested they search for other firepower points. Unexpectedly, a deafening explosion erupted outside the building. Not far from them, a 7- or 8-story edifice was struck by relentless artillery fire. The structure crumbled under the assault, collapsing amidst flames and debris. Several stories plummeted to the ground, sending a cloud of dust spiraling upward, which was further propelled by the shockwave. The billowing dust surged toward the building where the Crow squad was stationed. Everyone hastily took cover behind the pillars, waiting for the whirlwind of dust and debris to pass before peering outside. Once the building had collapsed, they could see the main battlefield a block away. There, a dozen tree spirits emerged. The Crow squad had encountered these creatures in the town before, but now, the tree spirits appeared much shorter. The tallest barely exceeded 10 meters, while most stood around 7 to 8 meters tall. Even so, these tree spirits posed a significant problem. Their physical resilience was formidable, rendering many warrior classes ineffective against them. As for elemental powers, only fire could pose a genuine threat. Ice and storm abilities inflicted minimal damage on the tree spirits. However, the previous reports from the Crow squad had already noted the presence of these creatures. Thus, the fortress had devised several strategies against the Treants for this operation. Once the Treants entered the battlefield, several exalted elemental heart wielders unleashed flames upon them. Concurrently, the conventional troops equipped with flamethrowers launched a surprise assault on these Treants. Soon, the creatures transformed into moving spheres of fire. However, before they could be completely incinerated, these monsters inflicted a degree of devastation upon the fortress's forces. As only a few burning Treants remained on the battlefield, a sudden crash echoed as a wall of a building shattered, revealing a towering figure emerging from within. The imposing silhouette was revealed through Tian Yang's electronic eye, magnifying the scene. A giant appeared within the field of vision, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Its right arm grotesquely mutated like a sinister marksman, but instead of a bony barrel, it bore a metallic cannon protruding from its flesh. This cannon was composed of intricate machinery, with several conduits connecting it to the giant's arm, which was notably thick and elongated, creating a disconcerting asymmetry. Various mechanical structures adorned its body, particularly a series of jet tubes protruding from its back, reminiscent of a marauder. Signifying the next form in the evolution chain of the Level 5 danger classification, the Ravager. Jiu seemed to have spotted the giant as well, letting out a gasp. Despite the considerable distance, Tian Yang could sense the wild and brutal aura enveloping the creature known as the Ravager. One could only imagine the immense pressure faced by the ordinary soldiers confronting it on the battlefield. The Ravager leaped onto the wreckage of a car, raising its cannon-like arm. It supported the arm with its left limb, creating a makeshift brace. Dark smoke surged from the jet tubes on its back, and the cannon's mouth ignited with a vivid black light. This black radiance, inexplicably dazzling, expanded in a circular wave, most of the energy condensing and surging forward, forming a torrent of pitch-black energy. Surrounding this torrent were flickering crimson sparks and indistinct, distorted shadows. It surged towards the fortress's military position, where defensive barriers rose in response. Yet, upon contact with the torrent, these barriers dissipated as swiftly as summer sea foam, although they did manage to absorb some of the torrent's force. Thus, when it finally struck the position, it had been worn down to a thin ribbon of black light. As this black light flickered and faded into the air, black orbs pulsating with red light began to rise intermittently along the path where the torrent had advanced. They exploded with ferocity, proclaiming the formidable power of the Ravager's shot. P.S. I extend my gratitude to friends such as Bookfriend 58801860, I Am Your Lead Dad, Northern Officer, and Mr. Frank KKKK for their generous support. Additionally, I appreciate everyone's concern for my well-being, which has inadvertently limited my opportunities for additional updates. It seems that works of this genre have lost their market appeal. A sigh escapes me. Chapter 139. The target of pursuit, gazing at the undulating fire dragon stretching for miles, and the street's surface that appeared as if it had been overturned. Tian Yang felt his throat tighten. This was the power of the Level 5 perilous black citizens. Yet, their strength extends far beyond this. However, I trust that the fortress does not wish to allow it to continue demonstrating its might. Jiu lowered her binoculars, her expression serene. Does this imply that a high-ranking individual from the fortress will intervene to halt the rampaging beast? Tian Yang remained fixated on the main battlefield, unwilling to miss the forthcoming events, while his mind speculated on who that esteemed figure might be. Could it be Wang Liangyi? The likelihood seems slim. That man is the trump card of the Yun family. Interestingly, It appears that the family's private army has not participated in this joint operation, suggesting that Wang Liangyi may not be present. Then who else could it be? General Fei Mei? That seems a plausible possibility. Moreover, the power she exhibited during the mobilization meeting was likely just the tip of the iceberg. She possesses the capability to contend with this madman, but given her lofty status, would she act so readily? Amidst the youth's musings, the rampaging beast made a new move. Despite the fortress's main force advancing forward, countless artillery shells rained down upon it. The dark citizens vehemently resisted, with some even using their own bodies to shield the madman from lethal fire. This allowed the madman to prepare with ease. He lay atop a vehicle, his back arched, flesh torn apart. The giant's back appeared to be opening, as if something were about to rise from within. At that moment, a blinding light suddenly pierced through the fog-laden street, overpowering even the illumination powder drifting above the battlefield. It struck the madman with precision, the tremendous impact shattering the darkness and sending him hurtling from the wreckage of the vehicle. The giant fell to the street, and upon its head, an arrow composed of star essence gradually faded. The arrow was astonishingly real. With the aid of the electronic eye, Tian Yang could even discern exquisite engravings on its triangular shaft. Were it not for the glimmer of star essence dissipating at the edges, the youth might have believed it to be truly existent. In truth, however, it was a creation woven from star essence. At this moment, Tian Yang could not comprehend how something could be rendered with such lifelike appearance and intricate detail, signifying that the creator possessed profound understanding of star essence and an unparalleled finesse in control. Only after the giant was hurled away did an extraordinary aura rise from the rear of the fortress's main force. This aura was not only formidable, but also imbued with an air of arrogance and aloofness. Upon sensing the aura's location, Tian Yang could only marvel. That arrow of star essence had been shot from a distance of over a kilometer, a range that far surpassed Jiyu's capabilities. Jiyu also sensed the aura. Turning her gaze towards its origin, her expression a blend of anticipation, excitement, exhilaration, and a hint of barely perceptible hostility. Her eyes conveyed a subtle complexity, emotions shifting several times before settling into tranquility. In a voice only she could hear, Jiyu murmured, "One day, I too shall shoot such an arrow." Though Tian Yang stood beside her, he did not catch her words. First, her voice was too soft, and second, something new on the battlefield captured his attention. As the giant was sent flying by the arrow, a figure descended from the rooftop of a nearby building. Amidst the light cascading over the battlefield, Tian Yang caught sight of this figure. It was a man clad in a dark red long coat, styled like the uniform of a night wanderer, albeit in a different hue. The youth trembled. He suddenly recalled that Su Lai wore a similar outfit. Could this man be the one to break the formation? The man in the dark red coat was sprinting down the building's exterior wall, clearly unencumbered by any attachments. As if the gravity of the inverted realm had no effect on him, he descended the building in a manner that defied the laws of physics, leaping out when only 10 meters from the ground. Upon reaching the air above the madman, he unleashed his aura and drew forth a long sword nearly a meter in length, entwined in red and gold. The instant the sword was unsheathed, it conjured an energy tempest, and as it fell, a massive pillar of wind resembling a great dragon surged upward. In the terrifying gale, the surrounding dark mist, debris, vehicle wreckage, and even the black citizens were all drawn in, torn apart, and obscured within the wind column. Tian Yang could not help but clench his fists. This was the power of a high-ranking warrior. The youth nearly forgot to breathe, profoundly shaken from body to soul. Simultaneously, like Jiyu, he now had a target to pursue. Although Tian Yang yearned to continue watching, their communication devices suddenly chimed. The command center had dispatched new orders. Songdu, equally exhilarated, spoke with a quivering voice, "Let us depart. Lingering here will not surpass those individuals. But one day, I too shall stand in that position." The ponytailed youth pointed emphatically towards the spot where the man in red had appeared. "Me too," Tian Yang silently vowed in his heart. Jiyu turned and began walking towards the hall's exit, stating, "Then let us not linger. It's time to get to work." 5 hours later, Tian Yang and the others returned to the camp. Upon opening the tent, they discovered Han Shu had already returned. The rugged man had thrown himself onto the field mat, a cigarette clamped between his teeth, snoring soundly. Tian Yang and the others exchanged knowing smiles and, without cleaning up, collapsed into a deep slumber. Today had been exceedingly exhausting. The previous days had been similarly taxing. While they were able to rest, many others in the camp remained busy. Among them was Ling Feng. At this moment, the chief of staff, accompanied by his aide, hurried to the temporary command center. Despite having undergone spectral purification, Ling Feng still produced a handkerchief and meticulously wiped each of his fingers upon entering the tent. This caused the general, standing before the sand table, to frown slightly. Is it so dirty in here? Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively at his nose. In the inverted realm, where is there a place that is not filthy? Fei Mei shook her head lightly. I truly wonder how someone with your obsessive cleanliness has survived in the inverted realm until now. Perhaps I can tolerate the dirt more than the existence of those dark beings, Ling Feng replied, stowing away the handkerchief and extending his hand. His aide, Lin Yang, placed a data board into his palm. Ling Feng handed the data board to Fei Mei. You should take a look at this. Fei Mei opened the data board, which listed various statistics from the day, including the number of casualties and the list of the deceased. You want me to look at these? The general suddenly exclaimed. There are no bodies of the fallen? She lifted her gaze to Ling Feng. Why is the count of fallen soldiers 0? Ling Feng's expression remained unchanged. That is precisely why I came to find you. Do you think I came here to discuss psychological issues with you? Fei Mei set down the data board. It seems you have already found the answer. Let me guess, it is related to the black citizens? Ling Feng spread his hands. There is no concrete evidence, but it seems likely. I believe those creatures are collecting bodies, human bodies. Speak of what you know. Fei Mei walked to her chair, sitting down nonchalantly, smoothing the creases of her long coat with her hands. With her legs crossed, elbows resting on the armrests, and fingers interlaced, the general presented herself in a posture of eager inquiry. Ling Feng took a seat as well, maintaining an upright posture, his head, neck, and chest aligned in a single line. Though seated, he exuded an air of rigidity reminiscent of a pine tree. This was the posture of a soldier. In truth, the issue had been noted on the very first day of fighting. Ling Feng spoke in a calm and measured tone, neither hurried nor slow, yet a few days prior. Our casualty rate had not been high. On the first day, we lost merely 7 men, and given the peculiar habit of the black folk to consume human corpses, I initially overlooked this issue. It was only in recent days that our casualty rate began to rise, yet the logistics team had failed to locate any bodies. This prompted the report of the incident, and upon reviewing the records from the preceding period, I realized that since the onset of hostilities, we had recovered very few corpses. However, the question arises, what purpose do the black folk have for collecting human remains? They do not require humans for sustenance. Cannibalism appears to be a mere habit rather than a necessity for survival. Thus, it seems they are not hoarding food. The female general's gaze drifted far away, seemingly lost in distant thoughts. Just a few days ago, those who had fallen into the abyss reported discovering strange plants beneath the earth. Moreover, one of your night stalkers, a young lieutenant named Tian Yang, reported an enigmatic object of unclear utility. If memory serves, he claimed that deep within the tangled roots of those plants, human remains were once found. Could it be that the corpses missing from the surface have become nourishment for those plants? Ling Feng raised his hand and gently rested it on the armrest of the frame. I share your sentiments. Upon reviewing the records, I immediately connected it to Tian Yang's report. It now appears that those dark beings are likely concocting something deep underground. At present, our intelligence is limited, hindering our ability to draw accurate conclusions. What of the reconnaissance team you dispatched to the depths? Have they provided no updates? Ling Feng shook his head. The presence of fog crystal veins in the deep underground interferes with the electronic signals of our communication devices. For the time being, I am out of contact with the reconnaissance team. We can only ascertain what lies beneath this city once they return or emerge from the depths. Fei Mei inquired further. How many days will they require to return? Ling Feng counted on his fingers, lightly tapping the armrest. Considering the orders I have issued, it might be a tad longer. Thus, the earliest we might see them is tomorrow or the day after. The young chief of staff added with a touch of gravity, provided they have not been thwarted by the black folk. A subtle smile graced the corners of Fei Mei's lips. She was no stranger to Ling Feng, as they were comrades from the same era. However, their paths diverged over time. Fei Mei joined the storm and ascended to her current position as a general, while Ling Feng, though remaining with the Night Stalkers, transitioned from the forefront to the shadows, ultimately becoming the chief of staff. Based on Fei Mei's understanding of him, Ling Feng's so-called orders certainly entailed more than just a slight delay. Chapter 140. The so-called general. The matters to be discussed are essentially these. For anything further, I shall contact you as necessary. Ling Feng's gaze drifted towards the nearby holographic tactical sand table. If time permits, do engage in more simulations of the battlefield. You haven't forgotten your previous lessons, have you? Not at all. But in terms of battlefield simulations, isn't that your forte? The words of the female general hinted at a lack of diligence, yet she spoke with an air of nonchalance, even a hint of audacity. Ling Feng's lips curled slightly, but the fleeting smile quickly vanished. As a general, Do you not think it excessive to delegate the entire task of strategizing to me, your chief of staff? Fei Mei spread her hands and replied evasively. You know, there was a time when I attended Lu Jinglin's lectures at the Tianqing Academy. I still remember him mentioning a game from the reverse realm called chess. They used what they called pieces to represent different military units, engaging in combat against one another. In this game, there exists a term known as general. Do you know what that entails? Ling Feng replied coolly. Clearly, I have not attended Academician Lu's lectures, so I am unaware of such an intriguing game in the reverse realm. Fei Mei sighed. So, there are indeed things you do not know. Allow me to enlighten you. The so-called general is the piece that, once moved, determines the outcome of the game. She leaned back slightly. I, the general of the Storm Legion, exist to deliver a fatal blow to the black populace at critical moments, ensuring their complete collapse. The voice of the female general was not loud, yet it resonated with conviction, leaving no room for rebuttal. Ling Feng lightly pressed the armrest and rose. Indeed, I had almost forgotten. The role of a fortress general does not solely hinge upon leading troops in a battle. Their true significance lies in relying solely on oneself to rival the entire army. I am leaving. No need to see me off. As Ling Feng exited the tent, he seemingly encountered someone. After hearing a few voices from outside, Fei Mei noticed two figures entering the tent. To be precise, it was a man and a woman. The man, nearing 40, still bore an air of nonchalance. His smile revealed the beginnings of crow's feet, and the lines of age were clearly etched upon his face. A strong scent of alcohol wafted from him. Indeed, he held a tin bottle, most likely filled with liquor rather than water. A scar marred his face, splitting it diagonally, a grotesque mark that rendered even his smile somewhat sinister. The woman, noticeably older than Fei Mei, had aged gracefully. Though her skin was no longer youthful, it remained smooth. Her long black hair still shimmered, and as it swayed, it exuded a faint, delicate fragrance. Despite the marks of time on her visage, it was evident she had once been a beauty rivaling Fei Mei. Her brows and eyes radiated an innate pride, distinct from Fei Mei's cold elegance. Reminiscent of a winter plum blossom, a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth added an air of mature charm. At the very least, the man trailing behind her had not diverted his gaze from her alluring silhouette. The woman with black hair, her lips adorned with a beauty mark, suddenly halted. Zhang Dongqing. If you keep staring at me, you might as well bid farewell to your own prospects. Startled, Zhang quickly averted his gaze and cheerfully greeted Fei Mei. I just ran into Ling Feng outside. This kid hasn't changed a bit. Even back when he was a novice, he was quite arrogant, and all these years later, he remains the same. Not just him. The black-haired woman scoffed. Yet you, Zhang, have also not changed. From a major to a major, 10 years have passed without any progress. Quite remarkable, indeed. Zhang Dongqing looked at her with exasperation. Yin Qi, I merely glanced at you a few times. Must you insult me so? By the way, I am still your superior. Should I not command a modicum of respect? If Tian Yang were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded. The black-haired woman was none other than Yin Qi, the very person he had seen in Su Lai's footage. The difference was that she appeared more mature and refined than in the recordings. Allow me to interject. Fei Mei rose, a perfectly timed smile gracing her face. I appreciate your efforts today. Yin Qi shook her head. When the battle situation is unfavorable, clearing obstacles is inherently our duty as the breakers of the formation. Having moved to the holographic sand table, Zhang Dongqing casually remarked, the general summoned us. It cannot merely be a simple expression of gratitude. Fei Mei clasped her hands behind her and nodded. Indeed, I have another matter to discuss with you both. Zhang Dongqing turned around, grinning. It seems it's not a trivial matter. Do share. It concerns the Black King. Fei Mei's smile faded as she fixed her gaze upon them. 17 years ago, a campaign was organized against the Black King at the fortress. At that time, I had just joined the Nightwalkers and was not yet qualified to participate in that operation. However, I know that both of you were involved. Therefore, I wish to ask you, what exactly is the Black King? Zhang Dongqing's expression shifted instantly upon hearing the general's inquiry. Not only did his smile vanish, but he also seemed perturbed. He clapped his hands and walked towards the tent's entrance. I just remembered I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Fei Mei narrowed her eyes slightly, but did not stop him, her gaze shifting to the other breaker. Yin Qi, however, faced the general's scrutiny with poise. Although I was named in that operation, I was injured during the last mission and therefore did not participate. Regrettably, I cannot provide you with information regarding the Black King. Fei Mei gently shook her head. No matter, you have worked hard today, Sister Yin Qi. You may return to rest. Should I require anything, I shall seek you out. Very well. Yin Qi turned decisively and exited the command tent. Fei Mei let out a soft breath and gazed at the sand table, where myriad lights and shadows danced. One was injured and did not participate, and the other is unwilling to speak. Even those above seem to withhold information regarding the Black King. Why do I feel that these participants from back then are collectively concealing something? When Tian Yang awoke, he noticed a faint red glow lingering in the dim tent. It was the embers of his captain's cigarette. The youth rose from his sleeping mat, stretching his nearly stiff body, and somewhat plaintively reminded, "Captain, smoking in the tent isn't advisable, is it?" Huh. Han Shu seemed to just register the situation, chuckling awkwardly as he discarded the cigarette to the ground and extinguished it. "It's still early. Why not grab a bit more sleep?" Tian Yang stood up and performed several stretching exercises, hearing the slight crackle of his joints. "No more sleep. If I do, I fear I won't rise again." Han Shu turned on a small lamp, the orange light illuminating the space between him and Tian Yang. "Young people should eat, sleep, and exercise more. When I was young, I once managed to sleep for 3 days straight." "Captain, are you sure that wasn't a coma?" Tian Yang mused, his thoughts wandering. "By the way, I heard you encountered some thugs yesterday. To have returned alive, your luck must be extraordinary." At that moment, Han Shu's expression conveyed curiosity rather than mere sentiment. Indeed, he conveyed this sentiment further. "Tell me about the thugs. Are they truly a fusion of biological and mechanical entities? I heard Old Su mention it before, but I've never encountered them directly." Tian Yang was about to respond when a sudden thought struck him. "I can certainly share this with you, but first, may I ask you a question, Captain?" Han Shu was taken aback, then playfully slapped Tian Yang on the head. "You little rascal. Have you learned to make demands of me now? You have changed, haven't you? Quickly, tell me, what do the marauders look like?" Tian Yang clutched his head, feeling the impact of Han Shu's slap, which nearly made him believe that the electronic eye would be dislodged. Subsequently, he proceeded to describe the marauders' appearance, their monstrous abilities, and the harrowing incident of their near self-detonation. Han Shu, genuinely taken aback, remarked on the strangeness of the reverse realm, where such a fusion of biological and mechanical entities could exist amidst the dark chaos. He recalled that the frenzied beings that had appeared on the main battlefield yesterday belonged to the same category, and it was only thanks to the timely intervention of the breakers that he had been spared from having his very essence shattered by those creatures. "Breakers?" Tian Yang asked, a hint of excitement lacing his voice. "Captain, I was just curious about the breakers. Are they nightwalkers? Their uniforms resemble ours, albeit with different colors and insignia." Han Shu regarded him with a curious glance. "You seem to be quite informed." Tian Yang's heart raced, realizing he had let slip his eagerness and sought to amend his mistake. But Han Shu appeared indifferent to his blunder. The captain retrieved a cigarette, not lighting it, but merely inhaling its scent. "Indeed, breakers are also part of our nightwalkers. However, their numbers are limited, and they report directly to the commander and the high echelons of the fortress, which is why we rarely encounter them." Tian Yang suppressed his excitement, carefully choosing his words to sound more inquisitive than probing. "Why is such a position established among us nightwalkers? What exactly do breakers do?" Han Shu tucked the cigarette behind his ear. As the name implies, their purpose is to breach enemy formations and steer the tide of battle in our favor. Naturally, they also undertake covert missions, either in small groups or alone, exploring the reverse realm. If we liken our ordinary forces, including regular troops and stormtroopers, to the shield and sword of the fortress, then the breakers are akin to heavy artillery, railguns, star particle cannons. Their sole existence is for annihilation, to obliterate any obstacles impeding the advance of our cause. Tian Yang listened in awe, his mouth agape. Han Shu cast a warning glance at him and spoke in a tone imbued with caution. "However, they are dangerous individuals. Do not approach them, do not inquire about them. Do not engage them in conversation. Not even a single word." Chapter 141. Not a single one, less at 9 o'clock in the morning at the fortress. The assembly call resounded once again. Tian Yang, already prepared, swiftly grabbed his gear upon hearing the echoing signal from the camp and followed Sangdu and others out of the tent. Upon boarding the Falcon battle vehicle, Han Shu took hold of the onboard communication device, cleared his throat, and declared, "Listen up, lads. Today, you have no battlefield tasks. Your sole mission today is to eliminate those dark scum with relentless ferocity. Kill as many as you can." Siyuan had already issued orders to the entire army. After days of diligent effort, we had significantly reduced the number of dark citizens and successfully advanced the front line beneath the high walls. Today, come what may, we must bring those walls down. I understand that everyone is weary, but let us muster one last effort. Let us conclude this war today. Although Tian Yang and the others did not respond verbally, their fervent gazes served as the most potent affirmation. The convoy commenced its advance into the battlefield. The illuminating flares that ascended into the sky signaled the attack and provided ample light for the soldiers at the fortress. These military-grade flares lasted longer and covered a wider area. As light poured from the sky, the dark mist was swiftly dispelled. Tian Yang gazed out of the vehicle window, observing that most of the structures in Arid Valley Town had been leveled. In the distance, the outlines of the black high walls became vaguely visible. The young man activated the tactical function of the electronic eye, and the image zoomed in, revealing that the dark, plant-woven walls appeared significantly thicker than before. The walls had expanded by 3 sides, arranged in a tiered formation. Between the walls, enigmatic figures began to emerge, with goat-like faces yet the agility of monkeys. These aberrant beings pointed their biological gun barrels toward the fortress army. Among these mysterious marksmen were some grotesque creatures that also bore goat-like faces but had exceptionally corpulent bodies. These monsters moved clumsily, laboriously crawling into position before anchoring themselves, their bellies splitting open to reveal protrusions resembling cannon barrels. These grotesque entities, indescribable in their horror, made Tian Yang regret pulling the image too close, as he could now see them all too clearly. The enigmatic gunners finally revealed themselves. Han Shu withdrew his head from the window, putting down the binoculars. These creatures had not made an appearance until now. Tian Yang remained silent, merely taking out the morning bell and beginning to load the star essence, as silvery radiance flowed through the bullet crystal slots. Today would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Upon reaching the designated position, the battle vehicle halted, and the door swung open. Han Shu and the others sequentially disembarked. In the distance, the regular troops had commenced their advance. A mixed formation of 3-dimensional armaments, armored vehicles, and infantry progressed toward the high walls. Fully armed soldiers, relying on the battle vehicles or 3-dimensional armaments, formed combat units of 7 to 10 members, entering the battlefield in an orderly fashion. Behind the mixed army were the elemental hearts, the exalted hunters, who would provide long-range fire support. As for the war gods, their task was to protect the exalted ones of the first 2 classes, ensuring that these fragile beings were not eliminated by the dark citizens. Today, the Night Walkers would not operate in squads. All personnel had been dispersed and reorganized according to the command center's orders. Han Shu lit a cigarette, glancing at Tian Yang and the others, revealing a bright smile. My orders remain unchanged. Tonight, everyone returns to the camp. Not a single one shall be left behind. Dismissed. Since Tian Yang was participating in this battle as a war god, he and Sangdu were naturally assigned the same task. Thus, after dispersing, Tian Yang followed Sangdu's lead and quickly encountered other exalted war gods. For instance, there was Xian Miao, the fellow whom Tian Yang had beaten a few days prior. Upon seeing the young man, his face turned visibly unnatural. Perhaps having received some warning, he merely huffed and turned away, avoiding any confrontation with Tian Yang. There was also Kumlin, the brash individual with an exaggerated hair color and a wild wolf-like aura, who raised his middle finger upon seeing Tian Yang. The young man chose to ignore it. Additionally, there was the masked man who had survived his encounter with the deep divers beneath the abyss. He still wore that ghastly mask, and his eyes remained as cold as ever behind it. Ahem. Someone cleared their throat, not loudly, but oddly enough, everyone heard it clearly. The heartbeat of each individual, including Tian Yang, surged like a war drum at that sound. The man, under the scrutiny of dozens of eyes, appeared to be in his early 30s. Youthful with a bright countenance, he gently patted his chest. I am the temporary commander of your squad. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Ge, male. Fond of females, that's all. After this brief introduction, the man who called himself Wang Ge snapped his fingers. Our task today is to protect those fragile ones behind us. Remember, even if you die, do not allow those dark scum to advance. Unless I fall first, you won't have a chance to die. With a languid smile, Wang Ge waved his hand. Now, follow me. As his words faded, a resounding explosion erupted from the direction of the high walls. Tian Yang looked up, and a fireball erupted above the walls. The battle had commenced. Beneath the high walls, a black torrent surged forth. It was a rotting tide, hideous and repulsive. The wanderers, resembling lepers, no longer satisfied with low moans and shrieks, howled like madmen, their twisted limbs clawing aimlessly at the air before them, moving with a sickly gait, resembling frenzied serpents and swarming worms erupting from a boiling pot. Amidst this walking black plague, rabid dogs, marksmen, tree spirits, and other frenzied figures intertwined. The dark citizens surged like a cursed sludge, bubbling, rolling, and flowing chaotically across the battlefield toward the fortress army. Within the fortress army, soldiers, relying on battle vehicles or 3-dimensional armaments, tightened their nerves. Upon receiving the order to fire, they shouted, raising their rifles high, unleashing solid projectiles or star essence beams at the tumultuous black tide that howled with various cries. Instantly, splashes erupted from the black tide, with countless dark citizens falling in mere moments. Yet, despite the multitude of splashes, they appeared insignificant against the vastness of the black tide. However, at this moment, the three-dimensional armaments and various armored vehicles joined the fray. Electromagnetic railguns and star essence heavy artillery formed the most potent notes in this battlefield symphony each time they played. It signified the downfall of swathes of dark citizens. Rapid-fire machine guns and high-speed rifles contributed a lively tempo to this musical composition. As these continuous notes rose, the black tide showed signs of stagnation. Joint missile launchers and scatter cannons resembled a rhapsody, releasing their passion in unexpected places, hindering the unrestrained flow of the black tide. Elemental spears, blizzards, fervent flames, and star essence rain formed a symphony, descending upon those blasphemous beings beneath the high walls with an unstoppable destructive force, propelling this composition titled War toward its climax. Having observed for only a brief moment, Tian Yang had forgotten to breathe, his blood boiling with a fervent desire to charge to the front lines and valiantly slay the enemy. Don't get too excited, lads. The somewhat languid voice of Commander Wang Gu tempered Tian Yang and the others' enthusiasm. The dark remnants shall not merely endure blows. Soon, they will reveal themselves. At that moment, your utmost effort will be required. For now, however, remain composed and conserve your strength. Almost immediately, as if to validate Wang Ji's words, spheres of black and crimson light erupted into the sky from beyond the high walls. Following a series of parabolic arcs, they descended upon the fortress's military formation. At that moment, a colossal starry barrier unfurled above the battlefield. As the black and crimson spheres collided with the barrier, a succession of explosions ensued. Dozens of fireballs ascended in succession, the barrier flickering with light before shattering into oblivion. Yet before long, another barrier materialized to withstand the second wave of assault from beyond the walls. Subsequently, a flurry of black and crimson beams joined the fray, while the enigmatic marksmen atop the walls and on the battlefield commenced their counterattack. In the blink of an eye, several armored units and war machines were struck and exploded, followed swiftly by a surge of black torrents invading the fortress's stronghold. The foremost soldiers bore the brunt of this onslaught. A young soldier, caught off guard, peered through his helmet, only to find his vision consumed by an abyss of darkness. He shouted as he fired his weapon, managing to down two of the lurkers. However, a mad dog leaped from the black tide, effortlessly bringing him down. Before he could rise, the beast clamped its jaws onto his shoulder. Pain surged through his limbs, and upon a fleeting glance, despair consumed him. Lurkers clung to his arms and legs, tearing through his protective gear, feasting upon his fresh flesh. This youthful life flickered away like a candle in the wind, vanishing in an instant amidst the darkened battlefield. The torrent surged forward relentlessly, advancing despite significant attrition. Yet, as they entered the range of Tian Yang's vision, the number of black denizens rushing from the battlefield remained substantial. Ahead, a potent aura emanated. Wang Gu radiated the luminous brilliance of starry energy, instantly capturing the attention of numerous black denizens. With a languid smile, he drew a short blade from either side of his waist, the engravings upon the blades igniting with the infusion of starry energy. Blue arcs of electricity danced along the edges of the sharp weapons. Wang Gu turned to survey the young faces behind him. Now, you may unleash your fervor. With a grin, he gathered his strength and charged forward, leaping high just as he was about to collide with the black tide. His dual blades intertwining as severed heads soared into the air. Chapter 142. Breaching the high walls, Wang Gu led the charge, igniting a fervor among the ascendants behind him. To take the lead in battle, this is the essence of a commander. Tian Yang drew forth the crimson moonblade, infusing it with starlight, causing the blade to radiate a scarlet glow. A wild cry erupted as a figure lunged forward, barreling toward the black denizens. It was none other than the brash youth with blue hair, Kuan Lan. His weapons were a pair of hooked blades, resting against his arms, serving both as defense and instruments of death, an embodiment of offensive and defensive prowess. The starlight emanated from Kuan Lan, casting a silvery sheen upon his blades. He plunged into a throng of wanderers, shrieking as he spun like a top. The blades carved silver rings, their edges sharp enough to cleave through flesh and spirit alike. Once ensnared by this ring, the victim would be severed. After a few rotations, a dozen wanderers lay vanquished around him. With a sudden twist of his blades, he extended his attack range. Die, all of you perish. His exuberant and slightly unhinged howl heralded his encounter with two frenzied hounds. He thrust the dual blades downward, embedding them deep into the beast's skulls. As he withdrew, he struck at a wanderer with an altered arm. After a flurry of strikes, the wanderer's spirit cage dissipated, leaving no chance for retaliation before collapsing lifelessly. If Kuan Lan embodied a frenzied assault, the nameless warrior clad in a ghostly mask epitomized calm efficiency. His movements were agile and decisive, wielding a slightly curved, elongated blade that struck with the swiftness of lightning. He adeptly severed the spirit cages of the dark denizens, each blow precise, delivering just the right amount of force, not a fraction more or less, enough to dismantle the cages before swiftly targeting the next adversary. His actions were silent, his grace imbued with an imperceptible tension. Occasionally, he would sheath his blade, only to draw it with rapidity. This method of attack amplified the blade's power, rendering the heads of the frenzied hounds as silent victims, cleaved effortlessly in twain. The ghostly warrior moved with a measured pace, executing silent slaughter amidst the shadows of darkness. Other classes of warriors displayed their unique skills. Among them, Tian Yang spotted Xianyao. This individual, who had previously sheltered himself in a safe zone underground, now faced the harsh reality of battle, compelled to draw upon every ounce of skill he possessed. Xianyao wielded a sword, which bore a distinctive, hefty design, featuring visible mechanical components. Notably, the hilt had a contraption resembling a pistol trigger. The serrated edges of the blade allowed him to employ a technique of dragging the sword, exacerbating the wounds inflicted on his foes. With each strike, he left behind gruesome gashes. After dispatching several wanderers, Xianyao grasped the trigger on the hilt, activating the mechanical mechanisms within the sword. The serrated edges began to spin rapidly, and as he struck a black denizen, blood and flesh erupted in a gruesome display. In contrast, Sangdu's attacks were markedly more subdued. The spring water sword danced in the hands of a young man with a ponytail, striking with a lightness and speed that belied its lethality. The lengthy hilt allowed Sangdu to wield the sword either single-handedly or with both hands, maintaining a straight posture while balancing with his free hand. The long sword flashed as he advanced and retreated, frequently piercing the spirit cages of the dark denizens. When confronted by frenzied hounds, whose cages were hidden beneath their hardened skulls, Sangdu shifted to a dual-wielding stance, lowering his center of gravity. His technique transitioned from thrusts and jabs to powerful slashes. Now at Class 3, the brilliance of his starlight was markedly more intense than that of others, amplifying the force of his strikes. The length of the spring water sword ensured that even the most brutal slashes left no bloodstains upon Sangdu in terms of elegance. While the ghostly warrior maintained a composed demeanor, he bore splatters of blood, unlike Sangdu, whose attire remained unblemished. As the battle unfolded, Tian Yang, too, was not idle. However, instead of charging heedlessly into the fray, he assessed the battlefield before producing an electric grenade, lobbing it into the densest cluster of black denizens. Upon impact, the grenade unleashed a field of high-voltage electricity, ensnaring the dark denizens within its arc. Nearly 1,000,000 volts not only shattered their spirit cages, but also cooked their bodies to a crisp. In an instant, a significant portion of the black denizens fell, establishing Tian Yang's efficiency as unparalleled. Amidst the clash of blades, severed heads soared through the air, and the sight of fallen black denizens brought a whistle of approval from Wang Go, who chuckled, "That's 300 contribution points gone. Damn, it's good to be wealthy." Without a backward glance, he cleaved the heads of two nearby frenzied hounds. Tian Yang remained oblivious to whether his grenade would yield sufficient contribution points to compensate for his expenditure. With little time for contemplation, he swiftly threw his remaining 2 electric grenades, generating 2 more high-voltage fields that rendered the black denizens increasingly sparse. Upon surveying the battlefield, he opted to conserve a high-heat explosive grenade for later use, having already exhausted his supply of gravity and electric grenades. After expending 900 contribution points, the young man brandished his battle blade, darting towards the remaining black denizens. The scarlet blade shimmered as foes fell before him. Upon striking another frenzied hound, Tian Yang felt a stirring in his senses, detecting a powerful yet familiar aura. He turned just in time to glimpse a dazzling white arc ascending from the rear of the battlefield. The radiant arc swiftly pierced through the darkness, tracing an elegant curve above the heads of the warriors before descending upon the distant high walls. Moments later, a brilliant light erupted beyond the walls, followed by a series of violent explosions. As the brilliance dimmed and the smoke began to clear, keen observers noted a massive breach in the once impenetrable wall. Cheers erupted throughout the battlefield, Two more white arcs surged skyward, further widening the breach. With victory within reach, the morale of the fortress troops surged, their advance hastening. Although the dark denizens appeared unfazed by the concept of morale, they could not withstand the relentless assault of the human forces and began to retreat under pressure. As the fortress clock struck 7 in the evening, Tian Yang finished a ration bar, stretched lazily, and rose to his feet. Although the command center had scheduled the final assault for the following morning, the warriors could not return to their camp for rest, and instead had to settle for a temporary respite outside the high walls. As ascendants, Tian Yang and his comrades enjoyed better accommodations, able to spend the night within the buildings rather than exposed to the elements. Approaching a nearby window, Tian Yang noticed a picture frame hanging on the wall, its glass shattered and the photo within coated in dust and grime. He could just make out the image of a girl, leaning against a car, her radiant smile illuminated by the sunlight on the street. "Have you all eaten?" he called to his comrades. Han Shu's voice suddenly resonated, prompting Tian Yang to turn around and behold the captain entering, who promptly settled beside the fire. Ji Yu tossed a kettle towards him, inquiring, "Captain, will we be able to return tomorrow? I currently reek as if I have plunged into a sewer. If I do not wash soon, I shall perish." Han Shu chuckled heartily, took a sip of water, and replied, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to conclude our mission by tomorrow. However, it is somewhat peculiar. I have heard from certain individuals above that the Black Prince's presence has seemingly gone undetected. We have breached the high walls, and those bizarre trees stand before us. If the Black Prince were indeed within, how could he elude the keen eyes of those high-ranking experts? Yet, if the Black Prince is not here, where could he have vanished to? If he has departed, why do the black citizens linger? Furthermore, I have come across some strange occurrences." Han Shu produced a food stick, tore off its packaging, took a bite, and lamented, "This tastes like chewing on wax. Can the development department not infuse it with some artificial flavor? It is utterly repugnant." At that moment, Song Du, who was polishing his sword, interjected, "What strange occurrences, Captain?" Han Shu swiftly consumed the food stick and continued, "I recently conversed with a member of a service team who mentioned that during this period, no corpses of the fallen have been recovered. Does that not strike you as odd?" Tian Yang and the others exchanged glances. "No corpses? Where could they have gone?" Ji rose, asking, "Could the black citizens have stolen them?" "Nonsense. What would the black citizens want with corpses? Are they stockpiling food?" Han Shu scoffed. Yet, Tian Yang recalled the peculiar plants observed underground, where he had seen the faces of human soldiers within one of the root's cocoons. Could it be that the corpses of the deceased have been gathered by the black citizens for some purpose? The youth's thoughts then wandered to that bizarre entity resembling a pregnant woman, and he furrowed his brow, a notion surfacing in his mind. Perhaps tomorrow would not signal the end after all. Suddenly, an alarm blared outside the building, and Tian Yang glanced out the window to witness explosions and beams of starlight near the treetop barrier. Following this, Han Shu seized a communication device and sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Let us go. Those wretched creatures are assaulting our defenses. Cyan has summoned us for support." "Excellent," Song Du exclaimed, sheathing his Chunshui sword behind him, his face alight with excitement. "At last, we can earn some military merit." Ji Yu, however, sighed, "It seems this year, my skin shall suffer." Chapter 143. Advancing into the abyss in the realm of the reverse world, there are neither sunrises nor sunsets. Thus, the concept of day and night does not exist. Consequently, even during the early morning hours within the fortress, the illumination in this realm remains dim and gloomy. Having arrived at the designated location ahead of time, Tian Yang consumed a vial of star essence replenishing liquid. Continuous battles over the past days had rendered his body's regeneration of star essence inadequate to keep pace with the depletion. Therefore, he had to drink 1 or 2 vials daily to barely sustain the energy required for combat. This was now his final vial, and upon finishing it, he exhaled deeply as the star essence within him surged slightly. Moments later, the signal for a full-scale assault was issued, but Tian Yang did not rush forward. Their task today remained the protection of the heart of elements and the hunters in the rear. Thus, the initial wave of attack was executed by the armored units and various combat vehicles. Particularly, the heavy-duty armed units unleashed a barrage of firepower, raining down an array of specialized ammunition that sent the dark denizens reeling and tumbling. Despite this, the dark denizens surged forth like a relentless tide, though noticeably diminished in strength compared to the previous days, lacking that overwhelming terror. The second wave of assault was undertaken by the Heart of Elements and the Hunters, who launched gray elemental harpoons into the air, which fell like a torrential downpour upon the distant dark tide. The waves of black instantly erupted into plumes of gray foam. Following this, Fierce winds howled through the black tide, forming several tornadoes that swept up the dark denizens, shredding them to pieces within the spiraling columns of wind. Even those who evaded the tornadoes were met with the onslaught of firestorms and biting frost, further testing their luck. The abilities unleashed by the Heart of Elements resembled a series of miniature natural disasters, inflicting devastating blows upon the dark denizens. Coupled with the rain of arrows released by the hunters, the number of dark denizens capable of breaching the front lines dwindled significantly. Yet, even with their numbers reduced, the situation could not be ignored. Thus, Tian Yang and the other transcenders plunged into the fray for a final showdown. After dispatching a few lurkers, Tian Yang suddenly heard a cry of alarm. Unbeknownst to him, several Treants had joined the battlefield, and a frontline warrior of the divine class was sent flying by one of the Treants, landing 100 meters away and struggling to rise. As the Treant launched its initial attack, a member of the three-headed hound squad, Kunlun, charged in with a battle cry. With his curved blade close to his arm, he circled the Treant, severing several vines. With a swift twist of his blade, he focused his assault on one of the Treant's legs, stabbing relentlessly. After delivering numerous thrusts, Kunlun executed a crosscut that opened a massive gash. The Treant immediately knelt on one knee. At that moment, a shadow leaped into the air, a nameless warrior clad in a ghostly mask, whose name remained unknown. Suspended in midair, he gently caressed the hilt of his blade, and upon landing on the Treant, he swiftly drew his sword. A glimmer of cold light flashed across the Treant, severing countless vines. Even the Treant's body suffered a significant gash. "Hey, don't steal my kill," Kunlun shouted, his dual blades slicing through the Treant's foliage. The ghostly warrior, having touched down, silently retreated. It appeared that the two would soon bring down the Treant together. Treants were particularly troublesome foes, as they lacked a will and were composed of multiple independent forms. Thus, to truly slay one, it was imperative to eliminate as many of the humanoid flower entities as possible. Only then would the Treant cease to exist. Treants possessed formidable physical resistance, and even a regular person wielding a particle blade might struggle to sever a single vine. Although Kunlun and the ghostly warrior seemed to handle the situation with ease, the star essence they expended far surpassed what was needed to combat other dark denizens. Consequently, the pressure on Tian Yang and his companions increased significantly with the appearance of additional Treants. With a powerful chop, Songdu also severed several vines with his spring water sword. Yet for this towering creature standing 7 to 8 meters tall, losing a few vines was akin to a human losing a few strands of hair. It hardly mattered. The Treant turned and kicked at Songdu, who nimbly evaded the attack with a significant leap backward. As he landed, Songdu witnessed Tian Yang charging toward the Treant, the youth darting between its legs, sweeping his crimson moon blade, inflicting a wound upon the Treant. Moreover, that leg ignited in flames. The burning characteristic of the crimson moon blade provided a distinct advantage at that moment. As the youth wielded his sword, crimson brilliance flickered, enveloping the Treant in flames, causing Songdu to feel a twinge of frustration. Despite having attained Class 3, he found himself outshone by Tian Yang, a mere Class 1. Songdu silently resolved to acquire a weapon with burning properties upon returning to the fortress, so he would not have to rely on the rookie to handle fire-averse dark denizens in the future. After delivering another slash, Tian Yang positioned himself behind the Treant. Lowering his center of gravity, he propelled himself upward with enhanced agility, soaring 10 meters high and surpassing the Treant's height. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he surged with star essence, instantly reaching his peak activation. As he descended, he struck down, cleaving the Treant in two with a flash of crimson light. Upon landing, a flurry of crimson beams erupted from the Treant's form. The Treant froze momentarily, and suddenly, its body appeared to disintegrate, cascading down a deluge of black particles. In a single stroke, Tian Yang obliterated the majority of the humanoid flower entities constituting the Treant, leaving the remnants incapable of reassembling, scattering yet still emitting piercing cries as their roots lunged toward him. Songdu unleashed several powerful slashes with his spring water sword, dispatching these entities. Casting a complex glance at Tian Yang, he turned and charged toward another target. Tian Yang, having taken a brief respite, then faced a new adversary. Though he felt the star essence within him dwindle to less than half, and his sword began to feel burdensome. Fortunately, the remaining enemies were limited. 2 hours later, the battle concluded. The dark denizens within the high walls lay vanquished. Yet when the group approached the circle of peculiar trees, they found no trace of the Black Prince as previously reported by the Raven Squad. Only the high-backed stone chair, resembling a throne, remained in its original position, atop which lay a helmet shaped like a crown. From a distance, Tian Yang caught sight of the crown-like helmet resting on the stone seat. A foreboding thought creeping into his mind. Previously, in the desolate valley, they had confirmed the Black Prince's ability to evolve rapidly before their encounter. Now, with this crown present and the Black Prince missing, could it be that the entity had undergone another transformation? Tian Yang recalled that within this very circle of trees, the three Black Princes had been engaged in a deadly conflict. It was plausible that their goal was to consume one another, much like the long-haired prince hunting the dark denizens, as it was evident that the dark denizens provided the necessary nourishment for the Black Prince's evolution. If one Black Prince were to consume the other two, what would the remaining one metamorphose into? A new sovereign? The very thought sent a shiver through Tian Yang. The crown-like helmet was ultimately placed upon a table. In a spacious room within a building outside the high walls, a temporary command center had been established. Fei Mei stood with her hands clasped behind her back, intently observing the helmet on the table. After a moment, she turned to address the gathered individuals. What are your thoughts? Ling Feng, wiping his hands with a handkerchief, cast a casual glance at the helmet. According to the previous report from the Raven Squad, it seems the Black Prince is capable of continuous evolution. The current helmet may very well be a remnant left behind after yet another evolution. I am particularly concerned about the whereabouts of the so-called Black Prince. Sitting to Ling Feng's left, Xiahong spoke in a deep voice. Isn't the ultimate goal of this operation to eliminate the Black Prince and eradicate his presence? Yet, after all this time, we have seen neither the Black Prince nor even the wizards mentioned in the reports. Xiahong glanced at Ling Feng with skepticism. I am beginning to doubt the very existence of this so-called Black Prince. Could it be that the Night Walker misperceived the situation? Ling Feng, folding his handkerchief without even glancing at Xiahong, replied, As for the Black Prince's location, I cannot say for certain. However, I can assure you that beneath this city dwell the dark denizens, and perhaps even wizards are at work. Fei Mei interjected, So, does that imply that your scouts have returned? To be precise, only one has returned, Ling Feng said, stamping his foot. Beneath this battlefield lies a complex network of caverns. In their depths, there grow bizarre, indescribable plants. They severed some of the roots and discovered hollow tubes within. Can you guess what they found inside those tubes? Xiahong, losing his patience, retorted, General Ling, is this a time for riddles? Ling Feng replied coolly, Counselor Xia, it seems your patience needs enhancement. Fei Mei cleared her throat to quell Xiahong's rising agitation. Ling Feng, spare us the suspense. At last, Ling Feng revealed, the remains of human corpses, to be precise. Partially digested remains. The female general's expression hardened. Could they be the missing war casualties? Ling Feng nodded. Indeed, and not just one, but many. Hence, I have reason to believe that the dark folk are concocting something sinister. They would not collect human corpses without reason. Perhaps this war on the surface serves merely to facilitate their grim harvest. Thus, I propose we must advance into the subterranean caverns. It is highly likely that the Black Prince is hiding below. A heavy silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Xiahong shook his head. Venturing into the underground caverns is fraught with peril. First, the spatial constraints of the caverns make it impossible for vehicles and armored units to enter. Moreover, even if we merely dispatch soldiers, the confined space makes us vulnerable to annihilation. Let us not forget, those wizards excel at such tactics. Chapter 144. A dilemma. Ling Feng harbored a certain disdain for Xiahong, particularly after learning that Tian Yang had returned, prompting Xia to approach the Crow Squad's camp to demand personnel. In Ling Feng's perspective, Xiahong's actions were both futile and foolish. More importantly, he lacked the demeanor of a distinguished family. However, he had to concede that Xiahong's presence in this room indicated some level of competence, at the very least. He had not lost his fundamental judgment. Mr. Xia is correct, Ling Feng stated. Therefore, I would like to propose to the general that our personnel entering the underground should be of quality rather than quantity. His eyes subtly shifted to Fei Mei. With her hands clasped behind her back, Fei Mei nodded slightly in response. Since the dark citizens are mobilizing underground, we cannot remain oblivious. It is imperative that we venture into the depths. Ling Zongsan's suggestion is indeed prudent, and Mr. Xia's concerns are not without merit. Thus, as Ling Zongsan has suggested, let us gather elite troops for this endeavor. As for the selection of these elite troops, I believe that apart from the Nightwalkers, there are no more suitable candidates. Xiahong felt a slight stir within him. If Ling Feng's plan were enacted, the task of exploring the underground would undoubtedly fall upon the Nightwalkers. The Black Prince, the Sorcerer, and other high-risk dark citizens could be lurking beneath. The military merits gained by the Nightwalkers in this operation would be considerable. Should they delve into the underground to procure further achievements, it was likely that they would dominate the top 10 positions on the military rankings. Contemplating this, Xiahong stood and declared, Although our Storm Brigade's three-dimensional armed forces cannot descend, we do have transcenders within our ranks. General, I believe our Storm Brigade can fully participate in this mission. Ling Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. He knew Xia Hong's intentions all too well. Fei Mei interjected coolly. If we send our elite troops down, who will be accountable should any situation arise above ground? Xia Hong's expression faltered as he retook his seat. Wary of further comment. Responsible? What could he offer in terms of accountability? In matters of military urgency, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, he might find himself losing his head over the consequences. Fei Mei decisively concluded, let it be as such. Ling Zongsan, you shall arrange the Nightwalker's mission. The Storm Brigade and the regular army will remain above ground to guard against any eventualities. Ling Feng, of course, had no objections. The conflict at Huanggu Town had temporarily subsided. Aside from a contingent stationed within the high walls, the remaining soldiers, including the Nightwalkers, received orders to return to the camp for rest. Seated within the Falcon War Chariot, the convoy traversed the battlefield, where the service team and recovery unit were busy clearing the area, searching for and reclaiming materials left by the Dark Citizens. Suddenly, the communication device received a message. Tian Yang opened it to find it was from Sun. Are you all right? Tian Yang smiled faintly and replied, I'm fine, just a bit weary. Sun responded immediately. I heard you are returning to the camp? Once you're back, come over and I'll help you with an examination. Though the young man felt that his injuries were merely superficial, he agreed nonetheless. After days of interacting with numerous Dark Citizens, he found that even with his eyes closed, he could envision their grotesque figures. Perhaps a glimpse of Sun's delicate face would grant him a restful night. What are you smiling about? Han Shu suddenly leaned in, catching sight of the message on the communication device. The rugged man whistled and ruffled Tian Yang's hair. Ah, going on a date with our Miss Sun, are we? Several soldiers in the compartment turned to look. Even the flame soldier wore a smile. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tian Yang quickly clarified. I'm just going for a medical checkup. Not what you think, Captain. Han Shu laughed heartily. Why be shy? A capable man is always well liked, just like your captain here. Yes, Captain. We know you are a heartthrob. Tian Yang interjected hastily to silence him before he could boast further. Han Shu chuckled. Would you like me to share some personal experience on how to showcase your charm to the lady of your affection? Tian Yang, exasperated, replied, Thanks, Captain, but I really don't want to be seen as a weirdo. Han Shu patted the control panel. This is my personal experience. Over 30 years of wooing wisdom. How could that be deemed strange? 30 years of wooing wisdom. Captain, you seem quite mature for your age, Tian Yang retorted with a smile. Even upon reaching the camp, Han Shu continued to chatter incessantly, imparting his so-called insights. Once the war chariot halted, Tian Yang quickly opened the door and bolted out as if fleeing. Han Shu called after him. Kid, don't worry about anything. Find a secluded spot and kiss her. Girls, especially those who haven't dated much, will be unable to escape once you kiss them. Tian Yang sighed, thinking to himself that with so many people around the camp, it would be embarrassing to heed the captain's advice. As he walked through the camp, the young man suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. He turned to see Xian Miao slipping into a tent. Without further thought, he proceeded to the medical station, where he reported his name at the reception desk and was led to Sun's examination room. The girl had just finished treating a transcender, her hands emanating a light akin to the morning sun, the glow seemingly penetrating the wounds of the patient. The transcender had a wound on his chest that visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Moments later, the treatment concluded, and the patient left with an apology. Sun appeared somewhat fatigued, wiping her brow with a handkerchief before softly calling, Next patient. Tian Yang entered. How long has it been since you had a good night's sleep? Upon seeing him, a spark returned to Sun's face as she smiled gently. I've been sleeping more than you anyway. Observing the dark circles under her eyes, Tian Yang shook his head. You really need to rest. If you fall ill, who will take care of the injured? Sun nodded. All right. I'll take a break after seeing you. That's more like it, Tian Yang replied cheerfully. Sun gestured to the examination bed. Lie down. Tian Yang shook his head. No need. It's just some minor scratches. I mainly came to see you. Sun's ears turned pink as she slightly lowered her head. What do you want to see me for? Tian Yang chuckled. Perhaps it's because I've been eating food rations lately. I find myself missing your cooking. Sun paused, then covered her mouth with her hand, laughing softly. That's easy. Once we return, I'll prepare a dinner for you. Then it's settled. Tian Yang stood up and reminded her once more to rest and not overexert herself. Sun, surprised, asked, Are you leaving? Tian Yang stretched. Yes, I should head back to rest as well. Who knows, there may be more tasks ahead. And after seeing you, I feel re-energized. He opened the door and waved. I'm off. All right. Sun rose and moved to the door, adding, It's settled. When we get back, you must come over for dinner. Absolutely. Tian Yang bid farewell to the girl and descended from the medical vehicle, feeling significantly lighter in spirit. Even the perpetual gloom of the reverse realm seemed less oppressive. As he exited the medical station, the young man suddenly collided with someone. Before he could react, the individual fell to the ground, pointing an accusing finger at Tian Yang. Are you blind when you walk? Only then did Tian Yang realize he had bumped into a gaunt figure resembling a skinny monkey, who, without protective gear, was presumably a transcender from some squad. He was wrapped in bandages, and as he lifted his hand from his chest, blood stained his palm. The skinny monkey screamed, "Look what you've done. You've torn my wound open again. I had just managed to bandage it." Tian Yang frowned. He had not been walking briskly, and though he had bumped into him, it had not been with much force. Logically, it should not have been enough to knock the skinny monkey down, let alone reopen his wound. However, this incident was initiated by his own collision. Tian Yang helped him up and said, "I apologize. I wasn't paying attention. Would you like me to take you inside for a checkup?" "No need," the slender monkey retorted. "But you tell me, what should we do about this?" Tian Yang was taken aback. "What do you mean? What should we do?" The slender monkey nearly leaped up in indignation. "You knocked me down and caused me further injury. Do you think a mere apology suffices?" In that moment, Tian Yang comprehended that this individual was deliberately seeking trouble. His tone turned icy. "Then what do you propose?" The slender monkey smirked. "I know you, you white-haired brat. You've certainly amassed quite a few military merits this time. Haven't you? It's simple. When the merits are tallied, just grant me 2,000 contribution points, and we'll consider this matter settled." "And if I refuse?" Tian Yang replied, maintaining a calm gaze upon him. The slender monkey chuckled, sitting down on the ground and exclaiming, "You're bullying me. This is outrageous. Is this how your crow squad operates? Without reason? Everyone, come and judge for yourselves. This brat knocked me down and then had the audacity to scold me for not being careful. Look here. My freshly bandaged wound has been reopened and is bleeding." His loud outcry quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. They noted the blood seeping from the bandage on the slender monkey's chest and began pointing at Tian Yang. At that moment, someone shouted, "Shin-san, which scoundrel did this to you?" A burly man pushed through the crowd and approached the slender monkey. The latter immediately pointed at Tian Yang, exclaiming, "Old Wan, it's this white-haired brat. This scoundrel is so arrogant. I said we are all-night walkers. Shouldn't he at least offer an apology for knocking someone down?" Can you guess what he said? He claimed our dragon hunting squad is worthless and unworthy of comparison to your crow squad. He even said that those who cannot make the top 10 on the battle rankings are all pathetic losers and should withdraw from the night walkers. Instantly, a clamor erupted around the camp. The burly man known as Old One stepped forward. "You little brat, quite audacious, aren't you? Come here. Let me show you what my Wan family is capable of. Let's see how remarkable your crow squad truly is." Tian Yang furrowed his brow. He had initially thought the slender monkey merely sought to extort him, but it now appeared he aimed to tarnish the reputation of the crow squad. He found himself in a dilemma. If he retaliated, it would only reinforce the slender monkey's claims. Yet, to endure the provocation would suggest he was guilty of cowardice. What course of action should he take? P.S. Gratitude to the brothers southward to sea Misty Rain and God of Giant Spirits for their generous support. Chapter 145. The resolution. What an embarrassing scene. A brazen voice suddenly echoed through the crowd. I initially believed that the dragon hunting squad possessed some remarkable tactics. Yet, is this truly all they have? Utter rubbish indeed. The two members of the dragon hunting squad were taken aback by the unexpected interruption. Turning towards the source of the voice, "Who dares?" The crowd parted, revealing an exaggerated flash of blue that immediately caught Tian Yang's eye. It was Kunlun. A member of the three-headed dog team approached with a mocking grin, addressing the two lean figures. "How foolish of you to call yourselves dragon hunters. With such subpar methods, you ought to be renamed mouse hunters." The lean figure pointed at him, exclaiming, "Kunlun, this is none of your business. Refrain from spouting nonsense here." Kunlun shrugged. "Have I spoken incorrectly? Where do you stand on the battle rankings? 20th? Or perhaps 30th? A low rank is one thing, but to resort to such base tactics to tarnish another team's reputation? I must ask, are you merely immature children? I foolishly held expectations for you, but you've utterly disappointed me." The lean figure frowned. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Kunlun countered with a question. "Shin-san, you claim to be injured, correct? And severely so?" The lean figure clutched his chest, his expression pained. "Indeed, this fool caused my wound to reopen, and the pain is unbearable." "Oh, then you ought to be cautious," Kunlun winked. Shin-san, taken aback, stammered, "Cautious of what?" Before he could finish, Kunlun lunged forward, drawing a hooked blade from his waist. The blade glinted coldly as it sliced toward Shen San's chest. Shen San let out a cry, displaying agility that belied his claimed injuries, rolling away from the spot. As cold sweat trickled down his brow, he shouted at Kunlun, "Damn it, Kunlun, you lunatic! Why the sudden attack?" Kunlun, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, brandished a bloodied bandage. Shen San quickly glanced down, realizing that Kunlun had severed the bandage across his chest, revealing the truth beneath. A blood bag was strapped to his torso. The onlookers instantly comprehended the situation. Shen San had not been injured at all. The blood on the bandage was entirely fabricated by the blood bag. One of the other dragon hunting squad members gasped, pointing at Shen San. "What the hell are you up to, Shen San? I misjudged you. I can't believe you would stoop so low." Shen San stood there, stunned, while Kunlun erupted into laughter. Indeed, this was thrilling. A member of the three-headed dog team clapped. "Old Wan, you truly have a knack for talent. Upon seeing the tides turn against you, you swiftly distanced yourself." Old Ma, with a serious demeanor, retorted, "Kunlun, don't slander. I had no knowledge of Shen San's actions." "Is that so?" Kunlun suddenly pointed into the crowd. "Xiamiao, are you not going to step forward? I clearly saw you cozying up to these two buffoons. I even caught wind of the name white-haired Brat and Raven squad. Surely, I did not mishear?" A murmur rippled through the crowd, and as Kunlun directed his finger, people parted, exposing Xiamiao. He had initially turned to leave, but, under the weight of numerous gazes, halted and turned back with an impassive expression, saying, "Kunlun, I don't know what you're talking about." Kunlun grinned. "I said, you teamed up with these two to cause trouble for the white-haired boy and smear the Raven squad's reputation. Do you comprehend, Xieta Shao? With no evidence, do not wrongfully accuse." Xiamiao retorted through gritted teeth. Kunlun closed his eyes, nodding. "You are correct. I indeed lack evidence. Wait, I seem to recall something." After Old One walked away, you handed Shen San a star crystal and cautioned him not to inform Old Wan. Xiamiao and his companions turned pale. Kunlun pointed at Shen San. "If you doubt my words, let Shen San remove his clothing for inspection." Shen San immediately exclaimed, "No, young Master Xie did not give me any star crystal." Old One then accused Xiamiao. "This is unfair. Why does Shen San receive an additional star crystal?" Xiamiao nearly fainted upon hearing this. Kunlun was indeed correct. These two were utterly incompetent. He had not given Shen San any star crystal. It was evident that Kunlun was merely testing them, and yet both had unwittingly revealed the truth. He chose not to explain further, his face ashen, turning to flee. Old Wan, still processing, chased after him, shouting, "Xiamiao, clarify yourself. How come Shen San has more star crystals than I do?" The crowd erupted in commotion. It was clear to all but the foolish that, just as Kunlun had claimed, Xiamiao had indeed conspired with the two to tarnish the Raven squad's reputation. Whispers and discussions ensued. Tian Yang, feeling a whirlwind of emotions, was astonished to find that the one who had come to his rescue today was none other than Kunlun. Kunlun clapped his hands, preparing to leave when Tian Yang's voice rang out. "Thank you." Kunlun halted, regarding Tian Yang with disdain. "Do not mistake my actions. I still harbor contempt for you. Frankly, had Xiamiao's tactics been more refined, I would have relished watching him trouble you. But to witness such lowly antics was utterly revolting, compelling me to expose them." Tian Yang smiled. "Regardless, I must express my gratitude for standing up for our squad." Kunlun scoffed. "White-haired brat, do not presume that I will treat you kindly just because you attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. Rest assured, I will seek you out at the opportune moment to settle our previous encounter." Tian Yang understood he referred to their near confrontation upon his arrival at headquarters. The youth nodded. "I shall await your challenge." Kunlun chuckled, spinning the hooked blade in his hand before sheathing it and departing. By evening, new orders were issued from the command center, tasking each Nightwalker team with exploring the depths of the town. Previously, when Ling Feng had sent scouts down, they utilized various detection technologies to map the subterranean caverns thoroughly. Ling Feng had specially instructed the technical department to prepare a three-dimensional map, clearly marking designated routes. The following day, the Nightwalker teams would pair up to explore the routes designated by the command center. Upon seeing the team that would join his squad for exploration, Tian Yang was momentarily taken aback. The team collaborating with the Raven squad was indeed the three-headed dog team, led by Kunlun. What a twist of fate. Tian Yang's thoughts began to wander. The following morning, Tian Yang accompanied his squad to the rendezvous point. At the assembly point, Ling Feng briefly outlined the strategic objectives of the operation before announcing the teams to prepare and enter in an orderly fashion. "Hey, old Han, who would have thought we'd have a chance to work together? You'd better look out for me," Tian Yang remarked while checking his gear. When a voice reached his ears, he looked up to see a team approaching the Raven squad. The speaker appeared to be the captain of this squad, tall and slender. He lacked the robust stature of Han Shu. Though he was also a middle-aged man, his hair was neatly groomed, and his chin was smooth. In terms of appearance, he surpassed Han Shu by a significant margin. Upon spotting this man, Han Shu huffed in reluctance. Enough of your chatter, Ning. When it's time for you to work, don't slack off. The man named Ning chuckled, patting his chest. Come now, old Han. Am I that kind of person? Rest assured, should we encounter any sticky situations, I won't hesitate. He then smacked his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot. You're a fortress class, so your offensive capabilities are rather limited. Rest assured, just equip me with a few star essence shields. Leave the matter of vanquishing foes to me, for you need not concern yourself. Who claims that I cannot subdue the dark-skinned? When I was mercilessly dispatching them, you, with the surname Ning, were likely frolicking in the mud. Tian Yang felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. It appeared that this man named Ning, he harbored some animosity towards Han Shu. They were once rivals in love. Folding the star element bow, Jiu quietly remarked that they had once engaged in a fierce battle over a woman, with Captain Ning being a warrior of divine rank, while our captain was a bastion. Ultimately, neither could prevail over the other, resulting in an incessant rivalry whenever they crossed paths, akin to bickering children. It seems our captain has such a tragic past. I had assumed he navigated the avenues of romance with ease. Tian Yang felt a pang of sympathy for Han Shu for 3 fleeting seconds. Hey! From the corner of his eye, a flash of blue caught Tian Yang's attention, a bit glaring. Kunlun, wielding a pair of curved blades at his waist, approached and pointed at Tian Yang, exclaiming, "Let's compete today and see who can slay the most dark-skinned." Tian Yang sighed inwardly, hoping his relationship with this fellow would not devolve into one resembling that of the two captains. As the preparation time concluded, the team commenced their descent into the depths. Han Shu and Ning ceased their mutual provocations and entered the designated path with their respective teams. Initially, other squads were visible around them, but as they ventured deeper, only the Raven and the Cerberus teams remained in the subterranean passage. As a hunter, Jiu took the lead, with Tian Yang and Sangdu following closely to provide support. The trio was making steady progress when, unexpectedly, Kunlun silently joined them. Sangdu seemed to harbor no fondness for this blue-haired youth. Frowning as he said, "What are you doing here? We have enough hands." Kunlun shot him a glance. "I'm here because I want to be. It's none of your concern. And as for you, as a man, why do you keep your hair so long? It's utterly repulsive." Sangdu, like a powder keg, ignited instantly. "Say that again." Kunlun sneered. "I could repeat it 10 times, should you wish." "Silence." Jiu snapped, turning sharply. "If you two continue to bicker, I'll send you back. Do not disrupt my judgment." Sangdu huffed and turned his face away. Kunlun crossed his arms, turning his head in another direction. Tian Yang sighed inwardly, suddenly sensing that this mission might not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Chapter 146. The Death Trap. As they journeyed, Kunlun occasionally paused, gently caressing the rock walls. That tender gesture seemed a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, almost resembling a different person altogether. In certain areas, this audacious youth, whose age was comparable to Tian Yang's, would even extend his tongue to lightly lick the stones. After a brief moment, Sangdu could not help but remark, "I never expected you to have a fondness for licking rocks." Kunlun scoffed, "You don't understand anything, Longmagui. Do you even know how caves are formed?" Sangdu huffed, "Unfortunately, I did not take geology as an elective. Not knowing is not a crime." Kunlun patted the rock wall and continued, "Caves, or rather caverns, are typically the result of prolonged erosion by groundwater in limestone regions. The varying calcium content in the limestone layers leads to differing degrees of erosion, creating diverse and independent caverns. But have you noticed? Since we entered this cavernous passage, the height and width of the tunnels have been almost uniform. What does that suggest?" Tian Yang halted. "Are you implying that this is a man-made cave?" Kunlun snapped his fingers. "Though I am not fond of the white-haired one, he is correct. This is indeed a man-made cavern." Sangdu sneered. "I thought you would arrive at a more profound conclusion, yet here we are. So what if it's man-made? The residents of the reverse realm even prefer to construct trains underground. Would you not have them excavate a series of artificial caves beneath the city?" Kunlun interlocked his fingers behind his head. "Only a fool would dig caves underground. One misstep, and the entire city could collapse. Furthermore, these rock walls are smooth and pristine, indicating they were recently excavated. As for who did the digging, I should not have to elaborate." Tian Yang frowned. "So, according to you, these caves were excavated by the black citizens. Yet I have seen vast subterranean halls and irregular corridors. Those do not appear to be artificial." Kunlun shrugged. "You are too rigid in your thinking. I never claimed the entire cave system was artificial. Do you not think the black citizens would have connected them? Do not say I did not warn you." You should exercise caution. If they could dig here, they could also lay traps within. Tian Yang dismissed the notion. We did not encounter any traps when we ascended from the depths. Kunlun flashed a toothy grin, revealing a fong. Do not be naive, white-haired one. Just because you have not encountered them does not mean they do not exist. This area has been explored twice. Do you think the black citizens would not have prepared something? Songdu crossed his arms. Are you suggesting those things would implement remedial measures? Kunlun turned to him with a retort. Do you think the black citizens are foolish? Oh, you likely only encounter low-level threats, which are indeed rather dull. I cannot blame you for that. What are you implying? Songdu exclaimed. If you cannot comprehend what I am saying, then you truly are beyond saving, Lomagui. Tian Yang rubbed his forehead. These two had begun their bickering again. Shoo! Jiyu suddenly gestured from ahead, and then crouched down, pressing her ear against the cold cavern floor. There is a sound coming our way. She abruptly glanced towards a side passage on the left. Songdu immediately raised his rifle, using the illumination attachment to cast a beam of light into the darkened corridor. At that moment, even Tian Yang began to discern an odd noise, envisioning an object rolling through the passage in his mind. Moments later, a dark, round shadow rolled down from the slightly inclined corridor, and as the light illuminated it, blurred faces emerged within the beam. What was that? This question echoed in the minds of all present. Kunlun suddenly darted into the side passage, two curved blades unsheathed. And with a brazen shout, the blue-haired youth declared, "Let me handle this." With his starry essence manifesting, the blades crossed in an X-shaped flash, striking the object that rolled forth from the side passage. What emerged scattered in all directions, swarmers and mad dogs. They had been enveloped by some force, rolling in a spherical mass from a certain part of the side passage. Though Kunlun cleaved through them, he had only slain a few. A greater multitude of monsters surged past him like a black torrent, crashing into the main passage. In an instant, Tian Yang's vision was filled with these twisted, malevolent figures, and his ears were filled with the frenzied, hoarse howls of the creatures. The youth reacted swiftly. As the monsters stormed into the main passage, silver radiance enveloped him. He quickly pulled Jiyu, who was closest, and retreated, distancing themselves from the chaotic tide of black citizens. Jiyu, a hunter by trade, had limited efficacy in such confined quarters. If she were not extracted, the dense horde could easily overwhelm her. Once Tian Yang released her, he unsheathed the Chi Web battle blade, its edge gleaming with crimson hue. He lunged forward, and with a flash of his blade, he severed a mad dog in twain. Then, rather than exerting unnecessary energy, Tian Yang focused on striking the creatures trapped within their cages. Wherever his blade passed, these dark denizens either had their cages shattered or their skulls split open. Amidst the chaos, he glanced forward. Songdu and Kunlun were also fiercely combating the foes. In comparison, Kunlun wielded his dual blades with considerable advantage in this environment. The blue-haired youth rotated his blades, spinning like a top, and wherever he passed, black citizens fell in droves. Songdu's spring-water sword, being too lengthy, could not unleash its full slashing potential in such conditions. He could only utilize thrusts and jabs, breaking the cages of the black citizens. Thus, his efficiency paled in comparison to Kunlun's. After dispatching another mad dog, several star arrows whizzed past him, pinning a mad dog and 3 swarmers to the ground. The youth glanced back to see Jiyu had drawn her longbow, skillfully providing cover for the 3 of them. At that moment, screams and howls echoed from the passage behind, suggesting they were not the only ones under attack. Tian Yang surmised correctly. Such assaults were occurring throughout numerous passages. The spherical masses formed by the swarmers and mad dogs rolled through the complex network of caverns. When they collided with humans, the binding force of the black citizens would dissipate, immediately sending a multitude of soldiers onto the battlefield. In the face of such a tactic, the Ascenders fared better. But the ordinary soldiers in the squad suffered greatly. They scarcely had the chance to fire their weapons before being overwhelmed by the surging black citizens, only to be torn apart by the frenzied onslaught. Die, 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 echoed Kunlun's frenzied shouts within the cavern. The blue-haired youth was splattered with the blood of the black citizens, yet he seemed utterly unfazed, his expression one of exhilaration as he reveled in the carnage. By the time he paused, no black citizens remained beside him, and those he had slain lay in grotesque displays of death. Some swarmers had been cleaved in half, yet still desperately clawed their way out from the pile of corpses, reaching out for Kunlun's feet. Kunlun twirled his curved blades, leaping among the monsters, piercing through their cages. As he punctured the last cage of a black citizen clinging to life, he suddenly felt an urge and glanced toward the depths of the cavern. However, the dark interior seemed empty, so he drew a handgun and fired a flare in that direction. Instantly, the cavern's depths were illuminated, revealing a dark purple orb drifting toward him. Surrounding the orb was a glimmering aura that appeared viscous, resembling a mass of rolling slime. Within the orb's center, tiny orange lights flickered to life, coalescing toward a single point before vanishing. As the orb approached, Kunlun felt an invisible force pulling him toward it. His pupils dilated slightly as he pressed down on the end of the hooked blade, then swung it, the long blade flashing like lightning, striking the violet sphere with a glimmer of silvery starlight. Instantly, the surface of the violet sphere was marred by a network of orange-yellow cracks, energy pouring forth from the fissures, transforming into a swirling mass of dark purple fire cloud. A thunderous roar erupted as a violent explosion resonated through the passage, the shockwave whipping towards Kunlun, nearly suffocating him. He pressed down on the handle once more, and the launch blade reversed course, revealing a specialized steel wire connecting the blade and the handle. Under the intricate mechanics housed within the handle, the blade was retracted and rejoined with the handle, reforming the hooked blade. Kunlun glanced at the blade, noticing signs of melting on the composite material, with remnants of purple stains scattered across its surface. At that moment, amidst the swirling dust ahead, 4 or 5 peculiar luminous spheres, each possessing a gravitational pull, drifted towards them. Kunlun refrained from being overzealous, retreating to the main path to assist Songdu in dispatching a rabid dog, shouting, "Be careful, the wizard is here." The 3 members of the Raven squad turned pale at his words, especially Tian Yang, who had encountered such dark beings multiple times before. Yet, each encounter revealed a slightly different visage of the wizard, with abilities that varied drastically. The only constant was the widespread lethality of these dark beings. Encountering them in a cave was a dire predicament indeed. "Quick, let us return to the captain." Jiyu decisively shot several arrows, eliminating a few dark beings surrounding Tian Yang and Songdu before retreating. Her judgment was astute, especially in the face of a wizard in such an exceedingly unfavorable environment. Only the 2 captains, Han Shu and Ning Yi, could contend with such a threat. After all, the synergy between the fortress and war god classes was not merely a matter of addition. However, just as Jiyu began to withdraw, the ground beneath her unexpectedly erupted, a vast expanse of purple fire clouds surging upwards, creating a massive hole in the passage. That was not all. Due to the explosion, the ground began to collapse progressively. Beneath this passage lay an unfathomable chasm. Jiyu's complexion paled as she sprinted forward, calling out, "Run. We can't go back, and this place is going to cave in." Tian Yang glanced back, and indeed, the passage was crumbling at an alarming rate. Below the cracked earth lay a pitch-black abyss, and he had no desire to plummet into it. He promptly grabbed Jiyu and fled. Kunlun led the charge, forging a path ahead. Tian Yang and Jiyu ran in the middle, with Songdu bringing up the rear. The explosion roared again from behind. It was those purple luminous spheres that had drifted from the fork in the path, crashing into the surrounding rock walls, their explosions hastening the collapse of the passage. As they fled, Tian Yang glanced back, witnessing a massive cloud of thick smoke, swirling with countless debris, exuding an aura of destruction, rushing towards them with relentless fury. Chapter 147. The First Kiss according to the roadmap provided by the Strategic Department. Tian Yang and his team were originally supposed to turn at the fork they had just encountered. However, with a wizard present in the fork and the main path beginning to collapse, they had no choice but to sprint forward. "Quick, run faster," Kunlun urged, leading the way and reminding the others behind him. His voice echoed throughout the cavernous passage. Tian Yang frowned slightly. The echo was rather pronounced, suggesting a vast space ahead. "Who has a flare? Shoot one ahead," he called out. "I'll do it." Kunlun retrieved the launcher and fired a flare down the passage. The flare soared, illuminating the distance. And as the light surged upward, all 4 of them gasped in shock. 100 meters ahead lay a sheer cliff. In the light of the flare, they could see the uneven ceiling of the cave. Had it not been for the flare, at their current speed, they would have plummeted over the edge before realizing the danger. With a soft hiss, Kunlun's boots scraped against the ground as he halted at the precipice. Peering down, he found an abyss of darkness, its depth unknown. The other 3 joined him, stopping at the cliff's edge, glancing back at the still thundering passage. From the sound, it seemed the collapse was far from over and was creeping ever closer. "What now?" Kunlun exclaimed anxiously, feeling cornered by the situation. Tian Yang looked at the combat knife in his hand and shouted, "Let's secure ourselves to the rock wall first." Behind them, the dense smoke surged forward, and without hesitation, everyone plunged their weapons into the rock to anchor themselves. Although Jiyu carried a dagger for self-defense, it was of little use now. As the smoke approached, the ground beneath her suddenly gave way, prompting a startled cry. Suddenly, she felt her arm tighten. Tian Yang had grabbed her, and the two pressed against the rock wall, allowing the smoke and debris to swirl past them. After a moment, Tian Yang opened his eyes to the billowing dust around them. He lifted Jiyu, calling, "Hold on tight." Jiyu clutched Tian Yang's shoulders, almost riding on his back, her legs tightening around his waist as she wrapped her arms around his neck, finally exhaling in relief. Having never been this close to a man before, even if he was merely a boy, Jiyu felt her ears flush. Fortunately, everyone was too preoccupied with their surroundings to notice her sudden shyness. As the dust began to settle, Kunlun suddenly spotted a cave on the opposite cliff. It appeared to be a drop of 5 or 6 meters from their position. "Look over there," Kunlun exclaimed. "There's a cave. If we can reach it, we should find a way out." Upon hearing this, Jiyu turned back, but her heart sank as she assessed the distance. "No way, it's too far. It's at least 14 or 15 meters away. Can you jump that far?" Sangdu pondered. "If I can get a running start, I should be able to manage." Kunlun scoffed. "Long-haired freak, that's as good as saying nothing. We're stuck here. There's no chance for a running start." Tian Yang calculated the distance, then spoke gravely. "Jiyu, I think I can throw you across. Do you want to try?" Jiyu hesitated. "That's too risky. Why don't we try climbing down and see if we can find another passage?" Sangdu agreed. "It's worth a shot." Kunlun drove his twin blades into the rock wall, and, as he began to descend, he suddenly halted, his expression grave. Tian Yang noticed his unusual demeanor and peered down the cliff. Initially, he felt nothing amiss until a faint sound echoed from below. Moments later, a figure emerged from the abyss's darkness. It resembled a person clinging to the rock face, with long limbs and a gaunt frame. Under the flare's glow, they could even see the protruding bones beneath the skin. The creature appeared remarkably light, and more of these people were emerging. Sensing the gaze of the humans above, the foremost creature raised its head, revealing a grotesque visage devoid of eyes and nose, save for 2 nostrils and a gaping mouth that extended to its ears. It opened its mouth to reveal rows of sharp, interlocking teeth, emitting a low growl toward the humans above. "These are the subterranean dwellers," Jiyu whispered. "They, like ghostly vehicles, prefer to inhabit tunnels and underground spaces. They are exceptionally lightweight and adept climbers. Although they lack sight, their sense of smell and hearing are highly developed. They shun light and fire, thriving in darkness and dampness. Moreover, their bites are vicious, capable of penetrating standard defensive armor." Kunlun began to climb higher. Should he encounter these subterranean beings on solid ground, he would not be afraid. Yet now, clinging to the cliff face was already a struggle, leaving them no opportunity to confront the subterranean dwellers. "Throw me across, Tian Yang," Jiyu urged. "I'd rather take my chances than be attacked by them here." Tian Yang nodded, gripping the hilt of his blade with one hand while securing Jiyu with the other, urging her to let go. At that moment, Jiyu had no choice but to place her complete trust in this boy before her. She followed Tian Yang's instructions, relaxing her body as he held her up with one hand. Then, Tian Yang executed a movement that made her heart race. He began to swing against the wall like a pendulum. Jiyu immediately understood that he aimed to use the swinging motion to reduce the throwing distance and increase the force of the throw. However, even with this plan, watching herself swing through the air with no ground beneath her still made her heart leap into her throat. "Prepare." Tian Yang's voice rang out as, with a powerful swing, he flung Jiyu toward the opposite cliff. Jiyu soared through the air, curling her body to minimize air resistance and maximize her distance. As she reached the apex of her flight, she began to descend. Just before colliding with the rock wall, she suddenly extended her body, reaching out to grasp a protruding rock. Her weight pulled her down, but she clung to the cliff. Not daring to linger, she climbed a short distance up the wall, successfully entering the cave discovered by Kunlun. Lying on the ground, Jiyu took a few deep breaths before rising. She glanced across to see the subterranean dwellers had already begun to scale the cliff. From a distance, they resembled a swarm of geckos, a sight that sent shivers down her spine. "Hey woman, move aside," Kunlun shouted from across. Jiyu's dramatic entrance had drawn the attention of the subterranean beings, leaving no need to keep her voice down now. "Call me sister, you brat," Jiyu muttered, stepping back a bit while retrieving her longbow to cover her companions. Kunlun drew a hooked blade, pointing it toward the cave entrance, pressing a button on the hilt. The blade shot out, embedding itself in the cave's floor. Kunlun tugged, ensuring it was secure before turning to Sangdu. "Long-haired one, you know how to use this, right? Remember to return it to me." With a powerful push against the cliff, Kunlun propelled himself like a bullet across to the other side of the abyss, utilizing the special steel wire connected to the blade. Upon reaching the opposite wall, he reeled in the wire, pulling himself upward. Kunlun left one hooked blade behind, clearly intended for Sangdu. He was close to Sangdu. The youth with the ponytail first grasped the hook blade to secure himself before retrieving the spring water sword. Following the same method, he successfully reached the other side. Thus, only Tian Yang remained on the cliff. At that moment, the subterranean beings were less than 10 meters away from him. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth, striking one of the subterranean creatures in the head. It let out a horrendous scream before plummeting into the abyss. Jiyu anxiously glanced at Tian Yang, realizing with dismay that he had no tools to aid his passage. Kunlun sheathed his hook blade after spinning it around, turning to leave. If the white-haired one dies here, it merely indicates his mediocrity. Better yet, I would be rid of a rival, he chuckled wickedly. Sangdu glared furiously. Had it not been for Kunlun lending him his hook blade moments ago, he would have relished kicking this scoundrel like a ball. Jiyu shot Sangdu a surprised look, struggling to believe that the youth with the ponytail could be angered for Tian Yang's sake, given their lack of deep affection. Suddenly, Jiyu sensed a powerful aura erupting from the opposite side. Turning to look, he discovered that Tian Yang was revealing his celestial essence. The young man pivoted, leaning against the rock wall, facing the abyss. After taking a deep breath, Tian Yang gripped the hilt of his blade, executing a backward somersault that allowed him to half-crouch on the vertical cliff. Below, several subterranean beings roared as they climbed up, reaching out to seize Tian Yang. With all his strength, Tian Yang propelled himself forward, dragging the Qiyue war blade with him, resembling a radiant meteor streaking across the pitch-black depths below. The subterranean beings, hearing the sound of slicing air, instinctively reversed their bodies, attempting to catch Tian Yang midair. Alas, all they grasped was empty space. As their momentum waned, one by one, they screamed and fell, their figures vanishing into the darkness. With an explosive burst of energy, Tian Yang soared across the expanse of over 10 meters. Just before colliding with the rock wall, he raised the Qiyue war blade and thrust it with force. The razor-sharp edge easily penetrated the cliff, and although the downward force caused the blade to slide several meters along the rock, it ultimately secured Tian Yang to the wall. A moment later, he leaped into the cave. Jiyu could not contain herself, letting out a cheer as she embraced Tian Yang and excitedly planted a kiss on his cheek. Hearing her exclamation, Kunlun smirked and continued on his way. After kissing Tian Yang, Jiyu suddenly realized her indiscretion and hastily withdrew her arms. She noticed Tian Yang's peculiar expression and inquired, "What's wrong?" Tian Yang sighed. "That was my first kiss." Jiyu froze for a moment before exclaiming, "That was my first kiss too. If you hadn't saved me, would I have kissed you, you little brat? How dare you look so disdainful?" Sangdu covered his face, his shoulders shaking as he struggled not to burst into laughter. Chapter 148. The Devil's Fruit. Kunlun returned, exclaiming, "I have discovered a path. Will you continue your discussion regarding first kisses, or come and take a look?" Jiyu had already slung her longbow and moved forward. After a few steps, she remarked, "This does not appear to be a man-made cave." Upon hearing this, Sangdu raised his rifle and, utilizing the illumination accessory, surveyed the surroundings. The corridor of this cavern differed significantly from the one they had traversed earlier. The rocky passage was uneven, with considerable variations in width. At its widest, it could accommodate two individuals side by side, while at its narrowest, one had to turn sideways to pass through. Additionally, water seeped from above, indicating the presence of an underground water flow, resulting in a rather humid environment within the cave. As this was a naturally formed cavern, it was plausible that they might directly reach the depths below if fortune favored them. Leading the way, Kunlun appeared quite at ease in this environment, moving fluidly through the cavern, his pace unbroken, nearly causing the three behind him to lose track of him. Sangdu muttered softly, "Could this little blue-haired boy have grown up underground?" Tian Yang also sensed that Kunlun possessed an innate intuition for such cavern systems. It would not be surprising if he truly had been raised in the depths. After a brief moment, Kunlun halted. Ahead lay no path. Yet beneath the feet of the blue-haired youth, there wound a serpentine tunnel, its destination unknown. Tian Yang tossed a glowing stick into the tunnel, which collided with the stones inside before finally coming to rest. The emitted cold light illuminated a section extending downward at a slant, resembling a tortuous passage akin to a sheep's intestine. Kunlun volunteered, "I shall descend first, you may follow. Be cautious, and do not climb too quickly. Sometimes, if you step wrong, you might fall into a natural pit. If luck is against you, it could very well be a bottomless chasm. When delving into the depths, maintain a sense of reverence." With a series of admonitions, the blue-haired youth began to navigate the tunnel with methodical precision, akin to a monkey, swiftly reaching the spot where the glowing stick lay. As he leaned forward, he disappeared into the tunnel. The others followed suit, with Jiyu and Sangdu descending before Tian Yang took up the rear. They progressed through the winding tunnel for nearly 4 to 5 hours. At times, They could walk with bent backs. At others, they resembled worms, crawling through the narrow confines. After several brief rests, when Kunlun kicked aside a stone obstructing their path, a gust of cold wind suddenly rushed in. The presence of wind, particularly its chill, signified that they had indeed arrived underground, and this location must be quite spacious. Kunlun discarded a glowing stick at the cave's edge, which quickly fell to the ground. The cold light revealed their position to be less than 3 meters from the surface. The blue-haired youth leaped down, only to be greeted by a sudden burst of red light. He promptly dropped to the ground, and upon looking up, he discovered a plant root traversing this open space. This root, as thick as a barrel, bore numerous pods of varying sizes. At that moment, all the pods illuminated, casting a crimson hue that bathed the entire area in a blood-like tint. Within the glowing pods, Kunlun was startled to see a mass of liquid surging forth, in which half of a human arm was visible. The arm, adorned with armor and gloves, appeared to belong to a regular soldier. Tian Yang, situated within the cavern, beheld a similar sight, the very same entities. Jiu approached him, her cascading hair brushing against Tian Yang's face, provoking a slight itch. The strange plants you encountered underground are these? She inquired. Tian Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they are. Look ahead. Sangdu pointed towards the darkness. In that seemingly eternal night, lights began to flicker. A series of red glimmers ascended, forming the outline of a towering tree. It resembled an ancient giant, its imposing figure visible even from a distance. Tian Yang suddenly speculated. Could it be that these roots were the roots of that very tree? The sheer girth of the roots, deeply embedded, suggested they might span the entire subterranean system. Thus, a tree of such colossal height would not be astonishing. Kunlun called softly from below. Shall you accompany me to take a closer look, or will you remain here? Since they had ventured underground and discovered an extraordinarily large tree, naturally, no one wished to stay behind. One by one, Tian Yang and the others descended to the ground, following the route along their path. Not long after, they observed an increasing number of similar routes, extending from all directions until they converged at one point, the giant tree. Soon, the quartet paused, hiding behind a massive stone. Peering from their concealment, they noted that the peculiar giant tree was now quite close. At this distance, they could discern the tree trunk, which was nearly as thick as a small building. Rising over 50 meters, its twisted branches radiated outward, devoid of leaves, resembling arms stretching toward the vaulted ceiling as if supporting the cavernous space above. The trunk glowed with a sanguine luminescence, flickering as though it were breathing. Tian Yang activated his tactical vision, zooming in to reveal the gnarled trunk, from which long and short arms protruded through the interlaced roots. These arms were not lifeless. They were animated, slowly swaying, fingers flexing as though striving to grasp something. Surrounding this sinister and enigmatic giant tree, scattered corpses of the black citizens knelt upon the ground. Be they mad dogs or wanderers, all facing the tree, forming a circle of worship. Though no light emanated from the confines of their will, their bodies were ensnared by some force, showing no signs of decay. When Tian Yang glanced to the left of the giant tree, he suddenly felt a jolt of shock. Noticing his unease, Jiu softly inquired, "What have you discovered?" Yet Tian Yang found no words to respond, for within his tactical vision, he beheld a high-backed throne. This throne appeared inseparable from the giant tree, forming an indivisible whole. Seated upon the throne, which was composed of intertwined roots, was a figure, the Black Prince. Previously, the Raven Squad had encountered 3 Black Princes behind the high walls, and Tian Yang's memory remained vivid. However, he had never laid eyes upon this particular Black Prince. This one bore a resemblance to the long-haired prince they had first encountered, adorned with a similarly styled crown, albeit more ornate, intricately patterned, and set with a purple gemstone. With long, flowing hair of a pale hue that emitted a soft glow, it danced in the wind like a wisp of pale flame. The visage appeared more mature. If the long-haired prince they had met before resembled a youth of 17 or 18, this one appeared to be a man of around 30. Clad in a lightweight armor that prioritized agility over defense, he rested his forearm upon the throne's armrest, revealing an emblem, a diamond shape with an eye-like figure at its center, surrounded by twisted, intricate lines, reminiscent of what they had seen on the black tree outside the decaying building. Next to the throne lay a sword. From the scabbard to the hilt, the sword is adorned with intricate patterns and designs in shades of black and silver. Its elongated blade exudes an air of majesty, reminiscent of a king's sword. It is evident that Kunlun has also noticed the Dark Prince. The young man with blue hair remarked softly, "Hey, that must be the Dark Prince. It seems we've stumbled upon a treasure this time." Tian Yang quickly interjected, "Don't act recklessly. It is definitely beyond our capability to confront." It would be wise to wait for the captain and the others to arrive. When the three dark princes had clashed violently the previous day, they had demonstrated powers that far exceeded the danger level of a third-grade sorcerer. Now, the dark prince seated beneath the great tree may have evolved once more, perhaps even surpassing a fourth-grade ascendant. Looking at the four of them, the highest rank among them was only that of Tsangdu, and they seemed to have little chance of victory. Kunlun chuckled nervously. Rest assured, I enjoy fighting, but I'm not foolish. That creature looks exceedingly formidable. Just look at its armor and that sword. I've never encountered such a dark being, and my instincts tell me it is perilous, extremely perilous. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from above the giant tree, where the canopy supported the dome. Even the dark prince, who had remained motionless, lifted its head. Tian Yang and the others also looked up to see a branch descending from the treetop. At the tip of that branch, two delicate crimson leaves had sprouted. Between those leaves, a small fruit was rapidly growing in size. As the branch lowered near the dark prince, the fruit had already reached the size of a fist. Its surface was impeccably smooth, resembling an apple, yet the skin was almost translucent. Through Tian Yang's tactical vision, he discerned clusters of crystalline threads beneath the skin. These threads pulsated gently, glowing and contracting. Throughout this process, the fruit emanated a rich aura of energy. What is that? Jiyu exclaimed softly. It can't be just my imagination. Why do I sense an incredible energy emanating from that fruit? Its energy field is indistinguishable from that of a high-ranking powerhouse. Suddenly, Tian Yang recalled something, turning to look behind him, and his gaze fell upon the thick roots. His pupils dilated slightly in shock as he gasped. That thing is nothing short of a demonic fruit. The others turned to him, puzzled by the meaning behind Tian Yang's words. P.S. Grateful thanks to Skalujajang, Xingluoqing, and Xiaomi's godfather for their generous support. Thank you. Chapter 149. Sword of Thunder. Jiyu and the others could not grasp the meaning of the devil fruit, as they had never witnessed the scene of those rootstocks preying on the black people and digesting humans. Tian Yang had previously been puzzled by the purpose of these roots. However, he now surmised that these bizarre plants, growing underground, existed solely to serve that fruit. Humans and black people, after being captured and digested, were transported to that foreign object resembling a pregnant woman, which acted as a relay station. Perhaps the essence of flesh and blood conveyed by the roots underwent another round of refinement or transformation there, before being sent to the towering giant tree, ultimately for the purpose of bearing that fruit, which contained an immense energy aura. This fruit, formed from countless lives, was aptly named by Tian Yang as the devil fruit. Suddenly, Jiyu's voice broke the silence. Look, the Black Prince has moved. Tian Yang turned his gaze back to the giant tree, where the Black Prince had risen from his throne and was approaching the fruit, seemingly waiting for something before plucking it. Is he waiting for the fruit to ripen? Songdu remarked uncertainly. Kuan-Lan exclaimed excitedly. Who cares? I'm going to go kill him right now. Hearing this, Tian Yang quickly seized him. Wait. Kuan-Lan glared coldly at Tian Yang. Let go, white hair. Otherwise, you can say goodbye to your hand. Tian Yang shook his head. You are not his match. When our Raven squad encountered one of them, it was merely a newborn Black Prince, and we couldn't even hold him back. Moreover, this one has clearly undergone some transformation. Kuan-Lan drew his sickle and pressed it against Tian Yang's arm. Are you going to let go or not? Tian Yang retorted angrily. This is not the time for rash actions. That fruit may have collected the essence of life from everyone in this war, including the fallen black people. The Black Prince is hiding here, waiting for this fruit to mature, and it is evidently of great importance to him. If he consumes it, he is likely to evolve into a Black King. If you rush in and startle him, he might eat the fruit right away, and our mission will fail. In that case, the sacrifices made by those before us would become utterly meaningless. Kuan-Lan stared blankly at Tian Yang, having never considered these matters. Now, struck by Tian Yang's words, his fighting spirit gradually calmed. So, are we going to do nothing? Jiyu could not accept such a fate. She could not simply wait idly. Tian Yang shook his head. No, we still have things we can do. For instance, we can hold him back or destroy that fruit. Either way, as long as we can stall until the captain arrives, our purpose will be achieved. Kuan-Lan sheathed his sickle. I understand. Now, let go of your hand. Listen, white hair, I'm not going to obey your orders. It just so happens that your idea aligns with mine, so I'll reluctantly cooperate with you. Whatever you say, Tian Yang replied, his eyes fixed on the giant tree and the Black Prince. I have an idea. The three of us should try to entangle him, while Jiyu provides cover and support. At the first opportunity, we will strike at that fruit. Let us do it, Kuan-Lan said, drawing his dual blades. Eager to act. Can we move now? Tian Yang nodded and called out. Jiyu, Shoot an arrow at that fruit." As he spoke, the youth dashed forward. Kuan Lan and Song Du flanked him, forming a triangular formation as they sped toward the giant tree. Behind them, Jiyu huffed, "Impudent boy, call me sister. You have no manners at all." As the stars shimmered and the bowstring sang like a full moon, Jiyu unleashed her aura, locking onto the devil fruit hanging from the tree branches. The moment they acted, the Black Prince sensed their movements and abruptly turned his head in their direction. Upon seeing Tian Yang and the others, he immediately noticed a light glowing in the darkness. The next moment, a starry arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at the crimson fruit above the Black Prince's head. The Black Prince let out a piercing shriek, a mix of shock and fury, and swiftly raised his hand to catch the starry arrow. The impact caused him to slide back several steps before he regained his footing, a silver light bending around him and flashing to his rear. At the end of that silver glow, Tian Yang drew his battle blade, striking at the Black Prince's back. The Black Prince's gray hair billowed as he did not even glance back, but with precision. He hammered the arrow against the edge of Tian Yang's blade with his right hand. Tian Yang suddenly felt as if he couldn't hold onto the blade, nearly losing it as the Black Prince's punch forced it downward. On the other side, a sharp sound rang out as Song Du wielded the spring water sword, delivering a fierce thrust aimed at the Black Prince's face. The Black Prince raised his left hand to meet the attack, and when the spring water sword struck his palm, it produced a sound as if metal struck metal. With a clang, the spring water sword halted. The Black Prince thought he had successfully blocked his opponent's attack. But just then, a gust of wind rushed overhead. It was Kuan Lan, leaping with great force, his sickles intertwining to unleash two arcs of light, aimed at the devil fruit on the branch. "Shatter for me." The Black Prince let out a low grunt, swiftly stamping his right foot on the ground, causing a shockwave that made Tian Yang and Song Du sway unsteadily, as if intoxicated. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Prince raised both hands to shield the fruit, blocking Kuan Lan's blade with the outer sides of his wrists. With two resounding clangs, Kuan Lan's dual blades were deflected. The Black Prince then executed a swift kick, landing squarely on Kuan Lan's chest. Kuan Lan's expression changed dramatically as he was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground several meters away. At that moment, Tian Yang steadied himself, raising his left hand, where a gun, the death knell, materialized. Aiming at the Black Prince's exposed back, Tian Yang decisively pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the death knell flared, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the Black Prince's form. Bang! The powerful gunshot resonated beneath the giant tree, causing the branch that held the fruit to tremble lightly in midair. As the light faded, the Black Prince's figure was revealed, his armor shattered by the force of the death knell, leaving an irregular gap in his body beneath the armor. Blood splattered, and flesh was sent flying. Just as Tian Yang silently praised his shot, he observed the splattered blood and flesh being drawn back toward the Black Prince's wound, as if pulled by an invisible force. They swiftly filled the gap, restoring him to his prior state in an instant. Were it not for the irreparable armor, Tian Yang would have thought it all a dream. However, as the Black Prince was injured, Jiyu seized the opportunity to launch her attack, unleashing a barrage of arrows aimed directly at the fruit. The Black Prince sensed the threat, letting out a long howl and leaping into the air, his hands moving in a flurry. From his fingertips, dark electric arcs sprang forth, cutting through the arrows and destroying them one by one, none reaching the fruit. At that moment, Song Du arrived, his eyes glowing with a hint of red. This was the ability only available to those of rank 3, Battle Intent. Battle Intent elevated the emotions of the enhancer, allowing them to temporarily transcend their physical limits and somewhat dull their sense of pain. Its primary function, however, was to harness the star essence, enabling it to flow rapidly and amplifying each attack, making every strike stronger than the last. With his battle intent ignited, Song Du's wrist glimmered with silver light. After augmenting his strength, the aura he released was immensely powerful. He shouted, shifting to hold the sword with both hands, delivering a mighty slash aimed at the Black Prince's shoulder. The Black Prince retaliated, throwing a punch that summoned black electric arcs, striking the blade of the spring water sword. At the point of contact, sparks erupted, sending the spring water sword bouncing back, forcing Song Du to retreat. The Black Prince was poised to pursue, while Kunlun swiftly took his place, spinning like a top. His twin crescent blades traced circular arcs, momentarily hindering the Black Prince's advance. Tian Yang also arrived, moving with silent grace, stealthily approaching the Black Prince from behind. The crimson gleam of the red moon battle blade flickered as it aimed for his adversary's back with lightning speed. Just as it seemed destined to strike, a blinding flash obscured Tian Yang's vision. The Black Prince had evaded several meters away. and the Red Moon battle blade clashed against Kunlun's circular blades, causing both to retreat. Near the majestic throne of the ancient tree, the Black Prince reached for the regal sword resting beside it, which leapt into his grasp. Songdu, bypassing Tian Yang and Kunlun, charged forth with a thunderous roar. The spring water sword unleashed a torrent of impenetrable sword shadows at an unprecedented speed. The Black Prince, unfazed, raised the regal sword without drawing it from its sheath, merely twirling the hilt in his hand to deflect Songdu's barrage of relentless attacks, akin to mercury spilling forth. Amidst the clattering sounds, he finally grasped the sword's hilt with his other hand. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within Tian Yang, prompting him to shout, "Get back!" As he called out, a cascade of intermittent silver light enveloped him, compelling his retreat. Kunlun and Songdu, quick to follow suit, withdrew at the sound. At that moment, the Black Prince drew his sword, revealing not a cold blade but a tumultuous surge of black lightning from the two-toned sheath. He swept the sword horizontally, unleashing the black thunder like a malevolent dragon, roaring as it swept through the surroundings. Where the lightning passed, serpentine arcs of electricity tore through the ground, fracturing the icy hard surface into an intricate web of cracks. As the sword swept once, the lightning condensed, forming a saber of thunder approximately 1 meter in length. This sword, tapering at the front and widening at the back, pulsated with lightning, its edges crackling incessantly. Just the sight of it was enough to instill a sense of dread, causing even Kunlun to swallow nervously, fixating on the Black Prince. Lowering his arm, the thunder sword pointed to the ground before he suddenly thrust it upward towards Kunlun. The thunder sword elongated dramatically, shedding its blade form to unleash a torrent of electric storms towards Kunlun. Daring not to confront it head-on, Kunlun let out a frantic cry and dove aside. The dense black storm swept past him, carbonizing the ground and forming a field of black crystals. Moments later, the crystals shattered into fine dust. After rolling on the ground, Kunlun raised his head to see that his previous standing position had been carved into a dark chasm by the thunder sword. No matter how arrogant Kunlun was, this time he was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 150. Anomaly. Alas, this is quite dire. The sword's unpredictable nature makes it impossible to foresee the extent of its attacks. Kunlun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, anxiously gazing at the twisted black chasm not far away. Tian Yang also recognized the gravity of the situation. When the Black Prince brandished his sword, the thunder emanating from it lashed out like a long whip, then compressed to the length of a one-handed sword, yet simultaneously unleashed a storm of lightning that spanned over 10 meters with tremendous force. This transcended the realm of ordinary weaponry. What kind of technique could forge such a terrifying light sword? Its power was truly astonishing. The lightning storm had crystallized the ground in an instant, indicating that it contained characteristics of extreme heat, altering the molecular composition of the earth and transforming its state in the blink of an eye. Had Kunlun hesitated for even a moment, his body would have been shattered into crystalline fragments. "The Nightwalker fears nothing," Songdu murmured, his eyes glowing crimson as he launched into another charge. The Black Prince lowered his arm, leading Songdu to believe he was about to unleash another devastating lightning storm, prompting him to focus intently. Unexpectedly, the Black Prince merely pointed his lightning sword at the ground, releasing several bolts of dark electricity that pierced the earth. In the next instant, tendrils of lightning erupted from the ground like sinister spikes. Songdu barely managed to evade a few of them, but one struck his right leg, causing him to fall to one knee. With a flick of his wrist, the Black Prince prepared to unleash another lightning storm that boasted both great distance and area of effect. Just then, a crimson force pressed down upon the hilt of the lightning sword. Though the lightning sword was an energy manifestation, its hilt remained corporeal. Tian Yang had arrived silently, forcing the Black Prince to refrain from releasing the lightning storm. "Fool, if given such an opportunity, wouldn't it be better to strike him instead?" Kunlun exclaimed, leaping up, his body leaning forward until he was nearly parallel to the ground. With his hooked blade close to his arm, the blue-haired youth dashed forward, the figure of the Black Prince growing larger in his sight. He then witnessed the Black Prince raising his left hand, crackling with arcs of electricity, poised to strike down upon Tian Yang. At that moment, Tian Yang faced two choices: either abandon Songdu and retreat, allowing the Black Prince to unleash the lightning storm and obliterate the ponytailed youth, or endure the Black Prince's assault. With no certainty of survival should he be struck by that electrified hand, Tian Yang glanced at Songdu, shouted with all his might, and unleashed the celestial energy, pressing down even harder. The Black Prince's hand was about to descend when suddenly, a blue shadow flickered beneath it, and with a clash, two crossed hooked blades intercepted it. "Kunlun," the blue-haired youth grunted. In the end, I too am a fool. White-haired at this point. You must hold your ground, even if it costs you your life. Tian Yang smiled faintly, oddly feeling a sense of joy in that moment. The Black Prince emitted an impatient howl, bending his knee to charge at Kunlun. Sangdu roared with all his strength, leaping to extricate himself from the lightning spikes, blood trailing behind him as he charged toward the Black Prince. The spring water sword sliced straight down, striking the Black Prince's knee and immobilizing his movement for the first time since the battle began. The trio seized the moment, collectively shouting, "Clear rain." No sooner had the words left their lips than a bolt of electric arrow pierced the darkness, aimed directly at the cursed fruit. The Black Prince abruptly looked up, unleashing a torrent of dark lightning from his mouth, which instantly scattered the starry arrow. Finally, the Black Prince exhaled in relief, only to see stars twinkling above him. Suddenly, a rain of arrows cascaded down, striking the branch that bore the fruit. Though the branch was sturdy, it could not withstand the assault of the arrows. And in the blink of an eye, it shattered. The vermilion fruit plummeted, and as soon as it left the branch, its brilliance began to dim at a visible pace. The Black Prince gasped in surprise. His helmet opened, releasing dozens of dark red tendrils that lunged toward the crimson fruit. Seeing this, Tian Yang disregarded the Black Prince's lightning sword and raised his arm, directing the death bell towards the fruit. The Black Prince let out a thunderous roar, filled with rage. Yet no matter how furious he was, the speed of the tendrils could not match that of the celestial energy bullets unleashed by the death bell. As Tian Yang pulled the trigger, a brilliant light erupted from the muzzle, crashing into the crimson fruit. At that moment, the Black Prince's tendrils had just reached the vicinity of the fruit, only to be repelled, torn apart, and blown away by the explosive radiance. The fruit itself shattered amidst the brilliance. "Retreat!" Tian Yang shouted. Upon the fruit's destruction, a wave of blood splattered forth. Within this crimson wave, golden glimmers twinkled like stars. Yet, these were products of the fruit, and it was uncertain how human contact would affect them, prompting Tian Yang to urge the others to flee. Sangdu and Kunlun leaped back with all their might, escaping the reach of the blood wave. However, as Tian Yang attempted to retreat, he was seized by the Black Prince, and the blood wave splattered both of them. The fruit juice, resembling blood, drenched Tian Yang, turning him a vivid crimson. When the viscous liquid first touched his skin, he felt a refreshing coolness, but that was fleeting. Soon after, he was overwhelmed by the sensation of being thrown into a raging fire. Despite Tian Yang's resilience, he could not suppress a blood-curdling scream. This was no mere illusion, but a harsh reality. His entire body ignited, the scarlet fruit juice spontaneously combusting into fierce flames that enveloped him. This was pure energy fire. It would not extinguish until the energy within the juice was entirely dissipated. As for the Black Prince, he remained unscathed. The fruit juice that splattered upon him began to writhe, then sank into his armor, infusing itself beneath his skin. Suddenly, veins appeared on the Black Prince's body, glowing red as if magma coursed through them. It was evident that while the fruit had shattered, the Black Prince had still absorbed its leaking juices. He even devoured the remnants of the crushed fruit on the ground, disregarding the humans beside him. His crown-like helmet opened once more, releasing a flurry of tendrils. These tendrils, akin to serpents with eyes, swiftly and accurately coiled around chunks of fruit scattered on the ground, collecting them all into the helmet. When the helmet closed, the Black Prince radiated a red glow, the temperature around him extraordinarily high. Even the dark armor he wore glimmered with a reddish hue, as if it had been placed in a furnace. Such an anomaly naturally drew the attention of Sangdu and Kunlun, but the silence from Tian Yang, enveloped in flames, heightened their anxiety. They were at a loss as to how to assist him. In mere seconds, Tian Yang had lost the strength to scream. Yet, strangely, he maintained consciousness, wishing he could simply lose it or perish outright. For in this moment, the agony was unbearable. He had endured pain before, when the spreader pierced his eye and tainted his body with dark mist, or during his first enhancement of physical abilities, a torment that remained etched in his memory. Yet, compared to those previous experiences, this suffering was far more profound. His body, engulfed in energy flames, miraculously left his hair untouched. Yet he felt as if his very soul had been cast into the inferno, stripped of its corporeal protection. Even the slightest flicker of flame was enough to make him scream. Now, his entire essence was ensconced in flames, a pain beyond words. And yet, he did not lose consciousness. He remained acutely aware of his body's condition, sensing that the celestial energy within him was battling against the flames engulfing his surface. Yet whenever the star essence emerged, it was akin to pouring oil into a fire, only serving to intensify the flames without providing any genuine assistance. Though Tian Yang's consciousness remained remarkably clear, his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. No soul could endure such overwhelming agony. Each passing second felt to him like an eternity, stretching out as if it were countless millennia. At this moment, within the depths of the youth's being, be it in his soul or his very cells, an enigmatic symbol quietly manifested. It was minuscule, of a nanoscale so fine that it eluded Tian Yang's perception. This symbol resembled a black goat's skull, and upon its emergence, a barely discernible pattern illuminated its surface. As this pattern shone forth, the energy flames enveloping Tian Yang's body unexpectedly diminished. The once all-encompassing energy flames surrounding him now had a flicker drawn into his body by an unseen force, crossing over the star essence to encircle the symbol. That flicker coalesced into a minute point, swirling around the goat skull design before suddenly springing forth with exuberance, then retreating into the pattern. In the next instant, thousands of lines illuminated the symbol. The energy flames enveloping Tian Yang's form swiftly vanished, leaving not even a flicker in their wake. A vast reservoir of energy traversed his body and the sea of star essence within, transforming into myriad tiny specks of light that floated around the symbol. They desperately infiltrated the thousands of lines upon the symbol, filling them with glimmers of fire until, in the blink of an eye, the black symbol appeared riddled with crimson cracks. In the following moment, the symbol shattered abruptly, exploding into billions of immeasurable minuscule fragments. Yet in an instant, they rapidly reassembled, reforming the image of the black goat's skull, now adorned with additional crimson lines winding around its curving horns. With a gasp, Tian Yang inhaled deeply, his eyes regaining focus. Despite the throbbing pain in his head, he recognized that he had survived. He rose, incredulously inspecting his hands. Moments before, he had been engulfed in flames, yet his garments, armor, and even his hair bore no scorch marks, as though it had all been a mere illusion. Furthermore, he sensed something peculiar. The once swirling black mist of the reverse realm no longer appeared as mere vapor in his eyes. Tian Yang's instincts informed him that it was a form of energy, uniquely manifesting within the reverse realm. He even felt as if he could harness this energy. As this thought crossed his mind, the black mist before him thickened significantly, silently veiling his presence. Chapter 151, Transformation, Disguise, Interference, Concealment. A flurry of information about the functions of the black mist emerged in Tian Yang's mind, rendering him momentarily stunned. This is not an illusion. Can I truly manipulate the black mist? Have I become one of the dark denizens? Swiftly, Tian Yang summoned the star essence within him, and energy began to radiate outward, shimmering at his fingertips. Yet, how could he wield the star essence? What was truly happening? Could this be a hidden ability of the Avenger class? If so, this class is exceedingly enigmatic. Tian Yang had an inkling that this transformation was linked to the fruit juice that had been splashed upon him. Initially, that juice had transformed into pure energy flames. But now it had vanished. Where had it gone? Energy cannot simply cease to exist. It can only be transferred. So, had it now shifted into his body? This speculation sent a chill down Tian Yang's spine. He had no way of knowing what kind of changes would occur due to the energy that should have been absorbed by the Black Prince now residing within him. At present, he could communicate with the black mist and utilize it to a certain extent, but this was merely the beginning of the transformation. It was possible that he might eventually succumb to darkness, becoming one of those indescribable and bizarre entities. Hey, white-haired one, are you all right? Kunlin's voice snapped Tian Yang back to reality. The boy, flustered, shook his head slightly. Tian Yang dared not reveal his changes until he understood what had occurred. He would refrain from disclosing his abnormalities. Otherwise, upon their return, he might be forcibly detained in the fortress and sent to a laboratory as a test subject. That was certainly not the life he desired. Fortunately, the attention of the group was currently focused on the Black Prince. After devouring the fruit, the Black Prince stood there, radiating a crimson glow, with the surrounding temperature rising, yet no other changes were apparent. However, everyone could sense that something was undoubtedly happening within him, evident from the growing aura around him. To hell with it, I'll take him down. Kunlun leaned forward, propelling himself into a sprint. Songdu, injured and unable to move, could not intervene. Tian Yang, half focused on the changes within himself, momentarily lost his concentration as Kunlun dashed forward. As for Jiyu, she was fully attentive to their movements, but the distance was too great for her to intervene. Thus, Kunlun drew closer to the Black Prince. When he was merely 10 meters away, Kunlun suddenly altered his course, circling behind the Black Prince and accelerating. In the blink of an eye, he reached his target's rear. Kunlun leaped, his dual blade slicing toward the Black Prince's neck. Die? Suddenly, the gray hair at the back of the Black Prince's head surged upward, and an invisible force field expanded outward. Kunlun's blades could not strike, reluctantly. He was pushed back by this force. As soon as he touched the ground, he darted away again, just as the Black Prince turned and bellowed at him. A shock wave erupted between them, and Kunlun was sent flying backward as if struck by an unseen hammer, tumbling over a dozen meters. Looking back, changes began to manifest on the Black Prince. Thick black smoke billowed down from behind him, with the tail igniting in brilliant crimson flames, resembling a cloak draped across the Black Prince. This cloak, composed of black mist and fire, billowed behind him. The crown-like helmet upon his head began to reveal intricate patterns, forming splendid designs, with a golden crystal emerging at its center, akin to a jewel embedded in a crown. The armor, which had been glowing red-hot, subtly extended and reshaped itself into a new form, adorned with golden patterns that lent it an air of majesty. The Black Prince's physique also underwent a slight transformation. He appeared taller and more robust, when his armor ceased to change, evolving from simple, lightweight gear to something heavy and ornate. The Black Prince emanated an aura entirely different from before, akin to a newly crowned monarch. Songdu's face turned pale as he murmured, "Is this truly the Black King?" Kunlun slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. In the end, we still cannot prevent this guy's evolution. Yet Tian Yang did not believe that the Black Prince had transformed into the Black King, despite the profound changes he had undergone. The devil fruit had not fully matured before Jiyu shot it down. Following that, it had exploded, with the last remnants of its energy transferring into Tian Yang's body. This meant that the Black Prince had acquired an incomplete, immature fruit. Such a fruit should not be sufficient to allow him to evolve into the Black King. Even so, the oppressive aura that the Black Prince now exuded made it exceedingly difficult to face him, and it was hard to imagine what would occur if he chose to attack. It would likely be anything but beautiful. The outcome would probably be tragic for everyone involved. We must withdraw. Tian Yang glanced at Songdu, realizing that this adversary was beyond their capabilities. Let us retreat. Go if you wish. Kunlun's eyes gleamed with excitement, even licking his lips in anticipation. It would be a shame to let such a big fish slip away. Songdu shouted, "Are you mad? You'll lose your life." Kunlun turned back to glance at them. "I don't care." With a wild cry, Kunlun charged toward the Black Prince. Tian Yang shook his head, rushing to Songdu's side, hoisting him onto his back and sprinting toward the direction of the giant tree. As he ran, he shouted, "Jiyu, fall back." The black mist swirled, and Tian Yang felt a surge within him. Utilizing the omnipresent mist of the reverse realm, he sensed the exit of this space. The black mist was no longer an obstacle. Rather, it had become a tool at his disposal. Upon realizing this thought, Tian Yang felt a jolt of alarm. He sensed himself transitioning into one of the dark denizens. Thunder rumbled behind him, mingling with Kunlun's furious roars. Tian Yang did not need to look back to know that the arrogant fellow would not gain any advantage this time. Earlier, the four of them had struggled to suppress the Black Prince. Now, with the Black Prince evolved and Kunlun alone, he stood no chance whatsoever. As Tian Yang dashed through a patch of black mist, a sudden impulse made him fling Songdu away while he leaped in another direction. Songdu, suspended in midair, was bewildered, when suddenly, a dark thunderstorm roared between them. The tempest twisted and writhed, sweeping across the ground and sending debris flying. Had Tian Yang reacted just a moment later, both he and Songdu would have been engulfed in the storm of thunder and lightning. Songdu landed and struggled to rise, glancing back to see the Black Prince wielding the thunder sword. At that moment, bolts of electricity crackled from the sword, forming black electric orbs above the Black Prince's head. He swung the sword down, and the orbs, the size of human heads, shot forth with a whoosh, targeting Kunlun. The remaining orbs pursued Tian Yang and Songdu. Even two of them grazed overhead, heading straight for Jiyu. Songdu braced himself with the spring water sword, carefully observing the trajectory of the electric orbs. In a critical moment, he leaped to the side. Upon striking the ground, the orbs detonated, creating a dark and oppressive electric field. Songdu barely rolled along the edge of the field when, without warning, another orb approached him from within the electric storm. These orbs appeared to possess a homing capability, causing Songdu to gasp in shock. Without hesitation, he hurled the spring water sword at the orb. Upon impact, it unleashed an electric field in midair, and several arcs of electricity struck Songdu's fingertips. He was instantly enveloped in a numbing sensation, as an uncontrollable surge of stellar energy coursed through his body, recklessly colliding and causing blood to flow from Songdu's eyes and nose. Meanwhile, Tian Yang found himself burdened with two electric orbs. Almost instinctively, he clasped his hands together, summoning the surrounding black mist that surged forth to obscure the boy's figure. Once shrouded in the black fog, the two electric orbs inexplicably lost their target, careening wildly until they discharged a high-voltage electrical field upon striking an obstacle. Within the depths of the mist, however, Tian Yang's expression soured considerably. The manipulation of the black mist had disrupted the orb's tracking capabilities, and he found the control surprisingly effortless. The sensation felt as natural as breathing, intensifying his concern for his own predicament. A wretched cry pierced the air, prompting Tian Yang to relinquish his control over the black mist and advance his tactical vision. In the next moment, Kunlun appeared within his line of sight. The blue-haired youth seemed ensnared by the high-voltage field, his hair standing on end, skin severely burned, and body twitching slightly. Gritting his teeth, he stared ahead, and from the rise and fall of his chest, it was evident he was still alive. Despite the fact that the Ascendant's stellar defensive armor could withstand and absorb most energy impacts, Kunlun's survival illustrated his formidable vitality. Yet, the crisis faced by Tian Yang and the others was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. Beneath the colossal tree, the Black Prince brandished a lightning sword, its incessantly discharging dark currents twisting chaotically around him, seemingly tethered by an unseen force, refusing to dissipate. Gradually, the writhing currents began to shape the outline of a serpent, thick as a barrel, its body coiling and undulating, with a flattened, triangular head, even adorned with scale-like patterns. Three massive serpents composed of electricity emerged, advancing toward Kunlun, Tian Yang, Sangdu, and Jiyu. They opened their serpentine jaws, expelling flickering electrical tongues that lunged forward with alarming speed. Kunlun found himself at the forefront of this assault. Having unwittingly fallen into the high-voltage field released by the orbs, he was now paralyzed, unable to even muster the strength to twitch a finger. The dark electric serpents surged towards him, their flattened heads gaping wide, unleashing a torrent of electrical arcs. Suddenly, a radiant glow of stellar energy illuminated before the Black Prince. A wall, entirely constructed from stellar energy, rose from the ground, and similar walls began to materialize one after another. In an instant, they obscured the Black Princess figure, swiftly forming a structure reminiscent of a prison. As the Black Prince became ensnared within this stellar prison, the three dark electric serpents seemed to lose their connection to him. The energy that had formed their bodies swiftly dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, the serpents vanished into thin air, as though they had never existed. At that moment, Tian Yang heard a voice from behind, declaring, "We finally caught up." It was the voice of the Storm Commander, Fei Mei. Chapter 152. Black Thunder. A tall figure advanced with a measured gait, emerging from the distant shadows to approach the giant tree. It was none other than the commander of the storm, General Fei Mei, clad in her long, dark purple military uniform. The star insignia on her shoulder shimmered with golden light beneath the tree's radiance, and her long, straight black hair danced energetically with her movements. She passed by Tian Yang and his companions, resting her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist. "Leave the rest to me. You all should depart quickly. I doubt my Holy Judgment Light prison can hold for long," she stated, her gaze fixed intently on the peculiar structure formed by the starlight. "Tian Yang, are you all right?" Han Shu's voice broke through, and Tian Yang turned to see his captain approaching alongside Ning Yi, Lita, and other team leaders. "I've sustained minor injuries, but I'm fine. However, Kun Lan is in a more serious condition," Tian Yang reported succinctly. Han Shu's expression turned grave as he patted Tian Yang's shoulder. "That's good to hear. You all should leave first. Aside from the captain-level transcenders, there's no one else who can intervene here." Tian Yang nodded, showing no hesitation as he reached out to assist Sangdu, who shook his head in refusal. "Go help that blue-haired kid. I can manage on my own." "Understood." Tian Yang pivoted and dashed toward Kun Lan, retrieving the emergency injection sent by Sun and administering it to Kun Lan's neck. "What are you doing?" Kun Lan asked, eyes wide. "Don't panic. It's a first aid shot. It won't harm you." After discarding the syringe, Tian Yang lifted him onto his back and soared away, heading in the opposite direction of the giant tree. "Put me down. This injury is nothing. I can walk." Kun Lan protested through gritted teeth. "Now is not the time for bravado. General Fei Mei and the captain are here. A fierce battle is about to unfold. If we remain, we will only hinder them. Unless you wish to incur a serious reprimand, I suggest you stay put," Tian Yang countered. Kun Lan fell silent, unable to retort. As they passed near Han Shu and the others, Tian Yang felt a sudden pull and turned to gaze into the crowd, where he caught sight of a pair of beautiful eyes. They were filled with surprise, confusion, and a hint of indescribable excitement. Unfortunately, Tian Yang was in a hurry and did not take a closer look. Otherwise, he would have noticed that the owner of those eyes was a proud woman with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. What's wrong? Zhang Dongqing nudged Yin Qi, noticing her distraction. Yin Qi furrowed her brows. She looks familiar. Familiar? What are you talking about? Zhang Dongqing asked, utterly perplexed. Just as Yin Qi was about to elaborate, a tremor surged through the air, and the starlight prison began to collapse. Dark, thunderous bolts erupted from within, and the walls of the prison crumbled, revealing the silhouette of the Black Prince. Raising his thunder sword, the Black Prince summoned an overwhelming surge of lightning and struck toward Fei Mei. The general nonchalantly flicked her thumb against the sword's hilt, unsheathing it by 3 inches. Suddenly, while dashing forward, Tian Yang felt an invisible wave sweep past him, causing chaos within him as the starlight became disarrayed. Losing his balance while carrying Kuan Lan, he tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Looking back, he beheld the clash of black and white lights emanating from the direction of the giant tree, a vivid contrast that resonated like mountains colliding. Although silent, the spectacle created a buzzing in Tian Yang's ears. His vision blurred, filled with double images, yet vibrant in hue, blacker than night, whiter than light. Abruptly, a torrent of black and white surged forward, crackling with electricity, one bolt narrowly missing Tian Yang. His left eye flickered before plunging into darkness, as though the tactical vision had been struck and destroyed by the electric arc. The torrent swept away in an instant, leaving him unaware of its distance. More waves followed, shooting off in various directions. At that moment, something fell from above with a thud, capturing Tian Yang's attention. He looked to find a hand, attached to a small portion of an arm encased in ornate armor, gripping a sword hilt adorned with silver patterns against a black background. An electric jolt surged through Tian Yang's mind. Wasn't this the hand of the Black Prince? The hilt belonged to the Thunder Demon sword. Instinctively, he reached for it. But suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame him, as if he were intoxicated, rendering him unable to rise. He then felt the ground tremble beneath him, erratic in its rhythm, oscillating between sharp jolts and deep rumbles. The chaotic vibrations echoed through the subterranean space, and without warning, a massive rock plummeted from above. The dull roar alone indicated its weight. Tian Yang quickly assessed his surroundings and lunged to his left, landing near the sword hilt just as the rock crashed down, shaking the ground violently. Fragments the size of heads exploded like cannon fire, several landing perilously close to him. He seized the hilt and stowed it in his bag. Just as he completed this task, another rumble echoed overhead, and stones began to rain down relentlessly. For the next few minutes, Tian Yang relied solely on instinct to evade the falling debris. The collision of energies between Fei Mei and the Black Prince had exceeded the structural integrity of this subterranean space, causing massive chunks of rock to break away from the mountain and descend. Tian Yang had already distanced himself from the giant tree, yet the destruction was palpable. It was clear why the general and Han Shu urged them to leave. Transcenders below rank 4, like them, would neither influence the outcome of the battle nor ensure their own safety. The cascade of falling rocks persisted for over 5 minutes. Once the last boulder had plummeted, Tian Yang noticed he had become completely separated from the others. With the rocks ceasing to fall and the collapse abating, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Leaning against an irregular boulder, he took a moment to rest before retrieving the sword hilt from his bag. Uncertain of the material it was crafted from, it appeared metallic at first glance, yet felt peculiar in his grasp. Moreover, the silver patterns were fading, seemingly severed from the Black Prince's connection. As he examined the hilt, a deep-seated black goat symbol emerged within him, surfacing from an unknown origin. Its appearance triggered a cascade of mechanical, cold information within Tian Yang's mind. Black Thunder, a weapon forged from the Black Princess rib, capable of unleashing non-natural electrical currents in high quantities. Its default form is a one-handed sword but can transform into various shapes like a sword whip, broadsword, slender sword, and narrow sword, depending on the wielder's requirements. Additionally, Black Thunder possesses the following abilities: Thunderstorm, 1 million discharge units. Self-Disciplined Thunderbolt, 5 million discharge units. Thunder Python, 10 million discharge units. Massive Discharge, 30 million discharge units. Annihilation, 100 million discharge units. With a clatter, the Black Prince's sword hilt fell to the ground, and Tian Yang stared at it in a daze. After losing its silver patterns, the once formidable hilt appeared ordinary, yet it was, in truth, a perilous weapon. No, it was more than a weapon. It resembled a conduit or tool to activate those electrical capabilities. Tian Yang wagered that at least half of the Black Prince's power resided within this weapon. Without Black Thunder, he would likely be no match for any transcender. But how did I come to know all this? First, I could manipulate the Black Mist, and now I possess knowledge of Black Thunder's capabilities. Tian Yang felt a tinge of fear regarding his transformation. He picked up the Black Thunder once more, a slight frown creasing his brow as he pondered how to handle this weapon. At that moment, the black goat symbol within the boy glowed, the intricate patterns on its two horns illuminating suddenly. Almost simultaneously, the hilt of the sword in Tian Yang's hand trembled gently. Following this, a surge of black thunder erupted forth. Crackling ominously, the electric light twisted and writhed, eventually forming the shape of a one-handed sword. Startled, Tian Yang quickly let go. As soon as his palm released its grip, the shimmering electric sword vanished, and the pitch-black hilt fell back to the ground. Gazing at the hilt that lay at his feet, the boy hesitated for a moment before picking it up once again. As he grasped the hilt, a flicker of excitement coursed through him. Black thunder erupted anew from the hilt, reconstructing the long sword's form. Tian Yang stood in stunned silence, staring at the electric sword before him, realizing that he could wield the black thunder as if commanding a dark mist. Moreover, he was aware that he could only unleash the ability known as violent thunder. For reasons unbeknownst to him, other powers remained inaccessible at that moment. He was oblivious to the cause and the origins of this newfound knowledge. Collecting, completing, waiting. Fleeting fragments of faint information flashed through his mind, and then the intricate patterns of the black goat symbol faded away, slowly sinking into darkness along with the entire hieroglyph. Disengaging the currents from the sword, Tian Yang stowed the hilt away, uncertain of the changes occurring within him. Yet, since he could wield black thunder, he could not afford to discard it carelessly. Perhaps using it against the Dark Citizens would be a prudent strategy. However, this weapon was clearly not meant for public display, at least not in front of the few in Songdu. As he tucked the black thunder into his waist pouch, Tian Yang recalled the crystal mask left behind by the sorcerer. If he could wield even the weapon of the Dark Prince, could he not also utilize the relic of the sorcerer? The boy rummaged through his belongings until he unearthed the mask. Upon picking it up, he instinctively sensed something. After a moment's contemplation, Tian Yang donned the mask, and through its visage, the world appeared altered to him. It seemed illusory, unreal, as if he could easily twist and reconstruct it at will. In that instant, Tian Yang comprehended that this was the sorcerer's ability, the power to effortlessly construct dreams, ensnaring one in the throes of sweet slumber. It was nothing short of a nightmare removing the mask. He realized with certainty that he could indeed harness this relic of the sorcerer as well. Now, he was convinced that the energy from that fruit had transferred partially into him, enabling him to wield items from the reverse realm and even those belonging to the dark denizens. The boy let out a wry smile, pondering whether this development was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 153. Last words after carefully placing the crystal mask, recently designated as Nightmare by the youth. Alongside the Black Thunder, Tian Yang rose to his feet and commenced his search for an exit. His tactical vision had failed him, and lacking any illumination, he felt as though he were no different from a blind man, relying solely on his right eye. Here, deep within the mist-laden earth, black fog was abundant. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was he not capable of harnessing the black fog? How could he have overlooked such a possibility? He endeavored to relax his body and concentrate his mind, seeking to sense the presence of the black fog. Before long, he established a mysterious connection with it. Tian Yang perceived that his mental awareness could extend outward through the black fog, allowing him to visualize the surroundings. In an instant, a holographic model of the space materialized in his mind, revealing a landscape formed of black fog. He could even see himself within this model, positioned in the highest dimension. He surveyed the space below like a deity. In this state, the youth felt nearly invulnerable to ambush. However, the area he could sense was limited to approximately 20 square meters. A thought crossed his mind. If only he could stretch his mental awareness for a linear scan. As if responding to his desire, the holographic model shifted. The width of his sensory space contracted while its length expanded. Soon, he joyfully discovered that, about 50 meters ahead, there was a rock wall, and above it, a cave might provide a route to freedom. In this pitch-black realm, Tian Yang closed his eyes and utilized the black fog to navigate towards the cave. He swiftly crawled into the cavern, where the winding rock corridor remained a mystery. Progressing cautiously, he extended his mental awareness forward, finding no better method for exploration. After approximately 20 minutes in the darkness, Tian Yang halted abruptly. Through the model woven from black fog, he discerned a wizard and several frenzied dogs ahead. They appeared to be searching for an exit as well, and due to the distance between them, even the wizard had yet to notice his presence. A bold idea sparked within him. He cupped his hands, and the black fog silently converged around him. Cloaked in shadows, he quickened his pace towards the wizard. In the holographic model, the distance between him and the wizard diminished steadily. Astonishingly, Even when Tian Yang was merely 20 meters away from the wizard, the perilous figure remained utterly oblivious. A smile crept across Tian Yang's face. Previously, when the Black Prince had unleashed a tracking electric orb, he had utilized the black fog to disguise himself, rendering the orb aimless. Now, it appeared the wizard was equally unaware of his presence. The black fog indeed possessed camouflaging properties, perhaps to the wizard. He resembled an omnipresent shadow in the realm of darkness. As they were accompanied by the black fog, how could they suspect that their adversary was hidden within it? Tian Yang reached for the hilt of his red moon battle knife, yet as his fingertips brushed the handle, he recalled the black thunder in his satchel. Thus, he withdrew his hand and instead retrieved the black thunder, biding his time for an opportune moment. After all, the wizard possessed the ability to teleport. One misstep could lead to not only failing to eliminate the wizard, but also finding himself counterattacked. As the corridor straightened into a more linear path, Tian Yang sensed his chance had arrived. Clad in a fabric imbued with biological properties and wielding a rattle, the wizard suddenly halted. It seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly turned around. In the tunnel behind it, a wave of black lightning surged forth, exuding an aura of destruction akin to the end of the world. With a grand and powerful momentum, it filled every inch of the tunnel in an instant, engulfing the wizard and the frenzied dogs within its grasp. When the tempest subsided and the electric light faded, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the tunnel. Tian Yang stood frozen for at least 3 seconds, stunned by the realization that he had inadvertently unleashed the Black Thunder's thunderstorm, producing a flash of lightning almost identical to that of the Black Prince. In this straight corridor, the lightning encountered no obstacles. Although the wizard's teleportation was a valuable escape mechanism, its reflexes were evidently slower than the speed of light itself. Thus, before the wizard could utilize any abilities, it, along with the frenzied dogs, was instantaneously consumed by the shadowy tempest. As Tian Yang approached, only crystallized remains littered the ground. Even in the wake of the lightning's wrath, the black figures had not decomposed. However, these crystallized remnants were not mere leftovers. They disintegrated into fine black ash upon contact, returning to dust. Tian Yang scratched his head, acknowledging the formidable power of the Black Thunder, yet lamenting that the foes it vanquished left not a trace behind. He had entertained thoughts of perhaps salvaging an artifact from the wizard, but found nothing to claim. Perhaps this was the essence of gain and loss. Stowing away the Black Thunder, Tian Yang continued onward, oblivious to the faint, deep-hued glow that wafted from the wizard's shattered remains, settling upon him like a speck of dust before vanishing into the void. Time held no dominion in the darkness as Tian Yang ambled through the intricate labyrinth of caverns. Unaware of how long he had traversed within this convoluted system, he recalled consuming 2 energy bars and replenishing his fluids thrice. Ultimately, when he cleaved a boulder obstructing his path with the red moon battle knife, a sudden beam of light pierced through. Having been deprived of illumination for so long, Tian Yang found himself momentarily disoriented, shielding his eyes with his hand, only to hear footsteps approaching. Humans, stand down. Prepare the medical team. Hello, Second Lieutenant. Are you injured? The concerned voice enveloped him in warmth, and he shook his head, responding, I am fine, but my tactical vision is malfunctioning. Is that so? We must address it immediately to prevent infection. Once acclimated to the light, Tian Yang was supported by a soldier as they reached the surface. Near the gathering point, a temporary medical station had been established. 2 medics approached with a stretcher, unceremoniously placing Tian Yang upon it. Beneath the illumination of flares overhead, he beheld the ground, shattered and uneven, riddled with countless bottomless chasms. It resembled the aftermath of a violent earthquake. Evidently, the battle between the female general and the Black Prince had altered the very topography of this region. He pondered the fate of his captain as he was conveyed into a medical vehicle. Crash! A massive boulder crashed beside Ning Yi, the captain of the Cerberus squad, who anxiously glanced overhead. Hey Lauhan, are you alright? You nearly crushed me. Do you know that? Better dead than alive. At least I wouldn't have to see you and feel annoyed, Han Shu retorted, currently sustaining a defensive barrier to shield several captain-level enhancers, including Ning Yi. However, after enduring the aftermath of multiple battles, the barrier appeared on the verge of collapse. Ning Yi had no inclination to engage in further disputes, his gaze gravitating towards the front. The colossal tree supporting the hall had been felled by Fei Mei's sword just 5 minutes after the battle commenced. Yet its branches still clung to the ceiling, refusing to fall. At that moment, shadows and light danced in chaotic energy, granting no opportunity for others to intervene. Of course, the primary duty for captains like Han Shu was not to involve themselves in the fray, but to prevent the Black Prince from escaping. Suddenly, A blinding light erupted from the storm ahead, tearing the tempest asunder. Within that dazzling radiance, Han Shu and his companions barely discerned two figures fleeting past in the blink of an eye. On the opposite side, Zhang Dongqing discarded his last cigarette, but, declaring the contest resolved. Beneath the feet of this breaker of formations lay a pile of cigarette remnants, numbering no fewer than 20. Yin Shi gathered the strands of hair scattered by the wind and remarked nonchalantly, "That is not even the Black King. Xiao Mei could easily defeat him. The duration of this struggle has exceeded my expectations. It appears Xiao Mei has grown somewhat complacent over the years." Zhang Dongqing cast a smiling glance her way. "Are you envious?" Yin Shi retorted, "What is there for me to envy?" After a brief pause, she added softly, "Ever since he left, I have been unable to live a tranquil life. You are no different." The smile on Zhang Dongqing's face vanished instantly, and he sighed gently. "I once believed that by becoming the breaker of formations, I could gain insight into the events of that year. Yet it seems I have been naively mistaken." Yin Shi bit her delicate lip. "Regardless, I will uncover the truth. I refuse to believe that the one I followed would commit the acts described above." Zhang Dongqing sneered. "I share your sentiment." Yin Shi glanced at him. "In this moment, I find you somewhat less intolerable." Zhang Dongqing's expression shifted. "So, Chi, it appears you indeed have an interest in me. Get lost." Another gust of wind interrupted their exchange, and as they turned their gaze forward, they beheld the Black Prince kneeling upon the ground, his head having rolled away. With a swift motion, he sheathed his sword. Fei Mei cast a glance at her right arm, where the sleeve lay shredded and the skin charred. The general sighed inwardly, recognizing that she would need time to heal. She turned, her long hair flowing, and approached her captains. As she passed the Black Prince, the severed head suddenly spoke. "Humans, cherish this time well." Fei Mei regarded him. "What is it that you wish us to cherish?" The Black Prince smirked. "Cherish the tranquility behind this door. One day, we shall cross the dimensional gate and arrive on the other side." His body and head began to part, gradually transforming into a viscous black substance. Fei Mei narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. "Rest assured, that day shall never come. We shall not allow anything to pass through that gate." "Is that so? You seem rather naive. In truth, we have crossed before." The Black Prince's smile widened. "And you believe beings like me are few in number." His words abruptly ceased as the head finally dissolved into a puddle of mire. Yet the regal, dark crown remained, floating atop the inky sludge. Crack! A fissure appeared in the gem of the crown. Chapter 154. The girls and electronic eye was placed into the recovery box. Once closed, it was sealed with a label that read Lieutenant Tian Yang of the Nightwalker. This device would be handed over to the technical team of the Nightwalker, who would extract its chip and endeavor to recover any stored data. After securely placing the recovery box, Roshan, who had assisted Tian Yang in removing the electronic eye, turned around, hands on her hips, and asked, "So, is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" Tian Yang closed his eyes for a moment, assessing his condition before shaking his head. "It's merely superficial injuries and minor bruises. I won't trouble the physician." Roshan's eyes crinkled in a smile as she gently lifted Tian Yang's chin with a finger. "I am your personal physician. You must tell me everything honestly, whether it pertains to your physical state or your mental well-being." Her finger glided downwards, the cool tip tracing along his neck to his chest, and it seemed to have intentions of continuing downward. Tian Yang's mind became a whirlwind, his body tensed, unsure of how to respond. "Look at you, all flustered." The finger paused at Tian Yang's abdomen, and Roshan laughed heartily. "You are simply adorable. Thanks to you, the stress that has accumulated over the days has vanished." After a brief pause, Roshan leaned closer to Tian Yang's face and whispered, "Tell me, how should I repay you?" The relief Tian Yang had felt was quickly replaced by apprehension. He then heard Roshan mischievously say, "Let me gift you a complete physical examination package. What do you think of that?" Tian Yang thought to himself that he didn't think it was a good idea, but he dared not voice his rejection. Roshan, however, insisted, "You cannot refuse. It is your obligation. Do not forget the agreement you made with the fortress." "It is settled then. Once we return to the fortress, I will contact you for the examination. I will be thorough, examining every inch, leaving no corner unchecked." Seeing Roshan's serious expression, Tian Yang swallowed hard, worried that she might discover the changes he had undergone underground. A knock echoed through the room. Roshan adjusted her collar and calmly said, "Come in." Sun pushed open the door, a slight blush tinting her cheeks. "Teacher, Tian Yang he." Roshan chuckled. "You've only waited an hour, and you are already losing patience? Don't worry, I won't devour him. He is an important friend of my beloved student. I wouldn't be so indiscriminate. Besides, the young boy does not pique my interest." Sun's face flushed even deeper. "Teacher, that is not what I meant." Roshan shrugged. and playfully slapped Tian Yang on the backside. Off you go, young man. Don't keep Sun waiting too long. Tian Yang managed a wry smile, donned his uniform, and bowed to Roshan. Thank you, Dr. Roshan. Roshan burst into a fit of giggles, leaving Tian Yang feeling slightly flustered as he hurriedly took his leave. Exiting the examination room, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Sun glanced at him and whispered, Teacher, didn't T do anything strange to you, did she? Does she often do strange things to others? Tian Yang recalled Adam, noting the stark contrast in their personalities. No, it's just that Dr. Roshan has an intimidating aura, Tian Yang emphasized, even more so than our team captain. Sun chuckled, that is certainly true, when she is serious. She can be quite frightening. Curiously, Tian Yang asked, is it very stressful being with her? Sun intertwined her fingers behind her back. Not really, she treats me well. Whenever I pose questions, she answers patiently. It's just that she has a penchant for prying into others' affairs, which can be a bit bothersome. Tian Yang chuckled awkwardly before exclaiming, Sun, have you already reached level 2? It was only then that he noticed the number on her rank emblem had changed. Sun, a bit shy, cast her gaze downward at her toes. I suppose it's because I've been saving people every day lately. Before I knew it, my progress had filled up. I was quite startled when I suddenly advanced yesterday. So the splendid ascension mechanism was linked to saving lives, which indeed suited the nature of her rank. Tian Yang now understood that his rank ascension was connected to revenge. The warrior rank was undoubtedly tied to combat. But he was curious about the ascension mechanism for the hunter rank. As he pondered, a voice suddenly cried out, Tian Yang, what happened to your left eye? Snapping back to reality, he saw a stunningly beautiful face, adorned with a look of deep concern, rushing toward him. It was Xiao Niao, a member of the Silver Rose team. Tian Yang suddenly recalled that after Roshan had removed the electronic eye, he was now wearing an eye patch. He had not mentioned the electronic eye to Xiao Niao before, so she was understandably worried. It's nothing, just the electronic eye malfunctioned. The physician just took it out, and I'm temporarily wearing an eye patch until I can get a replacement, so there's no need for concern. Xiao Niao gently covered her mouth with her hand. You mean, your left eye was fitted with an electronic eye all this time? Tian Yang nodded. My eye was damaged during an operation, and later it was replaced with an electronic eye. Xiao Niao frowned, her delicate eyebrows knitting together. Having an electronic eye isn't good. It's prone to infection. After you return, you should get a biological prosthetic eye. It can also possess electronic functions. If your contribution points are insufficient, I can lend you some. After all, mine aren't of much use. Tian Yang was taken aback, about to refuse, when suddenly another figure appeared behind Xiao Niao. It was a petite girl, strikingly beautiful, with an impressive figure. She had cherry-colored hair, crimson eyes, and wore cat ear hairpins. The girl bounded up to Tian Yang, blinking her eyes curiously as she circled around him before suddenly clinging to his arm. Is this the boy Xiao Niao likes? He is truly special. I want to be friends with him too. Tian Yang stood there, bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. He carried a refreshing scent, reminiscent of sun-dried hay. Out of the blue, a slightly hoarse, magnetic female voice reached his ears. Just hearing it ignited an unusual urge within him. Turning his head, he noticed a tall girl standing to his left, even slightly taller than him. Her dark hair, tinged with teal, carried the scent of shampoo. And a beauty mark beneath her right eye added a touch of melancholy to her otherwise fair visage. As Tian Yang's gaze traveled downward to her long legs encased in black military boots, his heart raced uncontrollably. She was truly a stunning beauty. Sakura Shui, Zisu Jia. You're following me, Xiao Niao exclaimed. The taller, seemingly older woman flicked her hair back with grace, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Oh, don't say that, Xiao Niao. We were merely curious about what kind of boy you fancy. Exactly. The petite girl with the cat ears tightened her grip on Tian Yang's arm. Xiao Niao could no longer tolerate the scene and raised her voice. You all need to temper yourselves. This is a medical camp. Please refrain from causing a ruckus here. If you're not here to receive treatment, kindly step outside. The three girls paused for a moment before simultaneously apologizing. We're sorry, we didn't mean to. Then they playfully tugged at each other, leaving in a flurry of laughter. Tian Yang cautiously glanced at Sun. Sun replied with irritation, you should head back. It's getting late. Rest early and refrain from wandering about. Alright, okay. For some reason, Tian Yang felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the girl. As if she were indeed upset. Girls are indeed peculiar. She seemed perfectly fine just moments ago, yet now she was angry. The inexperienced youth could not fathom the underlying reason and, not daring to linger, hastily departed. Upon returning to the Night Wanderer's camp and finding his tent, Tian Yang slipped inside, discovering that Ji Yu and Song Du had already returned. Song Du's leg was bandaged, and the air within the tent was filled with the scent of antiseptic. Ji Yu had merely sustained minor injuries, with a few pieces of bandage on his face and arms. Upon seeing Tian Yang, both of them exclaimed in surprise, "You rascal! You're alive!" Tian Yang chuckled awkwardly and glanced around. "Has the captain not returned yet?" Ji Yu replied, "The captain is on his way back. The Black Prince has been slain by General Fei Mei. The captain mentioned that we might be able to return tomorrow." "Really?" Tian Yang exclaimed sincerely, "That's wonderful. Finally, we can go back. It feels as though I've been trapped in this reverse realm for years. These days have dragged on interminably." The following day, the night wanderers indeed received the orders for their return. Upon receiving this news, the entire camp erupted in cheers. However, only the night wanderers, a portion of the storm troops, and the medical teams were to withdraw today. The regular army, one storm battalion, and the logistics team remained in the desolate valley town. Merely recovering the resources from the town and the underground black citizens would require a considerable amount of time. From the current perspective, the army would need to stay for at least another 10 to 15 days. Standing atop the ruins where the collapse had occurred, Fei Mei brushed aside the strands of hair that the wind had disheveled. Her right hand was wrapped in bandages, indicating that her arm would be unusable for the foreseeable future. General Fei Mei, a young, handsome man hurriedly approached her. He was her aide-de-camp. The aide handed an electronic tablet to Fei Mei, stating, "The City Lord. The City Lord is looking for you. He is on the line now." Fei Mei unfolded the tablet, which had been compacted to card size, revealing a screen displaying a towering figure with his back to the camera. Chapter 155. In the dark depths, adjutant, you may leave now. Fei Mei's voice was soft yet resolute. The adjutant promptly saluted and signaled for several nearby soldiers to withdraw. Thus, the open space was left with only the female general and the figure behind the screen. A deep, authoritative voice resonated from the electronic panel. "You are injured. It is nothing serious, just a minor injury." Fei Mei's lips curled slightly, resembling a stubborn child attempting to impress her father. The figure on the screen turned, but his visage remained obscured by distance. "You have always been like this, downplaying everything since you were a child." Fei Mei dismissively replied, "It truly is not a grave injury. However, what about you? Have you been taking your medication regularly?" The figure on the screen coughed awkwardly. "Of course, that is not something you need to inquire about." Fei Mei scoffed lightly. "You've forgotten your medicine again, haven't you, my adoptive father? I have told you. You need a wife." Another round of coughs emanated from the electronic panel. "Compared to me, you are the one who needs a husband, Fei Mei. You are no longer a child. Have you considered it? My adoptive father has yet to find his other half. How can I focus solely on my own happiness?" Fei Mei replied with a sly smile. "Humph, you cunning little fox, always using me as a shield." Fei Mei suppressed a laugh. "But I speak the truth, dear father. Would you not at least consider it? Last year, the Yun family came to propose, and I think their third miss is quite commendable." "Nonsense." The Lord's tone grew serious. "That girl is even younger than you. She would be more fitting as my daughter. If I were to marry her, what would others think of me? Besides, that would not be marrying a wife, it would be raising a daughter. One little ancestor like you is already enough for me. I cannot bear another." Fei Mei burst into laughter. The figure on the screen joined her, and after a moment, their laughter faded. "Now then, has everything been arranged?" the Lord inquired. Fei Mei nodded. "I personally severed the Black Prince's head and witnessed his dismemberment. Rest assured, my adoptive father, there will be no Black King appearing. At least not this time." The Lord expressed his satisfaction. "That is splendid. With this achievement, there will be significantly fewer dissenting voices when you assume the title of Lord." Fei Mei sighed softly. "Must I really succeed you as Lord? Do you not think that Commander Chu, Commander Chao, or Minister Wade would be more deserving of this position?" The figure on the screen replied indifferently. "I have considered what you said. They are indeed qualified, but mere qualification is insufficient. The most crucial aspect is that their capabilities exhibit clear deficiencies. Old Chu possesses adequate combat strength and numerous military merits. However, his temper is a challenge. Managing as a commander is already quite strenuous for him. Making him the Lord would surely lead to chaos in Qingtian Fortress the very next day. As for Chao Gang, while he is steady, his steadiness can also be his downfall. Qingtian Fortress is in a developmental phase. As Lord, one requires a proactive mindset and decisive courage, qualities that Chao Gang lacks. Regarding Wade, he was quite competent in the past, but he is not an ascender. Moreover, since that incident 17 years ago, he has developed a bias against ascenders. Among the three, he is the least suitable for the position of Lord." The figure's voice turned somber. "Xiao Mei, I have no sons. You are my only adopted daughter. I have raised you myself, and I know your temperament and capabilities better than anyone. No one in Qingtian Fortress is more suited to inherit the title of Lord than you." Fei Mei's gaze fell. "Even if you say so, do not worry. I will pave the way for you to secure this position. Once you take on my responsibilities, I can build a house by the seaside, fish daily, raise dogs, and enjoy a leisurely retirement. Fei Mei's smile faltered slightly. But dear father, you are still quite young. Is it not too early to speak of retirement? The Lord laughed heartily. Not young at all. Just look at my memory now. It is not what it once was. Fei Mei chuckled along, but then added, by the way, adoptive father, the Black Prince uttered some words before his demise. He spoke our language. The electronic panel fell silent for a moment before the Lord asked, what did he say? He mentioned that they had once entered through the door, implying they have visited our world. He also stated that there is not just one Black Prince like him. Do you think there may already be other Black Kings born in other realms of the reverse world? The figure on the screen sighed softly. The reverse world is vast. What we have explored and understood is but a drop in the ocean. It would not be surprising if other Black Kings have emerged in places we are unaware of. However, even if other Black Kings do appear, finding the croft door will not be an easy task for them. Indeed, Fei Mei nodded gently. So far, I have not heard of Black citizens possessing means for long-distance travel, and even those with flight capabilities are exceedingly rare. But I understand your concerns, the Lord replied gravely. If we cease our exploration of the reverse world, the danger of invasion by Black citizens would significantly diminish. However, Fei Mei, even if we halt our explorations, other fortresses and cities will continue theirs. As long as the Star Essence Pillar exists in the reverse world, along with resources and technologies unknown to us, the exploration will not cease. Under such circumstances, we cannot afford to remain stagnant. The price of stagnation is being replaced or even obliterated by other cities. Fei Mei's eyes dimmed. I understand, adoptive father. The Lord affirmed, if there is nothing else, return now. While you recuperate, you can join me for a game of chess. I must say, this game from the reverse world is rather intriguing, though finding a worthy opponent is challenging. Fei Mei laughed. Isn't Commander Chu quite fond of this game? Or perhaps Commander Chao would suffice. The Lord waved his hand dismissively. No, please. Old Chu is a terrible player, often retracting his moves. There was a time I nearly got into a fight with him over it. As for Chao Gang, playing chess with him would be less entertaining than engaging with an artificial intelligence. Very well, return quickly. Your adoptive father will personally prepare a feast to reward our great general, he added. Fei Mei smiled and agreed, then ended the communication. When she lifted her head again, her smile gradually faded. Before her lay an endless world, and who could say what lurked in the dark depths, watching the world outside with keen eyes? Qingtian Fortress. As Tian Yang stepped through the croft door and onto the fortress's transfer platform, the brilliant sunlight nearly blinded him. He was pushed from behind and turned to find Kuan Lan, wrapped in bandages, glaring at him. Don't block the way, white-haired brat. Don't think I'll give way just because you've helped me once. Not a chance. After his outburst, he stormed off, enveloped in a gloomy aura. Tian Yang pointed to himself. Did I offend him again? The arrogant little blue-haired fellow had been helped more than once by someone he despised, causing him considerable inner turmoil. Leaning on a cane, Song-Du hopped out the door. Tian Yang attempted to assist, but Song-Du shook his head. I'm not that fragile. Do not touch me. Look who's talking. You are just as awkward as anyone else, Ji-Yu remarked indifferently from behind. Song-Du leaped as if his tail had been stepped on. Where am I awkward? Even if I am, it pales in comparison to your awkwardness. Ji-Yu raised his hands in surrender. How am I awkward? Song-Du pointed at Tian Yang, exclaiming, you bestowed your first kiss upon a mere boy. I cannot believe you aren't feeling awkward. What? Ji-Yu, you made a move on Tian Yang? Han Shu emerged from the craft gate, astonishment causing him to drop his cigarette. Ji-Yu's face instantly flushed with 2 shades of crimson. That was an accident. It was merely a moment of excitement. And Captain, must you shout so loudly? Han Shu glanced around, noticing several onlookers directed their gaze towards their team. The captain cleared his throat a few times. I am indeed astonished. After all, Ji-Yu, you have never viewed yourself as a woman. I thought you would never take a liking to boys. Ji-Yu's face reddened further. Who doesn't see themselves as a woman? You men truly lack appreciation. And I do not like Tian Yang, absolutely not. Then why the blush? Han Shu ruffled his messy hair. All right, let us return. Everyone should take a good rest for a few days. You've all been quite weary, so take a week off. After a week, report back to the dormitory. I'm off now, farewell. Thus, the Crow Squad disbanded at the transit platform, with Tian Yang riding his unicycle back to the dormitory. After a series of security checks, the electronic lock clicked open, and Tian Yang stepped into the foyer. Once the door closed behind him, he found the apartment eerily silent. Although the home automation system had initiated its ventilation function and automatically opened the windows, the air inside remained stifling. Tian Yang set down his belongings and rested his battle blade against the wall. He walked through the foyer, softly addressing the empty living room. "I'm back." No one responded. He stood in the living room for a few seconds before suddenly seizing his battle blade and leaving the apartment. Upon returning in the evening, Tian Yang opened the door and instructed the delivery worker to bring in various potted plants. Following his directions, an assortment of pots were placed in the living room, bedroom, balcony, and even 2 pots in the kitchen. Finally, a fish tank was positioned in the corner of the living room, showcasing the small fish swimming freely inside. Tian Yang felt that his apartment had finally acquired a semblance of vitality. The next day, after having breakfast, the young man tossed some feed into the fish tank. The communicator buzzed to life with a real-time message from Han Shu, requesting a connection. Upon answering, Han Shu's voice resonated through the device. "Tian Yang, are you free today? I need your help with something." Chapter 156. The lame man's trouble. Tian Yang set down the feed and approached the window, gazing curiously at the architectural ensemble of the upper district. "What does the captain want me to do?" he inquired. "Rest assured, it's a trivial matter." Han Shugan chuckled over the communicator. "You hail from the lower district. Don't you know the lame man on Dongmen Street?" Tian Yang's curiosity deepened. "I know him. The captain is acquainted with him as well?" Han Shugan's tone hinted at some embarrassment. "In my youth, we often drank and fought. Whenever I got injured, I'd seek treatment from him. Oh, back then, he wasn't lame yet. Over time, I've accrued some debts of gratitude. So, the lame man has come to collect?" Tian Yang mused. "In any case, he sought my help last night. Something seems amiss. You should inquire with him for the specifics," Han Shugan said with a chuckle. "I have matters that prevent me from attending to this, and after much contemplation, I thought you would be the most suitable. What do you say, can you assist me?" Having received assistance from the lame man previously, and now with Han Shugan's request, Tian Yang pondered that he had nothing pressing to attend to. Thus a trip to the lower district would not be a burden. "Not a problem. I'll head there now," he replied. Han Shugan exhaled in relief. "That is splendid. When you return, I'll treat you to a drink." "Captain, can we not arrange something else?" Suddenly, an unfamiliar female voice interjected through the communicator. "Han Shugan, are you done yet? I'm all cleaned up. How long do you intend to leave me waiting in bed?" Tian Yang finally grasped why Han Shugan was unavailable. Glancing outside, he noted it was still daytime. Was the captain sleeping so late? After ending the communication, Han Shugan sent a text, indicating that this matter might involve some force and advising Tian Yang to conceal his identity as a night walker. Any other issues could be addressed later. Tian Yang harbored doubts about whether he would be able to contact Han Shugan when the need arose. Given the necessity for discretion, it was evident that his defensive armor and uniform were unsuitable for this outing. However, he was unconcerned. With his current physical prowess and reflexes, encountering a transcendent of rank 4 or above would be improbable. Surely, a transcendent would not make a special trip to the lower district to trouble a lame man. He donned a dark undershirt, a pair of khaki-tapered pants, and retrieved a recently purchased gray trench coat from his wardrobe. The coat featured a hood, which he pulled over his head, lending him a more discreet appearance. After slipping into practical ankle boots, Tian Yang contemplated taking the Chi-Web battle knife. However, realizing that it could easily reveal his identity, he decided against it. Instead, he secured a multifunctional waist pouch around his waist, covered by the trench coat. The pouch contained the hiding and nightmare masks, the former for emergencies, while the latter could be donned to obscure his identity and activate his dream-invoking abilities. Prepared, Tian Yang departed from his apartment. Upon reaching the parking lot, he hesitated for 3 seconds before abandoning the conspicuous unicycle. He opted instead for a public electric tram, making his way to the fortress's weapon shop to procure a manganese steel short blade. The weapon was of average quality and sharpness, incapable of channeling starlight, yet sufficient for dealing with ordinary individuals. As for transcendent beings, as long as they did not face off against specialized weapons, they could engage in a few exchanges. Most importantly, at the price of 50 contribution points, Tian Yang could afford to discard it without regret. As for the need to discard it, it was merely a precaution to prevent tracing back to his identity, though he felt he might be overly cautious. After all, a lame man from the lower district should not attract any formidable figures. He placed the short blade into the standard knife pouch provided by the shop, slinging it over his shoulder as he boarded the circular train, alighting at the same shadowy street station. When he disembarked, Tian Yang pulled the hood of his trench coat over his head and lowered it slightly as he stepped off the train. On the platform sat several homeless individuals, soliciting food from passers-by, though few paid them any mind. Only a kind-hearted girl, around 15 or 16, hesitated to offer a piece of bread, only to have several homeless men rush over, encircling her. One hand reached toward the girl's bag filled with food. Such occurrences transpired daily in the lower district, with even more atrocious incidents being commonplace. As Tian Yang passed by the group of homeless men, he skillfully collided with one of the less virtuous individuals, sending him and his companion tumbling. The girl, frightened, seized the opportunity to flee the station. Emerging onto the dimly lit street, the buildings pressed closely together. Even in daylight, the vibrant neon lights flickered prominently. The air was thick with the scents of tobacco, alcohol, and mildew. The pedestrians moved hurriedly, and at the entrances of various bars, women in revealing attire beckoned to customers, engaged in the flesh trade. Here, the lights never dimmed, day or night. As he passed the Volcano Bar, Tian Yang noticed a change in ownership. It had been renamed Heatwave, and the establishment was currently closed, its windows shrouded in darkness. After observing for a moment, he lowered his head and continued on. As he walked, he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. It seemed someone was tailing him. Surprised, Tian Yang wondered how he had attracted attention so swiftly after arriving in the lower district. Familiar with the area, he intentionally led his pursuer through various alleys. Glancing through a shop window, he caught sight of his follower, a burly man with unkempt hair resembling a tangled mess. His face was stubbled, and he wore a dark gray coat and long pants, a satchel slung across his shoulder. Such individuals were abundant in the lower district, nearly devoid of distinguishing features. The only exception was his penetrating gaze, which remained fixed on Tian Yang, clearly intent on him. Tian Yang discreetly noted the man's appearance before swiftly turning away, concealing the fact that he was aware of being followed. After wandering through several more alleys, the feeling of being watched dissipated. Whether he had successfully evaded his pursuer or the man had lost his way in the maze-like streets, he could not ascertain. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous for Tian Yang as he quickened his pace, even renting a vehicle along the way, ultimately arriving at the grocer's shop owned by the lame man on Dongmen Street. The small shop was closed, showing no signs of violence, suggesting he had arrived just in time. Tian Yang knocked on the door. "Not open for business today, scram," came the impatient voice of the lame man from within. His temper had not improved. Lowering his voice, Tian Yang replied, "Lame man, Han Shugan sent me." Immediately, hurried footsteps echoed within, accompanied by the sound of something toppling over. The door swung open, revealing the lame man peering out. Upon seeing Tian Yang's face partially concealed by the hat, he exclaimed, "It's you?" Despite his impaired leg, the lame man had a sharp memory, recalling the scene when the white-haired youth had barged in during his treatment of Kaidi. Tian Yang nodded. "Let us talk inside." The lame man promptly stepped aside, allowing Tian Yang to enter, and he closed the door behind him. Yet, the lame man remained cautious, adding several locks before signaling Tian Yang to follow him. They entered a small room filled with medical equipment, the air thick with an unpleasant odor, a mix of antiseptic and other peculiar scents. Tian Yang removed his hat. "So, what trouble have you stirred that requires our Captain's intervention?" The lame man paused. "You're in Han Shugan's squad?" Tian Yang surveyed the room, choosing not to answer the obvious question. The lame man produced a tin flask. "Care for a drink?" "I brewed it myself." Tian Yang shook his head. "I don't drink. I'm not here for that." The lame man nodded, taking a sip before wiping his mouth and gazing at Tian Yang. Suddenly, he said, "You should go back. Kaidi considers you like a son. I don't want you entangled in this mess." Tian Yang furrowed his brow. "The captain sent me here. I cannot return empty-handed." That would be difficult to explain to him. The lame one took another sip and replied, "This trouble isn't really your fault, but you." Tian Yang set down his knife bag and placed it aside. "Lame one, when did you become so fussy? This isn't like you." "Get lost," the lame one retorted. "You young whippersnapper, I'm doing this for your sake." Tian Yang chuckled. "Rest assured, I only concern myself with fighting. If anything happens, the captain will handle it." The lame one shot him a glance and reluctantly squeezed out 2 words. "Thank you." "No need for thanks. Just tell me, who is giving you trouble?" Tian Yang unzipped his knife bag, retrieving a narrow blade and testing its weight. The lame one observed the knife in his hand and remarked, "It's someone from the upper district." Tian Yang paused. "How did you provoke someone from the upper district?" The lame one snorted. "It wasn't me who provoked them. They came after me unprovoked." "There's a significant difference." "Specifically?" Tian Yang inquired. "Do you know the Xie family?" The lame one rolled his eyes and looked at Tian Yang. Tian Yang immediately recalled Xie Miao and nodded. "I know. They were the ones who broke my leg back then." The lame one gritted his teeth. "I don't know what has gotten into the Xie family. A few days ago, they suddenly sent someone to find me, asking me to be their family doctor." A family doctor is a private physician dedicated exclusively to serving a particular family, typically receiving generous compensation in return. While the pay may not rival that of high-ranking warriors, for an ordinary person, it represents a commendable opportunity. ensuring a life free from financial woes. Thus, Tian Yang was even more perplexed. That sounds good. Good my foot, the lame one exclaimed. Back then, they tossed me out of the upper district like a dog, and now they want me to return and serve them? I would rather die than comply. So, Tian Yang could roughly guess the outcome. The lame one sneered. So yesterday they came to warn me. Either I go with them today, or they break my other leg. This time, they intend to throw me out of Qingtian Fortress. I understand now. Tian Yang shook his head. But even if the captain personally comes today and drives them away, what about afterward? They will still come looking for trouble. The captain cannot always assist you, right? The lame one scoffed. You underestimate the true nature of these families. No matter how arrogant they are, they must maintain the facade of their family's dignity. If they were merely dealing with me, it would be easy for them to act. However, if they discover that Han Shu is involved, the CF family will tread carefully. After all, if word gets out that a prominent family is oppressing a doctor from the lower district, it would bring them shame. Tian Yang understood. The lame one sought not the brute force of Han Shu, but rather his status, one that would instill fear in the CF family. Yet the captain, in his quest for restful slumber, had entrusted this matter to him. Tian Yang rubbed his temples. Captain, can't you sleep at night? Chapter 157. Enigmatic depths. Though the cripple intended to leverage Han Shu's identity, his presence here rendered it impossible to feign ignorance. Tian Yang pondered. His own status would undoubtedly be ineffectual. The CF family would hardly be intimidated by a mere Nightwalker lieutenant, and resentment would only deepen. Hence, he resolved to don a mask and employ force to assist the cripple through this predicament, leaving the resolution of the matter to Han Shu upon their return. As this determination crystallized, a thunderous knock reverberated from outside, as if the assailants were intent on demolishing the cripple's modest establishment. The sound pierced Tian Yang's eardrums painfully. The cripple glanced at Tian Yang. Open the door, Tian Yang instructed, retrieving the nightmare mask. The cripple, recognizing Tian Yang's intent, nodded and departed. The crystalline mask, left behind by the shaman, bore a faintly discernible smile, yet the expression was unsettling. Coupled with the mask's subtle, deep violet aura, it exuded an air of profound mystery. Once the mask was affixed, Tian Yang's perception shifted, rendering the surrounding scene slightly surreal, as if a mere thought could distort the imagery. Even outside the reverse realm, remnants of the black populace proved functional, granting Tian Yang a measure of reassurance that Black Thunder was indeed a formidable ace. Naturally, the sword would be a last resort. Cripple, I know you're inside. Open the door quickly. A brash voice called from outside, laced with an undertone of obsequiousness. The cripple scoffed, swinging the door open. Standing outside was a gaunt, wiry man with dark skin and sunken eyes, whose shifty demeanor suggested dubious character. Lu Shu, you wretched rat from the sewer, what brings you here today? The cripple sneered. Lu Shu shoved the cripple, retorting, spare me your nonsense. Why shouldn't I be out and about? Listen, you better comply with their demands, or you'll regret it. The cripple leaned against a low table, shaking his head. You ungrateful wretch, had I not saved you back then, you would have been devoured by the rats in the drainage ditch long ago. Yet here you are, bringing trouble to my doorstep. Lu Shu burst into laughter. Cripple, don't overestimate your importance. Not everyone is like you. Come on, let us discuss this outside. He pushed the cripple persistently, and despite his frail frame, Lu Shu possessed considerable strength. The cripple stumbled out of the door, unsteady on his feet. Outside stood a dozen men, each with unfriendly expressions and armed with various weapons. Some wielded real firearms capable of easily demolishing the cripple's shop. Lu Shu approached a tall, bespectacled gentleman, ingratiatingly bowing. Mr. Lei, the cripple has arrived. What are your instructions? A cold glint flickered behind the lenses of Mr. Lei's glasses, and a barely perceptible malice flowed from his gaze as he replied, Come with me. The cripple resolutely shook his head. Tell your master that I, the cripple, will not go anywhere. Mr. Lei scoffed. Don't be foolish. Before the cripple could respond, a discontented voice interjected, Lei Song, why are you wasting time with this cripple? My family wants him as the family doctor, which is already a sign of respect. Does this old fool think he can refuse? The crowd parted, revealing a young man who looked at the cripple with a disdainful smirk. Since you refuse to accompany us, you might as well say goodbye to your other leg. He gestured. Lei Song furrowed his brow, sensing that this young man was overly arrogant. Yet, given his affiliation with the Xie family, Lei Song chose to remain silent. Lu Shu cleared his throat and called out, Did you hear what young Master Xie Miao said? Seize this old man. I want to break his legs. Inside, upon hearing Xie Miao's voice, Tian Yang paused. Peering outside, he confirmed it was indeed Xie Miao, clad in casual attire, conspicuously unarmed and standing boldly amidst the crowd. At that moment, two burly men approached the cripple. He instinctively glanced back into the shop, where a foot emerged from the shadows. Lei Song noticed immediately, raising his gaze to see someone stepping out from the cripple's shop. Dressed in a long trench coat and adorned with a mask, wielding a battle blade, the figure resembled a helper rather than a patient of the cripple. As the two burly men lunged to capture the cripple, a sudden blur appeared behind him. Tian Yang, without drawing his blade, struck the two men in the abdomen with the hilt, causing them to double over, retching uncontrollably. Xian Yao, finally realizing the commotion, shouted indignantly, "Who are you? I warn you, don't meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Tian Yang, uninterested in engaging in dialogue or revealing his identity, raised his scabbard defensively before the cripple, conveying his intent clearly. Xian Yao's forehead pulsed with veins. Recently, the Xie family received intelligence regarding an imminent operation at the fortress. Though not as grand as the one in Huanggu town, it would be open to various families. This meant an opportunity for each family to display their might, which is precisely why the Xie family sought the cripple. His medical expertise was invaluable for ensuring the safety of their members during the operation. Originally, Lei Song was assigned to handle the matter, but Xian Miao, for reasons of his own, sought to assert himself and thus accompanied the group. He had resolved to break the cripple's leg to establish dominance before bringing the old man back. Xian Miao was convinced that inflicting a little pain on the cripple would compel him to comply. However, an unexpected interference now jeopardized his plans, leaving him feeling humiliated. Xian Miao scoffed, snatching a long knife from the hands of a nearby man, pointing it at Tian Yang. "You, boy, if you know what's good for you, get lost now, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Tian Yang lowered his voice, uttering 2 words, "Enter the house." The cripple nodded and turned to retreat indoors. The man with the firearm raised his weapon, but before he could react, an object whizzed toward him, striking his face with a sudden sharp pain, rendering him unconscious. A clatter echoed as Tian Yang's scabbard fell beside him, the means of his defeat. Witnessing Tian Yang's swift action, Xian Miao lost all restraint, manifesting his starry essence. His wrist glowing with silver radiance, as he charged at Tian Yang, intent on delivering a lethal blow. To the Xie family, killing someone in the lower city was trivial. Beneath the mask, Tian Yang smirked coldly, raising his left hand to caress the mask. An invisible wave rippled outward like water, unnoticed by Xian Miao. The masked figure was already upon him. Xian Miao swung his blade ferociously, the long knife trailing a silver arc as it aimed for his opponent's face. To his astonishment, he perceived the horror reflected in the masked figure's eyes beneath the mask. Deservedly so, Xian Miao laughed, kicking the figure's chest and withdrawing the long knife. Yet at that moment, a voice faintly echoed in his ear. "Young master, be cautious." Cautious of what? Xian Miao did not comprehend until a sudden blow struck the back of his head, shattering his vision like a broken mirror. As he regained focus, Xian Miao found himself plummeting toward the ground, his surroundings rising, only to realize that the masked figure had vanished without a trace. What transpired? This question lingered unanswered as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lei Song, witnessing the scene, appeared utterly bewildered, his expression a mixture of disbelief and confusion. He had observed Xian Miao unleash his full strength, aiming to slay the opponent. Yet for reasons unknown, the attack had faltered, resulting in the long knife missing its target by at least a meter. The masked figure approached Xian Miao, stealthily positioning himself behind the young master. Oblivious to the impending danger, Xian Miao was struck sharply on the back of his head with the hilt of a knife, rendering him unconscious with remarkable efficiency. Lei Song, filled with trepidation, glanced anxiously at Xian Miao. Should any harm befall him, it would be exceedingly difficult to explain himself to his superiors upon his return. Beneath the mask, Tian Yang exhaled softly. This was his inaugural experience with the nightmare mask, and the outcome was decidedly favorable. The scene of Xian Miao dispatching the masked man was merely a vivid dream bestowed upon him by Tian Yang. He realized that dreams, which diverged slightly from reality, were readily accepted by Xian Miao. In retrospect, the vision gifted to him by the sorcerer had felt exceedingly dissonant, which elucidated why he had so easily extricated himself from that dream. Thus, the true function of the nightmare mask should be to modify reality in a limited manner, particularly the immediate reality. Such dreams closely mirror reality, making it difficult for the dreamer to discern the truth at first glance. Observing Xian Miao lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, Tian Yang experienced a sudden surge of vindictive pleasure. Meanwhile, there was a slight shift in his elevation process. "Take him away," he commanded. With Xian Miao in a stupor, Tian Yang felt no fear of revealing his voice. He deliberately altered his tone, knowing that even if Xian Miao were awake, he would likely not recognize him at once. Lei Song adjusted his glasses and remarked, Are you not afraid of attracting trouble with such actions? Tian Yang responded coolly. If I were afraid of trouble, I wouldn't be here. Profoundly enigmatic. Lei Song found himself unable to decipher Tian Yang's previous tactics, and coupled with his audacious words, he remained unable to gauge the masked man's strength or the depth of his background. After considerable deliberation, Lei Song nodded. Today, I shall grant you this favor. However, how long do you believe you can protect the cripple? Tian Yang chuckled lightly from behind the mask. It matters not. If we survive today, the Xie family shall not lay a hand on the cripple. His intention was to return and pass this troublesome matter back to his captain. Yet, to Lei Song's ears, it only reinforced his impression of Tian Yang's formidable background. Otherwise, how could one be so audacious in the face of the Xie family's authority? Very well, let us depart. Lei Song gestured, and others moved to carry Xie Miao away. Just as they were about to leave, Tian Yang called out, "Wait." Lei Song turned back, questioning. "What do you mean?" Tian Yang pointed at Lu Shu, declaring, "He cannot leave. I despise those who are ungrateful." Lu Shu's expression instantly darkened. Chapter 158. The employer Lu Shu quickly glanced at Lei Song, noticing the contemplative expression on the latter's face. With a forced smile, he exclaimed, "Mr. Gao, I have exerted considerable effort for the Xie family. You wouldn't truly hand me over to such an enigmatic individual, would you?" Lei Song regarded the slender man before him. The cripple possessed a modicum of influence in the lower district, and when the Xie family initially sought to extract him, they faced significant resistance. Lei Song had inquired among several street thugs in the lower district, yet these individuals, seemingly indebted to the cripple, refused to divulge any information. Regardless of whether Lei Song employed threats or offered bribes, no one was willing to speak. Just when he was at a loss on how to proceed, this man named Lu Shu approached him, claiming to know the cripple's whereabouts. He insisted that if the Xie family could offer him employment, he would lead Lei Song to the cripple. The outcome was inevitable. Now, with Tian Yang demanding personnel, Lei Song weighed his options and quickly reached a conclusion. "He is yours," Lei Song declared, pushing Lu Shu aside. In a choice between a potentially high-ranking individual and a sycophant, only a fool would hesitate. Lu Shu immediately cried out, "Gao, you're tearing down the bridge after crossing it. Is there no sense of loyalty left?" Lei Song scoffed, turned his back, and departed with his entourage, leaving Lu Shu alone. However, once Lei Song and his group had left, men began to emerge from the nearby buildings and bars. These men, like wolves, fixated their gazes on Lu Shu, gradually encroaching upon him. Were it not for Tian Yang's presence, they might have already pounced upon him, tearing him to shreds. In a grocery store, the cripple opened the door and limped outside. Lu Shu immediately knelt before Tian Yang, clinging to the youth's feet, pleading, my lord, save me. I, Lu Shu, am willing to serve you, provided you spare my life." Tian Yang let out a cold laugh from behind his mask and kicked Lu Shu's shoulder, sending the man sprawling. The youth stepped aside and nodded to the cripple. "I shall take my leave now." The cripple bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your kindness." Tian Yang then strode away, and the pack of wolves finally closed in. Among them was a burly man with fiery red hair, who turned to the cripple and inquired, "What do you say?" "Do as you see fit," the cripple replied, retreating to his grocery store. The men cracked their knuckles, and the red-haired man's fists popped ominously. "Lu Shu, you two have been in the lower district. You should know that we are not good people. However, we have our own rules. We never do work for those from the upper district. They treat us like dogs or slaves, and we would rather die than serve those lords. You've broken the rules and sold out the cripple." "Impressive. Brother Fire Dragon, I was wrong, truly wrong." Lu Shu sobbed. "I was momentarily bewitched. Please, spare me this once." The man known as Brother Fire Dragon chuckled. "Take a look at yourself in the mirror. What makes you think you deserve mercy? Get him." At Brother Fire Dragon's command, a dozen burly men closed in. To Lu Shu's despair, dozens more men outside blocked the street, showing no intention of allowing him to escape. Meanwhile, aboard the circular city train, Tian Yang, having removed his mask, sent a text message to Han Shu via communicator. "It has been taken care of. However, this involves the Xie family, and the cripple may still encounter trouble." Before long, Han Shu replied, "What? The Xie family? Damn it. Those bastards can't go a day without causing trouble. Fine, leave this matter to me." Tian Yang smiled faintly. Previously, in Huanggu town, Xie Miao conspired with 2 members of the dragon hunting squad to malign the crow squad. Upon learning of this, Han Shu rushed to the storm camp to confront Xie Hong. The details of what transpired remain unclear. All Tian Yang knows is that chaos erupted at the storm camp that day, culminating in Ling Feng's involvement. Upon returning, Han Shu wore a triumphant grin, claiming that the Xie family would suffer, as the captain had seized the opportunity to deliver a harsh retribution. Now, with the cripple's situation entangled with the Xie family, it is no wonder Han Shu was incensed. How he would handle the matter remained uncertain. Of course, that was no longer Tian Yang's concern. As the train approached the upper district, Tian Yang admired the picturesque view of the sky and sea, when he suddenly felt the sensation of being watched. Though fleeting, the feeling was unmistakable. He remained composed, feigning ignorance, and calmly disembarked when the train arrived at the station. The upper district station was pristine and orderly, a stark contrast to the chaos of the lower district. Walking at a measured pace through the station's corridors, Tian Yang halted abruptly upon turning a corner, swiftly slipping behind a nearby sign. Soon, a man rounded the corner. Despite having changed his attire, the unkempt clothing still betrayed him. It was none other than the man who had stalked Tian Yang in the lower district. He scanned the surroundings, searching for Tian Yang, only to be interrupted by a soft voice behind him. "Who are you?" The man reacted quickly, preparing to flee. Yet a sharp pressure suddenly pricked his back, compelling him to abandon the notion. The narrow blade had emerged from its sheath, its tip pressing against the man's back, obscured by Tian Yang's coat. To onlookers, it appeared as though the two were merely standing closely, unaware of the palpable tension between them. "Sir, I believe you are mistaken," the disheveled man said with a forced smile. "I was merely passing through. Kindly sheath your weapon." Tian Yang's expression remained impassive. "I recognized you in the lower district. Do not attempt to deny it." "I am not denying anything. I have nothing to deny. I just returned from the lower district. Perhaps you truly did see me, but that was merely coincidence." "Is that so?" Tian Yang raised his voice. "So it was that person who sent you to tail me?" Passers-by began to glance over, including the disheveled man, who looked bewildered by Tian Yang's words. However, the man's expression shifted as though he grasped something. Tian Yang continued softly. "Recently, my apartment was invaded. That person must have been you, correct?" The scruffy man struggled to maintain his smile. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Disregarding his protestations, Tian Yang prodded him with the blade while gently pressing down on his shoulder, guiding him towards a less crowded corridor. "Stop pretending. I noticed some sand on my balcony at the time. The salinity of the sand was quite high, clearly from the seaside. Your clothes carry a scent of the ocean, indicating you frequently reside near the bay, specifically from outside the fortress." The scruffy man's body quivered imperceptibly as he shook his head. "This is a misunderstanding." "It is absolutely a misunderstanding." Tian Yang's lips curled into a smirk. "I also noticed you searching for something in my apartment. This perplexed me, as a person who has lived outside the fortress for years should not have been able to infiltrate. Furthermore, how could you enter the upper district and breach a junior officer's apartment? Therefore, I suspect that this individual behind you has connections that enabled you to carry out such actions. That person must hold significant power, or else it would be impossible to assist an outsider in such endeavors." A bead of cold sweat trickled down the scruffy man's face. "If you are merely a pawn, could it be that the one who set you in motion has sent others to monitor you? If he learns of what I just said, do you think he would still trust you?" The tension in the air dissipated. The scruffy man cautiously turned around, only to find Tian Yang had sheathed the narrow blade. His expression calm, as if unbothered by the prospect of the man seizing an opportunity to flee. Tian Yang was indeed unafraid. His earlier remark, delivered with a deliberate elevation of volume, had effectively tethered this man to himself. Even if he were to release him now, the man would likely not depart, for doing so could very well invite his demise. Conversely, should they collaborate, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. The disheveled man let out a bitter smile and sighed. "Are all lieutenants of Nightwalkers such formidable figures?" Tian Yang shook his head. "I am merely the most ordinary among them. There are many far more capable than I." "You are too modest." The scruffy man settled onto a nearby bench and introduced himself. "Lieutenant Tian Yang, I am Hebai. I once served as a constable within the Iron Wall. I am ready to hear your tale." Tian Yang took a seat beside him. Hebai produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and began to smoke. "The story is not particularly intricate. I made a mistake and was expelled from the fortress. However, my family still resides here, so I am reluctant to leave." "So you live not far from this bay?" Tian Yang inquired. Hebai nodded. "Quite so. To make a living, I occasionally work as a gold miner. Despite my appearance, I am still a level 2 enhancer." "I am aware," Tian Yang replied, recalling how this man had escaped right under his nose. Such agility was not something an ordinary person could possess. Hebai exhaled a smoke ring. "In any case, I take on all sorts of jobs. Recently, someone approached me with an assignment." "Does it involve me?" Tian Yang asked. Hebai nodded. "Yes, he seeks a diary that you brought from the storage facility." The diary of Su Lai. Tian Yang's heart trembled. Indeed, someone was investigating Su Lai's affairs. Could it be those so-called higher-ups from years past? Were they in search of that cursed compass? Who was this person? Tian Yang inquired, his voice low. Hebai stroked his chin. The individual who recruited me is named Qiuhe. He is an intermediary, specializing in connecting people like us with employers. As for my employer, I know not who he is. I only know he is a person of considerable influence. He promised that if I succeeded in this task, he would help relocate my wife and child to the upper city. Tian Yang thought to himself, indeed, only someone with real power could facilitate such a request. He pondered for a moment before asking, where can I find Qiuhe? Hebai shook his head, it is futile. Qiuhe communicates with these employers through a specialized platform. That platform operates on an anonymous login system. Even if you were to kill Qiuhe, he would not possess any information on the employer. Tian Yang furrowed his brows. This meant the trail had effectively run cold. Chapter 159. This man is ill soon. The cigarette was consumed. Hebai discarded the butt and glanced around, speaking in a volume audible only to Tian Yang. If you wish to locate the employer, I have a method. Tian Yang regarded his face with skepticism. Hebai forced a smile. You need not doubt me. I have no other recourse but to collaborate with you. Thanks to you, my wife and child are in peril. I wish to extricate them safely, without involving myself in your affairs. Tian Yang found this reasoning acceptable. And what is your plan? Hebai produced another cigarette. Displaying signs of distress, yet striving to maintain composure, relying on the tobacco. The diary. Hand me your diary, and I shall use it to fulfill my obligations. In doing so, they shall refrain from harming my family. At the very least, I will have time to arrange their escape from the fortress. That merely aids your own escape. I still lack information on the employer. Though he sympathized with the man's plight, Tian Yang was unwilling to engage in a losing transaction. Hebai inhaled deeply. Do not rush. Hear me out. During the negotiation, I will devise a way to lure him out. When the time comes, I will provide you with the exact location for the exchange. Of course, whether you seize this opportunity is beyond my concern. After some contemplation, Tian Yang nodded in agreement. That seems fair. How shall I provide you with the diary? Hebai chuckled. Of course, it cannot be an overt exchange. You must grant me an opportunity, a chance for me to obtain the diary personally. He emphasized this point. Tian Yang, now calculating, replied, I understand. Should we bid farewell now? Hebai cast aside the cigarette. Indeed, but before that, you must gift me a token, a wound on my hand, for instance. And do be cautious. A glimmer sparked in Hebai's eyes as he suddenly drew a dagger from his sleeve, slashing toward Tian Yang's throat. However, having been forewarned, the youth had ample time to react. Tian Yang leaped, delivering a kick to Hebai's wrist, causing the dagger to fly upwards. The narrow blade grazed Hebai's arm, blood erupting forth. Hebai hurled the dagger at Tian Yang, and as the youth dodged, the disheveled man turned and fled. Tian Yang pursued, yet upon exiting the corridor, Hebai had vanished into the crowd outside. At that moment, several steadfast security personnel arrived, and Tian Yang presented his identification, describing the incident as a mere assault. After the officers recorded the report, he departed the upper city station. By the time Tian Yang returned to his apartment, it was afternoon. Upon entering, the home automation system notified him of 2 messages. Read, he commanded, stepping into the kitchen to prepare himself lunch. Now reading the first message. Are you there? My little boy, haha. This was Roshan's voice. Hearing the physician's tone caused Tian Yang's head to ache slightly. You have some free time in the next few days. Remember to visit the medical center for your checkup. Also, your electronic eye isn't malfunctioning, is it? The center recently received a batch of biological prosthetic eyes. I've selected one for you. When you come, I'll help you install it. Reply promptly. If you don't, you shall face the consequences. Ding. The food customization machine chimed, indicating that lunch was ready. Tian Yang donned specialized gloves, retrieved the meal, and set it on the dining table. Now reading the second message. Tian Yang, are you home? This time it was Sun's voice. Are you free tonight? I bought fish and chicken, but I think I overdid it. If you don't mind, come over for dinner tonight. Tian Yang felt a stir of excitement. This was the perfect opportunity to have Hebai obtain the diary. He set aside his lunch and approached the home communication device to reply to both Roshan and Sun. As evening approached, he placed Su Lai's diary beneath his pillow, changed into casual attire, armed himself with the Qi Web battle knife, and left the apartment. The evening in the Qingtian fortress held a unique charm. The setting sun cast its golden rays across the western sea, imbuing the buildings and streets with a rich crimson hue. Tian Yang rode his electromagnetic motorcycle along the upper city's thoroughfare, the sun illuminating him and his bike, stretching their shadows long before him. He felt a moment of disorientation. This road seemed endless. Yet, this was merely an illusion, for shortly thereafter, he arrived at Sun's apartment. After 3 rings, the door swung open. Upon seeing Tian Yang, Sun's younger brother, Shao Jie, shouted toward the kitchen, "Sister, no friend. Your friend has arrived." Shao Jie eagerly pulled Tian Yang along. "Hurry, brother Tian Yang. I heard from my sister that you went to battle and encountered many unfamiliar black folk. Tell me all about them." Tian Yang was led into the living room, where he caught sight of Sun emerging from the kitchen, clad in an apron. The sunlight filtered through the window, softening her features and rendering her beauty almost ethereal. Noticing Tian Yang's gaze, Sun felt her ears grow warm and averted her eyes slightly. "Please, take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly." She called for Shao Jie to fetch water for Tian Yang before returning to the kitchen. The aroma of food wafted through the air, a fragrance far beyond what a food customization machine could produce. Tian Yang recalled his last visit to old Su's home, where the elder praised his wife's cooking, calling it food with soul. Reflecting on this, he found old Su's description fitting. "Brother Tian Yang, what models of mecha were deployed in the fortress? I heard the 5th generation has gone into mass production. Were they used in battle?" As an enthusiast of mecha, Shao Jie swiftly shifted the conversation to this topic. Just as Tian Yang began to respond, the doorbell rang again, and an odd thought crossed his mind. Could it be Yunze returning? "Shao Jie, go answer the door." Sun's voice called from the kitchen. "Oh, fine," Shao Jie replied reluctantly, jumping off his chair to open the door. As the door swung open, a voice that sounded somewhat familiar remarked, "Can you believe they let the fortress's only luminary reside in such a shabby place? What are those people thinking? Oh wait, it's just a child. Is this not Miss Sun's apartment? Sun is my sister. Who are you? So this is indeed Miss Sun's home? That puts my mind at ease. Hey, what are you doing? Get out. Child, do not be disrespectful to young Master Yun." "Young Master Yun?" Tian Yang stood up, and upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, Sun also emerged from the kitchen. Just then, a figure swaggered into the room, tall and slender, with short hair and dark eyes. It was none other than Yunze's elder brother, Yun Feng. "You? It's you." Both recognized each other and exclaimed simultaneously. At that moment, Shao Jie dashed into the foyer, standing beside Sun as he pointed at Yun Feng. "Sister, this person is strange. He wouldn't tell me who he was and just barged in." Another man, resembling a butler, stepped in behind Yun Feng, glaring at Shao Jie. "How dare you curse the young master with illness?" Yun Feng raised his hand. "Old Chong, children speak without thought. Why quibble with a child?" The man called Old Chong immediately became submissive. "As you say, young master." Yun Feng then surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head. "Is this truly the home of the luminary? It is quite inadequate. How can such a modest place befit the esteemed status of Miss Sun?" Sun cast a glance at Tian Yang, who could only introduce, "This is Mr. Yun's second brother, Mr. Yun Feng." Yun Feng nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "At last, this white-haired imp has shown some sense." Tian Yang's lips twitched, and he suddenly felt an urge to retaliate. It was then that Sun inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, Mr. Yun Feng? If it pertains to a medical consultation, please visit the medical center tomorrow." Tian Yang nearly burst into laughter. Despite Sun's gentle demeanor, her words could be quite sharp when needed. Perhaps recalling Shao Jie's earlier remark about illness, coupled with Sun's comment regarding medical treatment, Yunfeng's expression grew somewhat awkward. He cleared his throat to mask his discomfort, smiling broadly as he declared, "I am not one for beating around the bush. I am aware that our 4th brother is pursuing you. However, his qualifications are rather average, and his family status is barely respectable. Being with him would indeed be a great injustice to you. Allow me to propose this. If you agree to marry me, I shall immediately take you as my bride. Once you become part of the Yun family, a mining operation at Lighthouse Base will be yours. You will receive our family's unwavering support, and you could at the very least achieve the rank of level 7. We possess ample resources. Moreover, I rank prominently among the heirs. When I ascend to the position of family head, you shall be the matriarch, second only to me, above countless others. This is something our 4th brother cannot offer you. What do you think?" The living room fell silent, as if haunted. Tian Yang could hardly believe that Mr. Yun Feng had come directly to propose marriage to Sun, laying out various conditions that resembled a transaction rather than a union. Sun was momentarily taken aback before she managed to respond. Miss Sun, do not be hasty in your refusal. This is a rare opportunity for you." Yun Feng interjected, spreading his arms and turning in a circle. "Do not assume that the fortress will invest considerable resources in you. Look at this, despite being the sole luminary. They have provided you with such a meager dwelling. Is this truly a home? No, it resembles a birdcage. However, should you become my wife, the situation would be entirely different. Frankly, I do not require a luminary to elevate our family's standing as my 4th brother does. But if it increases my odds, why would I not seize the chance? Therefore, If you refuse me now, this opportunity may never arise again. Yunfeng emphasized once more. What I can offer you is far beyond what our fourth brother could ever conceive. He cast another glance at Tian Yang, dismissing him as a mere commoner, further underscoring his point. Chapter 160. A new perspective. After finishing his statement, Yunfeng felt quite pleased with himself as he turned around, his gaze sweeping over Tian Yang and Xiao Jie before finally landing on Sun, evidently awaiting the girl's response. Tian Yang, today, experienced a broadening of horizons. In comparison to Yunfeng, Yunze could almost be described as charming. The second son of the Yun family before him epitomized arrogance, narcissism, haughtiness, and rudeness. Even while proposing to Sun, his words and glances completely disregarded her as an equal. To him, this was merely a transaction, and he appeared to believe that Sun had no reason to refuse. Sun regained her composure and softly inquired, "If I refuse, will the Yun family retaliate against me?" Yunfeng laughed heartily. "Miss Sun, you underestimate the Yun family and me far too much." "Very well, I understand your answer now. Rest assured, neither I nor my family will take any action against you. We are above such pettiness. However, I believe you are being rather hasty. At the very least, you should contemplate this decision thoroughly. Perhaps 10 or 20 years from now, you may regret today's choice." Sun offered no reply, merely stating, "Then I shall escort you." Yunfeng nodded, and as he prepared to leave, he cast a glance at Tian Yang, remarking, "White-haired brat, don't say I didn't warn you. Pay attention to those around you. Miss Sun may not be suitable for you." Sun blushed and exclaimed, "Tian Yang and I are merely ordinary friends." "Is that so? It matters not. I have no interest in your relationship. I merely wanted to offer this simple advice to this foolish boy." With that cryptic remark, Yunfeng departed with his butler. Subsequently, Tian Yang enjoyed a sumptuous dinner before bidding farewell. Upon returning to his apartment, he passed through the entrance and immediately sensed that he had been there. A faint scent of fish lingered in the air, reminiscent of the beach. Ignoring the incident, he first fed the fish, then took a shower before returning to his bedroom. Underneath his pillow, the diary was indeed missing, and he found several grains of sand on his sheets. He brushed off the sand and collapsed onto his bed. The following day, he arrived at the medical center. When the receptionist nurse learned that he wished to see Roshan, she warmly guided him to the top level of the biological laboratory. After a series of tedious examinations, Tian Yang finally met Dr. Roshan. She was engaged in sample comparison beneath an observation instrument and merely asked him to sit while she continued her work. Unable to remain seated, Tian Yang discovered numerous specimens of the black folk in the lab. There was even a live mad dog contained within a freezing chamber. The creature was restrained by several small, yet intricate mechanical arms, allowing Tian Yang to observe its brain and a peculiar organ pulsating rhythmically on the cerebral cortex. This organ emitted a faint glow, clearly a manifestation of the mad dog's will, imprisoned. Having slain many mad dogs, this was Tian Yang's first experience witnessing their wills prison up close. The organ resembled a chestnut, adorned with intricate patterns, and upon closer inspection, one could discern tiny holes resembling pinpricks hidden within those designs. Without the glow emanating from those holes, it would have been challenging to identify them with the naked eye. As Tian Yang became engrossed in this sight, Roshan's slightly hoarse voice broke through his reverie. "Isn't it fascinating? What determines their will and behavior is not their brain, but rather the will prison." Startled, Tian Yang turned abruptly, colliding with something soft. By the time he realized it, his face was as red as a boiled shrimp, nearly steaming. Roshan, however, seemed unfazed, her attention seemingly captivated by the will prison. The black folk possess unique organs, each lacking a uniform form. While most exist in a biological state, the thugs have their will prison as a mechanical structure. This leads us to speculate on the reasons behind the black folk's bizarre forms of existence. Tian Yang took a few deep breaths, redirecting his gaze to avoid revealing his discomfort to Roshan, lest she tease him again. The origins of these formations might be related to the transformations in the reverse realm. As Tian Yang organized his thoughts, numerous signs suggested that the reverse realm was not always in its current state. Rather, certain changes had led to its present form. I share your sentiments. It could be a natural disaster, or perhaps a war. In any case, it must have been a significant upheaval involving massive energy transfers that fundamentally altered the existence of the reverse realm. Roshan shrugged. "However, I have little interest in that. It is not my area of expertise. I prefer to study these smaller entities." She gently tapped the freezing chamber with her finger. "Those are not small entities." Tian Yang silently disagreed. Roshan then turned to Tian Yang, posing a question akin to that of a teacher. "Are you familiar with the anatomy of a mad dog?" Tian Yang shook his head, quickly adding, "But I know how to kill one." Roshan laughed. "Your tone resembles that of Han Shu." Simply knowing how to kill them is insufficient, for not everyone can easily take them down. She produced a folded electronic board, which, once opened, projected an image onto the wall. My role, in addition to being a physician, involves analyzing the anatomy of these black folk. Understanding them aids our soldiers in minimizing the harm these creatures inflict. This seemed reasonable. Mad dogs lack ranged attack capabilities, and aside from the female, male dogs typically rely on physical pouncing and biting as their means of attack. Roshan explained, notably, male dogs possess hollow tubes within their teeth, particularly in their two incisors. While there is no evidence indicating that mad dogs engage in bloodsucking, these hollow teeth can lead to significant blood loss in humans. She continued, moreover, their eyes and ears are strikingly similar to those of hunting dogs. They can see their prey clearly in the dark and discern its location through sound, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary humans to escape once targeted. However, if we can strategically exploit their advantages, they can become our weapons against them. Tian Yang paused, unable to resist asking, how can we utilize that? Roshan smiled, through my research, I've discovered that at brightness levels exceeding 1,500 units, they struggle to see their opponents. At over 3,000 units, a mad dog's vision becomes nearly useless. Once it reaches 5,000 units of brightness, it can even scorch their ocular nerves. Similarly, high decibel levels can damage their eardrums and impair their brains. By developing targeted weaponry, even our ordinary soldiers could easily dispatch mad dogs without gambling on aiming for their heads. Tian Yang understood the significance of Roshan's research to identify the physiological weaknesses of the black folk and develop specialized weapons to efficiently conduct large-scale exterminations. With small talk concluded, she shifted to the main topic. Now, tell me, what is your current ascension progress? Tian Yang checked his rank information and reported a number that astonished Roshan. I am currently a rank 2 eradicator with an ascension progress of 51. So fast. You've leveled up? Quickly, tell me what changes come with rank 2 and what new abilities you've gained. It took a full 2 hours for Tian Yang to leave the laboratory, feeling somewhat fatigued. During the recent period, he not only had to address the various inquiries posed by Roshan, but also assist her in conducting multiple examinations. As Roshan gazed at the electronic board displaying her information, her eyes shimmered with fervor. For a fleeting moment, Tian Yang felt that the look she directed towards him was not dissimilar to that she bestowed upon the black specimens. After departing from the laboratory, Tian Yang, following Roshan's instructions, sought out an ophthalmologist to have a biological prosthetic eye installed, whether it was due to trust or another reason. This time the fortress refrained from embedding surveillance devices within the prosthetic eye. In the subsequent days, Tian Yang remained within the confines of his apartment. His daily routine consisted of watering his potted plants, feeding his fish, and engrossing himself in the tome titled Analysis of the Inverted Realm Text. He also visited Old Sue's residence for a meal, during which he inquired about some fundamental knowledge regarding hydroponic gardening. Tian Yang was persistently awaiting news from Hebe. Yet ever since he had taken possession of that diary, Hebe had seemingly evaporated from existence, leaving no trace or communication. The youth began to harbor doubts about whether he had been deceived. On the 8th day of his return to the fortress, a message arrived via the communicator from Han Shu, summoning all members of the Crow Squad to assemble at headquarters the following day. It turned out that the achievements on the battle leaderboard had been finalized, with rankings and rewards established. Tomorrow, the results for each squad and individual would be announced. On the morning of the return to duty, the Qingtian fortress was met with a gentle drizzle. Although the raindrops were mostly intercepted by the circular dome above, a few managed to land upon the faces of those in the urban area. As Tian Yang set out today, the navigation system of his electromagnetic vehicle underwent a minor update, indicating that a parade would take place in the upper city. He had caught wind of this event during his recent visit to Old Sue. It appeared to be a follow-up parade to protest the excessive resource occupation by the Ascenders, yet today a scale was grander, prompting the fortress to impose traffic regulations across several blocks. The navigation system automatically recalibrated a new route for Tian Yang, enabling him to reach the headquarters of the Night Walkers seamlessly. Having visited several times prior, Tian Yang no longer required an escort and confidently entered the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand slipped in, and Kunlin's figure appeared just outside the elevator. Good morning, Tian Yang greeted with a smile. Kunlin, however, merely huffed, wearing a stern expression as he awkwardly positioned himself in a corner. As the elevator ascended, an atmosphere of discomfort enveloped the cabin. Kunlin crossed his arms in agitation, and as soon as the elevator halted, he bolted out. Suddenly, he spun around, pointing at Tian Yang and exclaimed, "White hair. Don't get too smug. Next time, I'll definitely catch up to you." Tian Yang was left bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Kunlin's intent. Chapter 161. Abundant rewards. As Tian Yang pushed open the door of the team quarters, he was taken aback to find Han Shu had arrived early. Today, the captain had meticulously groomed himself. His usually tousled hair was neatly combed and lay flat against his head, unlike his usual habit of casually draping his uniform. It was now buttoned up properly, the collar aligned, and not a single wrinkle to be found. What surprised Tian Yang the most was Han Shu's chin, which was remarkably smooth, devoid of any stubble. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tian Yang stepped back outside, glancing at the insignia on the quarters. Indeed, it was the Raven Squad. What could have prompted Han Shu to? Tian Yang re-entered the hall and, with a hint of concern, asked, "Captain, are you all right?" Han Shu shot him a glare, retorting, "What do you mean, am I all right? Am I not allowed to appear somewhat serious?" Tian Yang quickly replied, "Of course you can. I just find it a bit unusual to see you like this. By the way, what about the lame man?" Han Shu instinctively reached for his head to scratch it, only to remember his neatly styled hair, and with some effort, lowered his hand instead. "I've already visited the Xie family. As long as Xie Hong hasn't lost his mind, he shouldn't bother the lame man anymore." Tian Yang asked with curiosity, why did the Xie family suddenly seek the lame man as their family doctor? Han Shu pulled out a pack of cigarettes, glanced at it with a pained expression, and then put it back. Who knows? Perhaps the Xie family has gone a bit crazy. The sound of footsteps echoed, and Ji Yu and Song entered. Upon seeing Tian Yang, Song snorted disdainfully, clearly displeased. Tian Yang was puzzled. It seemed both Song and Kunlun were unusually irritable with him today, although they had never been particularly warm. Their demeanor felt especially severe today. Ji Yu, however, patted Tian Yang on the shoulder with a radiant smile. "Congratulations, Tian Yang. You owe us a celebration." Ever since saving Ji Yu underground, the only female member of the squad had grown closer to the boy. Their previous barriers significantly diminished. Tian Yang, bewildered, asked, "What are you congratulating me for?" Song pulled out a chair and sat down, his arms crossed, eyes closed. "Playing dumb, are we?" "I'm not," Tian Yang thought, feeling somewhat wronged. Ji Yu asked curiously, "Haven't you checked the public channel? The fortress has announced the battle rankings. You're 6th on the individual list. Though your rank may have dropped, being in the top 10 is bound to incite envy in many." Tian Yang froze, realizing he hadn't checked his communicator that morning and was unaware that the fortress had already released the rankings. It made sense why Kunlun and Song were acting so strangely today. Han Shu glanced at the time and cleared his throat. "All right, everyone quiet down. The Lord of the City will personally announce the battle rankings next. Let's watch attentively." He produced an electronic tablet and activated the projection screen on the hall's central wall, which soon displayed an image. It appeared to be a podium somewhere, though no one was on it yet. However, stirring music soon filled the air, and a figure stepped onto the stage. It was a man in his 50s, tall and imposing, with a serious expression. His dark hair and brown eyes framed a square face, defined by thick brows and fierce eyes that exuded authority. Clad in a deep blue military uniform, he strode confidently to the podium. When he stood before the screen, his commanding presence resonated through the hearts of every onlooker. Tian Yang instinctively tensed up, stealing glances at the others, including Han Shu, whose expressions were equally solemn. The man on the screen cleared his throat, then addressed the audience. "As the Lord of Qingtian Fortress, I, Yuan Shu, stand here representing everyone in the fortress. I want to extend my gratitude to the soldiers who participated in the joint operation at. Your efforts are greatly appreciated." A loud buzz filled Tian Yang's mind. The Lord of Qingtian Fortress, Yuan Shu. So this was the face behind the fortress's name. Tian Yang had heard his name countless times, but was now seeing him for the first time. It's no wonder he was shocked. The Lord had always maintained a low profile, rarely appearing in public. It seemed that today, he would be announcing the battle rankings. Indeed, Yuan Shu proceeded to read out the top 10 rankings of both lists, offering words of encouragement before departing the podium. Just as Ji Yu had mentioned, Tian Yang found himself ranked 6th on the individual list, and it was likely that his name would now be widely recognized thanks to Yuan Shu's announcement. Once the projection screen vanished, the communicators of the gathered individuals chimed in unison, likely delivering the details of the rewards for the rankings. Tian Yang checked his communicator and saw a notification awaiting his attention. "You have received a reward notification. Reward item, individual ranking reward, 6th place, reward contents, contribution reward, material reward. Contribution points, base reward 2,000 points, solo kill of Abyss Stalker, 20,000 points, assisted kill of Necro Tree, 500 points, assisted kill of Mob, 800 points. Kills of Wizard, 2 at 8,000 points. Intelligence gathered from underground black citizens, 1,000 points. Miscellaneous 235 points. Total contribution points, 32,535 points. Material reward: 1 Predator Longsword. 1 set of level 4 promotion medium. Note: the Predator will be delivered to your team quarters within 48 hours. Please be attentive to receive it. Additionally, the promotion medium has not yet been distributed. If required, you may visit the resource warehouse at any time to claim the necessary synthesis materials using your personal identification. Having just finished reading the message, Tian Yang received another notification indicating an increase in contribution points. His personal account now contained over 30,000 points. However, contribution points were secondary. The most generous reward was undoubtedly the set of level 4 promotion medium. This included all the materials required for that level, allowing Tian Yang to ascend seamlessly when the time came, unlike old Su, who had been stuck at level 3 for years due to a lack of materials. "Oh, I've received a star crystal," Jiyu exclaimed excitedly. Star crystals were universal materials for all promotion mediums and served as key components. With a single star crystal, even if she lacked other materials, Jiyu could still gather the necessary resources to promote to level 4. If she were to learn that Tian Yang had directly received an entire set of medium materials, she would likely be consumed by jealousy. It was evident that the rewards for the top 10 on the battle rankings were indeed enticing, explaining Tsang and Kunlin's disgruntled expressions. The others also received their share of rewards. After reviewing the information, Han Shu tapped the table to regain everyone's focus. "Have you all finished? I have something else to announce." Jiyu blinked innocently. "Captain, are you getting married?" Han Shu's lips twitched. "I wouldn't do something so foolish." "We have a mission now," Tsang replied in surprise. "So soon? It's only been a week since we returned from the reverse realm, and we participated in that grand battle. Why is there another mission already?" Han Shu retorted. "You'll have to ask Forad about that." "But this mission has nothing to do with the reverse realm," Jiyu queried. "If it's unrelated to the reverse realm, what is this mission?" Han Shu leaned back against his chair, finally unable to resist pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and placing it between his lips. "Recently, things outside the fortress have been unstable. Intelligence indicates that a gathering place less than 100 kilometers from our fortress was recently attacked by divine aberrations." "What? Divine aberrations?" Tsang and Jiyu both leaped up, disbelief etched across their faces. Regarding the divine aberrations, Tian Yang had heard of them, albeit not in great detail. He understood that humanity erected fortress cities primarily to fend off these entities. Sangdu gasped softly. For nearly 50 years, Qingtian Fortress has not encountered any divine aberrations. Why have they suddenly emerged, and so close to us? Han Shu exhaled a puff of smoke, pondering, perhaps it is due to a migration from a nearby lair. This is precisely why Cyan hopes we will investigate. The specific details of our mission should be issued in the coming days. You will see for yourselves then. In any case, we are expected to venture outside the city soon, so prepare yourselves. Han Shu turned to Tian Yang. How well do you comprehend the divine aberrations? Tian Yang indicated a minuscule distance with 2 fingers, only a little. Han Shu shrugged. Then you should pay a visit to Old Su in the next couple of days. He possesses a wealth of knowledge about these aberrations. It would be prudent to understand more, lest we find ourselves flustered in the presence of such entities. They sound formidable. Tian Yang nodded. I shall seek out Old Su tomorrow. Han Shu stood up and clapped his hands. That will be all for today. You are dismissed. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside. Han Shu frowned. Jiyu, go see what is happening. Jiyu nodded and departed. After a brief interval, she returned, her expression grave. Han Shu extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. What troubles you? There has been a significant incident at the protest. Jiyu leaned forward, her hands on the table. Her demeanor serious. I just went outside and heard that some demonstrators were attacked at the protest site in the city. Han Shu paused. Who were the assailants? The ascenders. Jiyu's face was ashen, and she added, moreover, it is said that the attackers were dressed in our Nightwalker uniforms. What? Tian Yang and Sangdu exclaimed in shock. Han Shu's breath hitched slightly. Then he scoffed. How insidious. They intend to place the blame squarely on us. In an instant, Tian Yang grasped the implications. At the protest against the ascenders, individuals clad in Nightwalker garb were assaulting demonstrators, clearly aiming to position the Nightwalkers as adversaries of the public. Chapter 162. The Divine Seed in the Office of the Fortress Strategic Department. Minister Wade, whose hair is completely white and bears the bloodline of the Western continent, stands before the window. His silver hair is neatly combed back, evidently treated with a product that lends it a glossy sheen. In reality, Wade is not as old as he appears. A man of his stature, with proper care, could easily pass for someone in their early 40s. However, 17 years ago, after the tragic loss of his son in a single night, Wade's once black hair turned white almost overnight, and he aged rapidly. Though younger than Chuyen, He now seems to possess an air of greater age than the irritable leader of the Nightwalkers. As Wade stands at the window, a gentle breeze brushes past him. He is clad in a dark yellow uniform of the strategic department, with the golden stars on his shoulders dulled slightly by the weather. The elderly man's attire is impeccably pressed, with a fitted jacket and sharply defined trouser lines, giving him a somewhat austere appearance. In that moment, the atmosphere in the office feels charged, as if a tempest is brewing, the tension palpable. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks at the door breaks the silence. The old man, momentarily lost in thought, raises an eyebrow and speaks in a low voice. "Come in." The door swings open, revealing a slender woman who enters. Her military uniform impeccably tailored. Despite this, her tall form exudes an effortless charm, particularly highlighted by her captivating eyes that seem to shimmer with an enchanting allure. "Yanju?" Wade furrows his brow slightly. She is one of his most competent subordinates, well acquainted with his temperament. Having instructed her earlier to wait for him to emerge before discussing any matters, he knows she would not intrude unless something significant had occurred. With a voice that quickens the heartbeat, Yanju announces, "Minister, there has been an incident." Wade's heart sinks, yet he maintains his composure. "What has happened?" Yanju succinctly explains, "The parade was attacked, and it has been confirmed that the assailant is an ascender wearing the uniform of the Nightwalkers." What? Even for the composed minister, this revelation is shocking. Do we know who is responsible? Iron Wall is already pursuing the attacker, but as of now, they have yet to apprehend them. Wade's brow furrows deeply, his expression darkening as he clenches his fists in anger. Which scoundrel has done this? They are clearly trying to pin this blame on me. Yanju nods in agreement. The upper echelons of the fortress are well aware that Wade has been advocating for a reduction in resources allocated to the ascenders for some time now. The protests are, in part, a consequence of his actions. Given the nature of the attack during the parade and the assailant's Nightwalker uniform, Wade knows that this cannot possibly be the work of the Nightwalkers themselves. At first glance, it appears as though the intention is to sully the Nightwalkers' reputation. However, upon deeper reflection, it becomes apparent that the true aim may be to place the blame squarely on Wade. The reasoning is straightforward. Once the public believes this was the doing of the Nightwalkers, the outcry will only grow louder and more fervent. Who benefits from this? Naturally, it is Minister Wade. Consequently, the higher-ups in the fortress might conclude that this attack was orchestrated by the minister himself to expedite reform. Understanding this, Wade is filled with a mix of fury and alarm. With a grave expression, Yanju asks, "Minister, what shall we do now?" Wade responds decisively, "I will immediately seek an audience with the lord of the city. Otherwise, Chuyin might very well come to my home to dismantle it. I will prepare a vehicle for you right away." As Tian Yang departs the Nightwalker headquarters, the rain has ceased. He has already arranged with old Su to visit him for dinner that evening. No, not merely for dinner, but to pay a visit. Additionally, he intends to inquire about the divine seed. Old Su readily agrees, once again subtly boasting about his wife's myriad talents. This evening, she will prepare a feast inspired by the Western continent, and Old Su confidently assures Tian Yang that such culinary delights are nowhere to be found in Qingtian Fortress. Having already dined at the headquarters, Tian Yang returns to his apartment and delves into the book analysis of the reverse world characters. This comprehensive text proves to be a quick study for him. Within a few days, he has mastered nearly 100 reverse world characters. The characters are fascinating. The same character can convey entirely different meanings when combined with various other characters. Thus, even with his knowledge of 100 or so characters, Tian Yang cannot guarantee his understanding when they are formed into words and sentences. Just deciphering their meanings is enough to give this novice a headache. As evening approaches, the young man showers, changes into casual attire, and feeds his fish before heading out. Having lived in Old Su's neighborhood for nearly 6 years, he is warmly welcomed at the door by Su's daughter, Xiaomai. The little girl, with her soft, warm hand, eagerly pulls Tian Yang into the living room. Inside, Old Su is tending to his potted plants. The sight of him bending over with scissors in hand against the backdrop of the setting sun prompts Tian Yang to ponder whether Old Su's decision to leave the Nightwalkers was indeed the right one. "This is for you," Tian Yang says, placing a small gift he purchased along the way into Xiaomai's hands. The little girl exclaims in delight and politely thanks him before excitedly tearing into the wrapping. Old Su sets down his scissors, his face glowing in the golden light of the sunset. As he smiles, his eyes crinkling with joy. "You could have just come over without bringing a gift. This feels too formal between us." Tian Yang chuckles, "I bought it for Xiaomai, not for you. Why would you be so anxious?" Old Su playfully pats his shoulder. "You've become quite the smooth talker. All right, whatever you say." As they settle into the living room, Old Su's expression shifts to one of seriousness. "I heard there was an attack on the parade this morning, and the assailant was wearing our Nightwalker uniform. Is that true? Tian Yang glances at him in surprise. Old Su, you seem quite well informed. Old Su chuckles. I'm not bragging. I know many people. I do have my sources. So, it's true then? Damn it. This is clearly an attempt to tarnish our reputation. Tian Yang nods. The captain mentioned the same thing. When I left the headquarters, I heard that Iron Wall was already pursuing the attacker, but I'm not sure if they have caught them yet. Old Su sighs. Even if they do catch them, it won't matter. The demonstrators already harbor biases against us, and this incident will only stoke the flames. Tian Yang agrees. That's true. Suddenly, the living room falls into a heavy silence. Perhaps sensing the somber atmosphere, Old Su laughs heartily. Look at me. I almost forgot why you came by tonight. What? Suddenly interested in the divine seed? Tian Yang smiles. There's a mission coming up in a couple of days that might involve dealing with the divine seed. The captain asked me to seek your insights. Old Su's demeanor shifts to one of concern. What is going on? Has Qingtian Fortress discovered the divine seed? It's said that a gathering site, located over 100 kilometers away, was recently attacked by the divine seed. So the higher-ups have sent our team to investigate outside the city. Tian Yang is open with him, confident that Old Su won't spread rumors. Goodness. Old Su gasps in shock. But a small group of divine seeds shouldn't pose a threat to Qingtian Fortress. We haven't seen any signs of divine seed activity in the past 50 years. It's likely just a small nest that has migrated nearby. Tian Yang inquires. Old Su, what exactly is the divine seed? It is a type of organism. Old Su added. The perilous life forms created from the cells of the other gods do not belong to the ecological system of our world. Tian Yang's heart skipped a beat. Other gods? Cells? Could you elaborate? Old Su chuckled wryly. Though I possess a broad range of knowledge, your inquiry delves into an area where I am rather uninformed. Tian Yang nodded, indicating his understanding. In the 62nd year of the new era, after the first appearance of the Croft Gate, a non-human extraordinary life form emerged on the western continent, referred to as the Other God. However, I am not well versed in the specifics regarding the origins of the other gods. Old Su gazed out the window. As for the other gods, the four major sects, such as the War Master Church, would have a more detailed understanding. In summary, a few years later, that other god was eliminated. It seems that at the time, one of the churches retrieved the remains of the other god and sealed them away somewhere. Approximately 200 years later, for reasons unknown, someone sought to reactivate the remains of the other god. Yet, upon excavation, the remains were found to be missing. However, beneath the burial site, the first spawn of the divine monstrosity was discovered. Subsequently, these abominable entities began to vie for dominion over the earth, and upon investigation, it was determined that they bore the cells of the other gods. Thus, scholars dubbed them divine monstrosities. This was the first time Tian Yang had heard of such matters, leaving him somewhat entranced. After a moment, he sighed. So this is the origin of the divine monstrosities. Old Su nodded. Indeed, yet I only grasped the general concept. The origins of the other gods, the reason their cells formed divine monstrosities, and the motivations behind the excavation of the other god's remains, which subsequently unleashed the monstrosities. These remain colossal enigmas. Perhaps the four major sects possess fragments of the truth, yet they have never disclosed any related information over the years. Tian Yang pondered. Regardless of the world, countless secrets lie hidden. Old Su, what characteristics do these divine monstrosities possess? Old Su smiled mysteriously. You have indeed asked the right person. I have conducted some research on the traits of these monstrosities. At that moment, the voice of Old Su's beloved wife echoed from the kitchen. Old Su, come help me bring the dishes out. It's time to eat. Old Su chuckled awkwardly. Let us dine first, and we shall continue our discussion afterward. Chapter 163. The predator. Old Su's wife prepared a unique dish, the Western Lu cuisine, which left a profound impression on Tian Yang. It featured a whole pork chop that was fried to perfection and drizzled with a savory sauce. A single bite filled his mouth with the fragrant taste of meat and sauce, providing an unparalleled satisfaction to his palate. After the meal, Old Su offered to take on the task of washing the dishes, which puzzled Tian Yang. Did Old Su not possess a dishwasher? Let me help as well, the young man volunteered. Old Su waved him off. Go play. It's not proper to have a guest wash the dishes. Once I've finished, we can continue our discussion about the divine aberrations. Reluctantly, Tian Yang acquiesced and spent some time playing with Xiaomai in the living room. Half an hour later, Old Su emerged from the kitchen, having removed his apron, and exchanged a knowing glance with Tian Yang. The two stepped onto the balcony. The night had fallen, and the lights of the upper city sparkled brilliantly in the darkness. Old Su, unusually, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and placed it between his lips. Divine aberrations vary in appearance. over the past few centuries. People have broadly categorized them into several types, each with three main characteristics. Intrigued, Tian Yang asked, "What types of divine aberrations are there?" Old Su exhaled a puff of smoke, forming a ring. The most common is the beast form type, which possesses animal traits and exhibits low intelligence, making them relatively easy to handle. Then there are the winged types, which have wings and derive most of their abilities from them. Winged types can be quite troublesome, especially those capable of soaring to great heights. Tian Yang silently noted these distinctions. Additionally, the more dangerous type is the humanoid type, which bears a close resemblance to humans. These creatures are cunning and natural leaders. Finally, there are the forbidden types. However, you are unlikely to encounter one in your lifetime. They are the most formidable individuals among divine aberrations, each possessing a unique code name. These forbidden types are either captured by the four major sects and sealed away in secure locations or reside in their own territories. For centuries, there have been no reports of forbidden types roaming freely unless someone encroaches upon their domain, making contact or conflict improbable. Curious, Tian Yang inquired, "How powerful are the forbidden types?" Old Su smiled knowingly. The four major sects have ranked the forbidden types, and the one at the bottom of the list is said to have defeated 4 transcenders of rank 6 or higher. In truth, the ranking of forbidden types is determined by their battle records. Tian Yang gasped in astonishment. Rank 6? Such formidable beings must possess skills on par with Wang Liangyi, right? Just the thought of a master like him being taken down by a forbidden type is suffocating. Old Su patted his shoulder reassuringly. You need not worry excessively. Firstly, forbidden types seldom leave their territories. Secondly, rank 6 is merely an upper middle level among transcenders. Once one reaches rank 7 or higher, the distinction becomes incomprehensible to those of rank 6. We high-ranking transcenders can easily overpower the higher-ranking forbidden types. Otherwise, constructing fortresses would not suffice to prevent divine aberrations from dominating this world. Tian Yang's breathing steadied. The young man calmed himself and continued, "What characteristics do divine aberrations possess?" Old Su scratched his head. "To my knowledge, there are 2, the immortality characteristic and the innate ability to manipulate energy, even among beast form types." Tian Yang shuddered at the revelation. The second characteristic was troubling enough, but the first one seemed excessively daunting. "Are you saying divine aberrations cannot be killed?" Old Su laughed heartily. "Surprised, are we? When I first heard this, I was just as astonished as you. However, you misunderstand. It does not mean that divine aberrations are invincible. They can indeed be killed, but their aberrant cells remain intact. After their demise, these cells linger on, seeking new hosts through various means to create new divine aberrations. Thus, cities near aberration nests conduct regular purges. Although it's challenging to eradicate divine aberrations completely, one must remember that cells can replicate, and no one knows how many times an aberrant cell can divide. Consequently, this method is employed to suppress their reproductive rate. Fortunately, while they cannot be killed, their population expansion is not rapid." Tian Yang shook his head in disbelief. "I never imagined divine aberrations would possess such troublesome traits." Old Su brushed off the ash from his cigarette. "Indeed, and the second trait is equally vexing. They possess energy glands and luminescent organs, allowing them to manipulate energy effortlessly. It is no exaggeration to say that divine aberrations are born as elemental hearts. Once they reach a critical mass, even the beast form types can become exceedingly troublesome." Tian Yang regarded Old Su with admiration. "While the existence of divine aberrations surprises me, I am equally astounded by your vast knowledge." Old Su chuckled awkwardly, waving his hands. "Oh, please, do not look at me with such awe. I am not as remarkable as you think. I merely overheard discussions about divine aberrations from a few followers of the Universal Spirit Church who visited Qingtian Fortress." "The Universal Spirit Church?" Tian Yang queried, intrigued. "I thought there were only the 4 major sects in this world. Are there other churches as well?" Old Su grinned. "Surprised? The 4 major sects are merely the most renowned, but indeed, there are other smaller sects in existence. The Universal Spirit Church, for instance, believes that all things possess spirits and has long engaged in research on divine aberrations, hoping to discover a way to coexist with them. While their ideas may seem somewhat naive, it cannot be denied that their understanding of divine aberrations is far deeper than that of other fortresses and institutions." Tian Yang listened with a sense of longing. "I truly hope to have the opportunity to consult them." Old Su regarded the young man earnestly. "You will have that chance. One day, you will leave Qingtian Fortress and witness a world far broader than you can imagine. The wilderness is perilous yet uniquely beautiful." Tian Yang's eyes lit up. "Have you read Wilderness Wanderings?" Old Su paused, taken aback. "No way. That book is over a decade old, and you have read it too?" At this, Both men burst into laughter, sharing a sense of camaraderie. As the hour grew late, Tian Yang bid farewell. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he suddenly halted. The lot was well lit, yet shadows lingered in certain corners, and within one of those shadows, Tian Yang sensed an unusual presence. A foot stepped out from the darkness. Although much of the figure remained concealed, Tian Yang instantly recognized him. It was He Bai. The man had finally made his appearance. Tian Yang composed himself, feigning ignorance as he approached his electromagnetic motorcycle. He Bai lingered in the shadows near the bike. As Tian Yang reached the motorcycle, He Bai's voice reached his ears. I have already contacted the employer, but they require time to consider the face-to-face transaction. Tian Yang mounted his motorcycle, lowering his head to speak softly. I have a mission to attend to and may not return for some time. Please find a way to postpone the transaction until I am back. This is somewhat troublesome. I will do my best, but I cannot guarantee anything, so it would be wise for you to return quickly. The transaction may occur within the next few days. With that, He Bai retreated into the shadows, his presence fading away. Tian Yang exhaled gently, raising his head with newfound determination. Starting the motorcycle, the young man departed the parking lot and returned to his apartment. The following day, the young man received notification that his tangible reward had arrived. A longsword named Predator was now delivered to the team dormitory. Tian Yang was instantly exhilarated, finishing his breakfast in haste before driving straight to the headquarters of the Nightwalkers. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he found it deserted, save for 2 female soldiers responsible for daily cleaning, who greeted him with respectful salutes. After returning their courtesy, Tian Yang proceeded directly to his room. Indeed, upon entering, he discovered a long, rectangular suitcase placed on the long table. After undergoing biological verification and confirmation, the suitcase's locking mechanism clicked open with a satisfying sound. As the lid cracked open slightly, an aura of danger and ferocity unexpectedly emanated from within, as if it harbored a perilous creature. Taking a deep breath, Tian Yang fully opened the suitcase. Inside, nestled within the obsidian confines, lay a grayish-white longsword. Tian Yang let out a sound of surprise. The menacing aura he had sensed was emanating from what appeared to be an ordinary longsword. Its design was classic, resembling a standard one-handed sword, easily wielded with a single hand. Both its form and length adhered to conventional standards, which rendered it seemingly mundane. Tian Yang had anticipated that a weapon named Predator would possess a more distinctive appearance. Moreover, its material did not seem metallic, it resembled bone. As his fingertips brushed across the blade, he confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed a bone sword. The entire weapon was a pale gray, with the hilt adorned by spiraling dark red patterns. These raised designs, due to their coloration, evoked the appearance of nerves or blood vessels entwined around bone, imparting an air of both danger and the uncanny. Noticing a panel beside the suitcase, Tian Yang gently pressed it, activating a display interface. Predator, it read, is forged primarily from the bone blade of the dark denizens known as abyss stalkers, along with their predatory flesh, combined with other specialized materials. Predator possesses both a conventional one-handed sword form and an aberrant whipsword form. Please note, in whipsword form, Predator will initiate its predatory function. Through the predatory flesh of the abyss stalker, it can absorb the vital essence of its target with each strike, converting it into energy specific to Predator. When sufficiently charged, switching back to one-handed sword form allows it to expend all energy to unleash a death ray. Note, do not critique my naming artistry, unless you wish to forfeit your access to material weapons in the future. Gumin Chapter 164. Freedom and survival. Accompanying the Predator was a scabbard imbued with exotic charm, crafted from the bones of some creature and adorned with ancient symbols. Additionally, it was wrapped in tattered grayish-white cloth strips, giving the sword an appearance as if it had withstood the ravages of time. Not wishing to become a mere walking armory, Tian Yang abandoned the notion of strapping both the Predator and the Crimson Moon to his back. Instead, he secured the Crimson Moon to his belt, shouldered the Predator alone, and hung the death knell at his left hip. After gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he could not help but cover his face with his hand. The ensemble was undeniably unappealing, when combined with the black thunder in his pouch and the nightmarish mask. He found himself burdened with a plethora of equipment that was almost ludicrous, yet he was reluctant to part with any single piece. As he entered the hall, Han Shu, whose hair was evidently unkempt that day, couldn't resist laughing. "Kid, are you planning to put on a weapon display? Perhaps you should head to the warehouse and exchange for a multifunctional weapon storage box." This was the first time Tian Yang had heard of such an item. A storage box? Do we really have such a thing in our warehouse? Han Shu stroked his chin, now adorned with a fresh stubble. It seems you didn't pay attention to the last inventory list. Go on, exchange for some things you deem necessary. We are departing the fortress this afternoon. Immediately, Tian Yang left the team quarters. The weapon storage box resembled a mechanical briefcase, capable of unfolding into multiple layers of weapon racks, accommodating a variety of weapons. It could be strapped to the back, and by pressing different buttons, one could retrieve the weapons from the corresponding layers. Moreover, it could also store smaller items like grenades, making it exceedingly convenient. The specifications of the storage box ranged from 3 to 7 layers, with colors available in red, blue, silver, gray, black, cyan, purple, and gold. Considering he did not possess an excessive number of weapons, Tian Yang opted for a black 3-layer storage box, as the color complemented his Night Stalker uniform. After placing the Predator and the Crimson Moon into the storage box, the youth followed the instructions, attempting several times to retrieve and store weapons before successfully exchanging for some functional grenades. For instance, he acquired the gravity grenade that had previously annihilated the deep diver in a single shot, as well as the electric shock grenade capable of handling various situations. With over 30,000 contribution points at his disposal, Tian Yang felt no regret in exchanging for these items. Upon returning to the hall, the youth's appearance had improved significantly. The black, mechanically styled storage box on his back was not cumbersome due to its 3-layer design. The death knell still hung at his side, while grenades and even the Black Thunder were stored within the weapon box, as it had ample space. His overall appearance was now much more streamlined. Honshu nodded in approval and continued testing a shield that evidently featured mechanical components. "Captain, is that your weapon?" Tian Yang inquired. Honshu, biting on a cigarette, replied, "What do you think? Do you think you're the only one with rewards? I've also put in the effort in battle, you know." In truth, it was not just Honshu who had acquired new weapons. Songdu and Jiyu had also received upgrades. Songdu obtained a heavy sword, bronze in color, embellished with gears and mechanical structures. It was said to be forged from the materials of thugs, measuring just over a meter in length, yet it appeared quite substantial. The sword featured components resembling motorcycle exhaust pipes, though their exact purpose remained unclear. Jiyu, on the other hand, received a foldable crossbow, capable of firing explosive bolts and frost arrows. The former had an explosive effect, while the latter possessed freezing capabilities. With this enigmatic crossbow in hand, Jiu's combat strength had increased considerably. After enjoying lunch at the headquarters dining hall, everyone began preparing their gear, gathering a week's worth of rations and outdoor equipment, before boarding 2 Falcon light combat vehicles that had been dispatched from the transfer platform to leave the inner city. The upper city had designated exit routes, so there was no need to traverse through the lower city to leave the fortress. The 2 Falcon vehicles traveled along the city ring road, gradually approaching the fortress exit. Inside the vehicle, Tian Yang noticed that Yin Bing was also equipped with a new handgun. It was called the Vortex. Yin Bing, with a hint of pride, remarked, "I managed to earn quite a few contribution points on this trip and exchanged for it after some deliberation. It fires star essence bullets, and while its power pales in comparison to that of the assault rifle, the Vortex's bullets can create a small gravitational field." Tian Yang expressed his astonishment. "In that case, it can pull surrounding targets and confine them at the center of the gravitational field?" Yin Bing nodded. "Exactly. That way, we can concentrate fire on our foes." Tian Yang acknowledged that Yin Bing's choice of weapon was indeed intriguing. The fortress's allocation of contribution points was not solely dependent on kills. In a battle, if one possessed the ability to assist the team in achieving victory, one could also earn contribution points. Of course, it was still less compared to actual kills. However, for ordinary soldiers like Yin Bing, equipping weapons like the Vortex allowed them to accumulate a significant number of points through their supportive contributions. As the exit came into view, the vehicle slowed down. After presenting the relevant authorization documents at the checkpoint, the city gate opened, and several iron wall guards bid farewell to the corvid squad with admiring gazes. The wilderness was fraught with danger. Divine abominations roamed its expanse, which necessitated the construction of fortress cities for humanity to confront them. Despite the presence of various enclaves in the wilderness, those who chose to live there for differing reasons were unwilling to be bound by rules. Yet, these enclaves could not guarantee their safety in this world. Freedom came at a cost. In the Gulf region, the wilderness was humid and teeming with life. Tian Yang mused that, were it not for the divine abominations, people would likely live freely in every corner of the world, much like the residents of the former number 127 reverse realm. In those days, cities would not require towering walls for protection, nor would they depend on self-propelled artillery and various fortifications. Class distinctions would not be as pronounced as they are now. Even ordinary individuals could bask in the warmth of sunlight. The Corvid squad had a clear objective as they traversed the somewhat obscure Bay Road toward the troubled enclave. After traveling 30 kilometers, Tian Yang spotted a settlement still inhabited by people. Structures made of wood or iron sheets were erected haphazardly on the ground. These houses bore no semblance of planning, with some scattered to the east and others to the west, resulting in a chaotic appearance. The enclave lacked high walls, featuring only a perimeter of barbed wire and a few wooden towers rising 5 or 6 meters above the ground, which served as its defensive works. As the Falcon vehicles passed by, Tian Yang noticed a few children roasting something near the barbed wire. The wind carried their innocent laughter toward him. The enclave soon faded from view, and the hardships of life in such an inadequately defended place far exceeded those of the lower city within the fortress. Tian Yang pondered why they were unwilling to reside within the fortress. Was freedom truly more important than life itself? In the face of survival, was sacrificing a little truly unacceptable? Han Shu opened the window, allowing the wild wind, tinged with a hint of fishiness, to tousle his already disheveled hair. Not everyone can live in a fortress, you know. The space within the fortress is limited, and our population capacity is actually quite small. Our Qingtian fortress is relatively fortunate. We have only a century of history. To continue growing and thriving, we inevitably need labor. Thus, every year we recruit personnel from the various enclaves in the wilderness. If they are willing, they can join Qingtian Fortress. They would receive residency in the lower city, although their living conditions may not be superior to those in the enclaves. At least they would be under the fortress's protection. Yet, even so, far too many people remain unable to enter the fortress. True peace in the wilderness can only be achieved if the divine abominations are eradicated. Tian Yang gazed out of the window, his eyes no longer reflecting the excitement he had felt when leaving the city. I heard from old Su that the divine aberration is born from the Captain. How does one come to be in? Han Shu exhaled a smoke ring, which was swiftly dispersed by the wind. Old Su doesn't know, so why would you think I would? I only heard that seems to be related to the, but beyond that, I am at a loss. He continued, by the way. You must have gathered some knowledge about the divine aberration by now, right? Tian Yang nodded. I consulted old Su and learned that the divine aberration has several categories and 2 common characteristics. Han Shu chuckled. Well done, you've done your homework. However, understanding the categories and characteristics merely enhances our comprehension of the divine aberration. In my experience, no matter how well we think we grasp a concept, we must maintain a sense of reverence. It is only through reverence that we can avoid impulsiveness and mistakes. Suddenly, Yin Bing, who was driving the war vehicle, interjected, Captain, we are being followed. He pointed to a radar on the control panel, which displayed several flickering lights behind the vehicle. Han Shu crawled into the artillery cabin and peered back, spotting several modified motorcycles kicking up a cloud of dust, trailing far behind. One motorcycle bore a black flag emblazoned with a strange emblem resembling a winged rat. Han Shu chuckled and returned to the cabin. No need to worry. It's just those flying mice. They are an armed organization in the wasteland, often masquerading as prospectors, but more frequently involved in intelligence, arms, and other illegal trades. They wouldn't dare act recklessly. If they were to attack us, they would vanish from the Gulf region. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the motorcycles veered southward, quickly disappearing from the radar screen. Over an hour later, they arrived at the gathering site. The Raven squad did not charge directly into the area at Han Shu's command. The 2 war vehicles halted at a small grove not far from the gathering site. The doors swung open, and Han Shu leaped out, shouldering his mechanical shield, discarding a smoldering cigarette butt onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. The others followed suit, disembarking in succession. Han Shu gestured, Yin Bing. Keep an eye on the vehicles. Anyone or anything that approaches, aside from us, is to be eliminated without hesitation. Yin Bing nodded, wielding the authority of a sergeant to command the other soldiers. He promptly instructed 2 soldiers to establish a perimeter. Han Shu then exchanged glances with Tian Yang and the others. Let us head into the gathering site and take a look. Chapter 165. The path forward. As Tian Yang traversed the modest grove, he soon beheld the gathering place. The holographic model floating above the captain's wrist indicated that they were positioned to the west of the settlement. This was a grassy slope, affording a clear view of the entire assembly. Designated as gathering point number 4, its scale was modest, with wooden structures comprising the majority. The assorted buildings were haphazardly clustered together, forming a labyrinth of narrow, shadowy alleys. The tallest edifice in the settlement was a 3-story steel-frame structure located on the northeast side. Its metallic facade glinting under the sunlight, making it particularly striking. Within the depths of Tian Yang's bionic eye, a flicker of blue light ignited as its telescopic function engaged. Drawing his vision closer, he observed a corpse suspended in the corridor of the 2nd floor of the metallic building. Beneath it lay a rifle. evidently one of the few weapons within the settlement. In truth, such corpses were ubiquitous throughout the gathering place. Most were men, with a small fraction being women, and several elderly individuals or children. The bodies were hardly intact, often missing limbs, while some had been gnawed upon to the point of being unrecognizable. As the wind swept through the settlement, it carried with it a nauseating stench of blood. Han Shu grunted disdainfully, "A bunch of picky eaters." "Captain, 6 o'clock. Jiu whispered from behind. The group turned to the direction she indicated, discovering 4 creatures stirring near a partially collapsed wooden hut. Tian Yang's heartbeat quickened as his bionic eye locked onto one of them. The creature, about the size of a calf, possessed 2 sturdy limbs, a head reminiscent of a fox, and a bushy tail that seemed to aid in its balance. Most memorable were the tendrils adorning its neck, resembling braids that emitted a grayish glow at their tips, floating as if sustained by some invisible force. Han Shu's voice reached his ears. "Let me introduce you. This is the most common aberration, the sin fox, a beastly species with an acute sense of smell. Their presence here suggests the possibility of survivors within that hut." Sangdu drew his newly acquired mechanical greatsword. "Shall we engage?" "Captain?" Han Shu shrugged. "Of course, but remember, do not let them escape. These creatures are quite cunning. If they evade us, they may soon return with other aberrations." Jiu raised her crossbow. "I'll cover you." Han Shu slapped Tian Yang on the shoulder. "You go first, Sangdu, follow me." Tian Yang nodded and tapped the storage box on his back. As it opened, a mechanical arm emerged, presenting weapon racks containing the Red Moon and Predator for his selection. The boy drew the Predator, and Sangdu looked on in surprise. After all, with Tian Yang's 6th rank on the battle leaderboard, his reward should have been extraordinary. Yet this bone sword appeared rather unremarkable. As Tian Yang grasped the bone sword, a slight tingling sensation coursed through his palm, akin to electricity. The crimson patterns on the hilt gleamed faintly, and the artificial nerves within the sword established a connection with him, making the Predator feel as though it were an extension of his own body. Releasing the star energy, Tian Yang locked onto one of the sin foxes and suddenly dashed down the grassy slope. The creature perked up its ears and turned towards him, only to be met by a blinding silver light. Stunned, it was too late. Tian Yang had already lunged forth, plunging his sword into its skull. With his left hand raised, he retrieved the filled mourning bell from his previous path, aimed to the right, and pulled the trigger. The second sin fox, attempting to leap away, was engulfed by a surge of silver light, its head and a portion of its body disintegrating into countless fragments amidst a violent explosion, leaving a gory mess behind. In a heartbeat, one sin fox lay dead while another was injured. The remaining 2 immediately split, fleeing in opposite directions. Suddenly, a few blue frozen arrows shot from the slope, striking one of the sin foxes, causing its body to rapidly freeze and become sluggish. 2 blazing fire arrows followed, exploding upon impact and transforming the creature into a fireball. The last sin fox managed to escape, desperately sprinting towards the settlement's perimeter, only to collide with a shield that had suddenly appeared in its path. The impact sent it ricocheting back. The shield emitted mechanical whirring sounds, revealing a row of mini rapid-fire machine guns that unleashed a barrage of bullets, forcing the sin fox to cower in panic. It attempted to dart into a wooden hut, but unexpectedly, a figure burst forth. The mechanical structure of the greatsword was raised high, and from the exhaust tubes resembling motorcycle pipes, thick black smoke spewed forth. The engine roared as the sword descended, cleaving the sin fox in 2, resulting in a violent explosion that scattered its remains across the ground. As Han Shu and Sangdu dispatched another sin fox, Tian Yang also concluded the life of his target. Just as they believed all the sin foxes had been vanquished, Jiu shouted, 3 o'clock, there's a 5th one. Tian Yang glanced over, and indeed, a figure darted from the wooden hut, its robust limbs kicking up dust as it hurried towards the settlement's outskirts. Once more, Tian Yang unleashed the silver light, the world around him blurring into a kaleidoscope of motion as the sin fox's form rapidly grew nearer. Raising his hand, he swung the bone sword. Sangdu frowned, realizing that Tian Yang was still a distance away from the creature. Such an aerial strike would surely miss. Yet, in the next moment, Sangdu's eyes widened in shock. The bone sword in Tian Yang's hand began to segment. Within the blade, a dark crimson mass, resembling monstrous tendrils, connected each segment, transforming the once straight sword into a whip-like form. Utilizing the neural feedback, Tian Yang activated the whip sword shape of the Predator, and the gray and dark red whip lashed out, instantly bisecting the sin fox before him. With a fluid motion of his arm, the whip sword swept across the creature multiple times, reducing it to a multitude of pieces. A flick of his wrist returned the whip sword to its original form, seamlessly reassembling into a straight blade. Tian Yang felt a surge of surprise. It was his first experience wielding a whip sword, yet with the assistance of neural feedback, it proved to be quite manageable. The weapon moved with him as if it were an extension of his own body, executing each maneuver with precision. At that moment, Tian Yang sensed a wave of satisfaction coursing through him, transmitted from the predator. He noticed that the crimson patterns on the hilt had illuminated. This indicated that the predator had consumed the essence of the Sin Fox, converting it into stored energy. Once all the patterns were activated, he could unleash a beam attack known as the Death Ray, named by Gu Min. The battle reached its true conclusion at this point. At Han Shu's behest, they gathered the fox carcasses and disposed of them in an iron barrel, setting them ablaze. Subsequently, they cleared the half-collapsed wooden hut, discovering a cellar inside. To ensure safety, Han Shu raised his shield, gesturing for Tian Yang to open the cellar door. Upon its opening, gunfire erupted from within, but the bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the shield, producing a cacophony of metallic clatter without yielding any further gains. Once the gunfire subsided, Han Shu reassured, "Do not fear, we are from Qingtian Fortress. Those beasts are all dead." The captain called out 3 times before the sound of weeping echoed back, and then a woman emerged from the cellar. This woman appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding an innate allure, especially in her current state of tearful despair, which evoked profound sympathy from onlookers. While Tian Yang remained relatively composed, Han Shu, a man of considerable experience with women, maintained a normal demeanor. However, Sangdu's face suddenly flushed, prompting Han Shu to chuckle quietly. From his vantage point, the captain was acutely aware that a mature, enchanting woman such as this held the greatest allure for a young man in his early 20s like Sangdu. In contrast, Tian Yang, at just 17, lacked the appeal of such a seasoned woman, as the young lad had yet to grasp the charms of maturity. Han Shu cleared his throat and inquired, "Madam, could you enlighten us on the events that have transpired here?" The captivating woman wiped her tears, stifling her sobs, and sorrowfully replied, "Isn't it obvious what has happened? They are all dead, everyone is dead." One by one, the soldiers retrieved bodies from various corners of buildings and gathering places, eventually laying them out neatly in an open area. Shortly thereafter, they would incinerate the corpses collectively to prevent the spread of disease. Han Shu chose a relatively intact wooden cabin for the group to rest in, while Sangdu fetched water and food, presenting it to the woman who introduced herself as Qingdai. The woman appeared numb, sipping a bit of water and taking a couple of bites of food before sorrowfully shaking her head, indicating her inability to eat. Sangdu, seemingly concerned for her well-being, removed his long coat and draped it around her shoulders. Tian Yang sat by the door, consuming his food while observing Sangdu and Qingdai with keen interest. According to her account, the calamity had befallen them 5 days prior, on a tranquil evening. As was their routine, the inhabitants of the gathering place had consumed a simple dinner and retired early to bed, with little in the way of entertainment and the burdens of daily labor weighing heavily on their hearts. Most yearned simply to survive until the next spring. That fateful night, an unexpected attack struck, unleashing a terrifying force upon the gathering place. Men, women, the elderly, and children became mere delicacies for those monstrous entities. Only Qingdai had managed to evade this fate by hiding in the cellar, though the collapsing buildings had trapped her, inadvertently saving her life. Otherwise, the lurking fiends would have eagerly feasted upon her as well. Now, with the gathering place destroyed and all her acquaintances perished, this enchanting woman found herself engulfed in desolation, uncertain of where her life would lead her next. Chapter 166. Incitement. As dusk approached, it marked the first night that Tian Yang had spent in the wilderness. The youth felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with a sense of anticipation. In the clearing of the gathering site, soldiers had constructed a firebreak, where dozens of mutilated corpses were being cremated. The flames cast a vivid glow against the deepening twilight. Nearby, Sangdu sought out Han Shu. "Captain, I have something I wish to discuss with you." The young man with a ponytail stammered, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Han Shu gave him a quizzical glance before understanding dawned upon him. He shook his head and replied, "I have no time. I intend to accompany Jiu on a nearby excursion to seek clues about those divine abominations." Sangdu, visibly anxious, pressed, "Captain, it won't take long." Han Shu regarded him for a moment, then sighed deeply, placing a reassuring hand on Sangdu's shoulder. "I know what you intend to say, but I cannot acquiesce." Sangdu frowned. "I haven't even said anything yet. How can you refuse?" Han Shu chuckled dryly. "You think I can't guess your thoughts? You merely wish to persuade me to bring that girl, Qingdai, back to Qingtian Fortress. If I am mistaken, I'll treat you to a drink upon my return." Sangdu's face flushed crimson. Qing Dai is quite pitiful. She's the last one left in the entire gathering. Why shouldn't we take her back? Han Shu glanced towards a wooden house in the distance, where Qing Dai stood at the entrance, her eyes vacant. Songdu, you and she share no future. I would rather you not squander your time and emotions on a situation that is unresolved. Songdu's face reddened further. Captain, what are you saying? I only feel sorry for her. Nonsense, Han Shu scoffed. You like her, plain and simple. You were smitten the moment you laid eyes on her. Do you think I can't see? Han Shu's expression turned solemn. But you cannot be together, Songdu. You do not understand. The majority of those in the wilderness harbor disdain for people like us. Songdu was taken aback. Why is that? Han Shu gazed at the sky, now painted red by the setting sun. You were not born in the wilderness, so it is natural you do not comprehend. The people here are hunted by divine abominations, living lives of displacement. These abominations are said to originate from foreign gods, and it is rumored that these gods are connected to the reverse realm. Consequently, there exists a prevailing belief that the appearance of the foreign gods is linked to individuals like us who delve into the reverse realm. That woman, Qing Dai, is undoubtedly aware of this notion. Perhaps she once dismissed it, but now, having lost everything to the divine abominations, she will surely harbor resentment towards us. You would be wise to seek someone else to cherish. Songdu, agitated, exclaimed, Are we just to abandon her here? Han Shu laughed lightly. Of course not. I will ensure she is settled in another gathering. However, as for the fortress, that is out of the question. Besides, she lacks any labor capacity. The fortress will not support someone like her unless you are willing to part with 10,000 contribution points to secure her residency. But even if you did that, would she truly be grateful? And would she even wish to go to the fortress? Songdu was momentarily speechless. Han Shu then called over Tian Yang. I am going out for a bit with Jiyu. You stay here with Songdu. Contact us if anything arises. After the captain departed, the cremation efforts were nearing completion. The soldiers extinguished the flames and began to collect the remnants and ashes. After gathering everything, they heeded Qing Dai's wishes and buried the ashes in a small grove to the west. The soldiers cleared a patch in the grove, and after interring the deceased's ashes, Songdu felled a tree and fashioned a simple headstone from the trunk, inscribing it with the words Grave of the Fallen from gathering site number 4. He planted the headstone into the ground and took a few steps back, casting a glance at Qing Dai. Dressed in the simple garments common in the gathering, she stood before the headstone, her chest bare and her legs exposed, an image of sorrow. To you, gathering site number 4 is merely a number, is it not? She murmured. Songdu was at a loss for words. May I have a moment alone here? Qing Dai asked softly. Tian Yang cautioned her. This place is not safe. Qing Dai turned to look back. In the wilderness, where is truly safe? Songdu, without hesitation, grasped Tian Yang's arm. The sun is setting. You should return soon. Qing Dai offered no reply, merely gazing at the headstone in silence. As the sun neared the horizon, she sighed softly, preparing to leave. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the trees, casting itself at her feet. As night fell, Songdu, concerned that Qing Dai had not returned, resolved to search the woods for her. Han Shu's words weighed heavily on his heart, making each step feel burdensome. Descending the slope, he encountered Qing Dai, who stood beneath the moonlight, her arms wrapped around herself. Appearing forlorn, the young man quickly removed his uniform and draped it over her shoulders. Expecting her to refuse, he was pleasantly surprised when she accepted, invigorating his spirits. Thank you, she whispered, causing Songdu's heart to soar. And no problem. Please don't be too upset. Everything will pass, he stammered. Realizing for the first time how clumsy he was with words of comfort, Qing Dai gazed at him, her large, watery eyes full of unsaid thoughts, holding his gaze captive. You are quite special, she suddenly remarked. You genuinely care for me, unlike others who merely seek to possess me. Songdu detected an underlying message in her words and furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Qing Dai shook her head. It's nothing. I'm fine. As she attempted to walk away, Songdu grasped her arm. What truly happened? Qing Dai stepped back, a hint of fear in her eyes. Please don't be alarmed. I've grown accustomed to such matters. Men, regardless of age, tend to entertain impure thoughts upon seeing me. A few casual jokes are quite normal. Seeing her demeanor pained him, and he blurted out, Rest assured, I will protect you from now on. Tell me, has someone said something to you? Qing Dai sighed and nodded. In the gathering site, Tian Yang sat on the ground at the entrance, idly tossing a twig into the campfire. Hearing footsteps, he looked up to see the captain and Jiyu returning. Captain, did you find any clues? Tian Yang inquired eagerly. Han Shu settled down, took a sip from his water flask, and replied, I found some traces. Just as I suspected, they are merely a small group of divine abominations. However, if we do not eliminate them, their presence will remain a nuisance. Tian Yang distributed some food to Han Shu and Jiyu. Shall we clear them out tomorrow? Han Shu opened a can of food. Whether we engage in the cleanup depends on our observations. If their numbers are excessive, we must contact the fortress for support. He surveyed the area. Where's Sangdu? I'm here, Sangdu said, returning with Qing Dai. For reasons unknown, a shadow of anger clouded his features. He shot Tian Yang a fierce glare before announcing, Captain, I'm going to rest. Han Shu nodded in response. Once Sangdu left, the rugged man scrutinized Qing Dai more closely. Tian Yang was bewildered by Sangdu's hostile demeanor and could not fathom what had angered him. It's getting late. Let us all rest. We have work to do tomorrow. After finishing his meal, Han Shu rose, patting his stomach before heading to the cart for sleep. Tian Yang found a wooden cabin, laid down a sleeping mat on the floor, and prepared to rest. In the stillness of the night, Tian Yang suddenly stirred, grabbing the bell he kept by his bedside and rising with his gun drawn, only to find himself aiming at the slender figure of Qing Dai. Tian Yang hastily lowered his weapon, astonished, and asked, Miss Qing Dai, is something the matter? Qing Dai quietly closed the door, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I think of what happened that night. The young man climbed off his military mat and suggested, Then let me take you to Jiyu. You can sleep with her. Qing Dai, with a sorrowful expression, replied, Can I stay here? Your captain is a terrifying person, and that man with the ponytail always looks at me in a strange way. Only with you do I feel safe. Tian Yang awkwardly said, That wouldn't be appropriate. I'll take you to find Jiyu. As he moved to open the door, Qing Dai leaned against it, suddenly tugging at her collar and gently biting her pink lips. Why do you want to drive me away? Am I not attractive? Tian Yang was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, Miss Qing Dai, what are you doing? With a slight narrowing of her eyes, Qing Dai unexpectedly embraced the young man, and they tumbled onto the military mat. The mature scent of a woman made Tian Yang's face flush crimson, leaving him flustered. Moreover, Qing Dai secured her legs around his waist while her hands clutched his head tightly. The Navi boy's mind buzzed to silence, overwhelmed by confusion. Suddenly, he heard Qing Dai scream, What are you doing? Let me go? Help. What was happening? Tian Yang was bewildered. Why was she calling for help? I haven't done anything. Bang. The door of the wooden cabin was kicked open, and upon hearing the commotion, Qing Dai immediately released Tian Yang. As the boy scrambled to his feet, he saw Sangdu, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, rush towards him, shoving him forcefully. You scoundrel with white hair. What are you doing? Qing Dai quickly shrank into a corner, hugging herself tightly, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Tian Yang, dumbfounded, tried to speak, but was interrupted as Sangdu swung a punch. The boy raised his hand defensively, saying, Sangdu, it's not what you think. I saw it with my own eyes. Do you still want to argue? Sangdu pressed his knee against Tian Yang's chest. Miss Qing Dai told me that while I was talking to the captain, you spoke inappropriately to her. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems you truly are heartless. Tian Yang pushed aside the knee strike, equally enraged. What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't speak inappropriately to her. Just now. She came to me because she said she couldn't sleep. Sangdu, furious yet amused, replied, Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? I see it's you who lured Miss Qing Dai here. As he spoke, the ponytailed youth threw a punch. Shut up, Tian Yang shouted, clenching his fist and striking back, their fists colliding with a thunderous sound that echoed through the room. Chapter 167. Induction Substance. What is happening? What are you all doing? Han Shu and Jiyu burst through the door, witnessing Tian Yang and Sangdu engaged in a fierce confrontation, both their expressions shifting dramatically. Sangdu snorted disdainfully, recounting what he believed had transpired. As Han Shu listened, his expression morphed through various shades of emotion. Tian Yang coldly declared, I will say this once more, I did not commit such an act. How stubborn can you be? Jiyu gently bit her pink lip, suggesting, Sangdu, could there be a misunderstanding here? A misunderstanding? Sangdu erupted, I saw it with my own eyes. Captain, Jiyu, this little white-haired brat is a heartless scoundrel. Tian Yang shook his head dismissively. Enough. I no longer wish to explain. If you choose to believe I am such a person, then so be it. Sangdu sneered. Is that an indirect admission? Enough, Sangdu. Han Shu turned his attention to the woman cowering in the corner. Miss Qing Dai, please tell us. Did Tian Yang bully you? Qing Dai lowered her head, nodding gravely. Han Shu continued. Can you describe the specific events? Sangdu interjected. Captain, the poor girl is already distressed. Must you press her further? Han Shu maintained a stern demeanor. As the commander of this squad, it is my duty to ascertain the truth of this matter fairly. If Tian Yang has erred, I will not shield him. However, should I discover that anyone is deliberately sowing discord among my team, I will not let them go unpunished. At the last word, Han Shu's gaze towards Qing Dai grew increasingly frigid. Song Du, not lacking in intelligence, instantly grasped Han Shu's implication, looking incredulously at Qing Dai. Just as he was about to speak, he caught Han Shu's intense gaze, which silenced him. Qing Dai clasped her hands tightly and suddenly lifted her head, beseeching Song Du. My lord, you must believe me. This white-haired brat has been inappropriate with me. You saw it yourself, didn't you? I implore you to seek justice for me. Eliminate this scoundrel. Yes, kill him. If you do, I shall be yours. Whatever you desire, I will grant you. A slight smile graced Qing Dai's lips, her expression beguiling, including my body. Song Du was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Han Shu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qing Dai with profound intensity. Tian Yang, while not visibly affected, was internally astounded that this woman would wish for Song Du to take his life. Why? Hadn't he saved her before? Why repay kindness with malice? The room fell into a heavy silence. After a moment, Song Du sighed. You are mistaken. The captain has said he likes you. Indeed. I do like you, but my affection has nothing to do with romantic entanglements. The ponytailed youth closed his eyes, anguish evident on his face, it seems. No matter how similar we appear, it ultimately. Han Shu's expression shifted, as if he had realized something. Song Du reopened his eyes, clarity shining through as he gazed at Qing Dai. Why? Why have you resorted to this? What do you mean, Lord Song Du? Did you not promise to do anything for me? Qing Dai's eyes brimmed with tears, looking pitiful. Do you not believe me either? Enough with the pretense. Song Du's face twitched with anger. You claimed you could perceive my feelings. How naive I was, thinking you truly could. But now I see. You were merely exploiting my affections to incite discord between me and that white-haired boy. I was foolish. How could this novice, who blushes at every word exchanged with a girl, ever act inappropriately towards you? Now, tell me, what is your true aim? To his surprise, Qing Dai began to laugh. Initially softly, then escalating into a manic cackle. She had intended to conserve her energy, but it seemed she would have to resort to the method she previously mentioned. As tears streamed from her eyes amidst her laughter, Qing Dai suddenly produced a grenade-like object from her sleeve, hurling it to the ground. Watch out! Han Shu shouted, summoning a barrier of star energy before them. Yet, the grenade did not explode. Instead, it released a dense cloud of grayish smoke from several vents. The smoke rapidly filled the room, and fearing it might be toxic, Han Shu and the others retreated outside, only to find Qing Dai boldly walking through the haze. It's too late. You've already been contaminated by it, Qing Dai taunted, her eyes gleaming with vengeful delight. You are doomed. Those demons will return soon and tear you apart. Han Shu froze, then raised his arm to sniff the air, detecting a faint, unusual odor. His eyes widened in realization. Is this the induction substance targeting divine beings? Han Shu dashed to Qing Dai, roughly seizing her collar. How do you possess induction substance? It's a controlled substance that shouldn't be able to enter the wilderness. Qing Dai merely smirked, offering no response. Her eyes filled with a resolute defiance. Tian Yang quietly inquired, what is induction substance? Jiyu explained. It is a special material derived from certain glandular secretions of divine beings, designed to attract them. It is typically used to lure them into ambushes for concentrated extermination. The youth quickly grasped the situation, realizing the peril they faced. They were all tainted with the induction substance, and nearby divine beings would undoubtedly be drawn to them. Moreover, Qing Dai seemed intent on perishing alongside them, leaving Tian Yang perplexed as to why this woman would drag them all to their doom. Captain, Yin Bing rushed over. Our radar has detected a significant number of biological signals converging on our location. It could be a swarm of divine beings. Han Shu released Qing Dai in frustration. Surveying their surroundings, we cannot remain here. This place offers no refuge. Even a small group of divine beings could overwhelm us. Jiyu called out, Captain, there's a small hill to the east. If there are no flying divine beings, we can fight them there. Han Shu nodded decisively. Very well, we shall relocate immediately. Yin Bing, go fetch a battle vehicle. Have the soldiers bring it nearby and disembark. We will proceed on foot. And you must keep your distance to avoid contamination with the induction substance. Yin Bing quickly went to summon a vehicle, and shortly after, a Falcon battle car arrived. The soldier at the wheel followed Yin Bing's orders, stopping the vehicle before leaping out and retreating to a safe distance. Everyone get in. Han Shu clapped Song Du on the shoulder and insisted Qing Dai join them, not permitting her to remain behind. Song Du nodded, moving to take Qing Dai's arm as they headed toward the Falcon. She offered no resistance, her eyes devoid of any anger. After several enhancers and Qing Dai boarded the vehicle, Han Shu instructed Song Du to drive and asked Jiyu to navigate, settling beside Tian Yang. As the battle car departed the gathering site, faint roars of beasts echoed from the dark behind them. Han Shu lit a cigarette and glanced at Qing Dai. Care for one? Tian Yang looked at Han Shu in surprise. To his astonishment, Qing Dai accepted the cigarette, placing it between her lips. Han Shu lit another for himself. I understand that you harbor hatred towards us, believing we have brought calamity upon you. But such thoughts are profoundly unjust. We too have lost dear friends and family to the abyss. Take my father, for instance, or Gu and Tsangdu in particular. Once had a sister who was also a Nightwalker. Back then, he was still a child, and his sister was the pillar of their family. To Tsangdu, she was not just a sibling, but an idol, a lifelong aspiration. Regrettably, before Tsangdu could catch up with her, his sister perished in the reverse realm. Qing Dai gazed out of the window, her reflection illuminated by the glow of a cigarette. Han Shu continued, Initially, I believed this foolish lad had a romantic affection for you. The kind that exists between a man and a woman. However, it was only just now that I realized he regards you as his sister. Qing Dai's shoulders trembled slightly, her expression one of surprise as she turned to Han Shu. The previously silent Tsangdu finally spoke. Captain, please stop. Han Shu disregarded him, saying, It was only upon his reminder that I noticed how much you resemble his sister. No wonder this fool was so astonished when he first laid eyes on you. At that moment, he even flushed. I initially thought it was the result of encountering someone he cherished, hence the rapid heartbeat and blush. Upon reflection, it seems he was simply overwhelmed with excitement. He even intended to take you back to the fortress. Yet your earlier words not only shattered his heart, but also tarnished the image of his sister in his mind. Han Shu added with sincerity, Thus, Miss Qing Dai, you may harbor hatred towards us, but please do not harm our memories of the departed. Qing Dai listened intently, forgetting to brush off the ash until the burning embers scorched her finger, snapping her back to reality. I don't know, she murmured. The atmosphere in the carriage grew heavy. This was the first time Tian Yang heard of Tsangdu's past. It turned out he had a sister who was also a Nightwalker. Yet she met her demise in the reverse realm, a fate that seemed to befall every Nightwalker. Han Shu finished his cigarette and waved away the lingering smoke in the vehicle. If you feel guilt, perhaps you should tell me who provided you with the induction agent. Believe me, speaking it will bring you relief. Wait, guilt? So, Captain, you shared all this to instill guilt in her, hoping to extract the information you desire? Tian Yang suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Tsangdu. Qing Dai's eyes flickered with turmoil before she spoke. I don't know his name. At that time, after everyone's ashes were buried in the woods, I lingered there for a moment. As I was about to leave, he appeared and gave me the induction agent. He said that if I sought vengeance, I should find a way to gather you all together and then release the induction agent. The demons that annihilated this gathering place would be drawn in, burying you along with myself. Chapter 168. Seamless cooperation indeed, as I had surmised. This is a trap, Han Shu cursed vehemently. Tian Yang's expression shifted slightly. Captain, are you implying that from the very outset, this gathering place was attacked by the divine aberration as part of a scheme? Han Shu nodded gravely. Given the current circumstances, I suspect that the individual who handed the inducement agent to Qing Dai is also the instigator behind the attack on the fourth gathering site. Just think. With the inducement agent in his possession, luring the divine aberration to assault the gathering place would be a trivial task for him. Qing Dai trembled all over. He was the one who incited the divine aberration to attack our gathering place. Han Shu understood she was undoubtedly feeling distressed. Manipulated by her adversary, one could only say her judgment was clouded by rage. The likelihood of that is exceedingly high. How could this be? Qing Dai shook her head in disbelief. I do not even know that person. Why would he do this? Why would he wish to harm everyone? Han Shu sighed. His motives remain unclear, but it is highly probable that he acts to draw the fortress's attention. As soon as we arrived, he utilized Miss Qing Dai's hatred, attempting to incite the divine aberration to annihilate our entire team. Tsangdu snorted heavily. Should I catch him? I will make him wish he were dead. Tian Yang turned his gaze to the alluring woman, Miss Qing Dai. Could you provide us with a detailed description of that person's appearance? The woman, fully aware of her manipulation, nodded in regret. He was strikingly handsome, leaning towards the androgynous, which made him appear somewhat uncanny. Long hair, purple eyes, and distinct facial features. He carried a large knife, its blade crescent-shaped and black. With the character engraved on the hilt, I do not know its significance. The group quickly noted these characteristics. Qing Dai's description was thorough, and the individual's traits were quite distinctive. They believed that should they encounter him, there would be no room for confusion. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the radar. The control panel displayed a multitude of organisms pursuing their war chariot, now less than a kilometer away. Han Shu spoke in a low voice. Accelerate, Tsangdu. Understood. The young man with a ponytail pressed down on the accelerator, and the fuel gauge of the Falcon war chariot surged upward as it roared forward into the deepening night. 15 minutes later, the Falcon war chariot arrived at the location indicated by GU, a small hill not particularly high. From the foot to the summit, there was only a narrow natural path. The path was wide at the base, but narrow within. At its narrowest, the Falcon war chariot barely fit, and at some turns, one of its wheels even dangled in the void beyond the mountain road. Regardless, they managed to reach the mountaintop before the divine aberration caught up. Han Shu threw open the car door, grabbed a tactical binocular, and dashed to the edge of the peak, firing a flare into the night sky. Instantly, the darkness was illuminated, and even without equipment, one could see the shadows gathering at the base of the mountain with the naked eye. Han Shu raised the binoculars for a closer look. At the foot of the mountain, a small group of divine aberrations was congregating, numbering around 100. The majority comprised small aberrant foxes and candle wolves, with 2 medium-sized flame demons and 1 large iron-scaled spider demon among them. The Eye of Heaven observed the base using its biological ocular features, memorizing the appearances of several types of divine aberrations under Han Shu's guidance. He had previously encountered aberrant foxes, while the candle wolf was similar in size but possessed 4 limbs, with particularly large forelimbs. Its claws and tail were enveloped in blazing flames, possibly the origin of its name. Like the aberrant fox, the candle wolf also had a ring of luminescent whiskers around its neck, those glowing glands floating like aquatic plants in the air. In fact, not only the aberrant fox and candle wolf bore such luminous whiskers, the other flame demons and iron-scaled spider demons exhibited similar traits. Moreover, the larger the divine aberration, the greater the number and size of these glowing glands. The flame demon resembled a turtle, bearing a heavy shell adorned with flowing patterns that emitted fiery light. At the center of its thick shell, a protrusion resembling a cannon barrel emerged, seemingly capable of launching projectiles or beams. As for the iron-scaled spider demon, its size was akin to a moving small mountain, covered in green scales that refracted ghostly light, imparting a sense of formidable hardness. The spider demon possessed 2 claw-like forelimbs, which were massive and sturdy, with a slightly flattened shape. They were adorned with twisted patterns through which azure light flowed. From a distance, they appeared as if equipped with 2 iron shields, and the sharp black spines below the claws would deter anyone from wanting to be pierced by them. This group of divine aberrations was surging up the mountain path, with the aberrant foxes and candle wolves leading the way, maintaining a significant distance from the following flame demons and spider demons. The 2 flame demons, moving slowly, brought up the rear, laboriously crawling along, raising questions about how they had managed to keep up with the group earlier. It seemed the divine aberrations had alternative means of transporting these cumbersome beings. Han Shu lowered the binoculars and nudged Tian Yang. Go. Take control of the heavy artillery. Do not hold back on ammunition. Block those 2 flame demons and the spider demon. Song-du, follow me. We must intercept those cannon fodder and prevent them from reaching the peak. The path is limited in width. They cannot all surge up at once, but if they manage to reach the top, it will spell disaster for us. Jiyu called out, Captain, what about me? Han Shu gestured, you decide for yourself. You can either provide cover for us or collaborate with Tian Yang to block those 3 behind, especially the flame demons. They are heavy fire units and must not be allowed to approach. Otherwise, once we enter their attack range, we will be in grave trouble. After assigning roles, Han Shu and Song-du dashed down the mountain path, while Jiyu stood at the peak, surveying the entire situation. Tian Yang raced back to the Falcon war chariot, positioning it for optimal shooting and then entering the heavy artillery firing chamber, directing the Star Essence artillery toward the foot of the mountain. With the aid of the intelligence system, the youth locked onto the 2 flame demons and fired. The mountaintop erupted with the deafening roar of heavy artillery as a blue glowing shell descended, striking one of the flame demons and erupting in a burst of blue flames. Amid the blue fire, the roar of the flame demon echoed, and moments later, it staggered out of the flames, still smoldering with blue Star Essence fire. The demon's thick shell was damaged, but not significantly enough to impede it. The biological cannon on its back raised, but due to the angle, it could not lock onto the hunting war chariot at the peak, forcing it to abandon the attempt. Tian Yang continued his assault, firing Star Essence shells one after another down the mountain. Regrettably, apart from the initial shell that caught the flame demon off guard, the subsequent shells were intercepted by the blue-scaled spider demon swinging its massive claws. Although the spider demon appeared to lack long-range attack capabilities, its giant claws radiating ghostly azure light effortlessly detonated the Star Essence shells. The foot of the mountain erupted in blue flames. But aside from slightly slowing the pace of the spider demon and flame demon, it did not eliminate them. However, this situation meant that Han Shu and his team did not have to face the Flame Demon's artillery or the Spider Demon's attacks immediately. Han Shu stood firm in the middle of the mountain path, a mechanical battle shield protecting his front, extending his hand to grasp the Star Essence spear. Song Du also revealed his Star Essence weapon, a mechanical heavy sword forged from marauder materials, with thin smoke curling from its barrels. Soon, several aberrant foxes appeared around a bend on the mountain path. As soon as they emerged, their sturdy limbs gripped the ground, stabilizing their forms. A circle of luminous whiskers danced around the neck of the demonic fox, which opened its maw to expel a barrage of gray-white fireballs. A dozen fireballs erupted like a rapid-fire cannon towards Han Shu, the rugged man unflinching as he raised his battle shield. An invisible wave rippled from the shield, causing the fireballs, which were destined to strike the shield, to veer off course as if drawn by a force field. They either plummeted into the void beyond the mountain path or detonated against the rocky terrain, with only 2 or 3 making contact with the shield, yet failing to so much as rattle Han Shu. Suddenly, Song Du surged past Han Shu, the captain glancing at the ponytailed youth, a glimmer of silver starlight flashing in his eyes. Instantly, a layer of starry barrier enveloped Song Du, who raised his mechanical greatsword, from which a plume of black smoke billowed. The greatsword roared to life like a ravenous beast, its engine growling as it slashed through the air. Several demonic foxes were swiftly cleaved in two, their bodies exploding thereafter. Evidently, this mechanical greatsword inherited the power of a marauder, capable of making objects detonate. Abruptly, a candle wolf burst forth from the pack of foxes, brandishing its massive, flame-wreathed forelimbs towards Song Du. Yet several ethereal blue frost arrows shot forth, striking the wolf's eyes, eliciting a pained howl and swiftly spreading frost that encased part of its skull in ice. Seizing the moment, Song Du swung his greatsword, cleaving the candle wolf's head in two before retreating. Han Shu, displaying impeccable timing, stepped forward to fill the gap, raising his shield to block another wave of fireballs from the advancing foxes. Following this, he pointed his spear, generating spiral ripples. As the captain charged into the throng of foxes, wherever he went, the bodies of the demonic foxes were shredded, their blood staining the mountain path. The 3 members of the Crow squad coordinated seamlessly, advancing and retreating with precision, alternating between offensive and defensive maneuvers, resembling a meat grinder that mercilessly annihilated the encroaching foes. Tian Yang continued to suppress the arachnid and flame demons behind them, stealing a moment to glance towards Han Shu and the others, silently admiring their synergy. No wonder Han Shu had summoned him to control the heavy artillery. Indeed, such high levels of coordination were beyond his current capability. Suddenly, a weighty and imposing aura erupted from the foot of the mountain. Tian Yang quickly turned to see the arachnid demon emanating an eerie azure glow, abandoning the flame demon as its limbs propelled it swiftly towards the mountain summit, like a streak of light racing across the landscape. Chapter 169. Captain, that spider demon has charged up the mountain. You must be cautious. Tian Yang's anxious voice crackled through the squad's communication channel. Han Shu, with his Star Essence spear, effortlessly sent a malevolent fox soaring, calmly responding, understood. Focus on eliminating the 2 flame demons. Disregard everything else. As Tian Yang utilized the squad channel, both Song Du and Ji Yu overheard, their expressions shifting slightly, but their subordinates remained relentless. One wielded a heavy sword with finesse, while the other unleashed a storm of arrows, decimating the low-tier demonic minions that served as fodder. Song Du, do not stray too far from me. If you run too far, I cannot protect you. Han Shu commanded. Ji Yu, the defenses of the blue-scaled spider demon are formidable. Your Star Essence arrows or explosive arrows will likely be ineffective. When the time comes, use frost arrows to incapacitate its mobility. As Han Shu issued these directives, the Star Essence spear danced like a dragon, continually slaying the surrounding malevolent foxes and candle wolves. Soon, they felt the tremors beneath their feet, accompanied by a cloud of dust rising from the distant mountain path. The blue-scaled spider demon was approaching. It possessed an innate aura of power, its robust limbs propelling it forward like oars cutting through water, sending dust billowing into the air. Those unfortunate enough to obstruct its path were hurled aside, with the most unfortunate being impaled by its sharp, ghostly-hued limbs. The speed of the spider demon was astonishing. It was hard to fathom how such a massive creature could exhibit such remarkable agility. It was akin to a speeding train, rapidly closing the distance to Han Shu. Now less than 100 meters away. Song Du, fall back. Han Shu bellowed, dispersing the Star Essence spear and gripping his shield tightly. He thrust the mechanical war shield into the ground, the base of which featured a steel spike 30 centimeters long, thick as a fist, that spun and embedded itself into the earth. Simultaneously, the shield expanded, its internal components illuminating with energy as a force field emanated from its front, steadily increasing in thickness. The blue-scaled spider demon, enveloped in a ghostly azure glow, collided violently with the shield's force. A cacophony of maddening sounds filled their ears, reminiscent of 1,000 wailing souls. As the force field shattered into fragments, the spider demon finally struck Han Shu's war shield. Captain Wu Tiao unleashed a guttural roar, his star essence manifesting, shimmering lightly as he pressed forward. The mountainous blue-scaled spider demon was surprisingly pushed back. The ground beneath the shield crumbled, and suddenly, a fissure a meter long erupted in the mountainside. Han Shu felt a slight numbness in his arms. He furrowed his brow and retracted the shield. Let us draw it up the mountain for combat. The space on the mountain path is limited. Engaging here would lead to a straightforward struggle. I do not believe I can overpower this creature based solely on brute strength. In the Falcon battle chariot, after notifying Han Shu, Tian Yang continued to assault the flame demons below. However, the two massive beings, resembling gigantic tortoises, continued their ascent despite the bombardment from heavy artillery. If they circumvented a stretch of the mountain path, they might gain an advantageous angle to bombard Han Shu and his companions on the mountainside. With determination in his eyes, Tian Yang declared, "Miss Qing Dai, stay in the vehicle, do not venture out." He shouted towards the cabin, simultaneously locking onto the demonic entities and switching to automatic firing mode. The youth leapt from the shooting chamber, brandishing the already charged bell of death, swiftly gliding down the edge of the mountain platform. With the star essence manifesting and glimmering like starlight, Tian Yang descended silently, quickly maneuvering to the rear of the flame demon. He soon reached the base of the low hill, where the two flame demons remained preoccupied with the heavy artillery of the chariot, oblivious to the Grim Reaper's silent approach. Suddenly, Tian Yang accelerated. Within mere strides, he reached an incredible speed, trailing a silver rainbow as he landed atop one of the flame demons. Only then did it sense an anomaly upon its back, lifting its head, but the muzzle of the bell of death was already pressed against it. Tian Yang squeezed the trigger. The thunderous gunfire resonated through the night, echoing across the mountains. The intricate patterns on the flame demon rapidly dimmed, its head obliterated as it collapsed onto the mountain path, lifeless. Tian Yang leaped to the ground, darting towards the remaining flame demon. As it slowly turned, he intended to leap onto its thick back and similarly dispatch it. However, as he approached, the temperature surged alarmingly. The youth, sensing the danger, abruptly halted and executed a dramatic backflip, creating distance. As he leaped backward, the air around the flame demon ignited, a wall of fire erupting and enveloping the creature. Had Tian Yang hesitated for even a moment, he would have been scorched beyond recognition. In midair, he observed the flame demon's tendrils glowing with a fierce red light. Upon landing, he raised his weapon, unleashing another thundering shot. The firewall parted, and Tian Yang dashed through the gap just before it closed. The flame demon was now within striking distance, but it had completed its turn. Emerging from the firewall, Tian Yang was met with the barrel of the demon's cannon, glowing ominously. He raised his arm, aiming the bell of death at the cannon's mouth, loading a third star essence bullet. Before the flame demon's cannon could fire, it erupted in a catastrophic explosion, the barrel seemingly a part of its very being. The detonation not only unleashed a torrent of flames, but also sent forth a wave of blood. The flame demon let out a horrific scream, abruptly silenced as a gray-red shadow swept through its head, splitting it in two. With a flick of his wrist, Tian Yang retracted the transformed whip sword, now resembling a longsword. Observing the demon's intricate patterns fading, even its floating tendrils sagging lifelessly, he knew his task was complete. Suddenly, a roar from the spider demon above echoed, reminding him that the threat of the demonic entities was far from over. He prepared to ascend the mountain to assist in battle. Then, a sudden chill gripped him, compelling him to look upward. Above, the silver moon hung in the sky, but within its luminous face, a black crescent now appeared. A black scimitar, resembling a crescent moon, descended silently from the heavens, aiming to cleave Tian Yang in two. The air crackled with lethal energy, a bone-chilling aura. Every hair on Tian Yang's body stood on end. This was the most intense and purest killing intent he had ever felt since becoming an ascendant. This malevolence was not merely a reflection of the adversary's strength, but a testament to their unwavering intent to eliminate him. Tian Yang was resolved to survive. He had no intention of perishing. The star essence surged within him, reaching its peak of activation in the face of crisis. In the fleeting moment before the blade could sever him, Tian Yang transformed into an indistinct blur, vanishing 10 meters away. The massive crescent blade struck the ground, cleaving a deep fissure into the earth. At that moment, Tian Yang glimpsed the wielder of the crescent scimitar, with long hair billowing. A pair of violet eyes gleamed with an almost frenzied light as they fixed upon him. In an instant, Tian Yang recognized the individual, the one who had given Qing Dai the inducing substance. Failing to strike, the adversary pivoted lightly, their figure gliding towards him in an ethereal manner. This time, the scimitar did not aim to cleave, but rather to slice as the figure turned. In a flurry of metallic clinks, the crescent scimitar clashed with the predator's blade repeatedly. In the hands of this figure, the bizarre weapon transformed into a series of black rings, executing rapid cuts. Several times, Tian Yang struggled to maintain his grip on the predator, nearly being sent flying. After yet another collision, Tian Yang raised the bell of death once more. Before he could pull the trigger, the man swiftly executed 3 sweeping strikes, forcing Tian Yang to retreat repeatedly. However, he did not seize the opportunity to pursue. Instead, he rested his curved blade on his shoulder, squinting slightly with a smile that bore a certain sickly charm as he regarded Tian Yang. "Your hair is quite remarkable. I noticed it at first glance and couldn't tear my eyes away," he remarked. Tian Yang silently assessed the distance between them, ready to activate the whipsword form of his predator's weapon. "You are not the first to make such a comment, and I doubt you will be the last." The man chuckled. "You remain remarkably composed, exuding vitality without a bead of sweat on your brow. This indicates that your physical condition is relatively intact, and your star essence has not been greatly depleted. Yet, you have fired several shots, and I wager those were star essence firearms, albeit perhaps of an older model. This suggests they are not real-time reloading, but rather preloaded. And that sword of yours, capable of transforming into a whipsword or wielded as a longsword for defense. If I am not mistaken, it is a material weapon, is it not?" Despite the man's seemingly deranged gaze, his analysis was oddly precise, heightening Tian Yang's caution. The long-haired, strikingly handsome individual continued, "Based on my observations, your rank is unlikely to be high, certainly not above rank 4, as there is evidently a leader among you. A rank 3, or perhaps merely a rank 2 fellow, possesses such fine equipment. Your Qingtian fortress is indeed quite affluent." Tian Yang's expression remained serene. "Who are you exactly? Why are you targeting us? You were the one who incited the divine monstrosity to attack our gathering, weren't you?" The man burst into laughter. "You ask a plethora of questions, little one. I shall indulge you. My name is Yichong. Remember it, for from this moment on, you are my prey. I will relentlessly pursue you until I grow weary of the chase. As for why I am after you, that is for you to ponder. Having said so much, you have yet to reveal your name," he prodded. A smile crept across Tian Yang's lips. "I am called." The man displayed an expression of keen focus. But Tian Yang ultimately refrained from divulging his name, instead lifting the death knell. With the thunderous sound of gunfire, Yichong's curved blade descended, the edge slicing through the air to reveal a star essence bullet split in 2. How intriguing! A prey that fights back is indeed captivating. Let us conclude our encounter for today, white-haired boy. Do not perish. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting, Yichong declared, retreating swiftly, vanishing along the mountain path. Tian Yang snorted disdainfully, the distant howls of spider demons echoing from the mountain, compelling him to abandon thoughts of Yichong and hasten toward the summit. Chapter 170. Valley of the Wind. Upon reaching the summit, the battle had just concluded. Tian Yang beheld the azure-scaled spider demon, its body adorned with chunks of ice, likely the handiwork of Jiyu. The ground was littered with numerous blue scales. It was uncertain whether they were dislodged by Han Shu's assault or severed by Tsangdu's strike. At that moment, Tsangdu plunged his sword into the demon's head, causing it to explode, showering him with gore. Though he was not averse to blood, even a person of normal disposition would find the sensation of being doused in it rather unpleasant, and Tsangdu was no exception. Han Shu, gritting his teeth, urged, "You should find a place to wash off. I don't want you getting on the vehicle looking like that, otherwise those girls from the logistics team will complain that I dirted the car." Tsangdu spread his hands in exasperation. "Do you see any place nearby that looks suitable for a bath?" Indeed, Jiyu pointed to the east slope of the mountain. "There's a lake over there. You can clean yourself up." Tsangdu muttered something inaudible, sheathed his sword, and hurried down the mountain, soon disappearing from sight. Han Shu stretched lazily and patted Tian Yang's back. "Come with me. Let us collect some materials from the demon." Tian Yang inquired curiously, "Captain, are there materials to collect from the demon?" "Collect? No, we are recovering," Han Shu emphasized, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Of course, there are materials. First, their glands and luminescent organs are highly versatile resources. Secondly, there are unique parts. such as the fluffy and beautiful tails of the demon foxes, which countless ladies in the upper city adore for their garments. Not to mention the claws of the candle wolves, the cannons of the flame demons, and the azure scales of the spider demons. Additionally, the brains and organs of the larger species hold significant research value. Just these materials alone could net us a substantial contribution. Tian Yang mused. So, by your reasoning, they are worth much more than the black folk. Han Shu laughed heartily. Not quite. It's merely that the bodies of the demons do not decompose after death. Hence there are more materials to recover. According to Su Yuan's value theory, the more materials recovered, the less valuable they become. In comparison, the black folk are still more valuable. Rarity begets worth. The young man glanced back to see Jiyu had already climbed into the Falcon battle vehicle. Shouldn't we call Jiyu to help? 3 of us could expedite the process. Han Shu replied, chewing on his cigarette. Forget it. If I bring her in, she'll just demand overtime pay. Do we even have overtime pay? Tian Yang inquired casually. Han Shu lightly tapped his head. At your age, why learn such things from those seasoned veterans? Get to work. Stop with the chatter. Tian Yang rubbed his head and joined Han Shu at the corpse of the spider demon. The young man suddenly remembered. By the way, Captain, I encountered the one who induced Miss Qingdai. His name is Yi Chong. Han Shu paused. Where did you see him? Tian Yang pointed down the mountain. After I dispatched 2 flame demons, he suddenly appeared and attacked me, but then he fled. I was concerned about your situation here, so I did not pursue him. Not pursuing was the right choice, Han Shu stated solemnly. Remember, Tian Yang, it is rare for someone to act alone in the wilderness. Yi Chong might have companions lurking behind him. If you rashly pursue, it could lead to peril. I understand, Tian Yang replied humbly, then with concern added, Captain, what do you think his background is? I could tell from his tone that he knows we hail from Qingtian Fortress. Han Shu's brow furrowed. I comprehend your implication. That Yi Chong is aware of our affiliation with Qingtian Fortress, yet dares to set traps for us indicates he does not regard our fortress highly. At the very least, he possesses the confidence to contend with us. Tian Yang looked at him, awaiting further explanation. But Han Shu interjected. What are you lingering for? Hurry and gather the scales. These are treasures, especially the scales from its chest. They are exceptionally tough. Captain, your thoughts leap rather quickly, the young man remarked helplessly. Picking up the azure scales from the ground while occasionally glancing at Han Shu, who stood nearby smoking, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Tian Yang realized a pressing issue. Captain, why is it that I am the only one working? Surely, you're not pretending to be profound while merely slacking off? He questioned incredulously. That evening, Tian Yang and his companions spent the night atop the mountain. The following day, the young man was awakened by the rising sun in the east. Beyond, descended from the battle vehicle, and gazed upwards. The sky gradually transformed from dark blue to light blue, then to a delicate azure, culminating in the sun's ascent, illuminating the heavens in a brilliant blue. It was Tian Yang's first experience witnessing a sunrise outside the fortress. He marveled at the boundless horizon and the clear sky, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. During breakfast, Sangdu silently placed water and food beside Qingdai, then turned to leave. Wait, she hesitated, biting her delicate pink lip before sighing. I owe you an apology. Last night, There's no need, Sangdu replied without turning, his clear voice cutting through the air. You were manipulated. I understand those words were not your true intent. Therefore, you need not say anything further. I am no longer angry with you. Is that so? Qingdai stood. Then I must take my leave. This time, Sangdu turned to face her. Where will you go? Qingdai raised her hand to smooth her wind-tossed hair, gazing at the seemingly endless wilderness. I don't know, but after what I have done, I cannot stay here, shamelessly among you. Do not worry about me. I wandered the wilderness before settling in the gathering place. I know how to take care of myself. Come back to Qingtian Fortress with me. Sangdu felt a flush creep to his cheeks, yet he spoke with unwavering resolve. I can secure you residency. You need not worry about that. Qingdai looked at him in surprise, then smiled. Thank you, Mr. Sangdu. But you see, I am not your sister, nor do I possess the qualifications to be her substitute. Why must you? No. Sangdu interjected loudly. I never intended for you to be anyone's substitute. I simply, in any case, come back with me. I often embark on missions, and I need someone to manage my home. If you don't mind, I would like to employ you to take care of the house. Qingdai's expression wavered. It was impossible to say she was not moved. She had not lied. She had indeed roamed the wilderness. Because of that, she understood more than anyone how challenging it was for a woman to survive in such desolation. Had the events of the previous night not transpired, she would have likely agreed. Yet now, how could she act as if nothing had happened? Fool. Han Shu suddenly emerged from the vehicle, delivering a light strike to Sangdu's head. Can't you give her some time to consider? Songdu rubbed his head, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Right. You need not answer immediately. We will remain here for some time. Think it over and let me know. Qingdai's expression shifted several times before she finally nodded gently. Very well, I will think it through. Songdu's spirits lifted at her response, but he shot a glare at Han Shu, who finally managed to temper his excitement and began eating his breakfast. Not far off, Tian Yang watched the scene unfold, tugging on Jiyu's sleeve. I don't understand. Isn't Songdu treating Miss Qingdai like a sister? Just moments ago, I sensed that he harbored a fondness for her, not the kind one holds for a sister, but rather a pure admiration. Jiyu scoffed lightly. What is so peculiar about that? Men, after all, are often drawn to someone like Qingdai. Speak up. Are you not also smitten? Tian Yang startled. I am not. Please do not look at me that way. Jiyu blinked playfully. So, you do not fancy someone like Qingdai? What do you think of me? Tian Yang nearly choked on his drink. Jiyu, you are wonderful, just like my sister. Humph, you little rascal, return my first kiss. Jiyu retorted fiercely. The boy's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to the dawn's first light. After breakfast, Han Shu clapped his hands. Let us rendezvous with Yan Bing and then proceed to a certain location. Where to? Songdu inquired. Han Shu briefly recounted Tian Yang's encounter with Yi Chong from the previous night, then stated, the gathering point number 4 was attacked by a divine aberration. This is likely not a natural occurrence, but rather a deliberate act. The key figure in this matter is Yi Chong, so we must uncover his true identity. Tian Yang raised his hand to ask, Captain, where can we find him? Han Shu ruffled his hair. How should I know? However, I am aware of a place where we might gather information about him. Jiyu's expression shifted. Captain, are we headed to Fengxi Valley? Fengxi Valley? Tian Yang and Songdu exchanged glances, clearly unaware of this place. Even Songdu seemed perplexed. Han Shu chuckled. Indeed, we are going to Fengxi Valley. It is the lair of the flying squirrel. Those rascals are the local authority in this region. Any disturbances will surely not escape their notice. If they are unaware of Yi Chong, we will truly be in dire straits. They packed their belongings and set off. Upon returning to the gathering point to meet with Yan Bing, the 2 falcon war chariots ventured once more into the wilderness, heading towards the so-called Fengxi Valley as described by Han Shu and Jiyu. Fengxi Valley was not a valley in the traditional sense, but rather a gorge, for reasons unknown. When the wind flows into this gorge, the air currents completely vanish. Within this gorge, not a whisper of wind can be felt, hence the name Fengxi Valley. At 3 in the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly, Tian Yang gazed through the window and caught sight of Fengxi Valley in the distance. They had arrived. Chapter 171. Flying Fluff. The Falcon War Chariot was halted by a towering metallic gate, one evidently too heavy for human strength to budge, blocking the entrance to the Wind Whisper Valley. The gate was rusted, encrusted with yellow sand and dust, as well as various peculiar stains, with remnants of animal fur and tattered fabric adhering to it, creating a distinctive style of the wilderness. On either side of the gate stood a turret, dark and foreboding, each boasting a massive cannon barrel the size of a human head, a symbol of military might. While it posed limited threat to a team of transcended nightwalkers, it provided ample assurance against the marauders or beasts of the wild. Who are you? What brings you to our Wind Whisper Valley? A soldier emerged from a watchtower on the left, clad in a tawny half-cloak that revealed armor underneath and a mechanical arm. As the vehicle door swung open, Han Shu descended, shielding his eyes from the afternoon sun with a hand. I am Han Shu from Qingtian Fortress. I seek your leader. Open the gate promptly. Evidently, Han Shu was a familiar figure in Wind Whisper Valley, for it wasn't long before the sound of machinery echoed from behind the gate. Amidst the harsh clanging, the massive metallic doors slowly parted. Han Shu returned to the vehicle, patting Yan Bing on the shoulder. Let us go. Someone will guide us ahead. Just follow along. As the 2 falcon war chariots passed through the gate, Tian Yang peered out the window, observing dozens of men of various attire, either seated or standing at the base of the towers, their penetrating gazes fixed upon the uninvited guests. The warriors of Wind Whisper Valley were equipped in an eclectic manner, ranging from light firearms to heavy cannons, with some even wielding older models of Stargrade weaponry. They lounged atop ammunition crates, nonchalantly smoking, seemingly unbothered by the potential for an explosive mishap beneath them. As the chariots ventured deeper into the valley, Tian Yang became increasingly convinced that Wind Whisper Valley was not a product of nature. From his vantage point above, he had noted the unnaturally straight and uniformly edged gorge, resembling a formation created by specialized engineering equipment or the sweeping force of a high-energy flood. Even Han Shu could not elucidate the valley's origins, only that its terrain had remained unchanged since before the completion of Qingtian Fortress. Now traversing the gorge, Tian Yang's suspicions were only solidified. The cliffs on either side of the valley slightly recessed, maintaining an astonishing consistency in curvature from beginning to end. Such natural topography could not possibly exist in the wild. The flying squirrels had claimed this gorge as their domain, establishing their homes by excavating burrows into the slopes, complete with ladders for ascent and descent. Thus, along each segment of the slope, 5 or 6 burrows were interconnected. Outside the upper burrows, the residents constructed balconies from iron plates or timber, and some high-level burrows were linked by corridors fashioned from a mix of wood and iron for ease of movement. Inside the vehicle, Han Shu chuckled. Now you see why they're called flying squirrels. They are remarkably adept at digging. Tian Yang nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the midpoint of the gorge, structures began to proliferate. The inhabitants of Wind Whisper Valley seemed dissatisfied with mere burrow living, erecting various buildings throughout the gorge, though these edifices were not intended for residents. These iron-framed or timber-iron hybrid constructions, or even stone buildings, served as bars, casinos, recycling stations, and warehouses. Occasionally, individuals on vintage motorcycles or light war vehicles entered and exited, mostly rugged figures armed to the teeth, with only a few scantily clad women flitting through the crowd. After a considerable half-hour, the Crow Squad finally arrived at the gorge's terminus. Here, formidable walls had been erected, complete with gun emplacements and soldiers conducting security checks. All arrangements served the towering structure behind the walls. This was a high platform. Though only 4 stories tall, it could be considered a skyscraper within the gorge. The building appeared to have been constructed in phases, giving each level a slightly different architectural style. Despite its modest height, the building's footprint was substantial, with each floor containing at least 7 or 8 rooms, and some even boasting 15 or 16. At several elevated points of the building, anti-aircraft machine guns were stationed. Even if they were merely older models, they still posed a threat to lower-tier transcendence. After all, the confined space and multiple firing points could lead to dire consequences if concentrated fire were unleashed. The 2 Falcon war chariots halted outside the towering walls. Han Shu instructed the soldiers and Qing Dai to remain with the chariots on guard while he and a few team members disembarked, venturing into the fortified enclosure. Behind the walls lay a small plaza bustling with flying squirrel warriors moving about, casting unfriendly glances at the Crow Squad. It is a rare honor for the esteemed individuals from Qingtian Fortress to visit our humble Wind Whisper Valley, boomed an exaggerated voice from the high platform. Descending from the elevation was a robust middle-aged man with long hair braided at the back, sporting a short beard. When he smiled, 2 golden front teeth gleamed conspicuously. He wore an open, lake blue long coat over a deep brown tunic, with a deep blue sash around his waist, the ends adorned with a golden ring. Both his left hand and right leg featured mechanical prosthetics, equipped with lightweight weaponry, suggesting he could fire at will if necessary, as he bore no overtly visible weapons. Following him were 2 squads of flying squirrel warriors, totaling 8, all brawny men armed with swords and guns. Han Shu squinted. "Who are you?" The long-haired man burst into hearty laughter. "I am the leader of the flying squirrels, Eugene. Captain Han, please, come inside." The man, identifying himself as Eugene, welcomed Han Shu and his companions into the hall on the first floor of the high platform. The hall was spacious, adorned with a row of liquor cabinets, a central circular carpet, a wooden table, and several low chairs. 2 young women of average beauty but youthful demeanor skillfully poured drinks upon Eugene's arrival, setting them on the table before discreetly stepping aside. "Please, have a seat," Eugene warmly invited, signaling the girls, "No meat with our drinks? That's not how we flying squirrels entertain our guests. Go fetch some fine roasted meat for our esteemed visitors." Han Shu chuckled. "There's no need for such trouble. I'm rather curious. When did the leadership of the flying squirrels change hands?" Eugene's smile faltered, replaced by a forced grin. "What do you mean by that?" "Captain Han." Han Shu replied enigmatically. "Am I mistaken? Wasn't he your leader, Piao Piao? How has it now become you, Eugene? Did you dispose of Piao Piao to claim the title for yourself?" Eugene appeared perplexed, his brows knitting together. "Captain Han, I'm not sure what you're referring to." "Han Manzi, is that really you?" A slightly magnetic female voice echoed from the corner of the hall near the staircase, drawing everyone's attention. A woman in her 30s appeared, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit beneath a red jacket. 2 tawny belts crisscrossed her slender waist, each bearing a gun and dagger, with a short blade slung across her back. Her long hair was styled up, secured with a metallic hairpin, and her face bore 3 red stripes, the origin of which remained ambiguous, either a birthmark or painted with colorful pigments. As she leaned against the railing at the corner, she snapped, "I'm called Fei Su, not Piao. When will you learn to stop giving people ridiculous nicknames?" Han Shu laughed heartily. "Fei Su? Fei Su? Doesn't that mean fluttering about?" I see no issue in calling you Piao Piao. A woman named Fei Shu rolled her eyes and beckoned with her finger. Come here. Han Shu and Tian Yang exchanged glances. Captain, I'll discuss some serious matters with their leader. You all wait here. He added, it seems we may have to spend the night here, so prepare yourselves mentally. Eugene plastered a smile on his face. Rest assured, Captain Han, I shall take good care of your subordinates. Han Shu nodded. Then I leave them in your capable hands. He patted his backside and ascended the stairs, departing the hall with Fei Shu. They ascended to the 4th floor, where Fei Shu guided Han Shu into a room. Upon entering, Han Shu immediately locked the door, chuckling nervously as he admired Fei Shu's graceful silhouette. Fei Shu opened the window and turned to him. Why have you left your lofty fortress to wander in the wilderness, Han? Han Shu approached with a smile. I simply missed you. You're lying. It has been years since I've seen you, you scoundrel. Why would I believe your words so easily? Fei Shu scoffed coldly. Han Shu stepped closer, suddenly wrapping his arms around her and attempting to kiss her. Fei Shu raised her hand to block his lips. What are you doing? We are not intimate. Han Shu chuckled awkwardly, placing her on a nearby table and caressing her leg. Fei Shu, your words wound me deeply. We did share a bond once. How can you so easily deny it? Get lost. Fei Shu admonished. Han, speak plainly, or leave. I have no interest in flirting with an old man. Look at yourself. You've aged terribly. I want to sleep, and I'm interested in your long-haired subordinate, or perhaps that little white-haired one will do. As for you, her face reflected disdain. I wouldn't accept you even if you were offered for free. Han Shu clutched his chest in mock pain. Fei Shu, you are truly heartless. Besides, what do those youngsters know? They cannot comprehend your depths like I do. Fei Shu coldly laughed. Years have passed, and your audacity has only grown. Are you going to discuss business or not? If not, leave. I have no desire to entertain an old man. Han Shu scratched his head and sighed. All right. You heartless woman. I have come to inquire about someone. Who? Yi Chong. Chapter 172. Collusion. After Han Shu and Fei Shu departed, only Tian Yang, Song Du, Eugene, and 2 young ladies remained in the hall. Eugene's subordinates had not followed, rendering the space quite spacious. Eugene exchanged a glance with the 2 girls, prompting them to obediently approach Tian Yang and Song Du. One began to massage Tian Yang's shoulders, while the other worked on Song Du's legs. Both young men were momentarily taken aback, but beside them, Ji Yu couldn't suppress her laughter. Tian Yang cleared his throat and gently removed the girl's hands, saying, Mr. Eugene, I do not require such services. The girl's eyes glistened with tears, and she began to cry profusely, resembling a weeping willow. Startled, Tian Yang asked, Why are you crying? Eugene chuckled awkwardly and remarked, Esteemed guests, since you do not wish for her services, it must be due to her inadequacy. I shall impose an appropriate punishment. At the very least, she will be deprived of food for 3 days. Tian Yang, somewhat displeased, replied, Mr. Eugene, it was my choice, and it has nothing to do with her. Eugene replied leisurely, My lord, the wilderness has its own rules. To survive here, one must adhere to the regulations we set. Whether you refuse her or deem her unsatisfactory, the consequence remains unchanged. Just as Tian Yang was about to retort, Ji Yu interrupted, saying, Let the young lady continue to assist you. We are merely outsiders and should not interfere in their affairs. Eugene smiled. Thank you for your understanding, Mississippi. It is indeed not easy for someone in my position. With no other option, Tian Yang allowed the girl to continue her massage. She quickly wiped her tears away and smiled brightly, as if she had received a precious gift. For the first time, Tian Yang understood the harshness of survival in the wilderness, especially for ordinary individuals. Eugene resumed his attempts to pour wine, saying, Esteemed guests, do try our homemade brew. It is rather delightful. Song Du had initially intended to dismiss the girl beside him, but recalling Tian Yang's prior experience, he opted for silence. He then added, No thank you. We have matters to attend to and cannot indulge in alcohol, as is our rule. Tian Yang silently commended him. Eugene did not press the issue. Then let us change to water. Bring some water for our esteemed guests. 2 more girls entered, clearing away the wine. Moments later, they returned with a tray holding 3 glasses of clear water, adorned with flower petals that lent a subtle fragrance to the air. As Tian Yang lifted one glass to drink, Ji Yu lightly coughed and smiled. Mr. Eugene, if you do not mind, we have some important matters to discuss. The implication was clear. They wished for Eugene to leave. Although displeased, Eugene stood. Then I shall not intrude any longer. Should you require anything, simply inform them. He gestured toward the 2 girls and exited the hall. Once Eugene departed, Ji Yu retrieved a compact device from her waist pouch. After activating it, several beams of green light shot forth, scanning the items on the table. Upon seeing the data appear on the device's screen, Ji Yu's expression shifted slightly. She quickly took out a communicator and sent a text message. Tian Yang and Song Du's communicators soon received the message, revealing it was from Jiyu. Initially puzzled as to why she would send a message when she was seated beside them, Tian Yang soon understood upon reading the contents. Jiyu's message was succinct. The water is poisoned. The three exchanged worried glances, their concerns shifting toward the upper floor where Honshu remained. It appeared that the flying mouse had malicious intentions, having poisoned the water. What could their objective be? Aware that they hailed from Qingtian Fort, the act of poisoning was clearly aimed at ensuring the demise of the Crow Squad. The distance between Fengxi Valley and Qingtian Fort was not great, and they were largely under the protection of Qingtian Fort. The flying mouse had no reason to act so treacherously, unless there were greater interests or forces enticing them. Tian Yang's thoughts raced, and suddenly, the image of a long-haired, purple-eyed man flashed in his mind. Yi Chong. Tian Yang realized the potential reasoning behind the flying mouse's actions. At that moment, Jiyu suddenly shouted, "Get down!" Instinctively, and driven by trust in Jiyu, Tian Yang reached back, grasping the girl's hand and pulling her into his embrace as he dropped to the ground. In that instant, the other two also reacted similarly. Just as the hall's walls were violently shattered by gunfire, bright, crimson bullets whizzed overhead, accompanied by the girl's terrified screams, filling the hall with smoke. On the fourth floor of the high-rise, Fei Su furrowed her brow. "I have not heard of this name. Why seek him?" Honshu was about to respond when the sudden sound of gunfire from below startled him. He shot a furious glare at Fei Su, his star energy flaring. As he reached for her, Fei Su, true to her name, floated gracefully from the table to the corner, urgently calling out, "Do not act rashly, Honshu. I do not know what is happening." Honshu's face twisted with rage. "Do you think I'm a fool? Are you deliberately trying to lure me here so your people can attack my team? I swear, if one hair on my men is harmed, I will obliterate your Fengxi Valley." Fei Su's complexion turned pale. "Be quiet. When have I ever engaged in such despicable acts? I truly do not know what has transpired below. If you do not believe me, let us go down together and find out." Honshu scoffed. "You better not have, or our years of friendship will end today." Fei Su silently drew a short blade from behind her waist, preparing to leave with Honshu. Suddenly, the door shattered, and a pitch-black warblade came slicing toward Fei Su without warning. The attack arrived with no forewarning, and even as the blade neared, Fei Su felt no hint of star energy or murderous intent. If she closed her eyes, she would not even sense the existence of the blade, only a rush of wind approaching. Just as Fei Su was about to be struck down, a glimmer of light appeared before her, and a star energy barrier materialized between her and the warblade. The blade struck the barrier with tremendous force, shattering it. However, the delay allowed Fei Su to nimbly leap backward, drawing a pistol from her side. She fired several rounds into the figure behind the warblade. The attacker withdrew the blade, creating a flurry of blade shadows that deflected all the bullets. As the blade pointed to the ground, Honshu finally discerned the assailant, a young man clad in black military attire, with black hair and dark eyes, enveloped in a shroud of shadow. His expression tinged with melancholy. "Who are you?" Honshu demanded, pressing his hand against his chest, the phantom of armor flickering into existence, enhancing his presence. The black-clad figure remained silent, lunging forward as the war blade soared, unleashing a deafening whistle that conjured countless shadows of blades, enveloping both Honshu and Fei Su. Meanwhile, below, Tian Yang released his grip on the girl, but still kept her low to the ground. Bullets whizzed above their heads, and any misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Suddenly, several red beams shot toward the direction of the gunfire, followed by an explosion outside, mingled with anguished cries. Jiyu had begun to fight back. Tian Yang produced an electric grenade, activated it, and hurled it toward another source of fire. Upon impact, the grenade unleashed a high-voltage electric field, incapacitating the ambushers outside. The gunfire outside immediately became sparse. At that moment, a sudden shadow surged in, enveloping the atmosphere with layers of inky blackness that ensnared Jiyu. Beside Jiyu, the emblem of rank on Sangdu's attire gleamed to life. The young man with a ponytail, brimming with valor, leaped forth, wielding a hefty metal sword in a fierce arc. Amidst a cacophony of relentless clashes, myriad dazzling sparks erupted, and within those scintillating embers, a pair of violet eyes shimmered with a frenzied light. Yi Chong. Tian Yang was taken aback. The man had somehow infiltrated the Wind Rest Valley. This confirmed his earlier deductions were entirely accurate. Yi Chong, or rather the forces behind him, had conspired with the flying squirrels? After countless collisions with Sangdu's heavy sword, the enigmatic man with long hair and violet eyes retracted his crescent-shaped blade, pivoting suddenly as his curved sword sliced towards Tian Yang. At that moment, Tian Yang had already drawn the predator, upon witnessing Yi Chong's strike. The young man unhesitatingly countered with a swift flick of his wrist. The sword whip form activated, the predator elongated dramatically, transforming into a whip sword of gray and blood-red hues that ensnared Yi Chong's curved blade. Yi Chong uttered a soft "oh," unfazed, retrieving an unknown object from his coat pocket, which he crushed with force. A faint sound resonated through the hall as the item in his palm shattered. Meanwhile, Songdu charged towards Yi Chong, while Jiyu unleashed explosive arrows from his crossbow, suppressing the gunman outside the building. However, as a purple mist began to emanate from Yi Chong's palm, their movements slowed and became lethargic. This purple fog, adorned with twinkling specks of light, was both eerie and resplendent, vaguely coalescing into the phantom of some malevolent entity. Tian Yang felt as though his body had transformed into a rusted machine. Despite his brain desperately issuing commands, his limbs remained excruciatingly sluggish. Yet Yi Chong remained unaffected, deftly shaking his blade free from the whipsword's grasp, darting towards Tian Yang as his curved sword slashed towards the boy's neck. The manic light in Yi Chong's violet eyes intensified. At that moment, a dark radiance ignited from a corner within Tian Yang's being. The symbol of a black goat skull materialized in the void, the patterns along its curved horns glowing brilliantly. As these lights illuminated, Tian Yang suddenly realized the true nature of the purple mist. It was a concoction crafted from the glands of some divine aberration, a tool capable of influencing biological nerves, its essence distinctly foreign. Tian Yang was entirely unaware of its origins. Strangely, he felt an uncanny ability to control those substances, akin to wielding the black mist within the reverse realm. Chapter 173. Ensnared by the ghost without pausing to ponder how he had come by such knowledge or the ability to manipulate the purple mist released by Yi Chong, Tian Yang focused intently. With the ease of breathing, he dispelled the mist's influence over himself, redirecting it to envelop Yi Chong, who struggled against it as it sought to infiltrate his very being through every pore of his body. In a critical moment, as Yi Chong swung his blade, Tian Yang deftly parried with his bone blade. Yi Chong sensed something amiss. The poisonous mist he had unleashed was inexplicably converging back towards him, as if it possessed a will of its own, seeking gaps to penetrate his body. As the rightful owner of this substance, he was not without means to combat it. In fact, he had already ingested an antidote prior to releasing these toxins. However, should the mist penetrate his system, the potency of the poison would far exceed what the antidote could counter. Instantly, Yi Chong retreated, breaking free from the toxic haze, but before he could regain his stance, Tian Yang was upon him like a shadow. With a powerful sweep of his bone blade, he forced Yi Chong to raise his curved sword in defense. The predator was held at bay, yet Tian Yang remained unperturbed, his hand reaching back. The compartment behind him opened, and the crimson moon blade was drawn, slicing through the air towards Yi Chong's neck. The mesmerizing man with long hair and purple eyes registered a flicker of surprise as he transformed his crescent-shaped blade from defense to a push, creating distance from Tian Yang while simultaneously deflecting the bone blade. Nevertheless, the crimson moon blade grazed his hair, severing a few strands. With the upper hand finally within his grasp, Tian Yang was unwilling to relent. The bone blade morphed into a whip-like form. Through their neural connection, the whip danced as an extension of his arm, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Yi Chong. He parried momentarily, but with a sudden twist of his wrist, he ensnared the whip with his curved blade, causing the shadows of the whip to vanish in the grand hall. Tian Yang surged forward, infusing his crimson moon blade with energy, its edge glowing with a scarlet brilliance. The temperature in the hall soared dramatically as the blade, carrying a searing heat wave, descended upon Yi Chong's face. With his left hand gripping the back of the blade, Yi Chong raised both arms to block the strike. The clash resounded, sparks flying in all directions. Suddenly, with a flick of his left wrist, Tian Yang released the whip from Yi Chong's blade, retracting it swiftly. The gray-red shadows of the whip lashed out from behind Yi Chong, who instinctively turned his head just in time to evade the strike. Yet, a thin line of blood appeared on his cheek, crimson liquid seeping down his face moments later. Yi Chong's eyes blazed with a mix of fury and astonishment as a brilliant light flared from his right wrist, his aura surging. With a ferocious sweep, he unleashed a dark gleam that sent Tian Yang hurtling backwards. Wiping the blood from his face, his palm now stained red, electric sparks flickered in his purple eyes. Tian Yang landed lightly, his left hand wielding a knife and the right a sword, poised for Yi Chong's furious advance. Unexpectedly, Yi Chong's lips curled into a smile as he abruptly turned and bolted, dashing into the light beyond the door. Tian Yang scoffed, glancing at the two individuals from the Songdu, who were rendered immobile by the toxic mist. He hesitated to pursue, wary of leaving them unguarded. The battle was nearing its conclusion. While Tian Yang and Yichong clashed, the soldiers had subdued the remaining flying rat warriors outside the building. Even Eugene had been captured by the soldiers. Moments later, Han Shu and Fei Su descended from the upper floors, their faces grim and bearing signs of conflict, having been entangled with the black-clad assailants during Yichong's retreat. Upon entering the hall and spotting Eugene, Fei Su approached, stepping onto his shoulder with one foot while pressing a pistol to his forehead. "Now, explain yourself." Eugene trembled, grasping Fei Su's foot in desperation. "Sister, I was coerced. Those rascals from Blackstar Fortress said they would kill me if I didn't comply. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't dare to act this way." Fei Su chuckled coldly. "You think I'm a 3-year-old? Though we flying rats aren't a mighty organization, we are not so easily infiltrated. If it weren't for your own schemes, could they have entered so easily? Could they have threatened your life? I swear, I am innocent. Sister, please believe me." Eugene implored, pounding his chest. "I am ever loyal to you. The heavens bear witness. Do you not trust me?" "I trust my own eyes." "Very well, you claim to have been forced. Then tell me, when did Blackstar Fortress set their sights on you?" The gun remained steadfast against Eugene's head, pressing tighter. Eugene's eyes darted momentarily before he replied. 5 days ago. Indeed, 5 days back. I was out on an errand when they targeted me." Fei Su inquired, "What errand? Where exactly did they spot you?" Eugene's forehead glistened with sweat. "I received reports of signs of divine anomalies, so I took men to investigate. Unfortunately, we encountered them in the Crimson region." "I see." Fei Su's tone sharpened. "But the black-clad assailant upstairs claimed you. Eugene sought to seize the leader's throne and allied with them." Eugene's pupils constricted slightly before he exclaimed, "Damn it, those bastards have betrayed me." As he spoke, he noticed the corner of Fei Su's mouth twitching upward. "Sister, you're testing me." Fei Su's smile was icy. "Without such measures, how could I expect you, old fox, to submit so easily? Ah, Eugene, you have quite the audacity to conspire with outsiders against me. I have treated you well. Why have you betrayed me?" Realizing his treachery was laid bare, Eugene ceased his pretense, roaring, "Why? Because of you. As long as you, Fei Su, exist, I, Eugene, will forever be second. My capabilities are no less than yours. What have you accomplished these years? All the dirty work falls to me. If it weren't for those fools outside supporting you, you would be nothing. Indeed, I allied with Blackstar Fortress. They promised that if I helped eliminate the Qingtian Fortress, they would make me the leader and back me to establish us flying rats as the most formidable organization in the region. Why would I ever let such an opportunity slip away?" Fei Su's gaze turned cold as she shook her head. "Eugene, you are truly foolish. Our resources are limited. Without enough enhancers and warriors, rapid expansion will attract the attention of other forces. Do you think Blackstar Fortress will genuinely support you? If they desired, wouldn't it be more advantageous to bolster other major powers? Their intentions are clear. They are after Qingtian Fortress. Once Han Shu and the others are dead, you will be their next target, or perhaps even the entirety of Fengxi Valley. That way, Qingtian Fortress will remain oblivious to how their team of Nightwalkers perished in the wilderness." Eugene stood frozen, contemplating Fei Su's words. They held merit. Had he been in her position, he too would have acted similarly. Yet, he had failed to consider this possibility until now. It was too late. "Eugene, for your years of service to the Flying Rats, I grant you one last request. Take your own life." Fei Su stepped back, withdrawing her gun. Eugene trembled, fully aware of the fate awaiting betrayers. Fei Su's demand was already the best outcome he could hope for. "But, I do not wish to die." Eugene raised his mechanical arm, revealing a gun barrel from his palm, and stood tall, pointing it at his temple. "Sister, I was merely momentarily bewitched. Spare me this once. I swear I shall never harbor ill intentions again. Please, believe me." Fei Su closed her eyes and resolutely shook her head. "Some mistakes can be forgiven, while others cannot be made even once. I shall leave you with a complete corpse, which I consider an act of utmost mercy." "All right, I understand," she said. "Sister, then you go ahead, and take care." With a sigh, Eugene seemed poised to take his own life when, unexpectedly, he pointed his gun at Fei Su. "Wretched creature, if anyone is to die, it shall be you." Flames erupted from the gun's mouth, but at that very moment, a shimmering barrier appeared before Fei Su. The bullet struck the barrier and fell harmlessly to the ground. The hall fell into a profound silence. Regaining his composure, Eugene aimed to fire again. But Fei Su had already raised her hand, and with a resounding crack, a bullet found its mark on Eugene's forehead, sending his head snapping backward as he collapsed to the ground. She holstered her pistol and summoned several individuals to remove Eugene's lifeless body. The remainder of the afternoon was spent by Fei Su in a thorough cleansing of her domain. Eugene's surviving loyalists were all apprehended by her. After interrogation, it was confirmed that Eugene had made contact with the Black Star Fortress 2 weeks prior. This revelation astonished Han Shu. It implied that the Black Star Fortress had not acted impulsively, but had meticulously orchestrated this scheme. They had first lured the divine anomaly to attack Gathering Point Number 4, capturing the attention of the Qingtian Fortress. When the Crow Squad investigated the Gathering Point, they skillfully manipulated the situation using Qing Dai to attract the divine anomaly, hoping to eliminate them with its assistance. When that plan faltered, they devised another. They calculated that Han Shu, in his quest to find Yi Chong, would undoubtedly seek information from Fei Shu, thus colluding with Eugene, promising him immense profits to instigate an attack on the Crow Squad. Moreover, Yi Chong and another transcendent individual were involved in this scheme. Alas, this plan also ended in failure. Given that the Black Star Fortress had already established connections with Eugene prior to these events, it was clear that this was not a spontaneous decision, but rather a premeditated plot. The Black Star Fortress would not go to such lengths merely to eliminate a nocturnal squad. Consequently, Han Shu deduced that they must have ulterior motives. As dusk approached, although Fei Shu had agreed to assist, locating Yi Chong and his companions would require some time. Thus, the Crow Squad temporarily remained in Wind Whisper Valley. Han Shu had thoroughly reported the machinations of the Black Star Fortress to Qingtian Fortress, receiving orders to continue the pursuit of Yi Chong and others. Chapter 174. The Black Star Fortress. The wilderness night was desolate and silent, carrying an ancient essence. Inside the tall building of Wind Whisper Valley, Tian Yang savored a dinner steeped in the wilderness's unique flavors. It consisted of a large mug of frothy beer, vegetables sautéed with the roots of some plant and spices, roasted meat seasoned only with salt and served on a wooden plate, and several pieces of smoked sausages cooked over charcoal. This meal was entirely distinct from those prepared by food customization machines or smokehouses. The food of the wild bore a rugged flavor, lacking subtlety and complexity. It could even be described as exceedingly simple and coarse, yet it immediately ensnared one's palate. As Tian Yang finished his meal, he realized he had quite an appetite. After dinner, Fei Shu prepared a room for each of them. Of course, this special treatment was reserved for a select few transcenders, and whether they desired companionship was entirely their choice. After his meal, Han Shu ascended the stairs with Fei Shu, claiming they would engage in a heart-to-heart conversation. As for the nature of their discussion, only they were privy to that. After showering, Tian Yang donned casual attire and, carrying a storage box, made his way to the wooden corridor to maintain his weapons. A few curious children, around 7 or 8 years old, gathered around him. One particularly bold little girl timidly touched the death knell, only to retract her hand as if shocked, then burst into delighted laughter. When footsteps echoed nearby, the children found new amusement and dashed away. Soon, Tian Yang caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance and turned to see Jiyu sitting beside him, drying her damp hair with a towel. Unclad in her gear and donning only a tank top and shorts, she revealed an expanse of fair skin. Tian Yang felt a flush creep across his face and hastily redirected his attention to the battle knife in his hand, avoiding Jiyu's presence. Just you? Jiyu finished drying her hair, wrapped the towel around it, and pinned it atop her head. Tian Yang replied. The captain and Sister Fei Shu went upstairs. Sangdong seems to be looking for Miss Qingdai. I'm not going to sleep so early, so I might as well sit here. Ah, men, Jiyu suddenly leaned closer with a mischievous smile. What about you? Planning to spend the night alone? Not looking for someone to cuddle with? Tian Yang quickly shifted away. I'm used to sleeping alone. Really? Jiyu raised her hand and wrapped it around Tian Yang's neck. Why not come to my room tonight? My bed is quite large. Tian Yang's face turned crimson. You should find someone else. Jiyu released him, bursting into laughter. Did you take me seriously? Don't worry, I'm not about to prey on a little boy. If you want to climb into my bed, you'll have to wait until you grow up a bit. However, you are quite popular. When you mature, you might not even look at me anymore. Tian Yang sought to change the subject. Jiyu, could you tell me about the Black Star Fortress? What did you just call me? Jiyu narrowed her eyes. If you were to call me sister, do it properly. With a sigh of resignation, Tian Yang conceded. Yes. Sister Yu, please tell me about the Black Star Fortress. Now that's more like it. Jiyu crossed her legs, supporting herself on the floor with her hands, leaning back slightly, which accentuated her curves. Gazing at the starry night sky, she raised her hand as if attempting to capture a star, her fingers reaching into the air. The Black Star Fortress is merely 500 kilometers away from us. That fortress city is even younger than ours. It has coveted our Crawford Gate for quite some time. Tian Yang was astonished. Does the Black Star Fortress not possess its own Crawford Gate? Jiyu adjusted her posture, wrapping her arms around her legs and resting her chin on her knees. Fool, There are only 127 Crawford gates in the entire world. Compared to fortress cities, there are far more. How could every fortress possess its own Crawford gate? Tian Yang scratched his head. Then how do they maintain their star reactors? The star reactor is the heart of every fortress, utilizing star marrow pillars as the primary material, providing the city with an almost limitless energy source. Jiyu tilted her face slightly, her eyes sparkling like stars. This fortress city, built upon the star-plucking cliff, is well-versed in divine anomalies. Their research in this area surpasses most cities in the Gulf region, including our own Qingtian fortress. In fact, the inducing agent we use for divine anomalies was provided by them, and we have yet to replicate their formula. The Black Star Fortress sustains its star reactor through the trade of star-quality crystals derived from their research on divine anomalies. So that's how it is, Tian Yang nodded thoughtfully. Understanding why Yi Chong could utilize props made from divine anomaly glands. That must also be one of the Black Star Fortress's research achievements. Jiyu smiled sweetly. Yet, even with a star reactor, the Black Star Fortress faces the same challenges as other cities lacking a Crawford gate, the difficulty of expansion. Tian Yang pondered for a moment and softly said, because without a Crawford gate, they cannot attract enough talents and strong individuals? Smart. Jiyu gazed into the dark blue night sky. You're absolutely right. Without a Crawford gate, it's quite challenging to draw talent from various fields, especially the crucial transcenders, particularly those of high rank. Consequently, shortly after its establishment, the Black Star Fortress set its sights on us. Although it ended in failure, similar attempts have not ceased in the decades since. Tian Yang raised an eyebrow. If that is the case, why not simply destroy the Black Star Fortress? Jiyu shrugged. That is a question for the higher-ups. At that moment, a cry from Fei Shu echoed from the tall building, laced with hints of distress. Tian Yang leapt to his feet, gripping his battle knife, ready to rush upstairs. However, Jiyu held him back, confusion etched on her face. Where are you going? Tian Yang replied urgently. Didn't you hear Sister Fei Shu calling? She might be in danger. Those people from the Black Star Fortress might be back. Jiyu paused briefly before bursting into laughter, tears streaming down her face. You think she is in danger? Young man, you truly are. No, I'm going to die laughing. Tian Yang, perplexed, asked, you mean she is not in danger? Then why? Jiyu stopped. Her face flushed with laughter, stretching and yawning. Fool, not only is she not in danger, but she is enjoying herself. Just wait until you're older, you'll understand. Tian Yang was indeed baffled by Jiyu's words, but she offered no chance for further inquiry, gracefully retreating to her room. The following day, Fei Shu acquired information about the Black Star Fortress, and the Crow Squad departed from Wind Whisper Valley. Considering the impending confrontation with the Black Star Fortress, Han Shu left Qingdai behind in Wind Whisper Valley under Fei Shu's temporary care. Thus, the squad was completely unencumbered. On the Falcon War Chariot, Han Shu activated the squad channel, testing the communication device before announcing, listen up, Fei Shu has located those bastards from the Black Star Fortress. They are hiding not far from here in the Thousand Eye Cave ruins. Tian Yang promptly raised his hand. Captain, what are the Thousand Eye Cave ruins? Han Shu produced an electronic tablet, activated it, and pulled up a map. Handing the tablet to Tian Yang, he instructed, take a look for yourself. The screen displayed a three-dimensional map, revealing that the so-called Tian Yang cave site was, in fact, a town that had partially sunk into the earth. However, it was not the entire town that had descended, but merely a section of it. From the map, one could observe that the ground beneath the town was riddled with various sized cavities, into which the structures directly above had collapsed. Consequently, when viewed from a planar perspective, this site resembled a multitude of eyes scattered across the landscape, hence the name Tian Yang Cave. Han Shu added succinctly, as you can see, this was once a town, ancient in origin, with a history spanning over a millennium. Due to geological subsidence, a portion of the buildings has been engulfed by the ground. Many years ago, this area served as a lair for malevolent entities, which excavated countless tunnels beneath the surface. Thus, the topography of the Tian Yang Cave site is exceedingly intricate, and to this day, the exact number of tunnels and their destinations remain unclear. The voice of Jiyu emanated from the vehicle's communication device. Captain, if the Black Star Fortress is hiding here, confronting them will not be a simple task. Han Shu opened the window, allowing the fierce winds of the wilderness to rush in. It's not merely challenging. Those fellows are cunning. After their retreat yesterday, they surely anticipated that I would enlist Fei Shu's assistance. Therefore, we either possess false intelligence, or these individuals have set a trap for us within the Tian Yang Cave. The voice of Tsang Du chimed in. Captain, you must have a plan, right? Upon hearing this, Tian Yang turned to Han Shu with an expectant expression. Han Shu gazed out the window, his demeanor grave, and replied, What is there to panic about? The ship will naturally reach the bridge when the time comes. We simply need to adapt to the circumstances. Those from the Black Star Fortress cannot devise anything too elaborate. Captain, what you imply is that you have no plan. Tian Yang could not help but twitch his lips. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Gu, on the other hand, mercilessly dismantled the FAAD. No way. Captain, I thought you had everything meticulously planned, but instead, it's merely a matter of improvisation? Honshu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, endeavored to defend his position. The environment in Tian Yang Cave is complex, and who knows how many uncertainties may arise. I would have preferred to devise a thorough plan. But under such conditions, no strategy would be of any use. If you have any brilliant ideas, please do share. The other two seemed equally at a loss for viable suggestions, and a moment of silence enveloped the communication device. However, Tian Yang's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed, Captain, I do have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility.